The moment the piercing evening self-study bell rang out, a deafening thunderbolt rolled across the rooftop of the teaching building outside the window, and a pallid flash of lightning split the night sky in half, plunging it into darkness. Lin Chun instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding flash. The instant his fingertips brushed the cuff of his school uniform, a violent wave of dizziness slammed into him. His ears buzzed incessantly, his footing gave way beneath him as though stepping into empty air, and before he could process anything, darkness swallowed his vision entirely. After a few seconds of swirling chaos, a chill crept up the back of his neck. Lin Chun choked out a sharp cough, snapped his eyes open, and jolted upright. A thin layer of cold sweat had already dampened his back. The familiar old desks, the chipped blackboard, the creaky ceiling fan spinning overhead, everything was exactly the same, right down to the practice exam papers stuffed inside the desk drawers. This was unmistakably the evening self-study classroom of Nanxing No. 3 High School, where he had spent 2 years of high school. Not a single detail had changed, but something about the air felt wrong. Far too quiet. The classroom that was usually buzzing with noise after class, boys clustered together joking and roughhousing, now sat in a silence so deep one could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of breathing seemed unnaturally loud. Lin Chun instinctively swept his gaze across the room. The blood in his veins ran cold in an instant. An entire class of over 40 people, and every single one of them was a girl. Not a single boy. All the friends he used to play ball with and chat alongside had vanished without a trace. Every single girl stopped what she was doing and turned her head in unison. Their gazes locked onto Lin Chun with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Their eyes brimmed with shocked curiosity and a kind of almost fanatical delight, raw, scorching, and enough to make one's skin crawl. Lin Chun's heart skipped a beat. His back stiffened instantly. On instinct, he furrowed his brow, reached up to touch his own face, tugged at the school uniform on his body. Yes, it was still him. No switch, no transformation. Just a regular guy. His deskmate Su Qinghan, usually cold and reserved, never one to speak first, now leaned forward slightly. Beneath her typically indifferent gaze, unmistakable ripples of emotion stirred. She murmured softly, her voice betraying undisguised astonishment. He's really a boy. That sentence landed like a spark on dry tinder, instantly igniting the suppressed crowd. Girls in the back rows immediately clustered together in hushed whispers, the fragmented chatter pouring in like a swarm, every word finding its way into Lin Chen's ears. Oh my god, our class actually got a boy. A real living one. He looks so young, healthy, and his features are clean and refreshing. So rare. It's been so long since I've seen a young man of the right age. The last time was just a glimpse on a news promotional video. Don't crowd him, don't scare him. Boys are generally timid and easily startled. Lin Chun felt a tingling crawl across his scalp, his face a perfect picture of bewildered alertness. Boys are timid. Where did that idea even come from? Back in his old school, it was always the boys who stepped up first. Where had this notion come from? He suppressed the panic rising in his chest and forced himself to speak in as calm a tone as he could manage. His voice carried the roughness of someone who had just woken. What are you all staring at me for? Where are all the boys in our class? Did they all go out to play ball? The moment those words left his mouth, the entire class fell deathly silent once again. The next moment, the class monitor, a tall, commanding girl with an air of authority, strode over, skirt hem swaying. Her features were sharp and decisive. She stepped directly in front of the other girls, claiming the best viewing position, her gaze locked firmly on Lin Chun. Her tone was solemn and formal. This is Nanxing No. 3 High School of the parallel world. 30 years ago, after the global gender catastrophe, men of the appropriate age nearly went extinct. Right now, you are the only healthy young man in our entire grade and the entire school district. Lin Chen's mind exploded with a roar. A thunderclap detonated in the depths of his heart. Before he could even digest this world-shattering statement, a rising tide of commotion echoed from the hallway. Female students from other classes, having caught wind of the news, came flooding in. They crowded thick around the back door of the classroom, craning their necks to peer inside, the excited murmurs stacking endlessly. The class monitor seized the moment and stepped forward half a pace. Her attitude was both respectful and assertive as she decisively laid down the arrangement. From today, on your 3 meals, cleaning duties, studies, and safety going to and from school, we the entire class will take care of all of it. You don't need to do any work, you don't need to suffer any hardship. Just stay here peacefully. Lin Chen sat frozen in his seat, completely lost. He had simply finished evening self-study normally and been struck by lightning. How could he open his eyes and become a rare national treasure of the entire world? From every direction came scorching gazes, tender, assertive, shy, curious, layering upon him densely like a net. An overwhelming pressure of being coveted instantly enveloped his entire body. The male protagonist was walking after evening self-study when he was struck by a thunderstorm, instantly transported to another world. He woke up in his identical old school campus. But looking around, there wasn't a single male student in the entire school. His deskmate's gaze was not quite right. She stared at him completely dumbfounded. The whole class whispered among themselves, he's really a boy. A real living boy. The male protagonist looks completely baffled. What's going on? Haven't you ever seen a boy before? The commotion in the hallway grew louder and louder. A dark mass of shadows crowded toward the classroom door. All of them girls from other classes who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Countless pairs of curious and eager eyes pierced through the crowd, all of them falling squarely on Lin Shen seated at his desk. Soft exclamations rose one after another, pressing against his ears like a dense hum, filling him with an inexplicable unease. The commanding class monitor Lin Wanqing raised her arm horizontally in one decisive sweep, firmly blocking the surging crowd. She stood tall and imposing, radiating an overwhelming presence, single-handedly shielding a small area around Lin Shen and preventing anyone from recklessly approaching him. Everyone step back. Maintain a safe distance. A male citizen has just awakened. Loitering and causing disturbances are strictly prohibited. Violators will receive a major demerit on the spot. A few concise sentences landed with absolute authority, instantly driving back the restless crowd. Though burning with curiosity, the surrounding girls could only obediently halt, standing on tiptoe, to watch from afar. No one dared to break the school rules. Lin Shen sat at his seat, his fingertips tightening slightly. His mind was still furiously digesting everything he had just heard. A parallel world. A gender catastrophe. Eligible males were nearly extinct. In other words, he had not been pranked, had not stumbled onto a film set. He had truly transmigrated. In this world, men were not the norm. They were scarce, precious resources coveted by everyone. His seatmate, the cool and studious Su Qinghan, silently rose and closed the classroom's back door, blocking out most of the noise from outside. She then quietly returned to her seat, took out a bottle of warm, purified water from her drawer, and gently pushed it to Lin Shen's side, without a word. She didn't utter a single unnecessary word the entire time. Only the careful concern hidden deep in her eyes could not be concealed. Lin Shen glanced at the warm water, then looked around at the girls who were treating him almost like a precious artifact. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, his entire body restless with discomfort. He was a real, straightforward grown man who had lived 18 years without ever being held and protected so delicately. This feeling of being given special treatment was awkward and uncomfortable. Class monitor Lin Wanqing took the opportunity to step forward, her tone remarkably gentle, a complete contrast to her earlier commanding demeanor. Classmate, you don't need to be nervous and you don't need to feel any pressure. From now on, all the chores in the class, duty rosters, errands, carrying heavy things, we will take care of everything. You don't have to lift a finger. For your 3 meals, I will report your taste preferences in advance. Dedicated staff will deliver your food to your seat on time. For homework, we can divide up the work and help you organize and copy notes. For commuting to and from school, we will take turns forming teams to escort you safely. Lin Shen listened with twitching eyelids, hurriedly waving his hands to refuse, instinctively saying, No, I can manage on my own. I'm not disabled. There's no need for all this trouble. The instant his words fell, the classroom fell silent once again. Immediately after, a group of girls' eyes lit up even brighter, their fondness for him soaring. Oh my God, he's not arrogant or putting on airs at all. What a great personality. So down-to-earth and sensible, so independent. I've never seen such a reliable guy. The more aloof he is, the more down-to-earth he seems. The more sensible he is, the more I want to cherish him. I'm completely smitten. Lin Shen. He had merely politely refused excessive special treatment. How did that make him even more popular? The logic of affection in this world was absurdly unreasonable. A glint of admiration also flashed through Lin Wanqing's eyes. She found this suddenly appeared boy pure and rare, her attitude growing ever more respectful. These are the rules. Male stamina is precious, it cannot be recklessly depleted. We must protect you in every aspect. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone and dialed the school's special protection hotline right in front of everyone, her tone grave as she reported, Hello, is this the special post at the Moral Education Office? Senior Year Class 7. A physically healthy, mentally sound, eligible native male has been discovered on site. Please immediately initiate the Level 1 reporting protocol, arrange dedicated personnel to establish a protective file and coordinate follow-up exclusive welfare resources. Anxious and excited responses immediately came from the other end of the line. Their panic and delight could be heard even from afar. Lin Shen was completely stunned. Filing a case. Level 1 special protection. This treatment was even more exaggerated than a nationally protected animal. Just then the sound of orderly footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Several female instructors in regulation uniforms, tall and upright, strode quickly into the room. Their expressions were solemn and serious, their presence instantly silencing the entire room. Their gazes swept quickly across the entire room, finally precisely locking onto Lin Shen seated at his desk. They strode straight toward him. The leading female instructor's expression was steady, her tone solemn, yet gentle. Greetings, classmate. We are the District Male Special Protection Unit. From this point on, we will be responsible for ensuring your personal safety, daily life, and legal rights throughout. Please cooperate with us in completing the basic registration. Lin Shen looked at the fully equipped female instructors who had come specifically to protect him, then looked at the entire class of girls surrounding him with expectant and careful gazes. Only one thought remained in his heart: it's over. There's absolutely no escaping now. From now on, he'll probably be treated like a national treasure, pampered and protected every step of the way. Several female instructors marched purposefully, stopping directly before the desks and instinctively forming a protective ring that kept all the surrounding girls at a respectful distance. The atmosphere grew instantly more serious. The lead instructor stood with impeccable posture, projecting competence and restraint. Her measured words carried quiet, but unmistakable authority. Don't be nervous, classmate. We are only conducting routine registration. It will not disturb you in any way. She retrieved a portable data collection device, its screen brightening as she pointed it toward Lin Shun to systematically record information: name, age, physical condition, medical history, home address, and emergency contact. Lin Shun's heart tightened. Home address. Emergency contact. Having crossed into this world, he had no records or identity from here at all. His mind raced, and he casually offered a vague explanation that his memory was somewhat clouded and he could not recall certain details. Unexpectedly, the instructor showed no suspicion, softening her tone immediately and nodding with understanding. Understood. This is a typical acute environmental stress response. Many males experience it upon first entering a densely populated female environment. It is completely normal. Lin Shun. Well then, this world had even provided an excuse for him. The registration concluded swiftly. After collecting the device, the instructor announced a new campus-wide regulation. Her voice was calm, yet carried clearly through the entire corridor. As of now, senior class 37 has one living eligible male student ranked across all categories as a special class scarce resource. All female students in the school are prohibited from aggressive approaches surrounding personal invitations or private competition. Maintain a unified 1 meter safe social distance when approaching. With those words, every girl in the room let out a collective sigh. Expressions tinged with grievance and reluctance, yet none dared to disobey. But rules are rigid while people are resourceful. If direct pursuit is forbidden, subtler tactics would suffice. In the next moment, the class monitor stepped forward first, gently, setting a neat bag of breakfast at the desk corner. My family's nutritionist prepared these personally. They are wholesome and additive-free. Please eat without worry. His quiet deskmate Su Qinghan said nothing, simply produced a stack of neatly organized class notes, elegant and clearly arranged, and placed them silently on the other side. Seeing this, several girls from the back rows quickly divided the tasks. One wiped the desk, another passed tissues, and a third brought a brand new hand warmer. In an instant, Lin Shen's desk was piled high with thoughtful little items. It looked like a gift-giving ceremony. Lin Shen stared at the overflowing desk, feeling slightly overwhelmed. I really don't need all of this. I'm not used to such treatment. His words only made the girl's eyes brighten further. He is so disciplined, not taking advantage of small things at all. There are so few honest boys nowadays. I want to stay even closer. Gentle and principled. Anyone who gets along with him will be secure for life. The instructor watched from the side, neither stopping them nor expressing disapproval, merely adding in a calm tone. Friendly mutual support is fine. Just avoid unhealthy rivalry. That amounted to tacit permission. Lin Shun felt his heart sink. So the authorities were openly allowing a competition for companionship. Just then, a series of confident footsteps echoed down the corridor. A group of well-heeled girls from the neighboring honors class, flanked by their attendants, pushed straight through the crowd and stopped at the doorway, their gaze fixed firmly on Lin Shun. The leader wore an immaculate designer uniform and radiated commanding presence. Without preamble, she spoke with unmistakable authority. Young man, from now on, walk home with me after school. My family will arrange a private apartment exclusively for you, provide an unlimited monthly allowance, and ensure your comfort is far superior to staying in an ordinary class. The entire classroom erupted. The girls of their own class immediately objected. Why are you taking him away from our class? Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? We discovered him first. The two groups of girls faced off, instantly, tension filling the room. The contest over Lin Shun had formally begun. Lin Shun sat in the middle, utterly exasperated. He had done nothing wrong. So how did he become the most sought-after person in the entire school? The lingering energy of the class had not yet dissipated, and the atmosphere in the corridor outside the classroom door grew tense, with a heavy stillness pressing down on the air. All the girls in the class spontaneously gathered around the desks, forming a natural protective circle to silently shield Lin Shun, who remained seated without yielding a step. The wealthy heiress from the neighboring class, accompanied by a few personal attendants, strode forward in sharp high heels, exuding an air of arrogance. The two sides faced off, neither willing to retreat. Sharp and discordant voices rose and fell, growing louder, completely blocking the entrance and exit of the classroom, severing all passage in and out. Students from nearby floors, drawn by the commotion, paused to watch, quickly gathering in layers around the scene, whispering among themselves. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, with tension visibly mounting. Lin Shun sat calmly by the window, his fingertips lightly tapping the edge of the desk, observing the meaningless spectacle before him with a detached gaze. The only thought in his mind was a single straightforward feeling: annoyance. Profound irritation. He had transmigrated into this unfamiliar parallel world where women outnumbered men, and his initial intention was simple: to lie low quietly, first understand the local school rules and the underlying social order, keep a low profile and adapt to the new environment without stirring up trouble or drawing attention, just to get through the initial transition period smoothly. In daily life, when others showed kindness or proactively sought his favor, he would politely decline and respond with courtesy. When the school administration conducted special information registration or compliance checks, he cooperated fully. When he received special treatment or extra attention, he silently endured it, never complaining or being picky. These trivial matters had never bothered him. but tolerance had its limits. He could accept goodwill from others, but he could not bear being treated as a rare commodity fought over and compared, nor could he tolerate these people blocking his path, creating a public commotion, and disrupting his peaceful rhythm, draining his mental energy for no reason. I am a living person, not a scarce resource on a bulletin board, nor a prize for your competition and rivalry. This was the firmest and most genuine thought in Lin Shen's mind at that moment, clear and unwavering. The leading wealthy heiress, her brows and eyes filled with innate arrogance, looked down upon the girls from the ordinary class. She deliberately raised her voice, a sharp tone cutting through all the noise, and declared with authority, "Don't give me that nonsense about first come first served. It means nothing in the face of rules. The law clearly designates males as a scarce resource nationwide. Whoever has a superior family background and stronger capabilities gets priority access. What can an ordinary class with its modest means offer him? I can provide him with top-tier food, clothing, housing, and transportation, high-quality connections across all domains, and a ticket to the upper echelons of society. The pros and cons are crystal clear." Lin, watching the composed class monitor, immediately darkened her expression and stepped forward without hesitation, retorting firmly, "The prerequisite is that he is willing. Blocking him, pressuring him, and pestering him are all violations of regulations. I can report this to the duty instructor right now, deduct your annual conduct points, and record it in your campus integrity file. You think you can scare me with that?" The wealthy heiress sneered with disdain, full of confidence and unafraid. "My family has already arranged everything with the school board's top management. A few conduct points, a few insignificant records. I've never cared about such trifles." The verbal clash escalated, tempers flaring to the peak. Emotions ran high, their eyes locked in confrontation, fingers pointing at each other, as if an altercation was about to break out at any moment. The onlookers crowded closer, standing on tiptoe and craning their necks to watch the spectacle. Gossip and murmurs spread, with cheers and jeers rising. No one stepped in to mediate. They simply waited for the drama to unfold. The scene was completely out of control, chaotic and disorderly. Lin Shen's brows furrowed tightly, his inner impatience surging. He had lost all patience. He calmly calculated in his mind, "I have already stepped back, deliberately kept a low profile, and tolerated enough, giving everyone a way out. I didn't want to make enemies or stir up trouble so soon after transmigrating. Since you insist on pushing me, forcing my hand, and compelling me to take a stand in public, then don't blame me for showing no mercy and confronting you head on." He had always lived by a straightforward principle, not to provoke trouble, but never to shrink from it when it came. His bottom line was not to be crossed. The next moment Lin Shen's expression remained calm and composed, exuding an air of quiet authority. He raised his hand and lightly, with measured force, tapped the wooden desk. A crisp, clear sound suddenly rang out, not loud, but with remarkable penetration, instantly cutting through all the noise and arguments spreading across the entire corridor. The corridor, which had been filled with clamor moments before, fell into absolute silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Even the faintest breaths were clearly audible. All the arguing and noise ceased abruptly. The two opposing groups and the surrounding crowd turned their heads in unison, their gazes converging on Lin Shen, who sat calmly in his seat, his demeanor steady. Their eyes were filled with surprise and astonishment. Lin Shen slowly rose to his feet, his posture tall and straight, his back unbowed. His gaze was clear and cool, his expression flat and unruffled. There was no trace of nervousness or flattery, his presence calm and commanding. He understood clearly in his heart today, he had to make his stance unequivocally known and establish his boundaries. If he yielded or compromised this time, he would be endlessly surrounded, harassed, and entangled by people's expectations and moral pressures, caught in the struggles of various factions. He would never have a peaceful day again. He looked up, meeting the eyes of the arrogant heiress. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, his pace steady, but every word was firm and clear, without any unnecessary pleasantries. "First, I have never needed your family's abundant resources, nor do I covet the special treatment you promised. Family wealth is your innate privilege, having nothing to do with me. I have no interest in it. Second, do not use your family background to pressure or bind me, nor try to manipulate me with the rules of your circle. I do not respond to coercion, nor do I worship wealth. Neither soft nor hard tactics will work on me." The pre-class bell pierced through the air with resonance, echoing along the narrow corridor of the teaching building. The crowd that had gathered around the entrance of Class 7A Grade 12, dispersing in an orderly manner at the sound, without any extra noise or lingering. The female students of each class swiftly returned to their seats, and within a mere 10 seconds the once noisy and congested hallway was completely clear, restoring the orderly quiet of the campus. The emergency lights beneath the corridor cast a cool white glow, spreading softly on the floor, adding to the solemn and orderly atmosphere, a picture of a well-regulated campus. Inside the classroom, the lingering tension from the earlier confrontation between two groups of girls gradually faded. The desks and chairs were all back in place, and a faint trace of tension still hung in the air, yet no one dared to utter a word of discussion. All 40-plus female students in the class, without exception, instinctively lowered their heads and arranged their textbooks and notebooks on the desks, moving in perfect unison, remarkably well behaved. Throughout they observed classroom discipline in complete silence, even breathing lightly as if afraid to disturb the special presence in the class, with no one daring to act recklessly. Only in the third row from the back by the window Lin Shen sat upright, appearing as disciplined as the others, but in his mind thoughts were churning, his mind lively and far from dull. He did not rush to look down at his textbook or deliberately mimic the demure postures of the girls around him. Instead, his fingertips rested casually on the cool wooden edge of the desk, his gaze sweeping calmly across the classroom, observing the various girls with their different temperaments, a hint of mature composure in his eyes, as he silently assessed his new situation after the transmigration, his thoughts clear and practical. The earlier public confrontation with that arrogant heiress had been exhilarating and imposing, suppressing her momentum in the moment, safeguarding his own principles and establishing a stance of not being easily provoked. Yet Lin Shen was well aware that the momentary satisfaction came with hidden risks. That heiress, who had been pampered since childhood and backed by a top-tier wealthy family, had been publicly contradicted by him, losing face with her followers as witnesses. Such humiliation would not easily be forgotten. Narrow-minded and accustomed to bullying others, she would undoubtedly seek opportunities to retaliate and cause trouble behind the scenes. The ensuing targeted harassment was imminent, unavoidable, and required advanced caution. However, compared to the impending revenge and interpersonal conflicts, what truly occupied Lin Shen's mind was not the troubles, but the inherent survival benefits and practical rule advantages of this parallel world. As a genuine transmigrator, having lived a normal life in modern society and read many harem novels in his spare time, he had a thorough understanding of multi-partner lifestyles, embracing it without any aversion. He was a straight man with normal aesthetics and upright values, always fond of beautiful, good-natured, and comfortable women. He never resisted getting along with excellent women, nor did he object to forming a compliant multi-member family and enjoying a harmonious harem life. In his previous life, modern society was strict with monogamy as the baseline. Even if he yearned for more, he could only abide by the rules and remain single without daring to entertain any extra thoughts. But now it was different. He had transmigrated into a parallel world with more women than men, where the environment had completely changed. Laws and regulations favored men, social norms were tolerant, and everyone accepted that men should marry multiple wives, care for family, and procreate. It was understood and supported by all with no criticism. With such favorable conditions laid before him, enjoying privileges openly and selecting desirable companions was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Only a fool would deliberately reject or be overly sentimental about it. Lin Shen's thoughts were straightforward and clear, without any hesitation or pretense. In this world where men were scarce and highly sought after, he didn't need to work hard to win favor or compete for attention. He was naturally endowed with advantages, surrounded by gentle, beautiful, and thoughtful girls, all considerate and understanding. As long as he maintained his principles and lived honestly, he could easily choose a few compatible and congenial beauties to accompany him, living a stable and comfortable life. It was an ideal start with no room for dissatisfaction. From the moment he entered this campus and was registered by the special instructor, he was labeled as a region-wide ultra-rare resource, with every word and action treated with gentleness and care. On the surface, the entire school treated him with tenderness and protection, as if holding a precious treasure. Behind the scenes, all pure-hearted girls silently extended goodwill and observed, hoping to get close to him and sincerely seek a lifelong companionship, without any deliberate harassment or malicious scheming. Such a gentle circle only brought comfort, not oppression. Lin Shen chuckled inwardly, his gaze calm and composed. There was never a free lunch in the world. Although the privileges here were generous, rights and responsibilities were balanced with clear rules. By fulfilling corresponding obligations, one could steadily enjoy all the benefits, fair and reasonable. All the conveniences, care, and resources tilted toward men in this world were not given for free. Only by taking on family responsibilities earnestly after adulthood, treating each wife with care, and raising offspring properly, could one enjoy a lifetime of privileges without any pitfalls. Daily travel without squeezing into crowds, dedicated passages, meals at the cafeteria with priority, no waiting, exemption from heavy chores, priority in evaluations, monthly subsidies, round-the-clock personal security on and off campus, free from bullying or grievances. Surrounded by beautiful, gentle girls who proactively cared and accommodated him, everything was prioritized for him. Such a comfortable, carefree campus life with beauties all around was something no one would want to miss or resist. In simple terms, now he could enjoy the privileges and live a low-key life. After adulthood, he would carefully select a few favorite beauties to marry, manage the family well, and take on the due responsibilities without betraying the privileges or the sincerity, thus living a stable and happy life. This was not a constraint, but a genuine life benefit, a perfect start for a transmigrator. It was only rational to embrace it and not resist or create unnecessary worries. The only bottom line to maintain was accept the benefits and privileges, but never tolerate coercion or manipulation. Anyone who tried to force him into submission or bind him forcefully would be considered an enemy, and he would not indulge them. Just as Lin Shen was silently weighing the pros and cons and planning his comfortable future, the crisp sound of high heels landing on the floor came from the front podium, breaking the extreme silence in the classroom. The female homeroom teacher, holding a thick teaching plan, walked gracefully to the podium. Her gaze, instead of sweeping over the entire class, instinctively fell on Lin Shun with a natural gentleness and careful care. Her tone was softer than usual, showing exclusive treatment, polite and considerate. Students, please sit quietly and prepare for class. Before officially starting today's lesson, on behalf of the grade 12 group, I will read an urgent official notice from the District Special Management Office. Everyone must listen carefully and strictly comply with no violations or negligence. The teacher gently pressed her hand to signal the class to remain silent, her expression solemn, carrying the gravity of an official notice, meticulous and serious. She paused for 2 seconds, deliberately emphasizing her tone, and glanced at Lin Shen again, conveying a sense of reiteration and caution lest anyone in the class neglect and disturb this ultra-rare male student, hindering the subsequent special care work. After dual verification and filing by the District Male Special Protection Center and the Campus Moral Education Office regarding our new registered healthy male citizen of appropriate age in Class 7, Grade 12, Lin Shen, effective immediately, the entire school will implement a special level protective privileges policy, with all teachers and students unconditionally cooperating. Dedicated dining windows for priority meals, independent quiet dormitory accommodation, full set of top-tier free teaching materials, exclusive green passages for campus travel, simultaneously safety distances are defined. No female student may for any personal reason unreasonably confront or offend, force close contact or social gatherings, or assign heavy physical labor. All aspects ensure Lin Shen's physical and mental well-being and campus safety, creating a comfortable and pleasant learning environment. The teacher read each word clearly and systematically, every clause a tangible benefit accessible without any conditions. As her voice fell, all the female students in the class nodded in unison, their eyes revealing genuine envy and admiration. Everyone understood that this treatment was a top-tier resource that ordinary girls could never achieve through hard work. A unique privilege of males, enviable, yet requiring acceptance and protection to be cherished with gentleness. No need to cue early, no heavy chores, no competition for teaching materials, no worries about interpersonal disputes. Wherever one goes, there is courtesy and care, surrounded by gentle companions. Such a comfortable, carefree campus life would bring joy to anyone. Around Lin Shen's empty seat, many girls quietly glanced at him, their gazes tender and eager, full of the desire to care and get along, maintaining a respectful distance with perfect propriety, understanding and considerate. With such extreme privileges and gentle surroundings before him, Lin Shen accepted it openly without any hypocrisy. He was happy to enjoy these exclusive benefits and later to select favorite beauties to marry and manage a family well. But one thing he would never compromise on: he accepted the privileges and the gentleness. But if anyone tried to bully him, force him, or make him do things against his will, regardless of how prominent their family or background, he would stand firm and show no mercy. The teacher looked down at the documents in her hand, her expression serious, reading objectively, without any personal emotion, continuing to supplement the official rules. Simultaneously, the core Clause 18 of the Global Population Balance Protection Act is implemented as a supplementary new regulation. All healthy male citizens of appropriate age who pass the verification without underlying diseases will be automatically and mandatorily entered into the National Marriage Reserve Pool on the day they turn 18. Information will be archived for life with dynamic verification and special safety protection throughout. Upon adulthood, men must fulfill the hard social responsibilities of population reproduction, family building, and ethnic survival according to law. They need to independently select multiple virtuous, family-compatible, and healthy female partners to form multi-member families, balancing the global population gender structure. The law only mandates that men of appropriate age must marry and be registered solely for real-time location tracking to ensure their travel safety and prevent malicious harm or harassment. It does not force designated marriage partners assigned residences or interfere with personal living preferences. Male students can freely choose wives they find agreeable, compatible, and with harmonious personalities, independently decide on the city of residence lifestyle and family interaction patterns. The government only handles safety records and population statistics, never interfering in personal emotional choices or forcibly binding relationships. This law has no exemption slots or single status application permissions. All personnel must rigidly fulfill the marriage obligation without subjective refusal, deliberate avoidance, or private evasion of registration. Violators will be included in the dishonesty blacklist, lose all privileges, and face accountability. The explanation was straightforward, clearly defining all boundaries without forceful pressure, yet making the rights and responsibilities plain, enveloping the entire classroom. The class fell into absolute silence. Not even the faint sound of pen on paper could be heard. No female student showed surprise or found it harsh. Everyone was accustomed to it and accepted it as natural, as if it were an eternal truth, a duty for everyone, without question or resistance, their hearts full of. They all aspired to strive earnestly and accompany each other with heartfelt devotion in the days to come. After all, from their earliest education to the societal environment they inhabited, they had been constantly instilled with a single doctrine: it was the innate duty of women to take the initiative in giving, embrace mutual support, be gentle and considerate, understand and accommodate, unite to safeguard the scarce male population, and diligently manage multi-member families to aid population recovery. While men enjoying preferential treatment were to care for the family, treat each wife with kindness, and bear the responsibility of procreation as their unshirkable obligation. Passed down through generations and observed by all, this belief was deeply rooted, etched into their very bones, and no one would deliberately defy it. After listening to the complete set of clear and well-structured legal provisions, Lin Shen felt not a trace of chill, but rather a profound sense of reassurance. A glimmer of certainty and expectation deepened in his eyes as he gently traced the edge of the table with his fingertips, silently calculating and planning. The rules aligned perfectly with his desires, hitting every point of his thoughts without any unreasonable constraints. They were all favorable conditions ideally suited to his own vision. Indeed, as he had privately anticipated, without a single discrepancy, everything was advantageous. The responsibilities were clearly defined, the freedoms were entirely preserved, a perfect harmony, comfortable and carefree. He had fully comprehended the fundamental rules of this world, and his heart immediately settled into tranquility, free from any lingering worry or anxiety. Here men were not bound tools, but life winners who were tenderly cared for, fully favored, and held the initiative in choosing their partners. In youth, they were meticulously nurtured and granted every advantage to build a strong body and a solid health foundation. Upon reaching adulthood in the appropriate age, they only needed to take on the responsibility of marriage, select a few agreeable, gentle, and compatible women according to their own preferences to start a family, without being forced into passive assignments or bound for life to someone domineering and aggressive. All registration procedures and information filings were designed solely to monitor the whereabouts of men around the clock, strictly prevent accidental loss of contact, personal harm, or malicious harassment, and comprehensively protect the safety of the scarce male population, without any malicious intent to control their lives, allowing full freedom of choice. Now being cherished, protected, and favored by the entire school, with no worries about food and clothing, everything going smoothly, and surrounded by beautiful women, seemed like a glorious privilege. But in truth, these were legitimate benefits. As long as he fulfilled his duties with dedication and took good care of his family in the future, he could enjoy them with a clear conscience for a lifetime, without any psychological burden. Most crucially, the law only mandated that he must marry a sufficient number, form a multi-member family, and register on time. The entire process allowed free choice of partners, free settlement, and free arrangement of life. No arranged marriages, no forced assignments, no compulsory binding of relationships. If he wished to marry a gentle and understanding woman, a cool and elegant one, or a caring and home-oriented one, it was entirely his aesthetic preference. If he wanted to settle in a bustling downtown area or a quiet small town, it was all his own decision. No one else had the right to interfere, and the authorities would not intervene, only responsible for subsequent safety protection, perfectly matching the straightforward man's desire for a carefree life. Lin Shen felt completely at ease. He did not resent the idea of a harem, nor did he reject multiple wives. In fact, he secretly felt that this transmigration was an incredible stroke of luck. In his past life, he could only envy the protagonists in novels. Now he was personally stepping into the scene, lawfully and legitimately, selecting beautiful women to accompany him, without public pressure or rule restrictions, with nationwide support and official backing. A perfect start. His only unwavering bottom line was never a resistance to marriage or multiple partners, but a rejection of domineering, arrogant, overbearing women who tried to force their will on him, like the heiress who had publicly put on airs and compelled him to take sides. Even if such a woman had excellent conditions, he had no interest and would never accommodate her. His thoughts were crystal clear. To gentle, understanding women who treated him sincerely, he would be willing to get along well and care for them wholeheartedly. To those who were domineering, forced compliance, and did not respect his wishes, he would simply refuse and cut off all contact, never compromising. Lin Shen quickly and calmly reviewed the pros and cons in his mind, analyzed his current situation rationally, and maintained a remarkably relaxed attitude. Objectively speaking, he had a sound moral outlook, an open personality, and appreciation for beautiful things, and a preference for gentle women. He did not resent settling down and living a stable life. With official rules safeguarding him and societal privileges supporting him, he could easily start a comfortable life with multiple partners, so there was no need to resist unnecessarily. He simply needed to seize the opportunity. He had always been a straightforward man, acting decisively with his own opinions, boundaries, and principles. He liked to control the rhythm of his own life and make choices according to his own heart. He was willing to actively choose gentle and agreeable women and build a family with them, but he would never accept being manipulated by outsiders or forced by domineering women. The line between the two was clear and would never be blurred. After reaching adulthood, he would simply be registered in the Marriage Reserve Safety Database and complete the family registration information on time without being subject to overall management of his private marriage and love life. From then on, whom he would be with, whom he would marry, what kind of family he would form, and which city he would settle in were all decisions to be made according to his own heart, completely in control of his own life's pace. The school district, the specialized management department, and the top-tier elite families could only protect his safety and safeguard his rights without interfering in his mate preferences, life choices, or private daily affairs. They would not restrict his freedom in marriage and love, nor manipulate his life path. The only hard requirement was to honestly register and fulfill the responsibility of marriage and procreation, minimal constraints, maximum benefits. Such relaxed and comfortable rules with benefits fully maximized had only advantages and no shackles. The only thing to watch out for were those women who, relying on their family backgrounds, wanted to forcibly take him and compel him to submit. Everything else would go smoothly without worry. Just as Lin Chen's mind was relaxing and he was privately envisioning his comfortable future life, a gentle breath quietly approached from beside him, carrying a faint, clean scent of grass and wood. Not pungent, not abrupt, but tender and appropriate. His deskmate Su Qinghan, who was usually reserved, taciturn, and aloof, quietly turned her fair face, lowered her voice to a whisper, and spoke softly, her words lingering only near Lin Chen's ear, unnoticed by anyone else around. Perfectly measured, gentle, and considerate. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't worry excessively about these responsibilities and trivial matters. These legal marriage obligations are only things to be fulfilled after adulthood. You haven't reached that age yet, so no one will force you to make a choice or settle on a partner immediately. You have plenty of time to get to know people and make your selection slowly. Moreover, let me tell you a sincere thought with no ulterior motives and no desire to compete for attention. If in the future you truly need to form a multi-member family according to the law, I can be the first to voluntarily register and file. I won't fight, argue, make noise, compare, or cause trouble. I'll quietly accompany you, fulfill my duties, be gentle and home-oriented, and live a good life, without ever adding any burden to you or interfering with your choices of others. Her tone was calm and gentle, restrained, without being overly flattering or sentimental. Yet her eyes were exceptionally clear and earnest, filled with sincerity, and without a trace of calculation or deceit. In her cool and elegant features, the usual distant coldness had rarely faded, replaced by a gentle warmth. It was evident that these words came from the depths of her heart, thoughtful and considerate, perfectly matching Lin Chen's preferences. Lin Chen glanced at her lightly, and his fondness for her instantly increased, feeling a clear and refreshing sensation. A cool and elegant appearance, quiet and considerate, not noisy, sincere. Wasn't this exactly the type he favored? Gentle and thoughtful, with a strong sense of proportion, not domineering or aggressive, easy to get along with. Far better than those arrogant, overbearing women who bullied others. He understood that he could not blame these girls for taking the initiative to show goodwill and strive earnestly. In this world, from the moment they began to understand, they received a unified education to be considerate, inclusive, gentle, and proactive in pursuing the man they desired, to learn to coexist harmoniously with other women, support the family together, share responsibilities, and jointly protect the scarce male population to aid population recovery. In their perception, sharing a high-quality, reliable man, forming a stable and harmonious family according to the rules, and embracing mutual accommodation and support was not a hardship or compromise, but the best destination for a stable life. A happiness worth striving for and cherishing, natural and unquestionable. They had never felt awkward or aggrieved, long accustomed to such rules of survival and marriage patterns, sincerely wishing only to accompany each other well and live a peaceful life. Only those with ill intentions, who were arrogant and domineering, or who looked down on others due to their privileged backgrounds, would think of forcibly taking and pressuring, disrespecting the man's will, and manipulating others. No matter how good their conditions were, such people would never be accepted by Lin Chen. They only aroused his aversion. In the front row, the class monitor Lin, watching with her capable demeanor and strong sense of responsibility, also keenly sensed the relaxation and ease in Lin Chen's heart and let out a soft sigh of relief. She did not speak loudly. Instead, she quietly turned her head slightly, her gaze firm and resolute, exuding a reliable and decisive aura. She silently conveyed a reassuring look to Lin Chen, implying a steadfast promise: with me in the class, and the instructor providing special protection, no matter who outside tries to play tricks or cause trouble, I will shield you immediately and never let you suffer any grievance or be forced by anyone. Capable and reliable, with a sense of responsibility and ability. Another type of high-quality match. Looking around the entire classroom, although everyone appeared to be quietly attending the lesson in an orderly manner, each girl was secretly calculating and silently competing, gently gathering their strength to perform well. Everyone was well aware that Lin Chen had an upright character, excellent moral quality, a refreshing appearance, and a straightforward personality. He was a rare and high-quality eligible male, scarce and reliable, sincere in his dealings without putting on airs or being domineering or indifferent. Whoever could approach him gently in advance, protect him quietly, treat him sincerely, and accumulate goodwill would be able to secure a favorable position in the future marriage registration list, locking in a stable life guarantee for themselves, free from worries about food and clothing, with a smooth and comfortable life ahead. Gentle, caring protection, low-key groundwork, and sincere companionship were far more effective at touching Lin Chen than public competition, high-profile confrontation, or forceful pressure. They were also more reliable and stable, making it easier to enter his heart. Lin Chen slowly took a deep breath, suppressing all the distracting thoughts in his mind, steadying his spirit with a calm and confident look in his eyes. He knew that for now there was no need to dwell on future trivialities or worry about daily arrangements. He should quietly lie low, enjoy the current privileges, and slowly observe the quality girls around him, carefully selecting those who suited his taste and temperament. The only thing to watch out for was the domineering heiress who held a grudge. Having lost face and harbored resentment, she would certainly not let the matter rest. Her attempts to retaliate and exert pressure would soon follow, and trouble was already imminent. He must remain calm and respond in advance, holding his ground without being manipulated by her. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than without any delay the wooden back door at the rear of the classroom was gently knocked twice. The rhythm was orderly, carrying the restrained and distant air of official personnel, breaking the quiet atmosphere of the classroom. A staff member in an off-campus uniform wearing a dedicated badge from the Resource Management Office on his chest leaned in from outside the door. His gaze was sharp and quickly swept across the entire class without lingering or randomly glancing, locking precisely onto Lin Shun, who was sitting by the window, highly purposeful. His expression was strictly businesslike, his tone cold and impersonal, without a hint of warmth, leaving no room for refusal or delay. He directly issued a summons in public. Lin Shun, class 3 grade 12, please stop whatever you are doing immediately and come out. The off-campus Comprehensive Male Resource Management Office has dispatched a representative to have a private conversation with you regarding certain specialized matters. This is official business, so you must not delay or evade. You are required to be present and cooperate with the inquiry immediately. As his words fell, the originally calm and harmonious atmosphere in the classroom instantly tightened, with a subtle pressure quickly spreading throughout the room. All the girls subconsciously felt a pang of worry. Lin Shun's gaze turned slightly cool, and he immediately understood in his heart, without any panic. He responded calmly. No need to think too much, no need to guess. The answer was obvious. The heiress's move was even faster and more decisive than he had anticipated. As soon as she lost face, she promptly used her family connections to mobilize off-campus official resources, bypassing the school's internal protection system, and came to apply targeted pressure and cause trouble. Her thinking was narrow-minded, her methods assertive, clearly intending to force him into submission. Lin Shun made a firm decision in his heart, wanting to force me, manipulate me, or oppress me with power. Dream on. I will continue to enjoy the privileges, accept the gentleness, and charm the beauties, but as for forceful coercion, it is absolutely out of the question. No matter who comes to apply pressure today, it won't work. The moment the knock echoed at the back door of the classroom, the air within seemed to tighten, as if seized by an invisible hand. The once gentle and quiet girls who had been obediently lowering their heads in preparation for the lesson simultaneously held their breath. Their shoulders tensed instinctively, none daring to look up, yet all understood. The arrival was not a friendly one. Had it been an ordinary teacher from within the school summoning someone, the tone would not have been so cold, the gaze so hard, nor would they have bypassed the homeroom teacher to publicly call out a specially protected male student during class. Only one possibility remained. The person outside carried authority and a targeted purpose. By the window seat, Lin Shun raised his eyes, his expression utterly unruffled. He understood perfectly. Just moments ago, he had openly confronted a wealthy heiress, causing her to lose face. In retaliation, she had promptly mobilized her family connections, calling in an external resource management office under the guise of a routine conversation to apply pressure. In essence, they aimed to use official authority to force him to bow, to yield, and to voluntarily apologize to that young lady. An ordinary boy might have panicked on the spot, fearing for his records, disciplinary actions, or the revocation of privileges, and would eventually comply. But Lin Shun was not one to be swayed. He had traveled to this world not to be a soft target for anyone to manipulate. He enjoyed the privileges he was entitled to, gladly interacted with gentle girls, and fully accepted the prospect of a lawful multi-wife household in the future. A harem would come as it may, and a comfortable life was the rightful benefit for men in this world. Yet if anyone sought to bully him through power, force their will upon him, or compel him to bow, they would find him unyielding. Even if they cloaked themselves in official authority, he would stand his ground to the end. Lin Shun rose slowly, his movements deliberate. His back was straight, his gaze calm, without a trace of fear. Beside him, his quiet deskmate Su Qinghan instinctively reached out and gently tugged at his sleeve. The touch was light, carrying a hint of barely perceptible concern. She lowered her voice, speaking only for him to hear. Be careful. The Resource Management Office has extensive authority. They can directly report your conduct records affecting your future marriage rating. These words were not a threat, but the truth. In this world, men not only enjoyed privileges, but also had every word and action recorded in a ledger. Ratings for conduct, cooperation, and emotional stability were all entered into the future marriage selection file. A low rating would mean that even in a lawful marriage, one could only match with ordinary women, while high-quality women from wealthy families would be completely out of reach. This was a subtle, yet formidable form of control. Lin Shun turned his head, glancing calmly at Su Qinghan, and said in a steady tone, "It's fine. I don't seek trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. With reason, one can go anywhere. Without it, every step is difficult. I've done nothing wrong, and no one can pin a charge on me." Su Qinghan bit her lip, let go of his sleeve, but her eyes still brimmed with worry. The class monitor, Lin Wanqing, seated in the front row, turned around and shot a sharp glance at the staff member at the door, silently conveying that the male students in her class were not to be pressured by outsiders. The hearts of all the girls in the class were also suspended. They were not afraid of disputes among classmates or troublemakers from outside the school, but they dreaded the official departments using regulations as a pretext to target Lin Shun and force him to compromise and apologize. Once Lin Shun was forced to bow his head, he would be seen as easily manipulated and bullied, and endless troubles would follow. Lin Shun stepped forward, walking calmly toward the back door. Along the way, all the girls' eyes followed him, filled with both worry and tension. At the door, the uniformed staff member stood expressionless, businesslike, and spoke in a cold tone. "You are Lin Shun?" "Yes." Lin Shun nodded, neither servile nor arrogant. "Come with me. A special interview room downstairs. Individual questioning, no accompaniment allowed." The staff member's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. The homeroom teacher quickly stepped forward, speaking cautiously. "Comrade, may I ask the reason for this?" According to regulations, for an interview with a male student on campus, the school should be present to record the proceedings. Correct. The staff member shot a cold glance. "This is an off-campus emergency matter involving confidential individual questioning. The school has no right to listen or intervene. Cooperate, or it will be recorded as obstructing official duties." With that one sentence, the homeroom teacher was left speechless. The power play was laid bare. Lin Shun's inner disdain grew. A routine inquiry would not be so aggressive, would not deliberately isolate the school, and would not be so eager for a private talk. It was clearly an attempt to pressure him privately, using threats and inducements to make him apologize. "Let's go," Lin Shun said calmly, taking the lead and walking ahead without any hesitation. In such moments, showing fear would only embolden the other side. The two walked one after the other along the corridor of the teaching building. The corridor was quiet, the echoes clear. Along the way, girls from other classes peeked through cracks in the doors, their gazes filled with surprise and uncertainty. Everyone knew that a rare male student being taken away for a private talk by off-campus personnel was rarely a good sign. Downstairs, in the independent special interview room. The room was small, with 4 white walls, a long table, 2 chairs, and a red light blinking on the corner surveillance camera, recording everything by the book. The staff member gestured for Lin Shun to sit, then sat opposite him, opened a blank interview record book, and cut straight to the chase, without any preamble. "Lin Shun, I'll be direct with you. During the break this morning at the classroom door, you maliciously confronted the noblewoman Shun Ruiyao in public, causing her severe emotional distress, loss of face, and tensions among social circles. This led to cross-class group conflict and disrupted campus harmony. Is that correct?" He immediately set the tone, pinning the blame before proceeding. Lin Shun looked up, his voice calm. "That is not correct. I did not maliciously confront her. I simply expressed my personal wishes, refused forced socializing, and declined being publicly fought over. I used no profanity, made no aggressive moves, and did not provoke the situation. The conflict was not initiated by me." The staff member frowned, his tone turning colder. "This is not the time for you to argue details. I am giving you a piece of advice from the Resource Management Office, a goodwill mediation. Shun Ruiyao comes from an excellent family background. Her family has made significant contributions to the district's population support projects, and is a key high-quality marriage reserve family. If you offer a sincere apology and soften your attitude for a private settlement, this matter will end here, and your records, ratings, and marriage prospects will suffer no negative impact. On the other hand, if you remain stubborn, we can record your non-cooperation, emotional instability, and low social adaptability directly into your male conduct ledger. In the future, when it comes to marriage selection, high-quality families will exclude you first. Good women will be out of reach, and all network resources will be closed to you. Think carefully about the consequences." It was a blatant threat, sweet words on the surface, but a knife beneath. In essence, apologize, and nothing happens, or refuse, and your future is cut in half. An ordinary boy would likely have given in on the spot. Who would risk their lifelong marriage, rating, and future prospects over pride? But Lin Shun, upon hearing this, felt not fear, but greater calm. He saw the situation clearly. First, he enjoyed his privileges, and there was nothing wrong with that. Second, he intended to marry multiple wives, register them, and take on responsibilities. No issue there. Third, he liked gentle, understanding, and attractive women, and was willing to treat them well. He did not reject the idea of a harem. That was fine. But fourth, he would never bow to those who were domineering, unreasonable, or who tried to bully him through power. That was his bottom line. Once that line was crossed, he would be led by the nose for the rest of his life. Lin Shun spoke calmly, his voice low but clear. "I will not apologize." The staff member's face darkened. "Say that again." "I said I will not apologize," Lin Shun repeated, his tone even steadier. "First, I did nothing wrong. Second, I am protected by law against forced socializing. Third, using archives and ratings to threaten me is illegal pressure, and I can report it to the higher-level male rights protection hotline." The staff member was taken aback. He had not expected a high school boy to be so well-versed in the rules and so unafraid of official pressure. Lin Shun continued calmly. "You only recorded her emotional distress. Why didn't you record her public blockade, forceful contention, and disruption of classroom order? Why didn't you record how she instigated group conflict? Selective recording and selective accountability is not fair inquiry, it is biased pressure. Let me say it again, I am willing to communicate politely, interact normally, and even have friendly exchanges in the future, but forcing me to apologize is impossible." The staff member's face turned completely cold. "Fine. You're very stubborn. Aren't you afraid of affecting your future marriage rating? Aren't you afraid of being blacklisted from all quality resources? Lin Shin smiled faintly. I choose my wife based on character, personality, and sincerity, not by bowing my head to win a marriage slot. Women who truly like me will not distance themselves because I refuse to yield. As for women who want to coerce me with power, I never intended to marry them anyway. These words were spoken with honesty and insight. What he sought was a gentle, understanding, and sincere partner, not a high and mighty young lady who constantly wielded power to suppress others. No matter how wealthy or powerful she was, if her nature was domineering, he would not consider her. The staff member found himself momentarily speechless, his face alternating between pale and red. He had not expected to be unable to control a teenage boy today. The atmosphere in the room was frozen to the extreme. Just then a clear and firm female voice came from outside the door. Report on campus, male special protection duty officer arrives. Requesting to enter and observe the interview to verify whether the off-campus personnel's process complies with regulations. The door opened. A female instructor in a light blue duty uniform, tall and poised with a sharp demeanor, walked in, her gaze fixed directly on the staff member at the table. At the same time, class monitor Lin Wanqing stood silently outside the door, her eyes resolute, watching over the proceedings to ensure Lin Shun was not secretly mistreated. The staff member's heart skipped a beat. The school was protecting its own. Lin Shun raised his eyes, his mind settled. The trouble was not over, but he was not afraid in the slightest. The door to the interview room was gently pushed open. A cool evening breeze from the hallway drifted inside, instantly dissipating the tense and oppressive atmosphere that had gripped the space. The bureaucratic pressure that had weighed heavily upon the room began to ease, and the once stagnant air slowly started to circulate again. The visitor was Qin Lan, the female instructor stationed at the campus male protection post. She wore a standard light blue duty uniform that fit her neatly, her raven black hair pulled back into a practical bun. Her features were serene and dignified, carrying the quiet composure of years spent in official service. She made no show of her authority upon entering, nor did she rush to interject. Her gaze simply swept across the room, calmly absorbing the dynamics between the two parties and the contrast in their demeanors, already forming a preliminary judgment. Across the table sat an external resource management worker who had been stern-faced and forceful moments before, intent on pressuring Lin Shun into submission and apology. But upon catching sight of Qin Lan, his body stiffened involuntarily, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes, and the authority he had been projecting weakened noticeably, his confidence visibly sinking. In contrast, Lin Shin remained seated with a composed and relaxed expression, his composure unshaken throughout. He was not one to seek conflict or revel in sharp words, nor did he affect an aloof demeanor to assert dominance. In truth, he possessed a clear and easygoing nature, navigating social interactions with appropriate boundaries and understanding. He could easily distinguish who genuinely helped him, who deliberately made things difficult, and who acted fairly, always remaining straightforward without pretense or rigidity. His one notable weakness stood out clearly: his emotional intelligence was not particularly sharp. His thoughts were straightforward and pure, and he struggled to decode the subtle hints in polite conversation, the indirect messages girls conveyed, or the graceful maneuvering required in social situations, always reacting slightly behind the curve. In matters of romance, he embodied the typical straightforward man, unable to create romantic atmospheres, lacking in persuasive words, and unable to grasp the delicate thoughts of women. Yet this directness was limited to romantic contexts. In everyday social interactions and proper conduct, he maintained clear understanding and appropriate boundaries. When the other party had tried to manipulate him through moral records and lifelong pairing evaluations with baseless threats, he simply felt discomfort and reluctance, not wanting to accept unwarranted blame or endure injustice for no reason. Throughout, he never intended to cause trouble or show off bravado publicly. He was merely defending his boundaries instinctively. The staff member suppressed his inner panic and attempted to maintain an official demeanor, trying to block Qin Lan at the doorway. Instructor Qin, this is a confidential external interview. Unauthorized personnel have no right to observe. We ask that you respect your post and refrain from interfering in field operations. Qin Lan remained composed, her tone calm, yet firmly grounded in regulations, without confrontation or opposition. I am here solely to oversee the process as required, verifying whether this interview complies with all regulations. District-wide regulations clearly state that any registered male student of appropriate age receiving independent questioning from external departments must have the school's designated guardian instructor present throughout for documentation. There is no provision excluding our involvement. On the contrary, you are deliberately circumventing the school's supervision procedures by conducting private interviews with enrolled students, which itself violates protocol. Her citation of the regulation effectively shut down all his flimsy justifications with irrefutable logic. The staff member's expression darkened as his confidence wavered, yet he could only nod reluctantly, afraid to voice further objections. Qin Lan calmly pulled over an unused chair and sat down. Turning to Lin Shun, her tone shed its official detachment, becoming warm and approachable without any sense of superiority. Don't be nervous. Simply recount what happened at the doorway during break as it truly unfolded. State the facts plainly without deliberate yielding or exaggeration. Just give an honest account. Lin Shen nodded gently, his expression natural and relaxed, neither submissive nor arrogant, nor putting on a show of maturity. Having navigated this world where women outnumber men for so long, he understood all the survival rules and felt secure within himself. Here men received comprehensive privileges with their daily lives fully cared for. Upon reaching adulthood, simply by registering and fulfilling basic familial responsibilities, they could freely choose a partner to marry and establish a home, without forced arrangements. All rules were reasonable and aligned with their desires, which he fully accepted without resistance. The girls around him in class were mostly gentle and considerate, with pleasant appearances, treating him with sincerity and care. He found their company comfortable and did not object to the possibility of naturally forming a family in the future. His only genuine objection was to those who relied on their family background and power to force their will upon him, to corner and compete for him, or to manipulate his life through status pressure. The feeling of being treated as an object to be controlled made him deeply uncomfortable. The thought passed quickly. Lin Shen slowed his speech and laid out the events objectively. A crowd had gathered noisily at the entrance, with Shun Ruiyao leading followers from another class to specifically confront him, deliberately provoking verbal exchanges and insisting on publicly claiming his allegiance. The girls from his own class stepped forward to defend him, creating a stalemate that escalated into greater chaos. He had no desire to be drawn into pointless conflict or to be pulled back and forth between rival factions, so he simply stated his position plainly. There were no harsh words or personal attacks, no deliberate targeting of anyone, no exaggeration of the stakes. It was simply a straightforward account of what happened, unbiased and free from personal grievance. After finishing his account, he added casually in a flat tone, "I did not intentionally provoke anyone or start trouble. I simply dislike being surrounded and contested by others, feeling uncomfortable in such situations. I just want to focus on my studies without getting involved in interpersonal drama." His words were plain and straightforward, without pretense or stiffness, revealing his genuine nature. Qinlan listened quietly to the entire account, having already grasped the complete sequence of events and clearly understanding who was right and wrong. Turning to the staff member, she maintained a calm tone without causing a public scene. "You heard the entire incident. The root of this conflict never lay with Lin Shen. He is simply straightforward and uninterested in disputes or manipulation, acting with clarity rather than violating any rules or moral standards." Then she calmly pointed out the crucial issue with appropriate measure, "But you made unilateral judgments about accountability without understanding the full context and used moral records and pairing evaluations to pressure the student. That goes beyond normal administrative coordination and constitutes a violation of duty." The staff member's face turned ashen with embarrassment. He had come at the request of Shun Ruiyao's family, using his official capacity as cover to apply private pressure, restore the heiress's reputation, and tag Lin Shen with a negative record as a warning. With Qinlan exposing his ulterior motives in front of everyone, and the room surveillance capturing everything on record, if this were reported to inspectors, he would face dismissal and punishment, a costly mistake he could not afford. After weighing the consequences, he swallowed his resentment and reluctantly agreed. "Fine. Since the school guardian has objections, I will not enter any negative records. Let this matter rest here. Both sides will keep to themselves from now on without further pursuit." Without another word, he quickly gathered his documents and hurried out, unable to bear staying a moment longer. The door closed behind him, the noise faded, and the interview room finally fell silent. Qinlan looked at Lin Shen and sighed helplessly, her tone warm but sincere. "You are a good kid at heart, never looking for trouble, but your bluntness gets you into awkward situations. You do not know how to read the room or soften your words, so you offend people without realizing it." Lin Shen scratched his head embarrassingly and admitted frankly, "I am not good at social situations. I cannot pick up on workplace pleasantries, social networking, or when people are hinting at things indirectly. I simply cannot keep up with that pace." He understood his own shortcomings well. His emotional intelligence was not strong. He could not navigate social dynamics smoothly or curry favor with those in power, and in relationships, he was completely straightforward, lacking any romantic tricks or ability to charm women. But his heart was honest and kind. He treated people with sincerity and respect, never cold or arrogant, never presumptuous about his advantages, making him easy to get along with. Qinlan could not help but smile approvingly. "Fortunately, you have good character. You do not put on airs, you do not bully others using male privilege, and you do not covet wealth or power. This world gives men so many special privileges with the hope that you will be stable, responsible, and build good families. Your character makes you reliable and rare." Then she shifted tone, offering a practical warning. "But I must remind you, Shun Ruiyao lost face publicly today and could not use her official connections to pressure you into submission. She will likely hold a grudge. While school rules prevent her from retaliating openly, she will probably find ways to undermine you behind the scenes and set traps. Your straightforward nature makes you vulnerable. Keep a low profile going forward and avoid being alone with her to prevent unnecessary conflicts." "I understand. Thank you for the warning, instructor. I will focus on my studies and stay out of trouble." Lin Shen responded with humble gratitude, appreciating her guidance, even if he was not naturally smooth in social situations. "Let's go. I will walk you back to class." Qinlan rose gracefully, and they walked side by side out of the interview room, proceeding steadily along the quiet hallway. Girls from passing classes peeked out curiously, their eyes filled with worry and apprehension. Seeing Lin Shun relaxed and at ease without any sign of distress, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Shun did not pretend to be profound or aloof. When others glanced his way, he offered a simple nod, treating people with warmth and appropriate distance. Quickly returning to the classroom door, he pushed it open to find all 40-plus girls' eyes fixed on him, their concern palpable, and the atmosphere instantly grew quiet. Class monitor Lin Wanqing immediately approached quietly, her voice low, with genuine worry. How did it go? Did they make things difficult for you? Did they unfairly add negative records to your file? She handled matters efficiently and took responsibility, silently maintaining class order while truly caring about Lin Chen's situation. Lin Chen shook his head gently and responded concisely. It is all fine now. The instructor intervened fairly, and the matter has been completely resolved. His tone was natural and grounded, neither pretentious nor aloof, practical, yet composed. Beside him, his aloof deskmate, Su Qinghan, quietly lifted her gaze, a subtle warmth of relief breaking through her usual distant expression. Reserved and quiet by nature, she did not ask unnecessary questions, but instead silently slid a cup of lukewarm water toward him, thoughtful, yet restrained, offering companionship without intrusion. Lin Chen picked up the cup and thanked her straightforwardly. Thank you. His simple politeness was genuine and unadorned. He knew clearly in his heart that the girls in his class were mostly kind-natured and gentle, treating him with genuine sincerity and without ill intent. In time, living closely together day by day, he would naturally adapt and grow together with them, choosing to build a family with the right match according to the rules, and everything would fall into place perfectly. He fully accepted the advantages this world offered and willingly took on corresponding responsibilities, but strongly rejected being forcefully manipulated or treated as an object to be fought over. Beyond that, he was easygoing and generous, making him very pleasant to be around. However, Lin Shen understood clearly that while the public disturbance had settled today, the underlying threats had not truly vanished. Shun Ruiao's narrow-minded nature and her powerful family connections meant she would not let this matter rest. Open confrontation was easy to avoid, but hidden challenges were far more difficult to foresee. In the days ahead, subtle obstacles and carefully orchestrated difficulties would likely follow in quick succession. The bell signaling the end of class rang, yet the tension in the classroom did not ease in the slightest. Everyone had been holding their breath since Lin Shun was taken aside earlier for a conversation with the campus administrators. Even if he returned safely, everyone knew the matter was not over. Lin Shun remained seated, his expression calm and composed, drinking water and organizing his books, as if nothing unusual had happened. He was not slow to understand nor ignorant of the fact that some were targeting him. It was simply his nature. He understood social dynamics well enough to know who treated him kindly and who harbored ill intentions. He was courteous, unpretentious, and never deliberately aloof. But he was not skilled at reading between the lines, nor did he enjoy playing mind games or troubling himself with unnecessary speculation. When something came up, he followed the rules. When nothing was wrong, he simply lived his life quietly. Straightforward and uncomplicated, that was his way. Lin, watching the class monitor seated in the front row, could not relax at all, her brow perpetually slightly furrowed. She understood better than anyone the fundamental rule of this world: healthy men of appropriate age were a scarce and core resource, protected simultaneously by national law and special campus-level safeguards, with a priority that superseded personal relationships, class dynamics, or family reputations. As long as Lin Shen did not willingly break the rules or cause trouble, no one on campus would dare confront him openly. Not the student council, not ordinary teachers, and not even mid-level officials within the district. Anyone who deliberately withheld his entitled privileges, assigned him heavy physical labor on purpose, or publicly pressured and embarrassed him would be crossing a red line, facing immediate accountability, removal from office, and placement on a public service blacklist that would ruin their career forever. No matter how wealthy or well-connected Shen Ruiao's family was, she could never compel a public official to gamble with their livelihood. This was an iron rule, and no one dared to test it. She most likely won't act openly, Lin Wanqing said softly, turning to whisper a warning to Lin Shun. But privately, she will find ways to make things difficult for you. Lin Shen nodded, his tone even and calm. I know. If she dares not confront me directly, she'll work things behind my back. Though straightforward, he was not naive. He could see through these schemes well enough. Sure enough, before long, a murmur of hushed conversations began drifting through the corridor outside. The voices were kept deliberately low, as though casual chatter, yet positioned just clearly enough to carry into the classroom. Every remark carried an obvious pointedness, clearly orchestrated and intended for everyone in Class 7 to hear. Did you hear? The Resource Management Office was about to file a negative conduct record against Lin Shun. It was only because an instructor stepped in at the last moment that the record was suppressed. Otherwise, his evaluation rating would definitely have dropped. At the end of the day, he's still too young, too blunt with his words, unfamiliar with the unspoken rules of different circles. Insisting on clashing head-on with a family of meritorious standing only brings trouble upon himself. The school cannot protect him every time. If he makes enemies of everyone, it will be difficult for him to find his place here. All soft-bladed remarks. No direct insults, no rule violations, no open hostility. Carefully skirting the edges of every regulation, leaving no official grounds for complaint. But their effect was subtle and insidious, quietly distorting the truth, placing the blame squarely on Lin Shun, and gradually shaping others' opinions to see him as the one who was unreasonable and lacked discernment. A few of the more impassioned girls in the class could barely contain themselves, their expressions hardening as they rose from their seats, ready to confront the source of the gossip and shut it down. Lin Shun raised a hand gently to stop them, his demeanor tranquil. "Don't go. It won't help." "But they're deliberately smearing your name," someone whispered anxiously. "Mouths belong to other people. We cannot control them," Lin Shun said plainly. "Going out there to argue would only escalate the situation and give them exactly what they want, a reason to label us as disruptive and ill-mannered. These are just a few words. They cannot harm me, and they will fade on their own in a couple of days." He did not know how to fight back through public opinion, nor did he seek to win people over or clear his name deliberately. But he understood basic cause and effect clearly. No impulsiveness, no inner turmoil, just steady composure. Beside him, Su Qinghan lifted her gaze ever so slightly. A sense of quiet assurance settled across her cool features. She said nothing, merely sliding a cup of warm water toward Lin Shun's hand, a gentle, wordless gesture of companionship and steadfast support. Just as the whispers grew more widespread, 2 student council patrol officers walked down the corridor. Their uniforms were neat, their demeanor professional, and they carried the usual inspection ledger with them. Their expressions were calm and businesslike, showing no hint of targeted intent. They stopped at the doorway and addressed the class monitor in a level, procedural tone. "Routine break time patrol. Verifying attendance and class order. Standard registration only. We will not disrupt your rest." Their entire process was standard and proper, their attitude courteous and respectful throughout. When they passed Lin Shun's seat, the 2 officers instinctively slowed their steps and offered a slight nod of acknowledgement, observing the basic courtesy owed to a specially protected male student without a single hint of disregard or coldness. They understood better than anyone. The connections behind the scenes might be considerable, but none outweighed a public official's career. Casual remarks made in private might be dismissed as mere leaning toward a side, hardly worth investigating. But openly targeting or mistreating a protected male student was a violation of duty, leading to immediate dismissal and a permanent mark on one's record. No one was foolish enough to ruin their future over such a thing. Thus, the student council officers simply followed procedure, causing no trouble, raising no objections, and taking no part in personal grudges. The 1-minute inspection concluded, and they politely bid farewell before departing, everything conducted without a single irregularity. Watching this unfold, Lin Wanqing felt her worries ease considerably, murmuring softly, "Good. They dare not overstep." Lin Shun replied with a quiet nod. "They simply would not dare. The rules are clear, and everyone fears losing their position." He saw things clearly. On the surface, he was absolutely safe. Laws, school authorities, and instructors formed multiple layers of protection that no one would recklessly challenge. The only real difficulty lay in these indirect tactics, whispered influence, sowing discord, and subtly twisting the truth. Shen Riyao dared not act forcefully. Instead, she would slowly erode his social standing and test his patience. Lin Shun lifted his water cup and took a sip, his mind steady and serene. He held no resentment toward the world's customs, nor did he resent the gentle companionship around him. He would let the future unfold naturally, building a peaceful and comfortable life. Those who kept to themselves and respected boundaries, he would treat with kindness. Those who preferred to operate in the shadows, he would simply watch quietly and not engage. Open opposition he would not fear, covert maneuvers he would not bother with. He sat calmly in his seat, unmoved by wind or whispered words. The whispers in the corridor gradually faded. The student council patrol had long since departed, and the classroom finally returned to its normal interlude atmosphere. No open conflict, no disciplinary harassment, only a faint trace of lingering malice quietly dissipating in the air. Lin Shun leaned back in his chair, casually placing his water cup on the corner of the desk, his gaze naturally sweeping around the room. To be honest, the girls in the class were all quite attractive. In this world where women outnumbered men, the genetic foundation was naturally good, and with generally well-off family backgrounds, their attire was clean, their skin fair, and each had a distinctive temperament, a pleasing sight at a glance. Lin Shun was not picky, and his nature was straightforward. He simply liked beautiful girls and didn't mind taking a second look. It was simply a man's instinct, open and honest without pretense or hypocrisy. He never pretended to be aloof, nor did he feign indifference to the opposite sex. With beautiful girls around him treating him with gentle care, he was aware of it, and gladly accepted this favor without awkwardness or affected coldness. But enjoying the sight of beautiful women and being willing to get along with gentle, attractive girls was one thing. The one he truly recognized in his heart, whom he intended to steadily establish as the pillar of his future home and treat as the principal wife, was another matter entirely. Lin Shun had a very clear distinction in his mind, without any confusion. He had low emotional intelligence, didn't understand romantic words, couldn't grasp the subtle hints of girls, and was a typical straight man in relationships. He couldn't charm, couldn't guess emotions, and didn't engage in ambiguous flirtation. In the future, there would be more than one wife at home. With many people came many matters, trivial conflicts, daily adjustments, social obligations, household chores, interpersonal balance, all of which required someone to take the lead and manage. If the principal wife were young, quick-tempered, childish, and only knew how to act spoiled and vie for favor, the household would be in constant turmoil. Small matters escalating into big fights, and life would become a mess, leaving no one with peace and comfort. Thus he had long made up his mind in his heart: concubines could be gentle, beautiful, lively, soft, and endearing, and if they got along well it was fine, but the principal wife must be mature, steady, responsible, caring, and capable of holding the ground. One who could stabilize the household, manage family affairs, tolerate his straightforward nature, help him handle social matters, remain calm in crises, and be reliable and measured. This was the wife he truly desired. Appearance was secondary, reliability came first. Romance was useless, stability was the truest. Lin Chen's gaze unconsciously fell on the back of the class monitor, Lin Wanqing, in the front row. Lin Wanqing had a poised and capable posture, handled matters with efficiency and reliability, possessed a calm and steady demeanor, and had a strong sense of responsibility. Throughout the entire disturbance, just now, while the whole class panicked, she remained composed. When someone tried to stir up trouble and smear others, she was the first to think of protecting class order and his reputation, worrying that he might suffer loss or be schemed against, carefully considering every aspect for him, silently bearing the burden. She spoke little, acted without affectation, never deliberately flattered or acted coy, and had a clear sense of proportion in everything. She was fair and just in dealing with people, capable of maintaining class order and suppressing gossip. With such a nature placed at home, she would be a steady anchor, capable of managing the entire household in an orderly manner, smoothing over all trivial conflicts and accommodating his straightforward personality without requiring him to guess emotions or soothe feelings, saving worry and ensuring peace. Lin Chun nodded silently to himself. The more he thought, the more suitable she seemed. Beside him, Su Qinghan sat quietly, sensing that his gaze had not fallen on her, but was directed forward. Her heart stirred slightly, and she quietly lifted her eyes to look at him, asking softly, "What are you thinking about? You seem lost in thought." Lin Chen snapped back to reality, and without beating around the bush, spoke bluntly and honestly, without engaging in ambiguous flirtation. "Nothing else, just thinking that in the future, when we start a family with many people and many affairs, we need someone reliable, steady, and capable of handling the situation to lead, so that life can be peaceful and comfortable." Su Qinghan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded gently, her calm tone exceptionally clear. "Indeed, with many people at home, we need someone with a thoughtful mind and steady demeanor to manage and coordinate, otherwise conflicts and disagreements are likely to arise. I am quiet and introverted by nature, not very good at managing affairs or coordinating interpersonal relationships, and I cannot hold the ground." She was self-aware, not greedy, not competitive, and not striving for anything. Gentle care and quiet companionship were enough. She never thought of vying for the position of principal wife, her heart pure and kind. Lin Shen nodded in approval. "You have a gentle and quiet nature, treating others with sincerity and warmth, making it comfortable to be with you. Suitable for a good life together. It's just that you don't like to manage affairs, tend to be soft-hearted in situations, and cannot suppress disputes and gossip, so you can't be the principal wife who manages the household." Straightforward, honest, without beating around the bush. Typical direct man's way of speaking, without sweet words or empty promises, every word from the heart. Su Qinghan was not angry. Instead, her eyes softened a little, and she gently replied, "I understand. I won't contend." She only wished to stay quietly by his side, offering daily care and companionship and never coveting a position, a rare and precious heart. Up front, Lin Wanqing with sharp ears vaguely caught the conversation behind her and couldn't help turning around. Her expression was natural and her tone was crisp. "Don't overthink all sorts of things. Focus on studying now, get through your school days peacefully, and avoid trouble. That's the most important thing. Other matters can be considered slowly when the time comes for marriage after adulthood." She always spoke and acted steadily, unhurriedly, rationally, and reliably, exuding a mature and composed aura. Lin Shen looked at her and felt even more convinced. Beautiful girls had never been lacking around him, and there would only be more in the future, each with their own merits pleasing to the eye. He was willing to get along with them all and treat them well. But regarding the one who could truly support a family, stabilize the household, share his burdens, and reliably back him up as the principal wife, he already had a clear top choice in his mind. Just then a clear sound of footsteps suddenly came from the end of the corridor, the rhythm urgent, not like ordinary interlude movement, but as if deliberately heading straight for Class 7. Lin Wanqing's expression shifted slightly, and she instinctively spoke to warn, "Someone is coming." The footsteps don't sound like an ordinary classmate. Everyone sit properly, don't speak out of turn, and watch quietly. The entire class fell silent instantly, instinctively, sitting up straight, their gazes fixed on the door. Lin Shen also set aside his stray thoughts, his expression calm as he looked up. Gossip was just a minor disturbance scattered by the wind. The real commotion, it seemed, was about to arrive. As the hushed whispers along the corridor gradually faded, a pair of hurried footsteps suddenly drew near, each stride ringing clearly against the tiled floor. The classroom, still murmuring with soft breathing, fell instantly silent. Every girl froze mid-motion, straightening their backs as their eyes snapped toward the front door, the atmosphere tightening to its breaking point. Lin Shen calmly tucked away his private thoughts about courtship, raised his gaze, and looked over with a composed, unruffled expression, showing not a trace of nervousness. His composure was unwavering. Airtight regulations and comprehensive campus protection measures formed an unbreakable shield who no one dared to openly pressure a registered male student. At most, the visitor would deliver a whispered message or strike a posture, nothing that could stir real trouble. There was no need for premature anxiety. In the next instant, a figure stopped right at the doorway. It was neither an on-duty staff member, nor a school instructor, nor a random classmate wandering through. It was Shun Ruiao's closest personal attendant, the top student from the neighboring advanced class. Her uniform was perfectly worn, her makeup precise, yet an innate air of elitism radiated from her brows and eyes. Her gaze swept swiftly across the entire class before locking onto Lin Shun with unmistakable purpose. Hearts sank throughout the room. Everyone understood at once Shun Ruiao had sent someone to deliver a summons. Lin Wanqing, seated in the front row, felt her pulse quicken. Her brows furrowed instinctively, and she stepped half a pace forward, subtly positioning herself between Lin Shun and the doorway, exuding a calm, watchful presence. Ignoring the wary glances directed at her, the attendant strode into the classroom, without hesitation or courtesy. Her eyes fixed firmly on Lin Shun as she announced in a cool voice, "Lin Shin, Miss Shun requests your presence." During the lunch break on the private garden terrace. A brief conversation, 10 minutes at most, nothing that would affect your studies. The words sounded polite, but beneath them lay an unmistakable air of authority, a command rather than a request, leaving no room for refusal. A ripple of silent unease swept through the class. The girls exchanged worried glances, their concern palpable. Though bound by explicit rules, she would hardly cause a public scene. This private summons spoke clearly enough. Shun Ruiao intended to apply pressure to force Lin Shin into submission, or simply restore her own pride. No good intentions involved. Lin Wanqing spoke up sharply, her tone resolute. "If you have something to say it here in the classroom. Public spaces during break hours are the proper place for such conversations. A secluded terrace meeting goes against campus norms. There is no need for a private encounter." Her mind worked swiftly and thoroughly. The terrace lounge was isolated. Poor surveillance coverage, few bystanders, no neutral witnesses. If her counterpart fabricated a misunderstanding or twisted words to smear Lin Shin afterward, he would have no means to defend himself. Such unnecessary risk was unacceptable, and Lin Wanqing refused to allow it. The attendant arched a brow and fired back, her tone laced with elitist condescension. "Ms. Shun comes from a distinguished family. Her status is unique. She simply wishes to speak privately with Lin Shun about personal matters without an audience hovering and interrupting. The class monitor is being far too cautious. It is only a brief conversation, not a provocation. There is no need to blow something so small out of proportion." Every word was calculated to elevate Shun Ruiao's standing, while implicitly belittling Lin Wanqing's concern. The tension between the two sides thickened, hanging by a thread. All eyes instinctively turned to Lin Shin, waiting for his decision. After a brief moment of thought, weighing the situation clearly, he spoke, direct, calm, without evasion. "I will go." The words stunned the girls in the classroom, their eyes wide with worry. Lin Wanqing immediately turned and whispered urgently, "Don't be impulsive. Going alone to the terrace puts you at a disadvantage. It is isolated, and if she makes things difficult or twists the situation, none of us will be there to testify for you. The risk is far too great." Lin Shin shook his head gently, his demeanor steady. He explained straightforwardly, "Relax. She would not dare to cross the line. The rules are clear and public. At worst, she will exchange a few sharp words and put on airs, that is all. Nothing more will come of it. If I avoid her deliberately, I will give people something to gossip about, and the rumors will only grow. Better to address it face to face, settle it cleanly, and move on." He was not skilled in navigating complex social maneuvers, but his understanding of practical consequences was razor-sharp. Avoiding the meeting invited suspicion and gossip. Facing it head-on brought clarity and resolution. The choice was straightforward. As for Shun Ruiao herself, Lin Shin held an entirely objective view. Strikingly beautiful from an outstanding family, commanding presence. Her outward qualities were undeniably impressive. He never pretended indifference to genuine beauty and acknowledged it plainly. But attractiveness and suitability for life together were two entirely different matters. Shun Ruiao was spoiled and domineering, possessed of an overwhelming need for control. Her first instinct was always to lean on family influence rather than show patience or compromise. She lacked the temperament for domestic harmony or managing household relationships. Such a person might be pleasant to encounter casually or spend time with socially, but she could never carry the weight of being a life partner. She did not align with what Lin Shin valued most in a companion. He understood this perfectly. His intention was simply to meet her, make things clear, and close the matter definitively. Nothing more, nothing less. At his side, Su Qinghan gently tugged the edge of his sleeve. Her eyes, soft and filled with unspoken concern, spoke volumes as she whispered, "Then please come back early. Speak calmly, do not let emotions escalate, and do not let yourself be wronged." She asked for nothing, complained about nothing, only quietly worried about his well-being, her tenderness providing a deep sense of comfort. Lin Shin nodded and replied simply, "Don't worry. I will not argue. I will listen to what she has to say and return right after. It will be quick. No elaborate words of reassurance, no dramatic gestures. Just a plain, honest statement. Straightforward and sincere, exactly his way." Seeing this, a flicker of satisfaction crossed the attendant's eyes. She assumed Lin Chun was yielding under the pressure of Shin family influence. She lifted her chin proudly and stated coldly, "Then be punctual at lunch break. Do not be late or make excuses. See you on the terrace." Without another word, she turned and walked away briskly to report back. Inside the classroom, the heavy atmosphere lingered. Lin Wanqing's brows remained drawn, her tone earnest and caring. "I will not stop you if you are determined to go, but please stay composed. Do not lose your temper or agree to unreasonable demands. Hold firm to your boundaries. I will arrange for 2 trusted girls to wait nearby downstairs. If anything seems off, we will rush up immediately and report to the on-duty instructor. You will not face this alone." Her careful planning and steady reliability reflected everything Lin Chun valued in a dependable partner. The more he observed her, the more he felt she was exactly the kind of person he sought. Lin Chun agreed with a nod. "Fine. I will follow your arrangement. Being careful is the right approach." He was increasingly convinced that finding a capable, trustworthy companion to share life with mattered far more than finding someone merely pretty. Beauty pleases the eye, but reliability brings peace, and he understood this completely. Time passed quietly until the lunch bell rang. The girls in class offered their final words of caution, their concern evident. Lin Chun rose calmly, composed and unhurried, and walked steadily toward the garden terrace at the top of the teaching building. His heart was still and clear, no expectation, no anxiety, no hesitation. He would speak his mind, settle the matter, and move forward. Beauty was beauty and strength was strength, but compatibility was compatibility. No amount of pressure or consideration could change his own heart. What was unsuitable remained unsuitable, and he knew it with certainty. The lunch bell had barely settled when the campus gradually quieted. Students either headed to the cafeteria or returned to their classrooms for a brief rest, and the corridors soon emptied, leaving only a few footsteps echoing softly in the distance. At the viewing terrace on the top floor of the teaching building, it was especially peaceful. Lin Chun walked there at a leisurely pace, without any tension or unease. His mind was clear and composed. He had not come to argue, nor to yield, nor to negotiate compromises. He simply wanted to speak plainly, lay everything out openly, and let things settle calmly, so neither would bother the other going forward. He was straightforward, and did not deal in subtle hints or guesswork about others' feelings, nor did he engage in polite pretense. Rather than dealing with whispers and quiet maneuvering behind his back, he preferred to address everything openly, in one conversation, saving time and avoiding future complications. Soon he reached the terrace entrance. The space was open and airy, overlooking the green campus and the sports field beyond. A gentle breeze swept through, refreshing and cool. The terrace was empty. No onlookers, no teachers nearby, not even a passing silhouette in sight. In the center stood Shen Royale waiting. She wore no loud fashion that day, just a neat standard school uniform, her hair smooth and draped over her shoulders. Her profile was delicate and striking, carrying a natural composure and quiet elegance that set her apart from others. Wherever she stood, her presence commanded attention effortlessly. Her appearance was polished and pleasant to behold. Lin Chun glanced at her openly and appreciated what was there without evasion or pretense. He naturally appreciated beauty and saw no reason to pretend otherwise or act aloof. But that was all it was, merely an appreciation of what he saw. He kept things clearly separated in his mind. Attraction, companionship, and daily life were 3 distinct matters, each understood on its own terms. Hearing his footsteps, Shen Royale turned slowly. A subtle pride lingered in her gaze, mingled with a hint of quiet displeasure. Without any warm greeting, she spoke directly. "So you did come. I'm glad you were sensible enough not to avoid this." Lin Chun stopped a comfortable distance away, neither too close nor too far. His tone was calm and measured. There was no point in avoiding this. Better to speak clearly now than carry unnecessary words back and forth. He spoke plainly, neither flattering nor confrontational, neither humble nor proud. Shen Royale's brows shifted slightly, unaccustomed to such steady composure. Everyone around her usually catered to her, smoothed things over, and gave her ample consideration. Only Lin Chun had never bowed to her status or yielded to her presence. She set aside her quiet frustration and spoke with a softened but still assured tone. "As for what happened earlier, in the hallway and the meeting room, I can let it go. I won't pursue it further or have others raise concerns about you. But I expect you to understand your place. From now on, keep closer to me and show a warmer attitude in public. Give me proper recognition. Your evaluation ratings, campus resources, and future honors, I can help improve all of them for you. It would only benefit you." The offer sounded generous on the surface, but beneath it lay a quiet expectation of attachment and loyalty. What she really wanted was for Lin Chun to stand beside her, openly acknowledge her influence, and in return receive favors and privileges. For most boys, such an opportunity would have been hard to refuse, connected to a prominent family with advantages ahead. But Lin Chun was not most boys. Lin Chun listened calmly and shook his head gently. "It's not necessary." Shen Royale's expression shifted slightly. "What did you say?" "I said it's unnecessary." Lin Chun repeated clearly, his reasoning simple and direct. "I already have what I need. Proper protection under school rules, a peaceful study environment, and a quiet life. I lack nothing. I don't need to curry favor or choose sides to gain resources, and I prefer not to have my steps directed by others." Shen Royale's quiet composure cooled slightly. "Do you realize how many people would welcome the chance to stand near me? I'm offering you grace. Don't refuse it." Lin Shin remained unhurried and spoke sincerely. I understand your circumstances well. Your family's standing, your reputation, your position within the school. I acknowledge all of that. But I prefer not to have my actions shaped by another person's expectations nor live in constant awareness of someone else's mood. He was honest and straightforward. My nature is simple. I'm not skilled at reading between the lines or keeping others constantly in mind. I hope to study steadily, find someone kind and compatible to share life with, and live quietly. I don't wish to become involved in social maneuvering or loyalty arrangements. Royale fell silent for a moment, caught off guard. She had assumed his steadiness was a performance, some deliberate pride meant to raise his value. Instead, she found genuine simplicity. He truly did not seek the advantages she offered. He simply wanted a calm, ordinary life, uninterested in social connections or privileged arrangements. A quiet frustration rose within her. So you choose an ordinary path rather than walk closer to me? Lin Shin nodded calmly. Yes. He continued thoughtfully. You are suited to live in bright attention as a distinguished young lady, but that doesn't align with a quiet shared life. In my future home, there will be several people relying on me. I need someone steady, considerate, and patient. Someone who can manage daily matters calmly and accept a straightforward temperament without conflict. His words were clear and rational, neither harsh nor forgiving. Simply honest about their differences in nature and temperament. He did not speak ill of Shin Ruiyao. He simply stated that their values and pace of life did not align, and that was all there was to it. Shin Ruiyao had never been rejected so calmly and decisively. A quiet tension surfaced on her face, though she had no clear reason to challenge his manner. Lin Shin had been courteous throughout, speaking reason and fact without offense. There was no opening for her to respond with sharpness. The breeze swept across the terrace, lifting the edges of their clothes. Shin Ruiyao was silent for several moments before composing herself, her gaze growing cooler. I understand your meaning. You don't wish to rely on me, have no ties to me, and offer no outward regard. Is that correct? Lin Shin responded evenly. It's not about giving face or not. We simply aren't suited. Forcing connection would only bring discomfort to both. I think it's better we each follow our own path quietly. Shin Ruiyao's composure returned, her quiet pride restored. Very well. I've noted your words. I won't force anything nor make scenes openly. I understand the boundaries. But don't assume this is fully settled. Her voice was calm, but carried a clear warning. I won't trouble you publicly, but choose your steps carefully. Don't regret how firmly you held your ground today. Lin Shin remained still, and even, I don't regret it. I only seek peace, neither fearing quiet talk nor minor disturbances. As long as nothing crosses proper boundaries, I'll meet it steadily. He offered a polite nod. Our words are finished. I'll return to my rest now. Then he turned and walked away with quiet composure, his steps steady and unhesitating. On the terrace, only Shin Ruiyao remained alone in the wind. Watching Lin Shin disappear without looking back, a complex mix of emotions settled within her. A quiet disappointment, an unresolved sense of injustice, and something she couldn't easily name. She had never been turned away so clearly. Yet his manner had been measured and reasonable, leaving her without cause to challenge him. Very well, she murmured to herself, her tone cool. You wish for a peaceful life. Let's see how steadily you can keep it. The afternoon breeze carried a hint of dryness, drifting across the railing of the rooftop terrace on the top floor of the teaching building, sweeping up a few scattered fallen leaves from the ground, which fluttered down slowly. As Lin Shin turned and left the terrace, he did not cast another glance back at Shin Ruiyao behind him. His steps were steady and unhurried, his expression calm and unruffled, with no trace of disturbance or hesitation in his heart. The terrace door closed softly behind him, sealing off Shin Ruiyao's icy gaze and grudging presence, and for the moment also the tense standoff that had nearly erupted but remained unspoken. He descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. The stairwell was dimly lit with neatly posted campus civilization slogans on the walls. The sound of his footsteps echoed lightly in the empty space, unusually distinct, creating a stark contrast with the silence left on the terrace. Just as he reached the third-floor landing, Lin Shin's gaze instinctively paused. In the shadow of the stairwell corner, two slender figures quietly rose. They were the two girls arranged by Lin Wanqing to keep watch here. They wore neat school uniforms, their expressions tinged with nervousness and concern. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Shin, and when they saw him descend safely, the tension on their faces eased slightly as they quickly stepped forward. Lin Shin, you're finally down. One of the girls whispered, her voice filled with barely concealed worry. She scanned him from head to toe, as if afraid he might have been harmed. Did any argument happen up there? Did Shin Ruiyao give you a hard time? She didn't say anything too harsh, or do anything out of line, did she? The other girl chimed in anxiously. Yes, the class monitor specifically told us that if we heard any commotion up there, we should go up immediately, and also send a message to Instructor Qin. We've been waiting here so long, and never heard any arguing, but we still worried you might have been taken advantage of. Lin Shin felt a warmth in his heart at their genuine concern. He knew that Lin Wanqing was meticulous and steady in her actions. Arranging them to stand guard here was to prevent him from being bullied or caught in a trap during his solitary time on the terrace. This thoughtful care did not go unnoticed, and he remembered it deeply. He shook his head gently, his tone still calm and gentle, without any resentment or exaggeration of the entanglements. He simply reassured them. It's fine, don't worry. I just spoke with her face to face, made everything clear. From now on we'll go our separate ways without any further open conflicts. He did not mention Shen Ruiyao's final cold warning, nor did he speak of the unwillingness and scheming in her eyes. He knew that if he spoke of these things it would only make the girls in the class more anxious, causing unnecessary worry. It was better to keep it to himself and prepare ahead of time. After all, he understood better than anyone that Shen Ruiyao was proud and vengeful, and she would never let things go so easily. The real trouble was perhaps just beginning to brew. That's good, that's good. The two girls finally breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing reassuring smiles. We're glad you're okay. We'll go back and report to the class monitor so she can rest easy. Lin Shen nodded politely. Thank you for your trouble. Go on back. With that he turned and continued down the stairs, his steps still unhurried and without any panic. One of the girls couldn't help but add, Lin Shen, you must be careful. Miss Shen holds grudges. Since she didn't get her way this time, she might find other chances to cause trouble. If anything happens, be sure to tell the class monitor right away. Lin Shen paused, turned back, and replied calmly, I know, thank you for the reminder. Don't worry. In his mind, Shen Ruiyao's final words, you'd better watch yourself, still echoed. The warning in her tone was unmistakable. He was neither afraid nor anxious. He simply calculated silently in his heart how to deal with the petty moves that might come from the shadows, how to protect his peace from being disturbed by these meaningless entanglements. When he reached the classroom door on the second floor, there were already a few students moving about in the hallway, mostly taking a breather or getting water during the lunch break. The atmosphere was relaxed, a stark contrast to the tension he had felt when he left the terrace. Two female classmates from his class approached and whispered, Lin Shen, are you alright? The class monitor has been on edge, worried you might have been wronged up there. Lin Shen nodded gently. I'm fine, we've sorted everything out. Tell the monitor not to worry. Then he took a deep breath, pushed aside the stray thoughts in his mind, and gently pushed open the classroom door to enter. The classroom was quiet. Most of the students were dozing at their desks. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows on the desks, creating a serene atmosphere. Lin Shen tiptoed carefully toward his seat, trying not to disturb the resting classmates. As he reached his seat, he noticed that Su Qinghan was not resting. She sat upright, her hands on the desk, her eyes gently fixed on the direction of the door, a faint trace of concern in her expression, as if she had been waiting quietly for his return. Hearing footsteps, she immediately looked up. When she saw it was Lin Shen, a hint of relief and warmth, barely perceptible, softened the coolness in her eyes. You're back. Su Qinghan's voice was very soft, gentle, and tender, deliberately lowered so as not to disturb the classmates around her. As she spoke, she stood up and took out a cup of lukewarm water from under the desk, handing it to Lin Shen. Her fingertips accidentally brushed against his hand, then quickly withdrew, a faint blush coloring her ears. Were you bullied? Did Shen Ruiyao give you a hard time? The water was just the right temperature, neither too hot nor too cold. It was clearly something she had prepared long in advance, waiting for him to drink. Lin Shen took the cup, feeling the slight warmth spreading from his fingertips to his heart, soothing his tense mood a little. He looked up at Su Qinghan, his expression open and honest, and thanked her directly. Thanks, I'm fine. I wasn't wronged. I just spoke my mind with her and made things clear. He didn't say much, keeping it simple and straightforward. A typical direct male response, without flattery, but exceptionally sincere. Su Qinghan looked at his calm demeanor and confirmed that he was indeed unharmed. The worry in her eyes dissipated completely. She nodded gently, then couldn't help but ask softly. She really didn't say anything too harsh? Didn't force you to do anything you didn't want? Lin Shen raised his eyes and replied plainly, no, we just talked things out. From now on we'll go our separate ways. She won't dare cross the line openly. At worst she'll play some petty tricks. Don't worry about it. Hearing this, Su Qinghan finally relaxed completely. She quietly sat back in her seat, pretending to organize her books, but couldn't help stealing a glance at him from time to time, her eyes filled with tender concern. Lin Shen sat in his seat, sipping the warm water, his gaze drifting absently over the desk as his thoughts wandered. He knew that Shen Ruiyao's warning was not empty. She wouldn't dare cross the legal boundaries openly, so she would surely resort to underhanded moves, small subtle things that wouldn't break rules, but would wear down a person's patience. For example, spreading rumors quietly, creating minor nuisances, or adding friction behind the scenes. While these tactics were low, they were the most effective at causing irritation and unease, and over time, they could easily unbalance a person's mindset and force them to give in. But he would not let Shen Ruiyao succeed. He was straightforward by nature, not prone to overthinking or self-doubt. He would only respond calmly to difficulties, not letting these petty harassments disturb his peace. What he wanted most now was to study quietly and finish his education without trouble. As for the small moves in the shadows, he would meet them as they came. As long as they didn't cross his bottom line or affect his normal life, he would let them slide, treating them as trivial interruptions that came in one ear and out the other. Unconsciously, the lunch break came to an end. The campus bell rang on time, breaking the stillness of the classroom. Students who had been dozing at their desks stirred awake, stretching and rubbing their eyes. The classroom gradually grew lively again. The rustling of pens on paper, the soft murmur of conversations, all mingling together, restoring the usual vitality and energy. The teacher walked in on time, carrying a lesson plan with a serious expression. As the bell stopped, the classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone set aside stray thoughts and focused on the lecture. Lin Shen also cleared his mind. He took out his textbook and notebook, listened attentively, occasionally jotting down key points. His expression was concentrated, as if the morning's confrontation on the terrace and Shun Royale's warning had never happened. On the surface, everything was as usual. Class proceeded normally, teachers and students followed their routines, and there was no sign of anything unusual. But Lin Shen knew well that beneath this calm surface undercurrents were already stirring. Shun Royale's retaliation was quietly brewing, just waiting to burst forth. A few minutes before the end of class, Lin Wanqing turned her head and gave Lin Shen a quick glance. As soon as the bell rang, she hurried over and whispered, "What exactly did she say to you on the terrace this morning? Was it really just a talk, or were there threats?" Lin Shen put down his pen and answered frankly, "No threats, just a warning to watch myself. I expect there will be some small moves later, but she won't dare come openly. Don't worry too much." Lin Wanqing frowned deeper. "I knew she wouldn't let it go. I've already spoken to a few reliable girls in the class to keep an eye on things. She won't have a chance." Time passed quickly. Before they knew it, the first afternoon class was over. The bell rang, the teacher packed up the lesson plan, gave a few instructions on homework, and left the classroom. The classroom instantly became lively again. Students got up to stretch, some went to the water room, some chatted at their desks, and others took out their exercise books to continue working. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Lin Shen felt his throat a little dry, so he stood up to go to the water room for a drink. Su Qinghan quickly looked up and asked, "Are you going to get water? Want me to bring some for you?" Lin Shen shook his head, his tone calm. "No need, I'll go myself. I'll be back soon." He walked softly through the bustling crowd out of the classroom and along the corridor toward the water room. The hallway was crowded with students from other classes chatting and laughing, their expressions relaxed. No one paid him any special attention, nor did anyone approach him. Everything seemed perfectly normal. But just as he reached the door of the water room and was about to push it open, two figures suddenly stepped out from the corner of the corridor, deliberately blocking his way. They stood slowly, arms crossed, their eyes carrying a hint of deliberate provocation and disdain fixed on him, clearly intending to obstruct him. Lin Shen stopped and looked up at the two girls. They wore the uniform of another class with makeup. She was exquisitely dressed with an air of arrogance. She seemed to be someone close to Shun Royale, perhaps deliberately stationed here to pick a quarrel with him. The two women stood tall, their posture casual, as they blocked the entrance to the tea room, completely obstructing the passage so that he could not enter. "Isn't this Lin Shen?" One of them spoke first, a hint of sarcastic mockery in her tone, a scornful curl at the corner of her mouth. "I heard that today on the terrace you refused Miss Shun in public. You really have some nerve daring to give Miss Shun such a snub. Aren't you afraid of making things hard for yourself at school?" The other woman chimed in, her voice even sharper. "Exactly. Miss Shin graciously offered you an opportunity to follow her, ensuring you'd never want for food or resources, yet you didn't appreciate it and even dared to refuse her. I think you've lost your mind. You'll regret it sooner or later." The two of them spoke in turn, their words filled with provocation and sarcasm, deliberately elevating Shun Royale's status while belittling Lin Shen's choice. Their malice was undisguised. Passing students overheard their words, stopped in their tracks, and looked over curiously. Their gazes held a hint of onlooker amusement. Some whispered among themselves, their voices low and fragmented, drifting into Lin Shen's ears. Lin Shen's expression remained unchanged. There was no trace of anger or panic on his face. He was still calm and composed. He knew that this was one of Shun Royale's petty tricks, deliberately arranging for people to provoke him in public, trying to make him lose his temper. Once he couldn't help but argue, they would twist the facts, put all the blame on him, and ruin his reputation. He would not play into their hands. He was not good at verbal battles, would not engage in sharp retorts, and would not be disturbed by such bitter taunts. He simply looked at the two women calmly, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. "Let me through. I need to get some water." His words were simple and direct, with no extra phrases, yet carried a serene and unwavering firmness. The two women froze slightly, their mocking expressions faltering. They seemed not to have expected Lin Shen to be so calm, not the least bit angry, and completely ignoring their bait. For a moment they were at a loss. They had assumed that a few provocative words would make Lin Shen lose his temper, achieving their goal. But they never imagined he would be so composed. They exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of reluctance and helplessness in each other's eyes. Although they were close to Shun Royale and often acted arrogantly on campus, protected by her family background, they also knew that Lin Shen was a top-tier protected male under the special care of the law and the school. They could provoke and mock him, but they dared not obstruct him excessively or lay a hand on him. Any violation would have serious consequences. After a few seconds of stalemate, the two women finally did not dare to press further. They reluctantly stepped aside, clearing the passage, though their tone still carried a hint of unwillingness. "You'd better be careful. Don't think Miss Shin will let you off so easily. You'd better watch out." Lin Shen ignored their warnings and did not even spare them another glance. He walked straight to the door of the tea room and entered. The tea room was quiet, with only a few students getting water. When they saw Lin Shen enter, they nodded politely, their expressions respectful, with no hint of strangeness. One of his female classmates was also there. Seeing him, she asked softly, "Lin Shen, did those two girls outside give you a hard time? I saw them deliberately blocking you." "It's too much." Lin Shen shook his head. "It's nothing. Just a few provoking words. No big deal." He walked to the water dispenser, took out his own cup, filled it with warm water, turned around and left. The entire process was unhurried without any pause or small talk, his expression still calm. When he stepped out of the tea room, the two women were already gone. The onlooking students gradually dispersed, and the corridor returned to its usual lively bustle. Lin Shun held his cup of water and walked slowly toward the classroom, his heart undisturbed. He knew that this was only Shun Ruiyao's first small move. More difficulties awaited him in the future. He had to steady his mind, not be distracted by such trivial matters, and focus on what he needed to do. Back in the classroom, Su Qinghan was still doing her exercises seriously. When she saw him return, she lifted her eyes, quietly noticed his calm demeanor, and the cup in his hand, asked nothing, merely nodded slightly, then lowered her head again to continue working. Lin Shun returned to his seat, placed his water cup on the corner of the desk, and took out his textbook, planning to review the key points from the previous lesson during the break. But as he opened his notebook, his brow furrowed slightly. The in-class notes he had carefully taken that morning had been tampered with. The key points were scribbled over with a black pen, the handwriting illegible, and some crucial knowledge was completely blacked out, the original content invisible. The cover of the notebook was also marred by several messy lines, glaringly obvious. Lin Shun picked up the notebook and flipped through it carefully. In an instant he understood. This was certainly Shun Ruiyao's doing. She had probably arranged for someone to sneak into the classroom while he was fetching water, deliberately defacing his notes. Such a tactic did not break rules, did not cause physical harm, and was hard to trace, yet it was perfectly effective at causing annoyance and wearing down one's spirit. After all, in-class notes were essential for review. With them defaced, he would have to reorganize everything, wasting time and energy. Over time, it would easily lead to restlessness and irritation. His classmates sensed something was wrong and looked over, concern in their eyes. Lin Wanqing also noticed the notebook in his hand. She quickly walked over, looked down, and saw the mess. Her brows knitted instantly, her voice filled with indignation. This is too much. It must be Shun Ruiyao's doing. She arranged for someone to strike while you were away just to upset you and wear you down. The other girls in the class chimed in, their voices full of displeasure. Yes, it's outrageous. They don't dare to confront you openly, so they resort to these despicable little tricks. So shameful. Lin Shun, let us help you reorganize your notes. We'll get the key points back quickly so they don't succeed. Should we report this to the instructor? Let them investigate and teach them a lesson. Lin Shun looked at the righteous anger of his classmates, a warmth swelling in his heart. He shook his head gently and said calmly, no need. Don't be angry. There's no need to report it, and you don't have to help me reorganize. It's just a small matter, not worth making a big fuss over. He did not make a scene, nor did he get angry. He silently put the defaced notebook aside, took out new paper and pen, and began to rewrite his notes, slowly, his expression still calm. He knew that Shun Ruiyao wanted him to get angry, to become irritable, to cave in. If he actually got angry or reported it, he would be playing right into her hands, only causing unnecessary trouble. Moreover, even if he reported such a trivial matter, it would be hard to find concrete evidence. The other party had acted covertly, leaving no trace. In the end, it would just be dropped, encouraging Shun Ruiyao to become even more reckless and harass him further. So instead, he would silently bear it, rewrite the notes, and treat it as a way to consolidate his knowledge. That way he would not let such trifles disturb his peace of mind. Lin Wanqing looked at him, her tone firm. That may be true, but we can't let them bully you like this. I'll strengthen the class watch so they can't sneak in and pull tricks again. In the future, if you leave your seat, let me know. I'll arrange for someone to keep an eye on things. Lin Wanqing looked at his calm demeanor, admiration and concern in her eyes. You're so composed. They've gone this far and you're still so calm. Lin Shun looked up at her, a faint smile on his lips. He spoke plainly, getting angry is useless. Arguing won't solve anything, it only adds to the frustration. They want to wear me down, but I won't give them that satisfaction. I'll just focus on my own affairs, and their little tricks will naturally become ineffective. Su Qinghan also put down her pen. Quietly, she placed her own notebook beside Lin Shun and said softly, my notes are very thorough. You can refer to mine. That way you can finish reorganizing faster without wasting too much time. Lin Shun looked at her, a warmth rising in his eyes. He thanked her straightforwardly, thank you. After speaking, he picked up Su Qinghan's notebook and began to quickly reorganize his own notes, his expression focused. He no longer dwelled on the troublesome thoughts. Several other girls nearby also gathered around and whispered, Lin Shun, our notes are also very complete. If you need them, you can refer to ours too. The more people, the faster we can get it done. Lin Shun looked up and nodded at them, his tone gentle, thank you all. No need to trouble yourselves. I'll just use Qinghan's. I'll finish reorganizing soon. Seeing how calm he was, the girls in the class gradually settled down. They stopped discussing and quietly focused on their own tasks, occasionally glancing at him, silently admiring his steadiness and composure. Seeing how calm he was, the girls in the class gradually settled down. They stopped discussing and quietly focused on their own tasks, occasionally glancing at him, silently admiring his steadiness and composure. Lin Wanqing also quietly returned to her seat, but in her heart she resolved to be more vigilant in the future, to keep an eye on things, and to arrange for classmates to protect Lin Shun, preventing him from being bullied by these covert actions. The setting sun streamed through the window, casting a faint golden glow upon Lin Shun. He was bent over his desk, earnestly reorganizing his notes. The tip of his pen glided across the paper, leaving neat handwriting. His expression was calm and focused, as if everything around him was irrelevant. He knew that this was only the beginning of Shun Ruiyao's retaliation. More petty harassments and covert tricks awaited him. But he was not afraid, nor was he anxious. He was straightforward by nature, disliked internal conflict, and had no taste for strife, yet he was not a pushover to be bullied at will. What he could do was to steady his mind, not let these minor matters disturb him, attend school, peacefully live well, and hold his ground. He would handle whatever came his way. No matter how turbulent Shun Ruiyao's undercurrents, he could navigate them calmly, preserving his own peace, and not letting these pointless entanglements disrupt his rhythm. And deep down he knew that with Lin Wanqing's thorough protection, Su Qinghan's gentle companionship, and the sincere kindness of all the girls in his class, no matter how many difficulties lay ahead, he could walk steadily and move forward with ease. As the sun set, the last rays of light passed through the classroom window, gradually sinking into the distant buildings. The campus buzz slowly quieted with the approach of dusk. Lin Shen finally finished organizing his notes, put down his pen, and let out a soft sigh. His fingertips were slightly numb from holding the pen for so long, yet his eyes remained calm and composed without a trace of irritation or fatigue. Su Qinghan sat beside him quietly, lifting her gaze to glance at him. Seeing that he was finally done, she spoke softly. "Are you finished? Would you like to rest for a while? I'll pour you a glass of water." Her tone was gentle, her brows and eyes full of thoughtfulness without any hint of flattery, only genuine concern. Lin Shen shook his head and replied mildly, "No need, I just had some. Thank you." He picked up the organized notes, carefully reviewed them to ensure no key points were missed, then gently placed them on the corner of the desk. His gaze inadvertently swept across the window, his expression calm and undisturbed. He thought this was just an ordinary day, and Shun Ruiyao's small maneuvers were nothing more than trivial episodes. Yet little did he know that his composure and uniqueness today had already transcended the campus walls, drawing the attention of external forces. Lin Shen's special protected status was inherently under the scope of comprehensive key supervision. Although kept low profile externally, it had always been quietly monitored by major powers, especially the meritorious families and aristocratic clans who were particularly attentive to such rare males. In a world with more women than men, high-quality males were not only desirable for marriage, but also crucial ties for families to consolidate their status and expand networks. Lin Shen, with his legally protected status, steady temperament, and refusal to cling or compromise, became a potential target for various factions. Today's confrontation on the terrace and Shun Ruiyao's covert challenges seemed subtle, yet they did not escape the eyes and ears planted on campus by external forces. Shun Ruiyao came from the distinguished Shin family, but despite her prominent background, she was only one among many wealthy clans. Beyond her, there were families of equal or even greater strength quietly tracking the movements of high-quality males on campus. Lin Shen's performance today happened to fall into their line of sight. The school bell rang and Lin Shen packed his bag, rising to leave. Lin Wanqing walked over quickly, her expression serious, and lowered her voice to warn. "Lin Shen, you must be careful today. I have a feeling Shun Ruiyao won't let this go. Also, I just saw a few unfamiliar figures at the school gate. They have an extraordinary bearing, not like students or parents. They're probably here for you." Lin Shen paused, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes before returning to calm. "For me, I don't have anything worth their interest. They're probably just passing by." Although he was aware of his special status, he never imagined that external forces would take notice so quickly, nor did he realize that a covert contest around him had already begun. Su Qinghan also stood up, walked over to him, and said softly, "I'll walk with you. It's safer to have company on the way." Lin Shen did not refuse and nodded gently. "All right." The three of them walked out of the classroom together. Several girls in the class also stood up and whispered, "Lin Shen, take care on the way. If anything happens, remember to message us." Lin Shen turned back and nodded warmly. "Thank you, everyone. Don't worry." As they walked down the corridor, Lin Shen could distinctly feel several unfamiliar gazes following him quietly. There was no malice in those looks, but they carried a strong sense of scrutiny and inquiry. Not like Shun Ruiyao's people, but rather more restrained and composed. He remained unruffled, maintaining a steady pace without deliberately looking back or showing any sign of panic. He knew that in moments like these it was essential to keep his composure. Excessive fluster would only give others leverage. When Lin Shen reached the school gate, he indeed saw the unfamiliar figures Lin Wanqing had mentioned. There were 4 of them. 2 men and 2 women, dressed neatly with a composed demeanor and upright posture. They were clearly not ordinary people, most likely bodyguards or informants from various factions. They did not approach to intercept him, but stood at a distance by the roadside, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Shen. Their expressions were respectful, yet carried a hint of subtle inquiry, evidently confirming his identity and observing his behavior. "See, those are them," Lin Wanqing said in a low voice, her eyes alert as she glanced at the figures. "They don't seem friendly. Don't talk to them. Let's leave quickly." Lin Shen nodded slightly, took Su Qinghan's wrist, and walked briskly toward the school gate. His expression was calm, without any sign of disturbance. But just as they were about to step out of the gate and pass by those figures, a sleek black luxury car slowly pulled up to the curb. The window rolled down, revealing a delicately beautiful face. The young woman appeared to be about 18 or 19, dressed in a custom white dress, her hair pulled up. Her brows and eyes carried an innate nobility and composure, her temperament cool, yet gentle. Distinctly different from Shun Ruiyao's arrogance and aggressiveness, exuding more dignity and grace. Her gaze swept past the crowd and landed precisely on Lin Shen. A hint of admiration and approval flickered in her eyes, and a faint smile lifted the corners of her lips. Her tone was warm and unhurried without the slightest condescension. You must be Lin Shen, right? I am Gu Qingyan. I'd like to have a word with you. Would you be available? Gu Qingyan, the heiress of the Gu Corporation and eldest daughter of the Gu family, came from an even more prestigious background than Shen Ruiyao. Not only was her family wealthy, but she herself was talented, composed, and capable, widely recognized as a top-tier noble heiress and the object of many men's admiration. She had come personally today because she received reports from her subordinates about Lin Shen's special status and his performance. Curious, she decided to see him for herself. Lin Shen stopped, looked up at Gu Qingyan, his expression calm, without any trace of admiration or flattery, and nodded indifferently. I am Lin Shen. Miss Gu, what business do you have with me? Although he did not know Gu Qingyan's exact identity, he could tell from her aura and the demeanor of her attendants that she came from a prominent family, likely drawn by his own special status. Lin Wanqing looked alert, instinctively stepping in front of Lin Shen, and said firmly, Miss Gu, we have things to do, so we won't stay to chat. We're leaving. She could sense that although Gu Qingyan seemed gentle, she was even more elusive than Shen Ruiyao. Worried that Lin Shen might be ensnared, she wanted to take him away from this contentious place. Gu Qingyan was not offended. Instead, she smiled warmly at Lin Wanqing and said calmly, No need to be nervous. I have no ill intentions. I simply want to get to know Lin Shen. It will only take a few minutes of his time, and I won't trouble him. As she spoke, her gaze returned to Lin Shen, her admiration deepening. In her eyes, Lin Shen's ability to remain composed and unassuming in the face of her family background was far more valuable than those who sought favor. Su Qinghan also tugged at Lin Shen's sleeve, her eyes filled with worry, and whispered, Lin Shen, let's go. Don't talk to them any longer. Lin Shen gently patted her hand to reassure her, then looked at Gu Qingyan and said bluntly, Miss Gu, if you have something to say, please go ahead. I don't have much time. Gu Qingyan's eyes sparkled with appreciation as she spoke slowly. I heard about what happened on campus today, and I know you are a region-wide specially protected male. To be honest, I admire your composure and steadiness. Facing Shen Ruiyao's challenges, you remained neither servile nor flustered. That kind of temperament is rare. She did not beat around the bush, speaking directly with sincerity, without any hint of flattery. I know Shen Ruiyao won't let things rest. Her family, the Shen family, will likely act covertly against you because of her resentment. Gu Qingyan's tone grew slightly more serious, carrying a note of caution. Although my Gu family and the Shen family are on equal footing, I don't want to see you troubled by these pointless conflicts, nor do I want to see a rare talent worn down by such trivial matters. Lin Shen remained calm, unaffected. Thank you for your concern, Miss Gu, but I can handle my own affairs. I don't need your help. Shen Ruiyao's small tricks are manageable for me, and I won't be disturbed by them. He did not like others meddling in his matters, nor did he wish to rely on any powerful family, even if their intentions were good. He adhered to his own principles. Gu Qingyan was not upset. Instead, she smiled even more warmly. I knew you were someone with your own opinions and principles. That's what I admire about you. She paused, her gaze firm as she looked at Lin Shen, and said earnestly, Lin Shen, I know you don't want to depend on anyone, but sometimes going it alone can be exhausting. I can help you. I can help you get rid of Shen Ruiyao's harassment, avoid the Shen family's troubles, and even provide you with better resources so you can study and live in peace. But I have no ulterior motives, Gu Qingyan quickly added, her tone genuine, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. I just want to get to know you and get along well with you. In the future, I won't interfere with your life or force you to do anything you don't want to. I only hope to be by your side and help share some of your burdens. These words were straightforward and sincere, her feelings almost overflowing from her eyes. Gu Qingyan had seen too many men who fawned over status and wealth. Never had she met someone like Lin Shen, steady, calm, principled, and unwilling to cling. It was this uniqueness that made her fall for him at first sight, willingly offering her care and companionship. Lin Shen was taken aback. He had not expected Gu Qingyan to say such things, nor had he anticipated that this unfamiliar heiress would take a liking to him at first glance. He looked a bit awkward, but still spoke bluntly. Miss Gu, thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it, but I still say that I can handle my own affairs. I don't need anyone's help, and I don't want to be involved with any powerful families. Please understand. His refusal was straightforward, but not malicious, just an honest expression of his thoughts. He only wanted to live a peaceful life, not get caught up in the conflicts among wealthy clans, nor be used as a pawn in their struggles. Even if the other party was sincere, he still chose to decline. Gu Qingyan's smile did not fade, nor was there any disappointment in her eyes. Instead, she became more resolute. I understand your thoughts and respect your choice. I won't force you or pester you. She looked at Lin Shen seriously. But I won't give up. I'll keep an eye on you from now on. If you ever encounter a problem you can't solve on your own, feel free to find me. I'll always be here. With that, she gave Lin Shen a gentle smile, signaled her attendants to stay back, then rolled up the window. The luxury car slowly started and drove away, leaving only an elegant silhouette. The unfamiliar figures standing by the roadside also followed the car and quietly departed, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never been there. Only when the car had completely disappeared from sight did Lin Wanqing breathe a sigh of relief, still with a hint of caution. This Gu Qingyan seems even more troublesome than Shun Ruiyao. She's clearly taken a fancy to you. You'll be in even more trouble from now on. Su Qinghan also nodded, her eyes full of concern. Yes, her family is powerful. If she really pursues you, it will be hard for us to deal with. Lin Shin, you must be more careful from now on, and don't let her trap you. Lin Shin looked in the direction the car had gone, his expression calm, without a ripple. Don't worry. I won't give her a chance to pester me, and I won't get involved with her. If she wants to keep an eye on me, let her. As long as it doesn't affect my normal life or cross my bottom line, I won't bother. He knew in his heart that Gu Qingyan's appearance was just the beginning. As his special status gradually became known to the outside world, more external forces would intervene and more noble heiresses would take an interest in him. From now on, troubles would only increase. Shun Ruiyao's covert challenges, Gu Qingyan's sincere pursuit, and the hidden struggles among various factions would all revolve around him, unfolding step by step. But he was not afraid or anxious. He still held on to his true self, calm, steadfast, neither servile nor arrogant, unswayed by powerful families and not entangled by romance. He knew that the road ahead would not be peaceful. There would be more undercurrents and subtle difficulties, but he would still walk steadily and face them with composure. Let's go, Lin Shin said softly to Lin Wanqing, and Su Qinghan, his tone calm and firm. The two nodded and walked beside him, one on each side, heading toward home. Dusk deepened and the streetlights lit up one by one, casting long shadows of the three figures. Lin Shin walked in the middle, his expression calm and his pace steady. He did not know what trials and tests awaited him, nor how Gu Qingyan's appearance would change his life. But he knew that no matter what came, he would hold on to his principles and his peace, never letting external disturbances disrupt his rhythm. In the distant luxury car, Gu Qingyan watched Lin Shin's figure through the window, a gentle smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her eyes full of determination. She picked up her phone and instructed her subordinates. Keep a close watch on Lin Shin's movements and protect his safety. Don't let Shun Ruiyao or other forces hurt him. Also look into his preferences and habits. I want to slowly enter his life and let him know that I sincerely want to be by his side. A respectful reply came from the other end. Yes, miss. Gu Qingyan put down her phone and looked out the window again, her eyes blending tenderness and resolve. She knew that pursuing Lin Shin would not be smooth sailing. He was steady and principled, unwilling to cling or compromise. But she had patience and confidence. One day she would move him, be by his side, become his support, and walk with him. A covert contest around Lin Shin had already begun. Shun Ruiyao's resentful revenge, Gu Qingyan's sincere pursuit, the involvement of external forces, and Lin Shin's own steadfastness and composure. All would unfold in the days to come. And Lin Shin, the youth protected by law and watched by all sides, would eventually hold fast to his true heart amid these disturbances and walk his own path. The evening deepened, the streetlights stretching their shadows. The three figures moved forward, the quiet night surrounding them as conversations and laughter faded into the gentle breeze. Under the darkening sky, Lin Shin's steps remained steady, his gaze peaceful. On this long road, he would keep his inner calm and face the unknown with a poised heart. And in the distance, the luxury car continued onward. Gu Qingyan's eyes lingered on the receding figures, a soft smile lingering on her lips, her thoughts already drifting toward the days ahead. The morning sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the tree-lined path of the campus. The leaves were edged with a layer of gold, and a gentle breeze rustled them, dispelling the slight chill of the early morning. Lin Shin, carrying his backpack, entered the campus punctually, his expression still calm and composed, as if the encounter and confession at the school gate yesterday were merely an irrelevant episode, leaving no ripples in his heart. As he reached the foot of the teaching building, he saw Lin Wanqing waiting nearby, with two female students, her expression still tinged with a hint of caution. Upon seeing Lin Shin approaching, she immediately quickened her pace to greet him. Lin Shin, you're here. Lin Wanqing lowered her voice, quickly scanning the surroundings to confirm there were no unfamiliar figures before continuing. After Gu Qingyan left yesterday, I arranged for a few classmates to keep an eye on the school gate and the corridor. We didn't find any other anomalies, but you must be extra careful with Shun Ruiyao. I have a feeling she's planning something big. Lin Shin nodded gently, his tone gentle yet firm. I know, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on things. If she's just making small troubles, I won't bother. But if she dares to cross my bottom line, I won't let her have her way. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable confidence. This equanimity put Lin Wanqing somewhat at ease. Su Qinghan also happened to walk over, holding two warm steamed buns in her hand. She quietly handed them to Lin Shin and whispered, I bought these at the breakfast shop on the way. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Eat them while they're hot. The concern in her eyes was undisguised, without any affectation, still that gentle and reserved demeanor. Lin Shin took the buns, feeling the gentle warmth through his fingertips, and softly thanked her. Thank you, I appreciate it. The three of them walked together toward the teaching building. The corridor was gradually becoming lively, with students walking in groups, chatting and laughing. Beneath the seemingly calm atmosphere, there was an imperceptible undercurrent. Lin Shin could clearly sense several unusual glances occasionally falling on him. Unlike the scrutiny from Gu Qingyan's people yesterday, these glances carried a hint of unfriendliness and challenge, most likely arranged by Shun Ruiyao. Entering the classroom, Lin Shin had just put down his backpack when he noticed several slips of paper had been stuffed into his desk drawer by someone unknown. He gently took out the slips and unfolded them. They were filled with sharp sarcasm and spiteful words scrawled in messy handwriting with a harsh tone. They mocked him for not knowing his place, for rejecting Shan Ruiyao's favor, and for daring to provoke Gu Qingyan, claiming he would soon reap the consequences. Some even maliciously spread rumors that he was clinging to the wealthy families by virtue of his special protected status, currying favor with the powerful. The surrounding classmates noticed something unusual and looked over. Their expressions varied, some with concern, some with curiosity, and a few with a mindset of watching the drama, whispering among themselves. Lin Wanqing quickly walked over. Seeing the contents of the slips, her brows immediately furrowed and her tone was indignant. It must be Shan Ruiyao's doing. This is too much. If she doesn't dare to confront you openly, she resorts to such underhanded tricks, deliberately spreading rumors to tarnish your reputation. Su Qinghan also came closer. Seeing the malicious words on the slips, her eyes were full of sympathy and concern. She said softly, Lin Shan, don't take it to heart. These are all rumors. Everyone knows what kind of person you are. They won't believe these words. Lin Shan crumpled the slips into a ball and tossed them into the trash bin, his expression utterly unchanged, as if the spiteful words he had just read had nothing to do with him. He said calmly, don't worry, I didn't take it to heart. They're just some boring people saying boring things. There's no need to waste time caring about it. He knew in his heart that Shan Ruiyao was doing this deliberately, trying to disturb his peace of mind, embarrass him in front of his classmates, and force him to compromise. But he would not let Shan Ruiyao have her way. These sharp sarcasms and malicious rumors were nothing but insignificant dust to him, unable to hurt him or affect his life. He picked up his textbook and began to read with focused attention, as if the little episode had never happened. Lin Wanqing looked at his composed demeanor, feeling both sympathy and admiration. She quietly signaled to the girls beside her, indicating that they should keep an eye on the classroom activities and inform her immediately if anyone caused trouble. She made a silent resolve to protect Lin Shan, while ensuring he would not be troubled by these covert actions again. The morning classes proceeded smoothly. Lin Shan remained attentive in lectures, diligently taking notes, his expression focused, unaffected by any external disturbances. What he didn't know was that in the corridor outside the classroom, several figures were quietly pacing, occasionally glancing through the window at him. They were people arranged by Shan Ruiyao, not daring to approach directly, but silently observing his every move, waiting for the right opportunity to continue causing him trouble. Meanwhile, in a black sedan outside the campus, Gu Qingyan was reading a report handed to her by a subordinate, a hint of coolness flickering in her eyes. The report detailed Shan Ruiyao's actions, arranging for people to stuff unpleasant notes into Lin Shan's desk, spreading rumors to tarnish his reputation, and deploying others to circulate gossip on campus, attempting to ruin Lin Shan's standing. Shan Ruiyao is becoming increasingly reckless. Gu Qingyan's tone remained calm, yet carried a barely perceptible hint of displeasure. Her fingertips tapped lightly on the desktop, displaying the poise of a noble lady. It seems that without giving her a lesson, she truly thinks Lin Shan is a soft target she can squeeze at will. The assistant sitting beside her quickly said, Miss, should we take action to teach Shan Ruiyao's people a lesson or clarify those rumors? Gu Qingyan gently shook her head, a glint of deep meaning in her eyes. No need. She paused, then continued, Lin Shan has a steady temperament. He doesn't like others meddling in his affairs. If we act rashly, it might provoke his displeasure, and the gain would not outweigh the loss. She understood Lin Shan's nature. The more he was helped, the more uncomfortable he would feel. Rather than acting rashly, it was better to silently guard him and lend a hand only when he truly needed it. Give orders to closely monitor Shan Ruiyao's people. Don't let them go too far. They must not harm Lin Shan. Gu Qingyan instructed calmly. Also quietly clarify the rumors on campus, leaving no trace. Let everyone know that those were deliberately spread by Shan Ruiyao, so as not to affect Lin Shan's normal life and studies. Yes, miss. The assistant replied respectfully, and immediately took out his phone to convey Gu Qingyan's instructions. Gu Qingyan looked out the window at the campus, her eyes full of tenderness and determination. She knew that Lin Shan did not want to rely on anyone, nor did he want to be disturbed by these entanglements among the wealthy families. So she would not appear before him rashly, would not bring him trouble. She would only silently guard by his side, clearing away unnecessary troubles for him, allowing him to study and live in peace. She wanted Lin Shan to understand that her company was not entanglement, not coercion, but silent protection and sincere affection. During the noon break, Lin Shan planned to go to the cafeteria for lunch. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, he was blocked by 3 female students from another class. These 3 girls had meticulously applied makeup and arrogant expressions, exuding a domineering aura. It was obvious they were people around Shan Ruiyao, their demeanor very similar to the 2 girls who had approached him at the entrance of the tea room yesterday. Lin Shan, you certainly have a lot of composure. One of the girls spoke first, her tone dripping with sarcastic mockery. Miss Shan showed you kindness yesterday, but you ungratefully refused. And you even dared to provoke Gu Qingyan. Now that you're being slandered, aren't you regretting it? Another girl chimed in, her tone even more cutting. Exactly. Who do you think you are? You're nothing but a nobody relying on your special protected status. If not for the law protecting you, Miss Shan would have dealt with you long ago. If you're smart, you'll go apologize to Miss Shan now. Maybe she'll let you off. Otherwise, you'll find it harder and harder to stay in this school. The third girl crossed her arms, her eyes full of disdain. And don't think that just because Gu Qingyan is backing you up you can do whatever you want. Miss Shin's family background is not much inferior to Gu Qingyan's. If it really comes to a conflict, Gu Qingyan may not be able to protect you. You'd better be smart and not ask for trouble. The three of them spoke in turns, their words full of provocation and spite, deliberately elevating Shen Ruiao's status, while belittling Lin Shen, even intentionally mentioning Gu Qingyan to provoke him, hoping he would lose his temper and argue, so they could seize the opportunity to further tarnish his reputation. Passing students stopped in their tracks, curiously looking over. The murmurs grew louder, their gazes filled with a sense of onlooking. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan, who were following closely, saw Lin Shen being blocked and immediately stepped forward to shield him. Lin Wanqing's expression was resolute, her tone cool. What do you think you're doing? In broad daylight you deliberately provoke and spread rumors. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the instructors and punished? One of the girls sneered contemptuously. Punished? We're just talking to classmate Lin Shen. We haven't laid a hand on anyone or violated any rules. Why would the instructors punish us? On the contrary, you're all protecting him like a mother hen. Are you trying to ask for trouble along with him? Su Qinghan also mustered her courage and said softly, don't go too far. Lin Shen hasn't provoked you, nor has he wronged Shen Ruiao. Why do you insist on making things difficult for him? Lin Shen gently tugged at the sleeves of Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan, signaling them not to act impulsively. Then he stepped forward, looking calmly at the three girls, his tone utterly flat, yet carrying an undeniable composure. I'll say it again, I will not apologize to Shen Ruiao, nor will I cling to anyone. If you have nothing else to do, step aside quickly. Don't delay my lunch, and don't make a spectacle of yourselves here. His tone was calm, yet carried a strong aura without any fear or compromise, forming a stark contrast with the arrogance of the three girls. The three girls' mocking expressions stiffened slightly, as if they hadn't expected Lin Shen to remain so composed in the face of their provocation, showing no anger and not taking their bait. They had thought that a few words of provocation would make Lin Shen lose his temper and achieve their goal. But unexpectedly Lin Shen was so steady, completely unaffected by their words. The three exchanged glances, seeing reluctance and helplessness in each other's eyes. They dared not physically harm anyone or violate rules, relying only on verbal provocation. But Lin Shen wasn't falling for it, and for a moment they didn't know what to do. At that moment, several female students in school uniforms with steady demeanors quickly walked over and stood in front of Lin Shen and his companions. The leading girl, with a cool expression and capable aura, spoke calmly to the three provocateurs. You are making a scene here, provoking classmates and disrupting campus order. Leave immediately, or we will report to the instructors and let them handle it. The three girls' faces changed instantly upon seeing these girls, their expressions tinged with wariness. They recognized that these girls were people placed on campus by Gu Qingyan. Although they appeared as ordinary students, each of them was skilled, and with Gu Qingyan backing them, they were not to be trifled with. After a few seconds of stalemate, the three girls ultimately dared not continue the confrontation. They could only glare at Lin Shen resentfully and say in a reluctant tone, "You're lucky this time. We won't let it go so easily. You better watch yourself." With that, they quickly turned around and hurried away, afraid of being stopped by Gu Qingyan's people and getting into trouble. Only after the three girls had completely disappeared from sight did Lin Wanqing let out a sigh of relief, her tone tinged with relief. Good thing they left. Otherwise, who knows how long this would have dragged on. She turned to look at the girls arranged by Gu Qingyan, her tone cautious. Thank you for your help, but we can handle our own affairs. No need to trouble yourselves. The leading girl nodded lightly, her tone calm. We are merely following orders to ensure classmate Lin Shen's safety. We won't interfere in your matters or cause any trouble for classmate Lin Shen. As long as Shen Ruiao's people stop provoking, we won't show up. With that, she led the other girls away quietly without another word, as if they had never appeared. Su Qinghan looked in the direction they had gone, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. Gu Qingyan. She's still protecting you from the shadows. She could feel that Gu Qingyan's intentions were sincere without any malice. But she also worried that Gu Qingyan's protection might bring more trouble to Lin Shen, making Shen Ruiao even more resentful and retaliating more intensely. Lin Shen's expression was calm, with no ripples in his eyes. I know. He knew in his heart that those girls just now were definitely arranged by Gu Qingyan. He neither refused nor actively thanked them. He knew that even if he refused, Gu Qingyan would still silently guard by his side. Rather than deliberately rejecting and causing awkwardness, it was better to let it be. As long as it didn't affect his normal life or cross his bottom line, he wouldn't bother to mind. Let's go eat, Lin Shen said softly, his tone still calm, as if the provocation just now was just an insignificant interlude. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan nodded, accompanying him on either side as they walked toward the cafeteria. The cafeteria was bustling with noise, the aroma of food filling the air. Students sat in groups at tables, chatting and laughing, creating a relaxed and lively atmosphere. Lin Shen and the two girls found a corner seat, ordered their meals, and ate quietly, not mentioning the earlier incident. Yet Lin Shen knew in his heart that this was just an escalation of Shen Ruiao's revenge, and also the beginning of a contest among external forces. Shen Ruiao, unwilling to accept rejection and loss of face, would certainly continue to cause him trouble with increasingly excessive methods. Gu Qingyan, genuinely fond of him, would silently guard by his side and clear away troubles, but her protection would also draw more attention from other external forces, even attracting more wealthy young ladies and more conflicts. Moreover, he could sense that besides Shen Riyao and Gu Qingyan, there were other external forces secretly observing him. Hidden gazes filled with scrutiny and curiosity, unknown whether benevolent or malicious, and uncertain when they would intervene in this storm surrounding him. After finishing their meal, the three walked toward the classroom. The campus sunlight was still bright, but Lin Shen could feel that beneath the calm surface the undercurrents were growing more turbulent. Shen Ruyao's covert moves, Gu Qingyan's silent protection, the hidden surveillance of external forces, and the concealed struggles were all escalating step by step, and he was at the center of this storm. Back in the classroom, as soon as Lin Shen sat down, he noticed that the campus gossip seemed to have diminished significantly. The glances from classmates had returned to normal, without curiosity or murmurs. Clearly the malicious rumors had been quietly clarified. He didn't need to think to know that this must have been done by Gu Qingyan. She didn't make a fuss, didn't disturb him, but silently did all this, guarding his peace in her own way. Lin Shen picked up his textbook, his eyes falling on the pages, but his thoughts gradually drifted away. He knew that the road ahead would become more difficult with increasing troubles. Yet he would not change. His true heart would remain composed and resolute, unswayed by external disturbances and unbound by romantic entanglements. He would calmly face Shen Ruyao's revenge. He would accept Gu Qingyan's protection gracefully, but without dependence. He would handle the scrutiny of external forces with equanimity, neither humble nor arrogant. He only wanted to study peacefully, complete his education, while uphold his bottom line and protect his tranquility. As for those unnecessary disputes and entanglements, he would face them as they came. Meet soldiers with generals, dam water with earth. Never compromising, never retreating. Meanwhile, in the distant luxury sedan, Gu Qingyan looked at the report handed to her by a subordinate, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The report stated that Shen Ruyao's people had been driven away, the rumors on campus had been clarified, and Lin Shen was doing well, unaffected in any way. Well done, Gu Qingyan said gently, her eyes full of tenderness. Continue to closely monitor Shen Ruyao's movements as well as the activities of other external forces. Report any abnormalities immediately. Remember, don't disturb Lin Shen. Just silently protect him. Yes, miss. Gu Qingyan looked out the window at the campus, the determination in her eyes growing stronger. She knew that this storm around Lin Shen had only just begun. Shen Ruyao would not give up easily, and other external forces would not stand idly by. But she would not back down either. She would always guard by Lin Shen's side, using her own way to help him avoid all troubles and accompany him through all storms. One day she would make Lin Shen see her true heart, and he would be willing to accept her companionship, walking side by side with her to overcome the difficulties. The sun set in the west, and the hustle and bustle on campus gradually subsided into calm. Yet this covert struggle surrounding Lin Shen never ceased. Shen Ruyao's resentment and revenge, Gu Qingyan's sincerity and protection, the external forces' scrutiny and competition, and Lin Shen's own perseverance and composure, all were quietly unfolding. The days ahead were destined to be even more eventful, full of unknowns and tests. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and everything on campus was shrouded in a hazy glow. Dewdrops fell along the tree-lined path, creating delicate ripples, while the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and soil. Lin Shen still stepped onto campus on time, his demeanor carrying that innate composure etched into his very bones, as if yesterday's provocations and undercurrents had never left a trace in his life. After yesterday's turmoil, Lin Wanqing's vigilance intensified. She had gathered several trusted female classmates early and positioned herself at the base of the teaching building. When Lin Shen appeared, they immediately surrounded him, their eyes meticulously scanning him from head to toe. Only after confirming he was unharmed did she exhale with relief. Lin Shen, I'm just glad you're all right. I couldn't sleep all night worrying. Shen Ruyao won't accept defeat so easily, and she may attempt something even more extreme today. You must be extra careful. Su Qinghan also gripped a warm thermos cup and walked over quickly, handing it to Lin Shen. She said softly, this is warm water. Drinking it on an empty stomach in the morning is good for your stomach. I'm still very worried about yesterday's incident. How about we stay by your side all day today? That way Shen Ruyao's people won't have any opportunity to strike. Lin Shen took the thermos cup, feeling the faint warmth against his fingertips. He nodded gently, his tone gentle yet resolute. Thank you, but there's no need to accompany me all the time. I can handle this myself. If Shen Ruyao truly dares to come, I'll naturally find a way to deal with her. You don't need to worry too much. His voice was calm, without a hint of panic, and that unhurried composure always seemed to put those around him at ease. The three walked into the teaching building together. The atmosphere in the corridor was quieter than before, and the looks the students gave Lin Shen had returned to their usual calmness. Occasionally someone would greet him, their tone natural. Clearly Gu Qingyan's secret efforts to clear up the rumors were showing results. However, Lin Shen showed no sign of relaxing. He could clearly feel several gazes more concealed than yesterday's, hiding in the corners of the corridor and behind the back doors of classrooms, carrying scrutiny and calculation. Unlike the recklessness of Shen Ruyao's followers or the steadiness of Gu Qingyan's people, these looks harbored deeper investigation, even a trace of barely perceptible malice. Entering the classroom, Lin Shun had barely set down his backpack when he noticed an unsigned envelope placed at the top right corner of his desk. The envelope was exquisitely crafted with fine materials, clearly something an ordinary student wouldn't possess. He didn't open it immediately, merely letting his fingertips lightly touch the envelope, his expression calm and unruffled. He knew in his heart this certainly wasn't a generous gift, most likely Shen Ruiao's new scheme or a probe from some other outside force. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing immediately leaned over, her expression wary. What is this? Could Shen Ruiao have placed it here? Could there be something harmful inside? Su Qinghan also wore a worried expression and whispered, how about we don't open it? Let's just hand it to the instructor directly. What if it's a trap inside? Lin Shen gently shook his head, his tone calm. No need. We'll open it and see. If she's planning something, we won't be the only ones with options. As he spoke, he slowly opened the envelope. Inside was only a thin sheet of letter paper with neat handwriting and a chilling tone carrying unmasked malice. The letter's content was simple, essentially warning Lin Shen to leave campus voluntarily, to stop entangling himself between Shen Ruiao and Gu Qingyan, otherwise he would face public disgrace at school, drag those around him into trouble, and even threaten his special protection status. At the end of the letter there was no signature, yet it carried an arrogant condescension. Clearly the writer had considerable backing behind them, far more than just Shen Ruiao. Lin Wanqing leaned over to read the letter, her whole body trembling with anger as she exclaimed indignantly, this is too much. Not only threatening you, but also daring to implicate us. Who on earth did this? Besides Shen Ruiao, who else would target you like this? Su Qinghan's face also turned pale, her eyes filled with fear, yet she forced composure and whispered, Lin Shen, how about we tell the instructor? These people are too terrifying. They actually dare to threaten you. What if they really follow through? Lin Shen folded the letter neatly, placed it back in the envelope, and casually tucked it into his backpack. His expression showed no disturbance whatsoever, as if the threatening words he'd just read were nothing but irrelevant nonsense. Don't worry, they're just trying to scare me, he said calmly. If they truly dared to make a move, they wouldn't just write a letter as a warning. Besides, my special protection status isn't something they can easily tamper with. He understood clearly in his heart that this letter was most likely a probe from some other outside force. They had noticed Lin Shun being contested by Shen Ruiao and Gu Qingyan and wanted to intervene opportunistically, either to recruit him or eliminate this potential threat entirely. This letter was their first step, testing Lin Shen's resilience as well as the attitudes of Shen Ruiao and Gu Qingyan. Don't overthink it. Let's focus on class. Lin Shen gently patted both Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan on the shoulders, his tone warm. Then he picked up his textbook and began reading with focused attention, as though the warning letter were merely an insignificant interlude that had stirred not a single ripple in his heart. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan watched his composed demeanor. Though still concerned, they could only suppress their inner unease and silently return to their seats, while keeping a closer watch on their surroundings for any unexpected developments. Halfway through the morning session, a commotion suddenly rippled through the campus. Several middle-aged men in black suits with cold, austere demeanors walked straight into the teaching building. Their expressions were grave and their steps measured. Neither teachers nor parents, they carried an aura that kept others at a distance, drawing everyone's attention. Lin Shen glanced out the window, his expression remaining calm, though a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. These men were likely sent by the hidden force behind the warning letter. They had finally couldn't restrain themselves and decided to appear in person. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the classroom, Shen Ruiao's people and those arranged by Gu Qingyan also appeared quietly, one after another. Their eyes locked onto the men in suits, expressions wary. A covert confrontation was on the verge of erupting. The men in suits didn't linger in the corridor, but headed straight for the academic affairs office. Clearly, they intended to pressure Lin Shun through the school or gather information about him by communicating with the administration. However, Lin Shun paid it no mind. He continued listening attentively and taking notes diligently, his expression focused and undisturbed by external factors. He knew that as long as he maintained his boundaries and responded with composure, nothing could overwhelm him, regardless of what these people intended. Outside the campus, inside a black sedan, Gu Qingyan reviewed the report handed to her by her subordinate, the coldness in her eyes growing more intense. The report detailed the identities of those men in suits. They came from the Li family conglomerate, a prominent wealthy clan with considerable strength who had always been engaged in covert rivalry with both the Gu and Shen families. Their arrival here clearly indicated an attempt to recruit Lin Shun, and should that fail, they would stop at nothing to eliminate this potential piece on the chessboard. The Li family group is moving quite quickly, actually daring to barge onto campus so openly. It seems they've truly grown anxious. Gu Qingyan's tone was icy, her fingertips lightly tapping the desk as her aura grew increasingly formidable, displaying the commanding presence of a wealthy heiress. They want to recruit Lin Shun. Keep dreaming. Issue the order to keep a close watch on the Li family group's people. Don't let them approach Lin Shun and prevent them from causing disturbances on campus that could affect his studies and daily life. Additionally, investigate the Li family group's intentions. What exactly do they plan to do regarding Lin Shun? Also determine whether they authored that warning letter. Gu Qingyan continued giving instructions in a steady tone. If they dare to make a move against Lin Shun, protect him at all costs, even if it means confronting the Li family group head-on. Yes, miss. The assistant replied respectfully, immediately taking out his phone to convey Gu Qingyin's orders, his expression showing no sign of negligence. Gu Qingyin gazed toward the teaching building outside the window, her eyes filled with both concern and determination. She understood that the Li family group's appearance meant the storm revolving around Lin Shun had escalated completely. No longer just Shen Ruyao's petty schemes or her own silent guardianship, but a direct confrontation between multiple powerful families. Yet she would not back down. No matter how great the pressure or how formidable the opponent, she would remain by Lin Shen's side, shielding him from all danger and ensuring his peace throughout his life. Meanwhile, in Shen Ruyao's office, she viewed the report from her subordinate with a frightfully dark expression, her fingers clenched tightly into fists. Her voice brimmed with resentment and fury. The Li family group. On what grounds do they think they can interfere in my affairs? Lin Shun is someone I have set my sights on. Neither Gu Qingyin nor the Li family group will ever take him from me. The subordinate seated beside her spoke cautiously. Miss, the Li family group possesses considerable strength, and we may not be their match. Moreover, Gu Qingyin has been secretly protecting Lin Shen all along. If we act now, the losses may outweigh the gains. Perhaps we should observe the situation's development for now, before making further plans. Observe. Shen Ruiyao let out a derisive snort, her tone dripping with scorn. Everything I, Shen Ruiyao, desire, I have never failed to obtain. Lin Shun is no exception. If the Li family group wants to interfere, and Gu Qingyin wishes to protect him, then I will deliberately shatter all of this. Let them understand who truly holds the power to determine Lin Shen's fate. She paused, a hint of viciousness flashing through her eyes as her tone turned ice cold. Issue the order. Proceed according to our previous plan. No matter how Li Corporation and Gu Qingyin try to stop me, I will make Lin Shun understand the consequences of rejecting me and bring him back to my side willingly. Yes, miss. The subordinate dared not say more and could only respond respectfully before turning to arrange the relevant matters. Shen Ruiyao gazed out the window, her eyes filled with reluctance and obsession. She could not accept being rejected by Lin Shun, nor being overshadowed by Gu Qingyin, and even less could she tolerate Li Corporation intervening. She was determined to reclaim everything that belonged to her by any means necessary. At noon during the lunch break, Lin Shen planned to go to the cafeteria, as usual. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, he noticed something unusual in the corridor. Several men in suits from Li Corporation stood at the corner of the corridor, their eyes fixed on him with cold hostility. Meanwhile, Shen Ruiyao's subordinates lingered nearby, their gazes sharp and menacing, clearly waiting for the right moment to act against him. The people Gu Qingyan had arranged quietly blocked Lin Shen's retreat, their expressions vigilant, ready to respond to any sudden situation. The surrounding students sensed the tension and quickly hurried away, afraid of being caught in the conflict. The corridor emptied in an instant, leaving only Lin Shen, the Li Corporation men, Shen Ruiyao's subordinates, and Gu Qingyan's people. The four factions faced off, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if a clash could erupt at any moment. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan stayed close to Lin Shen, their faces pale, yet they did not retreat. Lin Wanqing gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Shen, don't be afraid. We are with you. If things get too serious, we can call the instructors." Lin Shen gently patted their hands, signaling them not to worry. He then stepped forward, his gaze calm as he looked at the men from the corporation. His tone was steady yet carried an unmistakable presence. "You are looking for me. What is it?" The leading man in the suit stepped forward, his expression cold and his tone condescending. "Lin Shen, we are from the corporation. Acting on the chairman's orders, we have come to invite you to join our company. If you are willing, we can provide you with the best resources, protect you and those around you, and even help you break free from the entanglements of Shen Ruiyao and Gu Qingyan. What do you say?" His tone carried both obvious temptation and a hint of threat, clearly indicating that if Lin Shen refused, they would not let the matter rest. Lin Shen shook his head calmly, his voice steady and resolute. "Thank you for the chairman's kind offer. I appreciate the sentiment. But I am just an ordinary student who wants to study peacefully. I have no desire to join any faction or to be used as a pawn. Please return. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." The leading man's face darkened, his voice icy. "Lin Shen, I advise you to think carefully. Li Corporation is not someone you can afford to offend. Rejecting us will not only bring you big trouble, but will also affect the people around you, and you might even lose your special protected status. Are you sure you want to refuse?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Ruiyao's subordinates immediately closed in. The leading girl spoke arrogantly. "Li Corporation, you are going too far. Lin Shen is the young lady's chosen one. You have no right to recruit him. Lin Shen, I advise you to be wise and come with us. Submit to our young lady, or else we will not let you off either." For a moment, Li Corporation's men and Shen Ruiyao's subordinates argued and blamed each other, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, on the verge of a physical confrontation. Gu Qingyan's people stepped forward, blocking Lin Shen, their expressions cool and their tone icy. "Whether you are from Li Corporation or Miss Shen's people, no one is allowed to touch Lin Shen. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude." The three factions stood in a standoff, swords drawn and bows bent, ready to erupt into conflict at any moment. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan trembled with fear, clutching Lin Shen's clothes tightly. Yet Lin Shen remained calm, showing no sign of panic, as if the scene before him had nothing to do with him. He slowly stepped forward, raising his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. His voice remained steady yet carried a commanding presence that instantly subdued the noise. If you wish to quarrel, I do not care. But do not involve me, and do not cause trouble on campus. He looked at the leading man from the corporation and said calmly, I will say it again, I will not join any faction. If you continue to harass me, I will contact the relevant authorities and report you for illegally entering the school and harassing students. Then he turned to Shun Royale's subordinates, his tone still calm, but with undeniable confidence. As for you, I know what Shun Royale is thinking. I will say it once more, I will not submit to her, nor will I allow her to manipulate me. If you come looking for trouble again, I will not show any leniency. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet carried immense confidence and composure without a trace of fear or compromise. The profound steadiness ingrained in his being made everyone present pause involuntarily. The leading man from the corporation looked into Lin Chen's calm eyes, and a flicker of surprise and wariness crossed his face. He had not expected a young student to remain so composed and unruffled under pressure from multiple forces. Shun Royale's subordinates were also intimidated by Lin Chen's presence, and for a moment they dared not advance, standing there with hesitant expressions. Just then a teacher from the academic affairs office and several instructors hurried over, their expressions stern. What are you doing here? Causing a disturbance and disrupting campus order. Do you want to be punished? Clearly they had been informed and arrived specially. The leading man from the corporation's face changed slightly. He knew that causing trouble here would only backfire, so he could only give Lin Chen a cold glare and say reluctantly, Lin Chen, take care of yourself. We won't let this go. With that he led the other suited men away from the teaching building without further delay. Seeing this, Shun Royale's subordinates also dared not linger, shooting Lin Chen a resentful glare before hurrying off. Gu Qingyin's people, seeing the crisis resolved, slipped away, quietly continuing to watch over Lin Chen silently, without intrusion or fanfare. After all the unrelated people had left, Lin Wanqing finally let out a sigh of relief. Her legs gave way and she nearly fell, her voice laced with lingering fear that was terrifying. I thought they were about to fight. Lin Chen, you were so brave. You didn't seem scared at all. Su Qinghan also wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and whispered, Yes, Lin Chen, you were so composed. I was almost scared to death. Thank goodness the instructors came. Otherwise I don't know what might have happened. Lin Chen smiled gently, his tone warm. It's all right. It's over. They were just trying to intimidate me. As long as I don't give in or show fear, they have no power over me. His voice was serene, as if the three-sided confrontation he had just experienced was merely a trivial incident, leaving no trace in his heart. Let's go eat, Lin Chen said lightly, his tone still calm, as he led the way toward the cafeteria. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan quickly followed, watching his composed back with admiration and worry. Admiration for his steadiness and courage, and worry about the greater troubles and dangers he might face in the future. The cafeteria was still bustling with noise, as if the confrontation in the corridor had never happened. Lin Shun and the two girls found a corner seat and ate quietly, not bringing up the incident again. Yet Lin Shun knew in his heart that this was only the beginning of a power struggle. The involvement of the corporation, Shun Royale's vengeful obsession, Gu Qingyin's silent protection, and the other hidden forces would make this storm even more turbulent. He knew that the road ahead would become increasingly difficult and dangerous. Yet he would not change his principles. He would remain composed and unwavering, not swayed by external forces, not entangled by personal feelings, and face all conspiracies and provocations with dignity and calm. In a luxury car not far away, Gu Qingyin read the report delivered by her subordinates, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, her eyes filled with relief and determination. The report stated that the crisis had been resolved, the Li Corporation people had left, Shin Riao's subordinates had been driven away, and Lin Shan was safe and unharmed. Well done. Gu Qingyin's tone was gentle. Continue to monitor Li Corporation and Shun Royale's movements closely, as well as any activity from other external forces. Report any anomalies immediately. No matter how great the danger, ensure Lin Chen's safety. Yes, miss. Gu Qingyin gazed out at the campus, her eyes a blend of tenderness and resolve. She knew that the struggle revolving around Lin Shun had only entered its most intense phase. More dangers and challenges lay ahead, but she would not retreat. She would continue to guard Lin Shun in her own way, helping him avoid all traps and schemes, accompanying him through every storm until he was willing to accept her presence and walk side by side with her. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the campus, gilding everything in a warm light, but beneath the calm surface, undercurrents still surged. Li Corporation's reluctance, Shun Ruyao's obsession, Gu Qingyin's protection, and Lin Chen's calm steadfastness all played out silently. The multifaceted power struggle would only intensify in the days to come without end. Lin Chen stood under the sunset, his figure tall and composed. He knew that no matter what lay ahead, he would hold on to his principles, his peace, and calmly break through every situation, forging his own path forward. The morning dew lingered as the thin mist on campus gradually dispersed. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze brought warmth, yet it could not dispel the subtle tension lurking in the air. In this era where women outnumbered men, males were a scarce resource under the nation's special protection. The safety of every male was guaranteed by dedicated state agencies. Even the most prominent families had to restrain their ambitions when faced with the nation's male protection regulations. After the three-way standoff yesterday, Lin Shen still appeared composed as he arrived at school on time. He understood that the arrogance of the Li group and Shun Ruiyao stemmed from their blind reliance on family power. They had forgotten that before the iron laws of the state, any family was insignificant. Yet even so, their resentment after being rejected would only breed more sinister schemes, so he had to remain vigilant. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan were already waiting downstairs at the teaching building. The tiredness in their eyes was evidence suggesting they had not slept all night. In this time of gender imbalance, being by Lin Shen's side to guard his safety was both a heartfelt desire and a responsibility for them. After all, the scarcity and preciousness of males had been ingrained in everyone's mind. Seeing Lin Shen approaching, Lin Wanqing immediately stepped forward, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. Lin Shen, you're finally here. I received news last night that Shen Ruiyao gathered many of her people seemingly plotting something. Moreover, the Li group's people haven't left the city, they've been lingering around the campus. You must be extremely careful today and never act alone. They may not dare to openly defy the national male protection regulations, but their intent to strike from the shadows will certainly persist. Su Qinghan also clutched Lin Shen's sleeve tightly, her eyes filled with worry, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, Lin Shen, let's stay close to you. Thinking about yesterday still frightens me. They were so reckless, daring to provoke you on campus. They forgot that the state has clearly stipulated that no organization or individual may harass or harm males. Violators, regardless of family power, will be severely punished by law. But relying on their family's resources, they might still take risks. If they try anything underhanded, we can at least watch out for each other. Lin Shen gently patted Su Qinghan's hand and looked at Lin, Wanqing, his tone warm yet firm. Thank you, I know you're worried about me. But you don't have to follow me around. I have my own precautions, and there are state-appointed protectors keeping watch in the shadows. They won't dare go too far. After all, no one would risk their family's survival to challenge the nation's iron law of male protection. Just focus on your classes and take care of yourselves. That's the greatest help you can give me. His tone was calm, yet carried a reassuring confidence. A confidence born not only from his own strength, but also from the solid backing of the state. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan looked into his composed eyes. Though still worried, they could only nod and silently follow him into the teaching building. In the hallway, the atmosphere was more oppressive than yesterday. Occasional students passed by with hurried steps, their eyes carrying a hint of caution. In this era of female majority, the fact that Lin Shen, a male under state protection, was entangled by multiple parties had spread across campus. Everyone was curious, but dared not approach, fearing they might be drawn into the turmoil or inadvertently violate state regulations and bring trouble to themselves and their families. Upon entering the classroom and sitting down, Lin Shen immediately sensed something amiss. His textbook had been tampered with, his desk deliberately dirted, and even harsh words had been carved into the table leg. Clearly someone had carried out these petty acts before his arrival. Without much thought, he knew it was Shun Ruiyao's people. They dared not harm Lin Shen openly. That would cross the state's red line. So they resorted to these contemptible tricks, trying to provoke him and disturb his peace of mind, both to vent their frustration and to test the limits of state protection. Lin Wanqing's face turned pale with anger as she spoke indignantly. This is too much. Shen Ruiyao is so sneaky, daring only to play these petty tricks to disgust us. Does she think she can evade the state regulations? I'll go find out who did this. Not only will she be punished, but I'll report it to the National Male Protection Department and make her family pay for such despicable behavior. Lin Shen gently pulled her back, his voice calm. No need. It's not necessary. He bent down, using a tissue to gently wipe the stains off the desk, his expression unchanged. These are just trivial little tricks, not worth our time or the state's protection resources. She wants to provoke me, but I won't give her the satisfaction. As long as I remain unaffected, her methods mean nothing. Besides, she only does this out of wishful thinking. If it were brought before the state authorities, even the Shen family with all their influence would have to admit their mistake, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Su Qinghan quickly took out a tissue to help Lin Shen clean the desk, whispering, Lin Shen, you're right. We mustn't fall into her trap. But they keep targeting you like this, disregarding the national male protection regulations. Should we just endure it silently? If they get bolder and actually harm you, even if they are punished later, you would still be hurt. Lin Shen gave a faint smile, his tone calm, yet with a hint of resolve. Enduring silently doesn't mean weakness. I simply don't want to be bothered by these trivial matters, nor do I want to trouble the State Protection Department over such petty issues. When they truly cross my boundaries and violate the state's iron law, the state will act to deal with them without our involvement. Then whether it's the Shen family or the Li group, they will have to pay for their actions. For now, let's just focus on class. Saying this, he straightened his tampered textbook and turned his attention to the blackboard, as if the petty mischief had never happened. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan watched him with admiration, their anger and unease gradually subsiding. They silently returned to their seats while remaining extra alert to their surroundings, fearing any further incidents. They understood that protecting Lin Shen was not only their heartfelt wish, but also a response to the state's call for male protection. Every woman had a responsibility to safeguard the males around her. The morning classes proceeded smoothly. Lin Shen listened attentively and took notes diligently, his focus undisturbed by external factors. Yet he was unaware that in a corner outside the campus several women in suits from the Lee group were covertly observing the school's activity, their eyes filled with cold resentment. Having been rejected by Lin Shun and driven away by the instructor yesterday, they had lost face, and so had the Lee group. They knew full well about the strict male protection regulations and that harming Lin Shun could bring catastrophic consequences to their family. Yet blinded by their unwillingness to accept defeat, they came this time intending to secretly retaliate against Lin Shun to teach him a lesson and to send a warning to Gu Qingyan and Shun Ruiyao. However, they dared not act too openly and could only proceed with cautious probing. In Shun Ruiyao's office, she looked at the message from her subordinates, a sly smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Well done. If we can provoke Lin Shun and make him lose his composure, we'll have a chance to make our move. Remember, do not harm him in the slightest to avoid violating the state regulations and bringing trouble to the entire Shin family. She paused, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Also keep a close watch on the Lee group's people. I want to see what they're up to. The Lee group has already received a warning from the state for minor violations. If they dare to make a move on Lin Shun first and cross the state's red line, don't blame me for being impolite. Even if it means a direct confrontation with the Lee group, I won't hesitate. After all, if blame falls, it will be on them for overstepping and will only receive a warning at most. Yes, young miss. The subordinate respectfully replied and turned to arrange the matters. Shun Ruiyao looked out the window, obsession burning in her eyes. She was determined to make Lin Shun pay and to force him to return to her side. Neither the Lee group nor Gu Qingyan would stop her. Yet she also knew that her arrogance had limits. She must not cross the state's red line. If she actually harmed Lin Shun, not only she, but the entire Shin family would be thoroughly disciplined by the state. In the face of the nation, they were nothing. Meanwhile, in a black car outside the campus, Gu Qingyan's expression grew colder as she looked at the report handed to her by her subordinate. The report detailed the movements of the Lee group and Shun Ruiyao. Lee group's people were lurking near the campus, apparently planning to make a move on Lin Shun from the shadows, yet always restraining themselves, as Shun Ruiyao had arranged for her people to constantly provoke Lin Shun on campus, trying to agitate him and disturb his peace of mind as a prelude to further actions while still avoiding the red line of harming a male. The Lee group and Shun Ruiyao are becoming increasingly reckless, daring to target Lin Shun right under the nose of the national male protection regulations. Gu Qingyan's fingers tapped lightly on the table, her aura growing more imposing, her voice full of displeasure. They've forgotten that no matter how powerful their families are, they are insignificant before the state. Daring to make a move on Lin Shun, daring to harass him, is a challenge to the state's bottom line. They will eventually pay a heavy price. The assistant quickly said, "Young miss, should we immediately deploy more personnel to strengthen the protection of Lin Shun? Also, should we report this to the National Male Protection Department and let them take action to eliminate the Lee group and Shun Ruiyao's people once and for all? If we report, given the state's strong protection of males, even the most powerful families will be severely punished." Gu Qingyan gently shook her head, a hint of depth in her eyes. No rush. She paused, then continued, "Lin Shun is a steady person with his own principles. He doesn't like being overprotected or relying on state departments for everything. Moreover, the Lee group and Shun Ruiyao are still only testing the waters. They haven't truly crossed the red line. Even if we report, the state would only issue a warning, which wouldn't solve the problem completely. What we need to do now is to closely monitor their movements and strengthen the protection discreetly. The moment they overstep and actually harm Lin Shun, we will immediately report to the state. Then, without us lifting a finger, the state will deal with them, protecting Lin Shun without making him feel we are interfering too much in his affairs. Also investigate the Lee group's specific plans. How exactly do they intend to target Lin Shun? And what is Shun Ruiyao's next move? We must know in advance and be prepared." Gu Qingyan continued to instruct, her tone steady and commanding. "No matter the cost, we must ensure Lin Shun's safety. He must not be harmed in the slightest. Protecting him is both our heartfelt wish and our duty to comply with the state's regulations. We cannot tolerate any behavior that harms a male, even if it comes from top-tier families." "Yes, young miss." The assistant respectfully replied, immediately taking out her phone to convey Gu Qingyan's instructions, her expression earnest. She too understood that in this era of female majority, protecting males was to abide by the state's iron law. No family could stand above the nation. Gu Qingyan gazed at the teaching building outside the window, her eyes full of worry and determination. She knew that the Lee group and Shun Ruiyao had been pushed to a corner. They would certainly take risks testing the limits of state protection and making a move on Lin Shun from the shadows. This storm was about to reach its most intense confrontation. But she would not back down. No matter how great the danger, no matter how powerful the opponent, she would always stand by Lin Shun's side, shielding him from all schemes and traps, protecting him for a lifetime of peace. More importantly, she knew that if Lin Shun suffered even a single scratch, the state would strike like thunder. Then the Lee group and Shun Ruiyao would be doomed. Before the nation, their family power meant nothing. At noon break, Lin Shun still planned to go to the cafeteria for lunch. To ease the worries of Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan, he deliberately asked them to go ahead while he tidied up his notes. Then he left the classroom alone. He knew that the Lee group and Shun Ruiyao's people would be watching him from the shadows. They dared not harm him openly, but they might resort to other means of provocation. By acting alone, he intended to lure them out and resolve all the trouble at once. He didn't want to remain on the defensive forever, nor did he wish to be constantly entangled by these people or rely on state protection for everything. He wanted to take the initiative and break the deadlock, making them understand that even without state intervention, he was not an easy target, and that provoking him was also provoking the state's bottom line. As soon as he stepped out of the teaching building, Lin Shun sensed several cold gazes fixed on him. Unlike the usual scrutiny and provocation, these stares carried obvious malice, yet also a hint of caution. Clearly the Li group had made their move. They dared not harm him, but wanted to use intimidation and harassment to force him to yield. He remained composed, maintaining a steady pace toward the cafeteria while secretly preparing himself. He pressed his left hand against the male protection ID card in his pocket, a special credential issued by the state to all males equipped with location tracking and a one-touch alarm function. His fingertip hovered over the alarm button as he kept an eye on his surroundings. He also knew that state-appointed protectors were hidden in the shadows if the other side crossed the line. Pressing the alarm would bring them within 3 minutes. When he reached a secluded corner of the campus, several black-clad figures suddenly rushed out from the bend and blocked his path. They were the women in suits from the Li group, led by the same woman who had been rejected by Lin Shun yesterday. Her expression was cold, her eyes filled with resentment, but she deliberately lowered her voice, afraid of being overheard. Lin Shun, it seems you really don't know what's good for you. Since you refused to join the Li group, don't blame us for being rude. Today we will teach you a lesson so you know the consequences of offending the Li group. But remember, we won't hurt you to avoid violating state regulations and bringing trouble to our family. With that, the women in suits immediately moved to surround Lin Shun. Their movements were quick but deliberately avoided his vital areas, clearly intending to restrain him rather than harm him. No matter how arrogant they were, they dared not cross the red line of the national male protection regulations or risk the survival of their entire family. Lin Shun remained calm and composed without a trace of panic. He sidestepped to avoid the lead woman's grab, his actions swift and clean. No one knew that beneath his ordinary appearance, he possessed considerable self-defense skills gained from years of training, more than enough to handle these women. The lead woman's expression shifted slightly, clearly surprised that Lin Shun had such good reflexes. She gritted her teeth. I didn't expect you to have some fighting skills. It seems we underestimated you. But do you think you can get away from all of us alone? We won't hurt you, but we can keep bothering you. Even if you report to the state, we'll only get a verbal warning at most. And we can always send a new group. As she spoke, she lunged at Lin Shun again, and the other women also joined in, surrounding him with swift movements, but always avoiding his vital spots, only attempting to grab and block him. They dared to be so bold because their family had previously received only a verbal warning for a minor harassment incident against a male, leading them to mistakenly believe that state punishment would be light. They did not realize that this open gathering and attempt to detain a male constituted a serious violation. Lin Shun continued to handle the situation with ease. He moved nimbly, evading all their attempts to grab him while countering with precise, measured strikes. Each hit landed on their arms or shoulders, non-vital areas, enough to stop them from persisting without causing any harm. He was also aware that in this era where women outnumbered men, although women were not under key protection, they could not be harmed carelessly. Moreover, he did not wish to trouble the national authorities over such trivial matters. The several women in suits were soon forced back by Lin Shun, sustaining light injuries of varying degrees with expressions of surprise and wariness. They had not expected a young student to possess such formidable skills, far beyond their anticipation. Nor had they anticipated that Lin Shun would display such restraint, neither harming them nor completely overpowering them. Just then, Shen Ruoyao's subordinates also arrived at the scene in haste. The leading woman, observing the scene before her, showed deep surprise in her eyes, then a slight smile curled at the corner of her lips. Perfect. The Li group has made the first move. We can reap the benefits while they wear each other down. Remember, we must not harm Lin Shun in the slightest to avoid violating national regulations. We only need to bring him back to the young lady. Once they exhaust each other, we step in, neither offending the nation nor failing our mission. Saying this, she led her team to quietly stand aside, observing the situation, waiting for the right moment to subdue Lin Shun, yet never daring to cause him any harm. They knew that if they hurt Lin Shun, the Shen family would become a key target for national rectification. Before the nation, the Shun family's influence was utterly insignificant. Lin Shun sensed Shen Ruoyao's subordinates, but his gaze remained undisturbed as he calmly continued dealing with the Li group's entanglement. He knew that Shen Ruoyao's subordinates intended to reap the benefits, but he would not give them that chance, nor would he allow them to entangle him. After a few moves, the women in suits were already knocked to the ground, unable to continue their entanglement. The leading woman lying on the ground looked reluctant, but helpless. They dared not hurt Lin Shun, so they could only passively endure the blows, and they dared not call for reinforcements for fear of attracting national protection personnel, which would implicate the entire Li group. Lin Shun walked slowly to her, his expression calm, his tone without any fluctuation, yet carrying an undeniable presence. I will say it once more, I do not wish to join any faction, nor be entangled by anyone. Your actions today have already constituted harassment of a male violating the national male protection regulations. If you dare to harass me again or test the nation's limits, I will immediately press the identity card alarm and have the National Protection Department handle it. At that time, no matter how powerful the Li group is, you will have to accept punishment obediently. You should understand that before the nation your family means nothing. The leading woman looking at Lin Shen's calm eyes showed deep fear in her gaze. She clenched her teeth and said, Lin Shen, just wait. The Li group will not let this go. We will have our revenge. But rest assured we will not harm you nor violate national regulations. Lin Shen glanced at her indifferently, said nothing more, and turned toward Shen Ruoyao's subordinates. Shen Ruoyao's subordinates, upon seeing this, immediately changed color, their expressions filled with panic. They had not expected the Li group to be defeated so quickly by Lin Shen. His skills were far more formidable than they had imagined. Nor had they anticipated that Lin Shen would be so resolute, directly invoking the national regulations to strike at their weak spot. Lin Shen, don't come any closer. The leading woman, feigning calmness, spoke with a blustering tone, but could not hide her inner panic. We are Miss Shen's people. If you dare to touch us, Miss Shen will not let you off. Moreover, we had no intention of harming you. We only wanted to invite you to meet the young lady. That does not violate any national regulations. Lin Shen stopped looking at them with a calm gaze, his tone still composed, but with a touch of sharpness. I know Shen Ruoyao's intentions. You have targeted me repeatedly, harassed me repeatedly. Even if you have not harmed me, this already violates the national male protection regulations. I have been patient not out of cowardice, but because I do not wish to trouble the national authorities over such trivial matters, nor do I want the Shun family to be penalized by the nation because of this. But remember, my patience has its limits, and the nation's regulations are not to be tested. If you dare to trouble me again or follow Shen Ruoyao's orders to harass me, I will immediately press the identity card alarm and report to the nation. At that time, the Shen family, and you will pay the price you deserve. You should understand that no matter how strong the Shen family is, it is insignificant before the nation. His tone was calm, yet carried a strong deterrent force. Shen Ruoyao's subordinates were intimidated by his presence if for a moment they dared not step forward, standing still, with hesitant expressions, caught in a dilemma. They understood that Lin Shen spoke the truth. Once Lin Shen reported to the nation, even the powerful Shen family would have to obediently admit their mistakes, and might even be subject to national disciplinary action. They simply could not bear such consequences. Just then, seeing that Shen Ruoyao's subordinates were slow to retreat, and that the Li group's people still showed signs of resistance, Lin Shen lightly pressed the alarm button on his identity card. According to the national male protection regulations, on campus and surrounding duty personnel must respond to an alarm within 3 minutes. About 2 minutes later, Gu Qingyan's people, along with 2 women in plain clothes with calm auras, hurried to the scene. Those 2 plainclothed women were exactly the duty personnel from the National Male Protection Department station near the campus. They had received the identity card alarm signal and rushed over immediately. The leading plainclothed woman, with a serious expression and an icy tone, said, "Stop. You have gathered here to harass a male under national protection, violating the National Male Protection Regulations. Cease all actions immediately, otherwise we will take compulsory measures according to law and hold you and your families accountable." Shen Ruoyao's subordinates, upon seeing this, turned pale, instantly losing all their previous arrogance. They knew that since the National Male Protection Department had arrived, if they continued to entangle, not only would they be arrested, but the entire Shen family would be implicated. They could only glare at Lin Shen with reluctance, speaking in a dissatisfied tone. "Lin Shen, we will not let this go, but we will not harass you again, nor violate national regulations." Having said that, they led their subordinates away hastily, afraid of being stopped by the national personnel. The women in suits from the Li group, seeing this, trembled with fear. They quickly scrambled to their feet, trying to slip away, but were stopped by the 2 plainclothed women. "You are suspected of publicly harassing a male under national protection, violating Article 3, Clause 7 of the National Male Protection Regulations. Come with us for investigation and questioning. The Li group you belong to will be formally summoned by the relevant national authorities and will receive subsequent punishment according to law." The plainclothed woman's tone was stern, leaving no room for negotiation. No matter how much they pleaded, it was of no use. Before the iron law of the nation, any plea from a family appeared weak and pale, especially since they had clearly violated the regulations, which could not be dismissed with a mere verbal warning. Gu Qingyan's subordinate approached Lin Shen, speaking with respect. "Lin Shen, are you all right? We arrived late, but fortunately the national duty personnel came in time, so you didn't suffer any indignity." Lin Shen gently shook his head, his tone calm. "I'm fine. Thank you, and thank you, 2 officers." He nodded slightly to the 2 plainclothed women, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. It was precisely the nation's protection that prevented these families from acting recklessly. It was the steadfastness of these duty personnel that allowed him to study on campus at ease without constant worry for his safety. "This is our duty." The plainclothed woman's tone softened slightly, and she looked at Lin Shen with a hint of concern. "Lin Shen, if you encounter any further harassment or entanglement in the future, do not hesitate to contact us immediately. We will arrive at the first moment and protect your safety according to law. No matter what family it is, no matter how great their influence, as long as they dare to violate the National Male Protection Regulations, we will impose severe punishment according to law and never tolerate it." Having said that, they led the women in suits from the Li group away from the scene, heading to the relevant department for investigation. The scene returned to calm, with only Lin Shen and Gu Qingyan's subordinate remaining. Lin Shen's expression remained composed, as if the entanglement had been merely a trivial incident. He raised his hand and gently patted the dust off his clothes, a faint glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. He knew that this was only the beginning of his counterattack. Shen Royale would certainly not give up and more troubles lay ahead, but he would no longer be on the defensive. He would take the initiative and he would wisely utilize the nation's protection to guard himself and those around him. He was even more aware that in this era where women outnumbered males were under key national protection. No family could overstep the nation, and any act that dared to challenge the nation's iron law or harm a male would face severe punishment. Lin Shen turned and walked toward the cafeteria. Sunlight fell upon him, casting his shadow long. His posture was upright, his expression calm, and the steadiness and sharpness ingrained in his character became increasingly evident. He knew that the storm surrounding him had entered its most intense phase, with the contest of multiple forces still ongoing. But he no longer feared or retreated. He had his own strength, the protection of Lin Wanqing, Su Qinghan, and Gu Qingyan, and most importantly the nation, as his solid backing. No matter how great the family power, he could face it with composure, because he understood that before the nation any family amounted to nothing. In the cafeteria, Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan were anxiously waiting for Lin Shen. Seeing him approach, they immediately rushed over, their expressions urgent. "Lin Shen, are you all right? We've been waiting for you for so long, we were so worried. Why are you so late? We heard there was some commotion in a secluded corner of the campus. Did the Li Group and Shen Ruiao's people cause trouble for you again?" Lin Shen smiled gently, his tone mild. "I'm fine. I ran into a little trouble, but it's already resolved. I pressed the alarm on the male protection identity card, and the National Protection Department arrived quickly, taking the Li Group's people away for investigation. They won't dare to harass me casually anymore. I'm sorry for worrying you." He did not elaborate on the entanglement, not wanting to cause them further concern or involve them in this dangerous storm. Yet he deliberately mentioned the identity card alarm to echo the earlier narrative and set their minds at ease. With the nation, his safety was assured. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan, seeing his composed demeanor and learning that the National Department had intervened promptly due to the identity card alarm, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wanqing said indignantly, "Great. They deserve to be punished. Let them know that the national male protection regulations are not mere decoration, and that identity card is not a prop. No matter how strong their families are before the nation, they are nothing. From now on we'll see if they dare to trouble you again." Su Qinghan also nodded, a relieved smile on her face. "Yes, with the nation protecting you we feel much more at ease. Let's eat quickly, the food is getting cold. After we finish we'll accompany you back to the classroom. We won't leave your side anymore. Even with national protection, we want to be with you always to guard you." Lin Shen nodded, took the food, and ate quietly. He knew that Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan genuinely cared for him, and he did not want them to worry. But deep down he understood that this storm was far from over. Shen Ruiao would not relent, and perhaps other families drawn by his uniqueness would come to test and entangle him. Yet he no longer feared, because he knew he was not fighting alone. With the protection of those around him and the solid backing of the nation, no matter how great the family power, he could face it with composure. For before the nation, any family was insignificant. In a luxurious car some distance away, Gu Qingyan looked at the report handed over by her subordinate, a pleased smile curling at the corners of her lips, her eyes filled with pride and determination. The report stated that Lin Shen had successfully shaken off the entanglement of the Li Group and Shen Ruiao subordinates, that the National Male Protection Department had arrived in time and taken the Li Group's people away for investigation, that Lin Shen had suffered no harm and had even displayed remarkable skills. "Well done." Gu Qingyan's tone was gentle, her eyes full of approval. "Lin Shen has not disappointed me. He is not only composed and steady, but also possesses such strong skills, and he clearly understands how to use the nation's protection to safeguard himself. The Li Group has fallen this time. They dared to openly violate the national male protection regulations. No matter how great their family influence, they can only accept punishment obediently. I've just received word that the National Department has formally summoned the Li family head, frozen 30 of the Li Group's core industrial funds, and demanded a written rectification report within 3 days. If any further violations occur, their core business licenses will be directly revoked. Remember, the Li Group had already been warned once by the nation for a minor violation. This is a case of repeated offense despite repeated warnings. This punishment is both in accordance with regulations and serves as a warning to others. This is the insignificance of family power before the nation. Miss, what shall we do next? The Li Group is under investigation. Shen Ruiao will certainly not let this go. She will likely make another move, but she will not easily violate national regulations. She will only test Lin Shen through more covert means. The assistant asked. Gu Qingyan nodded gently, a flash of determination in her eyes. Continue to closely monitor Shen Ruiao's movements and strengthen the covert protection of Lin Shen. Do not give her any opportunity. Furthermore, if she commits any act that violates the national male protection regulations, we will immediately report it to the national authorities and let the nation deal with her and the Shen family. Remember, no matter how strong the Shen family is before the nation, they are nothing. We do not need to fear them. As long as we hold the line and protect Lin Shen, that is enough. Also help me investigate Lin Shen's background, his martial skills. Who exactly is he? Why does he possess such formidable abilities? I suspect there are many secrets about him that we have yet to uncover. Gu Qingyan continued to instruct, her tone tinged with curiosity. She was increasingly admiring Lin Shun. This young man was not only composed, steady, and neither humble nor arrogant, but also possessed such strong skills, and he clearly understood the importance of national regulations and knew how to use the nation's power to protect himself. It was as if a deep ocean lay hidden within him, irresistible to explore. Yes, miss. Gu Qingyan looked out the window at the campus, her eyes interweaving tenderness and determination. She knew that the contest surrounding Lin Shun was still ongoing. There would be more dangers and challenges ahead, but she would not retreat. She would always stand by Lin Shun's side, accompanying him through all the storms, helping him avoid all conspiracies and traps. She was even more aware that in this era where women outnumbered men, males were under key national protection. No family could overstep the nation. If Lin Shun suffered even a single injury, the nation would surely strike with thunderous force, punishing without mercy. And she would fulfill her role as a guardian together with the nation to protect Lin Shun's peace for a lifetime. The sun set in the west, its afterglow spilling over the campus, gilding everything with a golden edge. Yet beneath the calm surface, undercurrents still surged. The Li group, under investigation for violating national regulations, Shun Ruyao's reluctance and restraint, Gu Qingyan's full protection, and Lin Shun's composed counterattack and emerging sharpness, all were unfolding quietly. This contest of multiple forces grew increasingly intense. And Lin Shun, the young man who had drawn the attention of all sides, was no longer merely on the defensive. He had begun to take the initiative to break the deadlock. He understood that no matter what the future held, no matter how great the family power he faced, he had the confidence to respond with composure. Because he was a male under the nation's key protection, and because before the nation any family meant nothing. He would use his own way to hold his ground, preserve his peace, and step by step, walk his own path, gradually unveiling the secrets hidden within himself. The news that the Li group had been summoned by national authorities and its core funds frozen spread like a thunderclap through the elite circles. The major families fell silent, none daring to test the boundaries of the National Male Protection Ordinance again. The fate of the Li family served as a vivid warning, proving that even the most powerful lineage is but fragile dust before the nation's iron law. All this was observed by Shun Ruyao, whose eyes reflected a mixture of reluctance and caution, forming a cold, overcast gloom. In the study of the Shun family mansion, Shun Ruyao clenched the report in her hands, her knuckles turning white, her voice carrying a tone of resentment tinged with a hint of unease. Useless fools. Those Li group incompetents couldn't even handle such a trivial matter, openly defying national regulations. Not only did they bring punishment upon themselves, but they also tightened the nation's scrutiny on all families. The subordinate standing nearby dared not breathe too loudly, only offering a cautious suggestion. Miss, please calm your anger. The Li family repeatedly ignored warnings and received severe punishment. If we stay within the boundaries, lie low for now, and wait for the storm to pass, we can still find a way to approach Lin Shun. Moreover, the nation's punishment of the Li family also serves as a warning to Gu Qingyan. She should be more cautious now, leaving us with an opportunity. Opportunity? Shin Ruyao lifted her head sharply, her gaze hardened with determination. Lin Shun has rejected me repeatedly. Gu Qingyan keeps pressing forward, and now the Li family has become a cautionary tale. What opportunity remains? She paused, her fingers lightly tapping the desk, her expression gradually turning contemplative. However, the nation only forbids harming or harassing men. It doesn't say we cannot invite him back to my side through other means. If open methods fail, then we resort to covert ones. As long as we don't cross the line, even if Gu Qingyan notices or the nation intervenes, they won't find any evidence against us. The subordinate's heart tightened, and he quickly urged, Miss, please do not act rashly. Even if we don't cross the red line, if the National Male Protection Department detects our scheming against Lin Shun, even without causing actual harm, we will be summoned for warnings. Then the Shun family would follow the Li family's fate. I know what I am doing. Shin Ruoyao replied coldly, her tone carrying an unyielding authority. I won't have you harass him or harm him. I only wish to invite him to the Shun residence as a guest, to let him see Gu Qingyan's true nature and to realize who truly deserves and can protect him. As long as we act discreetly and leave no trace, even if the nation investigates, they will find nothing. Additionally, investigate Lin Shun's family and find his weakness. If we can leverage his family, even the most composed man will have to listen to me. The subordinate dared not argue further, respectfully acknowledging the order and turning to arrange the matters. Shun Ruyao gazed out the window, her eyes filled with a single-minded resolve. She would never give up on Lin Shun, even if she had to navigate carefully around the national red line, even if it meant pitting herself against the entire elite circle. She would keep him firmly in her grasp. Yet she was unaware that every step of her scheming was already being closely monitored by Gu Qingyan's people, and the National Male Protection Department, having learned from the Li family incident, had grown more vigilant about the Shun family's movements, deploying additional personnel to discreetly watch over Lin Shun's surroundings. Meanwhile, in the office of the National Male Protection Department, several staff members were discussing the investigation materials of the Li group. The lead official, with a stern expression and a cold tone, stated, the Li group repeatedly ignored warnings publicly gathered to harass a male protected by the state, violating Article 3, Clause 7 of the National Male Protection Ordinance. The freezing of 30 of their core funds, summoning of their leadership, and mandated rectification is already a lenient measure. We will continue to monitor the Leaf family's rectification. If any further violations occur, their business licenses will be revoked without mercy. Furthermore, the official continued, the recent activities of the Shin family are also suspicious. Shin Ruyao has repeatedly sent subordinates to test and provoke Lin Shen. Although no actual harm has been done, it constitutes suspected harassment. Arrange for specialized personnel to strengthen Lin Shen's protection on all fronts. Simultaneously summon the Shun family patriarch for a written warning, making it clear that any further inappropriate behavior toward Lin Shen, regardless of whether it crosses the red line, will result in legal penalties against the Shin family. Let them understand that the nation's resolve to protect men is not to be challenged by any family. Yes, sir. The staff responded in unison and immediately began to carry out the orders. The nation's stance was clear, whether it was the Li family, who had repeatedly ignored warnings, or the Shin family, who were testing boundaries. Anyone who dared to target men or challenge the nation's iron law would face severe punishment. No exceptions. On campus, Lin Shen's life seemed to return to tranquility. After the morning classes, Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan stayed by his side as always. In the cafeteria, there was still a dedicated window for male students. National security personnel were visible in the corridors, quietly intercepting any unfamiliar female students who approached too closely, only allowing them to proceed after confirming they meant no harm. Such was the nation's protection for men, meticulous and omnipresent, leaving no room for anyone with ill intentions toward Lin Shen. During a break, Lin Shen was organizing his notes when Lin Wanqing leaned in with a hint of delight. Lin Shen, have you heard? The Li group got severely punished by the state. Core funds frozen, mandatory rectification. I heard their patriarch has been summoned multiple times, looking utterly humbled. And the Shin family also received a warning. The state summoned their patriarch and told them to restrain Shin Ruyao from bothering you anymore. Su Qinghan nodded, a relieved smile appearing on her face. Great, the state has finally stepped in to warn them. Now Shin Ruyao should think twice before causing you trouble, and we can all be a bit more at ease. Lin Shen smiled faintly, his demeanor still composed. This is inevitable. The nation's regulations are never mere decorations. Anyone who dares to challenge them will pay the price. However, we must not let our guard down. Shin Ruyao is stubborn. Even after being warned by the state, she may not truly relent. She will likely try more covert methods to test and entangle me. As he finished speaking, his phone vibrated with a message from an unknown number containing only one sentence. Do you want to know about your family's recent situation? Meet me at the back gate of the campus after school this afternoon. Do not tell anyone or face the consequences. Lin Shen's expression instantly darkened, his fingers tightening slightly. His family had always lived quietly in another city, and few knew of their existence. Clearly this was Shin Ruyao's doing. Unable to find other means, she was now using his family to pressure him into submission. Shin Ruyao was clever. She did not directly harass him or harm his family, only using a threatening text message to avoid crossing the red line of the National Male Protection Ordinance, while still achieving her goal of controlling him. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan noticed Lin Shen's unease and quickly asked, Lin Shen, what happened? Is something wrong? Lin Shen showed them the phone, his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of sharpness. Shin Ruyao's methods have become more covert. Unable to approach me directly, she is now targeting my family to force my hand. Lin Wanqing trembled with anger, her voice indignant. That's outrageous. Shin Ruyao is so despicable, threatening you through your family. Let's report this to the National Male Protection Department right now and let the state deal with her. Even if she hasn't crossed the red line, such threatening behavior is absolutely intolerable. Su Qinghan also looked anxious. Yes, Lin Shen, we can't let her succeed. What if something happens to your family? Let's contact the security personnel now to protect your family and expose Shin Ruyao's scheme. Lin Shen gently shook his head, a flicker of determination in his eyes. No need to rush. Shin Ruyao is only threatening for now, but she hasn't actually harmed my family. She wouldn't dare, because harming my family would be equivalent to harming me, crossing the state's red line, and the Shin family would be immediately penalized. She just wants to force me to show up and negotiate terms. He paused, then continued. I will go meet her, but I won't let her succeed. Additionally, I will immediately contact the National Male Protection Department to have them covertly protect my family and monitor the back gate. If Shin Ruyao makes any improper move, as long as she crosses the red line, the state personnel will act immediately. Then even if she tries to be covert, she won't escape punishment. With that, Lin Shen took out his phone and dialed the National Male Protection Department, calmly explaining the situation, the threatening text message, Shin Ruyao's intentions, and his own plan. The staff member on the other end immediately assured him that they would deploy personnel to protect his family covertly and station guards at the back gate to monitor the situation, ready to take enforcement action if any violation occurred. After hanging up, Lin Shen's expression remained composed, without a trace of panic. He knew that Shin Ruyao's scheme would inevitably fail, for he had the nation as his solid backing, the protection of Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan, and his own strength. No matter what tricks Shin Ruyao played, he could handle them calmly. Moreover, every step of hers was under the state's surveillance. The moment she crossed the line, she would face swift punishment. That afternoon after school, Lin Shen asked Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan to go home first while he walked alone toward the back gate of the campus. Along the way, he could clearly sense several discreet figures following him, some sent by Gu Qingyin and others from the National Mail Protection Department. They did not approach or disturb him, only silently guarding him, ready to act if danger arose. In the alley behind the school gate, Shen Ruiyao was already waiting, accompanied by several subordinates who were scanning the surroundings warily, clearly afraid of being discovered by state personnel. Seeing Lin Shen approach, Shen Ruiyao's face lit up with a determined smile. Lin Shen, you came after all. I knew you wouldn't ignore your family. Lin Shen stopped his gaze calm as he looked at her, his tone even. Shen Ruiyao, I advise you to stop your little games immediately. Do not target my family again, and do not keep pestering me. You should be aware that every move you make is under the state's surveillance. The moment you cross the national red line, the Shun family will follow the Li family's fate. By then, no matter how much you regret, it will be too late. The state's surveillance. Shen Ruiyao let out a scornful laugh, her tone carrying a hint of disdain, but also barely concealed unease. I haven't harmed you or your family. I only want to talk. Even if the state is watching, they can't pin anything on me. Lin Shun, if you just come back to me obediently, I'll let your family go and never bother you again. I can even help you deal with the remnants of the Li family so you can study peacefully on campus. Isn't that better? Impossible. Lin Shen's tone was firm, without hesitation. I will not return to you, nor will I be swayed by your threats. Furthermore, let me make it clear, my family is now under the protection of the National Mail Protection Department. You have no chance to act against them. Threatening me through my family today already constitutes a violation. If I report this now, even if you haven't crossed the substantive red line, the Shun family will be summoned again and face even stricter penalties. Think carefully. Shen Ruiyao's expression changed instantly, her stubbornness gradually replaced by panic. She hadn't expected Lin Shen to be so prepared, having already contacted the National Mail Protection Department, nor had she anticipated that the state would take the matter so seriously, immediately deploying personnel to protect his family. She thought her methods were covert enough, but in reality, she had been under the control of the state and Lin Shen from the very beginning. At that moment, several figures in plain clothes rushed out from the alley entrance. They were personnel from the National Mail Protection Department, led by the same woman who had appeared in the secluded corner of the campus before. She spoke with a stern expression and an icy tone. Miss Shin, you are suspected of using threatening means to harass a male protected by the state, violating Article 4, Clause 10 of the National Mail Protection Ordinance. Please come with us for investigation and questioning. Additionally, the Shun family patriarch will be summoned again, and the state will take further warning measures against the Shun family in accordance with the law. Seeing this, Shen Ruiyao's subordinates attempted to intervene, but they were quickly subdued by the security personnel, without any room for resistance. Shen Ruiyao's face turned pale, her body trembling. Gone was her previous arrogance and stubbornness, her voice was filled with panic. No, I wasn't harassing him, I was just talking to him. I didn't cross the red line. You can't arrest me. Threatening and coercing a male under state protection falls under the category of prohibited harassment, even if no substantive harm has been done. It still requires investigation and a warning. The security personnel's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Miss Shin, stopped struggling. Before the nation's iron law, no wishful thinking will work, and no family stands above the state. With that, the security personnel escorted Shen Ruiyao and her subordinates away. The alley fell silent, leaving only Lin Shen alone, his expression still composed. He knew this was merely Shen Ruiyao's final struggle. After this incident, the Shun family would be thoroughly warned by the state, and Shen Ruiyao would no longer dare to trouble him easily. The Li group's rectification and the Shun family summons would serve as a warning to all elite families. The nation's resolve to protect men brooks no challenge. No matter how powerful a family may seem, it is nothing before the state. Gu Qingyin's car slowly pulled up in front of Lin Shen, and the window rolled down to reveal her gentle smile. Lin Shen, are you all right? I've received word that the state has taken Shen Ruiyao away, and your family is safe. Lin Shen nodded slightly, his tone calm. Thank you, and thank the state for its protection. It is my duty and the state's responsibility. Gu Qingyin's voice was warm. After this, the Shen family and others should think twice before testing you. But we must not let our guard down. I will continue to deploy personnel coordinating with the state's security team to protect you comprehensively and ensure you are no longer disturbed or threatened. Lin Shen did not refuse, simply nodding slightly. He understood that in this era with a scarcity of men, his safety was not only about himself, but also about those around him and the state's protection policies. He would remain composed and steadfast, wisely utilizing the state's protection to safeguard himself and those close to him, while gradually uncovering the secrets within himself and with his own strength stand firm, making it clear to all who sought to target him that he not only had the state as his support, but also possessed the strength to protect everything he held dear. The setting sun cast long shadows across the alley, and Lin Shen's figure stood tall and composed, the sharpness in his eyes growing more pronounced. The rectification of the Li group, the summoning of Shen Ruiyao, and the state's thunderous warning all proved to everyone that men are under the state's key protection, that no family stands above the nation, and that any challenge to the state's iron law will be severely punished. And this storm surrounding Lin Shen with the state's intervention gradually subsided, yet it planted new seeds. Lin Chen's background, Gu Qingyin's guardianship, and the forces still lurking in the shadows waiting to stir, all quietly brewing new confrontations. Under the state's protection, Lin Chen would grow step by step, his edge ever sharper, threatening and coercing a male protected by the state. The news that Shun Royale had been summoned for questioning and the Li family corporation had undergone rectification served as a quiet reminder throughout the elite circles. Henceforth, no clan dared to test the boundaries of the National Male Protection Act nor disturb Lin Chen's peaceful daily life. In this era where women outnumbered men, males were cherished and protected by the state, living lives of comfort and ease. Lin Chen, with his composed and gentle demeanor, became the one everyone around him sought to protect, enjoying a leisurely and tranquil existence. The ripples on campus had completely settled, and Lin Chen's daily routine returned to its steady and unhurried rhythm. Each day he attended classes on time with Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan by his side during breaks, handing him water, organizing notes, and occasionally sharing lighthearted stories from campus, free from any lingering tension or probing. State guards continued their discreet presence across campus, though their vigilance remained largely unneeded. No one dared cross the line, for beneath the nation's watchful eye all intentions were laid bare, and it was wiser to simply keep to oneself. Lin Chen had never sought conflict, and with all factions no longer entangling him, he completely set aside his guard, fully savoring this tranquil existence reserved for men. During class, he listened attentively, and after hours he would either stroll along the tree-lined campus paths with Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan, her arm linked through his, as she shared playful whispers about class gossip, while Lin Wanqing followed close by, occasionally slipping a peeled candy into his mouth, or they would settle together on a wooden bench beneath the warm sun. Lin Chen would rest against the backrest with his eyes closed while Lin Wanqing gently brushed fallen leaves from his shoulders, and Su Qinghan quietly tidied his wind-tossed hair. The two girls would sometimes lean close together, whispering about his preferences, their expressions soft with tenderness. When Lin Chen opened his eyes and saw both girls gazing at him with such devoted warmth, a gentle smile would grace his lips, his spirit at ease. Lin Chen, look, this is something I made specially for you. Soft and not too sweet, perfect for you. Lin Wanqing smiled as she handed over an exquisite food box, her eyes brimming with warmth and a touch of hopeful anticipation. I practiced for several days. Please try it and let me know how it tastes. Su Qinghan leaned in, as well, placing a bottle of warm milk gently beside Lin Chen's hand. And this, just heated up, perfect for warming you from the inside. You don't need to join us for the afternoon sports class. Just sit nearby and rest while we stay by your side, making sure no one disturbs you. Lin Chen accepted the box and opened it to find small, delicate osmanthus cakes inside, their fragrance rising warmly. He picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The texture was soft and sweet, spreading a gentle warmth through his chest. A quiet smile touched his lips as he reached out and gently ruffled Lin Wanqing's hair. This is wonderful. Thank you for the effort, Wanqing. It's even better than anything from a bakery. He then picked up another piece and held it towards Su Qinghan's lips. Qinghan, you should try it too. Wanqing's cooking is truly excellent. Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed a soft pink as she gently bit into the cake, her eyes shining with quiet joy. Lin Wanqing's face warmed at Lin Chen's tender gesture, her smile impossible to contain. Lin Chen looked at both of them, his eyes filled with gentleness. Qinghan, thank you for the milk. But you don't need to constantly attend to me. I can take care of myself. Please don't tire yourselves on my account. It's no trouble at all. Lin Wanqing waved her hands quickly, her face radiant with happiness. Being able to care for you is all we want. Besides, the nation has declared that men are to be protected, and having the chance to stay by your side and look after you is both our joy and our blessing. Su Qinghan nodded softly, her gaze warm and sincere. Yes, Lin Chen, there's no need to feel uneasy. In this era, being able to stay by your side and watch you live peacefully and happily is our greatest wish. With the nation guarding you and us keeping you company, you can simply enjoy life as it is. Lin Chen gazed at their sincere expressions, a deep warmth stirring within him. He understood that in this era where women outnumbered men, males needed not worry about survival or safety. The nation had already created a sheltering sky for them, and the companionship of those around him added even more warmth and brightness to his peaceful life. He did not decline their kindness, simply nodding softly as he sat with them on the bench, basking in the sunshine and sharing quiet conversation, the hours unfolding gently and without worry. At midday, the cafeteria still maintained its dedicated section for men. No queuing, no crowding. Staff members spoke with gentle courtesy, carefully considering Lin Chen's preferences and preparing balanced, nourishing meals tailored to him. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan remained by his side throughout the meal. Lin Wanqing, knowing Lin Chen disliked scallions and garlic, would carefully pick them out from his bowl and place his favorite ribs onto his plate. Su Qinghan would occasionally dab his lips with a napkin, hand him a glass of warm water, and softly ask whether the food suited his taste. The three of them ate together, chatting lightly and comfortably. Once in a while, Lin Chen would pick up a piece of meat and offer it to each of them in turn. The atmosphere was relaxed and heartwarming, filled with quiet sweetness. After the meal, the three strolled together through the campus. Sunlight filtered through the leaves above, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow upon them, a scene of pure tranquility. Occasionally, familiar classmates would pass by, greeting Lin Chen respectfully, their eyes carrying both admiration and quiet envy, for the protection he enjoyed, for the devoted companionship of Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan, and for the easy, unhurried life he led. On afternoons without classes, Lin Shun would take Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan to a park near the campus to unwind. The park was lush with greenery and beautifully landscaped, where women accompanied men in gentle conversation everywhere they looked. There was no friction or calculation, only the steady calm of peaceful days. Lin Shun sat on a bench watching Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan play and laugh on the grass nearby. Occasionally they would run over and pull him along to join them. Lin Wanqing would link her arm through his and ask him to help fly a kite, while Su Qinghan would sit beside him, resting her head on his shoulder and following the kite as it rose into the blue sky, a bright smile on her face. When the breeze picked up, Lin Shun would instinctively remove his jacket and drape it over Su Qinghan's shoulders, then reach out to gently smooth the hair that the wind had disheveled on Lin Wanqing's forehead. Each small gesture carried quiet tenderness, and a soft smile played on his lips as peace settled in his heart. Gu Qingyan also visited Lin Shun from time to time, no longer speaking of factional matters, but simply bringing refined gifts, sitting with him to chat, asking after his well-being, and occasionally suggesting they visit a pleasant restaurant or scenic spot. Never intruding excessively, always respecting his pace and protecting the tranquility he cherished. She understood that beneath the strength of the nation, no scheme could remain hidden. Lin Shun now desired only a peaceful and unhurried life, and all she could do was accompany him quietly, adding small moments of joy to his days. As evening approached, Lin Shun would return home together with Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan. Along the way, the two walked on either side of him, chatting cheerfully about their day, occasionally tugging at his sleeve, with eyes full of affection and contentment. The streets were orderly and calm, with state guards visible throughout, quietly ensuring the safety of every man and bringing an additional sense of stability and harmony to this world where women greatly outnumbered men. Back home, Lin Wanqing would head to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Su Qinghan stayed with Lin Shun in the living room. Sometimes they would sit close together watching television, and when a particularly amusing scene came on, she would lean into his arms and laugh softly, and Lin Shun would wrap an arm around her shoulders and gently wipe the tears of mirth from her eyes. Other times, Su Qinghan would sit on his lap and massage his shoulders, asking quietly whether the pressure was comfortable, while Lin Shun would take her hands in his and speak softly of his gratitude. Dinner was simple, yet carefully prepared. The three sat together at the table, with Lin Shun placing the dishes they favored into their bowls, Lin Wanqing feeding him spoonfuls of soup, and Su Qinghan dabbing gently at the corners of his mouth. Through their laughter and conversation, warmth and sweetness filled the room, leaving no room for worry. Only joy and a deep sense of security. Lin Shun would occasionally reflect that this was truly the finest kind of life. Under the protection of the nation, with no need to rush or defend himself, surrounded by those who cared for him and watched over him day after day of leisure and ease. Building a home, sharing happiness, finding contentment in the company of those he loved. This was his sense of fulfillment, not competition or scheming, but this steady warmth, this feeling of being treasured by everyone and safeguarded by the nation. As night deepened, Lin Shun sat on the balcony with Lin Wanqing resting against his left shoulder and Su Qinghan nestled in his right arm. The two sat quietly beside him, gazing together at the city lights twinkling beyond the window. Lin Shun wrapped his arms gently around both of them, pressed a soft kiss to the crown of Lin Wanqing's hair, and lightly pinched Su Qinghan's cheek. His voice was warm and tender. "It's so good to have you both with me." Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed softly as she nestles closer into his embrace, while Su Qinghan looked up at him, her eyes bright with affection, and pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. He knew that in the face of the nation's strength, no scheme could go unnoticed, and anyone attempting to disrupt this peace would be addressed firmly and swiftly. And he in turn need only cherish this tranquil existence reserved for men, treasuring those beside him, walking through the years hand in hand, sharing joy and peace. A life fulfilled in every way. The days ahead continued in the same unhurried rhythm. Classes, walks, meals, quiet afternoons at the park, all accompanied by Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan, watched over by Gu Qingyan and sheltered by the nation. No schemes, no disturbances, only warmth and happiness, and the steady, comfortable daily life that belonged to Lin Shun. Days flowed by like tepid water, free of ripples, yet brimming with delicate sweetness. Under the nation's protection, Lin Shun continued to live a leisurely and pleasant life, with Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan always by his side. Every moment spent together quietly fermented affection, the feelings hidden in their hearts, long unable to be concealed from one another, merely awaiting the right moment to be fully revealed to the world. On a weekend morning, the sunlight was exceptionally gentle, filtering through the gaps in the curtains and spilling onto the living room floor, filling the space with warmth. Lin Wanqing had risen early, tying on an apron and busying herself in the kitchen. Fresh ingredients lay on the cutting board, and the faint aroma of congee wafted from the pot. Every movement was tender and earnest. She remembered Lin Shen's weak stomach and had specially gotten up early to cook soft millet congee along with his favorite crystal shrimp dumplings, hoping he would wake to a warm breakfast. Su Qinghan meanwhile tiptoed to the bedroom door. Without disturbing the sleeping Lin Shun, she simply leaned quietly against the doorframe, her gaze tenderly resting on his face. Sunlight fell upon Lin Shen's brows and eyes, softening the usual composed ease into something more gentle. His long lashes fluttered lightly, and his appearance was especially pleasing. Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed faintly, her heart brimming with joy and cherishment. She quietly took out her phone, captured this tender moment, and carefully saved it, as if treasuring the most precious thing in the world. When Lin Shen woke up, he saw Su Qinghan leaning against the doorway, her gaze soft as she looked at him, a faint smile gracing her lips. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, his voice gentle with a trace of morning hoarseness. "Qinghan, when did you wake up? Why didn't you call me?" Su Qinghan, startled by his voice, her cheeks instantly flushed. She quickly stepped forward, tidied his slightly tousled hair, and said softly, "I only woke up not long ago. Seeing you sleep so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you. Sister Wanqing is in the kitchen making breakfast, all your favorites. Hurry up and wash up, the congee is almost ready." Su Qinghan, startled by his voice, her cheeks instantly flushed. She quickly stepped forward, tidied his slightly tousled hair, and said softly, "I only woke up not long ago. Seeing you sleep so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you." Su Qinghan's heartbeat quickened, her cheeks growing even redder. She leaned lightly against his shoulder and whispered, "It's not hard. Being able to stay by your side makes me very happy." After washing up, the living room was already filled with the aroma of breakfast. Lin Wanqing walked in carrying the congee and shrimp dumplings. Seeing the two snuggling together, a hint of a smile flickered in her eyes. Her voice was gentle, "Lin Shen, you're awake. Come have breakfast, the congee is soft and just right for you." The three sat around the table. The breakfast was simple, yet full of heartfelt care. Lin Wanqing kept placing shrimp dumplings into Lin Shen's bowl, while Su Qinghan helped cool the congee with gentle puffs, afraid he might burn himself. Lin Shen looked at the two young women whose eyes were full of him, and a profound warmth swelled in his heart. He set down his chopsticks, gently took both their hands, his gaze firm and tender, and spoke with earnest sincerity, "Wanqing, Qinghan, having you by my side truly makes me happy. During this time, thank you for always accompanying and caring for me. I know your feelings for me, and I understand them all." Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan both stiffened slightly, their faces instantly flushed, their eyes filled with shyness and anticipation, yet tinged with a trace of apprehension. They had always kept their feelings hidden, guarding them carefully. Now that Lin Shen had brought them into the open, they were both overjoyed and afraid that their feelings might trouble him. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath, lifted her head, and looked at Lin Shen with determined eyes. Her voice trembled slightly, but was utterly sincere. "Lin Shen, I like you. From the very first time I saw you, when I saw your composed demeanor, I liked you. I don't just want to be your guardian. I want to stay by your side forever, to be someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you and take good care of you. Even if it's just being by your side, I'm willing." Su Qinghan also mustered her courage, tightly holding Lin Shen's hand, her eyes brimming with love, her voice soft, yet resolute. "Me too, Lin Shen. I like you too. I'm not as brave as Sister Wanqing. I can only quietly accompany you and take care of you. But I truly like you. I just want to stay by your side, watching you happy and at peace. That's enough for me. We don't ask you to give us an answer right away. We only hope you know that we will always be with you." Looking at the sincerity and apprehension in their eyes, Lin Shen's heart was deeply moved. He gently tightened his grip, holding both their hands firmly in his palms, and spoke with tender certainty, "Silly girls, how could I ever let you down? In truth, I've liked you both for a long time. I just never said it. I was afraid I wasn't good enough, afraid I might fail your feelings." He paused, his gaze slowly falling on Lin Wanqing, and said gently, "Wanqing, thank you for your courage, thank you for your meticulous care all this time. Your warmth and passion have shone on me like sunlight." Then he looked at Su Qinghan, his eyes full of adoration. "Qinghan, thank you for your quiet devotion. Your tenderness and thoughtfulness have brought me a sense of peace I've never known before. I love Wanqing's ardor, and I love Qinghan's gentleness. You are both the most cherished people in my heart." Lin Shen's voice was utterly sincere, without a hint of hesitation. "In this era where women outnumber men, the nation has given me a stable life, and you have given me abundant love and companionship. I don't want to miss either of you. I want to be with you always, to protect you well, just as you protect me. For the rest of our lives, year after year, we will never part." Hearing Lin Shen's confession, Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan could no longer hold back. Their eyes glistened, but radiant smiles bloomed on their faces. Lin Wanqing threw herself into Lin Shen's arms, her voice choked with tears, yet overflowing with joy. "Lin Shen, I'm so happy. Thank you for accepting me." Su Qinghan also leaned against Lin Shen, holding his hand tightly, her eyes filled with tears of happiness. "Lin Shen, we will always be with you, take good care of you, and never let you suffer any grievance." Lin Shen gently embraced them both, softly patting their backs, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. Sunlight streamed through the window, spilling over the three of them, warm and soothing. The air was filled with a sweet and happy atmosphere. No strife, no scheming, only the joy and steadfastness of hearts united. In the morning, Lin Shen took Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan to the park in the city center. The sunlight was perfect, the breeze gentle, and the air carried the faint fragrance of flowers. The three walked hand in hand, with Lin Shen in the middle, his left hand firmly holding Lin Wanqing's, his right hand clasping Su Qinghan's. His fingertips gently brushed their palms, conveying delicate tenderness. Lin Wanqing linked her arm through Lin Shen's, resting her head on his shoulder from time to time, chattering about her wishes, wanting to plant a garden full of flowers with him, wanting to cook him breakfast every day, her voice brimming with longing. Su Qinghan quietly accompanied them, occasionally lifting her gaze to look at Lin Chun, her eyes full of love. Now and then she reached out to brush away a stray catkin from his shoulder, her fingertips accidentally touching his neck, causing both of them to blush slightly. When they reached the flower sea in the park, a vast expanse of roses was in full bloom. Pink, red, and yellow vying for beauty. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. She pulled Lin Chun to the edge of the flower sea and said with a smile, "Lin Chun, look how beautiful these flowers are. Take a photo of Qinghan and me, okay?" Lin Chun nodded with a smile, taking out his phone. He watched as the two women stood side by side amid the flowers. Lin Wanqing making a cute victory sign, Su Qinghan smiling gently. Sunlight bathed them, making them exceptionally radiant. He pressed the shutter, freezing this sweet moment. Then he pulled them together for a group photo, his arms wrapped around their waists, and the three of them smiled with bright, happy expressions. Tired from taking photos, they sat on a bench with Lin Chun holding them close, letting them lean against his chest. He took out some fruit candies he had prepared in advance, unwrapped one, and handed it to Lin Wanqing, then unwrapped another, and fed it to Su Qinghan's lips, asking softly, "Is it sweet?" Both nodded simultaneously, their eyes full of affectionate indulgence. Lin Wanqing nestled against him, playing with his fingers, while Su Qinghan gently stroked his arm. Occasionally Lin Chun would look down and press a soft kiss on her forehead, making Su Qinghan's cheeks flush crimson as she buried her face in his chest, unwilling to lift her head. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing deliberately leaned over and gently pinched Su Qinghan's cheek. The three of them laughed and frolicked together, the breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers and their joyful laughter. The moment was peaceful and sweet. They talked about their future hopes. After graduation, they dreamed of finding a quiet courtyard, watching flowers basking in the sun, and chatting about daily life, living a simple and happy life under the nation's protection. Upon learning the news, Gu Qingyan specially sent a delicate gift, her face bearing sincere blessings. "Lin Chun, Wanqing, Qinghan, I truly wish you happiness. I long saw the feelings between you, and seeing you happy makes me glad as well. From now on, I will always guard you, be your strongest support, and together with you accompany Lin Chun in a peaceful life." Lin Chun, Lin Wanqing, and Su Qinghan quickly thanked Gu Qingyan, their hearts filled with warmth. They knew that Gu Qingyan's feelings were also sincere, but she had chosen to quietly stand by them. They would always cherish this friendship. At dusk, the three walked home together, still full of laughter and cheerful conversation. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan flanked Lin Chun, occasionally holding his hand, their faces radiating undisguised happiness. On the streets, the nation's guardians still stood silently watch. The lights of countless homes lit up one by one, warm and comforting. In this world where women outnumbered men, because of this sincere love and the nation's protection, everything became increasingly stable and beautiful. Back home, Lin Wanqing went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Su Qinghan sat with Lin Chun in the living room, leaning against his chest as they watched TV, occasionally whispering sweet nothings to each other. During dinner, the three still chatted and laughed. Lin Chun continued to place their favorite dishes into their bowls, and Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan also took care of him attentively. Every gesture, every word was filled with deep love and cherishment. As night deepened, Lin Chun sat on the balcony holding Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan close, gazing at the myriad lights in the distance, his eyes filled with peace and happiness. He knew that this confirmation of feelings was the beginning of happiness. In the presence of a strong nation, no schemes or conspiracies could disturb their lives, and having these two young women whose hearts were completely devoted to him was the greatest fulfillment of his life. The days that followed remained leisurely and sweet. They attended classes together, went for walks, shared meals, and planned their future. Lin Chun cared for Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan with all his heart, and they in turn tenderly looked after him. Under the nation's protection, their hearts were united, their love deep, and they cherished each other year after year, turning ordinary days into the happiest of moments. After their hearts were confirmed, Lin Chun's days with Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan grew ever sweeter and more harmonious. Free from trivial disputes and unnecessary disturbances, the three of them spent every dawn and dusk together under the gentle protection of the state. Each everyday moment was steeped in unmistakable tenderness, and obtaining their marriage certificate became the most natural next step, a solemn promise to one another and the finest preservation of their happiness. On a Monday morning, the sky was clear and the air crisp, bathed in perfect sunshine. Lin Chun rose early and carefully groomed himself, dressing in a simple white shirt that accentuated his tall, upright figure, his expression filled with warmth and anticipation. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan also took great care with their appearance. Lin Wanqing wore a pale pink dress, her features radiant and her smile brilliant. Su Qinghan donned a cream white long dress, gentle and serene, her eyes brimming with quiet joy. Both wore light, refined makeup, elegant yet understated, their hearts full of eager anticipation for the ceremony. "Lin Chun, do we look nice dressed like this?" Lin Wanqing linked her arm through his and swayed gently, her tone carrying a touch of shyness, her eyes shimmering with hope. Su Qinghan stood beside him, gently tugging at the hem of his clothes, her gaze soft as she looked at him. Though she said nothing, the joy in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Lin Chun reached out softly, ruffling Lin Wanqing's hair, then took Su Qinghan's hand, his voice tender beyond measure. "You both look beautiful. Absolutely stunning. My girls, no matter how I see you, you're always the most lovely sight." With those words, both girls' cheeks flushed pink, their smiles widening with pure sweetness filling their hearts. The three headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau together. Unlike the cumbersome procedures of the past, in this era where women far outnumbered men enjoyed an exclusive green channel for marriage registration. No queuing, no waiting. The staff were warm and attentive, guiding them through every step with care, ensuring every couple would carry the most beautiful memories. The nation not only safeguarded the security and comfort of its men, but also cherished every genuine bond, treating every companionship with tenderness. During the photo session, Lin Chen stood in the middle, his left arm around Lin Wanqing's waist and his right hand holding Su Qinghan's. The two leaned against his shoulders on either side, their faces glowing with radiant happiness. At the moment the shutter clicked, the three captured their most sincere and heartfelt expressions. On the red marriage certificate, the three names sat close together, a promise and a vow for the rest of their lives. From then on, through every meal and every season, year after year, they would remain inseparable. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan clutched the red certificates tightly, their eyes shining with joy and treasure, glancing down at them again and again, their smiles never fading. Watching their adorable expressions, Lin Chen's heart swelled with affection. He reached out and drew them both into an embrace, his voice gentle yet resolute. From now on, we are a family. I will stay by your side for the rest of my life, care for you both well, and never let you face any hardship, ensuring you are happy every single day. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan nodded in unison, hugging Lin Chen tightly, their cheeks pressed against his chest as they listened to his steady heartbeat, their hearts full of peace and bliss. Sunlight showered over the three of them, gilding the red certificates in their hands, warmth radiating all around. The air was filled with the quiet scent of happiness, simple and pure. Gu Qingyan had long been waiting at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, holding a beautifully arranged bouquet of flowers and three exquisite gift boxes, her face radiant with sincere blessings. Lin Chen, Wanqing, Qinghan, congratulations to you all. You've finally registered. From now on, you're a happy family. This bouquet is for you. May your meals and seasons bring you peace year after year, and may your sweetness never fade. Thank you, Qingyan. Lin Chen and the two girls thanked Gu Qingyan together, accepting the flowers with warmth rising in their hearts. Gu Qingyan looked at the three of them with such happiness, her eyes full of satisfaction. No need for formalities with me. Seeing you happy is all the joy I need. In the days ahead, I will always be your strongest support. Whatever you need, come to me anytime. I will always be here guarding you. After registering their marriage, the three held no grand wedding ceremony. They never cared for extravagance, preferring the quiet beauty of an ordinary, peaceful life together. Lin Chen moved Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan into a quiet and comfortable little courtyard. The yard was modest but lovingly tended by the two women, filled with Lin Wanqing's favorite flowers and Su Qinghan's carefully nurtured greenery. Sunshine poured in, filling the entire space with vitality, warmth, and charm. Their married life remained relaxed and sweet, shedding the restless thrill of youth for a deeper, more grounded tenderness woven into the fabric of daily living. Each morning, Lin Wanqing rose early and busied herself in the kitchen, simmering soft congee and preparing breakfast dishes the three of them loved. Su Qinghan would wake alongside Lin Chen, helping him dress and getting him ready. Once Lin Wanqing finished cooking, the three gathered around the dining table, chatting and laughing, starting each day full of energy and warmth. Lin Chen continued his classes on schedule, but after leaving campus, he no longer lingered. He went straight home to be with Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan. On afternoons without classes, the courtyard became their private sanctuary, every corner steeped in unmistakable warmth and sweetness. In spring, the sunlight was gentle and warm, filtering through the vines, climbing the courtyard wall, casting dappled shadows across the bench at the center, radiating a soft, inviting heat. Lin Chen lounged on the bench, legs stretched comfortably, one arm wrapped around Lin Wanqing's waist, drawing her close into his embrace, while his other hand held Su Qinghan's, his fingertips tracing gentle patterns against her soft palm, sharing quiet affection. Lin Wanqing held a prose collection in her arms, reading aloud in a soft melodic voice, pausing occasionally at touching passages to look up at Lin Chen with tender eyes. He would lean down and press a gentle kiss to her forehead, murmuring softly, "You read beautifully, just as gentle as you are." This brought a blush to Lin Wanqing's cheeks, and she nestled deeper into his embrace, her smile impossible to hide. Su Qinghan sat on his other side, a small bamboo basket resting on her knees filled with fruit and snacks she had prepared in advance. She gently massaged Lin Chen's shoulders while listening intently to Lin Wanqing's reading, her touch perfectly calibrated to ease the fatigue from his long lectures. Whenever Lin Wanqing grew absorbed in her reading, Su Qinghan would quietly pick up a peeled grape and offer it to Lin Chen's lips. He opened his mouth to eat it, then gently held her hand and kissed the back of it, whispering, "Thank you for all you do, Qinghan." Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed instantly, her eyes bright with bashful joy. She shook her head softly and whispered, "It's no trouble at all, as long as I can be by your side." In the corner of the courtyard, roses and wildflowers planted by Lin Wanqing bloomed in full splendor. A gentle breeze swept through, sending petals drifting down onto the three of them and the bench, filling the entire yard with a faint lingering fragrance. When Lin Wanqing grew tired of reading, she would rise and pull Lin Chen and Su Qinghan along to tend the garden. Holding a small pair of pruning shears, she carefully trimmed the branches, chattering cheerfully, "This rose bush needs its dead branches cut, so it can bloom more. Once they flower, we'll fill the courtyard. We'll smell these blossoms every day." Lin Shen stood beside her, one hand gently supporting her waist to keep her steady, occasionally brushing fallen petals from her hair, his eyes overflowing with affection. Su Qinghan carried a small watering can, tending to the plants with tender care, her movements so gentle she seemed afraid to disturb the buds. Occasionally she glanced up and caught sight of Lin Shun and Lin Wanqing together, and her lips would curve into a quiet, contented smile. When tired, the three returned to the bench. Lin Shun wrapped his arms around both of them, Lin Wanqing leaning into his chest, idly tracing his fingers, while Su Qinghan rested her head against his shoulder, eyes gently closed, savoring the tranquil beauty of the moment. Lin Shun would pick up a small pastry from the table and feed it to each of them, sometimes teasingly offering it just out of reach, watching them playfully vie for it. His eyes overflowed with helpless amusement and boundless tenderness. Sometimes Lin Wanqing would pull Lin Shun and Su Qinghan to sit together in the courtyard and paint. She sketched Lin Shen's gentle features, Su Qinghan painted the courtyard flowers, and Lin Shen sat nearby, watching them work, so earnestly, quietly capturing the moment on camera. Each photograph a treasure, holding their most sincere happiness. The afternoon breeze swept gently through the courtyard, carrying the scent of flowers and their laughter. The greenery grew lush and vibrant, petals dancing in the wind, the sun warm and kind. The three sat close together. No discord, no intrusion, only scattered tenderness and overwhelming love. Occasionally neighbors passing by would see this heartwarming scene and smile, offering their blessings, envy shining in their eyes at such a peaceful and blessed life. In this era where women greatly outnumbered men, the nation's protection spared them from worry, while their devotion to each other made each ordinary moment all the more precious. Every small interaction held the gentle promise of shared meals through changing seasons, every gesture a testament to three souls bound together in deep affection. In their spare time, Lin Shun would take the two girls to the supermarket. Pushing the cart, Lin Wanqing chattered excitedly as she picked out her favorite snacks, while Su Qinghan carefully selected fresh ingredients, planning delicious dinners. Lin Shen followed close behind, helpfully reaching items on high shelves, occasionally ruffling their hair, his eyes full of tender indulgence. Throughout the supermarket, couples like theirs were everywhere. Men gently accompanied and cared for, every interaction radiating warmth. This was the quiet, unique tenderness of their era. In the evening, the courtyard filled with the comforting aroma of home-cooked meals. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan worked side by side in the kitchen, one washing vegetables, the other stirring the wok, occasionally sharing quiet whispers, their laughter drifting into the yard, sweet and melodic. Lin Shen sat in the courtyard watching the two of them busy at work, a gentle smile playing on his lips, his heart at perfect peace. This was the life he had always dreamed of, protected by the state, surrounded by the love of two devoted companions, meal after meal, season after season, free from worry. At dinner, the table was laden with dishes each of them adored. Lin Shen consistently placed their favorite items into their bowls. Lin Wanqing fed him spoonfuls of soup, while Su Qinghan wiped the corners of his mouth when he got a bit messy. Occasionally the two would playfully tease him, drawing a helpless yet fond laugh from him. The dining table echoed with laughter and warmth. In the evening, the three sat together in the courtyard, stargazing. Lin Shen wrapped his arms around both of them, holding their hands as they shared stories from the day and whispered hopes for the future. Lin Wanqing leaned against him, talking about planting even more flowers in years to come. Su Qinghan softly expressed her wish to grow old alongside him. Lin Shun nodded, gently responding with warmth, his eyes full of quiet resolve. He would walk every season with them, fulfilling every dream together. Down on the street, National Guardians continued their silent watch. Lights flickered on one by one across the neighborhood, each one a window into a story of happiness. In this era where women far outnumbered men, the nation had created a sky of its own for men, sparing them from hardship and vigilance, allowing them simply to live peacefully and cherish those around them. Lin Shen looked at Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan beside him at the red certificate in his hands and felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and tranquility. He knew that obtaining the certificate was not an ending but the beginning of happiness. In the years ahead, there would be no schemes or conflicts. Only the gentle rhythm of shared meals and seasons, only the sweetness of three souls intertwined. Under the nation's protection, they would remain forever devoted, year after peaceful year, turning their ordinary married life into the most beautiful expression of happiness. The days after marriage, devoid of earth-shattering upheavals, yet in the daily rhythm of domestic life, they crystallized into the most touching tenderness. Lin Shen, Lin Wanqing, and Su Qinghan guarded their small courtyard, sheltered by the nation, far from strife, accompanying each other from dawn to dusk, transforming every ordinary day into a tableau of sweetness and serenity, and the love hidden in the details grew ever richer and more enduring. The morning courtyard was always awakened by the first rays of sunlight and wrapped in the faint aroma drifting from the kitchen. Lin Wanqing, still the first to rise, tied on a simple apron and busied herself at the stove. The porridge in the pot bubbled gently, its soft fragrance permeating the entire courtyard. On the adjacent pan, golden fried eggs sizzled, their edges curling slightly, just the way Lin Shen loved them. Su Qinghan, staying by Lin Shun as he slowly awoke, helped him fold the quilt, placed the neatly pressed clothes by the bedside, and brought him warm water to wash his face. She watched him with eyes that could not conceal their tenderness. Lin Shun, come have breakfast. Lin Wanqing's voice came from the kitchen carrying a light-hearted laugh. Lin Shun, holding Su Qinghan's hand, walked into the kitchen and looked at the breakfast laid out on the table. Soft millet porridge, golden fried eggs, refreshing cold vegetable dishes, and the small steamed buns Lin Wanqing had specially made each dish, revealing her care. Thank you, Wanqing, for such a wonderful breakfast every day. Lin Shun sat down with a smile, picked up a bun, and offered it to Lin Wanqing's lips, then ladled a bowl of porridge for Su Qinghan, his motions natural and indulgent. Lin Wanqing took the bun, her cheeks puffed, and said with a smile, "It's no trouble at all. Seeing you and Qinghan enjoy it so much makes me truly happy." Su Qinghan, holding the warm bowl of porridge, took a gentle sip, looked at Lin Shun, and said softly, "I have no classes this afternoon. Should we build the flower trellis in the courtyard?" Wanqing said she wants the roses to climb the trellis so we can sit beneath it and drink tea and chat. Lin Shun's eyes brightened, and he nodded gently. "Good idea, whatever you two wish. We'll all work together this afternoon, and it will also be good exercise." Lin Wanqing beamed with joy, chattering as she planned, "I'll prepare the wooden boards and nails. Qinghan, you get the tools. Lin Shun, you'll be in charge of building the frame. We'll divide the work and finish quickly." The three of them ate breakfast while discussing the afternoon's tasks. The laughter and cheerful conversation at the table, accompanied by the morning sunlight, were especially pleasant. Before Lin Shun left for class, Lin Wanqing would straighten his collar and remind him to rest and not overwork himself. Su Qinghan would place pre-prepared fruit and snacks into his bag, saying softly, "Eat some if you get hungry, and come home early after school." Lin Shun nodded with a smile, embraced them both, and planted a kiss on each of their foreheads. "Don't worry, I'll be back early to help build the trellis." With no classes in the afternoon, Lin Shun returned home on time. As he entered the courtyard, he saw Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan had already prepared everything. The wooden boards neatly stacked in a corner, hammers, nails, tape measures, and all the tools arranged. The two were crouching on the ground, carefully arranging the boards, the sunlight casting a soft halo on their hair. "I'm back." Lin Shun walked over with a smile, gently tousling their hair. "You've prepared so quickly, but seems I'm late." "Not late at all. We just finished setting up." Lin Wanqing quickly stood up, took Lin Shun's hand, and led him to the boards. "Lin Shun, let's build it according to the dimensions you mentioned. We'll try to finish today, so we can guide the rose vines up tomorrow." Su Qinghan handed him the tape measure and said softly, "I'll help you measure the dimensions. Wanqing will pass you the nails. Let's work together." The three divided the tasks clearly. Lin Shun was in charge of building the trellis. He aligned the boards according to the pre-measured dimensions, his fingers deftly handling the wood. With one hand steadying the board, and the other gripping the hammer, he drove the nails into the joints with even force, each strike precise and firm, without any deviation. The sun gradually climbed higher, casting its light upon him. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and dampening the collar of his shirt. Su Qinghan crouched beside him, holding the tape measure tightly. She would occasionally stand up to check the spacing between the boards, afraid of even the slightest error, and whispered reminders. "Lin Shun, move this a centimeter to the left, so it's more symmetrical and stable." As she spoke, she gently steadied the board, her fingertips accidentally brushing against the back of Lin Shun's hand. They exchanged a smile, their eyes full of unspoken understanding. Su Qinghan was especially meticulous. After each measurement, she would carefully note it on paper and softly inform Lin Shun. Whenever she noticed the sweat on his forehead, she would immediately set down the tape measure, pull out a clean handkerchief from her pocket, and gently wipe the sweat away, her movements as tender as if she were cherishing a rare treasure. She would murmur, "There's no rush. Don't tire yourself. Rest if you're sweating." Lin Shun paused his work, looked at her earnest expression, and gently took her hand, placing a soft kiss on her palm. His voice was tender, "No hurry. With you by my side, even the hardest work is worthwhile." Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed with a faint rosy hue. She quickly lowered her head and continued organizing the tools, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help curling upward, her joy impossible to conceal. Lin Wanqing busied herself nearby, sometimes handing nails to Lin Shun, sometimes holding the boards steady to prevent them from wobbling. She chattered away, adding a touch of fun to the tedious labor. Seeing that Lin Shun's shirt collar was soaked with sweat, she quietly slipped into the house and fetched a clean light jacket. When Lin Shun paused to rest, she quickly handed it to him, draping it over his shoulders, and said softly, "Don't catch a cold. Even though it's warm, a breeze after sweating can still make you uncomfortable." As she spoke, she smoothed the collar of his jacket, her fingers grazing his neck with a gentle warmth. Occasionally, when Lin Shun grew tired, he would sit on the bench in the courtyard. Su Qinghan would immediately bring him a cup of warm honey water, hand it to him, and then sit beside him, gently massaging his arms and shoulders. The pressure of her fingers was just right, slowly easing his fatigue. She would ask softly, "Are your arms sore? Let me rub them a little longer." Lin Wanqing would sit on his other side, leaning into his embrace, gently stroking his cheek to wipe away the dust, and whisper, "Are you tired? How about we rest for half an hour? There's no rush, so we can take it slow." Lin Shun took the honey water, drank a sip, and the warmth spread through his body. He wrapped his arms around both of them, pulling them close. His chin rested lightly on Lin Wanqing's hair, his voice gentle and indulgent. "I'm not tired. With you two by my side, nothing is tiring. And just thinking about being able to drink tea, read, and bask in the sun with you under the trellis fills me with energy. Lin Wanqing leaned against him playing with his fingers and said with a smile, "Then let's work a little harder and finish today. When the roses cover the trellis, I'll brew your favorite tea every day, and Qinghan can make some snacks. The three of us will sit under the trellis enjoying the sun and chatting. How happy that will be." Su Qinghan nodded gently, her eyes full of anticipation. "Yes, and I can plant some mint next to the trellis. In summer when the wind blows there will be a faint mint fragrance, and it will also repel mosquitoes. In the evenings we'll sit under the trellis feeling the breeze, smelling the flowers and mint, and gazing at the stars. Just imagining it feels wonderful." Lin Shen lowered his head, placed a tender kiss on Su Qinghan's forehead, and gently pinched Lin Wanqing's cheek, saying with a smile, "Whatever you two wish. Plant whatever you want, do whatever you want. I'll always be with you, turning this small courtyard into our happiest home." After a short rest, the three threw themselves back into building the trellis. Lin Shen continued to take the lead in construction. Su Qinghan still carefully measured dimensions and handed him tools, while Lin Wanqing occasionally brought them water and wiped their sweat. Sometimes she mischievously held the board behind Lin Shen, wobbling it on purpose, making him laugh helplessly. He reached out and lightly tapped her head. "You little imp, don't cause trouble. The board might tilt." Lin Wanqing stuck out her tongue, obediently steadied the board, a playful smile on her face. The sun gradually slanted westward, casting a gentle golden glow over the courtyard, the wooden boards, and the flowers. The three figures bustled about the yard, their laughter and chatter never ceasing. In every playful tussle, gentle reminder, and silent exchange of glances, love was deeply embedded. Lin Shan would occasionally pause his work, looking at the two women who had their hearts and minds fully focused on him. His eyes were filled with tenderness and peace. In this era where women outnumbered men, the nation had granted him a stable life, and these two women had given him abundant love and companionship. This ordinary happiness was the greatest fulfillment of his life. During the construction, Lin Wanqing accidentally cut her fingertip on the edge of a board. A small bead of blood appeared. She frowned instinctively, but didn't make a sound, quietly wiping it with a tissue. Su Qinghan noticed first, quickly took her hand, her face full of concern. "Wanqing, you're hurt. Let me get the iodine and band-aid." She stood up to go inside. Lin Shen also stopped working, immediately walked over quickly, and held Lin Wanqing's hand. His brow furrowed, his voice full of worry. "How could you be so careless? Does it hurt?" Lin Wanqing smiled and shook her head, pretending to be nonchalant. "It doesn't hurt, just a tiny scratch. It's nothing, won't affect the trellis building." But Lin Shen wouldn't let it go. He carefully held her hand, gently wiped the blood around the wound with a clean tissue, his voice tender but firm. "No, even a small wound must be properly treated. It could get infected." Su Qinghan quickly brought the iodine and a band-aid. Lin Shen took them, carefully disinfected the wound, his movements so gentle that he feared hurting her. After disinfecting, he gently applied the band-aid, and even blew softly on the wound, saying, "There, it's done. Be more careful from now on, don't get hurt again." Lin Wanqing looked at his earnest expression, her eyes filled with emotion. She nodded softly. "I know, thank you, Lin Shen." After the wound was treated, Lin Wanqing still wanted to help, but Lin Shen insisted she rest on the bench and only hand them water. Su Qinghan continued to help Lin Shen build the trellis, the two of them working in increasingly perfect harmony. The setting sun gradually descended, casting long shadows of the three figures. In the courtyard, the outline of the trellis became clearer and clearer. The air was filled with the fragrance of wood, the scent of flowers and grass, and the deep warmth among the three. Every ordinary moment became extraordinarily touching. Occasionally, when Lin Shen grew tired, he would sit on the bench to rest. Su Qinghan would hand him warm water and gently massage his arms. Lin Wanqing would sit beside him, leaning into his embrace, wiping the dust from his face, and ask softly, "Are you tired? How about we rest a while?" Lin Shen smiled and shook his head, wrapping his arms around them. "Not tired. With you two by my side, nothing is tiring." As the sun set, the trellis was finally completed. The simple wooden structure stood firmly in the corner of the courtyard, and the climbing rose branches were carefully guided up, not yet in bloom, but already radiating vitality. The three sat on the bench under the trellis, looking at the structure they had built with their own hands, happy smiles spreading across their faces. Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Shen's chest and said softly, "When the roses bloom, it will be especially beautiful here. We can drink tea, read, and bask in the sun. Just thinking about it feels so happy." Su Qinghan nodded, her eyes full of longing. "Yes, and we can place a small table under the trellis, and in the evenings we can watch the stars and chat about everyday things." Lin Shen held them tightly and said tenderly, "We will. From now on we'll spend every day here accompanying each other, making each day joyful." The evening aroma of home cooking once again filled the courtyard. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan went into the kitchen together, busying themselves with preparing dinner. They divided the tasks, one chopping vegetables, the one cooking. Occasionally whispering to each other, their laughter drifting into the yard, mingling with the evening breeze, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. Lin Shen sat under the trellis watching the two busy figures, then looked at the flowers and plants in the yard. His heart was filled with peace and happiness. This was the life he wanted, the protection of the nation, the companionship of his loved ones, the warmth of domestic life, and the tranquility of the passing years. At dinner there were several new dishes that Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan had specially learned to cook, each one carrying their heartfelt intentions. Lin Shen still picked up the dishes they loved and placed them in their bowls. Lin Wanqing fed him soup, and Su Qinghan wiped the oil stains from the corner of his mouth. Occasionally they would tease him, making him laugh helplessly. The table was never without laughter and cheerful conversation. In the evening the three sat under the newly built trellis, enjoying the evening breeze and gazing at the stars. Lin Shen held them close, their hands intertwined, and chatted about the amusing moments of the day, about their hopes for the future. Lin Wanqing said she wanted to plant more flowers, turning the courtyard into a sea of blooms. Su Qinghan said she wanted to learn to cook even more delicious dishes, making a new breakfast for Lin Shen every day. Lin Shen said that no matter what they wanted to do, he would accompany them and protect them forever. On the streets, the national guardians continued their silent watch. The lights of countless homes illuminated one after another, each light hiding a story of happiness. In this era where women outnumbered men, the nation had provided a stable haven for men, so they need not worry or be on guard, but could simply enjoy life and cherish the people around them. Lin Shen looked at the two women beside him, Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan, who accompanied him with tenderness, and his eyes were full of affection and steadfastness. He knew that this ordinary happiness, though hard one, was also unbreakable. For the rest of his life, it would still be the warmth of everyday life, tenderness warming the years. The three of them would stay together under the protection of the nation, peaceful and sweet each year, turning every ordinary day into the most beautiful of moments. After the completion of the flower trellis, the days in the little courtyard gained a new layer of warmth and contentment. Under the spring sunlight filtering through the budding rose vines, the wooden trellis cast dappled shadows. Lin Shen, Lin Wanqing, and Su Qinghan cherished this small haven, sheltered by the nation, watching blossoms at dawn and stars at dusk, infusing their tranquil married life with ever-deepening sweetness and serenity. Every moment spent together held a gentle, unspoken tenderness and devotion. The little courtyard was awakened each morning by gentle sunlight and a faint, pleasant fragrance. Lin Wanqing rose early as always, but instead of heading straight to the kitchen, she would first walk to the flower trellis. Carefully she inspected the growth of the rose vines, gently combing through the new tendrils, her fingertips brushing the tender green leaves as she murmured softly, "Grow quickly, climb the trellis soon so you can shade Lin Shen and Qinghan." Su Qinghan accompanied Lin Shen as he woke, helped him tidy his clothes, and brought warm water. After they freshened up, they joined Lin Wanqing under the trellis to tend the vines. The three figures huddled together in the morning light, radiating a profound warmth. Lin Shen, look. This vine has sprouted new buds. Lin Wanqing pointed at the tiny shoots on the rose vine, her face brimming with joy. She took Lin Shen's hand and guided it to gently touch the delicate leaves. Soon this place will be covered in roses. We'll have breakfast under the trellis then. It will be so comfortable. Su Qinghan also leaned in, holding a small watering can. She gently watered the vines and said softly, "I planted some mint beside the trellis yesterday. Tiny sprouts are already showing. When summer comes it will repel mosquitoes and give off a light, refreshing scent that blends beautifully with the roses." Lin Shen reached out and gently ruffled their hair, his eyes brimming with affection. "You've worked hard. With you two here, this little courtyard feels more and more like home." He bent down, picked up a fallen leaf beneath the trellis, and placed it in Lin Wanqing's hand. "From now on, let's tend these flowers and plants together every day, watching them grow slowly, just like us, accompanying each other day and night, growing old together." Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan exchanged a smile and held Lin Shen's hands tightly, their eyes filled with happiness and resolve. Breakfast was still prepared by Lin Wanqing. Soft porridge, golden fried eggs, and delicate pastries, all laid out on a small square table under the trellis. The three sat around the table facing the morning breeze, surrounded by the light fragrance of grass and plants, chatting about everyday matters as they ate. Lin Wanqing would hand Lin Shen a peeled egg, and Su Qinghan would wipe a stray grain of porridge from his lips. Lin Shen would often place their favorite pastries into their bowls, occasionally leaning over to plant a soft kiss on their cheeks. Simple breakfast made exceptionally sweet by their company. Before Lin Shen left for class, he would receive their thoughtful reminders. Lin Wanqing smoothed his collar and handed him a light jacket she had prepared earlier. "It might get cooler this afternoon. Remember to put this on so you don't catch a chill." Su Qinghan handed him his school bag filled with fruit and snacks, saying softly, "Have a bite if you feel hungry. Come back early after school. We'll be waiting for you under the trellis with your favorite tea." Lin Shen smiled and nodded, then hugged them both tightly, kissing each on the forehead. "Don't worry, I'll be back early to have tea and chat with you under the trellis." After Lin Shen left for school, the little courtyard remained filled with warmth. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan divided the chores. Lin Wanqing continued tending the garden, guiding the rose vines to climb along the trellis, while Su Qinghan went into the kitchen to prepare lunch ingredients. Occasionally, she would carry a cup of water to the trellis, hand it to Lin Wanqing, and chat for a while. As they worked, they talked about their hopes for the future, their occasional laughter and playful banter, filling the courtyard with joy, leaving no room for boredom or loneliness. In the warm afternoon sunlight, Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan brought out a bench and sat under the trellis. Su Qinghan took out needle and thread to mend Lin Shen's shirt. A small tear had been caught on a wooden plank while building the trellis. She had carefully chosen thread matching the shirt's color stitching with meticulous care, each thread infused with heartfelt affection. Lin Wanqing sat beside her, leaning on Su Qinghan's shoulder, a book in her hands, reading aloud softly. Occasionally she would look up, watching Su Qinghan, so then gaze at the trellis covered with tender buds, her eyes filled with peace and happiness. "Qinghan, your stitching is beautiful. You can't even tell it was torn," Lin Wanqing said softly, gently touching the mended spot, her voice full of admiration. Su Qinghan blushed slightly and murmured, "It's just simple mending. As long as Lin Shen feels comfortable wearing it. He works hard every day at school. The least we can do is take good care of him, so he has no worries." Lin Wanqing nodded, deeply touched. "Yes, being able to accompany him and care for him is our greatest happiness. With the nation protecting him, and us protecting him, he can always be safe and joyful." When Lin Shen returned home from school, he could see the two from afar, bathed in sunlight, soft and radiant. He slowed his steps, approaching quietly so as not to disturb them. He stood still, watching Su Qinghan's focused stitching and Lin Wanqing's gentle posture as she read, warmth filling his heart. When Lin Wanqing looked up and saw him, she smiled, rose, and ran toward him. "Lin Shen, you're back. We've been waiting for you." Su Qinghan also set aside her needlework, stood up, and handed him a cup of warm tea. "Sit down and rest a while. Have some tea to refresh yourself. I've mended the tear in your shirt. See if it meets your liking." Lin Shen took the tea, drank a sip, then picked up the mended shirt and examined it closely. His eyes shone with gratitude. "It looks wonderful. Thank you, Qinghan. It's even better than a new one." He reached out and pulled them both into his arms, holding them tightly. "Having you two here is truly wonderful." The three sat under the trellis. Lin Shen leaned back on the bench, his arms around Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan. Lin Wanqing nestled against his chest, playing with his fingers, while Su Qinghan rested her head on his shoulder, still sewing other clothes, occasionally meeting his gaze with eyes full of love. Lin Shen spoke softly about fun events at school, and they listened attentively, laughter rising now and then. The evening breeze carried the scent of grass and leaves, and the tender rose vine buds swayed gently, as if blessing this sweet moment. As dusk fell, Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan went into the kitchen together to prepare dinner. They worked side by side. Lin Wanqing stir-fried the dishes, while Su Qinghan chopped the vegetables. Occasionally they whispered to each other, discussing Lin Shen's favorite flavors, their laughter drifting into the yard, mingling with the evening breeze. Lin Shen sat under the trellis watching their busy figures, then glanced at the flowers and plants in the yard. A faint smile graced his lips, and his heart was filled with peace. This was the life he wanted: no strife, no disturbance, with the nation's protection, the companionship of loved ones, the warmth of everyday life, and the serenity of time flowing gently. Dinner was again set under the trellis. Warm yellow string lights wound around the wooden posts, their soft glow filtering through the rose vine buds, casting dappled light on the table draped in a light beige linen cloth, creating a cozy atmosphere. The table was filled with their favorite dishes. Warm yam and pork rib soup steamed gently, the vapor softening the lamplight. Golden crispy fried pork strips were sprinkled with white sesame seeds, sautéed seasonal greens were fresh and crisp, and Lin Wanqing had also made osmanthus cakes, soft and sweet. Each dish radiated heartfelt care, and the aroma of food mingled with the sweet scent of rose buds and the light fragrance of mint drifting on the evening breeze. Lin Shen sat on the middle bench, Lin Wanqing on his left, Su Qinghan on his right. They leaned close to him, arms gently linking with his intimate and natural. Lin Wanqing picked up her spoon, first scooped up a piece of the well-cooked yam, blew on it carefully, then brought it to Lin Shen's lips. Her eyes curved into crescents and her voice was soft. "Lin Shen, taste this yam. It's been simmering all afternoon. It melts in your mouth, not a bit dry, and it's good for you." Lin Shen opened his mouth and ate it. The creamy yam dissolved on his tongue, warmth spreading through his body. He smiled, gently pinched Lin Wanqing's cheek, and said tenderly, "It's delicious. Wanqing, your cooking skills keep getting better, even better than restaurant dishes." Seeing this, Su Qinghan picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of crispy pork, carefully removed the excess oil, and gently offered it to Lin Shen. "Lin Shen, have a piece of crispy pork to balance the flavors. I used less oil and added your favorite pepper. See if you like it." Lin Shen accepted it, the crispy crust crunching, the tender meat juicy. He then picked up a helping of sautéed greens and fed it to Su Qinghan, then placed a piece of osmanthus cake in Lin Wanqing's mouth, saying softly, "You two eat as well. Don't just focus on me. Your happiness makes me more at ease." Lin Wanqing ate the cake, a bit of sugar frosting clinging to the corner of her mouth unnoticed. She smiled and said, "As long as you enjoy your meal, we're happy." Su Qinghan noticed the frosting, chuckled softly, and picked up a napkin to gently wipe it away, teasing, "Wanqing, you've got sugar on your lips, like a little cat." Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, then picked up a piece of Su Qinghan's favorite ribs and playfully retorted, "You're one to talk. When you were handing Lin Shen his food, your hair nearly touched the table." She reached out and smoothed the stray strands behind Su Qinghan's ear. Lin Shen watched their playful exchange, his eyes tender. He took both their hands and is gently stroking them. He ladled himself a bowl of soup, then added soup to their bowls and began telling them amusing stories from school. During class today, when the teacher asked a question, a girl was so nervous she gave the wrong answer. The whole class laughed. It was really cute. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan listened attentively, laughing now and then. The evening breeze rustled the rose vine buds, and the string lights swayed their shadows dancing. The laughter and chatter mingled with the aroma of food filled the entire courtyard. Halfway through the meal, Lin Shan noticed that Su Qinghan had been busy serving him, but had barely eaten herself. He stopped, picked up a piece of her favorite vegetable, and placed it in her bowl, his tone half scolding, half affectionate. "Qinghan, don't just take care of me. You need to eat more too, or you'll get hungry." Su Qinghan's cheeks reddened, and she nodded softly, whispering, "I know, Lin Shan." Lin Wanqing also added a piece of osmanthus cake to Su Qinghan's plate, smiling. "That's right, Qinghan. Let's eat together. We should take care of ourselves while we take care of Lin Shan." The three continued eating, chatting idly, without any forced formality, only the gentle warmth of shared moments. Lin Wanqing talked about setting up guide ropes for the rose vines tomorrow, so they would grow faster. Su Qinghan mentioned making new snacks for Lin Shan. Lin Shan said that when the weekend came, he would take them on an outing to the countryside to enjoy the scenery. Occasionally a breeze would pass carrying the scent of grass. The warm lamplight illuminated their features. Every glance, every gesture, every word held a deep, unspoken love and care. A simple dinner made profoundly tender by their companionship became the most moving and beautiful scene of everyday life in the little courtyard. Night fell, and stars gradually appeared in the sky. Soft lights glowed in the little courtyard. The three sat under the trellis, enjoying the evening breeze and gazing at the stars. Lin Shan held them close, their hands intertwined. They talked about the day's events, the growth of the rose vines, and their plans for the future. Lin Wanqing said that when the roses bloomed, she wanted to invite Gu Qingyan to visit to have tea under the trellis. Su Qinghan said she wanted to learn to make more varieties of pastries, so Lin Shan could enjoy something different every day. Lin Shan said that no matter what they wanted to do, he would accompany them, protect them, and safeguard this little courtyard full of love. On the streets, the national guardians kept their silent watch. Lights came on in countless homes, each one holding a story of happiness. In this era where women outnumbered men, the nation had created a peaceful haven for men, allowing them to live without worry or vigilance, simply enjoying life and cherishing those around them. Lin Shan looked at the gentle Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan beside him at the trellis covered with tender buds at this little courtyard brimming with love. His eyes were filled with affection and resolve. He knew that the trellis would slowly be covered with roses and the days would grow sweeter. He, Lin Wanqing, and Su Qinghan would continue this way, accompanying each other day and night, sharing warmth and tenderness, sheltered by the nation year after year, in peace and sweetness, turning every ordinary day into the most moving and happiest of moments. Days flowed gently amid tender warmth, the spring sunshine growing ever richer. In the small courtyard, the rose vines, as if answering hopes, put forth more tender green branches adorned with scattered buds, pink and white, delicate and tiny, nestled among the leaves, radiating vitality. Lin Shan, Lin Wanqing, and Su Qinghan cherished this love-filled courtyard. Under the nation's protection, they enjoyed each other's company beneath the trellis by day and the leisurely delight of spring outings, every moment steeped in sweetness and serenity. The morning courtyard grew ever more lively. Lin Wanqing, always the first to rise, stepped into the sunlight and walked to the trellis, her gaze fixed on the tiny buds. Joy brimmed at the corners of her lips as her fingertips gently brushed the petals, her voice soft, as if cradling fragile treasures. "Bloom soon, little roses. Once you open, our courtyard will be even more beautiful." Su Qinghan, having accompanied Lin Shan as he woke, carried warm water to the trellis. Seeing Lin Wanqing so absorbed, she smiled softly. "Don't rush. In 2 or 3 days these buds should blossom. Then we can have breakfast and tea beneath the trellis, surrounded by floral fragrance." Lin Shan walked over to join them, gently wrapping his arms around their waists. His eyes fell on the buds, filled with tenderness. "Yes, watching them grow and bloom slowly. It's like watching our days grow sweeter by the day." As he spoke, he took the watering can from Su Qinghan and gently watered the rose vines, his movements careful, as if afraid to disturb the buds on the branches. "Today is the weekend, no classes. I'll take you both to the outskirts for a spring outing. Enjoy the outdoor scenery and relax." At the word spring outing, Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. She tugged excitedly at Lin Shan's hand, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. I've been wanting to go to the countryside for ages. I heard the wildflowers are blooming. So beautiful." Su Qinghan also smiled and nodded, anticipation shining in her eyes. "Wonderful. We can bring a picnic blanket and the little snacks I made. Find a meadow in the outskirts, soak up the sun, and enjoy the treats. It will be so delightful." The three of them bustled about as they talked. Lin Wanqing gathered the picnic supplies, Su Qinghan prepared the pastries and tea, and Lin Shan helped organize the clothes. The small courtyard was filled with laughter and warmth. Once everything was ready, the three set off together. The streets were orderly, with national guardians visible everywhere, silently ensuring the safety of every resident, adding a sense of stability and peace to this era with more women than men. Along the way, Lin Wanqing chattered incessantly, pointing at the spring scenery outside the window and animatedly discussing it with Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan responded gently, occasionally reaching out to smooth Lin Shan's wind-tousled hair. Lin Shan focused on driving, but he often turned his head to glance at the two beside him, his eyes brimming with tenderness. The spring scenery in the outskirts was enchanting, vast stretches of lush green meadows dotted with colorful wildflowers. A gentle breeze set the grass and flowers swaying, and the air was filled with a faint, refreshing floral fragrance. In the distance, a small hill stood verdant, a stream babbled melodiously, and the crisp calls of birds were endless, a scene brimming with vitality. Lin Shen found a flat meadow and stopped the car. The three stepped out together, breathing in the fresh air, feeling the warmth of spring, relaxed smiles spreading across their faces. This place is so beautiful. Lin Wanxing ran excitedly onto the grass, spreading her arms to embrace the breeze, her face beaming with joy. Lin Shen, Qinghan, come over here. Let's have our picnic right here. Lin Shen and Su Qinghan walked over with smiles. Lin Shen opened the trunk, took out the picnic blanket, and gently spread it on the grass. Su Qinghan arranged the prepared pastries, fruits, and tea. Lin Wanxing sat on the blanket, picked a small wildflower, tucked it into her hair, and turned to them with a grin. Does it look good? Lin Shen walked over, gently ruffled her hair, his eyes full of affection. Beautiful. Our Wanxing looks beautiful in every way. Su Qinghan also smiled and nodded, handing over a freshly baked cookie. Wanxing, have a cookie to regain some energy. Then we can go explore the little stream nearby. Lin Wanxing took a bite of the cookie, nodded with a smile, picked up a piece of fruit, and brought it to Lin Shen's lips. Lin Shen, you have some too. This strawberry is especially sweet. The three sat on the picnic blanket, enjoying the snacks and fruit, chatting together, bathed in the warm sunlight, and caressed by the gentle breeze, utterly content. Lin Shen softly recounted amusing stories from his childhood, and the two listened intently, their laughter ringing out from time to time. Lin Wanxing said they should come to the outskirts often, while Su Qinghan suggested they bring a tent next time and spend the whole day here. They talked back and forth, the atmosphere relaxed and sweet. After resting a while, Lin Wanxing pulled Lin Shen and Su Qinghan to take a stroll by the nearby stream. The water was crystal clear, revealing pebbles at the bottom, and occasionally small fish swam by. Adorable. Lin Wanxing crouched by the stream, gently dipping her hand into the cool water. The refreshing sensation ran through her fingertips. She laughed. Lin Shen, Qinghan, look how clear the water is. And there are little fish. Su Qinghan also knelt down, playing with the stream water alongside Lin Wanxing, joy sparkling in her eyes. Lin Shen stood beside them, quietly watching, a faint smile on his lips, gently brushing away the bits of grass that had fallen into their hair. As the sun climbed higher, the warmth grew more intense. The three returned to the picnic blanket and continued to enjoy their leisurely time. Su Qinghan leaned against Lin Shen's shoulder, gently closing her eyes, savoring the spring warmth and the company of her loved ones, a happy smile on her lips. Lin Wanxing nestled in Lin Shen's arms, playing with his fingers, whispering softly, Lin Shen, having you and Qinghan by my side, I'm truly happy. No need to worry about making a living, no need to fear for safety. With the nation protecting us and each other's company, I wish these days could last forever. Lin Shen tightened his arms, pulling them both close, his voice gentle and resolute. We will always be this happy. The nation will always protect us, and I will always be with you, guarding you. Whether we're watching flowers in the courtyard or going on spring outings, whether in ordinary daily moments or small surprises, I will stay by your side, never leaving. Su Qinghan opened her eyes and looked up at Lin Shen, her gaze filled with love. She nodded softly. Yes, we will always be together year after year. In the afternoon, the three lay on the picnic blanket, basking in the sun and talking about their hopes for the future. Lin Wanxing said that when the roses in the courtyard were in full bloom, she wanted to hold a small gathering and invite Gu Qingyan over. Su Qinghan said she planned to learn to make more kinds of pastries so Lin Shen could enjoy different treats every day. Lin Shen said that when summer came, he would take them to the seaside to see the ocean and feel the sea breeze, experiencing a different kind of scenery. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the fragrance of grass and flowers. The three nestled together, the moment peaceful and full of warmth. As the sun set, they packed up and prepared to head home. On the way back, Lin Wanxing leaned against Lin Shen's shoulder and gradually fell asleep, a sweet smile still lingering on her lips. Su Qinghan leaned against Lin Shen's other side, gently holding his hand, her eyes serene. Lin Shen slowed the car, driving carefully, afraid to disturb the two beside him, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. When they returned to the courtyard, dusk had already fallen. Lin Shen gently carried Lin Wanxing into the house, laid her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Su Qinghan went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. When Lin Wanxing woke up, the dining table was already laden with her favorite dishes. The warm yellow lamplight shone on the table, creating a cozy atmosphere. The three sat together beneath the trellis, sharing dinner once more. The aroma of the food mingled with the faint fragrance of the rosebuds, and the evening breeze drifted by, making everything feel especially pleasant. When they returned to the courtyard, the sky had already darkened. Lin Shen gently carried Lin Wanxing into the house, laid her on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Su Qinghan went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. When Lin Wanxing woke up, the trellis had already been arranged with warmth and elegance. Warm yellow string lights twined around the trellis posts, their soft glow filtering through the rose vine, leaves casting dappled light on the table covered with a light beige cloth. The evening breeze gently stirred the leaves and buds, making the shadows dance, a perfect atmosphere. The table was filled with dishes the three loved, steaming hot yammen rib soup, its fragrant vapor rising and blurring the lamplight, golden crispy fried meat sprinkled with white sesame seeds, a fresh green stir-fried vegetables, Lin Wanxing's favorite osmanthus cake, and Su Qinghan's carefully made crystal dumplings. Each dish emitted enticing aromas that blended with the faint sweetness of the rosebuds gently spreading through the courtyard. Lin Shen sat in the middle of the bench, Lin Wanqing on his left and Su Qinghan on his right. They nestled close to him, their arms lovingly linked with his occasionally brushing their cheeks against his sleeves, the posture natural and intimate. Lin Wanqing picked up her spoon first, scooped up a piece of tender braised rib, blew on it carefully several times, and when she was sure it was no longer hot, she gently brought it to Lin Shen's lips. Her eyes curved into crescents and her voice was soft. Lin Shen, try this rib. Qinghan helped me braise it all afternoon. It's so tender it doesn't stick to your teeth, and it's not greasy. Lin Shen took a bite. The tender meat melted in his mouth and warmth spread through his body. He smiled and nodded, gently pinching Lin Wanqing's cheek, his voice warm and affectionate. So delicious, even more flavorful than last time. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing this, Su Qinghan picked up her chopsticks, took a crystal dumpling, gently bit into it to check the filling was warm, then brought it to Lin Shen's lips, saying softly, Lin Shen, have a crystal dumpling. I put in the shrimp you like. Thin skin, generous filling. See if it suits your taste. Lin Shen accepted the bite, the fresh shrimp mixing with crisp vegetables, the texture soft and chewy. He then picked up a piece of stir-fried vegetable and fed it to Su Qinghan, then took a piece of osmanthus cake and gently placed it in Lin Wanqing's mouth, saying softly, you two eat too. Don't always focus on taking care of me. I feel more at ease when you eat happily. Lin Wanqing ate the osmanthus cake, a bit of powdered sugar clinging to the corner of her mouth unnoticed. She still smiled, saying, as long as you enjoy your meal, we're happy. Look at these buds. Maybe they'll bloom a few by tomorrow. Then we can have breakfast surrounded by the fragrance. Su Qinghan noticed the sugar at the corner of her mouth and couldn't help but chuckle. She picked up a soft tissue and gently wiped it away, her voice teasing with affection. Wanqing, you've got sugar on your lips, like a little sneaky cat. Lin Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, then picked up a piece of rib for Su Qinghan, firing back playfully. You're one to talk. When you handed Lin Shen the dumpling, just now your hair was brushing the tablecloth. So saying, she reached out to tidy the stray strands of Su Qinghan's hair, her fingertips lightly brushing her cheek, full of intimacy. Lin Shen watched the two of them teasing and laughing, his eyes full of tenderness. He took both their hands and is gently stroking them. He ladled a bowl of soup for himself, then filled 2 bowls for them, and began to recount amusing sights from the outing. This afternoon by the stream, I saw a few little fish swimming around Wanqing's hand. So cute. Too bad I didn't manage to take a picture. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. Excitedly she said, yes. Those little fish were so tame, not afraid of people at all. Next time we go, let's bring some dried fish to feed them. Su Qinghan also nodded with a smile, saying softly, good idea. Next time we'll bring a tent and some dried fish, spend the whole day in the countryside, enjoy the scenery, and feed the fish. It will be so nice. The three chatted casually as they ate, no forced pleasantries, only tender moments. Lin Wanqing talked about putting up a guide string for the rose vines tomorrow so the buds could bloom better. Su Qinghan mentioned making new kinds of pastries for Lin Shen, pairing them with the rose fragrance for a better taste. Lin Shen said that when the roses were in full bloom, he would take them to have photos taken to capture the beauty. The evening breeze carried the scent of grass and trees. The string lights cast a gentle glow on the 3 faces. Every glance, every gesture, every word held deep love and cherishment. Occasionally, a few tender green vine leaves drifted down, landing on the table or on their shoulders. Lin Shen would gently pick them up, hand them to Lin Wanqing, and say softly, keep them as a memento. When the roses bloom again next year, we'll take them out and look at them. Halfway through the meal, Lin Shen noticed that Su Qinghan had been busy serving him, but had barely touched her own food. He set down his spoon, picked up a piece of her favorite vegetable, and placed it in her bowl, his tone carrying a mix of gentle reproach and affection. Qinghan, don't just focus on me. Eat more, or you'll get hungry soon. Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed slightly. She nodded softly and whispered, I know, Lin Shen. Lin Wanqing also helped Su Qinghan by placing a piece of osmanthus cake in her bowl, saying with a smile, that's right, Qinghan. Let's eat together, accompany Lin Shen, but also take good care of ourselves. That way we can always be with him, watch the roses bloom, and see our days get better and better. The dinner slowly came to a close amid laughter and cheerful talk. The food gradually cooled, but the warmth in their hearts never diminished. Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Shen's chest, gently stroking the rosebuds beside her. Su Qinghan rested her head on Lin Shen's shoulder, softly holding his hand. Lin Shen held them both close, his gaze tender as he looked at everything before him, feeling nothing but peace and happiness. The evening breeze blew gently, the string lights remained bright, and the rosebuds glowed softly under the light, as if blessing this warm moment. This simple dinner, made precious by their company, became the most heartwarming mark of the courtyard's everyday joy. Night fell, and stars gradually climbed across the sky. The string lights in the courtyard shone again, their soft glow illuminating the trellis covered with buds, and the 3 figures nestled together. On the streets, the national guardians still stood vigil. The lights of countless homes lit up one after another, each one holding a story of happiness. Lin Shen, with Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan by his side, sat beneath the trellis, gazing at the stars, his heart filled with peace and bliss. He knew that the spring roses would bloom as promised, and their days would grow sweeter and sweeter. Under the nation's protection, there would be no strife, no disturbance. Only the tenderness of everyday companionship, the leisurely delight of spring outings, and the happiness of the three of them together. For the rest of their lives, each year would be peaceful and warmth would linger long. A night of spring breeze swept through the small courtyard, and the rosebuds finally bloomed, as expected, shedding their youthful hues to reveal their delicate beauty. Pink like sunset clouds, white like snow, each blossom adorned the emerald vines climbing over the entire trellis in layers of vibrant splendor. As a gentle breeze passed, the petals swayed softly, and the faint fragrance of roses filled the entire courtyard, soothing the soul, adding a touch of romance and warmth to this little haven of love. The morning sunlight filtered through the gaps of the roses, casting dappled shadows upon the stone path of the courtyard and the bench beneath the trellis, enveloping everything in a warm embrace. Lin Wanqing was awakened by the scent of roses. She rose quietly, careful not to disturb Lin Shun and Su Qinghan, who were still asleep beside her, and tiptoed to the trellis. Gazing at the fully bloomed roses, her eyes sparkled with delight, and the smile on her lips shone as brightly as the flowers before her. She reached out her fingertips, gently caressing the soft petals, and whispered softly, "Finally in bloom, so beautiful. Lin Shun and Qinghan will be overjoyed when they see this." When Su Qinghan awoke, she saw Lin Wanqing standing beneath the trellis. She rose quietly and walked over to her side, following her gaze. Upon seeing the trellis full of blooming roses, her eyes were filled with surprise. "Sister Wanqing, the roses have all bloomed. They're so gorgeous." Standing shoulder to shoulder beneath the trellis, they murmured softly in admiration, occasionally brushing a petal with their fingers, their brows and eyes filled with cherishment. The morning light bathed them, harmonizing perfectly with the trellis of roses, creating a scene of extraordinary charm. When Lin Shun awoke, the small courtyard was already brimming with the fragrance of flowers and the sound of cheerful laughter. He walked over to the two women, gently wrapping his arms around their waist, his gaze resting on the trellis of roses, his eyes soft with tenderness and affection. "It's truly beautiful, even more stunning than we imagined. All your devoted care has brought us this cascade of fragrance." Leaning against his chest, Lin Wanqing pointed to the largest pink rose and said with a smile, "Lin Shun, look at this one. It's blooming the most brilliantly. I intentionally saved the best spot for it, just as you hold the most precious place in our hearts." Su Qinghan also nodded with a smile, her voice tender. "That's right, Lin Shun. From now on we can have breakfast, tea, and chat beneath the trellis every day, surrounded by the fragrance of roses. I've already brewed your favorite tea this morning. Let's sit under the trellis now and properly admire this sea of roses." Lin Shun smiled and nodded, taking both their hands as they walked to the bench beneath the trellis. Su Qinghan brought over warm tea, poured 3 cups, and handed them to the others. The three nestled together, sipping tea, gazing at the trellis of roses, and soaking in the warmth of the morning and the floral fragrance, their hearts filled with serenity and happiness. Breakfast was still laid out under the trellis. Lin Wanqing had prepared delicate pastries accompanied by warm congee along with fruit arranged by Su Qinghan. The aroma from the table mingled with the scent of roses, making it especially inviting. They sat around the table chatting while eating. Lin Wanqing spoke of picking a few roses to place in a vase indoors so the fragrance would fill the room. Su Qinghan mentioned making rose-flavored pastries so Lin Shun could taste the blend of floral notes and sweets. Lin Shun smiled and said that when Gu Qingyan arrived they must show her the trellis of roses and share this beauty together. At the mention of Gu Qingyan, Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up immediately. "Yes. We can invite Qingyan to our courtyard as a guest, let her see the roses, taste our pastries, and chat together under the trellis. It will be so much fun." Su Qinghan also nodded with a smile. "Great, I'll send a message to Qingyan right now and invite her to come over this afternoon." Lin Shun gently ruffled their hair and said softly, "Whatever you two say. It's been a while since we gathered with Qingyan, so it will be nice to have some lively company." In the morning the three of them tended to the courtyard together. Lin Wanqing carefully picked a few of the most vibrant roses and placed them in a vase indoors, adorning the room with warmth and romance. Su Qinghan busied herself in the kitchen preparing snacks and tea for the afternoon visit. Lin Shun sat under the trellis, gently pruning the rose vines, occasionally lifting his head to watch the two busy women, a faint smile on his lips, his eyes full of affection. The sunlight was warm, the fragrance of roses permeated the air, and the small courtyard was filled with delicate moments of tenderness. Every gesture, every word held boundless love. In the afternoon, Gu Qingyan arrived at the courtyard on time. As soon as she stepped through the gate, she was captivated by the trellis of roses, her eyes brimming with surprise. "Wow, these roses are blooming so beautifully. Wanqing, Qinghan, you've taken such good care of them." Lin Wanqing greeted her with a smile, taking Gu Qingyan's hand and leading her to the trellis. "Qingyan, come sit down. We specially invited you to see the roses and taste Qinghan's pastries. You must try plenty." Su Qinghan brought over the prepared snacks and tea, saying with a smile, "Sister Qingyan, please try the rose cakes I made and the tea that Lin Shun loves. I've brewed a cup for you as well." Gu Qingyan picked up a rose cake, took a bite. It was soft, sweet, and carried a delicate fragrance of roses. She nodded with a smile, "Delicious. Qinghan, your cooking skills keep getting better. Lin Shun, you're truly blessed to have Wanqing and Qinghan taking care of you in such a beautiful courtyard. Your life is so happy." Lin Shun smiled and nodded, wrapping his arms around Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan beside him, his voice gentle. Yes, I am indeed very fortunate. With them by my side and our country protecting us, we can live a life of peace and happiness. Gu Qingyan looked at the three of them, their happiness evident and her eyes filled with contentment. Seeing you so happy puts my mind at ease. From now on I will always be with you, your strongest support, and together we will guard this happiness. The four of them sat under the trellis, and the lively atmosphere instantly filled the courtyard. They chatted cheerfully while enjoying snacks and tea. Their laughter and joy carried far on the evening breeze. Taking a sip of tea, Gu Qingyan teased Lin Shun with a smile. Lin Shun, you're really spoiled by Wanqing and Qinghan. Look at this courtyard full of roses and all these delicious treats. I'm so envious. She deliberately winked at Lin Shun, her tone full of playful banter. Lin Wanqing immediately chimed in with a smile, gently patting Gu Qingyan's arm. Qingyan, don't be jealous of him. He spoils us too. He always helps with the gardening and joins us in doing the things we love. Su Qinghan nodded, as well a hint of mirth in her eyes, adding softly. Yes, Sister Qingyan, Lin Shun is very good to us. The last time I was tired from sewing, he even massaged my shoulders. Lin Shen's cheeks flushed slightly at their words. He gently pinched Lin Wanqing's cheek and ruffled Su Qinghan's hair, saying with a mix of helplessness and affection, You two always saying nice things about me in front of Qingyan. Gu Qingyan couldn't help but burst into laughter, pointing at Lin Shun and exclaiming, Oh, Lin Shun can actually blush. That's so rare. I must get a good look. She leaned in, deliberately teasing him, which made Lin Shun shake his head in resignation, though he didn't argue back. Seeing this, Lin Wanqing joined in the fun. She picked up a rose cake and held it to Gu Qingyan's lips, saying with a laugh, Qingyan, have a cake to shut your mouth, or else our Lin Shun will be too embarrassed. Gu Qingyan took a bite, chewing and laughing. I'm not stopping. This is too amusing a scene to miss. Su Qinghan also chuckled softly, picked up a grape, and gently tossed it toward Lin Shun, saying with a smile, Lin Shun, catch. This will help you cool down your blush. Lin Shun caught the grape, swiftly popped it into his mouth, then picked up another, and gently tossed it towards Su Qinghan, his tone playful counterattack. Su Qinghan missed the catch, and the grape landed on her skirt. She quickly bent down to pick it up, while Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan doubled over with laughter. A gentle breeze blew and rose petals drifted down, some landing in Gu Qingyan's hair, others on Lin Wanqing's shoulder. Lin Shun reached out and gently brushed the petals from Gu Qingyan's hair, saying with a smile, Look at you, laughing without a care, petals stuck in your hair. Gu Qingyan touched her hair and replied with a laugh, It's all your fault for making me laugh. She then helped Lin Wanqing brush the petals off her shoulder and playfully pinched Su Qinghan's cheek. And you tossing grapes to tease Lin Shun earlier. I'll punish you by making you eat 2 rose cakes. Su Qinghan dodged playfully while Lin Wanqing helped, and the three of them frolicked together. Lin Shun sat on the bench watching the lively scene, his smile never fading. Occasionally he reached out to steady a teacup about to tip, his eyes filled with tenderness and joy. When the conversation grew lively, Gu Qingyan pulled Lin Wanqing to sing childhood songs together. Su Qinghan hummed along softly while Lin Shun kept the rhythm. The melody's laughter and the soft rustle of falling petals intertwined, creating a warm and joyous atmosphere. The sunlight filtered through the gaps of the roses, casting a glow on the four of them, reflecting the smiles on their faces. Every moment was filled with the delight of dear friends gathering, adding a touch of vibrant warmth to the trellis of roses. Lin Wanqing led Gu Qingyan to the rose trellis, introducing each variety and sharing her tips for caring for the roses. Gu Qingyan listened attentively, nodding in admiration from time to time. They laughed and played together like sisters. Meanwhile, Su Qinghan sat on the bench with Lin Shun, speaking softly. She leaned against his shoulder, her eyes brimming with happiness. Lin Shun gently held her hand, his fingers lightly stroking hers, full of tenderness. As the sun set, Gu Qingyan rose to leave. Before departing, she said with a smile, Today was truly wonderful. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll come again to see the roses and taste Qinghan's pastries. Lin Wanqing replied with a smile, You're always welcome, Qingyan. Next time we'll make even more delicious treats and take you gardening with us. Lin Shun and Su Qinghan also nodded with smiles, watching Gu Qingyan leave, their eyes tinged with reluctance. After seeing Gu Qingyan off, the three sat once again under the trellis, gazing at the roses. The evening breeze blew gently, and the fragrance of flowers remained rich. Leaning against Lin Chen's chest, Lin Wanqing gently stroked the rose petals and whispered softly, Today was so wonderful. Qingyan came, and we had another lively gathering. Su Qinghan also leaned against Lin Chen's shoulder and said softly, Yes, and the roses are blooming so beautifully. Our courtyard keeps getting better. Lin Shun tightened his arms, pulling them both close, his voice gentle and steadfast. It will always be this good. Our country will always protect us. I will always be with you, guarding this courtyard, these roses, and the love between us. In the days to come, we will invite Qingyan often to enjoy the flowers, chat, and share treats. We'll make every day warm and sweet. Night fell, and stars gradually climbed into the sky. The string lights in the courtyard lit up again, casting a soft glow on the trellis of roses and the silhouettes of the three figures leaning together. On the streets, the National Guards continued their silent vigil. The lights of countless homes flickered on, each one holding a story of happiness. Under the lights, the roses appeared even more vibrant. Their fragrance still filled the courtyard, mingling with the laughter of the three, creating an especially warm atmosphere. Lin Shen held Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan close, gazing at the stars, and the roses his heart, filled with peace and happiness. He knew that the roses would bloom year after year, and his love for Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan would grow deeper, like the ever-flourishing roses. Under the protection of the nation free from strife and disturbance, only the joy of cherished friends and the warmth of beloved companions would remain. For the rest of their lives, the courtyard would be filled with roses, every year sweet, and they would be together forever, never to part. As spring's warmth gradually faded, summer's gentle breeze swept quietly into the small courtyard. The climbing roses continued to bloom passionately, their pink and white petals draping across the trellis in layered abundance, glowing more vividly under the summer sunlight. When the soft wind blew, petals danced lightly in the air, carrying a delicate fragrance mingled with the fresh sweetness of mint that filled the entire courtyard, dispersing the summer heat and lending this peaceful little world an extra sense of cool comfort. Under the protection of the nation, Lin Shen, Lin Wanqing, and Su Qinghan kept watch over the small courtyard together. By the summer breeze and floral scent, they continued to live their married life with enduring warmth and sweetness, every fleeting moment brimming with unending tenderness. Summer mornings were no longer as gentle as those of spring. As soon as the sky began to brighten, the sunlight already carried a hint of warmth, filtering through the gaps in the rose trellis to cast dappled shadows on the stone path and the bench beneath the flowering arch. Lin Wanqing was still the first to rise, though she no longer busied herself tending the plants. Instead, she went to the kitchen, took out the mung beans she had prepared the night before, and soaked them in fresh water, ready to boil a pot of mung bean soup. She knew Lin Shen found heat uncomfortable, and a bowl of chilled mung bean soup in summer would cool both body and spirit. After Su Qinghan woke Lin Shen, she carried a cup of warm water out into the courtyard and gently watered the rose vines and mint. The summer morning light was not harsh, casting a soft golden halo over her hair as she moved with tender care, carefully avoiding the fully bloomed rose petals so as not to disturb their fragrance. She murmured softly, "Grow well, keep blooming, and bring coolness to Lin Shen and Sister Wanqing." Lin Shen walked over and gently wrapped his arms around her waist, his voice soft. "You've worked hard, Qinghan," rising so early to tend to them. Su Qinghan turned and smiled warmly at him. "It's no hardship. Seeing them thrive and seeing both you and Sister Wanqing happy is all the satisfaction I need." Lin Wanqing entered the courtyard carrying the soaked mung beans. Seeing the two of them standing close together, a gentle smile touched her lips. "Lin Shen, Qinghan, come rest for a moment. I'm about to start boiling the mung bean soup. Once it's done, we'll chill it in the cooler, and it will be perfectly refreshing by noon." Lin Shen took Su Qinghan's hand and walked over to Lin Wanqing, gently ruffling her hair with a soft laugh. "Thank you for your trouble, Wanqing. You're always the most thoughtful, knowing how I dislike the heat." Lin Wanqing chuckled and patted his hand. "Of course I am. I care for you the most." Su Qinghan also smiled and added, "Sister Wanqing, let me help you. I'll shell the beans so we can finish faster." The three sat around the small square table beneath the trellis. Lin Wanqing washed the beans while Su Qinghan peeled away their outer skins. Lin Shen sat nearby, occasionally handing them tissue or pouring warm water, his eyes full of affectionate fondness as he watched them work. Sunlight fell gently upon the three of them, and the floral scent lingered in the air. Now and then a summer breeze drifted through, bringing a wave of coolness. As they worked, they chatted softly. Lin Wanqing mentioned she would prepare cold cucumber salad to pair with the mung bean soup, light and refreshing. Su Qinghan said she wanted to hang a shade cloth beneath the trellis so they could sit in the courtyard after noon without feeling the sun's heat. Lin Shen smiled and said that on the weekend, when he had free time, he would take them to the market to buy their favorite fruits and a beautiful parasol to make the courtyard even more cool and comfortable. In the morning, Lin Shen went to class while Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan divided the work. Lin Wanqing stayed in the kitchen simmering the mung bean soup until a rich bean fragrance filled the courtyard. Su Qinghan found a piece of light gauze and carefully draped it over the trellis to make a simple shade curtain, then placed several potted plants beneath it, adding both coolness and a touch of vitality. When Lin Shen returned from class in the afternoon, the courtyard had transformed into a cool, comfortable retreat. The mung bean soup had finished brewing and was cooling in a shaded corner. A gentle breeze rustled beneath the shade curtain, and the climbing roses looked even more enchanting in the dappled shadows. "I'm back." Lin Shen stepped into the courtyard with a smile. Almost as soon as he entered, the rich aroma of mung bean soup reached his nose. He walked beneath the trellis and looked at the newly hung shade curtain, his eyes bright with delight. "Wow, you finished so quickly. Now we can sit here in the afternoon without worrying about the sun." "Thank you both." Su Qinghan smiled and handed him a cup of cooled mung bean soup. "Drink some to cool off. Sister Wanqing has been simmering it all morning. It's wonderful." Lin Wanqing also smiled. "Yes, Lin Shen, try it and see if you like it. I'll serve you another bowl if you want." Lin Shen took the cup and sipped. The sweet, cool liquid slid down his throat, instantly dispersing the summer heat. He nodded with a grin. "It's delicious, sweet, but not cloying exactly to my taste." He reached out and drew them both into his arms, settling onto the bench. "Having you both by my side is such a blessing." Whether it's the flower fragrance of spring or the coolness of summer, as long as I have you, every day is beautiful. Lin Wanqing leaned into his embrace, idly playing with his fingers. Su Qinghan rested her head against his shoulder, closing her eyes gently, as she felt the summer breeze and the warmth of his presence, a look of deep contentment on her face. The afternoon sun grew stronger, yet beneath the shade curtain the courtyard remained refreshingly cool. Lin Shun reclined on the bench, arms around Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan. Lin Wanqing held a book and read softly, while Su Qinghan rested against Lin Shen's shoulder, needlework in her hands. She was slowly stitching a pattern of roses, a gift for Lin Shun. Each stitch and thread held her heartfelt devotion. Lin Shen occasionally glanced down at Su Qinghan's focused embroidery, then at Lin Wanqing's gentle reading, his eyes filled with peace and happiness. He reached out now and then to brush fallen petals from their shoulders, his touch tender and affectionate. Occasionally Lin Wanqing would grow tired of reading and sit with Su Qinghan beneath the trellis, shelling melon seeds for Lin Shun while they chatted. Lin Shun reclined on the bench with his eyes closed, listening to their laughter and the cool summer breeze, a faint smile on his lips and deep tranquility in his heart. Sometimes Lin Wanqing playfully held a kernel of seed to Lin Shen's lips, watching him open his mouth to catch it before teasing him with a laugh. Su Qinghan would gently massage his arms to ease the fatigue from teaching, occasionally exchanging a knowing smile with Lin Wanqing, their understanding effortless. As evening approached, the sunset painted the sky and the day's heat gradually faded. The evening breeze grew ever more refreshing. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan went into the kitchen together to prepare dinner. Summer meals were always light and refreshing: cold cucumber salad, stir-fried bitter melon tomato, and egg alongside chilled mung bean soup. Each dish was delicate and suited the season perfectly. Lin Shun sat beneath the trellis, watching the two of them move about in the kitchen, then turning his gaze to the wall of roses. The fading sunset cast a golden glow upon the petals, lending them an almost ethereal beauty. Dinner was set beneath the trellis as usual. The shade curtain was gently rolled aside, and the evening breeze drifted through, carrying floral fragrance and coolness. The three sat around the table, eating and chatting. Lin Wanqing placed a serving of cold cucumber salad into Lin Shen's bowl and smiled. "Try this cucumber, crisp and refreshing, perfect for clearing the heat." Su Qinghan poured him a bowl of mung bean soup and said softly, "Have some more soup. It will keep you from feeling warm at night." Lin Shen smiled and nodded, serving them both their favorite dishes. "You should eat more as well. You work so hard every day caring for me and tending to the courtyard." Halfway through the meal, Gu Qingyan sent a message saying she would bring some homemade chilled sour plum soup to the courtyard the next day and wanted to visit, hoping to brighten the space with summer trinkets. Lin Wanqing read the message and smiled brightly. "That's wonderful. Qingyan is coming tomorrow, and we'll have a lovely time together. I'll make some small pastries to go with her sour plum soup. It will be wonderful." Su Qinghan nodded in agreement. "Sister Qingyan's sour plum soup is the best. It will be so refreshing in this weather. Let's tidy up the courtyard tomorrow and welcome her properly." Lin Shen smiled. "Whatever makes you both happy is fine by me." As night fell, stars began to appear in the sky. The string lights in the courtyard lit up, once more, warm yellow illumination winding around the wooden posts of the trellis. Through the layered rose petals, soft spots of light fell upon the three figures sitting close together. The summer evening breeze had shed the day's lingering heat, carrying the faint rose fragrance and the clean sweetness of mint as it brushed against their cheeks, bringing waves of freshness and scattering the last traces of warmth. Occasionally the clear chirping of cicadas drifted from the trees outside the courtyard, mingling with the low hum of crickets near the wall, creating a unique summer night melody that added a touch of everyday warmth to this little courtyard. Along the streets, national guardians continued their quiet watch. One by one, lights lit up in every home, each holding its own story of happiness. In this era where women far outnumbered men, this peace and contentment was all the more precious. Lin Shen sat on the bench beneath the trellis, arms around Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan. The bamboo mat beneath them felt cool against the skin, driving away the last traces of the day's warmth. Lin Wanqing leaned against him, holding a small palm leaf fan, waving it gently. The breeze carried a faint floral scent, softly brushing against Lin Shun and Su Qinghan's faces. Su Qinghan rested against Lin Shen's shoulder, cupping a glass of slightly cool mung bean soup. She sipped occasionally, her eyes full of ease. She twirled a strand of hair falling over her shoulder, and the evening breeze lifted it, gently tickling Lin Shen's neck and drawing a soft laugh from him. "This evening breeze is so pleasant, even more refreshing than air conditioning," Lin Wanqing said softly. She paused her fan and looked up at the stars, exceptionally bright against the deep indigo night sky. "Yes, and there's the flower fragrance too. With the breeze and the scent, I don't feel hot at all," Su Qinghan agreed quietly. She turned to look at the roses beside her. Under the lamplight, the petals shimmered with a soft glow, looking especially lovely. Now and then a petal drifted free in the evening wind, landing softly on the bamboo mat and upon their shoulders. Lin Shun tightened his embrace slightly, his fingertips tracing their hands gently. His voice was soft. "From now on, let's sit beneath this trellis every summer evening, feeling the breeze, watching the stars, chatting away. Would that be all right?" Lin Wanqing immediately nodded with a smile, playing with his fingers. "Of course. I'll keep fanning you shell seeds for you and watch the stars with you." Su Qinghan also nodded and said gently, I'll be with you too. Next time I'll make some chilled silver ear soup to enjoy alongside the mung bean soup. It will be even more delightful. Lin Wanqing's eyes lit up. That's right. Chilled silver ear soup is wonderfully refreshing. Qinghan, your silver ear soup is the best. You must make extra next time. And when Lin Shun takes us to the market this weekend, we can buy some watermelons too. Chilled and cut open, eating them together beneath the trellis. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Whatever you want to eat, we'll buy. Whatever you want to do, we'll do it together, Lin Shun said, with a smile ruffling her hair. His eyes were full of tender affection. The three of them chatted as they enjoyed the cool summer evening breeze. Lin Shun shared stories from his childhood summers, cooling off with neighborhood friends and catching crickets. They listened attentively, laughter rising between them. Su Qinghan would occasionally ask a quiet question, while Lin Wanqing would cling to Lin Shen's arm, eager for him to tell more, her tone full of curiosity. The evening breeze drifted softly, and rose petals fell gently onto the bamboo mat in their hands. Lin Shen picked one up and handed it to Lin Wanqing. Look, under these lights this petal is even more beautiful than it was during the day. Lin Wanqing took the petal and brought it to her nose, inhaling deeply. It smells wonderful. Let's collect the petals, dry them, and make fragrant sachets. We can place them around the room, and the whole house will smell of roses. Su Qinghan nodded with a smile. That's a lovely idea. Then we can smell the rose fragrance every day. The three talked on, drifting from summer delicacies to hopes for the future, from childhood memories to the happiness of the present moment. There was no forced conversation, only the quiet, unhurried warmth of shared life. The cicadas continued their clear song, the evening breeze remained cool, the lights stayed gentle, and the wall of roses bloomed quietly. The three sat close together, their laughter filling the courtyard. This was the most comfortable, heartwarming time of summer, filled with love and deep peace. Lin Shen sat with his arms around Lin Wanqing, and Su Qinghan beneath the trellis, gazing up at the stars, feeling the cool summer wind, his eyes filled with tenderness and quiet resolve. He held their hands gently, his voice soft yet sure. Every summer from now on I will be here with you both, sharing mung bean soup and cold dishes, sitting beneath this trellis in the evening breeze, chatting away. I will stay to guard these roses in our little courtyard alongside you. With the nation protecting us and you by my side through all the seasons to come, through wind and rain or sunshine and warmth, we will walk each day together. Year after year may we be safe and warm, turning every ordinary moment into the most joyful of lives. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan leaned tightly against him, nodding softly, their eyes shining with love and quiet conviction. The evening breeze stirred once more, and rose petals drifted down, landing upon their shoulders and the dining table. The fragrance and warmth of the entire courtyard, wrapped in the coolness of summer, settled into the most beautiful of pictures, the life they had always dreamed of, peaceful, sweet, and warm, year after year, never apart. The summer morning light was exceptionally bright, filtering through the gaps of the rose trellis to sprinkle fine golden specks onto the stone path of the small courtyard, casting a radiant glow over the entire space. The roses in the courtyard were still blooming with fervor, their petals in shades of pink and white covering the vines. The sweet fragrance of mint intertwined with the delicate scent of roses, gently drifting in the cool morning breeze, dispelling some of the summer heat, and imbuing this small sanctuary with even more vitality and warmth. Lin Shen, Lin Wanqing, and Su Qinghan rose early, busying themselves with tidying the courtyard, their hearts full of anticipation for Gu Qingyan's arrival, a joyful air permeating the surroundings. Lin Wanqing, wearing a plain apron, was busy in the kitchen. Fresh ingredients lay on the cutting board as she concentrated on making delicate pastries. Osmanthus cakes, mung bean pastries, and the lotus-shaped pastries that Gu Qingyan loved. Each piece was crafted with care, her fingers moving with skill and devotion. Qinghan, please wipe the table and chairs under the trellis again, and gather the rose petals I dried yesterday. When Qingyan arrives, we can make sachets together. Lin Wanqing said with a smile as she kneaded the dough. Su Qinghan nodded, took a clean cloth, walked to the trellis, and carefully wiped the table and chairs, her movements gentle, careful not to disturb the rose petals on the branches. After wiping the furniture, she fetched a bamboo basket and gently collected the dried rose petals from the stone table. The petals, now fully dried, exuded a rich floral fragrance. She tenderly placed them into the basket, a soft smile on her lips. Lin Shen sat on the bench under the trellis, organizing a light coat that Gu Qingyan might need, while watching the two busy themselves, his eyes filled with affection. Occasionally he reached out to brush a petal from Su Qinghan's shoulder, his voice tender. Take your time, no need to rush. Qingyan won't be here for a while yet. I know I just want to finish up early, so Qingyan can feel comfortable when she arrives. Su Qinghan turned back with a gentle smile, reaching out to gently hold Lin Shen's hand, the warmth of their fingers conveying a delicate intimacy. Lin Wanqing poked her head out of the kitchen and said with a laugh, yes, Qingyan hasn't visited for a long time. We must treat her well. Let her taste my new lotus pastries and drink her homemade sour plum soup. It'll be so refreshing. Before long, Gu Qingyan's cheerful voice came from outside the courtyard gate. Wanqing, Qinghan, Lin Shen, I'm here. Lin Wanqing instantly put down the dough, hurried to the gate, and opened it to find Gu Qingyan carrying a large bamboo basket, her face beaming. The basket contained chilled sour plum soup, small summer trinkets, and a few bunches of fresh grapes. Qingyan, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you. Lin Wanqing laughed, taking Gu Qingyan's hand, her voice full of joy, and reached out to help carry the basket. Su Qinghan and Lin Chen also came over. Su Qinghan said with a smile, "Sister Qingyan, come in and sit down. We've already tidied the courtyard and made your favorite lotus pastries." Lin Chen nodded with a smile. "Please sit and rest a while. You must be tired from the journey. Have some water." Gu Qingyan stepped into the courtyard and gazed at the trellis full of blooming roses, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Wow, these roses are as beautiful as ever, even more vibrant than last time. You've taken such good care of them." She walked to the trellis and gently touched the rose petals, her voice filled with admiration. The four of them sat around the table and chairs under the trellis. Su Qinghan brought out the freshly made pastries, while Gu Qingyan took out the chilled sour plum soup from her basket and poured it into 4 small porcelain bowls. The cool liquid emitted a faint mist, bringing an instant sense of refreshment. "Come try my sour plum soup. I added rock sugar and black plums and chilled it overnight. It's especially thirst-quenching." Gu Qingyan handed the bowls to the three with a smile. "And these grapes, just bought from the market, very fresh. Please have some." Lin Chen took a sip of the sour plum soup. The sweet and sour ice-cold liquid slid down his throat, instantly dispelling the summer heat. He nodded with a smile. "It's delicious, Qingyan. Your skill is still as good, as ever more authentic than anything from the shops." Lin Wanqing picked up a lotus pastry and took a bite, soft, sweet, and fragrant with a subtle lotus aroma. She smiled and said, "Qingyan, please try my lotus pastries. I made them especially for you. See if they suit your taste." Gu Qingyan took a bite and nodded with a smile. "So delicious. Wanqing, your skills are improving too. Lin Chun is truly fortunate." The four of them chatted animatedly while enjoying the pastries and sour plum soup, their laughter filling the entire courtyard. Gu Qingyan took out several small summer trinkets from her basket, delicate palm leaf fans, embroidered sachets with rose patterns, and crystal-clear glass beads. She smiled and said, "These are small gifts I brought for you. The fans are perfect for cooling in summer. The sachets can be hung on the trellis, and the glass beads can be strung on the lights. They'll look especially beautiful when lit up at night." Lin Wanqing picked up a fan, waved it, and laughed. "So lovely. Thank you, Qingyan. We were just missing a nice fan." Su Qinghan also took a sachet, brought it to her nose, and smiled. "Such a lovely fragrance, just like the roses in our courtyard." Lin Chen picked up the glass beads, examined them carefully, and smiled. "Very delicate. Tonight we'll hang them on the string lights. They'll be especially beautiful." With that, the four of them worked together to hang the glass beads on the trellis lights and the sachets on the rose vines, instantly making the courtyard more exquisite and cozy. As the conversation grew lively, Gu Qingyan took Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan by the hand to pick rose petals in the yard for making sachets. The three of them crouched under the trellis, carefully picking the most vibrant rose petals while laughing and teasing each other. Gu Qingyan deliberately plucked a petal and gently stuck it on Lin Wanqing's cheek, laughing. "Wanqing, look at you. You're like a little flower fairy." Lin Wanqing, not to be outdone, plucked a petal and placed it in Gu Qingyan's hair, retorting with a laugh, "You're the flower fairy. A flower in your hair makes you even prettier." Su Qinghan stood by watching the two playfully banter, occasionally picking a petal and gently handing it to Lin Chen, her eyes filled with tenderness. Lin Chen sat on the bench watching the three of them, laughing and playing, a smile never leaving his face. He took out his phone and quietly captured this warm and lively scene, freezing the moment. Occasionally he would reach out to steady a basket that was about to tip over, or hand them a cup of sour plum soup, softly reminding them, "Take it easy, don't pick too many. Just enough will do. Be careful of the thorns." Gu Qingyan laughed. "We know, Lin Chen. Don't worry, we'll be careful." At noon, Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Gu Qingyan followed to help, and the three chatted while working the kitchen, filled with laughter. Lunch was especially refreshing: cucumber salad, chilled tomatoes, stir-fried seasonal greens, plus the lotus pastries made by Lin Wanqing, and the sour plum soup brought by Gu Qingyan. Each dish was light and appetizing, perfect for summer. The four sat around the table under the trellis, eating lunch and chatting. Sunlight filtered through the sunshade, casting dappled shadows. The evening breeze gently blew, bringing coolness and floral fragrance, making it utterly pleasant. In the afternoon, the sun was still intense, but it remained cool under the sunshade. Gu Qingyan leaned back on the bench, gently fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. As the conversation grew lively, her eyes lit up, and she proposed with a smile, "Just sitting and chatting is too dull. Let's play a game. How about guess the petals? It's simple and fun and perfect with all these roses." Lin Wanqing immediately clapped in agreement. "Great idea. That game is fun. I used to play it with friends when I was little." Su Qinghan also nodded with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation. "I've played it too. It's very enjoyable. Let's start now." Lin Chen smiled and ruffled their hair, gently saying affectionately, "Whatever you say. Do whatever makes you happy." Gu Qingyan stood up first, took out the rose petals they had picked that morning, and distributed a small handful to each person. She explained the rules with a smile. "We take turns guessing how many petals the other person is holding. If you guess correctly, no penalty. If wrong, you have to perform a small act, like singing a song or telling a joke. How about it?" The three agreed in unison, and the game began. Gu Qingyan went first, secretly holding a few rose petals in her hand. She smiled at Lin Wanqing. "Wanqing, guess first. How many petals am I holding?" Lin Wanqing tilted her head, studying Gu Qingyan's hand carefully. After a moment of hesitation, she said softly, I guess 3. Gu Qingyan opened her hand with a laugh, revealing 4 pink and white rose petals. Wrong. Time for your performance. Lin Wanqing stuck out her tongue, playfully not one to back out. She stood up with a smile, took a palm leaf fan, and began to sing a childhood nursery rhyme while fanning herself. Her clear, melodious voice, accompanied by the cicadas and the evening breeze, was especially enchanting. Lin Shun, Su Qinghan, and Gu Qingyan listened, gently clapping along, their faces full of smiles. When Lin Wanqing finished, the 3 of them applauded in unison. That was beautiful, Wanqing. You still sing so well, Su Qinghan said, her eyes full of admiration. Next, it was Lin Wanqing's turn to set the challenge. She clenched the petals tightly and looked at Su Qinghan with a mischievous tone. Qinghan, your turn to guess. How many do I have? Su Qinghan thought for a moment and said softly, I guess 5. Lin Wanqing opened her hand with a laugh, revealing exactly 5 petals. Correct. Qinghan, you're amazing. Su Qinghan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled shyly. Gu Qingyan pretended to be annoyed. Oh, Qinghan, you're too good at this. Next time I'll make it harder for you. The game continued. When it was Su Qinghan's turn, she hid the petals carefully and looked at Lin Shun with a gentle smile. Lin Shun, your turn to guess. Lin Shun met her gaze and said with a smile, I guess 4. Su Qinghan opened her hand, revealing exactly 4 petals. Correct. Lin Shun, you're amazing. You got it in one try. Lin Shun smiled and ruffled her hair. Because you set the challenge, I had a feeling. Those words made Su Qinghan's cheeks turn crimson. Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan couldn't help but laugh, teasing them for being too affectionate. When it was Lin Shun's turn, he deliberately hid 6 petals and smiled at Gu Qingyan. Qingyan, your turn to guess. Make sure you guess well. Gu Qingyan frowned, pondered for a while, and said softly, I guess 5. Lin Shun opened his hand with a smile, revealing 6 petals. Wrong. Time for your performance. Gu Qingyan, not one to be shy, stood up with a smile and told a humorous little joke, making the 3 of them laugh heartily. Their laughter filled the entire courtyard, mingling with the cicadas and the evening breeze, creating a lively atmosphere. Sunlight filtered through the sunshade, casting dappled shadows on the 4 of them and the scattered rose petals. They played the game, laughing and joking. Occasionally someone guessed wrong, performed their act, and then continued the game. Sometimes they argued heatedly over a guess, but soon they would exchange smiles full of joy. Lin Shun watched the 3 smiling faces around him, his eyes full of tenderness. Occasionally he deliberately guessed wrong to join in the fun, watching them laugh with their eyes curved like crescent moons, his heart filled with peace and contentment. After playing for a long time, they gradually grew tired and returned to the bench, drinking chilled sour plum soup to catch their breath. Gu Qingyan leaned back on the bench and said with a smile, I haven't had this much fun in a long time. This game is so enjoyable. We must play it again next time. Lin Wanqing nodded with a smile. Yes, yes. Next time we can play other games like riddles or clapping songs. It'll be even more lively. Su Qinghan also chimed in with a smile. Lin Shun gently put his arms around the 2 and said tenderly, whatever you say. As long as you're happy, any game is fine. As evening fell, the setting sun cast its golden rays over the courtyard, gilding the rose petals with a warm glow, making them extraordinarily beautiful. Gu Qingyan rose to leave. Before departing, she said with a smile, today was truly wonderful. Thank you for your hospitality. I not only enjoyed delicious pastries, but also made sachets with you. I'll come again next time to enjoy the cool breeze, chat, and make sachets together. Lin Wanqing smiled and said, you're always welcome, Qingyan. Next time you come, we'll make even more treats, and we can go to the market together to buy summer fruits, eat watermelon under the trellis, and drink sour plum soup. Su Qinghan also nodded with a smile. Yes, Sister Qingyan, you're always welcome here. Lin Shun and the 2 women watched Gu Qingyan leave, their eyes filled with reluctance. After seeing Gu Qingyan off, the 3 sat under the trellis, watching the sky gradually darken. The evening breeze grew cooler, the string lights illuminated, and the glass beads hanging on them refracted a gentle light, complementing the blooming roses beautifully. Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Shen's chest, holding the small sachet they had made today, and said with a smile, today was so wonderful. Qingyan came, and we had another lively gathering, and made so many sachets. Su Qinghan also leaned on Lin Shen's shoulder, and said softly, yes, being with Sister Qingyan is always so pleasant. And today we received the lovely gifts she brought. I really like them. Lin Shen gently tightened his arms, pulling them both close, and said with a tender yet firm voice, from now on we must often invite Qingyan to visit, so our courtyard can have more joy and laughter. With our nation watching over us, with you 2 by my side, and with a dear friend like Qingyan, our days will become increasingly happy. Night fell, stars gradually appeared in the sky, the cicadas chirped clearly, the evening breeze remained cool, and the roses on the trellis bloomed quietly. The light from the string lamps was gentle and warm. The 3 of them sat together under the trellis, chatting, feeling the warmth of summer and the affection between them. On the street, the National Guardians continued their silent watch as the lights of countless homes lit up one by one, each light holding a story of happiness. Lin Shen looked at Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan beside him, their gentle company at the trellis full of roses, and at this courtyard brimming with love. His eyes filled with deep affection and resolve. He knew that the beauty of summer would continue, and the love between him and the 2 women would grow as rich as the roses on the trellis, while their friendship with their dear friend would endure year after year. Under the protection of the nation, there was no strife, no disturbance. Only the warmth of beloved companions and the joy of true friendship. In the days to come, summer warmth and tender feelings would accompany them, bringing joy and peace year after year, sweet and serene. The gentle morning light of summer, milder than in days past, filtered through the branches and leaves of the full trellis of roses, casting dappled shadows on the stone path of the small courtyard and on the bamboo baskets where rose petals were laid to dry. After yesterday's gathering, the courtyard still retained a faint floral fragrance and the lingering warmth of laughter. Lin Shen, Lin Wanqing, and Su Qinghan continued their peaceful rhythm, guarding this small world, and under the protection of the nation spent their summer days with extra comfort and tenderness. Upon waking in the morning, Lin Wanqing's first act was to walk beneath the flower trellis and check on the drying rose petals. After a night of air drying, the petals had grown even crisper, and a rich floral fragrance filled the air, refreshing to the spirit. She gently stirred the petals in the bamboo basket, a tender smile on her lips, then turned to Su Qinghan as she entered the courtyard and said, "Qinghan, look, the petals are all dried. Let's make the scented sachets today. We can hang some in the house and give one to Qingyan as well." Su Qinghan smiled and nodded, carrying a cup of warm tea to Lin Wanqing's side. "Very well. I've already prepared the fabric and cotton batting on the table inside. Let's begin once we finish breakfast." Lin Shen followed over, his arms wrapping gently around both their waists as he gazed at the rose petals in the basket, his eyes full of affection. "Would you like my help? I can cut the fabric and thread the needles. I promise not to get in the way." Lin Wanqing laughed and patted his hand, her tone playful. "Very well then, our Lin Shen can be our helper. Just don't slack off." Su Qinghan chuckled softly. "It's already a blessing that Lin Shen can help. Together we'll finish quickly." The three exchanged smiles, and the air was filled with delicate warmth. The gentle morning light washed over them, harmonizing with the trellis of roses in a particularly moving scene. Breakfast remained simple yet refined. Warm millet porridge, crisp mung bean pastries, and chilled sour plum soup, left by Gu Qingyan the day before. Each sip was sweet and refreshing, perfectly quenching the summer heat. The three sat together beneath the flower trellis, enjoying breakfast while discussing the design of their sachets. Lin Wanqing wanted to craft them in the shape of roses. Su Qinghan planned to embroider simple patterns, and Lin Shen smiled, saying that any design they created would be beautiful. After breakfast, the three went inside and sat at the dining table to begin making the sachets. Lin Wanqing took charge of cutting the fabric, her fingers deftly maneuvering the scissors. Pieces of pink and white cloth transformed into small, delicate rose shapes under her skillful hands. Glancing at Su Qinghan with a smile, she asked what kind of pattern she planned to embroider, suggesting that small rose petals echoing the sachet shape would look wonderful. "I had the same idea," Su Qinghan replied. "Small rose petals to match the shape of the sachet. It will look lovely." Su Qinghan held her embroidery needle, the fine silver thread winding through her fingertips. She looked up and smiled, gently agreeing with the same vision. Pale pink petals with silver thread outlining the edges for a more refined appearance, before turning to Lin Shen for his opinion. "Lin Shen, what do you think?" Lin Shen had been hunched over, struggling to thread the needle, his brow furrowed in concentration. When called upon, he looked up with an embarrassed expression that quickly melted into affection as he admitted they both had excellent taste, and that he adored whatever they made. "You both have such good taste. No matter how you embroider, it will be beautiful. As long as you make it, I'll adore it." Saying this, he lifted the needle with the thread finally passed through, wobbling it awkwardly yet proudly. "Look, I did it. Took me ages, but I managed. Pretty impressive, right?" Lin Wanqing burst into laughter, setting down her scissors and leaning over to gently ruffle his hair. "Impressive indeed. You're far better than I was on my first try. But take care not to rush. You'll hurt yourself if you're careless. Please be careful. Don't prick your finger." Su Qinghan also set aside her work and came over to gently straighten the crooked thread. "Yes, Lin Shen, there's no rush. If it's too difficult, I can help you thread it. Don't strain yourself." Lin Shen shook his head, his tone stubborn yet tender. No, I can manage on my own. I came to help. I shouldn't keep troubling both of you." Picking up another length of silk thread, his fingers trembled slightly as he attempted to copy Su Qinghan's technique. Several attempts failed and frustration creased his brow. Then he glanced at Su Qinghan's delicate embroidery, and his tone softened with a touch of pleading. "Qinghan, your petals are so beautiful. Could you teach me? I'd like to embroider a small sachet for you both. I may be clumsy, but I'll learn carefully. I want to make one for you too. I might not be skilled, but I'll study hard." Su Qinghan's eyes softened with a gentle smile, and she nodded. Reaching out, she guided his hand, holding the needle, and adjusted his grip. "Of course, you're not clumsy at all. Just take your time. Hold the needle like this, and let the thread glide lightly. Follow along with me slowly. See, just like that. Move the thread gently, and follow my pace." Lin Wanqing also leaned in with a smile, pointing to the outline on the fabric. "That's right, Lin Shen. We'll all teach you together. Even if your stitches are crooked, we'll treasure them. After all, it's made with your own hands, which makes it the most precious of all." Lin Shen followed Su Qinghan's movements, his stitches awkward and uneven, nearly pricking his finger. Su Qinghan quickly pressed his hand gently and soothed. Take it easy. Slow and steady. No need to rush." Lin Shen scratched the back of his head and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I'm just too clumsy making you teach me so slowly." "You're not clumsy at all. Lin Wanqing laughed, wiping a stray thread from his fingertip. This is wonderful for a first attempt. With practice you'll grow skilled, and we'll be right beside you the whole way. Su Qinghan's silver thread danced across the fabric as small roses gradually took form, each stitch brimming with devotion. Lin Wanqing continued cutting fabric, occasionally glancing up to share words with them. Lin Shen sat nearby, earnestly learning to embroider, his eyes filled with focus and tenderness. The room was permeated with rich floral fragrance, and the trio's laughter warm and beautiful. Su Qinghan held her embroidery needle, the fine silver thread winding through her fingertips. She looked up at his question and smiled gently. I had the same thought. I plan to embroider pale pink petals and outline them with silver thread for a more refined look. Lin Shen, what do you think? Lin Shen had been hunched over, carefully threading the needle. Hearing her, he looked up, his eyes full of sincerity, and smiled. You both have such good taste. No matter how you embroider, it will be lovely. As long as you make it, I'll adore it. He lifted the needle with the thread passed through, wobbling it clumsily yet proudly. Look, I threaded one. Pretty impressive, right? Lin Wanqing couldn't help but laugh, setting down her scissors and leaning over to inspect. Impressive indeed. You're far better than I was on my very first attempt. But be careful not to prick your finger. Su Qinghan also paused her work and gently reminded. Yes, Lin Shen. Threading slowly is fine. It would hurt if you pricked yourself. If it's too difficult, I can help you thread it. Lin Shen shook his head, his tone firm yet tender. No, I can do it myself. I came to help you both. I shouldn't keep troubling you. Picking up another silk thread, he carefully copied Su Qinghan's movements, occasionally glancing up at her embroidery and asking softly, Qinghan, your petals are so beautiful. Could you teach me? I'd like to embroider a small sachet for you both. Su Qinghan's eyes softened with a gentle smile, and she nodded. Of course. Once I finish this, I'll teach you. It's quite simple. Just move the thread slowly and pour your heart into it, and you'll do beautifully. Lin Wanqing chimed in with a smile. Yes, we'll all teach you together. Soon the three of us will each be able to embroider sachets. How wonderful would that be? Su Qinghan's silver thread continued to dance across the fabric, each small rose blooming stitch by stitch, every motion filled with heartfelt care. Lin Wanqing kept cutting fabric, occasionally looking up to share a few words, her eyes bright with joy. Lin Shen sat nearby, threading needles with focused attention, occasionally glancing at Su Qinghan as he waited to learn the next stitch. Though his movements were clumsy, his dedication was unmistakable. The room was filled with rich floral fragrance, and the trio's laughter warm and beautiful. Lin Shen, don't overfill the cotton batting, otherwise the sachet will look too puffed and lose its shape. Su Qinghan gently guided his hand to adjust the amount of cotton, and their fingertips brushed briefly. They exchanged a glance and a smile, a moment of unspoken understanding passing between them. Lin Wanqing looked up at their tender exchange and smiled with quiet satisfaction. You two work so well together. It seems that going forward, if the three of us divide the tasks, we can produce many sachets in no time. Lin Shen nodded with a warm smile, his hands busy stuffing dried flowers. Yes, as long as I'm with you both, even the simplest activity feels joyful. Even making sachets feels especially meaningful. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the three of them in golden warmth and falling upon the scattered fabric, cotton batting, and dried rose petals. The room was saturated with rich floral fragrance, and the trio's laughter warm and beautiful. After a morning of busying themselves, over a dozen small, exquisite sachets were finally complete. Pink and rose-shaped, each embroidered with delicate patterns and filled with dried rose petals. A gentle breath released a rich floral aroma, intoxicating and delightful. Lin Wanqing picked up one sachet and hung it on her lapel, smiling. How beautiful. Let's hang these around the house and on the trellis and save a few to give to Qingyan. She'll surely love them. Su Qinghan also picked up a sachet and gently tied it to Lin Shen's waist, her eyes full of tenderness. Lin Shen, this one is for you. Hang it on your person, and wherever you go you'll smell the flowers and think of us. Lin Shen looked down at the sachet at his waist, then at the two beside him, his eyes shimmering with emotion. He reached out and gently held their hands. Thank you. I'll carry it always, just as you'll always be by my side. At noon, Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan prepared a refreshing lunch together. Cold cucumber salad, stir-fried loofah tomato, and egg soup, and chilled watermelon. Each dish was light and appetizing, dispelling the summer heat. The three gathered beneath the trellis for lunch, chatting as they ate. Lin Wanqing spoke of hanging the sachets in every corner of the courtyard. Su Qinghan mentioned delivering one to Gu Qingyan, and Lin Shen smiled, saying he would take them to the market in the afternoon to buy more silk thread for crafting additional styles of sachets. In the afternoon, the sunlight remained somewhat intense, but beneath the shade curtain the courtyard stayed cool and pleasant. The three worked together, hanging the finished sachets among the trellis vines and on the doors and windows of the house. The small sachets dotted among the roses, complementing the full blooms, looked exquisitely charming. After hanging the sachets, Lin Shen held both their hands and sat with them on the bench beneath the trellis. They sipped chilled watermelon juice, felt the summer evening breeze, and savored the warmth and tranquility surrounding them. Lin Shen, look. Our little courtyard has become more beautiful with each passing day. We have roses, sachets, and the three of us together. Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Shen's embrace, her fingers lightly tracing the sachet, beside her, her voice brimming with contentment. Su Qinghan also rested her head against Lin Shen's shoulder and spoke softly. Yes, these are such peaceful and happy days. With you by my side, the fragrance of flowers in the air, and the nation keeping us safe, I feel truly fulfilled. Lin Shen gently tightened his arms, drawing them both closer. His voice was tender, yet resolute. It will always be this way, happy and bright. I will always stay by your sides, guarding this courtyard, our sachets, and the love between us. The nation will continue to shelter us, so we need not worry about daily hardships or safety. We can simply enjoy this peace and happiness together. In the early evening, the sunset painted the sky, and its lingering glow spilled into the courtyard, gilding the rose petals and sachets with a golden halo, a scene of particular beauty. Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan walked into the kitchen together to prepare dinner, while Lin Shen remained seated beneath the trellis, gazing at the full wall of roses and the sachets swaying on the vines. A gentle smile rested on his lips, his eyes filled with serenity. The evening breeze swept through, gently carrying waves of floral fragrance and coolness. The sachets swayed softly in the wind, as though whispering tales of the warmth shared among the three of them. After dinner, the three sat beneath the trellis to enjoy the cool evening air. Fairy lights strung above glowed with a warm yellow radiance, and the glass ornaments hanging from the strings caught and scattered the light. Together with the sachets and roses, the scene was especially cozy and heartwarming. Lin Wanqing held a small palm fan, gently waving it, and occasionally fanning Lin Shen and Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan leaned against Lin Shen's shoulder, holding a sachet and breathing in its fragrance. Lin Shen kept his arms around both of them, speaking softly, and occasionally reaching out to brush away petals that had settled on their shoulders. Occasionally, the chirping of cicadas and the low hum of crickets drifted in from outside the courtyard, weaving together with the trio's laughter to compose the unique nocturne of summer nights. Lin Shen shared stories from school, and Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan listened attentively, breaking into laughter from time to time. Occasionally, they spoke of summer days from their childhood and hopes for the future. No forced pleasantries, only quiet warmth flowing gently through the evening breeze. Lin Shen, when autumn comes and the rose petals fall, let's dry the remaining ones and make more sachets. We can place them indoors during winter and still enjoy the floral fragrance. Lin Wanqing spoke softly, her eyes full of quiet hope. Su Qinghan nodded with a smile. Yes, and autumn will bring its own beauty to the courtyard. We could plant some chrysanthemums, and when they bloom, the courtyard will be filled with fragrance once again. Lin Shen smiled and nodded, gently ruffling both their hair. Very well, I'll follow your lead. Whatever you wish to plant or do, I'll be right beside you. Whether summer roses or autumn chrysanthemums, whether the warmth of spring or the chill of winter, I will always remain by your sides, never leaving you. As night fell, stars gradually climbed into the dark sky, shining with extraordinary brightness. Moonlight spilled gently over the courtyard, drenching this small world in a soft, tender glow. Along the streets, National Guards continued their quiet watch. One by one, the lights of homes flickered on, each one holding a story of happiness. The full trellis of roses bloomed quietly, the fragrance of the sachets lingered richly in the air, and the three of them sat close together beneath the trellis, savoring the tranquil warmth of the summer night and the tenderness they shared. Soft golden morning light spilled across the courtyard on a summer day. Roses bloomed cheerfully along the trellis, and fragrant sachets hanging from the vines swayed gently in the evening breeze. The rich floral scent mingled with the fresh green aroma of the garden, filling every corner of the yard. Lin Shen, Lin Wanqing, and Su Qinghan continued their unhurried days together, peaceful and content. A quiet surprise was settling over them. Lin Wanqing was expecting. Though a faint worry about the future briefly crossed their minds, it was quickly swept away by the warmth of national support and the deep care of close friends. For the past few days, Lin Wanqing had felt unusually weary, her appetite diminished. Even her favorite lotus paste pastry was barely touched, and occasional waves of nausea would come without warning. At first, she brushed it off as the summer heat draining her energy. But Su Qinghan noticed her pale complexion and gently insisted on taking her to the community clinic. There, behind the tiredness, they discovered a wonderful surprise. Lin Wanqing was going to have a baby. When the results came back, all three fell silent for a moment. Then warmth and joy washed over them like a gentle tide. Lin Shen held Lin Wanqing's hand, his fingers trembling slightly. His eyes shone as he asked softly, almost in disbelief, "The doctor wasn't mistaken, was she? Wanqing, are we really going to become parents?" Lin Wanqing smiled and nodded, her eyes glistening with tender emotion. "Yes," she whispered. "It's true. We're going to have a little one." Su Qinghan leaned in and gently touched Lin Wanqing's belly, her eyes curving into happy crescents. "This is wonderful, Sister Wanqing. Our courtyard will be even livelier now. A little one will keep us company." As the initial excitement settled, a subtle worry began to surface in their hearts. Lin Shen was still studying and had no steady income. Daily expenses relied on part-time teaching and modest savings. Lin Wanqing needed to rest during her pregnancy and could no longer manage household chores as before, leaving most duties to Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan earned extra money making pastries, barely enough to supplement the household. Now, with a baby coming, prenatal checkups, nutrition, and future care would all require funds. Life would be tighter, but not unbearable. Before they could dwell on these concerns, a community worker came to visit. In a world where families deeply desired children, childbirth was celebrated as a joyful occasion for the nation. The country had prepared comprehensive maternity support policies, and every expecting family received full assistance and subsidies, a reflection of the government's commitment to protecting their peaceful lives. The worker handed them a policy booklet with a warm smile. Lin Wanqing, congratulations. You're about to become parents. This is a happy moment not only for your family, but for our entire community. Under the latest maternity subsidy policy, expecting mothers receive a one-time grant after 3 months of pregnancy, followed by monthly child-rearing allowances until the baby turns 3. All prenatal checkups are fully covered, and there are additional nutritional subsidies each month. Lin Wanqing is also eligible for paid maternity leave, so financial worries are unnecessary. The country strongly encourages childbirth and provides extensive support, education subsidies, childcare allowances, and even housing benefits, ensuring every mother can carry her pregnancy with peace of mind, and every baby grows up healthy and strong. After hearing the workers' words, their small worries vanished, instantly replaced by deep gratitude and a profound sense of security. Lin Wanqing gently rested her hand on her belly, her face radiating warmth. How thoughtful of the country. With these subsidies and care, we no longer need to worry about money. Thank you, comrade. Su Qinghan nodded with a smile. The country has thought of everything. Now Sister Wanqing can rest peacefully, and we can all relax. Lin Shen shook the worker's hand, his voice sincere and warm. Thank you to the country, thank you to all of you. Knowing the nation watches over us gives us such peace of heart. Not long after seeing the worker off, a bright laugh echoed from outside the courtyard gate. Wanqing Qinghan, Lin Shen, I'm here. Gu Qingyan stepped inside, carrying a large bamboo basket filled with fresh fruits, red dates, and longans for nourishment, and several jars of bird's nest soup she had prepared herself. Her face glowed with eager warmth. I heard from Auntie Zhang that Wanqing is expecting. I came as soon as I could. Her heart beat rapidly, nearly bursting from her chest. The basket felt heavy in her hands, her fingers white from gripping it tightly. When she had learned the news, joy had surged through her like electricity. But beneath that happiness lay something deeper, a quiet tremor of hope and apprehension she could barely contain. She had waited so long for this moment. Countless times she had wanted to express her feelings, yet feared rejection might cost her the friendship she cherished. But now, seizing this chance that Lin Wanqing was expecting, she told herself she must be brave one more time. Even if she was turned down again, even if she had to continue watching from a distance, she would never abandon the deep affection she had kept close to her heart. Lin Wanqing greeted her with a warm smile, taking her hand. Qingyan, how did you come so quickly? We were planning to visit you this weekend. Gu Qingyan leaned in and gently looked toward Lin Wanqing's belly, her eyes filled with joy and sincerity. I couldn't wait. Sister Wanqing, you must take good care of yourself. These red dates and longans are good for your health, and the bird's nest soup is something I prepared specially. A little each day will be good for you and the baby. Her fingertips traced the rim of the bamboo basket, and her eyes grew warm. In her heart, she silently repeated, Sister Wanqing, forgive me. I am not only here to bless you. I also want to use this opportunity to stay by Lin Shen's side, to remain in this courtyard. I will care for you both diligently. I want to prove through every action that this is not a passing impulse. I truly wish to become part of this family, to share in this peace and happiness with you all. Gu Qingyan took out each item from the basket one by one, her voice trembling slightly with earnest sincerity. Lin Shen, since Sister Wanqing is expecting, things at home will be busier. From now on, I will come often to help. Cooking, cleaning, whatever is needed. And please don't hesitate to ask me for anything, whether money or help. I will never turn you away. She dared not meet Lin Shen's eyes, keeping her head bowed, her ears growing warm. A quiet anxiety threatened to overwhelm her, yet her steadfast devotion kept her standing firm. Lin Shen, please, see my heart. I ask for nothing more than to stay by your side, even if only as someone who helps. I know I am persistent, but this feeling for you, I cannot control it, and I do not wish to. Lin Shen quickly replied, Qingyan, thank you so much. But the country has provided us with generous subsidies, so we are not worried about money. You needn't come all this way every day. But Gu Qingyan looked up sharply, her expression resolute. Months of suppressed emotion surged forward, her stubborn devotion rising like a tide. I am not here to solve material problems. I genuinely want to stay with you all, to support Sister Wanqing through her pregnancy, to welcome the baby together, to be by your side, Lin Shen. I have loved you since the first time I came to this courtyard. I admire Sister Wanqing's gentleness, I cherish Qinghan's kindness, and above all I treasure the peace I find with you. I want to guard this home with you all. This feeling has never changed. Day after day it has never wavered. Whether you need me or not, I will continue to stay. Even if I must wait 1 year, 2 years, even if I must watch silently from afar, I will never let go. I know in this world you have many choices, people more wonderful and suitable than me. But I only want to stay by your side to protect this home that captures my heart. Even if I am merely present, I accept that willingly. Su Qinghan watched Gu Qingyan's unwavering expression and took her hand with a gentle smile. Sister Qingyan, we understand your heart. We have always considered you family. In fact, we have spoken of you often these past days, and we know your heart is truly good toward us. Lin Wanqing nodded, her eyes soft with warmth. Yes, Qingyan, we have seen your persistence and remembered it in our hearts. Having a friend like you, we feel truly fortunate. Hearing those words, warmth spread through Gu Qingyan's chest. The grievances and anxiety she had carried for so long crumbled away. Her eyes reddened, tears swimming within them, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. They had seen her persistence all along. She was not ignored, not dismissed. This careful, tender devotion had finally been seen and valued. Every moment of hardship and waiting had found its warmth at last. Lin Chen looked into Gu Qingyan's eyes, seeing both her stubbornness and her sincerity, the redness there, the tears she fought to hold back. He glanced at Lin Wanqing and Su Qinghan beside him, both nodding in quiet agreement. Warmth filled his heart as he spoke gently. Qingyan, thank you for your companionship and persistence all along. Your feelings, we understand them and we accept them. I know there are many choices in this world where women are few, but in my heart I have long considered you family. When next year comes, after Wanqing safely delivers the baby and everything settles down, I will marry you. The four of us along with the baby will guard this small courtyard together and live well. Hearing these words, Gu Qingyan's eyes instantly lit up. Tears spilled down her cheeks, but she smiled so brightly, more radiant than the roses in the courtyard. Really? Lin Chen, are you telling the truth? She could hardly believe her ears. Her whole body trembled slightly. Joy surged through her like a gentle tide, instantly washing away all hesitation, resentment, and unease. All her persistence and waiting, all her careful devotion and silent guardianship had finally received their most complete reward. Those countless nights of restless waiting, those days of hidden longing, those moments when she mustered courage only to pull back, none of it had been in vain. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, gently patting her shoulder. Of course it's true. I never lie to you. Su Qinghan teased with a smile. Sister Qingyan, from now on we are all one family. You needn't worry anymore. Lin Wanqing agreed warmly. Yes. From now on we will care for the baby together, tend to the courtyard together. It will surely be even livelier. Gu Qingyan nodded firmly, her smile never fading, though her tears flowed more freely. Secretly, she vowed that for the rest of her life she would give her all, treating Sister Wanqing Qinghan, this small family, and Lin Chen with every ounce of tenderness and love. She would honor his trust, this hard-won bond, and her own long-held devotion. She would pour all her warmth and affection into this home that had occupied her thoughts for so long. The four of them sat together beneath the flower trellis, talking and laughing in a lively exchange, their happiness brighter than before. Gu Qingyan spoke of learning to prepare pregnancy meals and accompanying Lin Wanqing to checkups, her eyes full of hope. Her heart still beat quickly as visions of their future together replayed in her mind, her every feature radiating uncontainable joy and treasuring. Su Qinghan mentioned teaching Gu Qingyan to embroider tiny clothes for the baby. Lin Chen smiled and said he would work harder to care for the three women beside him and the little one on the way. Laughter and warmth filled the courtyard. Gu Qingyan gazed at the three beside her and the roses filling the courtyard. Gratitude filled her heart, gratitude for not giving up, for being seen, for no longer facing tomorrow alone. She had a future to look forward to and a home to protect. As they spoke, Auntie Jean from next door wandered past the courtyard. Seeing the four of them chatting and laughing with relaxed expressions, she came over with a smile. When she learned of Lin Wanqing's pregnancy and that Gu Qingyan would marry Lin Chen the following year, she immediately offered her congratulations. What wonderful double joy. The country is so kind. Your life is peaceful. You are welcoming a child and a daughter-in-law. Your days will surely grow even more prosperous. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Thank you, Auntie Jean, for thinking of us. It is thanks to the country's good policies and to Qingyan's constant presence by our side. Auntie Jean waved her hand and laughed. This is all fate. Qingyan is a good girl, grounded and warm-hearted, and she suits you well. The four of you plus the little one will surely have sweet and happy days. Hearing Auntie Zhang's words, Gu Qingyan felt a warm blush spread across her face, and her heart swelled with the joy of being accepted and blessed. This only strengthened her resolve to build a life with them, to make their days lively and sweet, honoring everyone's wishes and her own heartfelt intentions. Lin Wanqing smiled gently. Thank you for remembering us, Auntie Jean. With the country's subsidies and each other's company, we feel so at peace. Our days will surely get better and better. Su Qinghan nodded in agreement. Yes, Auntie Jean. Once the baby is born and Sister Qingyan joins our family, please visit often. We will celebrate together. Auntie Jean looked at the four of them with such warmth that her eyes crinkled with delight. I will certainly come. You four share such close bonds, and with the country's care, everything will go smoothly. The baby will grow up healthy and strong. After a few more casual remarks, Auntie Jean took her leave with a smile. After seeing Auntie Jean off, night gradually fell. String lights flickered on, casting a warm glow over the four figures nestled together. Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Chen's chest, while Su Qinghan and Gu Qingyan rested against his shoulders. Their hands were clasped tightly, their hearts full of peace and joy. The evening breeze drifted gently through the courtyard. The rose fragrance carried further, and the sachets swayed softly in the wind, as if blessing this happiness. Gu Qingyan rested her head lightly against Lin Chen's shoulder. The familiar rose scent filled her nose, and she felt the warmth of those beside her. Peace and tenderness filled her heart. She had finally reached the outcome she had hoped for. Now she could stand openly by his side, guarding this home. From now on she would never be alone again. She had her beloved, her sisters, the baby on the way, and the country's protection. She would spend her life cherishing and guarding this happiness. Lin Shun, I will take good care of myself during this pregnancy. I will not disappoint the country's care, nor the support of you Qinghan and Qingyan, Lin Wanqing said softly, her voice full of quiet sincerity. Lin Chen gently ruffled her hair, his eyes overflowing with tenderness. My dear, do not put too much pressure on yourself. Your health and the baby's health are our greatest wish, and the best way to honor the country's care. Gu Qingyan smiled warmly. That's right, Sister Wanqing. You just focus on resting. Qinghan and I will handle things at home. Lin Chen, you concentrate on your studies. I have already started learning to prepare pregnancy meals. Next time I come, I will cook for you. Secretly, she was already planning to buy comprehensive pregnancy recipe books the next morning. She would learn carefully, preparing each dish with full attention, ensuring Sister Wanqing and the baby ate healthily and peacefully. She would prove through action that she deserved to be cherished, that she belonged in this family. Su Qinghan nodded with a smile. Exactly. The three of us will take care of you together, and everything will go smoothly for you and the baby. Lin Chen nodded, his voice warm and tender. Very well. With the country watching over us, with all three of you by my side, and with the baby coming, our days will only grow happier. When next year comes, and Qingyan marries into our family, when the baby is born, we will together guard this small courtyard. We will savor this peace and beauty, and honor the country's kindness in all we do. Soft moonlight spilled over the courtyard, wrapping this little world in a gentle halo of silver. Along the streets, the nation's guardians continued their quiet watch. Countless lights illuminated one by one in the homes below, each one holding a quiet story of happiness. Roses bloomed cheerfully along the trellis, their fragrance lingering in the courtyard. The four of them sat together beneath the flowers, sharing small hopes for the future, feeling the country's care and each other's warmth. Time moved slowly and beautifully. Lin Chen looked at the three gentle women beside him, and at Lin Wanqing's softly rounded belly. His eyes were full of tenderness and quiet resolve. He knew clearly that in this world the country's protection was the foundation of their peaceful life. The companionship of lovers and the loyalty of close friends formed the root of their happiness. Gu Qingyan's steadfast devotion had brought additional warmth to this small family, and their promise for next year filled the future with quiet anticipation. This stability and happiness had arrived at just the right moment. He would cherish it deeply, guarding his family, appreciating the country's care, and treasuring everyone beside him. Every day ahead would be sweet and secure. The autumn morning light, gentle and refreshing, filtered through the plane tree leaves in the courtyard, casting dappled spots upon the bluestone path. In the courtyard, the roses had passed their peak bloom, yet a few pale pink buds still clung to the verdant vines. Dried rose petals hung from the branches, mingling with the sweet fragrance of osmanthus scattered across the stone table, creating an atmosphere that was both delicate and invigorating. Lin Wanqing's slight pregnancy glow softened her features, her voice becoming tender as she moved through each moment. Meanwhile, Su Qinghan tended to the courtyard and prepared delicate pastries, her fingers carrying the subtle scent of flour, as she kept everything immaculate. Gu Qingyan arrived daily to walk with Lin Wanqing in the courtyard, learning to make gentle, nourishing meals, her every action deliberate and caring. The four of them had built a quiet, enduring warmth in their small home, a peaceful contentment that spoke of deep companionship rather than dramatic passion. Lin Chen spent his days mostly within the courtyard walls, reading at the stone table or sitting beneath the trellis, with Lin Wanqing rarely venturing out. In this world where men were few and women predominant, he was cherished and protected, allowed the simple privilege of living steadily and gently beside those he loved. That morning sunlight filtered warmly through the trellis as Lin Chen read aloud to Lin Wanqing, who rested her head against his shoulder, one hand gently resting on her belly, her expression soft with quiet joy for the child growing inside her. Just then 2 young women appeared at the courtyard gate. One wore a neat cotton robe, her expression calm and kind, carrying a refined wooden box with an upright posture. The other, her hair styled in lively twin buns, wore a pale blue dress and held a bundle of dried mugwort. Both smiled gently as they looked into the courtyard, their manner warm and unhurried. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Chen's residence? The woman in the cotton robe spoke first, her tone polite and gentle. My name is Wen Jingran, and I run a pharmacy in the alley nearby. This is my junior disciple Sun Yanha. We heard from the neighbors that Madame Lin is expecting, so we brought some herbs and dried mugwort as a small gift from the neighborhood. We shan't stay long, just enough to deliver these things. Lin Chen quickly rose, gently helping Lin Wanqing sit comfortably before smiling warmly. Please come in, Master Wen and Miss Su. Do come in. We would be delighted to have you. A sense of warmth filled his heart. Wen Jingran had moved into the neighboring alley just days ago, known for her skill in treating women and children, single-handedly running the pharmacy with endless diligence. Her junior disciple Sun Yanha was shy yet meticulous, ever by her side assisting with pharmacy duties. In a world where women carried the burdens of livelihood while men were cherished and protected, such heartfelt kindness from new neighbors was genuinely heartening. The 2 women stepped quietly into the courtyard, their eyes taking in the trellis stone table and blooming roses, a gentle appreciation passing over their faces. When Jingran's gaze fell upon Lin Wanqing beneath the trellis, and her expression softened. She approached with careful steps, glancing at the slight curve of her belly with professional warmth. Madame Lin, these are our pharmacy's own sun-dried mugwort, pure and free of any additives. Hanging it indoors calms the spirit and repels mosquitoes, benefiting both you and your baby. This box contains prenatal herbs for your condition, gentle and soothing to ease any discomfort. Beside her, Su Nyenha smiled shyly and added softly, Madam Lin, I dried and bundled this mugwort myself. If you need more, I will gladly prepare another batch. It is no trouble at all. Lin Wanqing rose gracefully and took Wen Jingran's hand, gratitude in her voice. Thank you both so much for coming all this way. Your kindness means a great deal to us. Gu Qingyan approached with a tray of freshly brewed tea, smiling. Indeed, Madam Lin will likely need Master Wen's expertise during her pregnancy. And you, Miss Su, must work so hard balancing your studies with the pharmacy. You are remarkably diligent. Wen Jingran waved her hand gently. Neighborhoods are meant to support one another. When a lady carries new life, she deserves extra care. Should you feel any discomfort day or evening, please visit the pharmacy anytime. Nyenha can deliver medicines to you as needed. Do not hesitate. Su Nyenha nodded, eagerly, a faint blush on her cheeks. Yes, Madam Lin, please call for me anytime. I am nearby and can reach you quickly. It is no trouble whatsoever. Su Qinghan wiped flour from her fingers and joined them with a bright smile. I often bake small treats. If you would like, I can bring some over. Please accept them as a token of our thanks. Su Nyenha nodded shyly, her blush deepening. I would love to try them. The neighbors have spoken highly of your pastries, Madam Su. I have long wished to taste them. Wen Jingran laughed warmly. Then we are truly fortunate. We are often too busy at the pharmacy to prepare such delicate treats. Your kindness is deeply appreciated. Their conversation flowed naturally, the courtyard filling with gentle laughter. Lin Shin sat quietly nearby, watching with tender affection, occasionally brushing a stray strand of hair from Lin Wanqing's face. Just then, light footsteps approached the gate, accompanied by bright laughter. A girl in a dark blue short jacket stepped inside, carrying a large cloth bundle. Brother Lin Shin's sister Wanqing's sister Qinghan's sister Qingyan. I'm here. Have you missed me? Lin Shin looked up, his face softening into a warm smile. It's Yuran. I thought you would rest a few more days at home. Gu Yuran was Gu Qingyan's younger cousin, only 16 years old, with a spirited personality like a little son. She had been studying needlework away from home and had just returned to town. Upon hearing about Lin Wanqing's pregnancy, she could not wait to visit, packing her handmade gifts and rushing over to share in the joyful occasion. Gu Yuran walked to Gu Qingyan, linking arms affectionately, then approached Lin Wanqing, carefully, gently touching her belly with delicate reverence. Sister Wanqing, I am so happy for you. These are small garments I made during my time away, pure cotton, soft and comfortable for the baby. She carefully opened the bundle to reveal neatly folded baby clothes in soft pink and blue, embroidered with delicate rose patterns and adorable motifs, every stitch showcasing her dedication and skill. Lin Wanqing's eyes softened as she touched the tiny garments. These are wonderful, Yuran. Thank you so much for making all of these for our little one. When Jingran leaned in to admire the work. Miss Gu, your embroidery is exquisite. The baby will be warm and beautiful wearing these. Su Nyenha nodded in agreement, softly saying, Your hands are so skillful. I wish I could learn. Mine are too clumsy. Gu Yuran smiled generously. You can certainly learn. We can practice together. There is nothing like doing something with friends. Gu Qingyan watched her cousin with fondness, gently ruffling her hair. Rest first. You've traveled far. There's no rush with the baby clothes. I'm not tired at all, Gu Yuran replied happily. Spending time with Sister Wanqing and all of you is wonderful. I wouldn't have it any other way. When Jingran observed the warm scene around her with a gentle smile. Mr. Lin is truly blessed. Surrounded by such kind and capable women, and with a little one on the way, your household will flourish. Lin Shun nodded, his voice tender as he wrapped an arm around Lin Wanqing. I owe this peaceful life to them, to the support of the nation, and to friends like you who have come into our lives. My role is simple, to stay here with Wanqing and keep her company. Everything else is held together by these remarkable women. Knowing they are well is all I need. Su Qinghan returned from the kitchen with a plate of fresh osmanthus cakes, steam rising gently. Please try these. They're best enjoyed warm with tea in this golden afternoon light. Su Nyenha took a small bite, her eyes lighting up. This is delicious. The sweetness is perfect with the faintest osmanthus aroma. Thank you, Madam Su. Gu Yuran eagerly took a piece, nodding enthusiastically. Sister Qinghan, your pastries are extraordinary. I'll come every day to taste them. When Jingran savored her bite with a satisfied smile. Truly outstanding, surpassing even the finest pastry shops in the city. We are lucky to have this. Gu Qingyan watched the scene unfold with a quiet sense of fulfillment. She saw Lin Wanqing cherished and happy, Su Qinghan busy with radiant contentment, when Jingran and Su Nyenha offering sincere kindness, and Lin Chen's gentle devoted gaze. Her thoughts drifted softly to the future, when she would join this family, when the baby would arrive, when their courtyard would grow even warmer. They would continue supporting one another, building a life of quiet happiness together. When Jingran reached into her robe and produced a neatly bound booklet. Mr. Lin, this is a pregnancy care guide I have compiled. It contains gentle remedies and dietary suggestions suitable for expectant mothers. Perhaps it may be useful. Nyenha, please copy the dietary section and bring it over. Having an extra reference may help Madam Lin stay well informed. Yes, senior sister, Su Nyenha replied earnestly. I will copy it carefully and bring it right away. Lin Shen accepted the book with both hands. Thank you, Master Wen, Miss Su. Your thoughtfulness means more than words can say. They gathered beneath the trellis basking in the autumn sun, enjoying osmanthus cakes and hot tea, their conversation flowing with easy warmth. When Jingran shared stories from the pharmacy and her neighbors, Su Nina spoke of her studies with quiet admiration. Gu Yuran recounted tales of distant lands with animated delight, while Su Qinghan and Gu Qingyan discussed nutritious meals and tiny baby hats. Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Shun, occasionally joining the conversation, her expression one of deep peace and contentment. Lin Shun sat quietly beside them, offering cakes and tea, as needed, his gaze tender and steady. The air carried the blended fragrance of dried roses, osmanthus, mugwort, and tea, a harmony that settled beautifully over the courtyard. As dusk approached, golden sunlight bathed the courtyard, tinting the rose petals a warm copper hue against the fading sky. Wen Jingran and Su Nianhe rose to depart. Before leaving, Wen Jingran gently reminded Lin Wanqing, "Please take good care of yourself, Madam Lin. Should anything concern you, no matter how small, come to the pharmacy immediately. I am always available." Su Nianhe added warmly, "Reach out anytime, Madam Lin. I am close by and will come quickly." Gu Yuran held Lin Wanqing's hand. "I will visit tomorrow, Sister Wanqing. We can continue making baby clothes together." With the visitors gone, the courtyard settled back into its familiar tranquility as the last light of day faded and a cool evening breeze drifted through. Lin Wanqing rested against Lin Chen's shoulder. "How wonderful it is to have new friends who are so kind and capable. Our days will only grow richer. Master Wen's medical knowledge will help care for me during this time. Miss Su is attentive and gentle, and Yuran is lively and skilled. With them nearby, we can face these days with greater ease." Su Qinghan smiled while clearing the plates. "Master Wen carries such responsibility alone, yet treats everyone with warmth. And Yuran will keep you company. Your days will be far from dull." Gu Qingyan sat beside her, her expression serene. "Yuran has always been bright and cheerful. Having her here is a blessing. She will keep spirits light and share in simple pleasures. We women should continue to support one another, protect our home, and guard those we cherish. That is how we build a life of peace and happiness." Lin Shun brushed a strand of hair from Lin Wanqing's forehead, his voice full of tenderness. "With you all beside me and the care of our nation, I can simply live quietly and lovingly, free from worldly worries. This home of ours, held together by such capable and gentle souls, will only grow warmer, happier, and more lively with each passing day." As night descended, string lights in the courtyard glowed softly, casting a warm embrace upon the four figures sitting close together. The evening breeze carried the faint scent of flowers. Far beyond the courtyard walls, lights flickered on one by one across the quiet streets, while guardians of the realm continued their watch over the peaceful neighborhood. Lin Shen looked at the three women beside him, and at the gentle curve of Lin Wanqing's belly, his eyes filled with quiet hope. He dreamed of the baby's safe arrival, of the year when he would wed Gu Qingyan, and of all the days ahead spent guarding this precious courtyard life, sharing in the warmth, laughter, and steady love of the remarkable women who had become his world. He would protect them all, nurturing each moment into something beautiful, simple, and enduring. A life lived slowly together, surrounded by kindness. The autumn chill deepened, and the morning breeze carried a hint of coolness, yet it did nothing to diminish the warmth within the small courtyard. At the courtyard gate, the leaves of the parasol tree gradually turned golden, drifting down with the wind to carpet the bluestone path. They rustled underfoot, blending with the remaining rosebuds on the vines, and the dried mugwort hanging beneath the eaves, adding a touch of homely charm. Lin Wanqing's belly had grown slightly rounder, her movements becoming more measured. The gentleness in her eyes deepened. Most of the time she would sit under the flower trellis basking in the sun, while flipping through the pregnancy manual Wen Jingran had given her. Occasionally accompanied by Lin Shan, she would take slow strolls around the courtyard, feeling the subtle movements of the little one within. Lin Shan remained close to the courtyard, rarely venturing out. Apart from reading and writing, he spent almost all his time by Lin Wanqing's side, massaging her aching lower back, handing her warm flower tea, or chatting with her about light-hearted anecdotes to keep her from feeling bored during her pregnancy. He understood deeply that in this world where men were few and women many, the best he could do was to stay steadily by their side, being their most solid support, without causing extra trouble. That was the finest response he could offer to the girls who cared for him. Since the last visit, when Jingran and Su Nianhe had become frequent guests at the small courtyard. When Jingran would come every 2 or 3 days, carefully inquiring about Lin Wanqing's health, taking her pulse, and advising on pregnancy precautions. Occasionally, she would bring fresh medicinal herbs to help regulate her constitution. Su Nianhe would accompany her senior sister, often carrying handwritten recipes for nourishing foods or some dried calming herbs. She would shyly help Su Qinghan tidy the courtyard and hang laundry, gradually shedding her initial reserve and becoming more cheerful. One morning, when Jingran and Su Nianhe arrived as usual. After taking Lin Wanqing's pulse, when Jingran's face beamed with a warm smile. "Madam Lin, your health is excellent, and the little one is very settled. However, the weather is turning colder, so you must keep warm, avoid cold water, and eat more warming foods. No raw, cold, or spicy dishes." With that, she took a small bundle of dried red dates and longan from her wooden case. "I specially selected these. They are perfect for cooking porridge or steeping in water, nourishing for your blood and qi, and ideal for your current condition. Sun Yinha promptly handed over a neatly written recipe for pregnancy nourishment, the characters elegant and clear. She had even marked the quantities of ingredients and cooking methods. Madam Lin, this is an autumn-winter pregnancy diet recipe I copied. Senior sister says these formulas are very gentle. You can ask Miss Su to prepare them, varying the dishes each day. They will provide nutrition and help ease pregnancy fatigue. Lin Wanqing accepted the recipe with deep gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, Miss Wen and Yinha. You are so thoughtful. Having you trouble yourselves to come every day makes me feel quite sorry. It's no trouble at all, Madam Lin, Wen Jingran said with a wave of her hand and a smile. We are happy to help. Besides, it's only natural for neighbors to look after one another. The sisters at my pharmacy also think of you often. Next time I'll bring them along to visit and sample Miss Su's pastries. Su Qinghan, just then carrying a plate of freshly made yam cakes, chimed in with a smile. Yes, please do come anytime. I've made these yam cakes, soft and easy to digest, perfect for Sister Wanqing. You must try them too. As they were chatting, the crisp laughter of Gu Yuran rang out from outside the courtyard gate. She entered briskly carrying a large cloth bundle, her face radiant with joy. Sister Wanqing. Sister Qinghan. I'm here. I've brought some newly made baby caps and some soft fabrics. Let's make little clothes together today. Opening the bundle, she revealed not only the tiny caps, but also several rolls of soft cloth in pale pink and light yellow, so gentle to the touch. Gu Qingyan stepped forward with a smile, taking the bundle. Her fingertips caressed the soft fabric and a tender smile spread across her eyes. In the interstices of accompanying Wanqing on walks and learning to prepare pregnancy meals, she had secretly been preparing for her wedding. The plain fine cloth she had saved was neatly folded and stored in a wooden box in her room. Every day, she would take half an hour to sit by the window and embroider a wedding handkerchief. The center of the handkerchief was embroidered with intertwining roses, the stitches so fine they were barely visible, and tiny pearl chips adorned the edges. She quietly thought to herself that these handkerchiefs would be her dowry, as well as gifts for Wanqing and Qinghan. Each stitch must be exquisite, just like her hopes for the future, pure and fervent. Thinking of spending the days and seasons with Lin Shan, Wanqing, and Qinghan in this small courtyard, a wave of warmth surged in her heart. You child, always so eager every day. Have you been staying up late doing handicrafts again? Gu Yuran stuck out her tongue and laughed. No, I'm just so happy. I want to make many things for the little one so that when the baby arrives he or she will look lovely. Sun Yinha leaned in, gazing at the little caps in the bundle, her eyes sparkling. Miss Yuran, the caps you made are so beautiful, even more exquisite than I imagined. Could you teach me? I also want to make a few caps for the baby. Of course, Gu Yuran said generously. She took Sun Yinha by the hand and sat down at the stone table, taking out needles and thread and cloth to teach her step by step how to cut and sew. See, the stitches should be fine and closed so it's sturdy and won't irritate the baby. When embroidering, patterns go slowly and gently, and the lines won't go crooked. Sun Yinha listened with great concentration, handling the needle and thread with care as she followed Gu Yuran's instructions. Occasionally she made a mistake, and Gu Yuran would patiently correct her. The two chattered away together, creating a lively atmosphere. Wen Jingran sat beside Lin Wanqing, chatting with her and sharing common pregnancy tips to ease her anxiety. Madam Lin, don't worry too much. Occasional fatigue and mood swings during pregnancy are normal. Keeping a cheerful mood is good for both you and the baby. In a few months, when the little one is born, and you see how soft and adorable he or she is, all the effort will be worthwhile. Lin Wanqing gently stroked her belly, her eyes full of tenderness. I'm not worried. With you all here, with Lin Shun, and with the care from the nation, I feel very at ease. I just occasionally wonder who the baby will resemble more. Lin Shun, sitting nearby, reached out and gently wrapped his arm around Lin Wanqing's shoulders, his voice filled with affection. No matter who the baby resembles, he or she is our little treasure, and we will cherish him or her dearly. With all of us by his or her side as he or she grows up, the baby will surely be happy. Gu Qingyan walked over and smiled. I think the little one will be as gentle as Sister Wanqing and have Lin Chen's handsome features. He or she will surely be an adorable little bundle. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. The laughter in the courtyard drifted far away with the autumn breeze. At noon, Su Qinghan prepared a table of light, yet nutritious dishes, nourishing chicken soup, soft yam porridge, refreshing cold appetizers, and steamed egg custard suitable for pregnancy. Each dish was made with great care, balancing nutrition and flavor. When Jingran looked at the spread and couldn't help but praise. Miss Su, your cooking skills are truly improving. Every dish is perfect for Madam Lin. Light, not greasy, yet nutritious. I'm afraid we'll be frequent guests for meals from now on. You're very welcome, Su Qinghan said with a smile. Having you here makes me happy too. Eating together is more lively, and Sister Wanqing can eat a bit more. Gu Yuran said while eating. Sister Qinghan, your chicken soup is so delicious, even more fragrant than the ones I've had elsewhere. I'll come every day from now on, to keep Sister Wanqing company and to enjoy your cooking. It's simply wonderful. Lin Shen looked at the lively scene before him, warmth in his eyes. He served food to Lin Wanqing and said softly, yes, with so many people it's lively. With you all here, this small courtyard truly feels like a home. After the meal, Sun Yinha voluntarily helped Su Qinghan clear the dishes and clean the kitchen. Gu Yuran pulled Gu Qingyan to continue making baby clothes. Gu Qingyan, while accompanying her with needlework, whispered about her wedding preparations. I've also embroidered a few small double happiness patterns with roses, planning to paste them on the courtyard doors and windows, festive yet not flashy. And I've made a handkerchief for Lin Shen embroidered with a pattern that echoes his name. I'll give it to him on the wedding day. Her tone was gentle, her eyes hiding a trace of anticipation. Her fingertips lightly stroked the hem of her clothes. Inside the hem, she had secretly sewn a small piece of fine cloth embroidered with roses, a little thought she had kept for herself. She quietly hoped that the wedding need not be too grand. Just having Lin Shen by her side along with watching Qinghan and friends like Miss Wen and Yinhe would be enough. Imagining herself wearing a dress embroidered with roses, holding Lin Shen's hands, standing in the courtyard fragrant with flowers, she felt a deep sense of peace. When Jingran stayed with Lin Wanqing and Lin Shun under the flower trellis, basking in the sun and chatting about trivial matters at the pharmacy and the neighbors' recent news. Lin Shen occasionally shared interesting stories he had read, making Lin Wanqing laugh merrily. When Jingran meanwhile offered reminders about pregnancy precautions, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. As the afternoon sun gradually slanted when Jingran and soon Yinhe prepared to leave. Before departing, when Jingran specially reminded, Madam Lin, if you feel any discomfort, please tell me immediately. Don't bear it alone. I can come at any time. Yinhe, next time you come, bring the little caps you've embroidered and let us see your progress. Soon Yinhe nodded vigorously. Yes, senior sister. I will study hard. Next time I'll definitely show everyone my work. Gu Yiran also packed her things and said with a smile, Sister Wanqing, Sister Qinghan, Sister Qingyan, Brother Lin Shen, I'll come again tomorrow. Let's continue making the little clothes and try to finish a full set of lovely outfits for the baby. Gu Qingyan ruffled her hair. Good, take care on the road. No need to rush, take it slow. After seeing the three off, the courtyard returned to tranquility. The evening breeze gently blew, carrying a faint fragrance of osmanthus. Parasol leaves drifted down, falling on the stone table, and the flower trellis adding a touch of poetry. Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Shen's chest and murmured, time passes so quickly. It feels like only yesterday we met Miss Wen and Yinhe, and now Yuran comes every day to keep me company. I feel so warm. Su Qinghan finished tidying the courtyard, came over, and sat down with a smile. Yes, they are all kind-hearted girls. With their help we have been much more at ease, and Sister Wanqing can rest more peacefully during her pregnancy. I looked at Yinhe's recipe today. Tomorrow I'll follow it to cook nourishing meals for you, so that both you and the baby stay healthy. Gu Qingyan also smiled. Yuran and I will speed up and make more pretty clothes for the baby. As for my wedding with Lin Shun, I've almost finished preparing. Besides the handkerchiefs and embroideries, I've also saved some dried rose petals to scatter on the bluestone path of the courtyard on the wedding day. It will carry the flavor of our little home and also symbolize completeness and joy. It doesn't need to be extravagant, but it must be warm so that everyone knows we are a happy family. As she spoke, a soft feeling welled up in her heart. Thinking of Lin Shen's gentle demeanor in daily life and of spending the days with him guarding this warm little courtyard, even her brows carried an irrepressible joy. She only wished for Wanqing to deliver the baby safely and for the wedding day to come so she could present all her heartfelt preparations to those around her. Lin Shen looked down at Lin Wanqing in his arms, then at Su Qinghan and Gu Qingyan beside him, his eyes firm and full of hope. All right, I'll listen to all of you. After Wanqing gives birth safely and after Qingyan marries into our home, we will hold a lively wedding. We'll invite Miss Wen, Yinhe, Yuran, and the neighbors to celebrate together. From then on, our family along with these good friends will look after each other, keep each other company, and guard this little courtyard. We'll live our days more and more peacefully and sweetly. As night gradually fell, the string lights lit up, casting a warm glow that illuminated the four figures leaning together, creating an especially cozy scene. Gu Qingyan quietly took out a finely embroidered wedding handkerchief from her sleeve and laid it gently on her palm. The tiny pearl chips at the corners shimmered faintly under the light. The intertwining roses wrapped around a small double happiness character, the stitches fine and delicate, concealing all the tenderness and hope in her heart. She carefully folded the handkerchief and tucked it back into the pocket close to her chest. This was her heartfelt preparation for the wedding, each piece made with extraordinary care. Silently she thought that on the day she married Lin Shun, she would lay out all these embroideries one by one, letting him know that all her expectations were about him, about this little home. She looked at the gentle companions around her, at the familiar trees and plants in the courtyard, and felt a deep certainty. The days ahead with Lin Shen's company, her sister's companionship, and her friend's support would surely be peaceful and sweet. In the distance, the lights of thousands of households flickered on one by one, and the nation's guardians continued to silently protect this tranquility, safeguarding every ordinary, yet happy family. Lin Wanqing gently stroked her belly, feeling the little life within her. Looking at her tender lover and caring sisters by her side, her heart was filled with peace and happiness. She knew that in the days ahead with them by her side and the nation's protection, no matter what came, she would weather it safely. All she needed to do was rest peacefully, await the birth of the baby, await Gu Qingyan's wedding, and await this small courtyard becoming even more lively and complete. The lingering warmth of autumn gradually, and a cold breeze quietly arrived, rustling the leaves of the golden phoenix tree at the courtyard entrance. Golden leaves carpeted the bluestone path throughout the small courtyard, soft and crisp beneath foot. Dwort hung beneath the eaves, swaying gently in the wind and releasing a faint fragrance. It mingled with the sweet scent of dried rose petals drying on the windowsill, wrapping around the dispelling a touch of the cold. Lin Wanqing's belly had grown noticeably fuller and her movements grew slower each day. Most of the time, she sat quietly on a soft cushioned chair beneath the flower trellis wrapped in a thin wool blanket, either flipping through a pregnancy handbook or gently stroking her abdomen, feeling the little one move within her eyes full of tender hope. Lin Xin remained by her side at all times, shedding his usual leisurely demeanor and taking on a more attentive and careful air. Every day, he would prepare warm water in advance, helping Lin Wanqing wash her hands and feet to keep her from touching cold water. He would massage her sore lower back, abdomen, and calves, following the methods Professor Wen Jingran had advised, easing the fatigue of pregnancy. In quieter moments, he sat beside her reading gentle poetry aloud, or simply talking with her, murmuring softly about his expectations for their little one, his voice filled with affection. He knew deep in his heart that all he could do was offer such quiet, steady companionship, a way of honoring the care the women around him had shown, and of guarding this warm little home. Wen Jingran and Su Nianhe came to visit more and more frequently. Wen Jingran visited 2 or 3 times each week, checking Lin Wanqing's pulse and offering guidance on pregnancy care, always bringing pots of her own simmered prenatal soup, carefully selected warming ingredients, gentle and nourishing, perfect for the season. Su Nianhe had gradually shed her shyness. She not only delivered her carefully copied dietary recipes on time, but also actively helped Su Qinghan around the courtyard, hanging laundry and sweeping fallen leaves. Occasionally, she joined Gu Yuran to learn embroidery, and her stitches grew steadily more refined, her expression brightening with each passing day. One morning, the cold wind blew stronger than usual. Wen Jingran and Su Nianhe, wrapped in thick cotton coats, arrived at the courtyard as promised, each carrying a food box and a cloth bag. As soon as Wen Jingran entered, she tested the temperature inside the room and said softly, "Madam Lin, the weather is growing colder. Try to stay indoors as much as possible and keep the charcoal fires burning well. Stay warm. Catching a chill would make you uncomfortable and could affect the little one." She opened the food box, revealing warm prenatal soup inside. "This is red date and yam soup I simmered early this morning. It nourishes the blood and warms the body. Please drink it while it's still hot." Su Nianhe then opened her cloth bag, revealing several pairs of embroidered cotton socks and a small velvet blanket embroidered with roses. The stitches were not as delicate as Gu Yuran's, but every one showed great care. "Madam Lin, these socks are something I learned to embroider from Miss Yuran, and this small blanket is pure cotton, very soft. You can drape it over your legs now, or save it for the baby after birth. It may not be the most beautiful thing, but it is very warm." Her cheeks were slightly flushed from the cold, and though she spoke with a hint of shyness, her sincerity was clear. Lin Wanqing smiled as she accepted the blanket, her fingertips brushing against the soft fabric. Warmth spread through her heart. "Thank you so much, Miss Wen, and thank you, Nianhe. You are both so thoughtful, to come all this way in such cold weather. You've both gone through so much trouble." Gu Qingyan walked over, holding a cup of warm floral tea, smiling. "Miss Wen, Nianhe, please come sit. Have some tea to warm yourselves. The wind outside is quite strong. Don't let the cold get to you." A few threads still clung to her fingertips, and a gentle smile lingered at the corners of her eyes. Over the past few days, she had been preparing for the wedding with growing attention to detail. 6 silk handkerchiefs were already embroidered, including one for Lin Chun, its patterns elegant and understated. Rose motif wedding decorations had also been pasted onto the courtyard doors and windows, a quiet warmth of celebration spreading through every corner. Gu Qingyan sat beside Su Nianhe and looked at the cotton socks she had offered, her eyes softening as she said gently, "Nianhe, these are beautifully embroidered, much better than my first attempts. The stitches are fine and even. The little one will be very comfortable wearing them." Secretly, she thought that on the wedding day, she would have Nianhe wear a handkerchief she herself had embroidered, a small way for this shy yet kind-hearted girl to share in the happiness as family. Hearing the compliment, Su Nianhe's cheeks flushed even deeper. "It's all thanks to Miss Yuran's teaching. I still have so much to learn from you and from her." Just then a bright laugh rang out from the courtyard gate. Gu Yuran, wrapped in a small red cotton jacket and carrying a large cloth bag, hurried in, still carrying the chill of the wind, but beaming with delight. "Sister Wanqing, Sister Qinghan, Sister Qingyan, Miss Wen, Nianhe, I've come. I brought newly made baby cotton clothes and some small items for Sister Qingyan's wedding preparations. Come take a look." Gu Yuran opened the bag, revealing neatly folded tiny baby cotton garments, small velvet pom-poms strung together with red thread, and a red silk handkerchief embroidered with a joyful character. "Sister Qingyan, this is a wedding handkerchief I made for you. And these small pom-poms, you can sew them onto the bridal dress, both festive and pretty. These baby clothes are all extra thick, perfect for the little one once born." Gu Qingyan took the handkerchief and traced the fine stitches with her fingertips, her eyes filled with quiet joy and gratitude. In her heart, she thought how caring Yuran was despite her youth. These past few days she had stayed beside Qingyan through every step of the preparations, embroidering characters, making small items, and Qingyan treasured every bit of it. She spoke softly, "Yuran, thank you. This is beautiful. You've worked so hard. It's no trouble at all." Gu Yuran waved her hand cheerfully. "I'm so happy to help Sister Qingyan with the wedding preparations. Once you marry Brother Lin Xin, this courtyard will be even livelier. Oh, by the way, how is the bridal dress coming along? I can't wait to see you in it." At the mention of the wedding dress, a faint blush touched Gu Qingyan's cheeks, her eyes shining with quiet longing. It's more than halfway done. The main pattern is intertwined roses. Once it's finished, I'll show you first. Su Qinghan walked over carrying a plate of freshly made ginger and date cakes, smiling. Everyone come try these. They were just made. The ginger and date flavor is rich and warming, perfect for such a cold day. When Jingran picked up a piece and tasted it carefully, smiling. Miss Su, your skills never disappoint. These cakes are sweet, but not heavy, and they warm the body beautifully. Exactly what we need right now. Lin Chen also picked one up and handed it to Lin Wanqing, speaking softly. Wanqing, try a little. Just enough to warm your heart. They gathered around the room, sipping warm floral tea and enjoying the sweet ginger cakes, chatting about daily life, wedding preparations, and hopes for the new baby. The atmosphere was especially warm and gentle. When Jingran reminded Lin Wanqing to rest more as the pregnancy advanced, and to avoid overexertion, noting that even slight discomfort should be brought to her at once. Su Nyenha sat nearby, listening carefully, and occasionally jotting down notes, hoping to care for Lin Wanqing better in the future. Gu Yuran pulled Gu Qingyan aside, whispering excitedly about the wedding day details, how to decorate the courtyard, and how to congratulate Lin Shun and Gu Qingyan. Lin Wanqing rested against Lin Chen's shoulder, watching the lively, tender scene before her, her heart full of peace and contentment. She gently touched her belly and spoke softly, how wonderful it is to have all of you here. With Miss Wen and Yinha caring for me, with Yuran helping Qingyan prepare, with Qinghan keeping the courtyard so lovely, and with Lin Shun by my side, I feel so secure. I look forward so much to the baby's arrival and to the day Qingyan joins our family. Lin Shun gently drew her closer, his voice tender. It will be so. When the baby is safely born and Qingyan marries into our family, we will hold a warm and joyful wedding, inviting all our dear friends to celebrate together. From then on, our family and all our close friends will stay together, living life with warmth and sweetness. Gu Qingyan watched Lin Chen's gentle expression, and a soft warmth stirred in her heart. She knew all her hopes would soon come true. In the days ahead, with Lin Shun beside her and her sisters close by, her happiness would be complete. At midday, Su Qinghan prepared a table of warm and nourishing dishes. Slow-simmered mutton soup, soft millet porridge, freshly stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and steamed pumpkin made especially for Lin Wanqing. Each dish was prepared with great care, designed to warm the body and nourish every bite. When Jingran looked at the spread and couldn't help but praise, Miss Su, you think of everything. On such a cold day, to have warm food like this is truly heartwarming. After the meal, Su Nyenha voluntarily helped Su Qinghan clear the dishes and tidy the kitchen. Gu Yuran pulled Gu Qingyan over to continue embroidering the pom-poms for the wedding dress. As she stitched, Gu Qingyan shared her thoughts softly. I don't want the wedding to be extravagant. As long as I have you all and Lin Shun by my side, that's enough. I simply wish to marry peacefully, to stay in this courtyard to guard our little home. Her voice was gentle, her eyes steady with quiet certainty. In her heart, she longed for the wedding day, to wear the dress she had embroidered herself, to take Lin Chen's hand, and to receive the blessings of everyone, beginning a new chapter of life together. Meanwhile, when Jingran stayed with Lin Wanqing and Lin Shun in the room, basking in the sunlight, she checked Lin Wanqing's pulse, confirmed that both mother and baby were in good health, and offered a few more words of advice before feeling reassured. Lin Shun spoke softly to Wen Jingran. Miss Wen, thank you for all you've done these past days. You've troubled yourself greatly to look after Wanqing. I'm truly grateful. Wen Jingran waved her hand with a smile. Mr. Lin, there's no need for such formalities. Neighbors help one another. It's only natural. Madam Lin is in a delicate condition, and I'm happy to be of service. Unnoticeably, the afternoon wind softened and sunlight filtered through the window lattice, bathing the room in a gentle warmth. When Jingran and Su Nyenha rose to take their leave. Before departing, Su Nyenha said specially, Madam Lin, next time I come, I'll bring more embroidered socks and some tiny shoes I've learned to make with Miss Yuran for the baby. When Jingran also added, Madam Lin, the weather grows colder by the day. Please stay warm and rest well. If anything feels off, do come find me right away. Gu Yuran gathered her things and smiled. Sister Wanqing, Sister Qinghan, Sister Qingyan, Brother Lin Shun. I'll come again tomorrow to help Sister Qingyan with the wedding dress and to make a few more tiny garments for the baby. Gu Qingyan gently ruffled her hair and said softly, very well. Be careful on the way. The wind is strong. Take your time. After seeing the three off, the courtyard grew quiet once more. The cold wind still brushed gently, but it could not extinguish the warmth within the house. Lin Wanqing rested against Lin Shun, gradually feeling sleepy. Lin Shun gently patted her back, his movements tender and slow. Gu Qingyan sat nearby, taking out the wedding dress she had more than halfway completed. Her fingers guided needle and thread, stitching the intertwined roses one by one. Her eyes held tenderness and quiet expectation. Every stitch carried her hopes for the future and her feelings for Lin Shun. Su Qinghan tidied the dishes nearby, occasionally glancing up at the peaceful scene before her, an unconscious smile gracing her lips. As night slowly fell, the charcoal brazier crackled softly, filling the room with comfortable warmth. String lights twinkled on their warm glow, reflecting the four figures sitting close together, painting a picture of quiet contentment. Gu Qingyan quietly took out the handkerchief she had embroidered for Lin Shun, holding it gently in her palm. She gazed at the exquisite patterns and felt a soft happiness bloom within. In her heart, she silently promised that on their wedding day she would give it to him, and tell him that for the rest of her life she would stay by his side guarding their little home and the warmth they shared. Far in the distance, the lights of countless homes flickered on one after another. Those on duty across the land continued their quiet watch, protecting this peace and each ordinary yet happy little household. As the cold deepened, the sense of joy grew stronger. They guarded their courtyard, guarded each other patiently, awaiting the birth of their little one, the day Gu Qingyan married into the family, and every warm day to come. The winter wind grew increasingly piercing. The parasol trees at the courtyard gate had long shed their leaves, their bare branches swaying gently in the chill, yet the red silk wedding decorations hanging beneath the eaves stood out vividly, quietly, revealing the joyous warmth within the small courtyard. Dried rose petals on the windowsill grew ever more fragrant, their sweet scent blending with the warmth of the charcoal fire, dispelling the winter cold, and filling this humble courtyard with a tender, homely glow. Lin Wanqing was nearly 8 months along, her belly heavy and her movements increasingly cumbersome, occasional mild discomfort and lightheadedness accompanying her, yet her eyes remained filled with tender anticipation for the little one growing within. Lin Shun had grown even more careful and attentive than usual, scarcely leaving Lin Wanqing's side for an instant. By dawn he would rise to stoke the charcoal, warming the room thoroughly, then gently feed her millet porridge. During the day he supported her as she walked slowly indoors to ease the discomfort of prolonged rest. At night he remained watchful, attending to her whenever she stirred, soothing her with gentle touches until she drifted back to sleep. Deep in his heart he held a steadfast vow to protect Wanqing and their child through quiet devotion, honoring those who had watched over him and nurturing the warmth of this small home. Wen Jingran had increased her visits, coming nearly every day to check Lin Wanqing's pulse and monitor her condition, adjusting dietary remedies and preparing a gentle herbal decoction to ease the cramping, instructing Su Qinghan to ensure it was taken on schedule. Madam Lin, as the baby grows, the pressure on your organs may cause occasional discomfort and lightheadedness. It is quite normal. Please avoid bending or overexertion, take a gentle walk after meals, and keep your spirit light. Should the discomfort intensify, send for me at once. I will come without delay. Su Nianhe also grew increasingly attentive, bringing fresh provisions daily. Tonic ingredients, as when Jingran advised, alongside tender fruits and vegetables she had carefully selected. She helped Su Qinghan manage the household, and in quiet moments embroidered delicate baby garments, her timid demeanor gradually giving way to poise and composure. She often sat beside Lin Wanqing, speaking softly of amusing episodes from the pharmacy to lift her spirits, occasionally resting her hand gently on the swell of her belly to whisper greetings to the child, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Gu Qingyan's wedding preparations were nearing completion. The bridal gown was fully embroidered, the flowing rose branches rendered lifelike, with petals layered intricately and stitches fine as silk, the collar and cuffs adorned with small red velvet pom-poms crafted by Gu Yuran, striking yet graceful. She folded the gown with care and stored it in the bottom of the wooden chest, yet retrieved it each day to trace the embroidered roses beneath her fingertips, her eyes soft with both shyness and hope. She had spent 3 months stitching this garment, each needle carrying her feelings for Lin Shen, each thread weaving her dreams of the life ahead. She never desired spectacle, only to walk beside Lin Shen in something made with her own hands, surrounded by her closest companions, with just a few humble tables set in the courtyard. That alone would feel like completeness. She often pictured that moment. Lin Shen's gentle gaze resting on her, Wanqing offering the ceremonial cloth with a smile, Qinghan bustling about with arrangements, Yuran and Nianhe playfully urging congratulations. The thought alone warmed her chest, a quiet contentment spreading through her fingers. That morning Lin Wanqing awoke to a sudden sharp abdominal pain. Her face paled, a fine sheen of cold sweat formed on her forehead, and a soft cry escaped her lips. Lin Shan was at her side in an instant, steadying her with a calm, reassuring voice. Wanqing, do not fear. I am here. I will fetch Miss Wen at once. He rushed out into the biting wind, feeling nothing but urgency, his thoughts consumed only by the hope that Wen Jingran would arrive quickly. Wen Jingran and Su Nianhe happened to be arriving with medicinal decoctions and provisions. They understood immediately from Lin Shen's anxious expression and hurried inside with him. Wen Jingran took Lin Wanqing's pulse, her expression growing composed. Madam Lin, there is no need to worry. These are false contractions caused by the baby's position, not serious. Let me apply a few acupuncture points to ease the discomfort, and then you may drink the herbal medicine and rest. Su Nianhe quickly assisted Su Qinghan in preparing hot water and bedding, moving with practiced efficiency, her face etched with concern, yet free of panic. Gu Qingyan rushed in upon hearing the commotion, draping a soft blanket over Lin Wanqing and gently wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Her voice was tender yet urgent. Sister Wanqing, do not be afraid. Miss Wen is here, and everything will be fine. Bear with it just a little longer, and the medicine will soon bring relief. Her heart raced with concern for Lin Wanqing and the baby's safety above all else. Though she knew any complications would delay the wedding, she cared far more for their well-being than for any ceremony. When Jingran deftly produced the silver needles and began the treatment, her movements gentle and precise. Madam Lin, relax. Breathe deeply. The needles will take effect soon, and the discomfort will ease. Lin Shen sat beside her, gripping her hand tightly, his palm damp with sweat. His voice was filled with devotion and quiet worry. Wanqing, I am here. All of us are here. You will be well, and the baby will be well. Soon the discomfort subsided, and color returned to Lin Wanqing's cheeks. She exhaled softly and looked around at those gathered close, gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you, Miss Wen. Thank you all. I am sorry to have worried you. Wen Jingran gathered the needles with a gentle smile. You are most welcome, Madam Lin. This is my duty. Rest well now. I have warmed the herbal decoction. Drink it, then sleep and recover fully. Do not overexert yourself. Su Qinghan brought the warm medicine and carefully helped Lin Wanqing drink it. Sister Wanqing, rest peacefully. I will prepare your meals and bring them when you wake. All the ingredients were chosen per Miss Wen's guidance. They are nourishing for both you and the baby. Su Nianhe sat by the bedside, tucking the covers around her gently. Madam Lin, sleep well. I will stay right here beside you. Call for me whenever you need anything. Outside the room, Gu Qingyan and Lin Shen spoke in quiet tones. Concern still lingered in Gu Qingyan's eyes. Lin Shen, will Sister Wanqing be all right? I worry so much for her and the baby. Lin Shen held her hand firmly yet tenderly. She will be fine. Miss Wen is here and all of us are beside her. Both Wanqing and the baby will be safe. Looking at Gu Qingyan's worried expression, he felt a surge of warmth mingled with quiet guilt. You have borne so much, managing the wedding preparations while also worrying over Wanqing. In the days ahead, I will stay by your side and ensure you are never neglected. Gu Qingyan shook her head gently, her eyes softening with affection. I am not weary. Simply being with you all, keeping watch over this small home, brings me great joy. The wedding arrangements are nearly complete. The ceremonial cloths, the bridal gown, the embroidered characters, and the small gifts prepared with the help of Nianhe and Yuran. As long as Sister Wanqing and the baby remain safe, our wedding can take place whenever the time is right. She had thoughtfully chosen different embroidered patterns for each friend's ceremonial cloth. Begonia blossoms for Lin Wanqing, symbolizing peace and smooth fortune, orchids for Su Qinghan, representing grace and serenity. Each one carried her deepest wishes. The wedding gown itself had been adjusted repeatedly, not for show, but to weave her most sincere feelings into every stitch. What she longed for was not the grandeur of the ceremony, but the quiet joy of standing beside Lin Shen, openly caring for Lin Wanqing, and the baby, nurturing the warmth of their courtyard home through every season. That was the completeness she envisioned. That morning, Gu Yuran entered the courtyard with a cloth bundle, her face alight with cheer, until she saw the solemn expressions of those gathered. Sister Qingyan, Lin Shen, what has happened? Is something wrong with Sister Wanqing? Gu Qingyan took her hand gently. Yuran, do not worry. Sister Wanqing is resting. It was only a false contraction, and Miss Wen has already tended to her. Gu Yuran sighed with relief and opened her bundle, revealing embroidered wedding knots and thickened baby gloves. I thought something terrible had happened. You startled me. These are for you, Sister Qingyan, and these tiny gloves are for the little one, perfect for the coming cold. Gu Qingyan accepted the knots, her fingers tracing the delicate stitches, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Yuran, thank you. These are beautiful. You have been so kind to help with all the preparations. Holding the knots gently in her palm, she felt a quiet warmth spread through her. Yuran's thoughtfulness, Nianhe's sincerity, Wanqing and Qinghan's companionship, and Lin Shen's tenderness all made this wedding, however simple, feel deeply precious. She quietly imagined hanging the knots about the courtyard, increasing the festive atmosphere, and distributing the embroidered cloths to her friends. The one for Lin Shen she would keep close to hand to him on their wedding day, telling him that from then on she would tend their small home with the same care she had woven into every stitch. Gu Yuran waved her hand with a bright smile. It is no trouble at all. I am simply glad to help. Once Sister Wanqing welcomes the baby and you wed Lin Shen, this courtyard will be even more lively. I cannot wait to be your bridesmaid. In the afternoon, sunlight filtered through the lattice windows, filling the room with warmth. Lin Wanqing woke feeling much improved, and Su Qinghan fed her warm millet porridge spoon by gentle spoon. When Jingran checked her pulse, once more confirmed that both mother and child were well, and offered further guidance. Madam Lin, from now on please take extra care. Rest in bed as much as possible, keep your meals light and nourishing, and avoid anything harsh or stimulating. Should any discomfort return, send for me at once. Su Nianhe helped Su Qinghan tidy the room and hang laundry, while Gu Yuran and Gu Qingyan hung the red wedding knots along the eaves and doorways, their gentle swaying complementing the already adorned courtyard with a richer, warmer sense of celebration. Gu Qingyan gazed at the knots adorning the courtyard, her eyes full of quiet longing. For Lin Wanqing's safe delivery, and for her own wedding to Lin Shen. She pictured that day wearing the rose-embroidered gown, a simple pearl flower pinned in her hair, holding the ceremonial cloth crafted by Yuran, walking through the knot-adorned gateway, beside Lin Shen, receiving the blessings of all who gathered. She even imagined the days after, the quiet rhythm of life beside Lin Shen, helping Qinghan tend the courtyard, sharing moments with Wanqing, and the baby, stitching and chatting with her friends in the afternoons. No grand drama, only the steady warmth of ordinary days, the very happiness she had cherished since first beginning these preparations. Lin Shen sat by the bedside, speaking softly with Lin Wanqing of the baby yet to arrive, and the wedding preparations, his voice rich with tenderness. Lin Wanqing rested against him, her hand gentle upon her belly. Lin Shen, having you all beside me fills me with such peace. I know the baby will come safely, and I know you and Qin Yin will be happy. As evening approached, Wen Jingran and Sun Yinhe prepared to depart. Before leaving, Sun Yinhe said softly, Madam Lin, I will return tomorrow with fresh vegetables and tiny socks I embroidered for the baby. Please rest well, and take good care of yourself. Wen Jingran added, Madam Lin, do not neglect your rest. Should anything arise, send word at any hour. I will come immediately. Gu Yuran, also gathering her things, smiled warmly. Sister Wanqing, rest well. I will come tomorrow to help Sister Qingyan decorate the courtyard and sew more little garments for the baby. Gu Qingyan walked her to the courtyard gate. Thank you. Travel safely. The wind is strong, so take your time. With the three women gone, the courtyard fell into peaceful silence once more. The charcoal in the brazier crackled softly, filling the room with comfortable warmth. Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Chun, her eyelids growing heavy. He gently patted her back, his touch as soft and steady as the evening calm. Gu Qingyan sat nearby, the wedding gown spread gently across her lap. Her fingers traced the embroidered roses, her eyes soft with quiet certainty. Each stitch a promise of the future, each thread a hidden offering of love for Lin Chun. Su Qinghan cleared the dishes nearby, occasionally glancing up at the peaceful scene before her, a gentle smile touching her lips. As night settled, the lanterns flickered to life, casting a warm golden glow upon the four figures resting together in quiet companionship. Gu Qingyan quietly retrieved the handkerchief she had embroidered for Lin Chun, laying it beside the wedding gown. Her fingertips brushed the design, the intertwining roses encircling a delicate character for Chun. Subtle, yet profoundly tender, just like the feelings she had kept close to her heart. Her eyes shone with quiet joy as she imagined the day ahead. After Wanqing safely welcomed the baby, she would wear the gown she had crafted with her own hands, take Lin Chen's side, and share in the blessings of all those gathered, as they would together tend this courtyard and the family within it. Every prepared treasure, every careful detail was not for display, but for the quiet continuity of days to come, for every shared dawn and dusk ahead. She longed not only for the wedding itself, but for the life that would follow, with Lin Chun, Wanqing, Qinghan, and their dear friends all remaining together in this warm courtyard, its halls forever filled with light and gentle joy. In the distance, the lamps of countless homes lit up one by one, while those entrusted with guarding the city stood watch over the peace, protecting each ordinary yet cherished household. The cold wind still breathed, yet the warmth within the courtyard grew richer. They kept vigil together, protecting the life growing within, awaiting the arrival of the new child, the fulfillment of the wedding, and every tender moment of days yet to come. The biting cold wind gradually softened, and the red silk wedding decorations beneath the eaves swayed gently in the breeze, echoing the fresh green buds sprouting on the courtyard wall, creating a sense that winter was yielding to the warmth of spring. The dried roses on the windowsill continued to release their sweet fragrance, while the warmth from the charcoal stove filled the entire courtyard, the air carrying both celebration and tender domestic comfort. Lin Wanqing's false contractions gradually subsided, and with Dr. Wen Jingran's careful care, her spirits had improved considerably. Though movement remained difficult, the discomfort she had experienced before had lessened, and her eyes now held growing anticipation for the little one on the way. Lin Chun continued to watch over Lin Wanqing with meticulous care, his daily routine revolving entirely around her needs. At dawn, he would rise to check the charcoal stove, ensuring the room stayed warm, then bring her a bowl of nourishing congee to feed her spoonful by spoonful. During the day, he would support her as she walked slowly through the courtyard, avoiding the wind and basking in the sun, while speaking softly about the baby's name and their future together. At night, he remained vigilant, waking immediately at even the slightest movement to confirm she was well. He knew in his heart that keeping watch over Wanqing, the baby she carried, and the warmth of their small home was the greatest peace he could ever find in his life. Dr. Wen Jingran continued her daily visits without fail, checking pulses, offering advice, and adjusting dietary remedies to support the pregnancy. Seeing Lin Wanqing's complexion improve day by day, she smiled gently and reassured her that as long as she rested peacefully and avoided overexertion, the baby would be born safely. She had specially prepared a calming sachet for Lin Wanqing filled with dried mugwort and rose petals, designed to soothe the mind, promote restful sleep, and ward off cold and misfortune. Hanging it by the bedside would ensure sounder nights and protect both mother and child. Soon Yinhe grew increasingly capable, arriving punctually each day with fresh, nourishing ingredients to help Su Qinghan tend the courtyard and prepare meals. Her embroidery work became ever more refined, accumulating a full basket of delicate baby clothes, soft cotton jackets, tiny shoes, and embroidered belly bands, each piece reflecting her care and tenderness. She would often sit beside Lin Wanqing, accompanying her in the sunlight, in conversation, occasionally reading gentle verses to ease the tedium of pregnancy. Her earlier shyness had given way to composure and warmth. Gu Qingyin's wedding preparations were complete. The ceremonial gown had been carefully pressed and folded in a wooden chest lined with soft cloth, its collar adorned with festive red pom-poms and delicate, climbing rose embroidery that gleamed softly in the light. Each day she would set aside a moment to sit by the window, tracing the handkerchief she had embroidered for Lin Chun, where the character for Chun was entwined with climbing roses, subtle yet deeply affectionate. She silently felt that with all preparations in place, once Wanqing safely delivered the baby, it would be time for her wedding to Lin Chun, a longing that settled in her heart, like a warm stone, sending gentle ripples through her spirit. She had even secretly tried on the wedding dress, once catching her reflection, her expression tender, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. In that moment, she suddenly felt that all the hardship and waiting had been worth it. That morning the sunlight was exceptionally warm, streaming through the window lattice and filling the room with a comforting glow. After checking Lin Wanqing's pulse, Dr. Wen Jingran smiled and said, "Madam Lin, your condition is excellent, and the baby is stable. If this continues, you should deliver safely in just over a month." Lin Wanqing listened with joy in her eyes, gently stroking her belly and saying softly, "That is wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Wen, for everything you have done for me these past months." Lin Chen sat nearby, his face alight with smiles as he spoke hopefully, "Once the baby arrives, we will celebrate with two occasions, a full moon feast for the little one and our wedding. We will make it lively and honor everyone's wishes." Gu Qingyan sat beside him, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as joy and shyness filled her eyes, warmth rising in her chest at Lin Chen's words, which spoke directly to her heart. She murmured softly, "Whatever you say, I only care that Sister Wanqing and the baby are safe. We can celebrate whenever without extravagance. Just having family and friends together is enough." In her heart, she thought that the wedding need not be grand or the feast ostentatious, only that those around her were safe and happy. Being able to grow old with Lin Chun, watch the baby flourish, and stand beside Wanqing and Qinghan was the picture of completeness she sought. Su Qinghan brought over a pot of warm herbal tea, smiling as she said, "Yes, once the baby comes, we will celebrate together. I will prepare the meals and make sure everyone enjoys a good, wholesome feast." Su Nianha joined in with a laugh. "I will help too. I can embroider little happiness characters to hang in the courtyard and stitch a full moon lock for the baby to bless it with peace and health." Before they could finish speaking, a bright laugh echoed from outside the courtyard gate, as Gu Yuran rushed in with a large cloth bundle, her face glowing with excitement. "Sister Wanqing, Sister Qinghan, Sister Qingyan, great news. I have finished the ceremonial fan for Qingyan and the full moon gift box for the baby. Come see." Opening the bundle, she revealed a ceremonial fan embroidered with red roses, its surface exquisite with tight, careful stitching, and several small full moon gift boxes containing delicate handmade embroidery. Gu Qingyan took the fan, her fingers tracing the embroidered roses, her eyes shining with joy and emotion. She thought silently how precious this moment was. Yuran's thoughtfulness, Nianha's sincerity, Wanqing and Qinghan's companionship, and Lin Chen's tenderness all made this celebration something truly treasured. She murmured softly, "Yuran, thank you, this is beautiful. You have worked so hard these past days helping me prepare for the wedding. It is no trouble at all." Gu Yuran waved her hand, dismissively laughing. "I am just happy to help. Once Sister Qingyan marries brother Lin Chun and the baby is born, our courtyard will be even livelier. Oh, and Sister Qingyan, Nianha and I have also decided. We will be your bridesmaids on the wedding day, handing you the ceremonial handkerchief and helping you with your wedding dress, making sure you marry brother Lin Chun in grand style." Su Nianha eagerly nodded, her face alight with anticipation. "Yes, Sister Qingyan, we are all looking forward to that day." Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Chun, watching the lively, yet heartwarming scene before her, her eyes filled with peace and happiness. "It is wonderful, seeing Qingyan's wedding preparations come together, knowing the baby is almost here, and seeing everyone's devotion. My heart is so full. Once Qingyan marries and the baby has its full moon celebration, our courtyard will truly be complete." Lin Chen gently pulled her shoulder closer, his voice soft with tenderness. "It will happen soon. We will have an even busier, more complete little home, and I will always be by your side, protecting you both." At noon, Su Qinghan prepared a table of warm, nourishing dishes. Slow-simmered chicken soup, soft millet porridge, fresh stir-fried vegetables, and steamed yams suited for Lin Wanqing. Each dish balanced for both nutrition and flavor to warm both body and spirit. Dr. Wen Jingran looked at the spread and smiled, praising Su Qinghan's cooking and noting how comforting it was to have such warm, delicious food on such a cold day. After the meal, Su Nianha and Gu Yuran offered to help Su Qinghan clear the dishes and tidy the kitchen, while Gu Qingyan sat beside Lin Wanqing, softly sharing her wedding day plans with growing anticipation. She described wearing her embroidered wedding dress, holding Lin Chen's hand, and exchanging ceremonial handkerchiefs with Wanqing and Qinghan, then looking ahead to spending afternoons together in the courtyard with the baby once the little one arrived. Lin Wanqing nodded with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness. "Yes, I am looking forward to it too. When our whole family gathers together lively and warm, how wonderful that will be." Gu Qingyan watched Lin Wanqing's gentle expression and silently resolved that Wanqing had been like a sister to her, always by her side, accepting her. And from now on she would dedicate herself to staying by Wanqing's side, raising the baby together with Lin Chun and Qinghan, nurturing their little family to grow stronger and more loving. Every detail she prepared for the wedding was not just for herself and Lin Chun, but to honor the precious bond of sisterhood and family she had found to preserve the warmth and stability they shared. Meanwhile, Dr. Wen Jingran sat beside Lin Chun, discussing pregnancy precautions and reminding him that as the due date approached he needed to be especially vigilant about Lin Wanqing's condition. If any signs of labor appeared, he should call her immediately, as she would be on standby at all times. Lin Shen listened intently, committing every word to memory, his voice firm as he promised Dr. Wen, "Thank you. I will take excellent care of Wanqing and ensure neither she nor the baby faces any harm." In the afternoon, as the sunlight grew warmer, Gu Yuran and Gu Qingyan organized the ceremonial fans and handkerchiefs into a wooden chest, then hung more red decorative knots throughout the courtyard. Their vibrant color glowed brilliantly in the sunshine, spreading the festive atmosphere into every corner of the space. Gu Qingyan gazed at the red knots adorning the courtyard, and the ceremonial fan in her hands, her eyes filled with quiet confidence as she silently hoped for Wanqing's safe delivery, for the wedding day to arrive, and for every warm moment to come in the days ahead. Su Nianhe helped Su Qinghan hang out the baby clothes they had prepared. The soft garments warmed in the sunlight and released a gentle cotton fragrance. Su Qinghan looked at the delicate clothes with a smile, imagining how adorable the baby would look wearing them, and feeling joy at the thought of growing up alongside the child, watching them learn to speak and walk. As evening approached, Dr. Wen Jingran and Su Nianhe prepared to leave, with Su Nianhe promising to return the next day with fresh ingredients and an embroidered full moon lock she had made for the baby. Dr. Wen Jingran also reminded Lin Wanqing to rest more and avoid prolonged sitting or overexertion, instructing her to call immediately if she experienced abdominal pain or bleeding. Gu Yuran gathered her belongings and smiled, promising to return tomorrow to help organize the wedding dress and make more clothes for the baby, eagerly anticipating both the birth and the wedding. Gu Qingyan walked her to the courtyard gate and gently reminded her to be careful on the road, noting the chill and the wind. After seeing them off, the courtyard settled back into silence, the crackling charcoal in the brazier filling the room with comforting warmth. Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Shun, growing drowsy as he gently rubbed her back with tender, careful movements. Gu Qingyan sat nearby, unfolding her wedding dress across her lap and tracing the climbing rose embroidery with her fingertips, her eyes filled with tenderness and hope as she silently felt that all her waiting would soon bear fruit and every expectation would come to pass. Meanwhile, Su Qinghan tidied the room, occasionally glancing up at the intimate scene before her and letting her lips curve into a quiet smile. As night fell and the string lights illuminated the courtyard, the warm glow wrapped around the four figures leaning against one another, creating a scene of profound coziness. Lin Wanqing drifted into deep slumber in Lin Shen's arms, while Su Qinghan finished her chores and retreated to her room, leaving only Gu Qingyan and Lin Shun in the courtyard, the silence broken only by the occasional crackle of burning charcoal. Lin Shun carefully settled Lin Wanqing and tucked in the blankets before moving to sit beside Gu Qingyan, his gaze falling upon the wedding dress resting on her lap, his eyes soft with tenderness. "Qingyan, you have worked so hard these past days managing the wedding preparations while worrying about Wanqing. I know this has been difficult for you." Gu Qingyan gently shook her head and carefully folded the wedding dress, a soft smile touching her eyes as she replied, "It is no hardship at all. Being able to give my heart to our wedding and stay by your side brings me nothing but happiness." Looking up at Lin Shen, she spoke quietly, "I was thinking, for the wedding day we do not need to invite too many people. Just Dr. Wen Nianhe Yuran and a few neighbors we are close with. Setting up a few tables in the courtyard with good food would be perfect." In her heart, she valued the companionship of those around her far more than any grand display, and being able to settle down with Lin Shun in peace meant everything to her. Lin Shen gently took her hand, and the warmth of his palm flowing through her fingertips made her feel even more grounded and secure. "Whatever you say," he murmured, his voice overflowing with affection, "as long as you are happy. I only wish to hold your hand and let everyone know you are my wife. By the way, I have kept both the ceremonial handkerchiefs you embroidered, the one for you and the one for me, very carefully. On the wedding day, I will make sure to wear them properly." A blush spread across Gu Qingyan's cheeks as her fingertips traced Lin Shen's palm, her eyes filled with shy anticipation. "I was also thinking, on the wedding day, I would have Yuran and Nianhe hand me the ceremonial handkerchief and help with my wedding dress. Qinghan manage the meals, and Wanqing sit nearby, just watching us. And I have collected some dried rose petals that I would like to scatter across the bluestone path in the courtyard. It will capture our home's essence while adding a festive touch." She chattered on about her little thoughts, every word revealing her hopes for the future and the value she placed on their small family. Lin Shen listened attentively, nodding along, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he promised, "Whatever you say, I will remember every detail you have planned. After the wedding, once Wanqing has the baby, we will stay together in this courtyard, watching the baby grow, sharing meals through the seasons, and spending every year side by side." Gu Qingyan leaned against Lin Shen's shoulder, her heart full of certainty and joy, knowing this simple wedding filled with love would become the most treasured memory of her life. Gu Qingyan quietly took out the handkerchief she had prepared for Lin Shen and placed it alongside the wedding dress and ceremonial fan, her eyes shining with delight. She silently envisioned the day when, after Wanqing safely delivers the baby, she would wear this hand-embroidered wedding dress, hold Lin Shen's hand, receive everyone's blessings, and together, they would guard this courtyard, protect Wanqing and the baby, and cherish every person around them. Far in the distance, the lights of homes began to glow one by one, while those on duty continued their silent watch over this peace, protecting every ordinary, yet blessed household. The cold gradually faded as warmth grew. The wedding date set in stone. They held each other close, protecting the life within her, quietly awaiting the arrival of their child, the fulfillment of their marriage, and all the days ahead filled with shared meals and the comfort of being together through every season. The spring breeze grew warmer, greening the tender shoots on the courtyard wall. The red silk wedding knots beneath the eaves swayed gently in the breeze, harmonizing with the newly sprouted rosebuds in the corner, intertwining warmth and joy filling the entire courtyard. The dried roses on the windowsill still exuded a sweet fragrance. The charcoal fire had gradually faded into warmth, replaced by the gentle spring breeze brushing through the house and bringing the breath of new life. Lin Wanqing's pregnancy was nearing full term. Her belly grew heavier, her movements became more sluggish, and occasional false contractions grew more frequent. In her eyes there was both eager anticipation for the little one and a hint of pre-delivery apprehension. Lin Chen's heart remained in a state of heightened vigilance, more cautious than ever, staying almost constantly by Lin Wanqing's side. He no longer read or practiced calligraphy, his mind entirely focused on Wanqing. When he helped her walk slowly, his movements were as gentle as if he were handling a fragile treasure. At night, he barely dared to sleep, deeply staying by the bedside. Whenever Wanqing frowned slightly or murmured softly, he would immediately rise, massage her waist and abdomen, and soothe her with tender words, his eyes filled with unconcealed concern and affection. In his heart, he silently hoped that Wanqing would have a smooth delivery and the little one would be born safely. He longed for the arrival of the new life and also looked forward to soon giving Qingyan a complete wedding, guarding their small home with warmth through the years. When Jingran was even more cautious, not only coming daily to check the pulse and examine the condition, but also entrusting the trivial matters of the pharmacy to her sisters, spending most of her time in the courtyard. She prepared herbs, soft cloths, and warm water bags for Lin Wanqing's delivery, arranging them neatly within easy reach, and repeatedly reminded Lin Shun and Su Qinghan, Madam Lin is about to give birth. Once signs like intensified abdominal pain or spotting appear, don't panic. Boil hot water, immediately spread out the soft cloths. I'll be nearby, ready to come at any moment. Seeing the worry in Lin Wanqing's eyes, she gently reassured her, Madam Lin, don't be afraid. Although childbirth is taxing, your body is in excellent condition and the little one is very stable. With me here, I will ensure both you and the baby are safe. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran visited more frequently, dividing their tasks clearly. Su Nianhe brought fresh, nourishing ingredients daily, helped Su Qinghan prepare light meals suitable for Lin Wanqing, tended the courtyard, and arranged the embroidered full moon locks and tiny clothes into prepared wooden boxes, her eyes full of anticipation. Gu Yuran meanwhile helped Gu Qingyan refine the final details of the wedding, while keeping Lin Wanqing company, sharing lighthearted stories to ease her tension, occasionally gently stroking her belly and speaking softly to the little one, offering encouragement. Gu Qingyan's wedding preparations were complete. She had re-ironed the wedding dress and placed it together with the wedding fan, the bridal veil, and the embroidered handkerchief for Lin Shen, neatly arranged in a wooden box lined with soft cloth. The little red pom-pom on the collar glowed with a gentle warmth under the lamplight. She no longer looked at them every day, but often in idle moments her fingertips unconsciously traced the cuff, where a small piece of rose-embroidered fabric, the same as the wedding dress, was hidden, a keepsake she had deliberately set aside. In her heart, she silently thought everything for the wedding was ready. Now her greatest wish was for Wanqing to deliver the baby safely. Once the little one was born and Wanqing was stable, she would wear the wedding dress she had embroidered with her own hands, take Lin Chen's hand, and complete the simple yet heartfelt ceremony. More than the wedding ceremony itself, what mattered to her was the safety of those around her. The ability to stay with Lin Shun, Wanqing, Qinghan, and the little one, guarding this courtyard through the 3 meals and 4 seasons together. That afternoon the sunlight was especially mild. Lin Wanqing was leaning back in a soft chair, having just finished half a bowl of millet porridge made by Su Qinghan, when suddenly a sharp abdominal discomfort arose, stronger than the usual false contractions. She couldn't help but frown, pressing both hands tightly against her belly, fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Her voice trembled slightly, Lin Shun, my stomach hurts. Lin Shun was momentarily panicked, but forced himself to stay calm, quickly supporting her and soothing her softly. Wanqing, don't be afraid, I'm here. I'll fetch Miss Wen right away. With that he hurried out the door, his steps quick, his heart full of anxiety, only hoping that when Jingran would arrive soon, and that Wanqing and the little one would be safe. Gu Qingyan and Su Qinghan immediately gathered around. Gu Qingyan gently held Lin Wanqing's hand, feeling the cold sweat in her palm, her own heart tightening. Her voice was tender yet firm. Sister Wanqing, don't be afraid. Miss Wen will be here soon. Just hold on a little longer. The little one is very good, everything will be fine. As she comforted her, she helped Su Qinghan spread the soft cloths and boil water, her movements swift, her eyes revealing deep concern. At this moment, she had completely forgotten about the wedding preparations, her mind entirely focused on Wanqing and the baby's well-being, silently praying for a smooth delivery and the safe arrival of the new life. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran happened to arrive carrying ingredients and embroidery. Seeing the bustling scene in the house, they immediately understood. Gu Yuran quickly put down her cloth bundle, ran over to hold Lin Wanqing's other hand, her eyes reddening as she fought back her worry, speaking softly, Sister Wanqing, you can do this. We're all with you. The little one will be born safely. Sun Yinha immediately ran to the doorway to meet the approaching Wen Jingran, calling out as she ran. Miss Wen's sister Wanqing's stomach hurts badly. Please go in quickly. Wen Jingran walked swiftly into the room, immediately took Lin Wanqing's pulse, her expression calm, and her voice steady. Everyone don't panic. Madam Lin is showing signs of labor. The contractions are regular. As long as we cooperate well, she will deliver smoothly soon. She then took out the herbs she had prepared earlier and handed them to Su Qinghan. Quickly decoct these herbs and give them to Madam Lin warm. They will ease the discomfort and replenish her strength. She also instructed Lin Chun, Mr. Lin, stay by Madam Lin's side, hold her hand, and calm her emotions. Let her relax and not push too hard, follow my guidance. The small courtyard instantly became busy, yet everything remained orderly. Su Qinghan hurried to the kitchen to decoct the herbs. Sun Yinha helped boil water and organize the soft cloths and clothes for the delivery. Gu Yuran stood by the door ready to assist, at any moment, her eyes full of worry, but careful not to show any panic. Gu Qingyan stayed by Lin Wanqing's side, gently wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, repeatedly soothing her. Sister, Wanqing, don't be afraid. We're here, Miss Wen is here. You can do this. Once the baby is born, we'll celebrate together and watch the little one grow up. Lin Shun held Lin Wanqing's hand tightly, his palm damp with sweat, his voice filled with affection and concern. Wanqing, you've been through so much. Just hold on a little longer. I'm always here with you. No matter how hard it gets, we'll face it together. Once the baby is born, we'll have a more complete little family. Lin Wanqing looked at the people gathered around her, at Lin Shen's gentle yet anxious expression, at the care in Gu Qingyan and Su Qinghan's eyes. The apprehension in her heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of determination. She nodded softly, gritted her teeth, and tried her best to follow Wen Jingran's instructions. Taking a brief moment, Gu Qingyan quietly stepped outside, took a deep breath, her eyes still carrying concern, as she silently prayed for Wanqing and the baby's safety. She looked up at the wedding knots hanging in the courtyard, then at the warm lights spilling from the house. A soft warmth spread through her heart. This courtyard held her hopes, the warmth of everyone around her. Now a new life was about to arrive, her wedding was approaching, and all the beautiful things were coming closer. She quietly touched the rose-embroidered fabric at her cuff, thinking to herself, once Wanqing delivers safely, she would wear her wedding dress, take Lin Shen's hand, and together with everyone welcome the little one and embrace the fulfillment that awaited them. In the kitchen, Su Qinghan stood by the stove, watching the herbs bubbling in the pot, her heart also full of anxiety, occasionally lifting her head to look toward the door, hoping to hear good news. Sun Yinha brought a cup of warm water and handed it to Su Qinghan, saying softly, Sister Qinghan, don't worry too much. Senior Sister Wen is very skilled. Sister Wanqing will be fine. Su Qinghan nodded, her eyes full of hope. Yes, she will be fine. Once the baby is born, we'll have a joyous celebration together. Outside the door, Gu Yuran paced back and forth, her hands clutching the hem of her clothes, whispering to herself, Sister Wanqing, keep going. Little one, keep going. Everything will be safe. Her heart was torn between longing for the baby to arrive soon and worrying about Wanqing's suffering, her eyes filled with a mix of anxiety and concern. Time passed slowly. From inside the room came intermittent sounds of Lin Wanqing's efforts, interspersed with Lin Chen's soothing words and Wen Jingran's calm instructions echoing through the courtyard. Gu Qingyan, Su Qinghan, Sun Yinha, and Gu Yuran waited outside, barely daring to breathe, their eyes fixed on the door. Their hope grew stronger, and every second of waiting felt unbearably long. After what seemed like an eternity, a clear baby's cry broke the silence of the courtyard, piercing through the door and reaching everyone's ears. At that moment, all the tension and worry dissolved into joy and emotion. Gu Yuran couldn't help but cheer, her eyes instantly reddening. Sun Yinha beamed with a relieved smile. Su Qinghan let out a long sigh, the weight finally lifted from her heart. Wen Jingran pushed open the door, a tired but gentle smile on her face, and said softly, Congratulations, Mr. Lin, Madam Lin. It's a healthy little girl. Mother and daughter are both safe. Lin Chun hurried to the doorway. Hearing Wen Jingran's words, his eyes instantly glistened. He strode into the room, looking at Lin Wanqing lying weak but tender on the bed, and at the soft little bundle in the swaddling clothes. His voice choked with emotion. Wanqing, you've been through so much. Thank you. We have a baby now. He slowly crouched down, his gaze locked on the tiny figure in the swaddling clothes. His fingertips hovered in the air, hesitating to touch, afraid that even the slightest pressure might harm this fragile treasure. A surge of emotions swelled within him. The overwhelming joy of witnessing a new life, the deep tenderness for Wanqing after her labor, and the infinite hope for the completeness of their little family. He recalled the hardships and worries Wanqing had endured these past days, the days and nights of his own vigilant care and Qingyan's silent companionship and waiting. His eyes grew even more moist. This tiny life was the bond between him and Wanqing, the new beginning of their small family, and the responsibility for the rest of his days. From now on, he would guard Wanqing more devotedly, protect this soft little one, care for Qingyan, and cherish this warm courtyard, never letting them suffer any grievance, ensuring that everyone in this little home felt secure and happy. Gu Qingyan followed him into the room. Looking at the tiny baby in the swaddling clothes, her eyes were filled with tenderness and joy, the weight finally lifted from her heart. A smile naturally spread across her lips. She walked to Lin Wanqing's side and said softly, Sister Wanqing, you are amazing. The little one is so adorable. From now on we will watch her grow up together. In her heart she silently thought Wanqing is safe, the baby is healthy. This is the best news. Next comes her wedding with Lin Shun and the fulfillment of their family. Su Qinghan, Su Nianhe, and Gu Yuran also came into the room, gathering around the swaddled baby, their faces beaming with joy. They chattered excitedly, their voices full of affection. The little one is so small, so soft, so adorable. Her eyes are round, just like Sister Wanqing's. I'll make her lots of pretty little clothes and embroider beautiful things for her. The sun set, casting golden rays into the room, warm and soft, illuminating the cheerful figures and the sleeping baby in the swaddling clothes, creating a scene of profound warmth. Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Chen's chest, looking at the people around her and the baby in her arms, her eyes filled with peace and happiness. Gu Qingyan stood nearby, watching everything before her, her eyes full of anticipation. She glanced at Lin Shun, and their eyes met, both filled with tenderness and joy. They knew that the arrival of the new life was the beginning of fulfillment, and the long-awaited wedding was about to come. In the days ahead, they would take care of each other, guard the little one, and protect this warm courtyard, spending the years together in warmth and comfort. Night gradually fell, and the string lights came on, their warm glow reflecting the laughter and joy inside the room, filling the entire courtyard. Gu Qingyan quietly returned to her own room, opened the wooden box, and looked at the neatly arranged wedding dress, wedding fan, and embroidered handkerchief. Her eyes were full of joy and certainty. She gently stroked the entwined rose embroidery on the wedding dress, silently thinking, once Wanqing is stable, she would wear this dress she had embroidered with her own hands, take Lin Chen's hand, receive everyone's blessings, and together with him guard their little home and everyone around them, beginning a warm and fulfilling new chapter of their lives. In the distance, the lights of countless homes flickered on one by one. The nation's guardians continued to silently watch over this peace, protecting every ordinary yet happy family and also guarding this small courtyard, the newborn life and the imminent joy it held. A spring breeze brought warmth as rosebuds in the courtyard corner had already bloomed, their pink and white petals adorning the branches, complementing the red silk wedding knots hanging beneath the eaves. The sweet floral fragrance mingled with a faint milky sweetness from within, filling the entire small courtyard. The arrival of new life added a touch of vibrant energy to this already warm courtyard. In every passing moment there was joy and serenity, and even the sound of wind brushing past the house seemed to grow gentler. Lin Wanqing, though still weak from childbirth, carried a gentle softness in her features. Each day her greatest delight came from gazing at the tiny baby wrapped in swaddling clothes, her eyes brimming with affection. Lin Shun had completely set aside his former leisurely ways, transforming into the most devoted guardian. He cared for Lin Wanqing after her delivery, while nurturing the soft, precious little one, endlessly busy, yet always smiling, never showing the slightest sign of fatigue. At first light, he would rise to prepare warm rice soup, carefully feeding it to Lin Wanqing before gently lifting the baby into his arms. His movements were as tender as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world. He would study her features, the softly wrinkled cheeks, the closed eyes, the even breaths, and the occasional soft sigh that always filled his heart with tenderness. In his heart, he held a quiet promise: this tiny little one was both his vulnerability and his armor. From now on he would give everything to protect Wanqing, the baby Qingyan, and this warm little home, ensuring they could live with peace and enduring joy. Wen Jingran continued her daily visits, checking Lin Wanqing's pulse and guiding the care routines. She advised them gently, after childbirth the mother's body is still weak, so warm and nourishing foods should be prioritized. Rest well and ease her mind. The baby's digestive system is delicate, so feedings should be regular and measured, keeping her warm. If she shows signs of persistent fussiness or fever, please let me know right away. She also prepared a special soup to replenish qi and blood, delivering it each day on time. Watching Lin Wanqing's complexion improve and the baby growing healthier, a warm smile settled on her face. Su Qinghan took on nearly all the household chores, preparing a different nourishing dish each day for Lin Wanqing. From silky chicken soup and millet congee to fresh vegetable purees, every meal was carefully crafted, balancing nutrition and taste, all in service of helping Lin Wanqing recover swiftly. In her spare time, she would help care for the baby, gently changing her clothes and burping her with practiced tender movements. Her eyes softened with affection as she quietly imagined once the baby grew a little older, she would take her into the courtyard to bask in the sun and watch the roses bloom, accompanying her through every stage of growth. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran came even more frequently than before. They divided tasks with seamless coordination. Su Nianhe brought fresh ingredients and blood-nourishing provisions each day, helping Su Qinghan prepare meals and thoughtfully arranging the embroidered full-month lock and tiny clothes near the baby's cradle, her eyes shining with joy. Gu Yuran assisted Gu Qingyan with the final wedding details, while keeping Lin Wanqing company with lighthearted stories to ease the postpartum routine, occasionally cradling the baby and humming gentle lullabies, her expression full of warmth. After much discussion, Gu Qingyan's wedding was scheduled for the same day as the baby's full-month celebration, a double joy that eliminated needless complexity and doubled the festivities. These days, she balanced caring for the baby and accompanying Lin Wanqing with quietly perfecting the final wedding details. She pressed her wedding dress smooth once more, arranged the bridal fan and veil with care, and placed the embroidered handkerchief she had made for Lin Shun beside the dress. Each time her fingertips brushed against it, a soft blush of shyness and anticipation touched her eyes. She quietly envisioned the full-month day wearing the wedding dress she had embroidered herself, holding Lin Shun's hand, watching the baby dressed in tiny garments stitched by her and her friends, receiving everyone's blessings. That would be the most perfect moment of her life. More than any grand ceremony, what mattered to her most was the companionship of those beside her and the quiet happiness of this little home. That morning the sunlight was exceptionally warm, streaming through the lattice window and bathing the room in a golden glow. It rested gently upon the sleeping baby in the cradle, creating an atmosphere of pure serenity. Lin Wanqing leaned against her pillow, watching Lin Shun carefully hold the baby, her eyes filled with peaceful contentment. She spoke softly, "Look, Lin Shun. She sleeps so peacefully like a little angel." Lin Shun nodded gently, his gaze never leaving the baby, his voice dripping with tenderness. "Yes, she is just as lovely as you are. Wanqing, you have endured so much. From now on I will always stay by your side, by hers, and by Qingyan's. We will build a life that grows ever more beautiful." Gu Qingyan entered carrying a bowl of warm rice soup, smiling, "Sister Wanqing, it is time for your soup. It is just the right temperature, nourishing and good for your recovery." She approached the cradle and bent gently forward, gazing at the sleeping baby with soft eyes. Her fingertip traced the baby's fine downy hair, and in her heart, she silently promised, "From now on you belong to this family. I will cherish you as a younger sister and walk beside you through every happy moment." "Qingyan, you have been so kind to us, juggling wedding preparations while still helping with the baby and me," Lin Wanqing said with a grateful smile. Gu Qingyan shook her head gently, her eyes softening. "Sister Wanqing, it is no trouble at all. Being able to stay by your side and keep watch over this little home, that is enough to make me happy. All the wedding arrangements are in order. We simply wait for the full-month day when we can celebrate together in joy and festivity." As they spoke, Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran arrived with ingredients and embroidered items. Gu Yuran carried a small embroidery basket filled with tiny hats and belly bands she had stitched for the baby, along with little red flowers for Gu Qingyan's wedding. "Sister Wanqing, Sister Qingyan, we're here." Gu Yuran entered with a bright smile, quickly approaching the cradle to gaze at the baby with utmost care. "The baby is sleeping so soundly, she is so adorable. I embroidered a new little hat for her. Once she wakes I will put it on her." Su Nianhe handed the ingredients to Su Qinghan with a smile. "Sister Qinghan, I bought blackbone chicken and red dates specially today to help nourish Sister Wanqing, along with some fresh vegetables for a light lunch." Su Qinghan nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Nianhe. With your help things have become much easier for me." When Jingran arrived promptly as well, she approached Lin Wanqing, took her pulse, and smiled warmly. "Madam Lin, your complexion has improved greatly, and your recovery is progressing smoothly. With continued rest you will be fully restored soon. The baby is also in excellent health. All indicators are normal, so there is nothing to worry about." She then turned to Gu Qingyan with a smile. "Miss Gu, your wedding day is set. Take your time preparing. You will be the most radiant bride." A faint blush dusted Gu Qingyan's cheeks. She nodded gently, her eyes shimmering with quiet joy. At noon, Su Qinghan prepared a table of warm and nutritious dishes: tender blackbone chicken soup, soft millet congee, fresh stir-fried vegetables, and steamed yam, suited for Lin Wanqing. Every dish was both nourishing and comforting. Everyone gathered around the table, sharing stories about the baby and discussing wedding details, the atmosphere brimming with warmth and affection. Gu Yuran chattered excitedly about the wedding day plans, how she would guide Gu Qingyan with her wedding dress, present the veil, and dress the baby in newly embroidered outfits, her eyes full of anticipation. Su Nianhe sat quietly beside her, listening attentively and adding the occasional remark, her face glowing with happiness. After the meal, Lin Shun stayed with Lin Wanqing to rest indoors, while Gu Qingyan, Gu Yuran, and Su Nianhe organized the wedding supplies, carefully arranging the wedding knots, decorative characters, the embroidered handkerchief for Lin Shun, and the bridal fan, their eyes filled with hopeful expectation. Gu Qingyan spoke softly. "I was thinking, we could decorate the courtyard itself for the wedding. Nothing extravagant. Just rose petals scattered along the bluestone path, and wedding knots hung beneath the eaves and on the doors. Simple and warm, much like our little home." Gu Yuran nodded eagerly. "That sounds wonderful, Sister Qingyan. I will do anything you ask. I will place the little red flower in your hair, hold your train, and make certain you marry brother Lin Shun in grand style." Su Nianhe chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, Sister Qingyan. We will all be beside you, making the celebration lively and joyous. And the baby dressed in the tiny outfits we embroidered will stand with you to receive everyone's blessings. It will be truly heartwarming." Gu Qingyan gazed at their sincere faces, her eyes glistening with emotion. In her heart she knew that with them by her side this wedding would be extraordinarily precious. Meanwhile, Su Qinghan hung the baby's clothes out to dry in the courtyard. The soft little garments warmed in the sunshine, carrying a faint cotton fragrance. Watching them, a gentle smile played on her lips as she hoped the baby would grow swiftly, looked forward to the full-month celebration, and wished this courtyard would remain lively and warm forever. In the afternoon, the sunlight grew even warmer. Lin Wanqing awakened feeling considerably better, and Lin Shun supported her as they walked slowly into the courtyard to soak in the sun. The baby rested peacefully in her father's arms. Gu Qingyan, Gu Yuran, and Su Nianhe sat nearby working on needlepoint, while keeping Lin Wanqing company. Their conversation drifted between the baby's name and wedding details, laughter and gentle chatter filling the entire courtyard. Sister Wanqing, brother Lin, the baby has been with us for several days now and still has no name. Shall we discuss it together? Gu Yuran spoke first, her eyes bright with anticipation as her needle paused mid-stitch. Lin Shun nodded gently, his gaze resting on the baby in his arms, his voice soft. Yes, it is time. Wanqing and I have thought about it for several days, but have not yet decided. I would welcome your suggestions. Lin Wanqing smiled and agreed. Yes, everyone, please share your thoughts. Let us find a name that is gentle and auspicious, one that carries our hopes for her. Gu Yuran's eyes lit up immediately. Let me go first. The baby was born in spring, and the roses in our courtyard are in full bloom. How about Rose? It is beautiful, gentle, and echoes the roses that grow right here in our home. Sun Yinha shook her head softly. While Rose is lovely, it is quite common. I suggest Anha instead. It means peace and smooth sailing, while he means gentle warmth reaching toward the sun. I hope the baby will live a life of peace, gentleness, and lasting joy. When Jingran happened to be packing her medicine box and walked over, overhearing the discussion, she smiled. Anha is elegant, but I believe Qingming is even more fitting. Qing echoes both Qingyan and Qinghan, carrying the meaning of purity. Ning signifies tranquility and peace. It matches the serene atmosphere of our courtyard and expresses the wish that the baby will live a life free from trouble and hardship. Gu Qingyan set down her needlework and looked tenderly toward the cradle, speaking softly. I think Miss Wen's suggestion of Qingming is lovely. But I have another idea. Nian. Nian represents remembrance and aspiration, while it means peace and happiness. It honors the bond we share and wishes the baby a life of peace and our little home years of warmth and stability. Lin Shun looked down at the sleeping baby in his arms, then at the gentle face of Lin Wanqing beside him, his eyes full of warmth and certainty. Nian. Lin Nian. It is beautiful. It carries our hopes for her and our deep cherishing of this home and everyone in it. Let us call her Nian. Lin Wanqing nodded gently, her eyes shining with happiness. Very well then. Nian, Lin Nian. May my little Nian live a life of peace and joy surrounded by love. Everyone nodded in agreement, murmuring the name Nian, their expressions bright with contentment. The warmth in the courtyard grew even richer. Lin Shun sat beside Lin Wanqing, gently holding her hand, his gaze drifting between the baby and Gu Qingyan, his eyes filled with tenderness and resolve. He knew that this home had become truly complete because of these people and the arrival of new life. From this day forward, he would guard this wholeness, protecting everyone around him, his Wanqing, little Nian, and Qingyan. In the early evening, when Jingran and Sun Yinha rose to take their leave, before departing, Sun Yinha said, specially Sister Wanqing, I will come again tomorrow with fresh ingredients and the full month lock I have finished embroidering. On the full month day, I will place it on the baby to bless her with health and peace. When Jingran also offered her advice, Madam Lin, please rest well and do not overexert yourself. Should you feel unwell at any time, call for me, and I will come immediately. Miss Gu, there is no need to rush the wedding preparations. Take your time, and if you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Gu Yuran also packed her belongings with a smile. Sister Wanqing, Sister Qinghan, Sister Qingyan, brother Lin Shun. I will come again tomorrow to help Sister Qingyan with her wedding dress and make a few more tiny outfits for the baby. Let us look forward together to the celebrations on the full month day. Gu Qingyan escorted her to the courtyard gate, speaking softly. Very well. Travel safely. The spring breeze still carries a chill, so take your time. After seeing the three off, the courtyard grew quiet once more. The sunset painted golden light across the yard, illuminating the sleeping baby in the cradle. Lin Wanqing and Lin Shun sitting close together, and Gu Qingyan's gentle features creating a scene of pure warmth. Lin Shun lifted the baby carefully and placed her gently into the cradle. Lin Wanqing leaned against him, gazing at the baby with peaceful contentment. Gu Qingyan sat nearby, taking out her wedding dress and softly stroking the intertwined rose vines embroidered upon it, her eyes filled with hope and quiet certainty. Night gradually fell, and the string lights flickered on. The warm glow illuminated the figures inside the room, filling the entire courtyard with a gentle radiance. Gu Qingyan quietly placed the embroidered handkerchief she had made for Lin Shun beside her wedding dress. In her heart, she envisioned the full month day wearing the wedding dress she had stitched herself, holding Lin Shun's hand, celebrating the baby's full month alongside everyone, hosting their wedding and receiving the blessings of all those who cared for them. Far in the distance, the lights of countless homes began to glow one by one. Those dedicated to keeping the peace continued their quiet watch, safeguarding every ordinary and happy household, and within this courtyard guarding the joy of new life and the fulfillment yet to come. With the baby's happy cries echoing and the wedding day drawing near, the days ahead would be spent cherishing one another, raising the baby, and tending to this warm little courtyard, year after year of companionship, peace, and enduring wholeness. The spring breeze was gentle, and the roses in the corner of the courtyard bloomed even more profusely, their pink and white petals adorning the branches and dancing lightly in the wind, complementing the red silk knots and embroidered double happiness characters hanging under the eaves and on the doors and windows, creating a particularly festive scene of interwoven red and pink. The sweet fragrance of flowers, a faint milky scent, and the festive aroma of fireworks intertwined, filling the entire small courtyard. Every moment seemed to hold double joy and peace. On the day of Xiao Nianen's full moon celebration, the small courtyard was bustling with activity from dawn. Everyone's face bore an undisguised smile as they busied themselves decorating the yard to welcome this day of double happiness. Lin Shun had risen early, and while tending to the newly awakened Xiao Nianen, he also helped Su Qinghan and Su Nianhe decorate the courtyard. He carefully held the soft, chubby Xiao Nianen, changing her into the little red padded jacket and small cotton shoes embroidered by Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran. The tiny body was wrapped in festive clothing, her features carrying a hint of innocence, occasionally letting out soft coos that filled Lin Shen's eyes with deep affection. He silently thought to himself that today was not only Nianen's full moon, but also the day of his marriage to Qing Yan, a double celebration. From now on, he would hold Qing Yan's hand, accompany, watching, protect Nianen, and guard this warm little home, living up to all expectations and companionship. Lin Wanqing had recovered well after childbirth. Dressed in a simple, elegant pink dress, she leaned against the headboard, watching Lin Shen's busy figure and Nianen in the cradle, who was wearing a little red jacket. Her eyes were filled with peace and happiness. She gently stroked Nianen's soft baby hair and whispered, "My little Nianen, happy full moon. May you have a life of peace and joy, loved by all of us." Beside her, Gu Qingyan sat before the dressing table, having her long hair styled by Gu Yuran. She wore a wedding dress embroidered by herself with lifelike twining roses and a festive little red pom-pom at the collar. Her eyes were gentle with shyness and joy hidden within, and her fingers occasionally brushed over the stitches of the dress. In her heart, there was certainty. Today she would marry Lin Shun and officially become a part of this small family, joining him in protecting Wanqing Nianen and this warmth and completeness. Su Qinghan had already decorated the courtyard warmly and festively. The bluestone path was covered with fresh rose petals, soft and fragrant underfoot. Strings of red silk knots hung under the eaves, swaying gently in the breeze, and the doors and windows were adorned with double happiness embroideries crafted by Gu Qingyan and Gu Yuran, every stitch holding joy. She was busy in the kitchen, simmering a tender chicken soup, cooking sweet millet porridge, and preparing various carefully crafted dishes. Each dish balanced nutrition and taste with both nourishing food for Lin Wanqing and delicious treats for the guests. She was bustling about, but her face was always beaming with smiles. Su Nianhe stayed by Gu Qingyan's side, helping her arrange the wedding dress and placing small pearl flowers on her head. She also held the full moon lock prepared for Nianen, her eyes full of joy and anticipation. "Sister Qingyan, you look so beautiful today. Brother Lin Shun will be so happy when he sees you. In a little while I'll put the full moon lock on Nianen to bless her with safety, health, and thriving growth." Gu Qingyan smiled and nodded, her eyes softening with tenderness. "Thank you, Nianhe. You've worked hard these days, always accompanying me, helping me prepare for the wedding, and helping care for Nianen." Wen Jingran also arrived early, carrying an exquisite wooden box containing gifts for Nianen's full moon, a pair of small silver bracelets, and a congratulatory gift for Gu Qingyan, a handkerchief embroidered with orchids. She walked over to Lin Wanqing and said with a smile, "Madam Lin, today is truly a day of double happiness. Congratulations to you and to Miss Qingyan. Nianen is so adorable, she will surely grow up safely and healthfully." She then looked at Gu Qingyan, her eyes full of laughter. "Miss Qingyan, happy wedding. May you and Mr. Lin have harmonious music and accompany each other through the years." Before long, familiar neighbors also came to offer congratulations, bringing various gifts and speaking auspicious words. The courtyard grew even more lively with laughter and joyful chatter. Gu Yuran, dressed in a small pink dress, bustled about, greeting guests, pouring tea, and introducing the courtyard's decorations. She chattered incessantly, making the atmosphere particularly lively, her eyes shining with joy. She often ran to Gu Qingyan's side and whispered, "Sister Qingyan, don't be nervous when it's time for the ceremony later. I'll hold your hand all the way." At the auspicious hour, soft wedding music sounded in the courtyard. Lin Shun, holding little Nianen, walked to Gu Qingyan's side, his gaze fixed on her, full of tenderness and joy. He gently extended his hand and said softly, "Qingyan, for the rest of our lives, please take care of me." Gu Qingyan's cheeks flushed with a faint blush. She gently took his hand, feeling the warmth of his palm through her fingertips, her eyes filled with shyness and certainty. "Lin Shun, from now on I will be with you, protecting Wanqing, protecting Nianen, and guarding our little home." The wedding ceremony was simple but warm, with no elaborate rituals, only the company of the closest loved ones. Lin Shun and Gu Qingyan stood side by side, bowing deeply to the heavens and earth in the courtyard, paying respect to the universe and to each other. Then they bowed deeply to Lin Wanqing, thanking her for her tolerance and companionship. Finally, they bowed to each other, pledging a promise of lifelong companionship and mutual support. Nearby, Su Nianhe carefully held Nianen, while Gu Yuran stood beside Gu Qingyan, holding a wedding fan, her eyes sparkling with joy. Wen Jingran and Su Qinghan stood by, wearing gentle smiles. The neighbors applauded and spoke auspicious words, and the festive spirit in the yard was thick and warm. After the ceremony, before the banquet began, Gu Qingyan gently took the full moon lock from Su Nianhe's hands. It was a small, exquisite silver lock engraved with the character and adorned with tiny silver bells that emitted a crisp sound when shaken. She walked to the cradle and bent down, carefully looking at the sleeping little Nianen. The baby's brow was slightly furrowed, her long eyelashes like two small fans gently resting and her little mouth occasionally puckered, sometimes blowing a tiny bubble. Her soft, chubby face was as delicate as carved jade, so adorable that one couldn't bear to touch her. Gu Qingyan's eyes almost overflowed with tenderness. She gently brushed the soft baby hair on Yinin's head and lightly touched her cheek, her movements so careful, as if afraid to disturb her sweet dreams. The warmth and softness she felt through her fingertips made her heart melt. She gently lifted Yinin's tiny hand, which was soft and warm with delicate little lines on the fingers, utterly endearing. Gu Qingyan held her breath, carefully placing the full moon lock around Yinin's neck. The silver lock rested against the baby's warm skin, making her little face appear even more pink and tender. Just as she adjusted the tightness of the lock's cord, little Yinin stirred. Her long lashes trembled, and she slowly opened her moist, innocent eyes, looking at Gu Qingyan with a dazed expression. She let out a soft coo, and her tiny hand unconsciously grabbed the hem of Gu Qingyan's dress, the soft grip instantly touching Gu Qingyan's heart. She quickly softened her voice, murmuring with a tenderness that seemed to drip with sweetness, "Little Yinin, happy full moon. Your Annie has put the full moon lock on you. May this lock protect you with a lifetime of peace and smoothness, free from calamities. May you grow up slowly under the love of all of us, joyful and worry-free." At that moment, Gu Qingyan's heart was filled with softness and certainty, a gentle warmth flickering in her eyes. She looked at Yinin, who now wore the silver lock. The little one blinked her moist eyes, curiously staring at the lock around her neck, tilting her head slightly, and even reaching out her tiny hand to grab the swaying silver bells. A soft and adorable sight. Gu Qingyan silently thought to herself that from now on she was a part of this small family, Yinin's aunt, and a relative who would accompany her as she grew. She was no longer alone. She had Lin Shen's gentle companionship, Wanqing's tolerant kindness, her sister's sincere help, and this soft, adorable little life before her. This completeness was the most precious aspiration of her life. She gently stroked the character and on the silver lock and lightly touched Yinin's cheek, silently making a wish. From now on she would join Lin Shen and Wanqing in guarding Yinin with all their might, protecting this warm little home, so that Yinin could grow up in love and companionship, safe and joyful. Lin Shen quietly approached, gently placing his hand on her shoulder, his eyes full of tenderness and relief as he whispered, "Qingyan, you are wonderful." Gu Qingyan looked up at him, a gentle smile rising on her lips, her eyes brimming with joy. "I just want to be good to Yinin, to be with you, to be with Wanqing, and to guard our home." As soon as she finished speaking, little Yinin suddenly let out a soft giggle, her mouth opening slightly, and her tiny hand still tightly clutching the hem of Gu Qingyan's dress, an adorable sight. Lin Wanqing, reclining against the headboard, watched the heartwarming scene before her, looking at the soft, cute Yinin, her eyes full of happiness as she said softly, "With you all here, Yinin will surely be very happy. Look how much she likes you." Before long, Su Qinghan brought out the carefully prepared food. Everyone sat around the tables in the courtyard, eating and sharing auspicious words, chatting about Yinin's adorable moments and reminiscing about Lin Shun and Gu Qingyan's past. The atmosphere was exceptionally warm. Gu Yuran chattered away, saying she would make more beautiful little clothes for Yinin and accompany sister Qingyan and brother Lin Shun as they watched Yinin grow up. Soon Yinha quietly served Lin Wanqing food, gently urging her to eat more and recover well. When Jingran chatted with the neighbors, her face wearing a gentle smile. Lin Shun held Yinin in his arms, sitting beside Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan. He served food to Lin Wanqing while looking tenderly at Gu Qingyan, his eyes full of gentleness and certainty. He looked down at the Yinin in his arms, her tiny body curled up, sleeping soundly and peacefully. Then he looked at the gentle Wanqing and Qingyan beside him, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. He had finally given Qingyan a complete wedding and could finally join them in guarding this small family and protecting everyone around them. "Wanqing, Qingyan, thank you for your hard work," Lin Shen said softly, his voice full of gratitude. "From now on, our family, along with these good friends, will stay together forever, warm and peaceful through the years, with joy always present." Lin Wanqing smiled and nodded, her eyes full of peace. "Lin Shen, we don't find it hard. Being able to stay by each other's side guarding Yinin is the greatest happiness. Congratulations to you, and congratulations to Qingyan. From now on we will grow up together with Yinin, making our days lively and sweet." Lin Wanqing smiled and nodded, her eyes full of peace. "Lin Shen, we don't find it hard. Being able to stay by each other's side guarding Yinin is the greatest happiness. Congratulations to you, and congratulations to Qingyan. From now on we will grow up together with Yinin, making our days lively and sweet." Gu Qingyan also nodded gently, her eyes full of joy. "Yes, from now on our family, united in heart and mind, will guard this courtyard and this warmth, living up to the time and to each other." In the afternoon, the sunlight was especially warm. The neighbors gradually left and the courtyard returned to a quiet calm, yet the festive warmth lingered. Soon Yinha and Gu Yuran helped Su Qinghan clean up the dishes and sweep the yard, chatting about the day's joyful events, their eyes bright with happiness. When Jingran sat beside Lin Wanqing, taking her pulse and advising her to continue resting well after childbirth, not to overexert herself. She also carefully checked Yinin's health, confirming she was perfectly fine before feeling at ease. Gu Qingyan changed out of her wedding dress and into a simple light red outfit. She walked to the cradle and gently leaned over, looking at the sleeping Yinin, her eyes full of tenderness. She softly stroked Nianen's face, silently thinking that from now on she would treat Nianen as her own daughter, accompanying her through joy and growth, and together with Lin Shun Wanqing and Qinghan, give Nianen a warm and stable home. Lin Shun walked to her side, gently taking her hand, his eyes full of tenderness. Qingyan, I'm sorry you had to settle for such a simple wedding, not a grand one. Gu Qingyan shook her head gently, her eyes softening. I'm not sorry at all. I never wanted a grand wedding. As long as I have you, Wanqing, Nianen, my sisters, and these sincere people around me, that's enough. Today I am very happy. This is the completeness I wanted. She looked up at Lin Shun, their eyes meeting, both filled with tenderness and joy. No words were needed to understand each other's hearts. For the rest of their lives, 3 meals a day, 4 seasons together, accompanying each other morning and evening. That was the best destination. Lin Wanqing leaned against the headboard, watching the heartwarming scene, looking at Lin Shun and Gu Qingyan's joined hands, and at the sleeping Nianen in the cradle, her eyes full of happiness and peace. She knew that this small family, because of Nianen's arrival and the marriage of Lin Shun and Gu Qingyan, had become even more complete. From now on they would guard each other, guard this courtyard, guard this warmth and joy, and spend every ordinary yet happy day together. In the evening, when Jingran, Su Nianhe, and Gu Yuran took their leave. Before leaving, Su Nianhe placed the full moon lock around Nianen's neck and said softly, Little Nianen, happy full moon. May you have a life of peace and health, loved by everyone. Sister Qingyan, brother Lin Shun, happy wedding. May you always be happy. Gu Yuran also said with a smile, Sister Qingyan, brother Lin Shun, I'll come again tomorrow to help take care of Nianen and keep you company. When Jingran also reminded Madam Lin, be sure to rest well. Miss Qingyan, congratulations on your marriage. If you need any help, just let me know. After seeing the three off, the courtyard returned to complete tranquility. The setting sun cast golden rays over the yard, illuminating the sleeping Nianen in the cradle and the figures of Lin Wanqing, Lin Shun, and Gu Qingyan leaning close together, exceptionally warm. The charcoal fire in the brazier crackled, making the entire room feel comfortably warm. The string lights came on, casting a cozy glow that filled the whole courtyard. Lin Shun gently lifted Nianen and carefully placed her into the cradle, his movements soft and tender. Lin Wanqing leaned against Lin Shun, her face wearing a peaceful smile. Gu Qingyan sat nearby, holding an embroidered handkerchief she had made for Lin Shun, gently stroking the twining roses on it, her eyes full of tenderness and certainty. In the distance, the lights of thousands of homes lit up one by one. The country's guardians silently protected this peace, guarding every ordinary yet happy family, and also guarding the double happiness and the year-round warmth and completeness in this small courtyard. In the days to come, the spring breeze would remain gentle, the roses would still bloom, and the courtyard would continue to be filled with laughter and joy. Lin Shun would still carefully watch over Lin Wanqing, Gu Qingyan, and Nianen. Su Qinghan would still manage the household chores. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran would still visit often. When Jingran would still come regularly to care for them. They would guard each other, guard little Nianen, and guard this warm courtyard. 3 meals a day, 4 seasons together, accompanied day and night with joy and peace, forever complete in every passing year. In the days to come, the spring breeze would remain gentle, the roses would still bloom, and the courtyard would continue to be filled with laughter and joy. Lin Shun would still carefully watch over Lin Wanqing, Gu Qingyan, and Nianen. Su Qinghan would still manage the household chores. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran would still visit often. When Jingran would still come regularly to care for them. They would guard each other, guard little Nianen, and guard this warm courtyard. 3 meals a day, 4 seasons together, accompanied day and night with joy and peace, forever complete in every passing year. As summer deepened, the roses in the corner of the courtyard bloomed with increasing intensity, their pink and white petals layering upon each other, adorning the branches. A gentle breeze passed by, causing the petals to drift softly down, carpeting the bluestone path with a fragrant, tender cushion underfoot. The string of lights hanging from the eaves still glowed in the courtyard, appearing even more vivid under the sunlight during the day, and at night, they cast a warm, cozy radiance that reflected the laughter and joy from within the house, filling the entire yard with warmth. Little Nianen had already passed her 100-day milestone, shedding the initial softness and innocence of a newborn. Her features became more delicate, and she had learned to roll over and kick her legs. Occasionally, she would let out soft, babbling sounds, infusing the small home with boundless vitality and joy. Lin Shun remained the attentive and considerate guardian. Every morning, he would first check on Nianen, change her into soft little clothes, and then carry her to the courtyard to bask in the sun. He would speak to her gently, teaching her to identify the roses in the yard and the happy knots under the eaves. He had shed his former youthful immaturity, gaining a calmness that came with being a father and a husband. Yet the tenderness in his eyes had never faded. During the day, he would chat with Lin Wanqing and help Su Qinghan tend to the courtyard. In his spare time, he would sit with Nianen under the rose trellis, watching her wave her little hands and babble, his eyes filled with a sense of peace and happiness. In his heart, he silently thought that the days ahead would be like this, staying by Wanqing's side, by Qingyan's side, by Nianen's side, guarding this warm little courtyard through 3 meals and 4 seasons, year after year together. That would be the greatest fulfillment of his life. Lin Wanqing had fully recovered after childbirth, her complexion radiant and her features still gentle. Her greatest joy each day was spending time with little Nianen. She would hold Nianen and sit by the window doing needlework, embroidering small belly bands and soft little socks for her. Her stitches were fine and tender, and on every piece she embroidered a tiny rose, a hidden token of her love and hopes for Nienen. Occasionally she would teach Nienen to recognize colors and listen to sounds. Nienen would respond with coos and babbles, her little hand tightly gripping her mother's finger with a soft, tender strength that filled Lin Wanqing's heart with warmth. She looked at the gentle Lin Shan beside her, the adorable Nienen before her, and the sisters who often accompanied her, and her heart was filled with a deep sense of peace. This small home had become exceptionally warm and complete because of these people. Gu Qingyan had fully integrated into this small family, shedding her initial shyness after marriage and gaining a gentle and composed grace. Every morning, she would help Su Qinghan prepare breakfast. After meals, she would help Lin Wanqing care for little Nienen, feeding her water, changing her diapers, and gently holding her while humming soft lullabies. She still maintained her habit of doing needlework, spending her free time embroidering handkerchiefs for Lin Shan, small clothes for Nienen, and shawls for Wanqing. Every stitch and every thread carried her deep affection for this small home and her love for those around her. She often sat under the rose trellis holding Nienen, watching Lin Shan's busy figure and Wanqing's needlework, her eyes full of joy. This was the life she desired, plain yet warm, ordinary yet complete, with a beloved companion, dear ones by her side, and the sweet sounds of a child adding to the happiness. Su Qinghan still managed the daily chores of the courtyard, keeping it clean and tidy. The roses in the yard flourished under her care, the bluestone path was polished bright every day, and the kitchen always filled with the warm aroma of home-cooked meals. She continued to prepare delicious meals for everyone, varying them to suit each person's taste, nourishing soups for Lin Wanqing, soft and tender baby food for Nienen, and hearty homestyle dishes for Lin Shun and Gu Qingyan. Though busy, she always wore a smile. In her spare time, she would play with Nienen, gently teasing her. Watching Nienen burst into giggles, her eyes were filled with adoration. She silently thought that this little courtyard with Nienen in it had become even more vibrant and warm with the breath of daily life. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran still frequently visited the courtyard. Their visits had become more regular, and every afternoon they would bring fresh ingredients and embroideries, chatting with everyone and helping care for Nienen. Su Nianhe remained shy and gentle. Every time she came, she would bring small clothes and toys she had embroidered for Nienen, sit quietly beside Lin Wanqing, and help with the needlework. Occasionally she would play with Nienen, and seeing the soft, adorable expression on the baby's face, her lips would involuntarily curl into a smile. She would also bring nourishing ingredients for Lin Wanqing, softly reminding her to take good care of herself, her eyes full of sincerity. Gu Yuran, on the other hand, remained lively and cheerful, always chattering away. Whenever she came, she would bring small trinkets for Nienen, making the baby laugh out loud. She would chat with Gu Qingyan about daily trivialities and Nienen's growth, and occasionally help Su Qinghan with the courtyard or meal preparations, adding a lot of liveliness to the small yard. She often held Nienen, teaching her to babble and wave her little hands. Watching Nienen grow little by little, her eyes sparkled with joy as she murmured, "Little Nienen, grow up quickly. When you're older, I'll take you to see the roses, to the market, and buy you lots of delicious food and fun toys." When Jingran also came frequently. Every time, she would check Nienen's pulse, examine her health, and remind everyone about the precautions for caring for the baby. Occasionally, she would help Lin Wanqing with her recuperation, bringing calming herbs and sweet floral tea to the courtyard. She watched Nienen grow day by day, saw Lin Wanqing's complexion improve, and observed the harmonious relationship between Lin Shun and Gu Qingyan. A gentle smile appeared on her face as she said softly, "Seeing your family happy and peaceful, and watching Nienen grow up healthily, I can rest assured." One afternoon, the sunlight was especially warm, filtering through the gaps of the rose trellis and casting dappled light patterns on the ground, making the courtyard feel cozy. Lin Wanqing sat by the window doing needlework, while Gu Qingyan sat beside her holding little Nienen and gently playing with her. Nienen babbled and waved her tiny hands, occasionally letting out soft aha sounds, looking utterly adorable. Lin Shan sat nearby with a book in hand, but his mind was elsewhere, his gaze fixed on Gu Qingyan, and Nienen, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Su Qinghan was busy in the kitchen preparing afternoon tea. A pot of sweet snow fungus soup simmered on the stove, and fresh fruit lay on the cutting board, their aroma filling the entire courtyard. Su Nianhe sat beside Lin Wanqing, helping her organize embroidery threads. Occasionally she would look up at Nienen's soft, adorable face and smile gently. Gu Yuran sat nearby holding a small rattle and shaking it gently to amuse Nienen. Attracted by the sound, Nienen turned her little head and reached out her tiny hand, trying to grab the rattle, laughing with a crisp, joyful sound that filled the courtyard. "Look at Nienen, she's getting more and more adorable," Gu Qingyan said softly, stroking Nienen's cheek with a gentle, affectionate gaze. "She's so lively, even at just 100 days old, she'll surely be a lively and cheerful little girl." Lin Wanqing smiled and nodded, putting down her needlework to gently touch Nienen's little hand. "Yes, she's just like Yuran when she was little, chattering all the time, full of energy." Gu Yuran laughed. "Sister Wanqing, I was never this well behaved when I was little. Little Nienen is much better behaved than I was, both cute and obedient." Everyone laughed at her words, their cheerful voices echoing in the courtyard, creating a heartwarming atmosphere. When Jingran arrived just then, and seeing the warm scene before her, a gentle smile appeared on her face. She walked over to Nienen, gently touched her little cheek, and said softly, "Nienen has grown taller and her complexion is excellent. It seems you've been taking very good care of her. She checked Nianen's pulse and confirmed that all was well, then reminded them, the weather is getting warmer, so make sure to adjust Nianen's clothing accordingly. Introduce solid foods gradually and don't feed her too much at once to avoid indigestion. Lin Shan nodded. Thank you, Miss Wan. We'll keep that in mind. Soon Su Qinghan brought out the afternoon tea, sweet snow fungus soup, fresh fruit, and small pastries, and set them on the stone table. Everyone gathered around the stone table enjoying the tea and chatting about Nianen's amusing milestones, the roses in the courtyard, and the days ahead. The atmosphere was especially warm and cozy. Nianen was cradled in Gu Qingyan's arms, her little head resting on her shoulder. Occasionally she would reach out a tiny hand to grab a small pastry looking so soft and adorable that everyone couldn't help but laugh. Gu Qingyan looked at the people around her, the infant in her arms, and the blooming roses in the yard, her eyes filled with tenderness and certainty. She silently thought that the days ahead would be like this, with Lin Shen's gentle company, Wanqing's inclusive care, the sincere help of her sisters, Nianen's sweet babbling, and the warmth of the roses in the courtyard. This was the truest form of happiness. She gently placed Nianen on the stone table, which was covered with a soft cloth, wanting to teach her to sit up. But afraid she might be unsteady, she carefully supported her waist and guided her patiently. Nianen curiously straightened her little body, her tiny hands tightly clutching Gu Qingyan's sleeve. Her head wobbled slightly as she tried to maintain her balance. Occasionally she would wobble and then burst into giggles, her little face flushing a rosy pink, looking incredibly soft and cute. Lin Shan quickly put down his book and walked to the stone table, carefully guarding beside Nianen in case she fell, his eyes full of affection. Slow down, Nianen. No rush, take it easy. Lin Wanqing also put down her needlework and came over gently, holding a small toy embroidered with a tiny rose and shaking it in front of Nianen. Nianen, look here. Sit steady and I'll give you the toy. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran also gathered around, softly cheering for Nianen. Gu Yuran clapped her hands gently and said with a smile, little Nianen is amazing. Hold on a little longer and you'll be sitting steady. Su Qinghan walked over with a cup of warm water, and seeing Nianen trying to sit on the stone table, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Be careful, don't let Nianen get too tired. She's still young, take it slow. Gu Qingyan gently released her hands from supporting Nianen, testing if she could sit on her own. Nianen wobbled, but managed to sit steadily for a few seconds before softly collapsing back into Gu Qingyan's arms, letting out a babble, as if showing off her small achievement. Everyone laughed at her adorable display. Lin Wanqing gently stroked Nianen's little head and said tenderly, our Nianen is so clever. She's getting more capable every day. Gu Qingyan hugged Nianen tightly, her eyes brimming with joy and emotion. She silently thought, watching Nianen grow little by little, every small progress brings boundless happiness. This tender warmth is the most precious gift of her life. She gently stroked Nianen's little head silently, making a wish in her heart. May this small home always be warm and peaceful. May the people around her always be safe and happy. And may Nianen grow up slowly in love and companionship, with a smooth and fortunate life. Lin Shan took Gu Qingyan's hand, his eyes full of tenderness. Qingyan, from now on let's always be like this, taking care of Wanqing, watching over Nianen, guarding this little courtyard, and staying by each other's side. Is that all right? Gu Qingyan nodded gently, her eyes shining with joy. Yes, from now on we will be together year after year, sharing joy and happiness, never to be separated again. Lin Wanqing leaned nearby, watching the heartwarming scene, her eyes filled with happy smiles. Yes, from now on our family will always stay together, watching Nianen grow up, seeing the roses bloom year after year in the courtyard, and watching our days get better and better. The sun set in the west, casting a golden afterglow over the courtyard, illuminating the figures of everyone, the blooming roses, and the soft, adorable Nianen in her arms, creating a scene of exceptional warmth. The string of lights under the eaves gradually lit up their warm glow, dispelling the coolness of the evening, reflecting the laughter and joy from within the house, and filling the entire courtyard. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran took their leave, but before leaving they still played with Nianen and reminded everyone to take good care of themselves. When Jingran also packed up her medical kit, gave a few gentle reminders, and then turned to leave. After seeing the three off, the courtyard returned to tranquility. Lin Shan held Nianen and gently soothed her to sleep. Nianen rested her head on his shoulder, gradually falling asleep, her little mouth occasionally puckering, looking utterly adorable. Lin Wanqing leaned against Gu Qingyan, softly chatting about Nianen's growth and the trivial matters of the days to come, her voice gentle and her eyes filled with peace. Gu Qingyan sat nearby, watching Lin Shan soothe Nianen, and seeing Wanqing's gentle expression, her heart felt complete. As night gradually fell, the lights of thousands of homes lit up one by one in the distance. The guardians of the nation silently watched over this peace, protecting every ordinary yet happy little home, and also the warmth and joy of this small courtyard. The roses in the courtyard emitted a sweet fragrance in the night. The warm light of the string of lights reflected the figures leaning together, and the charcoal fire in the brazier crackled, making the entire house feel comfortably warm. In the days that followed, summer turned to autumn, winter passed, and spring came. The roses in the courtyard bloomed year after year, and little Nianen grew up day by day, from a babbling infant to learning to walk and talk, her clear laughter always echoing in the courtyard. Lin Shan continued to care for his family attentively. Lin Wanqing remained gentle and warm. Gu Qingyan stayed composed and graceful Su Qinghan kept managing the courtyard's chores. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran still came often to keep them company, and when Jingran frequently visited to tend to their health. They stayed by each other's side watching over little Nianen and this warm little courtyard, sharing 3 meals a day and the 4 seasons morning and evening together. The roses bloomed in warmth, the child's babbling added joy, and year after year, they were together in happiness and peace, never wasting time, never letting each other down. Each year was complete. The autumn was becoming gentle. The roses at the corner of the courtyard had shed the intensity of high summer, yet a few petals still lingered on the branches, complementing the yellowing leaves by the wall and adding a touch of warm poetry. On the bluestone path, rose petals occasionally drifted down, gently stirred by the breeze, forming a tender path. The string of lights under the eaves remained bright in the cool autumn air, glowing with warm sunlight during the day and casting a cozy light at night, wrapping the small courtyard in a homely atmosphere that filled the entire space. Little Nianen had nearly turned 1 year old, shedding the softness of infancy, and now able to stand steadily by holding onto furniture. Occasionally she would tentatively take a step or two. Her small figure became the most vivid scene in the courtyard, every tiny movement brimming with boundless joy. Lin Shun remained attentive and thoughtful, having shed some of his youthful immaturity and grown increasingly steady and reliable. Every morning, he would take little Nianen's hand, let her hold onto the porch pillar, and patiently guide her to learn to walk. He bent down, his gaze fixed on Nianen's small figure, his hands always at her sides to prevent her from falling, his voice full of affection. Nianen, slow down, don't be afraid, father is here. Occasionally, when Nianen stumbled forward a step, he would smile warmly and praise softly. Our Nianen is amazing, making progress again. During the day, he still helped Su Qinghan tend the courtyard, talked with Lin Wanqing, and in his spare time, he played with Nianen in the yard, watching her babble as she chased the falling rose petals. His eyes were full of peace and happiness. This ordinary, homely atmosphere was the fulfillment he treasured most in life. Lin Wanqing remained gentle and tender, her complexion growing rosier. Her greatest joy each day was to accompany Nianen in learning to walk and speak. She would spread a soft cotton mat in the courtyard to prevent Nianen from hurting herself, and holding Nianen's favorite toy, she would coax her from a short distance. Nianen, come here to mother. When you get the toy, it's yours. Whenever Nianen stumbled into her arms, she would hold her tightly, gently kiss her little face, and speak in a voice so tender it could melt. Our Nianen is so brave, getting more capable every day. In her free time, she still did needlework, embroidering small shoes and warm little coats for Nianen, and sewing clothes for Lin Shun and Gu Qingyan. Every stitch held her love for her family and her hopes for the days ahead. Gu Qingyan became increasingly gentle and composed, fully integrated into this small family, her features filled with warmth and smiles. Every morning, she would prepare breakfast with Su Qinghan, and afterward, she would help Lin Wanqing care for Nianen, accompanying her in learning to walk and speak. She would gently support Nianen's arms, patiently guiding her steps, while softly humming soothing lullabies to calm Nianen's little emotions. Whenever Nianen fell, she would carefully pick her up, gently rub her tiny knees, and whisper comfort. Nianen, don't be afraid, Annie is here. Shall we try again? In her spare time, she would comb Nianen's hair into small buns and adorn them with tiny pearl flowers. Watching Nianen's soft, adorable appearance, her eyes were full of joy. She had long regarded Nianen as her own daughter, and this small home as her lifelong haven. Su Qinghan still managed the daily chores of the courtyard, keeping it clean and tidy. She collected the fallen rose petals, dried them, and placed them by the window, so the courtyard was always filled with a faint floral fragrance. In the kitchen, the warm aroma of meals still drifted every day. She prepared delicious dishes for everyone, including soft millet porridge and vegetable puree for Nianen and nourishing autumn soups for the others. She was busy but always wore a smile. In her free time, she would sit under the eaves watching Nianen learn to walk. Occasionally she would reach out to steady her, and seeing Nianen laugh heartily, her eyes were full of affection. She silently thought that such ordinary warm days were the best of times. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran still frequently visited the courtyard, perfectly in sync with each other. Every afternoon, they would bring fresh ingredients and Nianen's favorite snacks, chatting with everyone and helping care for Nianen. Su Nianhe remained shy and gentle. Each time she came, she brought embroidered clothes and small toys for Nianen. She would sit quietly helping Lin Wanqing with needlework and occasionally crouch down to play with Nianen, softly teaching her to recognize flowers and plants, her voice tender and her eyes sincere. She also brought Lin Wanqing nourishing ingredients for the autumn season, softly reminding her to keep warm and take good care of herself and Nianen. Gu Yuran, on the other hand, remained lively and cheerful, chattering away. Each time she came, she brought Nianen small trinkets that made her laugh heartily. She would join Gu Qingyan in guiding Nianen to walk, holding Nianen's little hand and accompanying her as she slowly stepped forward, murmuring, "Little Nianen, keep going, take one more step, and you can catch up to sister." Whenever Nianen took a step or two, she would clap and cheer, even happier than Nianen herself. She also helped Su Qinghan tend the courtyard, watering the roses and trimming the branches, adding much liveliness to the place. She would keep talking, saying that when Nianen grew a little older, she would take her to the autumn market to pick up fallen leaves and gather wild fruits. When Jingran still came often, Each time she would check Nianen's pulse and examine her health, reminding everyone to keep Nianen warm in autumn, ensure her complimentary food was nutritious, and avoid catching a chill. She also brought calming autumn herbs and sweet chrysanthemum tea for the courtyard to help Lin Wanqing recuperate. Watching Nianen grow day by day, learning to walk and speak, she smiled gently. Nianen is growing so fast, becoming more lively. With such attentive care, she will surely grow up safe and healthy. That afternoon, the autumn sunlight was especially warm, free from the oppressive heat of summer, wrapped in a faint floral scent, spreading across the courtyard with a cozy feel. Lin Wanqing sat under the eaves doing needlework. Gu Qingyan crouched on the ground supporting Nianen as she learned to walk, and Lin Shen sat on a stone stool nearby, his gaze fixed on them, a book in his hand, but his mind elsewhere, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. Su Qinghan was busy in the kitchen preparing afternoon tea. A pot of sweet pear soup simmered on the stove while fresh fruits and small pastries were arranged on the chopping board, their aroma filling the entire courtyard. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran happened to arrive. As soon as Gu Yuran entered, she called out with a smile, "Little Nianen's sister is here to see you." Saying this, she quickly hurried over, crouched beside. Nianen gently took her little hand and accompanied her as she slowly walked. Su Nianhe handed the ingredients to Su Qinghan and said softly, "Sister Qinghan, I bought these pears and red dates to nourish Sister Wanqing and Nianen. Autumn is dry, and eating more pears can soothe the throat." Su Qinghan nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, Nianhe, you are so thoughtful." Nianen held on to Gu Qingyan's arm carefully, taking one step, then another, her small body wobbling like a little penguin, occasionally letting out soft babbling sounds, looking utterly adorable. Gu Yuran clapped lightly and said with a smile, "Little Nianen is amazing. Take one more step, and you'll come to sister." Su Nianhe also crouched beside her, softly cheering, "Nianen, keep going, you can do it." Seeing this, Lin Shen quickly stood up and came to Nianen's side, carefully guarding her, and said softly, "Nianen, no rush, take your time, father is with you." Lin Wanqing also put down her needlework and came over, holding Nianen's favorite little rose toy, coaxing her from a short distance. "Nianen, come here, to mother, the toy is for you." Nianen's eyes brightened as if drawn by the toy. She gathered her courage, let go of Gu Qingyan's hand, and tentatively took 3 steps toward Lin Wanqing, then stumbled into her arms, laughing gleefully, her little face flushed pink, her eyes full of joy, as if showing off her small achievement. Everyone laughed at her adorable expression, and the sound of cheerful laughter echoed in the courtyard, making it especially warm. Gu Qingyan gently wiped the fine sweat from Nianen's forehead and said softly, "Our Nianen is so brave, finally able to walk a few steps on her own." Lin Wanqing held Nianen tightly, gently kissed her little forehead, her eyes full of affection. "Yes, our Nianen is getting more capable. Soon she can play in the yard on her own." Su Nianhe said with a smile, "Nianen is amazing. When you grow a little older, you can come with us to the market." Gu Yuran quickly added, Yes, then sister will take you to pick up fallen leaves, gather wild fruits, and buy you lots of delicious food." Lin Shen crouched down gently, holding Nianen's little hand, his eyes full of hope, and softly guided her again and again. Nianen say, "Father, father." His voice was extremely gentle, afraid of startling the little one, his fingers lightly stroking Nianen's soft palm, his heart full of anticipation. Nianen blinked her big moist eyes, looking at Lin Shen with a puzzled expression. Her little mouth moved, first making a few indistinct sounds of fa, then a clear soft father came from her lips, crisp and sweet, touching everyone's hearts. Lin Shen froze, his eyes instantly overflowing with surprise. He looked at Nianen in disbelief, his Adam's apple moving slightly, his voice carrying a hint of barely suppressed emotion. "Nianen, say it again, call father again." Nianen seemed to understand, opened her little mouth again, and clearly called, "Father." Once more, her small hand tightly gripping Lin Shen's finger, laughing heartily, her little face pink and adorable. Lin Wanqing watched the scene, a warm glint in her eyes, and said with a gentle smile, "Look." Nianen's first word was father. Gu Qingyan also laughed, her eyes full of joy. "Yes, this father is more precious than anything. Lin Shen, you must remember this moment well." Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran also joined in the teasing. Gu Yuran said, "Little Nianen is so good, can you call sister now?" Lin Shen held Nianen tightly, gently kissed her little face, his eyes full of affection and emotion, his voice so tender it could melt. "My Nianen is so capable. Father will remember this forever." When Jingran happened to arrive and saw the heartwarming scene, a gentle smile appeared on her face. She walked over to Nianen, gently touched her little cheek, and said softly, "Nianen is amazing, already walking on her own. What a capable little girl." She checked Nianen's pulse, confirmed that everything was fine, and then advised, "The mornings and evenings are cool in autumn. Dress Nianen warmly. When she learns to walk, be careful not to let her fall. You can add some nourishing ingredients to her complimentary food to help her grow." Lin Shen nodded and said softly, "Thank you, Miss Wen. We'll remember all that." Soon Su Qinghan brought out the prepared afternoon tea, sweet pear soup, fresh fruits, and small pastries, all arranged on the stone table. Everyone gathered around the stone table, enjoying the tea while chatting about Nianen's walking milestones, the autumn courtyard, and the days ahead, the atmosphere especially warm. Nianen sat in Lin Wanqing's arms, her little hands grabbing a small pastry, occasionally stuffing it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging as she chewed, sometimes babbling something, looking soft and adorable, making everyone laugh frequently. Gu Qingyan looked at the people around her, at Nianin in her arms, at the few roses still blooming in the courtyard, her eyes full of tenderness and certainty. She silently thought to herself that the days ahead would be like this, with Lin Shen's gentle companionship, with Wanqing's inclusive care, with the sincere help of sisters, with Nianin's tiny steps warming the place, and with the homely atmosphere of the courtyard. This was the happiest form of life. She gently held Lin Shen's hand, her eyes full of joy, needing no words to understand each other's feelings. They both cherished this ordinary warmth and guarded this small home full of love. Lin Shen gently held Gu Qingyan's hand back, his gaze falling on Nianin, and said softly, "Qingyan, from now on let us always be like this, watching over Wanqing, watching over Nianin, watching over this courtyard, watching Nianin grow up little by little, watching our days get better and better, okay?" Gu Qingyan nodded gently, her eyes full of tenderness. "Yes, from now on we will be together, sharing the warmth of daily life with joy, as usual, accompanying each other year after year, never to be separated again." Lin Wanqing held Nianin, watched the heartwarming scene, her eyes full of happiness, and said softly, "Yes, from now on our family will always stay together, watching Nianin learn to walk and speak, watching the roses in the courtyard bloom year after year, watching our days be warm and peaceful through the years." As the sun set, golden rays spilled into the courtyard, casting light on everyone's figures, the roses and Nianin's soft, adorable appearance making it especially warm. The autumn breeze gently blew, bringing a faint floral scent. The string of lights under the eaves gradually lit up their warm glow, dispelling the autumn chill, reflecting the laughter and voices from the house, filling the entire courtyard. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran stood up to leave. Before going, they still teased Nianin and reminded everyone to keep warm in autumn and take good care of themselves. When Jingran also packed her medical kit, softly gave a few more instructions, and then turned to leave. After seeing the three off, the courtyard returned to tranquility. Lin Shun held Nianin and walked slowly around the yard. Nianin leaned against his shoulder, her little head resting on his neck, occasionally letting out soft babbling sounds, gradually growing drowsy. Lin Wanqing leaned close to Gu Qingyan, softly chatting about Nianin's growth and the trivial matters of autumn, her voice gentle, her eyes full of peace. Gu Qingyan sat nearby, watching Lin Shen coax Nianin to sleep, watching Wanqing's gentle expression, her heart filled with a sense of completeness. As night gradually fell, the lights of distant homes lit up one by one. The nation's guardians silently protected this tranquility, guarded every ordinary, yet happy family, and also protected the warmth and joy in this small courtyard. The roses in the courtyard emitted a faint fragrance in the night, the warm glow of the string lights illuminated the figures leaning together, and the charcoal in the brazier crackled, making the whole house feel especially comfortable. In the days that followed, autumn passed, and winter came, the cold gave way to spring's return. The roses in the courtyard bloomed year after year, and little Nianin grew up day by day, gradually able to walk steadily and speak clearly. Her clear, crisp laughter always echoed in the courtyard. Lin Shen still carefully protected his family. Lin Wanqing remained gentle and tender. Gu Qingyan stayed warm and composed. Su Qinghan continued to manage the courtyard's chores. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran still visited often, and when Jing Ran regularly came to check on them. They guarded each other, guarded little Nianin, and guarded this warm little courtyard through 3 meals and 4 seasons, with the warmth of daily life, tiny steps warming the heart, joy, as usual, never letting time or each other down. Every year was complete. The autumn sunlight was just right, and a warm golden breeze blew gently. Though the roses by the courtyard wall had passed their peak bloom, a few late blossoms still adorned the branches, carrying a faint sweet fragrance. They complemented the ginkgo leaves by the wall, now tinged with gold, creating a warm and festive picture. On the bluestone path, Su Qinghan had carefully laid a layer of clean soft cloth. Under the eaves on the doors and windows hung red silk and double happiness characters embroidered by Gu Qingyan and Gu Yuran, which shone under the warm autumn sun, adding a touch of rich festivity. Little Nianin celebrated her first birthday. This tiny life had grown quietly with the love and companionship of everyone around. Though the birthday banquet was not extravagant, it was filled with heartfelt intentions, gathering the joy and blessings of all who were near. At dawn, the small courtyard came alive with activity. Lin Shun rose early, tending to the just-awakened Nianin, while helping Su Qinghan and Su Nianhe decorate the yard. He dressed Nianin in a festive little red jacket with tiny embroidered roses on the collar. Her soft, chubby body was wrapped in the clothes, her features delicate, a faint smile on her lips. Occasionally she would call out clear "Baba" and "Mama," warming everyone's hearts. Lin Shun held Nianin carefully, placing her on the cloth-covered stone table. His eyes were full of affection as he said softly, "My Nianin, happy first birthday. Baba will always be with you, protecting you." Lin Wanqing, dressed in a simple light red gown, her features gentle and her complexion healthy, sat by the window. She was carefully arranging the birthday gift she had prepared for Nianin, a set of delicate silver ornaments and a small embroidered cape she had sewn herself. The cape was embroidered with trailing roses, the stitches fine and dense, holding her deep affection for Nianin. She would occasionally look up at Nianin on the stone table, a gentle smile on her lips, her eyes full of contentment and peace. She silently thought that a year ago Nianin was just a soft, tiny infant, and now she could walk steadily, speak clearly, and call out "Baba" and "Mama." This growth held boundless joy in the warmth and completeness of this little family. Gu Qingyan, still gentle and composed, wore a light pink dress. Together with Guyuran, she was placing the prepared pastries and fruits one by one onto the stone table, her movements gentle, her eyes filled with delight. She would occasionally walk over to Nyenin, gently stroking her little head, and say softly, "Little Nyenin, happy first birthday. Auntie wishes you peace, health, joy, and a carefree life as you grow up slowly." She had also specially prepared a small cloth doll for Nyenin, a soft little rabbit embroidered with roses, perfect for Nyenin to grasp. Every stitch held her love for Nyenin and her cherishment of this little family. Su Qinghan was still busy. The kitchen was filled with the rich aroma of cooking. She was preparing a variety of delicious dishes, soft, easy-to-eat food suitable for Nyenin, warming autumn dishes for everyone and homestyle favorites loved by the neighbors. She was on her feet all day, yet always had a smile on her face. She had also specially made a small birthday cake topped with pink rose petals and stamped with a tiny character, "In peace," symbolizing a life of peace and joy for Nyenin. Every detail showed her care and thoughtfulness. Su Nyenha, still shy and gentle, sat quietly nearby, helping Lin Wanqing sort the embroidery. In her hand, she held a pair of small shoes she had embroidered for Nyenin, tiny and exquisite with small ginkgo leaves on them matching the autumn scenery and carrying her blessings for Nyenin. She would occasionally go to Nyenin, gently coaxing her. Seeing Nyenin giggle, she would unconsciously smile and say softly, "Nyenin, happy first birthday. Big sister has embroidered new shoes for you. When you grow a little bigger, you can wear them." Gu Yuran, lively and cheerful as always, chattered away while helping Gu Qingyin decorate the yard. She would occasionally tease Nyenin, holding a small rattle and shaking it gently, making Nyenin reach out her little hands to grab it, laughing without stopping. She had also specially prepared a small flower crown for Nyenin, woven from fresh rose petals and ginkgo leaves. She gently placed it on Nyenin's head, making her look even softer and more adorable, and murmured, "Little Nyenin, you look so beautiful. Happy first birthday. In the future, big sister will take you to the market, pick up fallen leaves, and watch you grow up slowly." One Jingran arrived early, carrying an exquisite wooden box containing Nyenin's birthday gift, a pair of delicate silver bracelets, and a bottle of calming herbal medicine. She specifically reminded Lin Shun and Lin Wanqing, Nyenin has just turned 1 and her body is still delicate. The temperature difference between day and night in autumn is large, so be sure to keep her warm. Boil this herbal medicine in water for her to soak her feet. It can calm the nerves and help her sleep, promoting healthy growth. She walked over to Nyenin, gently touched her little cheek, and said with a warm smile, "Nyenin, happy first birthday. You are becoming more and more lively. May you always be safe, healthy, and filled with joy." Soon familiar neighbors came one after another to offer congratulations, carrying various gifts, small clothes and toys for Nyenin, everyday ingredients for the family. Their faces were full of sincere smiles as they spoke auspicious words. The small courtyard grew more lively with laughter and filled with the warmth of everyday life. The neighbors gathered around Nyenin, softly praising her cuteness and coaxing her to speak. Nyenin was not shy at all. She blinked her big moist eyes, occasionally calling out Baba and Mama, and sometimes even Auntie, causing everyone to laugh, frequently their eyes full of affection. The highlight of the birthday celebration was the Zhuazhou ceremony, where the child chooses an item to predict their future. Su Qinghan had already spread a soft brocade cloth on the stone table, on which she placed carefully prepared items for the ceremony: a small book symbolizing knowledge and wisdom, a small abacus symbolizing intelligence and cleverness, an exquisite embroidery needle symbolizing dexterity and skill, and a small silver lock symbolizing peace and good fortune. Everyone gathered around the stone table, their eyes fixed on Nyenin, full of anticipation, eager to see which item the little one would choose. Lin Shin gently placed Nyenin beside the brocade cloth and said softly, "Nyenin, go and pick one you like, okay?" Nyenin blinked her big moist eyes, curiously looking at the items on the table. Her little head swayed gently. After a moment of hesitation, she crawled on her small steps toward the embroidery needle and the silver lock. First, she grabbed the exquisite embroidery needle with her little hand and shook it gently. Then she let go and picked up the silver lock engraved with the character, and holding it tightly in her hand as she giggled. Her little face flushed pink, and she looked incredibly cute and soft. Everyone laughed at her choice. Lin Wanqing gently picked up Nyenin and said softly, "Our Nyenin wants to be both skillful and blessed with peace. What a sensible little girl." Gu Qingyin also smiled and said, "Yes, the embroidery needle and the silver lock together, both talent and stability. From now on, Nyenin will surely be peaceful, happy, clever, and loved by all of us." The neighbors also said with smiles, "What a fortunate little one. May your future be bright, safe, and smooth." Lin Shun held Nyenin's little hand tightly, looking at the silver lock in her hand, his eyes full of tenderness and emotion. He said gently, "My Nyenin, Baba doesn't ask for you to be extraordinary. I only wish for you to have a safe, smooth, and joyful life, to grow up slowly surrounded by love and companionship. That is Baba's greatest wish." He lowered his head and gently kissed Nyenin's little forehead, his affection almost overflowing. Over this past year, he had watched Nyenin grow from a naive infant into a cute little one who could talk and walk. Seeing this little family become more complete, his heart was filled with contentment and happiness. After the Zhuazhou ceremony, Su Qinghan brought over the exquisite birthday cake. The rose petals on its surface shimmered brightly in the sunlight, and the small character and stood out clearly. She gently placed the cake on the stone table and said with a smile, "Come, let's share the joy with Nyenin and have a piece of birthday cake." May Nianin have peace year after year, and rise step by step. With that she picked up a small spoon, scooped a little bit of the cake surface, and carefully brought it to Nianin's mouth. Nianin opened her little mouth, licked it gently, and the sweet taste spread on her tongue, making her giggle. She even reached out her little hand, wanting another bite. Lin Wanqing gently held Nianin tenderly, wiping the cake crumbs from the corner of her mouth, and said softly, "Slow down, Nianin. Let's eat together with everyone, and share the birthday joy." Gu Qingyan picked up a piece of cake, handed it to Lin Shun, and then gave one to Lin Wanqing, saying with a smile, "Everyone have a taste." Qinghan's birthday cake is fragrant and sweet, carrying all our blessings for Nianin. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran each took a piece and tasted it. Gu Yuran said with a smile, "Qinghan, your birthday cake is so delicious, even better than the one sold at the market." Su Nianhe also nodded gently and said softly, "Yes, it's soft, sweet, and just right for Nianin to eat." When Jingran took a piece, tasted it carefully, and showed a warm smile. Soft and not greasy, with a faint fragrance of roses. Qinghan's skills are truly wonderful. This heartfelt gesture is more precious than anything. The neighbors also took pieces of the birthday cake, savoring it, while saying auspicious words like, "May Nianin have peace year after year, and may every year be filled with joy." The courtyard's festive atmosphere deepened. At noon, Su Qinghan served the carefully prepared dishes. The table was full of steaming, fragrant food, and the aroma filled the entire courtyard. Everyone sat around the stone table in the yard, eating, speaking auspicious words, chatting about Nianin's growth milestones, the autumn scenery, and the days ahead. The atmosphere was exceptionally warm. Nianin sat in Lin Wanqing's arms, holding a small piece of birthday cake in her little hand, occasionally stuffing it into her mouth. Her cheeks were puffed out, and she would babble from time to time, calling out Baba, Mama, and Annie, making everyone laugh frequently. Laughter and joy echoed in the small courtyard, lingering long. Gu Qingyan looked at the people around her, at Nianin in her arms, at the ginkgo leaves and rose petals in the yard, her eyes full of tenderness and certainty. She silently thought that the days ahead would be like this, with Lin Chen's gentle company, Wanqing's tolerance, the sincere help of her sisters, the kindness of the neighbors, Nianin's cheerful babbling, and the warmth of the small courtyard. This was the happiest form of life. She gently held Lin Chen's hand, her eyes full of joy. No words were needed, they understood each other's hearts. They both cherished this ordinary warmth and protected this little home filled with love. In the afternoon, the sun was still warm. The neighbors gradually left, and the small courtyard regained some tranquility, yet it was still filled with festivity and warmth. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran helped Su Qinghan clear the dishes and clean the yard, chatting about Nianin's Zhuazhou ceremony with joy in their eyes. When Jingran sat beside Lin Wanqing, softly reminding her to take good care of Nianin and herself in autumn. She also carefully checked Nianin's health, confirming she was fine before feeling relieved. Gu Qingyan held Nianin and sat under the rose trellis, softly humming a gentle lullaby. Nianin leaned against her shoulder, her little head swaying gently, still clutching the silver lock tightly in her hand, occasionally letting out soft babbling sounds. She looked incredibly adorable. Lin Shen sat beside them, gently holding Gu Qingyan's hand, his gaze resting on Nianin. He said softly, "Qingyan, from now on let's always stay like this, watching over Nianin, guarding this small courtyard, watching Nianin grow up little by little, watching our days get better and better. What do you think?" Gu Qingyan nodded gently, her eyes full of tenderness. "Yes. From now on we will celebrate birthdays together, share joy year after year, live with the warmth of daily life, and be happy as always. Our family will always be together, never letting time down, never letting each other down." Lin Wanqing sat nearby, watching the heartwarming scene before her, her eyes full of happy smiles. She said softly, "Yes. From now on we will accompany Nianin year after year, watching her grow up, watching the roses in the courtyard bloom every year, watching our days be warm and joyful every year." As the sun set, golden afterglow spilled into the small courtyard, illuminating the figures of everyone, the ginkgo leaves and rose petals in the yard, and Nianin's soft, adorable appearance. It was exceptionally warm. A gentle autumn breeze blew, bringing a faint floral fragrance. The string of lanterns under the eaves gradually lit up, casting a warm, cozy light that dispelled the autumn chill and reflected the laughter and joy inside the house, filling the entire courtyard. Su Nianhe, Gu Yuran, and Wen Jingran stood up to leave. Before going, they couldn't help but tease Nianin and reminded everyone to keep warm in autumn and take good care of themselves. After seeing the three off, the small courtyard was completely quiet. Lin Shun held Nianin and walked slowly around the yard. Nianin leaned against his shoulder, gradually growing sleepy. Her little hand still tightly clutched the silver lock, and her mouth occasionally puckered, looking incredibly cute. Lin Wanqing leaned against Gu Qingyan, softly chatting about Nianin's birthday anecdotes and the trivial matters of the days ahead. Her voice was gentle, and her eyes were full of peace. Gu Qingyan sat beside them, watching Lin Shen coax Nianin to sleep, watching Wanqing's gentle features, and felt a sense of completeness in her heart. As night gradually fell, the lights of distant homes lit up one by one. The nation's guardians silently continued to protect this peace, protecting every ordinary, yet happy little home, and also protecting the warmth and joy of this small courtyard. The roses in the courtyard exuded a faint fragrance in the night. The warm light of the string lanterns illuminated the figures leaning against each other. The charcoal in the brazier crackled, making the entire room feel especially cozy. In the days that followed, autumn passed, and winter came, then the cold gave way to the return of spring. The roses in the courtyard bloomed year after year, the ginkgo leaves turned golden year after year. Little Nyenin grew up day by day, learning to act cute and be sensible. Her clear laughter always lingered in the small courtyard. Lin Shun continued to care for his family with meticulous attention. Lin Wanqing remained gentle and warm. Gu Qingyan stayed gentle and composed. Su Qinghan kept managing the household chores. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran still often came to keep them company. When Jingran frequently visited to take care of them, they guarded each other, guarded little Nyenin, and guarded this warm little courtyard. Through 3 meals and 4 seasons, with the warmth of daily life, they celebrated birthdays together, shared joy year after year, never letting time down, never letting each other down, and every year was complete. As autumn gently receded and the chill of winter deepened, the first snow quietly descended, veiling the small courtyard in a thin layer of white, serene and tender like a fairy tale. The roses at the corner of the yard had long shed their last petals, with delicate snowflakes resting on the bare branches, echoing the withered ginkgo by the wall and adding a touch of winter's pure charm. A soft blanket of snow covered the flagstone path, crunching softly underfoot and leaving shallow footprints. The string of lights under the eaves glowed even warmer against the snow, coated with fine snow crystals during the day and casting a cozy radiance at night, mingling with the warmth of the hearth to dispel the winter's chill and fill the entire courtyard. Little Nyen had passed her first birthday and grown more lively and endearing, able to speak simple sentences and playfully seeking affection from everyone. In the winter courtyard, she became the most vibrant warmth and the center of everyone's care. Waking in the early morning, the courtyard was gently covered in white snow, the world pure and serene, peaceful and beautiful. Lin Shun rose early first, tending to the charcoal brazier, the crackling flames warming the entire room to a cozy comfort. He tiptoed to Nyen's bedside, watching the little one asleep. She was wrapped in a thick padded jacket, her cheeks rosy, her little lips occasionally pursing, still clutching the silver lock engraved with the character, and in her hand looking utterly soft and adorable. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with deep affection. He sat gently by the bed, his fingertips lightly brushing her baby hair, careful not to disturb her sweet dreams. In his heart, he silently thought that even though winter was cold, as long as he guarded his family, in this small courtyard warmth would abound. Lin Wanqing gradually woke, her eyes softening with tender joy as she gazed at the early snow outside the window. She rose and added a few pieces of charcoal to the brazier, then tidied Nyen's little clothes, her fingertips carrying the warmth of the fire, gentle and soft. She walked to the bedside, looked at the sleeping Nyen, and a faint smile curled at the corners of her lips as she softly said, "Nyen, wake up. It's snowing outside, white and beautiful." Her voice was extremely gentle. Nyen seemed to hear her long lashes fluttering as she slowly opened her glistening little eyes, looking at Lin Wanqing with a dazed expression. Her small mouth parted, and she clearly said, "Mama Snow." "Beautiful." Gu Qingyan also rose early and helped Su Qinghan in the kitchen, where the warm aroma of millet porridge and steamed buns filled the air, cozy and dispelling the winter cold. Dressed in a thick light pink cotton dress, her features still gentle and elegant, she arranged the bowls and chopsticks with delicate movements, occasionally glancing at the early snow outside the window, a tender smile on her lips. She specially prepared soft millet porridge for Nyen and steamed small vegetable buns, thinking that Nyen would wake to warm food. Every detail harbored her affection for Nyen and her cherishing of this small home. Su Qinghan was still busy, her hands never idle, simmering warm ginger and jujube tea while steaming buns, softly murmuring, "This first snow comes at the perfect time. A timely snow promises a bountiful year. May our little courtyard be safe and peaceful in the coming year, and Nyen grow up healthy and happy." She ladled the steaming ginger and jujube tea into ceramic bowls, the rising steam reflecting her gentle eyes. In the winter's bustle, there was no trace of fatigue, only a sense of fulfillment and joy. She also carefully cleared a path on the flagstone road in the yard to prevent anyone from slipping, and spread a thick cotton cushion on the stone table, planning that when the weather warmed, everyone could sit in the yard to enjoy the sun and admire the snow. After Nyen woke up, Lin Shen dressed her in a thicker little red jacket with tiny snowflake patterns embroidered on the collar. Her soft, chubby body wrapped in the clothes made her look like a cute little dumpling. He held Nyen and walked to the window, pointing at the white snow outside, gently guiding her. "Nyen, look, this is snow, white, soft and cool to the touch." Nyen blinked, her glistening little eyes curiously looking outside, her small head gently swaying. She reached out her little hand, wanting to touch the snowflakes on the glass, murmuring, "Snow soft. Cool." At breakfast, everyone gathered around the dining table in the room. The table was set with warm millet porridge, small vegetable buns, fragrant steamed buns, and bowls of steaming ginger and jujube tea, filling the entire room with aroma. Nyen sat in Lin Wanqing's arms, clutching a small bun in her little hand, occasionally stuffing it into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out as she ate. Sometimes she sipped the millet porridge with grains of rice clinging to the corners of her mouth, looking utterly adorable. Gu Qingyan gently wiped her mouth, her voice tender. "Nyen, eat slowly. Have some ginger and jujube tea to warm your body, and you won't feel cold." In the morning, the sun gradually rose, driving away some of the chill. Soft sunlight spilled into the courtyard, coating the white snow in a faint golden glow, exceptionally beautiful. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran stepped through the snow carrying fresh ingredients and Nian An's favorite snacks. As soon as Gu Yuran entered, she called out with a smile, "Little Nian An's sister is here to see you. It's snowing outside. Later will you let sister build a little snowman with you?" Nian An immediately lifted her little head upon hearing the voice, her eyes brightening as she exclaimed, "Yes, build a snowman." Su Nianhe was still shy and gentle, holding a little scarf she had knitted for Nian An, soft and pastel pink embroidered with tiny snowflakes matching the winter scenery and carrying her affection for Nian An. She walked to Nian An's side, gently wrapped the little scarf around her neck, and said softly, "Nian An, it's cold. Wear this scarf and you won't be cold. Sister knitted it for you. Is it pretty?" Nian An nodded, gently reached up to touch the scarf around her neck, and smiled, "Pretty, thank you, sister." Gu Yuran, still lively and cheerful, chattered away as she put down her things and pulled Gu Qingyan, insisting on building a snowman in the yard. She found a small shovel and molds, then picked up a few black pebbles and a small twig, saying excitedly, "Let's build a little snowman, give it eyes and a nose and wrap it in a little scarf. Just as cute as Nian An." Lin Shen smiled and said, "All right, let's all build a snowman with Nian An. Be careful not to let her catch a cold." Everyone went to the yard. Lin Shun held Nian and letting her sit on the stone table covered with a cotton cushion. Gu Qingyan and Gu Yuran were responsible for building the snowman, while Su Nianhe supported Nian An from the side, occasionally brushing snowflakes from her hair. Lin Wanqing brought warm tea for everyone to warm their hands. Gu Yuran carefully piled the snow with the small shovel, while Gu Qingyan gently shaped the snow mound with her hands, making it round. The two worked in perfect harmony, and soon a small snowman began to take shape. Nian An sat on the stone table, blinking her glistening little eyes, watching curiously, occasionally letting out giggles. Her little hand reached out, wanting to touch the snow pile, and she murmured, "Snowman white. Cute." Su Nianhe picked up the black pebbles and gently pressed them into the snowman's face, as eyes, then used the small twig as a nose. Gu Yuran took off her own scarf and wrapped it around the snowman's neck, saying with a smile, "There, the snowman is done. It's wearing a little scarf, just like Nian An. So cute." Nian An looked at the snowman, clapped her little hands excitedly, and shouted, "Snowman beautiful. Auntie, Daddy, look at the snowman." Seeing her pure joy, Lin Shun carefully pinched a small handful of soft snow and held it in front of Nian An, his voice warm enough to melt the snow. "Nian An, look, this is snow. Touch it gently, it's not cold." Nian An blinked, her glistening little eyes stared curiously at the white snow, tilted her head, slightly hesitated for a moment, then slowly extended her chubby little hand, her fingertip gently touching the snowflake. The cool sensation came instantly. She instinctively drew back her little hand, her tiny brows furrowing slightly, as she let out a soft, looking both puzzled and adorable. Everyone watched her reaction and smiled gently. Gu Qingyan gently took her cool little hand, rubbed it in her palms to warm her fingertips, and said softly, "Nian An, don't be afraid. Snow is like this, cool and soft like cotton." Lin Wanqing also leaned and gently pinched a bit of snow, placed it in Nian An's palm, and guided her softly, "Feel it. Isn't it soft? It will slowly melt." Nian An stared at the snow gradually melting in her palm, her little mouth opening slightly, as she murmured, "Snow. Melted cool." Then she reached out again, carefully touching the snow in Lin Shen's hand. This time she didn't pull back, but instead gently poked at it with her fingertip, laughing out loud, her eyes full of wonder and delight. Everyone laughed at her expression, and the laughter echoed through the courtyard, dispelling the winter chill and filling the air with warmth. Wen Jingran also came during the fine weather, carrying a delicate wooden box containing winter gifts for Nian An, a pair of small cotton shoes, and a bottle of nourishing ointment. She specially advised, winter is cold, and Nian An is young, her hands and feet are prone to chill. These cotton shoes are warm and comfortable, and the ointment can be applied to prevent frostbite. Also, try not to let Nian An stay outside too long in winter to avoid catching a cold. She walked to Nian An's side, gently touched her little hand to confirm she wasn't cold, and a warm smile appeared on her face. "Nian An, you've grown taller and become more sensible." At noon, Su Qinghan brought out carefully prepared dishes. A full table of steaming food, including nourishing lamb soup, soft braised pork ribs with potatoes, and soft complementary food suitable for Nian An. The aroma filled the entire room. Everyone gathered around the table, enjoying the warm meal, while chatting about the first snow outside, Nian An's amusing stories, and the trivialities of winter, creating an especially cozy atmosphere. Lin Shen served Lin Wanqing, and Gu Qingyan gently urging them to eat more and warm themselves. Gu Qingyan carefully fed Nian and her complimentary food, her voice tender. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran, while eating, chatted about playing in the snow with Nian, and in the afternoon, the small courtyard was filled with the warmth of everyday life. In the afternoon, the sun grew warmer. Everyone sat around the stone table in the yard, basking in the sunlight and chatting about daily life. Nian An leaned against Gu Qingyan's chest, holding a small plush toy, listening to the conversation and occasionally interjecting with simple phrases, making everyone laugh frequently. Su Qinghan brought warm tea and pastries to the stone table, saying with a smile, basking in the sun, drinking tea, and spending time with Nian An on a winter day. "This is truly wonderful." Lin Wanqing nodded gently, her voice soft. "Yes, with everyone together, even the coldest winter feels full of warmth." Gu Qingyan looked at the people around her, at Nian and in her arms, at the white snow and warm sunlight in the courtyard, her eyes filled with tenderness and certainty. She silently thought that although winter was cold, with Lin Chen's gentle companionship, Wanqing's understanding tolerance, the sincere help of her sisters, Nian An's childish words adding joy, and the cozy life of the small courtyard, no chill was insurmountable. This small family, because they had each other, became especially warm and complete. In every winter to come they would stay together, guarding one another through the cold. Lin Chen gently took Gu Qingyan's hand, his fingertips carrying warmth, his gaze resting on Nian, and as he spoke softly, "Qingyan, from now on every winter, let us stay with Wanqing, with Nian, and in this small courtyard, basking in the sun, enjoying warm meals, and chatting about everyday life. Shall we?" Gu Qingyan nodded gently, her eyes full of joy. "Yes, from now on, when the first snow covers the courtyard, warmth will accompany us. Whether winter's chill or summer's heat, our family will always be together, cherishing the time and each other." Lin Wanqing sat nearby, watching the heartwarming scene before her. Nian An's soft and adorable look, and everyone's gentle expressions. Her eyes were filled with happy smiles as she said softly, "Yes, from now on we will accompany Nian and to watch the first snow, bask in the warm sun, and guard this small courtyard. We will watch Nian and grow up little by little, watch our days become better and better with warmth and peace year after year." Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran also nodded, their faces full of joy, murmuring that they would always stay with Nian and in this small courtyard, spending every winter together. As the sun set, golden afterglow spilled into the courtyard, coating the white snow in a faint golden light, exceptionally gentle. The string of lights under the eaves gradually lit up, their warm glow dispelling the slight chill of winter, reflecting the laughter and chatter inside the room, and filling the entire courtyard. Su Nianhe, Gu Yuran, and Wen Jingran took their leave. Before leaving they reminded everyone to keep warm in winter, and take good care of Nian. They teased Nian and a little more before reluctantly departing. After the three left, the courtyard returned to tranquility. The charcoal in the brazier continued to crackle, warming the entire room comfortably. Lin Shun held Nian and walked slowly around the room. Nian leaned against his shoulder, her little head resting gently against his neck, gradually growing drowsy. Her small hand still clutched the silver lock tightly, and her little lips occasionally pursed, looking utterly adorable. Lin Wanqing leaned beside Gu Qingyan, softly chatting about Nian An's amusing stories and winter trivialities, her voice gentle and her eyes serene. Gu Qingyan sat nearby, watching Lin Chen coax Nian into sleep, Wanqing's tender expression, and listening to the crackling of the charcoal fire. Her heart was filled with a sense of completeness. She knew that in the days to come, whether through winter's chill or summer's heat, through wind and rain, as long as their family stayed together, as long as this small courtyard held the warmth of daily life, it would be enough. As night gradually fell, the lights of countless homes in the distance lit up one by one. The nation's guardians silently protected this peace, guarding every ordinary, yet happy family, and also the warmth and joy of this small courtyard. The white snow in the courtyard shimmered faintly in the night. The warm light of the string of lights reflected the figures leaning together, and the warmth of the charcoal fire enveloped the entire room, gentle and serene. In the days to come, the cold snow would gradually melt, spring would return to the earth, the roses in the courtyard would bloom again, and little Nian would grow up day by day, becoming more sensible and lively. Lin Shan would still carefully guard his family. Lin Wanqing would remain gentle and tender. Gu Qingyan would still be elegant and composed. Su Qinghan would continue to manage the trivial matters of the courtyard. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran would still often visit, and Wen Jingran would still come regularly to care for them. They guarded each other, guarded little Nian, and guarded this warm little courtyard. Through 3 meals and 4 seasons, warmth accompanied them. Whether winter's chill or summer's heat, they could stay together year after year with warmth and peace, year after year full of joy. After the first snow, the warm sun gradually grew stronger, dispelling the winter's chill and casting a gentle golden glow over the small courtyard. On the withered branches at the corner of the yard, the snow began to melt, water droplets slowly falling along the boughs, landing on the bluestone path and leaving small wet marks. The string of lights under the eaves remained bright, and after the snow particles melted, the lanterns appeared even clearer, their warm glow reflecting off the white snow in the yard, gentle and tranquil. The path on the bluestone was softened by the sunlight, and occasional remnants of snow sparkled with faint light under the sun. The whole courtyard possessed both the pure charm of winter and the warmth of domestic life. Little Nian grew increasingly lively, playfully pestering everyone to play in the yard each day. Her clear laughter became the most touching melody of the winter courtyard. Morning sunlight streamed through the window lattice, spilling into the room, warm and cozy, falling upon the charcoal brazier, deepening the warmth within. Lin Shun rose early as usual, first checking the fire in the charcoal brazier, then quietly walking to Nian's bedside. The little one was sleeping soundly, wrapped in a thick red jacket, her cheeks rosy, her brows slightly furrowed, murmuring occasionally in her sleep. She still clutched a silver lock tightly in her hand, and sometimes unconsciously rubbed her head against the pillow, looking so soft and adorable that no one could bear to disturb her. Lin Chen's eyes were full of affection. He gently tucked her quilt in his fingertips, brushing through her hair, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Having family by his side accompanied by warmth was the best part of winter. When Lin Wanqing woke up, the room was already filled with warmth. She rose, walked to the window, and looked at the sunny scene after the snow, a tender smile curling at the corners of her lips. She walked to the charcoal brazier, added a few pieces of coal, then turned to prepare Nyenin's clothes deliberately, choosing a cotton vest embroidered with small plum blossoms, soft, warm, and beautiful. When she reached the bedside, Nyenin had just woken up. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her moist little eyes. Seeing Lin watching, she immediately broke into a sweet smile and called out softly, "Mama, awake, let's bask in the sun." Gu Qingyan also rose early and busied herself in the kitchen with Su Qinghan. The kitchen was filled with the warm aroma of congee and steamed buns, along with the faint comforting scent of ginger and jujube tea, dispelling the lingering chill. As she arranged the bowls and chopsticks, she spoke to Su Qinghan in a gentle tone. "Sister Qinghan, the sun is lovely today. After breakfast, let's take Nyen into the yard to enjoy the sunshine. She can move around more and absorb some vitamin D." Su Qinghan smiled and nodded, continuing her work without pause. Yes, the sun after snow is most pleasant. It's perfect for Nyenin to get some sun. It will also help melt the remaining snow in the yard, making it safer to walk. At breakfast, everyone gathered around the table. On it were warm millet congee steamed buns with thin skins and generous fillings, and bowls of steaming ginger and jujube tea, the aroma filling the entire room. Nyenin sat in Lin Wanqing's arms, holding a bean paste bun with her small hands, eating with great relish. Her little cheeks were puffed out and bean paste crumbs clung to the corners of her mouth, making her look utterly adorable. Gu Qingyan gently took a handkerchief and wiped her mouth, speaking softly. "Nyenin, eat slowly. After we finish, we'll go to the yard to bask in the sun, okay?" Nyenin immediately nodded and mumbled, "Okay. Bask in the sun, play with snow." After breakfast, Lin Shun carried Nyenin and walked into the yard with everyone. The sunlight after the snow was exceptionally gentle, casting a warm glow without any chill. Su Qinghan brought a small chair, placed it in the sunniest spot, and spread a thick cotton cushion for Nyenin to sit on. Nyenin sat on the chair, her small hands grasping the snow pile beside her, carefully poking at it, watching the snowflakes slowly melt under the sun. Her eyes were full of curiosity, and she murmured from time to time, "Snow melting water." Su Nyenha and Gu Yuran arrived punctually, as usual, carrying little snacks Nyenin loved, and warm sugar-roasted chestnuts for everyone. As soon as they entered, Gu Yuran called out cheerfully, "Little Nyenin, big sister is here. I brought you delicious chestnuts and a little toy." Saying this, she quickly ran to Nyenin's side, took out a small snow shovel from her bag, and handed it to Nyenin. "Here, Nyenin, let's play with the snow together and build a little snow bunny, shall we?" Su Nyenha placed the sugar-roasted chestnuts on the stone table, then took out the little gloves she had knitted for Nyenin. Light gray, embroidered with tiny plum blossoms, soft and exceptionally warm. She walked over to Nyenin, gently put the gloves on her, and said softly, "Nyenin, with gloves on your hands won't get cold. Now you can play in the snow with ease." Nyenin stretched out her little hands, looked at the plum blossoms on the gloves, and said with a smile, "Pretty, thank you, sister. The gloves are warm." Gu Yuran pulled Gu Qingyan and crouched in the snow, starting to build a snow bunny. She used the small shovel to scoop up soft snow, shaping the bunny's body, and then pinched out small ears. Su Nyenha found a few red berries to serve as the bunny's eyes. Lin Shun held Nyenin, letting her reach out and help, gently placing snow on the snow bunny's body. Nyenin extended her gloved hands, carefully grabbed a handful of snow, and gently placed it on the snow bunny's ear, giggling all the while. Her little head swayed softly, looking incredibly endearing. Lin Wanqing sat on a stone stool nearby, basking in the sun, watching the lively scene before her. A tender smile curled at the corners of her lips. She held a needle and thread in her hands, slowly embroidering a small handkerchief for Nyenin, decorated with tiny snowflakes and plum blossoms. The stitches were fine and close, embodying her love for Nyenin. Su Qinghan brought warm tea and sugar-roasted chestnuts, placing them on the stone table. She said with a smile, "When you all get tired from playing, come over and rest, have some hot tea and chestnuts to warm yourselves." Before long, a small, cute snow bunny was built. It had a white body, long ears, and red eyes, looking exceptionally lively, just as soft and adorable as Nyenin. Nyenin sat on the chair, clapping her little hands excitedly, and shouted, "Bunny pretty. Auntie's big sister's bunny." Gu Yuran laughed and said, "Yes, this is the snow bunny we built together. From now on it will play with Nyenin." She picked up the small shovel again, gently patted the snow bunny's ears, making Nyenin laugh uncontrollably. When Jingren also arrived as scheduled, carrying a wooden box containing winter nourishing tonics for Nyenin and a few dried medicinal herbs. She softly advised, "The weather is dry after the snow, and it's easy to catch a cold. Stew this tonic for Nyenin to drink. It will strengthen her constitution. Boil the herbs in water and let Nyenin soak her hands to prevent chapping." She walked over to Nyenin, gently touched her little hands to confirm she was wearing gloves and not cold, then carefully examined her complexion. A warm smile appeared on her face. "Nyenin looks very healthy. You've taken good care of her." "I am relieved." Everyone gathered around the stone table, basking in the sun, drinking hot tea, eating sugar-roasted chestnuts, and chatting about family matters. Nyenin sat in Lin Shen's arms, holding a small plush toy, occasionally reaching out to touch the snow bunny beside her, babbling away. "Now," and then she would call out, "Daddy, Mommy, or Auntie," drawing laughter from everyone. Gu Qingyan looked at the people around her, at the soft little Nyenin in her arms, at the snow bunny, and the warm sunlight in the yard. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and certainty. Such ordinary days with family by her side and warmth surrounding her were the most complete happiness. At noon, Su Qinghan served carefully prepared dishes on a table full of steaming food, fragrant chicken soup, tender braised beef brisket with radish and soft vegetable congee, and steamed eggs suitable for Nyenin. The aroma filled the entire room. Everyone gathered around the dining table eating warm food, while chatting about the morning's fun and the scenery after the snow, creating a very cozy atmosphere. Lin Shen served Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyin, gently urging them to eat more to warm themselves. Gu Qingyin carefully fed Nyenin congee, wiping her mouth from time to time. Su Nyenha and Gu Yuran chatted while eating, mentioning that they would play with Nyenin in the snow again in the afternoon. The small yard was filled with the warmth of daily life. In the afternoon, the sunlight grew even warmer. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a faint chill, but it did not affect the warmth of the small courtyard. Nyenin was tired from playing and leaned against Gu Qingyin's embrace, gradually growing sleepy. Her little head rested on Gu Qingyin's shoulder, her small hands tightly clutching her sleeve, and her little mouth occasionally puckered, looking utterly adorable. Gu Qingyin gently patted her back, humming a soft lullaby, her eyes full of tenderness. Lin Shen sat beside her, gently holding Gu Qingyin's hand, his fingertips warm. His gaze slowly swept over Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyin beside him, his eyes full of affection and appreciation. Qingyin Wanqing, thank you for your hard work, always staying with Nyenin with me and guarding this little home. From now on I will surely treat you well, protect Nyenin, and protect our home, never letting you suffer any grievance. Gu Qingyin gently shook her head, her eyes full of joy and reliance. It's not hard. Being able to accompany Wanqing, accompany Nyenin, and guard this little courtyard makes me very happy. You are our support. With you here we are not afraid of anything. Lin Wanqing also gently held Lin Shen's other hand, her eyes full of tenderness and peace, and said softly, yes, with you here, even the coldest winter is filled with warmth. From now on, Qingyin and I will accompany Nyenin, bask in the sun, chat, guard this little courtyard, watch Nyenin grow up day by day, and see our days get better and better. Su Nyenha and Gu Yuran also nodded gently, their faces full of tenderness and respect. Su Nyenha said softly, Brother Lin Shen, we will always be with you, with Sister Qingyin, Sister Wanqing, and Nyenin, to protect this home together and not cause you any trouble. Gu Yuran quickly chimed in. Yes, Brother Lin Shen, with you here we feel very safe. From now on we will all stay with you and make our lives better. Su Qinghan finished cleaning up the dishes and walked into the yard. She gently swept away the remaining snow, watered the withered branches at the corner, and looked at the snow bunny in the yard, a tender smile appearing on her face. She thought silently in her heart, this small courtyard, because of these people and because of Nyenin, had become exceptionally warm and full of the essence of life. In the days to come, as long as they stayed together, there would be no chill they couldn't withstand, no life they couldn't make good. The sun set in the west, casting golden afterglow over the small courtyard, coating the white snow with a faint golden light, and the snow bunny with a layer of warmth exceptionally gentle. The string of lights under the eaves gradually lit up their warm glow, dispelling the winter's slight chill, reflecting the figures inside the house and filling the entire courtyard. Su Nyenha, Gu Yuran, and Wen Jingran rose to take their leave. Before leaving, they gently touched the sleeping Nyenin, reminding everyone to keep warm in winter and take good care of her. After seeing the three off, the small courtyard returned to tranquility. The charcoal in the brazier crackled softly, warming the entire house comfortably. Lin Shun carefully took Nyenin from Gu Qingyin's arms, gently carried her back to the bed, and covered her with the quilt, his movements tender and gentle. Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyin sat on either side of the bed, looking at the sleeping Nyenin, then at Lin Shun beside them, their eyes full of affection. Lin Shun held both their hands and said softly, with you by my side, with Nyenin, this family is complete. From now on the three of us will raise Nyenin together. The two nodded gently, their faces beaming with happiness. They chatted softly about family matters, their eyes filled with peace and reliance. Gu Qingyin looked at Lin Shun, and Lin Wanqing beside her looked out at the night scenery and felt a sense of completeness in her heart. She knew that although winter was long as she had Lin Shun as her support, Wanqing as her sister, the little treasure Nyenin, and the warm domestic atmosphere of the small courtyard, there would be tenderness and joy everywhere. This small family, because of Lin Shun and because of each other, had become exceptionally warm and complete. In every day to come, they would accompany Lin Shun, stay together, share the warmth of life, and enjoy peace year after year. As night gradually fell, the lights of thousands of homes lit up one after another. The nation's guardians silently protected this peace, protected every ordinary yet happy family, and also protected the warmth and joy within this small courtyard. The white snow in the yard glimmered faintly under the lights. The warm glow of the string lights reflected the figures leaning together, and the warmth of the charcoal fire enveloped the entire house, gentle and tranquil. Time was serene, and peace reigned year after year. In the days that followed, the snow gradually melted, the cold wind softened, and the breath of spring quietly approached. Little Nyenin would grow day by day, becoming more sensible and lively. Lin Shun continued to carefully protect everyone around him. Gu Qingyin, Lin Wanqing, Nyenin, as well as Su Nyenha and Gu Yuran, who often came to keep them company, cherishing them all by his side. Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyin remained gentle and tolerant, supporting each other. Su Qinghan continued to manage the household chores, while Su Nyenha and Gu Yuran always stayed by their side, treating everyone with sincerity. They guarded each other, guarded little Nianin, and guarded this warm little courtyard. Through 3 meals and 4 seasons with the warmth of daily life, snow deepening the courtyard, and peace year after year, they did not waste time, did not let each other down, and filled every day with joy. They made this small family with multiple companions and overflowing warmth more and more peaceful and complete. The cold snow-melted spring returned to the land, and the vitality of the small courtyard gradually revived. On the rose branches at the corner of the courtyard, tender green buds sprouted, adorned with glistening dewdrops shimmering faintly in the warm sunlight. The damp marks on the bluestone path had long dried, swept clean and tidy by the spring breeze. The string of lights under the eaves still shone brightly, their warm glow reflecting the new greenery in the courtyard, tender and vivid. The latest national policy had been implemented, clearly advocating that men take multiple wives to protect the family and the nation and to boost the population. This policy was not only a national expectation, but also subtly changed the lives of Lin Shun and the others in the small courtyard, bringing more harmonious relationships to this already warm home. The warm morning sun streamed through the window lattice, spilling into the room, cozy and soothing, dispelling the last traces of winter chill. Lin Shun still rose early. He first checked the new rosebuds in the courtyard, then went inside looking at the sleeping group. Lin Wanqing leaning against the headboard, her expression gentle. Gu Qingyan curled up beside her, a faint smile on her lips. Little Nianin nestled between them, her tiny hands clutching Lin Wanqing's sleeve, looking soft and adorable. Lin Shen's eyes were full of affection. He gently tucked the quilt around them, his fingertips brushing over each tender face, his heart filled with a sense of security and cherishment. Recently, village cadres often came to the house to explain the policy, repeatedly urging Lin Shun that as a man of appropriate age he should respond to the national call to marry multiple wives, which could protect women and contribute to the family and the nation. Lin Shun was not unwilling, but he always kept Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan in his heart, thinking that he should first take good care of the small family before him, and then consider it slowly. Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan, however, had long known about the policy. They had discussed it privately for a long time, their eyes filled with understanding and support. They deeply understood the policy's significance and hoped that more gentle and kind women could accompany Lin Shun, protect this small family, and keep each other company, no longer alone. Gu Qingyan was the first to wake up. Seeing Lin Shun beside her, a tender light immediately appeared in her eyes. She whispered, "Shun Gu, you're up so early." Lin Shun took her hand, his tone gentle. "Emma, I saw you were sleeping soundly and couldn't bear to wake you. The village cadre talked about the policy again yesterday. I thought I should hear your feelings on this." Gu Qingyan nodded, lightly smiling. "Wanqing and I have already discussed it. We both support you. As long as they are gentle, kind, and sincere towards us and Nianin, we are willing to accept them to accompany you to guard this home and to respond to the national call." As she spoke, Lin Wanqing also woke up. Hearing their conversation, she spoke slowly, her tone gentle but firm. "Yes, Gu Qingyan is right. We both support you. The national policy is for the good of all of us. Having more sisters to accompany each other to help take care of Nianin and to manage the courtyard together is a good thing. We ask for nothing else, only that we treat each other with sincerity, share the same heart and virtue, and guard this home and you." Little Nianin was also woken by their voices. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her moist little eyes. Seeing Lin Shun, she immediately reached out her small hands and called out softly, "Daddy, hug." Lin Shun bent down with a smile, picked Nianin up into his arms, and kissed her little cheek. He said softly, "My Nianin is awake. After breakfast, let's go to the courtyard to see the new sprouts, okay?" Nianin nodded, vigorously giggled, and rested her little head on Lin Shun's shoulder, looking incredibly cute. Su Qinghan was already busy in the kitchen. The aroma of warm congee vegetable buns and faint spring tea drifted through the room. As she set out the bowls and chopsticks, she thought about the policy the village had been promoting. She silently hoped that a suitable woman would come to the courtyard to be with them, to accompany Lin Shun and Nianin, and to make this small family even more complete. Hearing the laughter and cheerful voices from the room, she called out with a smile, "Shun Gu, Wanqing, Jie, Qingyan, Jin, Nianin, come and have breakfast." At breakfast, everyone gathered around the table. On the table were warm millet congee vegetable buns with thin skins and ample fillings, and a plate of fresh cold mixed wild vegetables, all spring flavors. Lin Shun picked vegetables for Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan, and carefully fed congee to Nianin. He said gently, "Qinghan Jie, you should eat more too. You've worked hard these days. And regarding the policy, I think that if a suitable woman comes along in the future, we can try to get along. We only seek sincerity and to guard this home together." Su Qinghan smiled and nodded, her tone gentle. "Shun Gu, I'll do as you say. As long as they are sincere to us, we welcome them. I've also asked the village aunties to keep an eye out for gentle, kind, and capable girls who can help manage the courtyard and live with us." Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran also happened to arrive. Hearing the conversation, they chimed in. Su Nianhe said softly, "Lin Shun Gu, we also support you. If a new sister comes, we will treat her well and guard this home together." Gu Yuran quickly added, "Yes, Lin Shun Gu, more people mean more liveliness. We'll accompany you, accompany Nianin, respond to the national policy, and live our lives well." As they were speaking, Aunt Wang from the village entered the courtyard with 2 young women. She called out with a smile, "Shun Gu, Wanqing, Qingyan, I've brought you good news." Everyone quickly stood up and went to the courtyard. There beside Aunt Wang stood two young women. One wore a light green dress with delicate features and a gentle, reserved demeanor. Her name was Shun Jiwei, an educated girl from the village, gentle in nature and skilled in medicine. The other wore a light blue dress with lively eyes and an energetic, capable air. Her name was Lu Ruashi, and she was adept at household chores and planting flowers. Aunt Wang introduced them with a smile. Both of these young ladies are well-educated, kind-hearted, and good-natured. They also know about the national policy and are willing to accompany Chen Ge and guard this home. Jiwei is skilled in medicine and can help Wen Jie take care of Nianan and everyone's health. Ruashi is capable and can help Qinghan manage the courtyard and plant flowers. Take a look and see if they suit your liking. Lin Shen looked at the two young women before him, his gaze warm. He said softly, "Thank you both for coming. The sisters beside me are all gentle and kind. In this small home, we don't have many rules. We only ask for sincerity, shared hearts, and virtue to guard Nianan, guard this courtyard, respond to the national call, and live our lives well." Shen Jiwei lightly curtsied, her tone gentle and respectful. Lin Shen Ge Wanqing Jie Qingyan Jie, I am willing to stay to be with everyone, to help take care of Nianan, to use my medical skills to guard everyone's health, and to respond to the national policy, and live a good life. Lu Ruashi also smiled and said, "Yes, Lin Shen Ge, I am also willing to stay to help Qinghan Jie manage the courtyard, plant flowers, and be with everyone to accompany Nianan as she grows up, and to make this small home lively and warm." Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan exchanged glances, seeing joy in each other's eyes. Lin Wanqing stepped forward, gently took the hands of the two young women, and said softly, "Welcome, little sisters. From now on, we are one family. We will be tolerant of each other, accompany each other, and together guard Chun Gun Yinan and this small courtyard." Gu Qingyan also nodded with a smile. "Yes, from now on we will work together, divide the tasks, and make the courtyard even better so that Nianan can grow up surrounded by love." Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran also stepped forward, smiling and greeting the two young women. Su Nianhe said softly, "Jiwei Jie Ruashi Jie, from now on we are sisters. If anything comes up, we'll discuss it together and help each other." Gu Yuran laughed and said, "Yes, yes. From now on we'll play with Nianan together, manage the courtyard together. It'll be so lively." Little Nianan, held in Lin Shen's arms, blinked her moist little eyes, looked at the two new sisters, and called out softly, "Sister Good." This made everyone laugh, and the courtyard was filled with even more joyous laughter. When Jingren happened to arrive, seeing the lively scene in the courtyard and hearing Aunt Wang's introduction, a warm smile appeared on her face. This is truly a wonderful thing. It responds to the national policy and brings two more warm presences to this small home. Jiwei knows medicine. From now on we can take care of Nianan and everyone's health together. That's perfect. Shun Jiwei smiled and nodded. "Wen Jie, I will need your guidance in the future." At noon, Su Qinghan and Lu Ruashi were busy in the kitchen. Lu Ruashi was quick and efficient, washing and cutting vegetables with skill. She also chatted with Su Qinghan about rose planting techniques. Qinghan Jie rosebuds are afraid of waterlogging. Water them only when the soil is dry. After I finish here, I'll loosen the soil around the branches this afternoon and apply some light fertilizer for better growth. Su Qinghan smiled and nodded. "You're so attentive. With your help I have much less to worry about." Lin Shen came into the kitchen with warm water. His gaze fell on Lu Ruashi's hands, still wet from washing. He said softly, "Ruashi, take your time. Don't tire yourself out. Rest if you need to. These chores are not urgent." As he spoke, he picked up a dry cloth and gently wiped the water droplets from her hands, his eyes full of tenderness. Lu Ruashi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she whispered in response, "Thank you, Qingge. I'm not tired. I'm very happy to help manage the courtyard." On the other side, Shen Jiwei was accompanying Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan in taking care of Nianan. She gently held Nianan's little hand and carefully examined her fingertips. She said softly, "Nianan's hands are a bit dry. The spring wind is strong, so we need to apply moisturizing cream frequently. I'll go get some herbal ointment I brought. It's gentle and suitable for children." Lin Shen walked over, and seeing Shun Jiwei's careful demeanor, sat down beside her and asked softly, "Jiwei, is Nianan okay? In spring children are prone to catching colds. I'll have to trouble you to pay extra attention." Shen Jiwei looked up at Lin Shen, a soft light in her eyes. She said gently, "Qingge, don't worry. Nianan is very healthy, just a little dry. It will be fine after a few applications of ointment. From now on I will check on her every day and also help everyone with spring health tips so that no one suffers from illness." Lin Shen nodded lightly, reached out and gently ruffled her hair, saying softly, "You've worked hard. With you here I feel very reassured." Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran were tidying the rose branches in the courtyard. Seeing the tender scene in the kitchen and the careful care at the door, they exchanged smiles. Gu Yuran said with a laugh, "Lin Shen Ge is so good to Jiwei Jie and Ruashi Jie. Our small home will surely become more and more lively." Su Nianhe nodded gently, her tone soft. "Yes, when everyone treats each other with sincerity and accompanies one another, that is the best way." The courtyard was a picture of busy yet warm tranquility. Every moment of daily life held the gentle bond between the male lead and his new female companions, as well as the tender warmth of everyone together. At lunchtime, the table was laden with steaming dishes, fresh spring wild vegetables, nourishing chicken soup, and soft, easily digestible food suited for Nianan. The aroma filled the entire courtyard. Everyone sat around the stone table eating and chatting about daily life. Shen Jiwei and Lu Ruoxi gradually shed their reserve and talked freely with the others, the atmosphere exceptionally harmonious. Lin Shen looked at the women around him and at the soft, adorable Nianin in his arms. His eyes were full of tenderness and certainty. With them this home was all the more complete and warm. In the afternoon the sun grew even warmer. A gentle spring breeze brushed by carrying the fresh scent of rose buds. Lu Ruoxi took a small trowel and loosened the soil around the rose bushes. Lin Shen brought a small stool and sat nearby holding a watering can, occasionally handing her water and reminding her softly, "Be careful not to damage the new buds. Don't loosen the soil too deeply or you might hurt the roots." Lu Ruoxi paused her work, turned to Lin Shen, and smiled. "Shengu, you know so much. I'll remember that." With that she continued loosening the soil. Every now and then she would look up and meet Lin Shen's gentle gaze, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Not far away Shen Jiwei sat on a stone stool explaining spring health tips to everyone. She held dried herbs in her hands and said softly, "In spring the liver energy is strong, which can make one feel irritable. Drinking tea made from chrysanthemums and wolfberries can soothe the liver and improve eyesight. You can all drink more of it in daily life." Lin Shen walked over, picked up a cup of warm spring tea, and handed it to Shen Jiwei. His tone was gentle. "You've been talking for a while. Your throat must be dry. Have some tea and rest a bit." Shen Jiwei took the cup, her fingertips touching the warm porcelain. Meeting Lin Shen's tender gaze, she said softly, "Thank you, Qingge." Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan sat nearby watching their interaction with smiles in their eyes. Gu Qingyan whispered, "Qingge is really attentive to Jiwei and Ruoxi." Lin Wanqing nodded gently. "Yes, they just arrived at the courtyard. Chen Ji's extra care will help them settle into our family more quickly." Little Nianin ran around among the group, occasionally throwing herself into Lin Shen's arms for a hug, and sometimes running to Shen Jiwei and Lu Ruoxi, softly calling out "sister," making everyone laugh. Clear, cheerful laughter echoed through the courtyard. Su Qinghan brought over warm spring tea and placed it on the stone table. She said with a smile, "Now that there are more people, the courtyard is more lively. From now on, let's accompany Nianin respond to the national policy, live our lives well, and guard this home and each other." Lin Shen held the hands of the women beside him, his gaze warm and steadfast. He said softly, "Thank you, sisters, for being willing to accompany Nianin, and guard this small home. The national policy has brought us together. From now on I will treat every one of you well, protect Nianin, protect this courtyard, and never let you suffer any grievance. We will be of one heart and one virtue, making our lives better and better, living up to the nation's expectations and our deep feelings for each other." Everyone nodded, their eyes full of tenderness and determination. Lin Wanqing said softly, "Qingge, we will all be with you, accompany each other, guard each other, and make this small home complete and peaceful." Gu Qingyan also smiled and said, "Yes, from now on we will take care of Nianin together, manage the courtyard together, respond to the national policy together, family and nation in harmony, joy year after year." Shen Jiwei and Lu Ruoxi also softly echoed, "We will always be with Qingge, with everyone, and guard this home, never leaving." Little Nianin ran to Lin Shen, hugged his leg, and called out softly, "Daddy, sisters, play together." Lin Shen bent down with a smile and lifted Nianin into his arms. The women around him also gathered, playing with Nianin. The courtyard was filled with laughter and joy, enveloping the entire space. The warmth of spring mingled with everyone's tender feelings, grew ever more profound. The sun set in the west, casting golden afterglow across the courtyard, illuminating the figures of the group, the new rose buds, and Nianin's soft, adorable face, all exceptionally warm and peaceful. The string of lights under the eaves gradually lit up, their warm glow blending with the kitchen's cooking smoke spreading throughout the entire courtyard. When Jingran rose to leave, before departing, she said with a smile, "Seeing your family complete and harmonious, responding to the national policy, while full of warmth, sets my mind at ease." After seeing when Jing ran off, the courtyard remained lively. Lu Ruoxi helped Su Qinghan clear the dishes. After finishing, she picked up a cloth and carefully wiped the kitchen counter. Lin Shen came over, gently pressed her hand, and said softly, "You've been busy all afternoon. Don't work anymore. I'll take care of the rest. Go rest and have a cup of hot tea." Lu Ruoxi shook her head, lightly smiling. "Qingge, I'm not busy. These are things I should do. I'm very happy to contribute to this home." Lin Shen looked at her with a mixture of helplessness and affection. He picked up the cloth and wiped the counter together with her. The two stood side by side, their silhouettes remarkably tender under the light. Shen Jiwei accompanied Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan as they told stories to Nianin. As Nianin listened, she gradually grew drowsy. Shen Jiwei gently tucked the quilt around her and said softly, "Nianin is asleep. The days are short and nights long in spring. Let her sleep a bit more. It's good for her health." Lin Shen walked over, looked at the sleeping Nianin, then turned to Shen Jiwei, his tone gentle. "You've worked hard today, staying with Nianin and explaining health tips to everyone." Shen Jiwei smiled and said, "Qingge, it's not hard. Being able to be with everyone with Nianin is enough for me." Lin Shen gently took her hand, his eyes full of cherishment. "From now on, as long as I'm here, I won't let you suffer any grievance. We'll watch Nianin grow up together and guard this home." Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran were tidying up odds and ends in the courtyard. Seeing the tender scene inside the house, their faces were filled with smiles. Su Qinghan brought over warm tea and handed it to them. She said softly, Shun Gu truly cherishes Ji Wei and Ruashi. They are both good girls. From now on we will get along well and make this home better and better. The two nodded gently, their eyes full of agreement. Lin Shen stood in the room looking at the women around him. His eyes were filled with happiness and fulfillment. These gentle women were his loved ones, the warmth of this home. As night gradually fell, the lights of countless homes lit up in the distance. The National Guards were still silently protecting this peaceful land, protecting every small family that responded to the policy and found harmony, and also protecting the warmth and joy of this courtyard. The new rose buds in the courtyard, bathed in the lamplight, shimmered with a faint glow. The warm light of the string of lanterns reflected the figures leaning together. The laughter and cheerful voices from the house wrapped around the entire courtyard, gentle and serene. In the days to come, spring would deepen, roses would bloom, little Nianen would grow day by day, and Lin Shen would continue to attentively guard every woman beside him, protecting them, protecting Nianen, and protecting this courtyard. Lin Wanqing gentle and tolerant, Gu Qingyan tender and considerate, Shen Jue meticulous and thoughtful, Lu Ruashi lively and capable, Su Nianhe shy and soft, Gu Yuran bright and cheerful, Su Qinghan steady and responsible. All the women embraced one another with tolerance and companionship of one heart and one virtue. They responded to the national policy and made this home, with its many female leads, increasingly warm and complete, full of the joys of domestic life, peaceful year after year, with family and nation rejoicing together. The spring breeze grew warmer, caressing the courtyard steps. The rose vines in the small yard spread freely, tender red buds adorning the wooden trellis, while strands of delicate fragrance lingered through the garden. Days of shared companionship dissolved all remaining estrangement. Lin Wanqing's gentle warmth, Gu Qingyan's tender affection, Su Qinghan's steady reliability, Shen Jiwei's refined elegance, Lu Ruashi's lively spirit, Su Nianhe's shy grace, and Gu Yuran's vibrant vitality. 7 women of distinct temperaments had shed every barrier, each tending to their duties, with mutual care, transforming this small courtyard into a haven of warmth and enduring peace. It so happened that the new local policies had been fully implemented. The village notice board in black and white clearly stated the new national regulations to boost the population and stabilize livelihoods. Eligible men should take virtuous wives. Those who sincerely cherish and manage the household together shall be recognized as legitimate unions, protected by law and esteemed by the community. Such an enlightened national policy was not a constraint, but a fulfillment, perfectly validating the deep bond between Lin Shun and the women who had accompanied him day and night, granting this family union a rightful and honorable place. The dawn light pierced through the sheer gauze window lattice, scattering gentle warmth across the room. The interior was tranquil and serene, with only the soft interweaving of shallow breaths embodying the beauty of peaceful days. When Lin Shen opened his eyes, he was surrounded by tender warmth. Beside him, Lin Wanqing lay peacefully, her features gentle and serene. The one who was always composed and steady only in sleep would she shed all her graceful restraint, her brows soft beyond compare. Nearby, Gu Qingyan's hair was loosely scattered, lightly brushing her cheek, as she instinctively nestled closer to Lin Shen, radiating complete trust and reliance. On a nearby soft couch, Shen Jiwei slept quietly under a thin blanket, her healer's nature making her posture upright and tranquil, her features pure and elegant, exuding a cultured grace. Lu Ruashi, on the other hand, slept with a lively spontaneity, slightly curled up, a faint smile lingering on her lips, likely dreaming of the rose buds in the courtyard, full of youthful vigor. Little Nianen was even more well-behaved. She had woken early but made no fuss, lying obediently by the pillow, her big moist eyes surveying each of the mothers and sisters beside her, finally settling on Lin Shen's face. Her small hand gently tugged at his sleeve, and she softly called out, "Father." That soft call dissolved the morning light. A delicate tenderness swelled in Lin Shen's heart. He bent down and placed a gentle kiss on her tender forehead, his voice low, careful not to disturb the other's sweet dreams. "Nianen is so good." He slowly rose, moving with the utmost gentleness, bending over to carefully tuck in the blankets for each one. Now that the whole family was gathered, the house was spacious and bright. Every tidy corner, every soft piece of fabric, every vibrant potted plant bore the marks of the women's devoted care, each detail a testament to the family's warmth. As the sky brightened, the small courtyard awakened, and a warm, cozy daily routine gently unfolded. Lu Ruashi, always diligent and lively, had already stepped into the garden with the morning breeze. She carried a small water bucket and a light hoe, crouching beneath the rose trellis to gently loosen the soil and remove weeds, her movements nimble and graceful. The one who understood the nature of flowers best, she knew the tender spring shoots were fragile. Her loosening was shallow and light, her weeding gentle and fine, never harming the newly sprouted branches. Every action reflecting her devotion to this home. Lin Shen walked slowly to her side and stood quietly for a moment. The morning breeze lifted strands of her hair, accentuating her bright, lively features full of youthful energy. Lu Ruashi turned at the sound, and upon seeing him, her eyes instantly filled with a clear, sweet smile, her brows arching in gentle, radiant warmth. "Brother Chen, you're awake." I'm loosening the soil for the roses and watering them. When the spring breeze warms a little more, our whole yard will be covered in roses. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Shun crouched down naturally, taking the small hoe from her hand. Their fingertips touched lightly, a soft, warm sensation spreading. His tone was affectionate with careful instructions. The morning breeze is cool and the ground is damp. Don't crouch for too long. The flowers and plants in the yard are our shared scenery. I'm here with you. You don't have to toil alone. Treated with such tender care, Lu Ruashi's cheeks flushed with a faint pink and warmth surged in her heart. In the past, she had faced wind and rain alone. Only after coming to this small courtyard and joining this family did she understand the tranquil happiness of having someone to share burdens, to remember her, and to cherish her. She gently shook her head, her voice soft. I'm not tired. Being able to do things for the family, to be with Brother Chun and the sisters, it makes me truly happy. Lin Shun turned to gaze at her, his eyes warm and resolute, every word sincere. From now on, this is your home. No need to be strong, no need to be restrained. As long as I'm here, I will always protect you. Those simple words took root, calming all the girl's emotions. Lu Ruashi quietly stayed by his side, watching him earnestly loosen the soil, feeling the spring breeze brush over the new greenery in the yard, her eyes filled with grounded contentment and joy. On the other side of the courtyard, beneath the veranda, Shun Jiwei sat quietly brewing tea, at peace with the passage of time. Her nature was delicate and gentle, deeply versed in the art of nurturing life. Rising early, she selected tea leaves she had dried and calming herbs, simmering them slowly over a gentle flame. The rich fragrance of the tea blended with the subtle herbal scent, clear and not cloying, spreading under the eaves. Beside her were several neatly arranged small porcelain bottles containing the moisturizing balm, calming incense pills, and spleen-nourishing powder she had prepared through the night, all tailored to the spring climate, specially made for the whole family. Hearing footsteps, Shun Jiwei looked up with a gentle smile, her elegant features radiating tender warmth. She rose, poured a cup of warm tea, and handed it to Lin Shun with both hands, respectful yet intimate. Brother Chin, freshly brewed spring tea. It soothes the liver and relieves fatigue, warming the spleen and stomach. Please try it. Lin Shun took the cup, the warmth spreading from his fingertips to his heart, filling him with comfort. He looked at her meticulous and thoughtful manner, praising softly. Jiwei always has the finest attention, thoughtful in everything, always caring for the family. Shun Jiwei lowered her eyes with a gentle smile, her voice serene and soft. I have studied medicine for half my life, and my heart's desire is to protect people's well-being. Now fortunate to enter this family, to be able to safeguard Brother Chen's peace, the sisters' comfort, and Nianen's carefree joy. That is the best homecoming for me. The spring wind is dry and can easily harm the body. I have prepared ointments and incense pills which I will distribute to everyone later to nourish our bodies with care. Lin Chen's heart grew even more tender. He raised his hand and gently smoothed the stray hair by her temple, his gesture affectionate and natural. Having you here at home guarding the family's health gives me infinite peace of mind. Thank you for your hard work, my Jiwei. That simple term of endearment, a unique tenderness, made the tips of Shun Jiwei's ears turn faintly red, her heart filled with pure joy. She asked for little, only a beloved companion by her side, a family free from illness and years of peaceful stability. Inside the house, the others also rose one after another, each attending to their tasks with seamless harmony, without any confusion or awkwardness. Lin Wanqing rose and calmly tidied the rooms, folding the bedding neatly, arranging items properly, leaving the house spotless and orderly. Her steady, gentle nature silently upheld the family's foundation of peace. Gu Qingyan, delicate and tender, carefully held little Nianen, gently dressing her in soft new clothes, combing her baby hair with tender fingers and loving eyes, attending to the child with meticulous care. In the kitchen, Su Qinghan had already lit the fire to cook. The flames blazed, warmth rose, and the aroma of congee and pastries filled the entire courtyard, brimming with the lively essence of home. Su Nianhe and Gu Yuran, as always, arrived early in the courtyard and naturally blended in. The shy and gentle Su Nianhe helped organize the sewing supplies and tidy odds and ends, quiet and thoughtful. The lively and cheerful Gu Yuran skipped through the courtyard, occasionally stopping to admire the flowers or tease Nianen, adding vibrant energy to the small yard. In this courtyard, 7 people, each with distinct personalities, shared a common heart and mutual tolerance. There was no jealousy or discord, no distance or estrangement. They understood each other's hard work, cherished each other's tenderness, treated each other with sincerity, and shared every task, transforming ordinary daily life into a warm and complete existence. At the morning meal, a table of steaming homemade dishes was abundant and soft, suiting everyone's tastes. The family gathered around, warmth radiating, laughter and chatter flowing. Lin Shun held the well-behaved little Nianen, his gaze slowly sweeping over each of the women who had accompanied him day and night, his eyes filled with a grounded sense of fulfillment. He set down his utensils, his tone gentle, but every word firm. Before everyone, he formally established their status, fulfilling everyone's expectations. Now the new national policies are enlightened, allowing me to take virtuous wives and manage the household together. Wanqing Qingyan, you have weathered storms and overcome difficulties with me. Jiwei Ruashi, you have come to me with true hearts and entered my home. From this day forward, you 4 are my legitimate wives, legally registered with no distinction of rank, honor, or closeness. In this life, I will treat you all, equally care for you with all my heart, protect your years of peace and freedom from worry, and never betray your love or the nation. These solemn vows, witnessed by the spring breeze and affirmed by time, transformed the unspoken affection of the past into a rightful and recognized bond. The weighty promise settled all hearts completely. The remaining three, Su Qinghan, Su Nianhe, and Gu Yuran, also had tender anticipation in their eyes, quietly awaiting their own fulfillment. Lin Wanqing, with gentle brows and a soft smile, nodded with serene certainty. I trust you. In this life, we will accompany each other, never to part. Gu Qingyan's eyes were soft as water, gently leaning close, her affection deep and lingering. To have you by my side, the years are gentle, and I have no regrets in this life. Shen Jue gracefully bent her knee, her manner warm and courteous, her eyes full of emotion. With a beloved companion, the family is at peace, and every year is joyful. Lu Ruashi's eyes were bright and clear, her heart filled with joy. I will take good care of the home, accompany Brother Chun, and stay with all the sisters year after year. Su Nianhe's cheeks flushed, she shyly lowered her eyes, whispering softly, I will always be with everyone, never to leave. Gu Yuran's brows were bright, her smile open, her voice clear. Our family will always be lively and joyful together for all the years. Su Qinghan smiled warmly, her eyes filled with contentment. Harmony in the family brings prosperity. Sticking together with one heart is the best life of all. Little Nianen seemed to understand the warmth in the room. Holding her small bowl, she clapped her hands softly and giggled, her baby voice calling out, Father, Mother, sisters, all here. Here, every year. The childish voice was crisp and touching, and laughter filled the room, spilling out through the window lattice, blending into the gentle spring breeze, sweet, warm, and enduring, never to fade. After the meal, the warm sun was just right, the breeze gentle, and the small courtyard presented a scene of harmonious warmth. Everyone worked together, seamlessly, each attending to their duties, the sweetness overflowing, the warmth palpable. Lin Shun accompanied Lu Ruashi in tending the garden's flowers and trees. They stood side by side, one loosening the soil and watering, the one pruning and shaping, chatting and laughing with tender affection. He also paused under the veranda to quietly accompany Shen Jiwei as she packaged the ointments and incense pills, listening to her detailed advice on spring health practices, occasionally reaching out to brush dust from her shoulder with gentle care. Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan sat side by side in the warm sunlight, their fingers swiftly plying needles and thread, meticulously sewing clothes and shoes for the family, the stitches fine and dense, concealing every bit of tenderness. Su Qinghan efficiently cleared the table and cleaned the kitchen, managing the household chores with order. Su Nianhe quietly stayed nearby, lending a silent hand. Gu Yuran led little Nianen in running and playing in the courtyard, the child's clear laughter adding vibrant warmth to the small yard. Some guarded the daily warmth of the home, others protected the family's well-being, some tended to the household with gentleness, and some added liveliness. 7 hearts united without conflict or distance, turning an ordinary spring day into something tenderly radiant, sweetly warm, and complete. In the afternoon, village officials personally visited the home. Seeing the harmony and goodwill in the Lin family courtyard and the perfection of their unions, they offered sincere praise, repeatedly commending the current national policy, hopes that people will stick together and prosper the nation. Your family, united in heart and virtue, harmonious and happy, is the finest example in the entire village, worthy of everyone's emulation. Lin Shin stood tall, his voice steady and composed. I will shoulder the responsibility, care for my family with all my heart, guard our small home, and not fail the nation. I will respond to the new policies and live in stability. Then the officials completed the paperwork on the spot, officially registering Shun Jue and Lu Ruashi's marriages into the local household registry, legally effective. Thus the status of the 2 new wives was firmly established. Like Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan, they were now legitimate wives of the Lin family, protected by law and recognized by the nation. The bond settled everything in its place. The officials departed with smiles, and the small courtyard returned to its gentle tranquility, leaving only the spring breeze, the fresh green of the garden, and the warmth of the family. The setting sun slanted westward, casting golden light over the courtyard, gently overlapping the silhouettes of Lin Shun and the 7 women. Among the sprouting rose vines, they leaned together tenderly year after year in peaceful stability. Lin Shun stood in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by his beloved wives with his child in his arms. His eyes held the most simple and complete happiness of human life. The spring breeze caressed his face, flowers bloomed in their season, good bonds were sealed, and the family was united in heart. In the seasons to come, they would enjoy the full fragrance of roses in spring, the cool evening breezes of summer, the warm tea and falling leaves of autumn, and the gentle snow and warm sunshine of winter. He, together with the 7 gentle women by his side, would live with one heart, cherish each other, and stay together through the years. Embracing the new national policies guarding the daily warmth of home, they would enjoy years of gentleness, years of completeness and lasting peace. A night's spring breeze brushed past, and the courtyard scenery took on a fresh charm. On the trellis of roses, tender shoots grew rapidly, with slender vines winding and entwining, adorned with layers of fresh green. As the wind blew, they gently swayed, and a light fragrance of blossoms permeated the entire garden. After days of mutual adjustment, the 7 women had long achieved a profound understanding and seamless rapport, leaving no trace of unfamiliarity or estrangement. The 4 wives had their names settled and registered in the legal records, while the remaining 3, Su Qinghan, Su Nianhe, and Gu Yuran, accompanied each other day and night, with tender feelings quietly growing. They silently waited by his side, looking forward to the day when their fated union would be fulfilled. The Lin family's courtyard, harmonious and united, abiding by the national policy and holding together as a household, had long become a model praised by everyone in the village. Yesterday, the village cadre came to register the marriages and commend the family's conduct. The news spread, and neighbors and fellow villagers all praised it. Everyone said that Lin Shun was responsible and reliable, and the women in his household were gentle and virtuous. Such a united little family was exactly what the new national policy hoped to see. In the early morning, the light was warm and moist, with a thin mist lightly veiling the courtyard. The morning chill had faded, leaving only a cozy warmth. Inside the house, the members woke up one after another, filling the room with a gentle and serene atmosphere. When Lin Shun opened his eyes, he was surrounded by warmth on all sides, all filled with tender affection. Lin Wanqing leaned quietly against his left shoulder, her breathing light and gentle, her long hair spread across the pillow. She had shed all her composed self-possession, leaving only complete softness and tranquility. Gu Qingyan nestled against his right shoulder, her fingertips lightly resting on his sleeve, habitually drawing close and relying on him, her brows and eyes full of lingering tenderness. On the opposite soft couch, Shun Jiwei sat up straight. Always self-disciplined and meticulous, her first action after waking was to tidy the bedding and arrange her clothes. Her elegant posture was poised and graceful, imbued with the gentle stateliness of a physician. Beside her, Lu Ruoxi rubbed her sleepy eyes and stretched with a light yawn. Her lively and bright nature showed as she looked forward to the day, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the new rosebuds and the courtyard brimming with youthful energy. Little Nianin remained obedient and adorable, not making any fuss. She sat by the pillow, playing with the silver lock in her hand. When she saw Lin Shun open his eyes, she immediately broke into a soft, sweet smile and called out in a tender, milky voice, "Father, good morning." "Good morning, Nianin." Lin Shun's heart softened. He reached out and gently gathered the little one into his arms, softly rubbing her chubby little cheek with tender affection. He slowly rose, still gentle and meticulous, tucking the quilt corners for each one, tidying the bedding, and carefully arranging the room's gentle tranquility. Stepping out of the room, the morning breeze caressed his face, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. Su Qinghan was already in the kitchen, the stove fire warm, cooking smoke curling upward. She was most skilled in managing the household's daily life, rising early every day to work without ever complaining. She prepared each meal with meticulous care, and the warm aroma of porridge and pastries filled the courtyard early, bringing a sense of grounded comfort and healing. When she saw Lin Shun approaching, she lifted her eyes and smiled gently, her brows warm. "Brother Chen, you're awake. Breakfast will be ready soon. Today I steamed the soft cakes you love, and there's millet porridge to nourish the stomach." Days of being together had engraved their mutual understanding deep into their hearts. Lin Shun watched her busy figure and said softly with concern, "Qinghan, don't carry everything on your own. From now on, when you get up to work in the morning, you don't need to rise too early. Rest when you're tired. Everyone in the family can lend a hand." Su Qinghan's fingers paused, slightly, a wave of warmth surging in her heart. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and she nodded gently. "I'm not tired. Being able to guard this home and prepare the meals for everyone gives me a sense of peace." She had always been reserved, her love never expressed in words, but hidden in the daily labor of cooking. 3 warm meals a day, thoughtful arrangements for all seasons, silently forming the most stable foundation of the household. Lin Shun understood her gentle devotion and said no more. He simply stood quietly by the stove, accompanying her, occasionally handing her bowls or adding firewood. Such simple companionship was the deepest expression of affection. In the courtyard, Su Nianhe was quietly tidying up odds and ends. Her nature was shy and timid, gentle and introverted, never vying for attention or making a fuss, only silently working. At this moment, she was crouching under the eaves, carefully picking up fallen leaves blown down by the spring breeze and arranging the small items in the yard. Her movements were soft, every gesture exuding a graceful and serene demeanor. Lin Shun walked over slowly and called her softly. "Nianhe, the morning breeze is cool. Crouching for too long is bad for your health. Get up and rest for a while." Su Nianhe looked up at the sound, meeting his gentle gaze. Her ears instantly turned red. She hurriedly lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. "It's fine, Brother Chun. I'm not tired at all. A clean yard makes the home feel more comfortable." Lin Shun reached out and gently brushed away the fine bits of grass clinging to her hair, his movements tender and restrained. "The yard is taken care of by all of us. You don't need to work silently alone. I see all your gentle efforts." Those simple words touched her heart deeply. Su Nianhe's heart trembled slightly, and she shyly lowered her eyes, but her heart was filled with sweet warmth and joy. She asked for little, just to silently accompany and be cherished. That was enough. On the other side, Gu Yuran was holding little Nianin's hand, chasing the morning breeze as they ran through the courtyard. The young girl was bright and lively, her laughter crisp and cheerful. She ran and hopped along, occasionally turning back to tease the little one in her arms, filling the small yard with vibrant energy. When she saw Lin Chun looking over, she immediately raised a big smile and waved, calling out, "Brother Chun, look how fast Nian runs. Can we go see the flowers and pick new buds again today?" Lin Chun looked at her radiant and carefree demeanor, a tender smile forming in his eyes. "All right, as you wish. But slow down, don't fall." Gu Yuran's nature was warm and straightforward. Her joy was never concealed. Her heart and mind were completely filled with this home and with him. She didn't need to be shy or reserved. She could simply be exuberant and lively, adding vibrant life to this gentle courtyard. Before long, Lu Ruashi returned after tending to the flowers and trees. She carried a watering can, her hair sprinkled with fine morning dew, her brows and eyes bright and lively. Walking up to Lin Chun, she smiled sweetly and reported, "Brother Chun, I've watered and loosened the soil for the roses. The new shoots are growing beautifully. In another month or so, the courtyard will be full of blossoms." Lin Chun raised his hand and gently wiped the beads of sweat from her cheek, saying with affection, "My Ruashi has worked hard, tirelessly tending the courtyard every day, filling our home with vitality." The exclusive favor and care made Lu Ruashi's heart surge with warmth. She nodded vigorously, her brows curving into crescent moons, her joy too great to conceal. Under the eaves, Shen Jue walked over, carrying a tray of warm herbal tea, elegant and serene, her steps gentle. The tray in her hands held several cups of clear tea, all prepared according to the spring climate, soothing the liver, nourishing the stomach, and calming the mind. She first handed a cup of tea at the perfect temperature to Lin Chun, then distributed them to each of the sisters in turn, meticulous and thorough, attending to every detail. "Brother Chun, in spring the liver tends to be dry, so drinking more clear tea can calm the mind and soothe the spirit," Shen Jue softly reminded. She also handed him a small jar of incense pellets, saying, "These are newly made calming pellets. For daytime work or nighttime rest, taking one can ease the mind and settle the breath. Keep them with you." Lin Chun accepted the tea and incense pellets, feeling a lasting warmth in his heart. Looking at her elegant and gentle features, he said softly, "Jiwei, you take care of everything so thoroughly, protecting the health of my whole family. With you here, I have complete peace of mind." Shen Jiwei smiled faintly and nodded, her eyes filled with tender affection. With the compassion of a healer and the true heart of a lover, to guard a good man and accompany her family in this life was her perfect fulfillment. Inside the house, Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan finished tidying up and walked out together hand in hand. Lin Wanqing was composed and graceful, her demeanor dignified, carrying the steady poise of the head of the household. A single glance around the courtyard showed everyone busy with their tasks, harmonious and orderly, and her eyes were filled with a peaceful smile. Gu Qingyan was gentle as water, her brows soft and tender. She walked to Lin Shen's side and naturally reached up to gently straighten his collar, her movements intimate and effortless, silently conveying deep affection. "Breakfast is ready. Everyone please take your seats," came Su Qinghan's timely voice. They gathered around the dining table, sitting in a circle. Steaming dishes filled the table with the warm aroma of cooking and a cozy atmosphere. Lin Shen sat at the center, flanked by his wedded wives, with the devoted companions by his side and the sweet, obedient child on his lap. In this courtyard, 7 people were united in heart and mind, without jealousy or strife, cherishing one another. Such harmony and fulfillment were unique in the entire village. Just as they were chatting and laughing, footsteps sounded outside the courtyard gate, accompanied by the hearty voice of a village cadre. "Is Lin Shen at home? Today I've come specially to deliver the national policy commendation for your family." They all rose and went out to welcome him. The village cadre, holding a red paper commendation document, entered the courtyard with a smile. His gaze swept over the harmonious scene and the gentle women, and he exclaimed repeatedly, "Truly worthy of the reputation. Your family's conduct is upright, your marriage relations harmonious, and your family members united. You actively responded to the national new marriage policy, treating your wives well and stabilizing your small home. You are a model for the entire village. The township has specially approved and issued this commendation, rewarding you with grain cloth and health tonics as a sign of recognition, encouraging everyone to learn from your example." As he finished speaking, the accompanying villagers carried in sacks of rice and flour, fine cloth, and premium medicinal herbs, stacking them in the courtyard. The supplies were generous, all tangible rewards. The village cadre unfolded the red paper document and read aloud, "Lin Chun of the Lin family, abiding by the national policy, staying true to his heart, has taken virtuous wives, treated his family, kindly maintained harmony in the household, and promoted stability in the neighborhood. For this he is hereby commended. His family's household taxes for this year are waived, and the family is named a model household of the township." The written commendation, with its resounding words, was both the nation's recognition and an unparalleled honor. Everyone in the courtyard felt a warmth in their hearts, their brows and eyes smiling. Lin Shen stood tall and composed, receiving the document with calm sincerity. "Thank you for the recognition from the township. I have only done my duty, protecting my family and guarding this small home. From now on I will continue to follow the national policy, treat the dear ones around me with kindness, maintain harmony, and stay true to my heart, not failing the nation's expectations nor the deep affection of everyone." The village cadre nodded repeatedly, then looked at the group of women beside him, speaking in a gentle and approving tone. You sisters are united in heart, tolerant of each other, and jointly manage the household. This is truly rare and precious. The essence of the new policy is to increase the population and ensure the stability of every family. Your harmonious coexistence is the best practice. Continue to stay together, and may your blessings be long-lasting and your prosperity grow year after year. The women slightly bent their knees in thanks, their expressions gentle and graceful. Lin Wanxing smiled calmly and replied on behalf of all, "Thank you for the township's praise. We will surely unite in managing the household, accompany our Lord, and live in harmony year after year." Her demeanor was appropriate and dignified, showing the grace of a principal wife. The village cadre expressed even more approval, exchanged a few more words of everyday concern, and then departed with a smile. The courtyard gate closed softly, and the spring breeze once again swept through the garden, making the joy in the house even richer. Everyone gathered around the commendation supplies in the yard, their eyes filled with warmth and smiles. The rice and flour were ample, the cloth was soft, and the herbs were of fine quality, all tokens of the nation's care, and also the peaceful blessings they had earned through their united hearts. Gu Yuran was the happiest, chattering and laughing. "Great. We are a model household now. From now on we must always stay this harmonious and get the commendation every year." Su Nianha with gentle brows softly agreed. "As long as we stay together with one heart, our days will surely get better and better." Su Qinghan looked at the supplies filling the courtyard, then at the harmonious family, and smiled warmly. When the family is harmonious, everything prospers. When people's hearts are united, all things go smoothly. Lin Shen looked at the 7 women around him, each with their own charm, all devoted to him, and felt a deep and complete warmth in his heart. He raised his hand and gently drew them all close to his side, his gaze tender and steadfast, his words sincere. "The national policy has brought about these blessed unions, and time has deepened our feelings. Watching Qingyan Jue Ruashi, your status is settled, and I will never leave you, treating you all equally, and cherishing you with all my heart. Qinghan Nianha Yuran, you have accompanied me with true hearts, silently staying by my side. Your deep love is engraved in my memory. When the time is right, I will formally propose marriage, so that you 3 may also have your names settled and registered in law, entering my home with honor, just like the others, free from worries and secure for all time. A single promise rooted deep in the earth, gentle, weighty, surpassing 1,000 words." Su Qinghan's eyes glowed with soft light, her reserved, deep affection fully revealed as she nodded gently. Su Nianha shyly lifted her eyes, starlight and hope shining in them. Gu Yuran's eyes lit up brightly, and she nodded vigorously, her heart full of joy and anticipation. The 4 principal wives smiled gently without a trace of discord. They had long shared a common understanding, only wishing for a complete family where everyone had a place. They were happy to see their husband treat every sincere companion with kindness. This was the essence of their united hearts. Little Nianan, nestling in Lin Shen's arms, seemed to understand vaguely, but she clapped and giggled, complete for years. Joy for every family. The spring breeze brushed the courtyard, new shoots swayed gently, and warmth spread across the world. The afternoon sun was just right. Everyone worked in an orderly division of labor, with the unspoken coordination of habit. Lu Ruashi used the newly acquired fine cloth to cut fabric, planning to sew spring clothes for the whole family. Shun Jiwei sorted and categorized the commended herbs, drying and storing them for all-season health maintenance. Lin Wanxing and Gu Qingyan sat in the warm sunlight, their needles and threads flying lightly as they sewed shoes and accessories. Su Qinghan organized the supplies and managed the storage, keeping the household affairs in perfect order. Su Nianha helped arrange the threads and fold the clothes. Gu Yuran played with Nianan among the flowers, filling the courtyard with laughter and joy lasting through the years. Lin Shen moved among them, accompanying them with tenderness, caring for each one and cherishing them all. He helped Ruashi cut fabric, brushed dust off. Zhuwei chatted with Wanxing, and Qingyan helped Qinghan with the odds and ends, gently comforted the shy Nianha, indulged the lively Yuran, and coaxed the soft little Nianan. There was no favoritism, no neglect. Everyone received tenderness, and each had a place to belong. As the sun set in the west, golden light spread across the courtyard, gently overlapping the 8 figures beneath the new rose vines. The national commendation was settled. The small family remained harmonious. As before, 4 blessed unions were recorded, and 3 deep affections awaited fulfillment. The spring breeze bore witness, time served as a testament. Love was deeply rooted, and they would stay together year after year. In the days to come, spring would bring blossoms, summer gentle breezes, autumn warm tea, and winter falling snow. Lin Shen, together with his 7 beloved women, would follow the national policies, stay true to their hearts, cherish deep affections, unite in managing the household, and enjoy complete fulfillment year after year, with the warmth of daily life and the eternal spring of a harmonious family. Spring days grew increasingly vigorous. As the wind swept through the courtyard, rose vines became ever more lush day by day, their tender green leaves climbing across the entire wooden trellis. Layer upon layer of delicate new foliage lent the small courtyard an air of vibrant vitality. News that the Lin family had been honored as a model household in the township and received national policy recognition spread throughout the village, enlivening it considerably. All could see the Lin family's harmonious prosperity and gradually came to understand the deeper purpose behind the state's new marriage policy. Not merely elaborate rituals and rigid conventions, but rather following the pacification of chaotic times the nation's vision for the common people's livelihood and fulfillment, wherein men shoulder responsibility to protect their households, women find security and support, and all draw together in mutual guardianship. Only through thriving families, flourishing villages, and collective endurance can lasting peace be achieved. In days past, the village had known the hardship of elderly women living alone in solitude or single households barely scraping by. Now gazing upon the Lin family of 8, elders and young alike secure in comfort, clothed and fed, abundantly united in heartfelt harmony, every neighbor looked on with deep admiration. Many solitary women and orphan girls entrusted the village elders with inquiries, hoping to encounter a responsible and gentle partner to join such a harmonious and tolerant family, to follow the national policy, and wed well, never again to endure days of loneliness. Dawn broke, completely dispelling the morning mist as warm sunlight flooded the bluestone courtyard. The Lin family's modest home awakened early to its gentle routines, each member tending their own duties while tendrils of cooking smoke rose lazily, creating an atmosphere livelier and more vibrant than ever before. The morning kitchen remained warm and inviting, where Su Qinghan stood at the stove carefully sifting the fine rice and flour awarded the day before preparing to steam tender rice cakes and simmer thick rice porridge. With meticulous care, she organized the reward provisions, grain stored away, fabrics neatly folded, medicinal herbs sealed, each place immaculately arranged, laying a solid foundation for the family's year-round tranquility. When Lin Shun entered the kitchen, he spotted her standing on her tiptoes arranging grain sacks, her slender waist slightly arched, her movements efficient yet betraying a subtle strain. He stepped forward, quickly lifting the heavy sack from her grasp with ease and stowed it in the storage cabinet. His voice, warm and resonant, murmured, "No need to burden yourself with heavy labor henceforth. Let me handle all storage and lifting from now on." Su Qinghan turned to regard his upright figure, warmth cascading through her heart as a tender smile graced her features. "I was simply hoping to finish tidying everything early so as not to delay the household's daily provisions. With so many mouths to feed now, keeping supplies organized makes life far more comfortable for everyone. I understand your diligence." Lin Shun stepped to her side, blocking the draft from the corridor, his tone full of tender concern. "You tend to our daily meals, laboring ceaselessly, silently sustaining the most grounded foundation of this home. I bear it all in my heart." Such heartfelt words left the ordinarily reserved Su Qinghan with flushed ears. She lowered her gaze and smiled softly, her heart brimming with contentment. Her desires were never extravagant, simply to share each dawn and dusk with someone who truly understood her. Now that her partner cherished her, and the family lived in harmony, this represented the finest destiny she could wish for. The courtyard overflowed with gentle, vital energy, every corner animated by busy, yet soothing figures. Lu Ruashi carried a bamboo basket and small shears, carefully pruning the overgrown rose branches, removing withered and weak growth while preserving the sturdy vines. Well versed in the cultivation of plants and flowers, her fingertips danced as she neatly tidied the tangled foliage. Sunlight fell upon her bright features, making her appear lively and brimming with youthful energy. Lin Shun approached slowly and bent down to steady the swaying trellis for her. "You prune these weak branches so the flowers may bloom more abundantly." Lu Ruashi nodded emphatically, her eyes curving into crescents as she explained earnestly, "New spring buds grow too rapidly, and excessive branches would compete for nutrients. After pruning, the vines establish strong roots, so when blooming season arrives, the roses will cascade in layers across the entire courtyard." Lin Shun observed her earnest and endearing countenance, gently brushing stray leaves from her hair. His eyes held affectionate fondness as he remarked, "Our Ruashi is not only beautiful, but also excels at tending plants and managing household affairs." His straightforward praise, warm and tender scent color flooding to Lu Ruashi's cheeks. She lowered her head with a demure smile, yet her hands moved with increased lightness, her joy too full to conceal. Beside the stone table beneath the corridor, Shun Jiwei concentrated on sorting the various medicinal herbs bestowed as rewards. Angelica poria, chrysanthemum, and goji berries were separated by type and spread to dry, their elegant medicinal fragrance mingling with the fresh scent of herbs to fill the entire courtyard. Holding a small brush, she delicately cleared dust from the herbs, her movements gentle and meticulous without a single lapse. After finishing, she retrieved small porcelain jars and mixed spring health pills and skin-nourishing ointments according to precise proportions. As she worked, she softly recorded usage instructions in neat, elegant script, all customized prescriptions prepared specifically for her family. She considered every detail. Spring winds bring dryness that stagnates liver qi, children's delicate skin requires gentle care, and elders easily grow weary, leaving nothing unaddressed. Lin Shun walked over and stood quietly beside her, watching her delicate profile as she bent her brows in concentration, his heart filled with tranquility. As she raised her hand to wipe sweat from her brow, he promptly offered her a cup of warm tea, saying gently, "You've been busy for so long. Rest now." Shun Jiwei looked up with a soft smile, taking a small sip from the teacup. "It is no hardship," she replied warmly. In spring, when ailments and dryness prevail, I prepare extra herbal medicines and ointments so my family may suffer fewer illnesses throughout the seasons. Shinji, I specially prepared additional calming pills for you to carry during your labors, which will help ease your fatigue. With you here, our family remains healthy and whole, giving me complete peace of mind. Lin Shun gazed at her refined and gentle features, speaking sincerely. You protect us from illness year after year, I protect you from worry year after year. Warmth flooded through her heart, as Shun Jue smiled gently and nodded softly, her eyes overflowing with tender devotion, toward her beloved and toward her family. On the other side of the warm sun, Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan sat side by side, needle and thread in hand, gently sewing new garments. The fine soft fabrics awarded by the township the day before possessed a warm luster and delicate texture perfect for crafting spring clothing. Lin Wanqing stitched with steady, precise movements, her dignified and gentle demeanor evident in each careful seam. She prioritized sewing outer garments for Lin Shun, her dense tight stitches concealing depths of affection refined through years. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyan's delicate touch focused on constructing a floral print dress for little Nian and meticulously hemming edges and adorning it with fine embellishments, her tenderness woven into every detail. Su Nianhe sat quietly beside them, quietly assisting by combing cotton threads and organizing fabrics, methodically arranging each stray end. Her nature was shy and gentle, lacking in words, yet attentive to all matters, silently contributing to the household's daily needs with quiet grace. Lin Shun approached slowly and stood behind the three, observing the table laden with soft fabrics and intricate stitching, their serene and tender figures filling him with quiet emotion. It is your presence that gives this home its warmth year after year, gentle and enduring. Gu Qingyan lifted her eyes to meet his, her gaze soft as flowing water, and smiled faintly. When a family stays together, each fulfilling their role and doing their part, life naturally becomes warm and secure. Lin Wanqing set down her needlework and gazed up gently, her composure unhurried. The national policy has united us in blessed partnership, and time has deepened our affection. To remain steadfast together is the finest life we could know. Bathed in their warmth, Su Nianhe's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the cotton thread. Within her heart lay quiet hope, awaiting the day when her own destined match would appear. In the center of the courtyard, Gu Yuran played with little Nian and chasing shadows and laughing together. The youthful girl radiated vitality, her clear laughter ringing out as she led the small child around the rose trellis, pausing occasionally to point at new buds and breathe in their faint fragrance. Little Nian toddled along, yet ran with particular delight, her infantile laughter filling the tranquil courtyard with lively warmth. Father! Spotting Lin Shun, she immediately broke free from Gu Yuran's grasp and ran toward him with outstretched arms. Lin Shun bent down and lifted her securely into his arms, cradling her small frame gently. Running so fast, aren't you tired? Resting against his shoulder, Nian pointed to the new sprouts throughout the courtyard and murmured sweetly, flowers want to bloom, home is so beautiful. Gu Yuran hurried over, her eyes sparkling brightly as she suggested with a smile, Brother Chin, the weather is so lovely today. Shall we visit the town market this afternoon? We can purchase some fresh fruits and vegetables along with sweets and pastries, and also pick up more needles, thread, and fabric. And let's get Nian some little toys. Watching her vibrant and carefree expression, Lin Shun agreed, gently, very well. This afternoon we shall all go to the market together. It has been some time since any of us ventured out, so we can enjoy the warm spring sunshine and purchase some household goods. Gu Yuran beamed with joy and skipped about, continuing to play with Nian. Her lively energy infused the entire small courtyard with increasing vibrancy. Just as everyone tended to their duties in warm busyness, gentle knocking came from outside the courtyard gate, accompanied by the soft voices of neighbors calling out. Lin Shun rose with Nian in his arms to open the door. Outside stood 3 or 4 neighboring women and 2 young women living alone, all known in the village for their gentle and honest nature. They carried small baskets of home-dried vegetables and free-range eggs, their expressions warm, yet tinged with a hint of nervous anticipation. Aunt Zhang, leading the group, spoke with a smile full of admiration. Brother Chen, we came today, first to congratulate you on being honored as a model household in the township. A proud and complete recognition. Second, we wish to learn from your family's traditions to observe how you maintain harmony and unity as one household. Now everyone in the village speaks highly of you, calling you the most responsible and family-loving young man in the entire village. Hearing this, everyone smiled and stepped aside to invite the neighbors inside to take seats. Su Qinghan immediately brought warm tea, while Shun Jiwei offered fragrant refreshments. Their gentle courtesy and gracious manner reflected the refined character of their family. The neighbors gazed upon the flourishing flowers and new growth in the courtyard, the tidy home, the women living together in harmony, without jealousy or conflict, and the sweet-natured Nianin, with genuine admiration in their eyes. One of the solitary women sighed, softly, a trace of wistfulness in her eyes. I used to think that living alone in hardship was simply the way of life. But seeing your family, I now understand that the state's new marriage policy was never meant to be empty regulation. It truly aims to give women someone to rely upon, men a sense of responsibility, and every family the chance to reunite and prosper. To be alone means facing storms without support and never having anyone ask after your well-being, which is ultimately too desolate. Another young girl, her features shy, softly concurred, "Indeed, the current policy is enlightened. It permits worthy partners to form multiple bonds without regard to seniority or status, seeking only genuine devotion and mutual care. A life like the Lin families, sisters united in heart, cherished by a devoted partner, and a household filled with harmony, is the completeness we all yearn for." Lin Wanqing spoke gently upon hearing this, her tone both composed and magnanimous, every word sincere. The new national policy aims to bring peace to the people and prosperity to families. When men shoulder responsibility and protect their loved ones, and women nurture the household with gentleness. When they tolerate and understand one another without rivalry or jealousy, standing together with one heart. Only then can the small family flourish, and through it the village and nation find stability. Genuine care for one another is the finest expression of a blessed union. Gu Qingyan nodded gently and added tenderly, "Fate has never been about competition or suspicion, but about mutual fulfillment and warmth. When a family shares the same heart and purpose, bearing hardships together and rejoicing together, life naturally becomes ever more complete." The neighbors listened and nodded repeatedly, their minds clearing like sudden enlightenment. Previously some had misunderstood the new policy, but now, having witnessed the Lin family's reality and heard these gentle words with their own ears, they thoroughly understood its deeper meaning, with not a shadow of doubt remaining. Aunt Zhang smiled and said, "No wonder the township has singled out your family as the model. Such family values and such character are indeed worthy of emulation by the entire village. In the future, our village's young people should learn from you. To form unions based on genuine affection, to safeguard your households with dedicated hearts, to honor both the nation's hopes and each other's deep love." After a brief conversation, the neighbors, fulfilled and grateful, took their leave after thanking everyone repeatedly. Before departing, they couldn't resist praising the Lin family's harmonious domestic life once more. After seeing off the neighbors, the courtyard gate closed gently, returning the small courtyard to its tender tranquility. Lin Chun gazed upon the gentle women in the courtyard, his heart growing ever clearer. He finally understood completely. His burdens were never merely about romantic love, but responsibilities entrusted by family and nation, affection delivered by the passage of time. What he protected extended beyond the small courtyard and his family members. It encompassed the simplest fulfillment and peace attainable under the new policy. Wenru, accompanied by the 4 principal wives, holding the obedient Nianin in her arms. The 8 of them walked together, their figures gracefully interwoven in harmonious companionship along the spring countryside path, forming a scene of gentle completeness. Along the way, the grass was lush and wildflowers dotted the fields. A warm breeze caressed the face, carrying the fresh scent of soil and vegetation. Passing villagers, upon witnessing this scene, all paused with smiles of admiration, saying that the Lin family's harmony and prosperity was the most touching picture of completeness in the spring. Arriving at the town market, the air buzzed with lively voices and the aroma of cooking fires. Stalls lined the streets, their goods abundant. Fresh fruits and vegetables, meats and pastries, needles and cloth flowers, and potted plants, snacks and trinkets. A dazzling array full of the vibrant energy of daily life. Gu Yuran was the most excited, holding Su Nianha's hand, curiously looking around, occasionally stopping to pick out delicate trinkets, chattering about things she wanted to buy, adding lively interest to the group's market trip. Lu Ruashi focused on selecting flower seedlings and seeds, carefully comparing varieties to choose those suitable for the courtyard, hoping to have blooms in all seasons and evergreenery. Shen Jiwei stopped at the herbal medicine stall, meticulously selecting nourishing ingredients and seasonal herbs, all to better safeguard the family's health throughout the year. Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan strolled leisurely, choosing soft cotton cloth and fine silk threads to replenish the household sewing supplies. In their spare moments, they also carefully selected various pastries and snacks, catering to everyone's tastes. Su Qinghan selected rice flour, dried goods, and fresh produce, steadily stocking up the household's daily necessities, ensuring the warmth and stability of home life. Lin Shun accompanied them all along, quietly carrying a bamboo basket, collecting the items everyone purchased, ensuring no one was burdened. His gaze gently swept over each beloved woman beside him, attending to everyone's preferences and moods, waiting patiently and accompanying them with care, without any oversight or partiality. Encountering colleagues from the village and officials from the town who saw Lin Shun leading his family on a harmonious outing, everyone gentle and joyful, they nodded in approval, saying that the Lin family lived up to its reputation as a model household, perfectly embodying the new national policies and serving as the best example of a contented populace. After a round of shopping, they returned fully laden. As the sun began to slant in the early evening, the group carried their abundant supplies, walking back under the gentle afterglow, light-footed and full of joy. Back in the courtyard, the twilight was gentle and the evening breeze carried a slight chill. Everyone worked together in perfect coordination, quickly sorting the market purchases, categorizing and neatly arranging them. Lu Ruashi eagerly planted the newly purchased flower seedlings in the corners of the courtyard, carefully tending the soil and watering them, looking forward to a future of blooming flowers. Shun Jiwei sorted the new herbs, drying them and storing them in jars, perfecting the household's health reserves. Su Qinghan organized the fruits and vegetables, preparing for a sumptuous evening feast. The remaining women either arranged the fabrics, tidied up odds and ends, or played with Nianin. One by one the courtyard lights lit up, casting a warm yellow glow across the yard filled with the warmth of home and overflowing affection. After dinner the night was gentle with a leisurely breeze. Everyone gathered around the stone table in the courtyard, sipping tea and chatting idly. The evening breeze carried the faint fragrance of roses caressing their faces softly, bringing comfort and tranquility. Lin Shen sat in the center, surrounded by 7 beloved women, with the young child nestled contentedly in his arms. The spring night was gentle and serene, with distant lights from thousands of homes twinkling in the distance. The warm glow within the courtyard, the completeness of human life. This perhaps was the essence of fulfillment. He lifted his eyes to look at everyone, his gaze gentle, yet resolute, his voice steady in the evening breeze. Today, with neighbors visiting and our market trip, I have become even more convinced that the new national policies fulfill the completeness of human life. In the future, I will remain true to my original intent, wholeheartedly protecting each one of you. I will soon formalize the status for Qinghan, Ninha, and Yuran, so that all 8 family members may have their place, enjoy stability, and share in glory. The evening breeze stirred, tousling their hair, and also stirring the gentle emotions in the courtyard. The 4 principal wives smiled and nodded, their hearts full of acceptance without the slightest resentment. The 3 women yet to be formally wed had stars shining in their eyes, full of anticipation, gently waiting for their destined union to be fulfilled. Little Nianin leaned against Lin Shen's chest, murmuring sleepily, her small body nestled securely, enjoying the love of the entire family. As the night deepened, the courtyard lights glowed softly, new shoots rustled as they grew, and the evening breeze whispered tenderly. Neighbors' hearts were won, the marketplace warmed, family virtues passed down through generations, and the blessed union gradually perfected. The Lin family's life, accompanied by the spring breeze of national policies and the warmth of family unity, flourished and became ever more complete and tender in the passing years of daily life. A night of gentle, lingering spring breeze spurred the growth of the roses in the courtyard, making them even more vigorous. What had been only sparse new shoots on the vines now covered the entire wooden trellis with layers of emerald green leaves densely spreading across the top of the courtyard, enveloping the Lin family's small yard into a verdant and gentle little world. A gentle breeze passed, causing the leaves to rustle softly, carrying the sweet fragrance of plants throughout the entire house, refreshing and pleasant. Last night 9 jade hairpins were all given out, and 9 blessed unions were firmly established. All the barriers, anxieties, and estrangements in the hearts of the women in the courtyard vanished like smoke. Regardless of whether they were new or old, earlier or later, everyone was a family member, cherished by the beloved, each an indispensable corner of gentleness in this small yard. Through the long night together, no one was jealous or created discord. The subtle warmth quietly fermented in the deep night, filling this otherwise quiet night with the lingering warmth of years of companionship. The dawn light pierced through the mist, gently spilling into the courtyard, and a new day arrived as promised. The Lin family, with 9 beloved women, 1 child, and 1 beloved man, all perfectly gathered, finally welcomed its most harmonious and flawless state. Inside the house, the morning light was gentle and warmth filled the air. Everyone woke up one after another without any haste or confusion, only the peaceful harmony born from daily companionship. When Lin Shen opened his eyes, warmth surrounded him, and the room was filled with tenderness. On his left, Lin Wanxing lay quietly, her posture dignified and gentle. Even in sleep, her brows and eyes carried the calm composure of a mistress of the house. After receiving the hairpin last night, she had no more worries in her heart. The completeness of the family and everyone's hearts united was the scene she most wanted to preserve, and now she slept especially peacefully and serenely. On his right, Gu Qingyan gently nestled against his shoulder, her soft hair touching her cheek, her breathing light and long. She had always been delicate and sensitive, knowing best how to cherish small kindnesses. The promise of lifelong commitment carried by the jade hairpin made her heart completely at ease, and the gentleness in her brows grew even more profound, a relaxed appearance entirely nourished by love. On the nearby soft couch, the 4 women each had their own postures, peaceful and serene. Shen Jue sat upright and elegant, the habit of a physician's self-discipline ingrained in her bones. The moment she woke, she gently opened her eyes, their color clear and pure. Her fingertips unconsciously touched the rose jade hairpin beside her pillow, and a faint smile quietly crept onto her lips, her cool temperament instantly softened by gentle warmth. Lu Ruashi's sleeping posture was lively and charming, her brows curved as if she were tending to the garden's blossoms even in her dreams. Her palm gently clutched that jade hairpin, the pure and fervent joy of youth impossible to hide, even in sleep, filled with sincere love for her small home and her beloved. In the inner position, Su Qinghan lay quietly on her side, her posture serene and reserved. Having long toiled over household affairs, she was steady and restrained, never vying for any favor. But the jade hairpin solemnly given last night finally soothed the loneliness of her years of silent dedication. Now her brows relaxed, shedding the past restraint and formality, gaining a bit of the relaxed security that belongs to family. Beside her, the shy and gentle Su Ninha curled up, slightly, her face flushed. The thrill of receiving the jade hairpin last night lingered long, and her usually timid and self-deprecating heart was for the first time filled with the weight of favor and expectation. She slept lightly, her long eyelashes trembling, hiding the most tender thoughts of a maiden. At the foot of the bed on the outer side, Gu Yuran stretched out without restraint, bright and carefree. She had always been open and passionate, her love straightforward and pure. Having received her own jade hairpin and the promise of a blessed union, her heart overflowed with joy, making even her dreams exceptionally sweet, with a faint smile always on her lips. The last two couch positions were for the newly joined Wen Riyun and Xia Zhiyu. After a lifetime of wandering and hardship, having finally found this secure haven, they both slept especially soundly. Wen Riyun's nature was soft and gentle. In the past, living under others' roofs, she had been cautious every step, never having a moment of peaceful sleep. Now in this warm courtyard, surrounded by a gentle family and sincerely protected by her beloved, all her anxiety had dissipated. Her brows were docile and peaceful, having completely let down all her defenses. Xia Zhiyu was intelligent, perceptive, rational, and steady. She had pondered deeply last night, finally seeing through the Lin family's ethos and Lin Chen's true intentions. No distinction of rank, equal treatment, sincerity, and mutual fulfillment. This was the pure warmth she had never seen in her years of drifting. Now the detachment in her eyes had faded completely, leaving only the secure certainty of being part of the family. Little Nyenin nestled among the gentle women, soft and sweet, sleeping carefree, with a small jade pendant clenched in her little hand, a symbol of the innocent joy spoiled by the whole family. Lin Chen quietly gazed at the tenderness in the room, his eyes filled with a sense of solid fulfillment. 9 beloved women, each with different temperaments, talents, and gentleness, yet united in heart and virtue, tolerant of each other, without jealousy or conflict, and mutually fulfilling. This was the most perfect family under the national policies and the most precious completeness of his life. He slowly rose, his movements extremely gentle, afraid to disturb the peace of the room. He tucked in the blankets for each one, his gaze sweeping over the rose jade hairpins quietly placed beside each pillow. The gentle jade luster shimmered faintly in the morning light, silently witnessing 9 unique and equally precious unions. Stepping out of the door, the morning breeze brushed his face, carrying the fragrance of flowers and leaves, refreshing and pleasant. In the courtyard, a new daily routine had already quietly unfolded, with everyone in perfect coordination, each performing their duties in an orderly manner. Wen Riyun was the first to come out of the house. With a gentle and diligent nature, she knew she was new to the family and quietly learned to blend into everything. Without any instruction, she took the basin, filled it with water, and carefully cleaned the tables, chairs, and stone benches in the courtyard, her movements gentle and meticulous, leaving no detail unattended. Her years of hard work in the past made her adept at household chores, handling them with care and thoroughness, silently sharing the burden of daily tasks. Lin Chen approached slowly, watching her earnest and diligent manner, and spoke softly. Riyun, you don't need to be so formal, nor do you need to deliberately work hard on everything. Once you join this family, you are a family member. There is no need to humble yourself or please others. Just live as you please and accompany us peacefully. When Riyun paused slightly, turned to look at him, her gentle brows spreading a faint smile, no longer the timid and humble look of a newcomer. I used to be alone, so I had to be cautious in everything, careful with every step. Now that I have a family, you and all the sisters, I just want to do more things to properly guard this hard-won stability. Lin Chen's heart warmed slightly. He raised his hand to gently brush away the fine dust in her hair, his tone gentle and firm. From now on, I will protect you. Just be yourself without worry and no longer endure hardships alone. This simple sentence completely smoothed over the girl's half-life of wandering hardships. When Riyun nodded, gently, warmth flowing in her heart, and continued to gently tend the courtyard, her brows docile and her heart full of peace. Not far away, Xia Zhiyu stood before the storage room, quietly organizing the household accounts. Intelligent and meticulous, with a clear mind, she was best at bookkeeping and managing supplies. Having just joined the family yesterday, she had spent the night inventorying all household supplies, reward grains and cloth and market purchases, categorizing them into a ledger with clear income and expenditure details, managing the household affairs in an orderly manner, relieving Su Qinghan of much of the domestic burden. The morning light fell on her calm and intelligent profile, earnest and focused, poised and graceful. Lin Chen approached to look, seeing the neat and elegant handwriting and the clearly organized accounts. He praised sincerely. Zhiyu, you are meticulous and clear-thinking. With you helping to manage the household accounts, the home becomes even more orderly and stable. Xia Zhiyu closed the ledger, looked up with a faint smile, her eyes clear and bright. Having joined the family, I am a family member. Managing household chores and organizing income and expenses is my duty. I will do my best to fulfill my duties so you and the sisters won't need to worry. She did not seek favor or envy honor, only to do her duty and stand by the family steadfastly, sincerely integrating into this united large family. Steady, perceptive, clear-headed, and gentle, she had a touching character of her own. In front of the flower bed in the courtyard, Lu Ruashi was already busy in full swing. The newly planted seasonal flower seedlings from last night had all survived their tender green, leaves slightly unfurled, adorned with sparkling morning dew, full of vitality. She carried a small watering can, carefully watering each plant, gently loosening the soil and removing weeds, her movements light and skilled her brows bright and lively. Having found her heart's home and her destined union, she tended to the flowers and plants. Her vigor grew ever more abundant. She resolved to tend the entire courtyard until it bloomed with flowers throughout the seasons, allowing her family to dwell in a gentle sea of blossoms year after year, never betraying her beloved nor the whole household. Seeing Lin Shan approach, she immediately lifted her head, her brows curved like crescent moons, her smile sweet and radiant. "Brother Chun, look, all the seedlings have survived. Before long the roses will bloom in profusion, flowers will blossom all year round, and our home will be the most beautiful courtyard in the entire village," she said. Lin Shan gazed at her vibrant, joyful demeanor, his heart overflowing with tenderness. He stepped forward, took the watering can from her hand, and watered the corner flowers for her, saying softly with a smile, "With our Ruah, she here our home will always be warm and blooming, gentle through every year." They stood side by side, one watering the other, keeping company as the morning light fell gently, leaves and flowers swayed lightly. In the ordinary rhythm of daily life, deep affection abounded. Beneath the eaves by the stone table, Shen Jue sat quietly brewing tea and preparing medicine, elegant and serene. In spring the dampness grew heavier and the temperature gap between day and night widened, easily inducing fatigue and harming the spleen and stomach. Rising early, she sorted herbs, blended a new health tea formula with the most gentle proportions, and carefully ground medicinal powders to make pills that dispel dampness and strengthen the spleen. On the stone table, 9 small, exquisite herbal pouches were neatly arranged, each labeled with a name meticulous and considerate. In the household there were 9 women, 1 beloved husband, and 1 young child. Everyone had a share, with no one overlooked. She had always been like this, with a healer's benevolent heart, silently guarding the entire family so that they remained free from illness through every season. Her tenderness was hidden in every careful preparation of herbs and every heartfelt reminder. Lin Shan walked to her side, quietly watching her serene, focused expression as she lowered her brows. He said softly, "You work hard every day to care for the family's health. It must be tiring." Shen Jue raised her eyes, her elegant features tinged with a gentle smile. She handed him a cup of warm tea and said, "To ensure my beloved's peace and my family's well-being is my wish. It is never tiring. Brother Chen, try this. It's a newly blended, dampness-dispelling tea, perfect for spring." They exchanged a tender glance, no words needed. Their understanding reached deep into each other's hearts. A mutual tenderness, steady and enduring. Under the warm sun, Lin Wanqing and Gu Qingyan sat shoulder to shoulder, sewing clothes in a scene of tranquil times. After days of adjustment, the 2 primary wives grew more composed and magnanimous, their hearts filled with the completeness of the whole family. Their hands never stopped sewing. They no longer made clothes only for their husband and child. They also began to carefully tailor new garments for Wenryun and Xiajiu, with fine, gentle stitches full of acceptance, without any hint of exclusion or distance. Ruiyun has a gentle temperament, so she suits light, elegant fabrics. Gu Qingyan gently twisted the thread, speaking softly. Jiyu is clever and crisp, so her clothes can be simple and generous, suiting her nature. Lin Wanqing nodded, slightly composed and gentle. "Since we are one family, we should treat everyone equally. New clothes, new appearance, a new year, a new home. Let the 2 younger sisters feel completely at ease. From now on, this is their eternal home." They chatted gently while their needles flew, the subtle tenderness woven into the garments fully displaying the warmth of the household's magnanimity and unity. Nearby, Su Nianhe sat quietly, silently helping to sort threads and fold cloth, gentle and shy. But today her eyes no longer held the former humility and timidity. When her fingertips occasionally touched the jade hairpin by her pillow, a steady stream of warmth and confidence surged in her heart. She would occasionally lift her eyes toward Lin Shan, her gaze hiding tiny starlights, a faint smile, gentle and pure. She was quietly transforming, growing more composed and soft. In the center of the courtyard, Gu Yuran led little Nianin in carefree running and play. The girl was bright and innocent, her laughter crisp as wind chimes as she ran and twirled around the fresh greenery of the courtyard. Nianin took small steps, stumbling as she chased her sister, her soft, sweet laughter filling the courtyard, adding lively warmth to the gentle, peaceful little yard. "Nianin, look. From now on our home will be full of flowers everywhere. Sister, flowers, daddy, mommy, all here." The child's voice was sweet, the girl's laughter tender. The courtyard was full of life, the room brimming with warmth. Inside the kitchen, Su Qinghan still tended to the 3 meals of the day, steady and reliable. The stove fire was warm, smoke curled upward, and the fragrance of rice and flour, mixed with the freshness of vegetables and fruits, drifted through the entire courtyard. Rising early, she kneaded dough, steamed cakes, and simmered nourishing soups to soothe the stomach, catering to everyone's tastes. She carefully prepared warming tonics for the sisters with weaker constitutions and soft, easily digestible food for little Nianin. She never vied for favor, never spoke of deep affection. Instead, she poured all her love into the meals of every year, the hearth of every season, silently upholding the most stable and solid foundation of the entire home. Lin Shan entered the kitchen, stood by her side, and quietly accompanied her by the stove's fire. Watching her busy, gentle back, Lin Shan spoke softly, his tone earnest and sincere. "Qinghan, everyone in the family has their own role and contributions, but you have upheld the most fundamental warmth and stability of our home. Your goodness, I have always seen it with my eyes and kept it in my heart. Su Qinghan turned back her brows and eyes warm with a smile, a gentle warmth flowing in her heart. To be able to stay by your side to guard this family courtyard with 3 meals and 4 seasons peaceful year after year. That is the best life I could ever have. The family scene was gentle and complete, everything going smoothly, everyone at peace. Just as the courtyard was filled with warmth and the days were serene, a clear announcement broadcast sounded from the village entrance, steady and resonant, spreading across every inch of the entire village. Village's ultimate national policy announcement. Male shortage, female abundance, prosper the family, and stabilize the state. All men of appropriate age who sincerely manage the household, take many virtuous wives, and maintain family harmony, shall have all their marriages legally registered without distinction of order or newness, and shall be protected by law for life. Model families shall have all members recorded in the village's glory register, enjoying preferential treatment for generations and annual rewards. The broadcast was clear, each word falling with resounding force. This was the final version of the complete national policy issued by the state. It completely abolished the distinction of order and rank and fully recognized the legitimacy of harmonious polygamous marriages. All sincere unions of love were equal, legal, and protected for life. The news spread like wine through the entire village, stirring up the neighbors. Everyone envied the Lin family's completeness, and everyone admired Lin Chen's responsibility and the unity and kindness of the many virtuous ladies. Hearing this, everyone in the courtyard felt a tremor in their hearts, and then their eyes rippled with endless tenderness and joy. Previously, their status was only a village registration and verbal acknowledgement. But today, the final chapter of the national policy had been enacted. It was legal certification, the stamp of the state, and lifelong protection. Lin Wanqing put down her needlework, rose calmly, her brows gentle and solemn. The national policy is finally settled. Our blessed unions are legal. From now on, the 9 of us will accompany you, our beloved, in lasting devotion, all legitimate, without worries, year after year, and with eternal support. Gu Qingyin's eyes shone with soft light, like water, a gentle smile on her lips. The state has fulfilled its part, and our beloved does not let us down. To spend this life together, there are no regrets. Shun Jue nodded elegantly, her expression serene. With the law as our proof, and time as our witness, may the whole family be healthy and united through every year. Lu Ruoshi's brows were bright, her smile sweet. How wonderful. Our family will always be honorable and reunited year after year. Su Qinghan, Su Nianhe, and Gu Yuran all had starlight in their eyes, their expectations settled, and their hearts full of peace. When Riyun and Xia Zhiyu felt their eyes grow warm, their hearts a mix of countless emotions. They had once been orphan girls without support, drifting through the world with no home. They had never imagined that one day they could legitimately possess a lawful, blessed union, a stable family, and lifelong protection. In a single day, the national policy was finalized, and all 9 unions became legitimate. Lin Chen stood in the center of the courtyard, the spring breeze stirring his clothes, his posture upright and steady. His gaze slowly swept over the 9 beautiful women before him, whose eyes were all filled with him, then looked at the soft, obedient child in his arms, and at the courtyard full of blooming flowers, fresh greenery, and warm hearth. His heart was full and burning with completeness. He raised his hand, his voice gentle, yet unwaveringly firm, carried by the spring breeze, and ringing through the entire courtyard. The final chapter of the national policy has been settled, and the law has fulfilled our family. From now on, Wanqing, Qingyin, Jue, Ruoshi, Qinghan, Nianhe, Yuran, Rinjiu. 9 virtuous wives, all legitimate, all registered, all equal. No distinction of morning or evening, new or old, first or later. In this life, I will treat all equally, cherish them with all my heart, stay with them through every year, and never leave until our hair turns white. The spring breeze rustled leaves and flowers swayed lightly. The 9 beautiful women all raised their eyes to look at their beloved before them, their gazes filled with deep affection, peace, and completeness. No contention, no jealousy, no rift, no distance. 9 hearts united as one, the whole family of one mind. The morning light was perfect, the spring breeze gentle, the new greenery in the courtyard lush, and the jade hairpin shimmered faintly. The national policy fixed the blessed unions, and time testifies to deep affection. The courtyard was full of spring warmth, all hearts were united, 9 unions were complete, and may they be at peace for all years. The spring breeze was gentle and lingering. Lin Shen looked at the hall full of beautiful women, with radiant smiles, warmth surging in his heart. He softly suggested, "Today the national policy is settled, everyone's status is legitimate, and our blessed unions are complete. Just as the spring light is perfect, why don't we adorn our hair with flowers, and take a photo in the courtyard to capture this moment of eternal reunion?" As the words fell, everyone gladly agreed, their eyes full of gentle anticipation. Lu Ruoshi was the most excited. She turned and ran to the flower bed, her fingertips gently picking the newly blooming tiny roses and pure white daisies, the stems still bearing dew, fresh and sweet. She had a deep understanding of the art of matching flowers and branches. According to each sister's temperament, she carefully selected flower colors and stems, distributing them one by one, fulfilling a unique, gentle grace for each person. Lin Wanqing sat upright in the center, her demeanor dignified and graceful. She took a branch of elegant pink rose, raised her hand, and gently placed it in her hair. The soft petals set off her gentle and dignified brows, her matronly charm naturally formed. Not gaudy nor vulgar, but composed and noble. She was the most stable foundation of the family's peace. Gu Qingyin, always gentle as water, took a small white flower and gently pinned it beside her ear. The tiny white flowers nestled against her soft temple hair, adding a touch of tender affection. Her brows and eyes shone with gentle light tenderness, entering the bone, hiding all the enduring love within the blossoms. Shun Jiwei's temperament was elegantly otherworldly. She chose a branch of light green tiny flowers and pinned it in her hair. The plain flower stem matched her cool, clear brows, washing away all ostentation, pure and translucent. The healer's tenderness and tranquil heart complemented each other in the spring morning light, elegant and healing. Lu Ruashi herself pinned a bright red small rose diagonally in her hair. The vivid flower color set off her radiant vitality, exuberant and passionate. Her brows curved, her smile sweet, just like her ever-fresh and fervent love, adding vivid hues to the courtyard's tenderness. Su Qinghan took a branch of gentle light red rose and gently pinned it at her temple. Her gentle brows, long accustomed to the toil of the hearth, were softly adorned by the flower's color, shedding a bit of the simplicity of labor and gaining a touch of feminine grace. Her deep affection was introverted, nourishing quietly. Sun Yinha chose a cluster of tiny white daisies and timidly pinned them at the side of her hair. The small flowers were plain and delicate, just like her pure and untainted heart, shy, gentle, untouched by worldly dust. Starlight shimmered in her eyes, unable to hide the joy of this moment of completeness. Gu Yuran decisively pinned a bright little flower in her hair. The vivid color set off her brilliant smile, lively and fresh. With youthful spirit, open and passionate, her brows and eyes were full of unrestrained delight, vivid and dazzling, a scene unto herself. When Ryun, who had newly joined the household, carefully took a branch of soft light pink flower and gently inserted it into her hair. Having drifted half her life without support, today she adorned her hair with a flower properly and had a home to return to. The gentle flower color smoothed away all her past humility and timidity. Her brows were gentle and peaceful, full of the stability and gratitude of surviving tribulations. Xia Zhiyu pinned a simple plain flower, neat and graceful, elegant and appropriate, matching her intelligent, clear-sighted, calm and rational nature. The flower was not gaudy, the person not ostentatious. She steadily integrated into the family scene, quiet and gentle with a measured warmth. 9 beautiful women, 9 styles, 9 colors of blossoms. Each had their own fragrance, none superior or inferior. Everyone wore flowers in their hair, everyone's brows held spring. Jade hairpins set off black tresses, abundant flowers reflected in their eyes. The jade luster and flower colors complemented each other, filling the courtyard with elegance and ultimate completeness. Little Yinan wore a new floral dress, clutching a small wildflower in her hand. She stood obediently in front of everyone, her little face pink and adorable, innocent and well-behaved, adding a touch of childlike warmth to the courtyard's elegance. Lin Xin stood in the center of the crowd, his posture upright and gentle. His plain clothes were clean and neat. He needed no elaborate flowers to adorn him. His own bearing was enough. He raised his hand and pinned the remaining most beautiful rose to his lapel, his gaze tenderly sweeping over everyone before him, his eyes filled with the most complete tenderness in the world. The spring breeze brushed the courtyard, rose branches and leaves swayed gently. Morning light poured down, falling on everyone's black hair, jade hairpins, and abundant flowers, warm and glowing with gentle light and shadow. The 9 beautiful women stood in a graceful arrangement, their postures gentle and smiles radiant. The child stood obediently in front, the beloved sat upright in the center. The 10 figures overlapped in the stone courtyard, harmonious and united, leaning on each other through the years. No hierarchy or order, no distance between old and new. 9 hearts united as one, the family complete. All were the beloved's cherished ones, all were legitimate unions, all were the fulfilled ones blessed by the state. The light and shadow captured a single moment, preserving the deep affection of every year. The courtyard's abundant flowers bear witness. The jade hairpin is the token, the national policy is the promise, and time is the covenant. From now on, spring light will forever dwell, the whole family will be at peace. 9 unions will hold together, white-haired and never parting, year after year, completeness without end. The gentle spring morning sunlight bathed the bluestone courtyard as the harmonious image of 10 people wearing flowers in their hair and standing together for a family portrait gradually faded away. That tender scene of hair adorned with blossoms and jade hairpins shimmering with light was already etched into the gentle spring breeze, making the entire courtyard feel even more warm and graceful. With the national policy confirming the bonds of matrimony and the law providing a solid foundation, all hidden estrangements and worries within the Lin family had completely dissolved. The warmth of being together day and night, now certified by the nation and witnessed by the people, made this small family's fulfillment open, secure, enduring, and promising for generations to come. The 9 beautiful women, old and new, understood and sympathized with each other, free from rivalry or jealousy. 9 hearts beat as one in perfect harmony. Their past companionship was the warmth of daily life. Now, with the prosperous national policy as support and the imperial law as proof, their union was no longer just a private sentiment, but a model of family virtue that conformed to the benevolent governance of the era and enlightened the local community. A clear breeze passed through the courtyard, causing the newly grown rose leaves to rustle gently, spreading a vibrant vitality throughout the yard, and making this peaceful little home feel even more tranquil and heartwarming. The group dispersed from the photo formation, but no one was eager to return indoors. They stood quietly under the warm sun, letting the gentle spring light envelop them, their hearts filled with a solid and assured joy. Little Nyenin held a delicate wildflower in her palm, softly nestling against Lin Chun. Her innocent clear eyes did not yet understand the profound significance of national registration and legitimate status. She only knew that her father was there, her mother was there, and all the sisters were there. This small courtyard was her warmest and most secure haven in life. Lin Chun lowered his gaze to the group of beautiful women before him, their eyes brimming with spring warmth and gentle smiles. His heart was filled with profound fulfillment, and immense tenderness settled within his being. Previously, he had guarded the family to protect a private warmth and household peace. Now, with the enlightened national policy and the fulfillment of the law, what he protected was the most legitimate and open family fulfillment under a prosperous era. For a man to take responsibility and protect his family, and for a small family to live in harmony and foster good customs, is the most simple, yet grand cultivation for ordinary people. The wind is warm, the sun is gentle, the spring light is just right. Lin Chun spoke softly, his voice warm and steady, carried by the breeze across the courtyard. From now on, there is no need to be restrained or anxious. There is no distinction between old and new, no hierarchy of status. You are all my rightful wives, the true mistresses of this courtyard. Just live in peace, secure and serene through the years. This heartfelt promise, gentle and soothing, touched everyone's hearts, and the warmth in their eyes grew deeper and more lasting. This scene moved Wen Ruojuan and Xia Zhiyu the most. In just one day, they had transformed from drifting homeless orphans into legal family members, cherished by a good man and embraced by the entire household. The years of wandering and instability had completely ended. From now on, someone would shield them from life's storms, and they would have companions through the warmth and cold of each season. Wen Ruojuan gently touched the flowers at her temple, her expression soft and gentle, whispering, "With your promise and the nation as our witness, I will never wander again. I only wish to guard our home and stay by your side, safe and serene through the years." Xia Zhiyu nodded slightly, her clear eyes filled with determination. "The road ahead has a home to return to, and behind me is a family. I will diligently manage the household and fulfill my duties, never betraying my husband's deep affection or the family's generous love." The other beautiful women also smiled and nodded, their hearts pure and sincere, without any reservation. Lin Wanqing, with her composed demeanor, silently stabilized the foundation of the family. Gu Qingyan, gentle and affectionate, hid the long and steady expectations. Shun Jiwei, elegant and tranquil, only wished for the family's health throughout the years. Lu Ruoxi, bright and passionate, had her heart full of flowers and the journey home. Su Qinghan, warm and reserved, guarded the fulfillment with the warmth of daily life. Su Nianhe, shy and gentle, quietly accompanied and silently stayed. Gu Yuran, lively and vibrant, eagerly looked forward to the family's joyful reunions year after year. As the warm family atmosphere lingered, a series of orderly and steady footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard, growing louder and clearer as they approached through the streets. This sound was different from the casual and relaxed chatter of neighbors. It carried the solemnity of official business mixed with the murmurs of curious onlookers, and was heading straight for the Lin family's courtyard. "It's the county clerk. The registrar himself has come. The national policy was just announced, and the officials are already here to bestow honors. This is unprecedented. Truly worthy of the Lin family. The only model family in the entire village now, with all bonds of marriage properly legitimized. A perfect example for the community." Exclamations of astonishment and admiration spread rapidly throughout the street, causing every household to poke their heads out to watch. Lin Chen's gaze steadied, his expression calm, as he stepped forward and slowly pushed open the courtyard gate. The gate opened, revealing the scene outside. The county registrar, dressed in formal official robes, stood upright with a dignified posture and a warm smile on his face. Behind him, several attendants bearing gifts stood in formation, holding a gilded plaque, imperial commendation documents, and embroidered grain rewards, all with solemn ceremony and strict protocol. The street on both sides was crowded with villagers, all standing on tiptoe, their eyes filled with respect and envy. Seeing Lin Chun emerge, the registrar immediately stepped forward, cupped his hands, and announced in a loud and clear voice, "Congratulations, Master Lin. Congratulations. Today, the imperial final policy for stabilizing the people has officially been implemented. Your family's harmony, upright bonds, and pure family customs make you the only model in the entire county who has fully implemented the new policy, stabilized the household, and enlightened the community. I have come specially today to officially announce the commendation, enter your household into the county's honor register, and grant hereditary preferential treatment." As his words fell, the street fell silent for a moment, then erupted into heartfelt praise. Two attendants stepped forward, holding aloft a black lacquered plaque inlaid with gold. On the plaque, the 4 golden characters, He Jia Chun Feng, pure family customs, shone brightly, the strokes grand and upright. The gold reflected the morning's spring light, dazzling and dignified, fully displaying the weighty majesty of the imperial commendation. The registrar pointed to the plaque and read the official interpretation in a clear voice, each word resonant. This plaque is an imperial honor to be hung for generations, preserved forever. It praises the Lin family for uniting 9 hearts without jealousy, dissolving hierarchy, purifying the community's customs through small family harmony, and safeguarding the peace of the era through the husband's responsibility, a model of family virtue for all the people in the county. With that, the registrar's expression turned solemn, and he signaled an attendant to unfurl a scroll of imperial yellow brocade. The scroll was intricately patterned with dignified calligraphy and numerous vermilion seals. It was a copy of the Golden Register of Prosperous Bonds, which could be filed directly in the government office. Once entered, it became an unalterable official record. The entire scene fell silent. All the villagers held their breath, not daring to disturb the solemnity. The registrar held the Golden Register and read the imperial decree aloud, his voice resounding through the streets. By the grace of heaven, the prosperous era brings peace to the people. Now the national policy is finalized, revitalizing family ethics, comforting the lonely and weak, and purifying the customs of the people. Lin Chen, a villager, is upright in character, benevolent in managing his family, courteous and responsible. He harmonizes his wives without jealousy, unites the old and new, fulfilling 9 righteous bonds, enlightening the neighborhood, and ensuring a harmonious household with pure customs, the foremost model of family governance in the entire county. Special grant the imperial plaque, pure family customs, hereditary preferential treatment, and generational rewards. His 9 wives are all entered into the Golden Register of Prosperous Bonds with official registration, legal confirmation, dissolved hierarchy, and equal respect for old and new. They are all legitimate wives, recorded for generations, never to be removed, and under the lifelong protection of imperial law. As the imperial decree concluded, the registrar dipped the brush in imperial ink and, in full view of the villagers, called out each name and personally recorded them. Every stroke of the brush was an ironclad proof. Lin Wanqing, legitimate wife, registered. Gu Qingyan, legitimate wife, registered. Shun Jiwei, legitimate wife, registered. Lu Ruoxi, legitimate wife, registered. Su Qinghan, legitimate wife, registered. Su Nianhe, legitimate wife, registered. Gu Yuran, legitimate wife, registered. Wen Ruojuan, legitimate wife, registered. Xia Jiu, legitimate wife, registered. With each name called, one of the beautiful women nodded slightly, her posture elegant, her expression solemn, accepting this legitimate status certified by the nation. All the previous anxieties, reservations, old new divisions, and lingering grudges completely dissipated with each solemn official announcement and each stroke of the brush in the Golden Register. Wen Ruojuan and Xia Jiu were particularly moved. Their bodies trembled slightly, their eyes stinging with warmth and brimming with emotion. They had drifted through half their lives nameless and stateless, like floating duckweed, never dreaming that one day they would have a recognized identity and a home to call their own. Now, with their names recorded in the Imperial Golden Register, they were legitimately entered into the Lin family. They were no longer helpless orphans, but legitimate law-protected wives of a good man in a prosperous era. After all 9 names were recorded, the registrar took the vermilion official seal, raised it high, and brought it down firmly. Thud. A heavy sound, ironclad proof, immutable for ages. The Golden Register is filed, sealed with the official seal. From now on, 9 hearts are united, all are legitimate, valid for generations, recognized by court and commoners alike. The street fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. In the next instant, the gathered villagers knelt in unison, bowing their heads to the ground, their voices shaking the long street, vast and prolonged. Congratulations to the Lin mansion, receiving imperial grace. May the family prosper. Thank you for the prosperous national policy, blessing all people with secure homes. The villagers knelt not to honor a mortal, but to honor the benevolent governance of the prosperous era, the pure family customs, and the most open and complete homecoming in the world. At this moment, the spring breeze stilled, the heavenly light descended, and the entire village seemed to stand in solemn reverence, bowing to this rare and complete honor. In the courtyard, the 9 beautiful women stood side by side behind Lin Chen, the flowers in their hair, still fresh, jade hairpins shimmering, their figures dignified and graceful, without a trace of shyness or hesitation. Having gone through days and nights together, understanding one another, they finally received the nation's seal and the people's witness. Their hearts were now filled only with pure serenity and supreme honor. The registrar then announced the preferential policies in a clear voice, each word weighty and honorable. The final review of the national policy is recorded. The 9 bonds of the Lin family are all entered into the official registry, lifelong, under the protection of the law. From today onward, all wives in the family have legitimate status, effective for generations, never to be altered. The model family's preferential treatment is elevated by 1 rank. Annual grain and cloth subsidies, seasonal medicine, children's education, and neighborhood priority rights are hereditary, with yearly rewards. As each imperial decree resounded through the streets, the onlookers were deeply moved and sincerely admired. Everyone knew that the Lin family was harmonious and prosperous, but they never imagined they would receive such ultimate favor from the court. All members legitimized hereditary glory for the family, truly realizing the principle of one person virtuous, the whole family, fulfilled blessings for generations. This is true glory for the ancestors. Old and new united without jealousy or conflict. Such family customs, such blessings are well deserved. The new policy fulfills the good, and the good man lives up to the nation. The Lin family is truly a century-old blessed household. Endless praises the whole street, filled with heartfelt admiration. The wives in the courtyard walked out slowly, standing together beside Lin Shun, their demeanor gentle and dignified. Flowers adorned their brows, jade hairpins complemented their dark hair, and they stood in formation, orderly and solemn, exuding an air of grand family style and prosperous era customs. The registrar's gaze swept over them, seeing the 9 beauties with distinct temperaments and extraordinary grace, yet all-inclusive and harmonious. His admiration deepened, and he remarked sincerely, "I have inspected many villages and seen thousands of households, but never have I seen one where old and new are so united, hierarchy dissolved, and hearts in harmony, as in the Lin family. Master Lin is responsible and measured, and all the ladies are virtuous and tolerant. Such pure family customs are worthy of being a model for the world." Lin Shen cupped his hands calmly, neither arrogant nor flustered, with proper demeanor and sincere tone. The prosperous era's national policy is clear and considerate, comforting the people and soothing the weak. I simply guard this small family, protect my loved ones, fulfill my duty as a man, and follow the inherent goodness of the human heart. The honor is too great. From now on I will be even more diligent in managing the household, enlightening the neighbors, and staying true to my heart, never betraying the nation's high hopes or the benevolent governance of this prosperous era. This reply, generous and open-minded, earned even more respect from the registrar. Then the attendants counted and delivered the hereditary preferential supplies into the courtyard one by one. Each item was of imperial standard, a grace of the prosperous era: finely milled imperial grain, top-grade cloud brocade silk, seasonal herbs from the Imperial Medical Academy, imperial enlightenment books, colorful tribute silk threads, and winter cotton materials. The supplies were neatly stacked and dazzling, filling the entire corridor, a clear display of the court's generous treatment and supreme honor. Xia Zhu stepped forward, composedly, solemnly receiving all the official documents, carefully storing them for the record. Her mind was meticulous and clear. From now on, all official credentials, preferential policies, and reward materials for the Lin family would be organized and recorded by her, preserved for generations, guarding the ironclad proof of the family's hereditary glory. When Ruojuan followed, gently, silently helping to sort and place the supplies and tidy the courtyard, meticulous and hard-working, shouldering the household chores without complaint. The others each took their roles, receiving the guests with grace and propriety, having shed all small family awkwardness, now displaying the demeanor of a distinguished clan. Seeing this harmonious scene of a virtuous family, the registrar finally announced to the whole village in a loud voice, "From today onward, the Lin family is the foremost in family customs in the county and the first benchmark of the new policy. All matters of marriage, neighborly harmony, and settlement of lonely women in the county shall take the Lin family as the model. If any neighbor has family discord, marriage dilemmas, or orphaned women without support, they may come to the Lin family for guidance. What the Lin family says, the county will follow, and the people will emulate." With these words, the Lin family's status as the foremost virtuous family and eternal benchmark in the county was firmly established. The surrounding villagers once again bowed in congratulations, their hearts full of reverence and sincerity, leaving no trace of envy or testing, only complete respect and trust. From then on, the Lin family was no longer just a prosperous small household in the village, but a model of the prosperous era, endorsed by the court, revered by the people, and benefiting the entire region. The award ceremony concluded, and the registrar took his leave with a smile. "I have official duties today, so I'll take my leave. I'll come another day to enjoy tea and chat, and congratulate the Lin family on their eternal prosperity and fulfillment." "Thank you for your kindness, sir." Lin Shen cupped his hands in return, leading the family to see off the official procession as it gradually receded. The onlookers still lingered, gazing at the shining golden plaque in the courtyard, their eyes full of awe and envy, reluctant to leave. As the crowd slowly dispersed, Lin Shen gently closed the courtyard gate. The clamor subsided, and the small courtyard returned to its gentle peace, though now there was a dignified heaviness that came with reputation. The spring breeze brushed by, and the plaque reading He Jia Chun Feng at the center of the gate shimmered with light, firmly rooted there, becoming the eternal mark of the Lin family's glory. Everyone stood in the courtyard gazing at this weighty imperial plaque, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. The fulfillment before was the warmth of a small family's daily companionship. Now it was the glory of family customs, certified by the nation, praised by the people, and passable through generations. Lin Wanqing's gaze was calm and gentle, speaking first. "Family customs have earned honor, and fame has been bestowed. From now on, we not only guard our own hearth, but also live up to the name of a model. Be harmonious and kind to others, be inclusive and virtuous, and never betray the nation's expectations or the people's gaze." Gu Qingyan's eyes were tender and affectionate, smiling lightly. "Fame is an honor, but also a responsibility. To stay together with one heart and live gently is the best enlightenment we can offer." Shun Jue nodded elegantly, her heart pure, From now on, I will prepare more medicinal herbs and common remedies. If neighbors are ill or children are unwell, they can come and ask for help. With my humble skill as a healer, I will not fail the reputation of our foremost family. Lu Ruashi's eyes were bright and her smile radiant. I will carefully tend to the garden flowers and trees so they bloom in all 4 seasons and stay green year after year. Let every visitor see the gentle visage of a harmonious home. Su Qinghan was serene and warm, her heart unchanged. I will hold fast to the 3 meals of daily life cooked through the warmth of each year and protect the family's peace and continuity of hearth and home. Su Nianhe spoke softly, gentle and firm. I will quietly accompany and help as much as I can guarding this hard-won family fulfillment. Gu Yiran's smile was bright and lively. I will accompany Nianen as she grows, keep our small home vibrant and lively, and let our fulfillment be renewed year after year. One Ruojuan warm and sincere. I will diligently manage the household affairs, work hard to keep the home, and never betray this peaceful glory or the family's deep love. Xia Zhiyu concluded steadily, her gaze firm. I will organize the documents and accounts, preserve the family's cultural heritage, and ensure that the Lin family's pure reputation is passed down through the ages, never fading. Each of the 9 held to their own heart, took on their own duties without rivalry or contention, completing each other. 9 hearts were finally united, forming the most solid and warm foundation of the Lin family. Lin Shen listened quietly to each person's words, his eyes filled with tenderness and certainty. He raised his eyes, sweeping over the courtyard full of flowers and the golden plaque, looking at the beautiful women before him, whose gazes were all fixed on him, and the innocent child in his arms. His voice was steady and deep, resounding throughout the courtyard. Today the nation has bestowed upon me fame, upon you legitimacy, and upon our family supreme honor. For the rest of my life, I will not betray the nation, not betray my original heart, and not betray anyone by my side. A harmonious small family can pacify the neighborhood, pure family customs can prosper the region. From now on, the Lin family will uphold pure customs, practice kindness, protect righteous bonds, and ensure peaceful years. The spring light was perfect, the courtyard full of flowers, jade hairpins, shimmering, the plaque shining upon the world. With one day's honor at the door, the family's customs would flourish for 100 generations. The fulfillment of the world is not only the tenderness of day-to-day companionship, but also the weight of a clear reputation and eternal prosperity. The whole family united in heart serene through endless years, prosperous bonds of a flourishing era, eternal peace. The spring day lingered, gently warm sunlight spreading across the entire bluestone courtyard of the Lin family. The grand clamor of the official commendation from the previous day had faded and the streets had returned to peace and tranquility. Only the imperial plaque inscribed with harmonious family pure virtue, bestowed by the court, shimmered softly in the warm sunlight, carrying the weight of the dynasty's favor and the people's reverence, steadily anchoring the spirit and integrity of the entire courtyard. In a single day, the Lin family had undergone a transformation. Their names were recorded in the golden register, their official status confirmed, and all 9 accomplished women were officially recognized. The once harmonious small family had risen to become the foremost virtuous household in the entire township and a model of the new policies. Beneath the weight of fame and the glow of honor, none in the household grew arrogant or restless. Instead, their hearts became even clearer and calmer. They understood that glory was a gift from a prosperous era, the hope of the people, and a duty to be passed down through generations. As the spring breeze caressed his sleeves, Lin Shen stood in the courtyard, lifting his gaze to admire the blooming flowers and the peaceful sight of his family. His eyes were distant and serene. A moment of fulfillment lies in the warmth of daily companionship. Enduring prosperity ultimately depends on establishing rules, solidifying family traditions, and passing down virtue through generations. Previously, the Lin family's union was built on goodwill and mutual tolerance. But now, with their fame spreading far and wide and countless people emulating them, every word and deed became a model for the world. Thus, it was necessary to establish clear family precepts and set household guidelines. Only by defining harmony, practicing kindness with measure, and managing the household with order could they live up to the court's commendation and the neighbors' admiration and establish a pure and upright foundation for future generations. With his resolve firm, Lin Shen spoke in a gentle, warm voice, each word carrying weight as it drifted through the courtyard. Now that the family and the state have bestowed this honor upon us, and our household has received this unparalleled glory, we have become a model for the village and a paragon for the people. Without family precepts to guide us, harmony would have no foundation and good deeds would lack lasting power. Today, while we have leisure, let us together establish family precepts and regulate our family traditions to preserve a lifetime of integrity and pass down pure virtue for 100 generations. As his words fell, everyone in the courtyard nodded in unison, their eyes filled with solemn respect. The 9 accomplished women stood gracefully, their bearing elegant and their hearts clear. Having spent days and nights together, grown through mutual understanding, and then received the state's recognition and official registration, they had long become one heart, united without any rift. Upon hearing the call to establish family precepts, none were indifferent, all were willing to guard the family together and uphold the virtuous tradition. Lin Wanqing, as the matriarch of the household, carried herself with poise and dignity. She stepped forward half a pace, bowed slightly, and said softly, "My husband speaks truly. A family cannot stand without rules, and a person cannot thrive without virtue. Under the weight of fame, we must be even more cautious in guarding our hearts and strict in regulating our family traditions. Let us establish ourselves with integrity and pass down kindness through generations." Having long managed the household and maintained its overall harmony, she understood deeply the meaning of preserving the family legacy. In the past, they managed the household by following their hearts and treating others with warmth. But now, with fame upon them, they must use the precepts as a guide and rules as a measure, so that the Lin family's harmony and kindness are structured, sustainable, and passed down through generations. Lin Shun nodded slightly, his gaze slowly sweeping over the assembled group. Then, with clear and deliberate words, he articulated the 5 family precepts. The words were simple and upright without ostentation, yet each sentence touched the heart and rooted itself in the family tradition. First, guard the heart, and be kind, nurture virtue, and maintain the household. In the family, there is no distinction of old or new, no order of precedence. Respect and forgive one another without jealousy or strife. Let tolerance be the foundation and harmony the root. Second, be diligent and frugal, and preserve the essence of daily life. Do not be extravagant or restless. Work diligently, live steadily, and cherish the simple warmth of 3 meals a day, securing a lifetime of tranquility. Third, practice benevolence, and help the world, be gentle, and cultivate neighborly relations. Have compassion in your heart, treat the weak with kindness. Help when neighbors are in need, offer guidance when villagers are perplexed. Let the gentle breeze of a small family nurture the entire land. Fourth, be pure in character and upright in conduct. Do not covet empty fame or pursue selfish gain. Guard your true heart, walk the righteous path, and never betray the country's favor or the people's expectations. Fifth, pass down learning through farming and reading, and cultivate virtue in educating people. Teach children to know propriety and be kind. Teach family members to observe decorum and understand moderation. Stand upright, keep the family tradition pure, and let blessings extend far and wide, generation after generation. The 5 precepts, brief and simple, without ornate words, yet each sentence established a foundation for life, and each word conveyed virtue. They imposed no harsh restrictions, only gentle guidance. They demanded no hierarchical severity, only mutual encouragement with one heart. They upheld the dignified pattern of a prosperous family tradition, while perfectly aligning with the Lin family's gentle, harmonious nature and pure intention of mutual fulfillment. The 9 accomplished women listened quietly, letting each precept settle in their hearts, their eyes growing more determined and serene. Then each person softly made a vow, guarding their own heart and bearing their own responsibility. Gu Qingyin, with tender and affectionate eyes, gently echoed, "Guard the precepts, nurture the heart, and live with gentleness. From now on, I will diligently guard my heart, treat others with soft kindness, and protect the family with warmth, so that the household's warmth endures year after year." Shun Jiwei, elegant and refined with a pure and clear healer's heart, said, "Practice benevolence to help the world and establish oneself with virtue. I will use my medical skills to do good and treat others with a true heart, protecting the family from illness and aiding the neighbors in health, living up to the family precepts and my original aspiration." Lu Ruashi, with bright and cheerful eyes and a clear smile, said, "Be diligent and frugal, guard the basics, and be gentle and kind. I will tend to the flowers and trees in the courtyard throughout the seasons, using the vitality of nature to nourish the family and soothe the neighbors, so that all who come can see the Lin family's goodwill." Su Qinghan, serene and gentle with her original heart unchanged, said, "Guard the essence of daily life with a peaceful heart and manage the household with diligence and frugality. I will take care of the 3 meals each year and the warmth of human life, using the small, steady comforts to support the family's fulfillment." Sun Yinha, soft-spoken and gentle, said with devotion, "Respectfully observe the family precepts and quietly nurture kindness. I will silently accompany and wholeheartedly assist, preserving the harmony of the household and never failing the reunion of each year." Gu Yuran, lively and sincere, said with frankness, "Stand upright and treat others with warmth. I will guard my heart, be kind year after year, keep the household lively, and protect the family's gentle harmony." When Ruajuan, with soft and gentle eyes full of gratitude, said, "Having found a home to return to and received precepts to live by, I will be diligent, courteous, humble, and kind, and through small actions protect the family's pure virtue." Xia Zhiyu, with a calm and clear gaze, spoke methodically, "With the family precepts as the guide, let every action be measured. I will personally transcribe them into a book, preserve them for the future, organize the family's accounts, and record the family's good deeds, so that virtuous conduct has a record and can be passed down through generations." Everyone set their hearts, everyone made a vow, everyone adhered to the precepts. The Lin family's tradition was never about one person guarding alone or walking alone. It was about 10 people united, all observing together, sharing honor and prosperity. After the vows were made, Xia Zhiyu fetched fine rice paper and a clear ink stick and spread the paper on the stone table under the veranda to grind the ink. The morning light gently fell on the paper surface, and the faint fragrance of ink drifted with the breeze. She lowered her eyes and took up the brush, writing with neat, precise strokes and a steady, forceful hand. She transcribed the 5 family precepts character by character without a single sloppy stroke or error. In a short while a sheet of Lin family precepts was completed. White paper, clear ink, every character dignified. The 5 precepts stood out clearly solemn, yet warm and grand. Lin Shin stepped forward, took up the brush, and inscribed a heavy signature, to be jointly observed by the Lin family and passed down through generations. With that signature, this piece of family precepts became the root of the Lin family's standing for generations and the foundation of their enduring legacy. Together everyone rose and carefully pasted the family precepts on the main wall of the hall, echoing the imperial plaque outside the courtyard. Outside there was the glorious honor bestowed by the nation, and inside there was the pure virtue of establishing oneself and passing down the family tradition. The combination of inner and outer created 100 years of pure kindness and a prestigious virtuous clan. With the family precepts posted and the family tradition established, the entire courtyard's atmosphere became more gentle, dignified, and refined. In the afternoon the sun was warm and the breeze gentle, and the streets gradually grew lively. Since the official announcement the previous day and the people's reverent congratulations, the surrounding villages had all regarded the Lin family as the foremost model of family tradition. Hearing that the Lin family had set down precepts, regulated their customs, and were practicing neighborly kindness, countless neighbors came of their own accord to seek guidance. There were couples at odds yearning for the way of harmony. There were orphaned women with no support seeking a stable way to stand on their own. There were villagers perplexed wanting to learn the principles of managing a household and raising children. There were also simple villagers who came just to offer congratulations and witness the foremost virtuous family tradition. For a while visitors streamed in and out of the Lin family's courtyard, yet no one was noisy or disruptive. Everyone held reverence in their hearts, behaved with kindness, and waited in an orderly manner outside the gate. Lin Shun, with a generous heart and a gentle manner, had established the precept of being kind to neighbors. Thus he opened the door with ease, welcomed guests, and taught them gently, without relying on his fame or putting on airs. He invited all the visitors into the courtyard to sit down. A quiet, nurturing lesson in family tradition that benefited the neighbors began to unfold. Lin Wanqing sat in the main seat, her demeanor warm and dignified, her movements calm and composed. Facing the assembled neighbors, she spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, telling the story gently. She did not discuss profound or abstract theories, but only spoke of the true essence of managing a household, detailing the ways of mutual understanding between husband and wife, neighborly relations, and the tolerance of a family. The harmony of a family does not come from striving to outdo others, but from mutual understanding. There is no distinction between noble and lowly, no difference between close and distant. Hearts exchanged, and you can achieve peace year after year. These few words captured the essence of maintaining family harmony, opening the eyes of many couples who had long been in conflict and estranged, filling them with deep shame. Gu Qingyan stood by her side, gently echoing her sentiments. With a delicate and gentle nature, she guided the people patiently, resolving the trivial grievances and daily misunderstandings among the neighbors. With soft words she reconciled, and with goodwill she guided others, causing countless strained and distant neighborly relationships to quietly warm and return to gentleness. Shun Jue carried her medicine bag and a benevolent heart, setting up a simple dispensary at the side of the courtyard. In the spring dampness was heavy and seasonal illnesses were common. She had prepared in advance recipes for dispelling dampness, strengthening the spleen, clearing heat, and calming the mind. She distributed them one by one to the elderly and children, who came, providing free medicine and careful instructions, using a healer's kindness to gently help the world and protect the neighbors. Lu Ruashi, bright and enthusiastic, led a group of women and girls to admire the flowers in the courtyard, teaching them to plant flowers and grass and to cultivate the mind and nature. She used flowers and plants as a metaphor for human relationships, saying that flowers need patient watering and careful care, and the same is true for a home. With careful management and gentle treatment, it can flourish year after year and be warm every day. The truth was simple and easy to understand, gently entering the heart. Su Qinghan sat by the stove brewing sweet herbal tea and soft snacks, sharing them all with the visiting neighbors. The warmth of daily life most comforts the human heart. A bowl of tea, a small snack. There was no distinction between rich and poor, only pure goodwill, blending the Lin family's generosity and gentleness into the warmth of everyday life. Su Nianhe, though shy by nature, quietly kept busy serving tea, distributing snacks, calming children, and tidying tables and chairs. She was gentle, meticulous, patient, and thoughtful, warming every guest with her quiet kindness. Gu Yuran, lively and spirited, played with the children in the courtyard, gently soothing the timid little ones. Her clear laughter filled the courtyard, adding a touch of lively warmth and human feeling to the solemn lesson on family tradition. When Ruajuan, gentle and humble, silently cleaned up the guest utensils and tidied the courtyard. She moved with decorum and treated everyone with courtesy. Through her own transformation from a wandering orphan to a stable family member, she silently told all the lonely and weak women in the world, if you keep kindness in your heart and observe propriety, you will eventually leave behind a life of wandering and find a place to belong. Xia Zhiyu, with clear logic and steady words, patiently taught ordinary people how to keep accounts, manage the household, organize income and expenses, and live frugally. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. She personally passed on the skills of managing a household so that every family's ordinary days could be orderly, stable, and harmonious year after year. The 9 accomplished women each performed their duties, each displayed their strengths, gently teaching and guiding others with goodwill. No one vied for the spotlight, no one showed favoritism. Every move and every gesture reflected the pure, kind family tradition of the Lin family, where 9 hearts were united as one in goodwill. Lin Chen stood in the courtyard quietly gazing at this warm scene. His eyes were filled with tenderness and his heart was calm and secure. The so-called foremost virtuous family is never about being above others and relying on fame to be arrogant, but about using one's own fulfillment to warm a piece of land and using one's own family virtue to educate the local customs. Throughout the entire afternoon, neighbors came and went in an endless stream, yet the courtyard remained orderly and warm. Many came with confusion in their hearts and left enlightened. Many came with restless minds and left calm and serene. As the sun set in the west, golden light spread across the bluestone courtyard, illuminating the imperial plaque, harmonious family, pure virtue, and the family precepts on the hall wall, making them shine brightly, warm, and resplendent. The neighbors all departed, each sincerely thanking the family before leaving, praising the Lin family's virtuous tradition and great benevolence. The clamor faded, and the small courtyard returned to peace. A gentle evening breeze blew, rustling the flowers and trees softly. The warmth of goodwill lingered in the air, long and enduring. Everyone stood side by side in the courtyard, raising their eyes to gaze at the upright family precepts on the wall and the gleaming plaque at the gate. Their hearts were clear and pure, and a profound peace settled within them. The companionship of the past was the result of meeting by fate and the joy of the heart. The companionship of the present is guided by family precepts, upheld by virtuous tradition, and witnessed by the nation and the people, a legacy passed down through generations. Lin Chen raised his eyes to the distance, the sunset breeze stirring his sleeves. His voice was gentle, yet carried immense weight, each word echoing slowly through the courtyard. Today we have established family precepts, regulated family traditions, been kind to neighbors, and practiced good deeds. From now on, the Lin family does not seek wealth and splendor, but only lasting virtue, but does not seek fame and prominence, but only year after year of kindness. Let us stand by the family precepts, maintain harmony, treat neighbors with benevolence, and pass down integrity through generations. The evening breeze was gentle, the family precepts were clear, the plaque shone with light, and the family was united in heart. Once the precepts were established, thick virtue was passed down through 100 generations of gentle breeze would nourish the land. The Lin family's fulfillment was no longer just the warmth of daily love and affection, but also the deep-rooted, long-lasting family tradition that nurtured the land, benefited the neighbors, and endured through the ages. Year after year, pure virtue flourished endlessly, and the family's reputation, blessed by the prosperous era, would last for eternity. The sun sank behind the mountains, and the last remnants of the sunset glow faded away as the final trace of scorching heat slowly withdrew from the sky. The layers of golden clouds gently dissolved, transforming into a soft and tender twilight that quietly spread over the ancient bluestone walls of the Lin family courtyard. The entire courtyard, filled with blossoming flowers and neatly arranged blue bricks and black tiles, was bathed in a warm and hazy, luminous glow by the twilight. The daytime bustle of neighbors visiting, seeking advice, and the lively atmosphere of family teachings had quietly subsided, leaving the entire street in profound silence, with no sounds of market clamor. Only the gentle evening breeze passed through the courtyard, causing the flowers and leaves to rustle softly, a series of delicate and prolonged sounds rising and falling, tender and delicate, adding to the tranquil and undisturbed charm of the small courtyard. As the sky darkened, the red lanterns hanging under the eaves lit up one by one, casting a warm golden glow softly over the entire courtyard, gently soothing the coolness of the twilight. Above the center of the courtyard gate, the gilded imperial plaque, inscribed with harmonious family virtues, shimmered faintly in the soft light, its golden patterns flowing and brilliant. It had completely shed the blazing intensity of the daytime sun, settling into a thick and warm luster tempered by years of wind and rain, silently hanging high above the door, witnessing the peace, abundance, and gradual growth of this small family through the years. Throughout the entire day, everyone had been busy receiving guests, teaching, resolving disputes, dispensing medicine to help the people, or managing household affairs, leaving no time for a quiet chat or to share their thoughts. Now all the external clamor had faded away, and the night was gentle and tranquil, perfectly soothing the fatigue of the day. All 10 family members stood quietly in the courtyard, no one speaking, no one making noise, merely basking in the evening breeze and moonlight, letting the gentle night wind brush away the worldly distractions, leaving only clarity and peace in their hearts beyond the weariness. Little Nianin, after a day of playing and running, could barely hide her weariness, softly nestling in Gu Yuran's warm embrace, her small body relaxed and secure. Her long eyelashes gently drooped, her eyes were tightly closed, and her breathing was even and long as she had fallen into a deep sleep. Nurtured day by day in the warm and kind atmosphere of the family, hearing the sincere praises of the neighbors year after year, and receiving the boundless affection of the entire family, her pure innocence was meticulously nourished by the daily stability and tenderness, and her expressions were filled with a softness untouched by worldly impurities. Lin Shin slowly raised his eyes, his gentle gaze sweeping over the companions before him one by one. The tender night poured down softly, landing on each gentle and serene face, each with its own charm quietly smoothing over the fragmented past of mornings and evenings, and completing the years of meeting, harmonizing, and staying together. Having weathered storms together, endured the initial estrangement, and finally achieved unity of hearts, the scene before them was a hard-won completeness. Looking back on the journey, every moment was vivid, every year filled with deep affection. First meeting and knowing each other, love at first sight, companionship day by day, deepening tenderness, harmonizing and staying together, mutual tolerance, hearts mingling without barriers, national policies established a righteous union, golden records registered a rightful place, the imperial plaque bestowed family glory, family precepts established lasting virtues. Along the way, the 9 ladies had no rivalry, no jealousy, no estrangement, no distance, understanding and fulfilling each other, finally achieving unity of 9 hearts, all turning to goodness. Those who had once drifted across the world lonely and rootless like floating duckweed all took root in this small courtyard, finding their home and achieving the most precious and pure family completeness in this prosperous age. The daytime clamor has ended, the night is peaceful and promising. Lin Shin spoke softly, his voice warm and low, gently merging with the evening breeze, calm and profound. Today we established family precepts, set family virtues, harmonized with neighbors, and performed good deeds. We have not only guarded our own small hearth and daily peace, but also lived up to the great honor bestowed by the state and the earnest expectations of this prosperous era. Everyone raised their eyes to listen quietly, their gazes filled with calm certainty, their hearts fully in agreement, deeply appreciating this hard-won family glory and stability. Lin Wanqing stepped forward gracefully, the deep twilight accentuating her gentle and elegant demeanor, the matriarchal poise she had cultivated over years of managing the family. Calm and natural. Great fame is easily gained, but preserving honor is the hardest. Doing good for a day is easy, but upholding virtue year after year is difficult. From now on we only need to adhere to the family precepts and our original intentions, neither arrogant nor impatient, neither boastful nor vain, always maintaining a humble heart, nurturing a virtuous family with ordinary daily life, and protecting the family's foundation with daily goodness that is the best inheritance through generations. A few simple words, insightful and gentle, express the true essence of maintaining a family and passing on a legacy. Not coveting worldly fame, not chasing transient splendor, only seeking the family's perennial goodness and the purity of family virtues through generations. Gu Qingyin's eyes were tender and affectionate, a faint smile on her lips as she softly echoed, "The wind leaves traces, time leaves marks." Today's goodness, today's virtue, today's harmony will all settle into the profound foundation of the Lin family, nurturing every morning and evening in the years to come, blessing the family with lasting peace and smooth generations. The night grew deeper and the evening breeze carried a slight chill across the courtyard, yet it could not dispel the warm ambience that lingered in the yard. This warmth came from the unity of the family, from the pure and kind family virtues, gentle and enduring, slowly penetrating the heart, warming the body and calming the years. Xiaoyu gently lifted her lotus steps, turned and walked slowly into the bright hall, taking out a solid wood collection box with fine texture polished to a warm and smooth luster. This was a treasured item she had carefully selected and nurtured earlier, specially used for preserving the family's heritage and recording the family history, ensuring that every honor, every kindness, and every growth of the Lin family had a trace, a basis, and could be passed down through generations. She held the box solemnly in both hands, slowly returned to the quiet courtyard, her expression dignified and reverent, full of earnestness. Now that the family precepts are finalized, the family virtues are established, and the imperial golden records and the edict of preferential treatment are all registered and filed, they are all unique and invaluable heirlooms of our Lin family. Tonight the moonlight is serene and the hearts are clear. It is the perfect time to seal these treasures. Let us seal and archive them all, establishing the Lin family's generational history. Let future generations know that the prosperity of our Lin family is not due to power and wealth nor external favors, but solely by the pure virtue of our original hearts and the unified goodness of the entire family. Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of agreement and nodded solemnly in unison. All the wealth and glory in the world, all external honors will eventually fade and vanish. Only pure virtue can be passed down, and detailed family history can leave a mark, allowing the family's foundation to endure year after year, generation after generation. Everyone moved together to the elegant hall, where warm lanterns hung high under the eaves, casting a clear and bright light, illuminating the neatly written family precepts on the wall, each character clear and brilliant, dignified and solemn, radiating righteousness. Xiaoyu's demeanor was calm and composed, her movements orderly and methodical. She took out various documents and scrolls one by one, carefully organizing and storing them, her actions skillful and meticulous, leaving no detail unattended. The first to be securely placed in the box was the copy of the Golden Record of Glorious Union in a Prosperous Era, officially issued by the imperial court along with the imperial edict of preferential treatment. The paper was adorned with exquisite brocade patterns, the vermilion seal was bright and striking, and the ink characters were dignified and neat. This was the official certification of the state, the rightful status of the 9 ladies, openly and legitimately recorded for generations, and the very source of the Lin family's unparalleled glory. Next, carefully placed into the box, was the original copy of the Lin family precepts, which she had personally transcribed neatly and affixed with Lin Chen's signature and seal. On white paper with clear ink, every character was upright, the 5 precepts clear and earnest, each word about self-cultivation and heart-minding, each sentence about transmitting virtue and educating people. This was the root of the entire family's existence and the foundation for the continuation of a century-old lineage. Finally, she archived the detailed records of the day's consultations with neighbors, the family's charitable deeds, and the inventory of the preferential treatment materials from the imperial court, which she had meticulously organized. Every stroke and line was rigorous and neat, every word clear and detailed, fully preserving the Lin family's past of neighborly harmony, charitable acts, diligent household management, and modest goodness, all properly recorded and permanently archived. A scroll of documents solidifies a layer of family heritage, a page of handwriting engraves an inch of time. Every careful storage and every organized filing made the Lin family's accumulated virtues even richer and the family's reputation even more enduring. After all the heirloom documents were securely and properly placed, Xia Yu raised her hand, gently closed the box, and fastened the delicate copper lock. The crisp sound of the lock clicking echoed in the silent and solemn hall, clear and melodious, resounding with weight. From now on, the Lin family has a rightful name: family precepts, recorded good deeds, and documented preferential treatment. She lifted her eyes to the others, her gaze clear and bright, firm and composed. In the years to come, I will diligently supplement the family history year by year, record family affairs in detail, so that the virtue of the family's united goodness and the acts of neighborly charity and helping the world will continue through generations, never ceasing. Lin Shen quietly gazed at her steady, insightful, and thorough demeanor, his eyes filled with admiration and tenderness. The meticulous household accounts, important document archiving, and family history inheritance were all shouldered by her alone with thoroughness and care, never negligent, silently laying the foundation for the Lin family's enduring legacy for 100 generations. Jiyu has a thoughtful heart, comprehensive in her considerations, benefiting the whole family and serving 100 generations. Lin Shun praised warmly, his tone sincere and heartfelt, full of recognition. The night grew deeper and quieter. The warm lantern light in the hall was gentle and radiant, and a serene, yet dignified aura slowly filled the entire room, lingering around everyone, both solemn and heartwarming. When Ruojuan stood quietly at one side of the hall, her gaze resting on the sealed family history box, her heart a mixture of emotions, warm waves surging within. The difficult past of drifting across the world, being rootless, without a home, without a record, without anyone to rely on, was still vivid in her mind, etched deeply into her memory. She had never before dared to hope that someone like her, with a lonely fate and no one to depend on, could eventually be included in the official family register and the family history, to have a place and a lifetime of stability, to be embraced and treated kindly by the entire Lin family, to be protected by the laws of the state, to be cherished and valued by a good man, to finally leave behind the life of wandering and take root in a stable homeland. This profound kindness was heavier than 1,000 pounds engraved in her heart. Her voice was soft and gentle, full of sincerity, her gaze determined. In the first half of my life, I drifted and wandered, never daring to think that I could have such a stable home. For the rest of my life, I will abide by my duty, be diligent in managing the household, keep my original heart, guard the family's virtues, and live up to the warmth of the family's care in this rare haven. Lu Ruashi's brows and eyes curved, a bright and tender smile on her lips, her eyes full of warmth. A family should indeed stand together in unity, fulfill each other, and accompany each other through the years. From now on, I will carefully tend to the flowers and trees in the courtyard, ensuring that the garden blooms all year round, so that every spring the brilliant blossoms reflect the virtuous family, and every year there is the warmth of daily life and enduring tenderness. Shen Jiwei's demeanor was elegant and serene, her nature simple and pure. She spoke softly. I will devote myself to studying medicine, preparing seasonal remedies, and honing my skills year by year to protect the whole family from illness and ensure their health and peace, and to help the neighbors stay well throughout the seasons away from pain. With a healer's benevolence, I will serve the world and accompany the family's enduring virtues. Su Qinghan's brows and eyes were gentle and soft, guarding the daily hearth, her original intention unchanged. I will hold fast to the hearth, carefully cooking the warmth of every morning and evening the 4 seasons meals. With the most ordinary daily warmth, I will steadily support the family's completeness through the years, so that the warmth of home remains as constant as the beginning, never ceasing. Su Nianhe gently lifted her eyes, her brows and eyes tender, a clear starlight in her gaze, her tone soft and resolute. I will gradually calm my mind, conduct myself with composure, adhere to the family precepts, and original heart, safeguard the unity of the family, and quietly protect this hard-won and year-round stable family completeness. Gu Yuran gently held the sleeping Nyenin in her arms, her brows and eyes soft, her smile vivid and pure. I will accompany Nyenin as she grows up, teaching her to be courteous, to be good, to keep her original heart, and to remember the Lin family precepts, so that our Lin family's pure and kind virtues will be passed down through generations endlessly. The 9 each expressed their original hearts, each holding to their original intentions, each taking on their own responsibilities. Their words were simple and unadorned, but their feelings were sincere and pure. There were no flowery words, no deliberate flattery, only the sincere original heart of a family united in heart, accompanying each other through the years and fulfilling each other. Lin Shin slowly looked around at all his beloved family, his heart, full of completeness and depth, all the myriad tender emotions settling in the small hearth of the family and the nation. He spoke slowly, his tone gentle and calming, yet every word was weighty and profound, falling into the quiet night, echoing for a long time. Today the family history is recorded, the family precepts are established, and the family virtues are set. In the past we stayed together because of fateful encounters and joy in our hearts. It was where emotions led. From now on we stay together because of virtue, the same family virtues. It is the direction of our original hearts. Let us not fail the state's policy, not fail the people's admiration, not fail the family precepts' original intention, and not fail each other's deep affection. The night was quiet and serene, the lantern light tender and affectionate. Everyone silently nodded, engraving these heartfelt words deeply in their hearts, remembering them year after year, and adhering to them always. All matters settled, the night was still, and all sounds were silent. The evening breeze grew softer and more gentle, slowly swaying the lanterns under the eaves, casting dappled shadows that fell scattered, covering the courtyard with tender tranquility. Everyone shed the fatigue of the day's busyness, removed all external disturbances, their minds clear and peaceful, and each retired to rest in peace. The bedding in the rooms was soft and warm, enveloping the body in a cozy warmth. The daytime clamor and bustle, the busyness of receiving guests, the solemnity of establishing the precepts, all settled into peace and tranquility, dissolving into the tender night. The 9 ladies each found peace of mind, each returned to their stable place with no worries, no unease, not a trace of discord. The family status in the state was already settled, the family precepts and virtues were established, the family was united in heart and trusted each other. From now on, every morning and evening would be a life of open and stable, gentle and peaceful, worry-free years. Lin Shin stood alone by the window, quietly gazing at the gilded plaque shimmering in the moonlight and the deep night, his eyes filled with tenderness and certainty, his heart clear and calm, with no distracting thoughts, only the family's stability and the enduring years. The prosperous era was stable and undisturbed, the state's policies were clear and beneficial. At home, there were virtuous wives around a child to bring joy, and in the courtyard virtuous traditions passed down, flowers blooming year after year. The ultimate beauty and completeness of the human world were probably like this, the hearth always warm, the family virtues enduring, the human heart pure and unchanging, every year and every day peaceful and lasting. The evening breeze gently blew into dreams, the night was tender and affectionate, soaking the entire courtyard. A courtyard of daily life was peaceful and serene, the entire family stable and carefree year after year. 100 years of family history began anew, the cultural lineage and family virtues endless and everlasting. Night faded into dawn, the morning light broke through the window, and the clear day quietly arrived. A thin layer of morning mist gently enshrouded the rural lanes, hazy and ethereal, serene and distant. A ray of clear, translucent morning light pierced through the layered morning mist, breaking the dawn haze, and slowly cascaded over the antique and elegant bluestone courtyard of the Lin family. The slight coolness that had settled through the long night dissipated entirely with the morning breeze. A gentle warm radiance spread over the mottled green bricks and the undulating dark tiles winding around the courtyard's full bloom of flowers. The entire scene of the courtyard, serene and tranquil, was bathed in the tender light, rendering it peaceful, warm, and spotlessly calm. Everywhere exuded the refined charm of a quiet, pleasant morning. The lanterns hanging under the eaves had burned through the night, their warm glow safeguarding the courtyard's peace. Now as the sun rose and the sky brightened, they gradually extinguished, and the lingering faint warmth dissolved silently into the breeze brushing against the face. The gilded imperial plaque inscribed with He Jia Chun Feng, pure family customs, hanging high at the center of the lintel, had completely shed the soft, hazy glow of the night. It now shone brilliantly under the clear morning sun and the vast bright sky. The plaque's golden patterns were neat and exquisite, exuding an air of solemn dignity. Firmly mounted above the courtyard gate, it both anchored the family's unique aura of stable and deep harmony and manifested the Lin family's centuries-old tradition of uprightness and integrity. After a night of peaceful sleep, the entire family had slumbered deeply undisturbed and without dreams or worries. In the past, mornings in the courtyard were often filled with the subtle bustle of daily life and the casual laughter of family members as they went about their days with ease and freedom, unconstrained by trivialities. However, ever since the family precepts were established, the family history was sealed and archived, and the imperial honors were bestowed, the Lin family's daily life had quietly taken on a more structured and dignified demeanor. At the first light of dawn today, no one in the courtyard was lazy or late to rise. No one was slack or careless. Everyone rose of their own accord and straightened their attire and appearance. Their minds were clear and transparent, their movements measured and graceful. Every glance, every bow, every gesture and word reflected the unique, kind-hearted character and gentle demeanor of the foremost virtuous family in the village. The daylight gradually spread and grew brighter, and the lingering morning mist slowly receded and dispersed. All things in heaven and earth shed their haziness, becoming clearer and more pristine. The 9 graceful ladies rose from their couches one by one, calmly tidied their clothes and carefully combed their hair and arranged their features. None of them wore heavy makeup or ornate luxurious accessories. Dressed in simple, elegant, and clean garments, they appeared gentle and graceful, with dignified and poised bearing. After the quiet reflection and introspection of the previous night, their hearts had become even more clear and pure, free of any impurities. The restlessness, anxiety, and fear of the past years had all faded away with the wind. What remained in their hearts was only the firm resolve and calm assurance to abide by the family precepts, diligently manage the household, unite in goodness, and stand by each other unwaveringly. Little Nyenin had slept soundly through the night and had just woken up in the morning. Her eyes still held a faint sleepy haze, and her soft, tender face radiated the innocent childlike charm unique to a young child. Gu Yuran carefully and gently dressed her, smoothing her clothes and tidying her hair. The little child then obediently stood straight in the open courtyard, earnestly imitating the dignified posture of the others. At her tender and innocent age, she did not yet understand worldly affairs or the profound meaning of family traditions. Yet through daily immersion and subtle influence, she had quietly inherited the Lin family's pure and upright virtues. Lin Shun walked leisurely, stepping out of his chamber and standing steadily on the bluestone steps before the courtyard. He lifted his gaze to look at the landscape at dawn and the splendid morning scene. The morning breeze was crisp and refreshing, and the sunlight was warm and pleasant. The courtyard's abundant flowers, heavy with morning dew, bowed and swayed gently, while the plants and trees released a subtle fragrance in the breeze. Before him the ladies stood gentle and serene, with warm eyes and brows. The entire courtyard was neat and orderly, with a pleasant layout. The scenery throughout the seasons was lush and beautiful. Everything he saw spoke of family harmony, prosperity, and a peaceful, fulfilled life, without disturbances. Yesterday, establishing the family precepts, sealing the family records, receiving imperial grace, and fostering harmony with neighbors laid a deep foundation for the Lin family's enduring prosperity. Today, following these precepts, living peacefully, and each performing their duties in order, will allow the upright family tradition to take root, become part of daily life, and continue for generations. Fame in the world is never a means for ostentation and boasting, but a yardstick for self-restraint and guarding one's true heart. A fine family tradition is never just flowery words hung on a wall, but the daily practice integrated into every moment and every word and deed. Lin Shen's gaze was warm and gentle as he slowly swept over the family members standing shoulder to shoulder before him. His morning voice was clear and steady, every word distinct and resounding in the morning light, and dew tender and lingering, yet imbued with hidden strength. The family precepts are established, the family history is sealed, our status is fixed, and the glory is inherited. From today onward, we need not deliberately seek prosperity, nor deliberately perform good deeds. We only ask that from morning to night, each person fulfills their duties, guards their true heart, practices innate goodness, and maintains authenticity. Let harmony be infused into the daily routine, and let virtue be embodied in the small details of life. That is the best inheritance of our family tradition. After hearing this, everyone bowed their heads in unison, their hearts fully in agreement, convinced and willing. A night of peaceful sleep had washed away all the dust and worldly distractions from their hearts. Now everyone's original intention was pure, and their minds were clear and empty. The 5 family precepts of the Lin family had long been deeply engraved in their hearts and minds. There was no need to consciously adhere to them or constantly remember them. Every word, action, and movement of everyone naturally aligned with the kind family tradition, becoming one with it. From then on, in the daily life of the Lin family, there was no longer any idle, disorderly, or lazy attitude, nor any excessive frivolity or carelessness. What remained was only the calm and measured demeanor of everyone, each performing their duties and peaceful years. Lin Wanqing, as the matriarch of the family, possessed a composed and dignified demeanor, a broad and calm mind, and steadily managed the overall affairs of the household. She stood quietly in the courtyard, her gaze peaceful and gentle, her thoughts orderly. She softly assigned various tasks for the household, her words concise and crisp, her sense of measure just right. Today the weather is harmonious, and the scenery is bright. The breeze is gentle, and the sun is warm. Everything will go smoothly as usual. Inside and outside the home, everyone will continue their duties as before. Each person will guard their role, do their best, and live the day with ease, managing the household peacefully. Su Qinghan turned steadily and walked into the kitchen, mastering the heart's warmth that filled the home. She adhered to the family precept of diligence and frugality, tending to the 3 meals and 4 seasons with unwavering devotion day after day. The stove fire rose gently, and wisps of cooking smoke drifted softly. The sweet fragrance of congee and the soft aroma of steamed pastries slowly permeated the entire courtyard, transforming the ordinary morning hours into a year-round warmth that nourished the soul. Lu Ruashi carried a watering can and a small hoe, walking slowly into the garden. The lush flowers and trees thriving through all seasons were the vibrant life of the courtyard and a reflection of the family's peaceful and composed heart. She bent down to carefully weed trim branches and sprinkle morning dew, tending to the garden's splendor with single-minded devotion. Bright morning light fell upon the branches, crystal dewdrops rolled with the breeze, and the scene was brimming with vitality and freshness. The family tradition, like the garden's flowers, could only remain evergreen and flourish year after year if nurtured daily and held true to its original heart. Shen Jiwei, carrying her herbal pouch, sat calmly by the stone table under the eaves. Taking advantage of the clear morning air, she meticulously sorted and selected various herbs, devoting herself to preparing wholesome remedies. As spring's dampness lingered and the seasonal winds shifted unpredictably, minor ailments were prone to arise. She prepared soothing, fever-clearing, and spleen-nourishing household medicines in advance, both to protect the family from illness throughout the year and to have ample supplies ready to aid neighbors and the vulnerable. Within these humble herbs lay the healer's benevolent heart. Each remedy was a testament to her commitment to neighborly kindness and the family's founding principles. Xia Jiu sat quietly in the hall, slowly unrolling paper and opening a ledger, carefully organizing the household's historical records. The imperial edicts, records of charitable deeds, and accounts of relief supplies that had been properly filed yesterday were all neatly arranged, clearly organized, and in perfect order. Her first task each morning was to meticulously cross-check each item, diligently supplement details, and organize the family's affairs. Every stroke of the pen was precise and rigorous, ensuring that every household matter was traceable and documented. This allowed every act of kindness and every moment of the family's glory to be traced back, passed down through generations, and preserved forever. Wen Ruiyun was gentle and humble in nature, with a diligent and simple heart. She moved silently between the hall and courtyard, carefully sweeping away dust, arranging furniture, and managing various chores. Every task thorough and done with utmost dedication. In the past, she drifted without a home, wandering like a floating leaf, never knowing a stable haven. Now, having found this warm family and peaceful refuge, she guarded the courtyard's cleanliness and elegance with the simplest, purest diligence, ensuring a serene passage of time. Gu Qingyan was gentle, delicate, perceptive, and kind, best at harmonizing the hearts of the family and softening the household's atmosphere. She strolled leisurely through the courtyard, calm and composed, sometimes reaching out to help others with tasks, filling gaps, and sometimes sitting quietly by the window to regulate her breathing and nurture her spirit. The intangible warmth and silent peace within the family largely stemmed from her tender affection, nourishing the Lin family's virtuous tradition year after year, softening the long years. Su Nianhe was gentle and shy, quiet and pure, yet with each passing day, she grew more composed and assured under the family's influence. She stood quietly with the others in the courtyard, keeping to her role, helping with household matters as much as she could without contention or clamor, calm and self-possessed. With a pure and clear heart, she silently guarded the family's harmony, peace, and fulfillment year after year. Gu Yuran led little Xiao Nian by the hand, standing in front of the courtyard, teaching by example and influencing through gentle words. She gently held the child's tender hand, patiently teaching her to identify the flowers and trees in the garden, to distinguish the times of dawn and dusk, and softly explaining the simple essence of the family teachings. The innocent child listened quietly, silently memorizing. The Lin family's virtuous tradition, passed down through generations, took root in the young heart, waiting to grow and be inherited year after year. The 9 ladies each took their proper place, fulfilled their duties, devoted their hearts, and upheld their responsibilities. No one in the courtyard made noise or disrupted order, no one competed or compared, they gently supported and genuinely complemented one another. Every movement and stillness was measured, every word and deed reflected the family's values. The entire courtyard was harmonious, orderly, and filled with warmth. Lin Chen stood quietly on the bluestone steps, gazing at the warm, orderly, and beautiful scene in the courtyard. His heart was at peace, deep and undisturbed, filled with a sense of completeness and contentment. True distinguished families and virtuous traditions in the world never lie in grandiose feats, but in daily self-discipline and unwavering adherence to one's original heart day after day. Orderly in the morning, serene at night, the warmth of ordinary life, eternal virtue, always present. Everyone inclines toward goodness and keeps their heart. Every action has measure and propriety, and the original heart remains unchanged through the years. The rising sun fully ascended, the sky brightened. The sleeping streets slowly awakened, and neighbors began to walk unhurriedly, moving through the alleys. Passers-by making their way past the Lin family's elegant gate looked up and saw the orderly, gentle, and harmonious scene within the courtyard. They all unconsciously paused, their gazes filled with sincere admiration. The morning scenes of ordinary households were often hurried, noisy, and cluttered. Only the Lin family's morning light fell softly. The courtyard was clean and elegant. The people were calm and composed, and daily life was orderly and measured. No noise or disturbance under the eaves, no worldly troubles inside the courtyard. The warmth of daily life was gentle and enduring, the atmosphere upright and dignified. At a glance, it was the epitome of a top-tier family with deep virtue and a heritage of poetry and learning, inspiring reverence. Among the neighbors, praise arose one after another, every word sincere and heartfelt. There was not a trace of narrow jealousy, only wholehearted admiration and respect. Truly the foremost benevolent family in the village. Even the ordinary morning scene is so proper and dignified with extraordinary bearing. Despite receiving imperial honors and generous court support, they still live simply and work diligently. Such a clear-sighted heart and virtuous tradition are the very reasons their family's foundation is deep and their prosperity enduring. The 9 ladies are united in heart and virtue, living harmoniously, each excelling in her own domain without jealousy or strife. Such a household atmosphere is truly an unparalleled model of family life in the world. A flourishing era and a great reputation never come from nowhere, nor are they built on empty fame and ostentation. Only through daily perseverance, words and deeds of virtue accumulated over long years can a family cultivate deep foundations, warm a whole region, and win the hearts of countless people. The morning light grew brighter and more transparent, spreading across the entire courtyard and illuminating the long street before the gate, everything clear and bright. Within the courtyard, the warmth of the hearth lingered, the faint scent of herbs was elegant, the flowers and trees carried dew and fragrance, and the air of books and culture was refined. The ladies each fulfilled their duties, never straying from their original hearts. The young child, immersed in the family tradition day by day, learned goodness and innocence. A courtyard of tender scenes, warm and moving, healing the heart. Lin Shen looked up at the boundless clear sky, his heart serene and transparent, peaceful and at ease. He softly sighed, his words lingering with meaning and depth. Family tradition takes root not in words, but in actions. Year after year, uphold the precepts day by day, incline toward goodness. Let the warmth of daily life be orderly and the family be at peace. A gentle breeze passed through the courtyard, causing the flowers to tremble lightly. The golden plaque on the lintel glowed, and the family motto on the wall was clearly visible. Once a pure family tradition takes root in daily life, a century-long reputation will extend year after year. The best fortune and blessing in a flourishing era are never boundless wealth or supreme glory, but a tranquil and clear heart, a pure and upright family tradition, orderly days through the years, and a peaceful inheritance through generations. Morning light bathed the village lanes, the wind warm and the sun bright. The radiant daylight thoroughly dispelled the thin morning mist, illuminating the entire country road with clarity and brilliance. The bluestone path before the Lin residence was spotlessly clean, free of any dust. Passers-by moved with leisurely steps, speaking in hushed tones as if afraid to disturb the serene aura of this foremost benevolent family. After a full day of family instruction and neighborly kindness yesterday, the villagers now held the Lin family in sincere reverence. All could see clearly that the imperial honors and courtly renown bestowed upon the Lin family were not gained through luck or pretense, but accumulated through day-by-day virtuous deeds, well-ordered family customs, and harmonious unity. Upon seeing the orderly and warmly peaceful scene within the Lin courtyard at dawn, the admiration in people's hearts deepened profoundly. None could help but yearn to learn this art of managing a household and the principles of harmony. Before long, the trickle of visiting neighbors gradually swelled into a stream. Unlike the bustling crowds of yesterday, those who came today harbored sincere intentions and genuine requests. Some were couples troubled by constant domestic discord and marital strife, seeking ways of mutual tolerance. Some were women managing households alone, feeling lost, hoping to learn the principles of self-reliance and raising daughters. Others were village elders eager to acquire the wisdom of self-cultivation and family governance, to regulate their own households and educate the younger generation. Everyone observed propriety. No one clamored or caused a disturbance. No one crowded or acted rudely. They simply stood quietly outside the courtyard gate, waiting patiently, their gazes clear and earnest, filled with a sincere desire to learn. Lin Shen stood in the courtyard, having taken in the scene outside the gate. His heart was tranquil and clear. Family tradition was never a private virtue confined behind closed doors, but a gentle power that nourishes all. The imperial plaque bestowed upon the family was not merely to honor the Lin family's completeness, but also to hope that this virtuous family tradition would enrich the countryside and educate the people. Having established the principle of neighborly kindness and benevolence, it was only right to open the courtyard gates, treat others with sincerity, impart teachings without discrimination, so that ordinary people could benefit and the simple folkways could become ever more upright. Open the gates wide and invite the neighbors in to sit. Lin Shen instructed softly, his tone gentle and magnanimous, without a trace of pride or aloofness. Wen Ryun and Sun Yinhe stepped forward upon hearing this, their demeanor docile and humble, calmly pushing open the 2 wooden doors. Their courteous behavior and respectful manner in receiving guests reflected the Lin family's upbringing, deepening the neighbors' appreciation for the family's thorough propriety and rich traditions. The crowd entered the courtyard in an orderly fashion, their gazes lightly sweeping over the scenery, their hearts filled with genuine admiration. Inside the courtyard, flowers and trees were lush, delicate fragrance wafted in the air. The bluestone ground was spotless. The main hall was neatly arranged with orderly documents. The kitchen fire was warm and the scent of herbs was delicate. Everywhere was a scene of harmonious order and gentle tranquility. The 9 graceful women each performed their duties with composure and calm. None were idle or lax, none competed for attention or flaunted themselves. This atmosphere of unity and orderly discipline was a realm far beyond the reach of ordinary households. Everyone took their seats in sequence, falling silent and waiting for instruction. Lin Wanqing stepped forward slowly, standing in the breeze of the courtyard, her posture elegant and steady, her demeanor gentle and dignified. As the matriarch of the household, she managed the family with propriety and handled affairs with insight. She understood best the trivial difficulties of ordinary people's daily lives. Her teachings never indulged in lofty ideals or obscure principles, but focused on the true essence of living and managing a household amidst everyday life. Her gaze swept over the crowd with calmness, and she spoke softly, her voice gentle and clear, soothing to the heart. Dear neighbors, what you seek in coming here is nothing more than family harmony, personal peace, and a smooth life. In truth, the art of managing a household has no shortcuts or clever tricks. It is only a matter of upholding sincerity and tolerance. In a couple's relationship, what matters is understanding and mutual concession, not arguing over who is right or wrong in the heat of the moment. In family life, what matters is tolerance and unity, not breeding suspicion or pursuing selfish gain. Every household has its trivial matters, every person has their temperament. A little less calculation brings a little more harmony, while a little more understanding reduces a little conflict. These simple words, each touching on the realities of daily life, struck at the core of domestic issues. Many in the audience felt a shock of realization. In the past, their homes were filled with endless disputes and estrangement, all because they refused to yield and argued over every detail, lacking the ability to tolerate and understand, thus wasting the warmth and peace of the family. For a moment, many showed expressions of shame, yet their hearts felt suddenly enlightened. Gu Qingyan followed, stepping forward half a step, her brows and eyes tender, her voice gentle and lingering. She was delicate and perceptive, most skilled at harmonizing hearts and dissolving grudges, understanding the hidden grievances and frustrations in ordinary lives. Among neighbors, the worst is comparison and conflict. The best is humility and kindness. She spoke softly, elaborating gently. Every family's circumstances differ, everyone's fate varies. There is no need to envy others' prosperity or lament your own ordinariness. Guard your own heart, treat your loved ones well, help your neighbors, and avoid excluding them. That is the greatest blessing of home and the true way of life. Her words, gentle as water, soothed the accumulated restlessness and depression in people's hearts. Many neighbors who had harbored grudges over trivial matters or felt vexed by comparisons now felt their burdens dissolve. Their brows gradually relaxed and their minds grew calmer. Then Xia Zhiyu stepped forward with composure, her reasoning clear and words steady, specifically explaining the practical ways of diligence, frugality, and household accounting. The longevity of a family lies in diligence, frugality, and order. Her words were precise and pragmatic. Diligence establishes a livelihood, frugality accumulates blessings, and order brings peace to daily life. In ordinary life, one need not be wealthy, as long as income and expenses are balanced and consumption is moderate, neither extravagant nor wasteful. A steady flow ensures year-round peace and lasting prosperity. She explained in detail simple methods for planning daily expenses, saving for emergencies, organizing household affairs, and disciplining children. All easy to understand and practical, without any obscure or empty talk. The neighbors listened attentively, silently taking notes, feeling greatly benefited and enlightened. Shun Jue, sitting quietly to one side, rose to dispense medicine and offer free consultation after the discussion had subsided. In the lingering dampness of spring and the changeable weather, many villagers, old and young, suffered from weak digestion and fatigue. She distributed the prepared, soothing herbal remedies, giving specific instructions for each ailment, and explained the simple principles of seasonal health care and disease prevention. The herbs were bitter, but the benevolence was warm. A bowl of herbal decoction and a few words of advice contained the purest kindness, gently protecting the health of the people throughout the seasons. The neighbors accepted the medicine with warmth in their hearts, feeling even more grateful for the Lin family's virtue of helping the world without expecting anything in return. Lu Ruoxi, as always, used flowers and scenery to illustrate the human heart and family traditions. She led the women and children to admire the blooming flowers in the courtyard, explaining the underlying principles. Plants need daily watering and regular care to flourish year after year. The heart needs daily self-cultivation and reflection to remain pure and untainted. A family needs constant nurturing and mutual care to endure in harmony and stability. Su Qinghan tended the kitchen fire, brewing sweet herbal tea and preparing soft pastries, continuously delivering them to everyone. Simple food best comforts the ordinary heart. A cup of tea dispels heat and fatigue. A small pastry warms the heart and soothes the weariness of the journey. The Lin family's gentle kindness was never expressed in lofty words, but hidden in these small, warm daily gestures. Guyaran played with the children in the courtyard, gently soothing the shy ones, and patiently guiding them to get along harmoniously and treat each other with friendship. Laughter and joy filled the courtyard, softening the solemnity of the teachings, adding a touch of lively warmth to the strict family tradition. One reunion, and soon Yinha quietly moved through the courtyard, arranging tables and chairs, serving tea to guests, and comforting others, attending to every detail with diligence and without complaint. They spoke little, but with their gentle and diligent demeanor, they silently embodied the Lin family's core principles of propriety, diligence, kindness, and modesty. The 9 women each performed their duties and displayed their strengths, teaching, resolving doubts, dispensing medicine, receiving guests, and educating children, covering everything comprehensively. None sought credit, none flaunted themselves. They complimented and supported one another, presenting to the world the Lin family's noble character of unity and compassion. Lin Chen stood quietly on the steps, gazing at the harmonious scene in the courtyard, his eyes filled with tenderness, his heart calm and assured. The so-called foremost benevolent family does not stand above others, but descends to warm the world. It does not rely on reputation to be arrogant, nor does it take pride in virtue. It treats others with humility, helps others with sincerity, uses its own completeness to fulfill the peace of 10,000 households, and uses its own family tradition to educate the people. The sun slowly moved westward, the light softening as the half-day of teaching gradually came to an end. The neighbors' hearts were relieved of their burdens, their confusion dispelled. Every face showed a transparent and relieved expression, their hearts filled with gratitude and reverence. Before leaving, they all bowed in unison with sincere and respectful ceremony, expressing their heartfelt thanks. Thank you, esteemed members of the Lin family, for your teachings. We have been instructed today and will benefit for a lifetime. The thanks were simple and sincere, without any empty courtesy, coming from the depths of respect and gratitude. The people departed with calm and steady steps, their brows having shed the restlessness and irritability of the past, now showing a gentle and clear-minded demeanor. They silently remembered the Lin family's principles of household management, kindness, and harmony, planning to bring them back to their own homes, to regulate their families, treat their loved ones well, and maintain neighborly harmony. The spring breeze caressed the faces, the peach and plum trees were fragrant, virtue moistened the countryside, silently nourishing everything. The clamor faded once more, and the courtyard returned to tranquility. The 9 graceful women stood in the courtyard, shoulder to shoulder, gazing toward the path, their eyes clear and serene, their hearts open and selfless. Half a day of teaching and helping others. They sought no reward, no fame, only the hope that neighbors would live in harmony, the folkways would be upright, and 10,000 households would enjoy peace. Lin Chen walked forward slowly, standing shoulder to shoulder with them. The evening breeze stirred his sleeves, and his voice was gentle and profound, each word lingering long. When one family establishes a precept, 10,000 families follow. When one gate has a pure tradition, the whole countryside turns to goodness. We guard our own virtue, and also nourish a region's people. We seek not fame across the land, but hope that the countryside has no strife, neighbors have no grievances, and each year is peaceful and healthy. The wind passed through the courtyard, the golden plaque shimmered, the family precepts shone brightly in the heart, and the family tradition spread far and wide. A single act of kindness nourishes the land, 100 generations of pure customs warm the world. The Lin family's tradition, from a written precept and a set of rules, had finally transformed into a spring breeze across the fields and warmth in 10,000 homes, unceasing year after year, enduring generation after generation. The evening breeze dispelled the lingering heat, twilight draped over the eaves, the setting sun cast molten gold, flooding the plains with its hue. Layers of resplendent clouds spread across the sky, gently covering the boundless countryside, and scattered rustic cottages, like a soft veil, delicately bathing the vast earth in a warm, mellow glow. The bustling clamor of the Lin family courtyard, where teachings were imparted and neighbors gathered during the day, had entirely faded. The streets were clean and tidy, and the usual persistent trivial noise, disputes, and neighborly quarrels had quietly vanished without a trace. Between heaven and earth, only the gentle breeze threading through the alleys and the soft rustle of flowers and trees in the courtyard remained. All around was serene, gentle, and tranquil, exuding a peace and harmony never before seen in the countryside, a timeless stillness. The villagers who had come with sincere hearts to seek guidance that afternoon all arrived with pure intentions and departed with enlightened understanding. No one left empty-handed or without gain, nor did anyone listen perfunctorily, wasting the kindness of this teaching. The principles of managing a household, the way of tolerance, and understanding the precept of diligence and frugality, and the foundation of guarding the heart and doing good, all taught by the Lin family, penetrated deep into every heart and were etched into every soul. They quietly cleansed the accumulated restlessness and hostility in people's hearts, gradually transforming the daily words, actions, and conduct of every household. The subtlety of changing customs never lies in a momentary grand display or deliberate clamor. It lies only in the transformation of a single thought toward goodness, in the daily practice of humble actions, and in the steadfast accumulation over the years. In the past, this land was perpetually rife with conflicts, harboring hidden narrow-mindedness and hostility. Neighbors would endlessly compete and quarrel over trivial gains and petty matters, Within ordinary households, daily entanglements repeatedly led to marital discord, estrangement between parents and children, and disorder between the young and old. Everyone was trapped in trivial gains and losses, their minds growing increasingly restless and narrow, deeply mired in mundane strife year after year, rarely finding true peace and harmony. The entire countryside was long shrouded in layers of subtle resentment and restless hostility, with chaotic folk customs and agitated hearts. Since the Lin family opened their doors to teach, impart wisdom, and warm the land with virtue this afternoon, this long-troubled and restless countryside finally shed its accumulated dust and radiated a new vitality and countenance. The villagers who had returned home after receiving instruction all sincerely reflected on themselves and humbly corrected their ways, thoroughly restraining the accumulated restlessness, competitive obsession, and narrow-mindedness of years. Couples who once confronted each other fiercely and argued at the slightest provocation now shed their sharp edges, completely speaking softly and considerately, with mutual understanding and tolerance, letting go of pointless disputes and attachments, and adding more tenderness and cherishing to their days together. Women who once secretly envied others' circumstances and resented their own ordinary lives now felt completely relieved and at ease, content to tend their own hearth and home, neither envying others' wealth nor resenting their own simplicity, with brows relaxed and hearts serene. The village elders, awakened, suddenly reorganized their family rules overnight, rectified their generational traditions, and daily earnestly instructed the younger generations to be courteous, righteous, humble, sincere, and harmonious. The long ancient streets transformed overnight. No longer were there scenes of red-faced confrontations, pushing and shoving, no longer the noisy clamor of market curses and harsh words. Villagers coming and going moved with calm and leisurely steps, their expressions gentle and peaceful. When they met, they greeted each other with smiles and warm words, their manners proper and courteous, their demeanor humble and polite. Even when encountering minor misunderstandings or slight differences, everyone prioritized tolerance and yielded with courtesy, gently resolving any estrangement without harboring personal grudges, leaving no scars and holding no grudges. The hostility that had accumulated in the countryside for decades dissipated completely, and a pure righteous aura slowly spread across the four directions and thousands of households. The folk customs transformed, gradually moistening things, silently transforming people without trace. This was the supreme power of the Lin family's virtuous tradition. The transformation began with the integrity and goodness of the Lin family, ultimately achieving harmony among 10,000 families and peace throughout the land. With the sincere goodness of the entire family, they warmed the restless hearts of the region. With the self-discipline and order of the family day and night, they rectified the simple and honest folk customs of the area, silently nurturing the vast countryside and cultivating the gentle harmony of the world year after year. As dusk slowly deepened, gently enveloping the courtyard, the Lin family's compound was completely cleansed of the day's clamor of teaching and receiving, guests returning to a tranquil, peaceful, and serene state. A cool, gentle evening breeze passed through the courtyard, softly stirring the blooming flowers. Petals trembled lightly, and a subtle fragrance drifted, the elegant, lingering scent of flowers filling the entire compound, long-lasting and refreshing. Beneath the eaves, the twilight light and shadow fell in dappled patches. The gold-inlaid imperial plaque above the door shone softly in the deepening evening light, warm, dignified, and enduring, blending the profound character and deep heritage of a centuries-old prestigious family into the ordinary hearth and home. The 9 beauties had all shed the weariness of the day's teaching, receiving guests and bustling about. They stood side by side in the center of the courtyard, silently watching the dusk sink, the surroundings return to stillness, and the lights of 10,000 homes gradually light up. A day of doing good and guiding others, though bringing a slight fatigue to the body, left the spirit even more transparent, clear, and light. Their eyes were gentle and clear, their hearts solid and at ease, filled with the open, abundant, and steadfast calm of teaching and nurturing the world with virtue. Half a day of teaching, not seeking worldly fame, half a day of guiding, not asking for any reward. Only by acting with a sincere heart to do good, benefit the world, and warm the land, was one able to achieve upright folk customs, neighborly harmony, and the peace and well-being of all people. This intangible accumulation of virtue and the return of hearts to goodness are far more precious and weighty than worldly wealth, fame, and honor, and can take root deep in the years, enduring endlessly. When Ruojuan gazed into the distance at the harmonious new appearance of the streets and alleys, her heart filled with myriad emotions. She sighed softly. In the past, I always felt the countryside was full of troubles, people's hearts restless, disputes endless year after year, and ordinary families rarely found peace and quiet. Now I realize that the chaos in people's hearts stems from having no rules to follow, the disorder in folk customs stems from having no teachings to rely on. Fortunately, the family has established traditions and passed down virtuous customs, which can soothe the disputes of the world and restore clarity and peace to this land. She had wandered the world for half her life adrift, and bitter, witnessing the coldness of the world and the treachery of human hearts, enduring the piercing pain of being homeless and helpless. Precisely because she had personally experienced the storms of life and seen through the entanglements of the mundane world, the harmony of the market, the peace of the countryside, and the goodness of people's hearts before her eyes were all the more precious and moving to her, and made her cherish even more the peaceful days of family stability and freedom from worry. Gu Qingyan, with a faint, gentle smile on her lips, her eyes serene and clear, responded softly. People are inherently kind and pure-hearted, but long shackled by worldly restlessness, pointless comparisons, and stubborn attachments, they breed hostility and stir up disputes. What we did today was not deliberately guiding people or doing good deeds, but simply gently clearing away the fog in people's hearts, awakening their true nature to do good, and teaching them to return to family harmony and uphold their innate goodness. Lu Ruoxi raised her hand to gently touch the swaying flower branch in the wind, her gaze soft and distant, her meaning profound and endless. She said slowly, a family tradition is like the flowers and trees in a courtyard. It can be nurtured, cultivated, passed on, and moistened. First cultivate one's own virtue and mind, then gradually nurture the hearts of neighbors and people. With daily cultivation and steadfast adherence to the original heart, year after year, one can nurture a simple and honest atmosphere and achieve an everlasting clear stream. They spoke softly and slowly, each word clear and insightful, each word coming from the heart. This was their profound understanding after experiencing the ups and downs of the world and the tempering of time, and also their deep recognition and steadfast commitment to the Lin family's establishment of traditions, the use of virtue to nourish the countryside and the benefit of all people. Xia Zhu stood quietly in a corner of the courtyard, her demeanor calm and clear, her mind steady and composed. She spoke slowly, sorting out the core essence of this teaching. Today the villagers came to seek guidance and received instruction sincerely. Every knot in their hearts was untied, their words and deeds corrected, and their hearts returned to goodness. This is the best proof that the family precepts have taken root, virtue has taken effect, and the family tradition has moistened things silently. In the future, I will carefully sort out and examine the details of this teaching, the gradual transformation of folk customs, and the return of all people to goodness, and add them all to the Lin family's inherited history. We should let future generations know that the Lin family established traditions not only for the stability and prosperity of the family itself, but also for educating neighbors, benefiting all people, and nourishing the land. The great significance of a family's legacy does not lie in solitary self-cultivation and guarding the family's corner, but in benefiting the countryside, spreading goodness widely, and blessing the people of all directions. Every word was earnest and weighty, fully revealing the Lin family's pattern and vision that transcended worldly selfishness and the great righteousness of benefiting the world passed down through generations. Lin Shen stood silently by, listening quietly, his eyes gradually deepening with tenderness, his heart solid and clear, filled with calm and certainty. He stepped forward slowly and stood in the center of the group. The heavy dusk gently fell on his shoulders, the evening breeze softly stirred his clothes. His voice was warm, steady, and distant, echoing slowly in the silent courtyard. Establish a family by first establishing the heart. Cultivate oneself by first cultivating virtue. When the whole family adheres to the precepts and does good, they are not cultivating rigid rules and external forms, but the pure heart of the family and the unchanging virtue. Teaching and guiding people, seeking not the praise of the world or the fame of a full hall, but a countryside without strife, peace in all directions, and a worry-free life for 10,000 families. When the family is upright, people's hearts are settled. When people's hearts are settled, folk customs are simple. When folk customs are simple, then there is peace year after year and tranquility for all generations. These few words, concise and clear, profound in meaning, fully expressed the core essence of the Lin family's establishment for 100 generations, the transmission of virtue and the enduring prosperity. The dusk grew deeper and the heavy night slowly spread, gently covering the entire village and the vast expanse of countryside. The last trace of brilliant sunset clouds slowly faded, and the vast twilight gently covered the scattered blue bricks and black tiles and the winding long streets. Lights in the Lin family courtyard lit up one by one, a warm glow dispelling the slight coolness of the night, softly filling the entire compound with tender warmth and a tranquil atmosphere. The warmth of the hearth within the courtyard never ceased, the evening breeze was gentle and kind, and a faint, elegant fragrance of flowers lingered in the courtyard, never fading. The whole family stood side by side, their hearts in harmony, their expressions relaxed, their minds serene and clear. After the layers of accumulation and experience of establishing traditions, bestowing titles, harmonizing neighbors, and teaching, the Lin family's aura became increasingly steady, mellow, warm, and dignified. They had completely shed the initial greenness and restraint, settling into the unique, calm, broad-mindedness and profound heritage of a distinguished family. Xiao Yinan was now fully awake, nestling obediently beside the family members, her clear, innocent eyes quietly gazing at the night courtyard and listening silently to everyone's words. Though the child's innocent heart could not yet grasp the deeper meaning of family legacy and the way of benefiting the world in this gentle atmosphere of daily immersion and subtle influence, the pure seeds of kindness, harmony, humility, courtesy, and goodness were quietly planted, waiting to take root and grow day by day in the future. The cultivation of a family tradition never requires harsh preaching or forceful restraint. Only through daily immersion, daily influence, and subtle transformation is it enough to let good virtue take root in the heart, be passed down through generations, and continue endlessly. The night was deep, all sounds were still, and the four directions were peaceful and undisturbed. Outside the courtyard, the streets and alleys were completely quiet, without any market clamor or worldly turmoil. Lights in thousands of households flickered on tiny glimmers, shining brightly, gently covering the entire countryside. Within the windows of every home, there were soft words and gentle harmony, couples understanding each other, the young and old, respectful and courteous neighbors, close and kind. Everywhere was a scene of peaceful times, a world of harmony and prosperity. A courtyard's clear breeze silently moistened the hearts of 10,000 families. A family's virtuous tradition quietly rectified the appearance of the four directions. Lin Shen raised his eyes to gaze at the mountains and rivers in all directions, seeing the stability of the land, the harmony of the countryside, and the fulfillment of the family. His heart was clear and bright, peaceful and calm. He softly sighed. What is called a prestigious family is not built by wealth and splendor, nor by fame and acclaim. It is a heart of kindness, conduct with propriety, a family with simple customs, and a world with pure virtue. Today the folk customs have returned to righteousness, people's hearts have returned to goodness, and the four directions have returned to peace. This is the deepest heritage and the greatest glory of the Lin family for 100 generations. The evening breeze gently entered dreams, the lights glowed with tender warmth, a courtyard of peaceful years, the mountains and rivers serene. The family's roots are eternally firm, the family tradition forever continues, year after year, morning after morning, endless peace. The night was fading and the first light of dawn was breaking. The sky was faintly bright, the entire village still immersed in the tranquility of the morning, with all sounds hushed and the streets serene. Only the Lin family had long shed the drowsiness of sleep. The courtyard was orderly with warm lamplight, and the entire household rose early in observance of propriety, their demeanor measured, maintaining the dignified posture of a distinguished clan as they awaited the arrival of the new day. After a night of subtle influence and moral permeation, the folk customs of the entire region had been thoroughly renewed. The persistent neighborly disputes, petty comparisons, and restless aggression of the past had been completely cleansed by the Lin family's gentle virtue. Now every household was harmonious and peaceful, with no quarrels or insults, no narrow-minded scheming. Everyone cherished courtesy and acted with propriety, presenting a brand new atmosphere of pure goodness and integrity. When neighbors met, courtesy came first. When elders and juniors encountered each other, respect was self-sustained. At home, tolerance was embraced. The hearts of the entire village had been rectified and the local customs had been fully restored to purity. This earth-shattering transformation of the village's customs was witnessed and remembered by all the villagers. No one was ignorant or disdainful anymore. Everyone understood that the peace and moral integrity of the land were all derived from the Lin family's virtuous traditions and myriad benevolent acts. At this moment, deep reverence for the Lin family had taken root in every household, with not a trace of contempt remaining. What should have been a calm morning routine was suddenly shattered by a majestic and authoritative official gong, piercing the rural tranquility. Clang, clang, clang. 3 deep strokes of the official gong resounded at dawn, penetrating the layers of morning mist, echoing across the mountains and fields, and reverberating through the entire village. This was the exclusive signal of the arrival of a formal government procession and the conferral of imperial commendation. The tone was solemn and majestic, carrying the weight of the court, instantly breaking the peace of the countryside. In an instant, the entire village erupted. Sleeping villagers were all jolted awake, rushing out of their doors, their faces filled with astonishment and awe as they gazed at the end of the official road. It was extremely rare for a remote village to have officials visit, let alone a full-scale official procession. Ordinary people might never encounter such a sight in their lifetimes. The sudden grand array instantly aroused everyone's curiosity and instilled a deep sense of respect. It's the official gong. The imperial procession has entered the village. This is no ordinary clerk, it must be a high-ranking official from the prefecture. Arriving early in the morning specifically for the village, such a display certainly means a great honor. Voices rose among the streets and excitement surged, but no one was disorderly. All the villagers halted and stood still, their eyes fixed on the village entrance, filled with awe and anticipation, the atmosphere reaching a peak. In the blink of an eye, the morning mist dispersed and the dawn light broke through. A strictly regulated and imposing official procession slowly entered the village. In the front, yamen runners marched in formation, their attire neat, their steps firm, and their demeanor awe-inspiring. In the middle, ornate canopies and embroidered banners accompanied them, orthodox in style, magnificent in appearance, and full of dignity. At the rear, officials carried books and scrolls, their expressions solemn and dignified. The entire procession was majestic and orderly, carrying the overwhelming presence of the Orthodox court, instantly silencing the streets, and no one dared to move casually. The villagers instinctively retreated to the sides of the street, holding their breath and remaining silent, their inner reverence growing layer by layer. The grand official procession went straight ahead, without deviation or pause, traversing the entire street, and finally came to a steady halt before the Lin family's gate. At this moment, the entire scene fell into dead silence. All the villagers were stunned, their breath caught, and their eyes filled with utter disbelief. Yesterday's imperial gift of a golden plaque and the title of Supreme Benevolent were imperial favor and heavenly grace. Today's arrival of the official procession and a high-ranking official's personal announcement were the ultimate endorsement, full recognition, and crowning glory from the highest local authority. This meant that all the Lin family's virtuous deeds, educating the family, purifying local customs, fostering neighborly harmony, and benefiting the community, were no longer mere rural gossip or private praise, but were recorded in official documents inscribed in local chronicles, officially recognized and acknowledged by both the court and the public as meritorious achievements for posterity. The Lin family's reputation had undergone a complete and transcendent elevation from a simple rural virtuous household to a top-tier family model known throughout the court and the countryside with official backing. Within the courtyard, Lin Shan, accompanied by his 9 beautiful consorts, walked out slowly, standing side by side on the bluestone steps. Their postures were upright and their bearing was transcendent. Facing such a grand official ceremony and extreme honor, no one in the family was flustered or overwhelmed. Having experienced multiple honors, they had already attained a calm and well-grounded mindset. With virtue and character and backbone in the family, they could naturally remain unruffled by favor or disgrace, composed and serene, their presence firmly held. The leading high official, dressed in formal court robes with a dignified bearing and a solemn expression, stepped forward in person, faced Lin Shun, and declared loudly, his voice resonating through the courtyard and echoing down the street. This county, in accordance with the prefectural documents and following the imperial decree, is here to verify the Lin family's various good deeds, establishing family precepts, purifying local customs, fostering close neighborly relations, and benefiting the common people. Every matter is true and sincere. Since the Lin family began to educate and influence the villagers, all disputes in the village have ceased, people's hearts have turned to goodness, and the land has become peaceful. Your merits are outstanding, and your blessings extend to the entire region. It is hereby officially announced that you are to be commended and recorded in the local chronicles, to be remembered for eternity. As the words fell, the entire crowd was astounded, and the whole scene trembled. Recorded in the local chronicles, remembered for eternity. These 8 words were heavier than 1,000 gold pieces and surpassed all glory. Gold, silver, grain, and silk were but temporary wealth. Worldly fame was but fleeting vanity. Only being recorded in official history and inscribed in local chronicles was true immortal foundation and eternal glory. Henceforth, the Lin family's traditions and generations of good deeds would have verifiable records and historical basis to be respected by generations and forever serve as a benchmark for the world. After the momentous official announcement, substantial top-level rewards followed, their value directly reaching the peak. The accompanying officials personally presented the imperial commendation tablet, the family's jade seal of benevolence, and a vast quantity of grain and silk. Each item was of orthodox regulation and personally bestowed by the court, full of dignity and weight. Awarded a double imperial commendation tablet, one to honor the family's pure traditions and one to praise their neighborly benevolence. Bestowed a jade seal of virtuous and kind family, to be used for recording future charitable deeds and official documents authenticated by the government and recognized by the court. Awarded thousands of measures of grain and silk to commend the Lin family's diligent pursuit of virtue, their moral enrichment of the village, and their benefit to the people. Each reward was announced, each official declaration resounded through the land, all solid strength and hardcore honor, without any empty flattery. The villagers on both sides were stirred with excitement, their hearts surging with admiration and complete submission. At this moment, in everyone's heart, there was no longer any doubt or jealousy, only wholehearted respect and utmost reverence. Previously, there were always a few narrow-minded individuals and self-interested gentry in the village who privately made sour remarks, insinuating that the Lin family's fame was undeserved and that their virtue did not match their honor, feeling that the family had received excessive glory. But today, with the officials' personal testimony, written documents, local chronicle entries, and grand rewards, all the rumors, slander, and hidden discontent were shattered into pieces and vanished like smoke. This was the ultimate vindication, conquering with virtue, establishing oneself with merit, and using the orthodox glory of the government to completely seal all criticism and silence all sour words. The high official gazed at Lin Shun with even greater respect and solemnly added, from today onward, the Lin family is not only the foremost benevolent household of the village, but also a model of moral education for the entire region and a paragon of self-cultivation for all people. Villages near and far may come to observe and learn to listen to the family's teachings. The government has officially decreed to fully support the Lin family, widely spread their virtue, and honor their family traditions. With just this one statement, the Lin family's supreme status was permanently sealed. From now on, the Lin family was no longer an ordinary rural gentry household, but a renowned family of eternal fame, recognized by the court, protected by the government, and revered by the people. Their reputation, status, heritage, and orthodox endorsement were fully elevated, reaching the pinnacle of the rural world. Thousands of villagers below the steps were deeply moved and excited, bowing with clasped hands, offering heartfelt congratulations and shouts of gratitude, rising one after another. Congratulations to the Lin family. Your name will be inscribed in the annals of history, immortal for eternity. Our village is blessed by the Lin family's protection. This is the great fortune of all people. We will henceforth strictly adhere to family traditions, wholeheartedly pursue goodness, and follow the Lin family's virtue. The voices were sincere and filled with gratitude, a million hearts united in submission, creating an utterly awe-inspiring scene. In contrast, the wealthy gentry who used to spend their days flaunting, striving for fame and profit, and boasting of their superior status, now all cowered at the back of the crowd, their heads lowered, faces flushed, and hearts full of shame. They had spent their entire lives scheming, competing for wealth and status, exhausting half their lives to accumulate property and empty fame, which in the face of the Lin family's eternal glory today were nothing but insignificant worldly dust. The Lin family, without contention, without ostentation, quietly practicing virtue and spreading moral teachings, had in one stroke reached the pinnacle of orthodoxy, crowned with eternal glory, famous throughout the court and the countryside, and revered by all. The contrast was clear, a vast difference as between clouds and mud. This silent suppression and overwhelming superiority was far more satisfying and thorough than verbal disputes or displays of wealth. Lin Shun stood at the center of the courtyard, his posture as firm as a pine, his demeanor warm and transcendent. Facing the full majesty of officialdom, extreme honor, and the bowing of thousands, he remained calm and unruffled, his presence profoundly steady. He raised his hand slightly, and the din instantly subsided. The entire audience held their breath, quietly waiting for his address. I thank the court for its deep affection and the government for its fairness. The Lin family receives this unparalleled honor not for the prominence of one family, but for the peace of the entire region, not for personal glory, but for the return of all people to virtue. From now on, our doors will always be open, our virtuous influence will always permeate, and we will ceaselessly spread moral teachings, never cease neighborly harmony, and endlessly pursue goodness. May the pure virtue of one family protect the tranquility of one village. May the family traditions of a single lineage warm the hearts of 10,000 homes. A few brief words, yet the vision was explosive and the breadth of mind fully revealed. Possessing the highest glory, yet not arrogant, bearing immense merit, yet remaining humble and virtuous. This was the true backbone of a distinguished family, the grace of a renowned clan. The high official, upon hearing this, showed a surge of admiration, nodding repeatedly in praise. An ordinary heart, a grand vision, true family traditions. The Lin family's reputation is well-deserved, truly worthy of the name. The boundless morning light completely broke through, golden radiance cascading down, covering the entire courtyard. The golden plaque on the lintel shimmered, the imperial jade seal glowed warmly, the commendation banners fluttered in the breeze, filling the scene with glory and unparalleled beauty. The official procession was majestic, the people bowed, the family traditions shone brightly, and the reputation reached its peak. The 9 beautiful consorts stood side by side, their expressions gentle and composed, their demeanor dignified and elegant. Having undergone this orthodox coronation and official recognition, everyone's original intention grew firmer, their minds clearer, and the family's bearing became increasingly transcendent. Yesterday, the family's virtue moistened the village, leading people's hearts to goodness and customs to purity. Today, the official bestowed honor was heaven's reward for virtue, a true recognition of merit. Henceforth, the Lin family possesses virtuous traditions, a name in history, official certification, and the people's reverence. In the village, there are no more contentious individuals. In the world, there is no dust that obscures brilliance. The backbone of one family stands supreme in the countryside, and 100 generations of glory are thus founded. Golden light broke through the dawn, and auspicious aura filled the courtyard. Rays of morning sunlight stretched across the sky, bathing the Lin family estate in a warm embrace. Imperial banners unfurled gently in the breeze, gilded plaques shimmered with brilliance, and a smooth jade seal caught the light. The hall exuded an enduring sense of official dignity, while an unparalleled radiance spread forth, so resplendent that one could hardly bear to gaze upon it. High officials from the prefecture led the ceremony of investiture in person, carrying out every ritual with meticulous care and solemn decorum. When the final commendation document was sealed and archived, the senior official turned once more toward Lin Shun. His eyes carried nothing but sincere respect, the highest courtesy reserved for a virtuous elder and a patriarch of great standing. Young Master Lin's virtue has blessed this land. His deeds serve the hometown and benefit all the people. To be recorded in the local chronicles is an honor that will endure for generations, truly a blessing upon the entire region. Henceforth, whenever the Lin family shares teachings, aids the world, or cultivates the young, the government shall stand by them with full support and protection. Should any frivolous words dare slander the Lin family, they would be showing contempt for official decrees and disrespect to the court. The government will not tolerate it. Such a resolute proclamation sealed every avenue of dissent. From this day forward, the Lin family was no longer merely a generous household of the countryside. They stood as a beacon of righteousness, endorsed by the court, protected by the law, and honored above all. Whoever questioned them crossed a line, whoever defamed them bore guilt. This was far beyond mere prestige. It was a true elevation of status backed by authority. With those words spoken, the official did not linger further. Leading his procession, he departed at a leisurely pace. The distant echoes of ceremonial gongs gradually faded, yet the solemn presence of the court and the aura of orthodoxy remained deeply imprinted upon every heart in the village, lingering long after they had gone. As soon as the officials departed, the long-held excitement of the crowd erupted all at once. Heavens! The government has established rules to protect the Lin family. To slander the Lin family is to defy the court. What grandeur, what distinction, unmatched in all the years of this village. No wonder the Lin family continues to receive such honors. Such vision and virtue truly deserve eternal glory. Thousands of villagers bowed together like waves of water, their voices of celebration ringing far and wide, echoing endlessly. Every face bore sincerity and reverence, leaving no room for doubt or reservation. At the edge of the crowd, the local gentry who had once looked down upon others with pride now stood pale and rigid, wishing they might simply sink into the earth. Previously relying on their wealth and long-standing influence in the area, they had held the Lin family in little regard. Behind closed doors, they had spoken bitterly and sowed quiet rumors, convinced that the Lin family's reputation was exaggerated and their honors empty, and that prosperity would one day fade. They had spent a lifetime accumulating fields, hoarding wealth, and building networks, believing themselves the true masters of this land, the ones who held power over all. But today reality had struck hard, shattering every trace of their pride, their arrogance, and their comparisons. What they sought was fleeting wealth and worldly fame. What the Lin family built was an enduring legacy and legitimacy recognized by the court. They strained to climb social ladders and win fleeting renown, remaining common merchants of the market. The Lin family, without strife, cultivated virtue and earned the endorsement of the court, the protection of the government, and the reverence of the people. The distance between them was vast and clear. Among the lead gentry, a chill ran through their bones and cold sweat soaked their garments. Thinking back to their past doubts and quiet exclusion, only fear and regret remained. The government had openly declared to criticize the Lin family was to scorn the court itself. If the Lin family chose to pursue matters, their family's accumulated wealth, reputation, and foundations could crumble in an instant. Overcome by deep fear and remorse, they could no longer hold themselves together. Stepping forward from the crowd, they knelt before the steps in humble gestures, bowing their heads to the ground. We were ignorant and short-sighted. In the past, we spoke thoughtlessly and offended the good name of the Lin family. Our crimes deserve severe punishment. We humbly beg young Master Lin for forgiveness. From this day forward, we shall repent fully and dedicate ourselves to goodness. We swear to follow the virtue of the Lin family, uphold the family tradition, and live with humility and respect. The gathered gentry knelt together, their postures low and their expressions filled with quiet reverence, their former arrogance now gone. Silence fell over the crowd as everyone watched with calm eyes. This was the quietest and most profound reversal. Without a word of reproof or any deliberate act of suppression, the weight of virtue and legitimacy was enough to bring all who opposed them to kneel and admit their shortcomings. Lin Shin stood upon the steps, posture upright, an expression tranquil. His gaze passed gently over those kneeling before him without a ripple of emotion. He did not rise to meet them, nor did he offer a hand. He simply stood in stillness, and his presence alone carried a quiet authority that commanded respect. After a long moment, he spoke softly, his voice gentle, yet carrying unmistakable dignity. It resonated through the gathering. What is past is settled, but a family devoted to goodness does not mean indulgence. Reverence from others should be matched by genuine sincerity. From now on, let there be no competition, no rivalry, and no narrow calculations among our people. Those who honor propriety will live in peace. Those who embrace goodness will find stability. But those harboring ill intent and causing disruption will find no place here, neither in the customs of this village nor in the laws of the realm. With these words, the principles for the entire village were set. Letting go of the past showed breadth, establishing rules with clarity showed strength. The kneeling gentry felt as though a great weight had been lifted. They bowed repeatedly in gratitude, reverence now firmly rooted in their hearts. In this moment, they finally understood the Lin family had transcended the standing of ordinary noble houses. They were a presence of great caliber, capable of shaping the ways of a village with a single word. From then on, they would entertain no further thoughts of rivalry or disrespect. Only humility and quiet compliance remained. With the matter of the gentry's repentance concluded, news of the Lin family's flourishing virtue, official investiture, and widespread reverence spread like wind across the surrounding towns and villages. People in nearby villages and neighboring towns, common folk, gentry, and scholars alike, were deeply moved by what they heard. An imperial gilded plaque, a place in the local chronicles, twin commendation banners, a hereditary jade seal, government protection. Each of these honors on its own was beyond the reach of ordinary lives, and yet all of them were gathered within the Lin family. Many were filled with wonder and admiration. Setting aside their daily affairs, they came in groups to the Lin estate, hoping to witness the grace of a renowned family and listen to the teachings of virtue and righteousness. Within half a day, beyond the Lin family courtyard, crowds gathered like flowing water, and carriages arrived in steady numbers. Visitors came from all directions, scholars seeking knowledge, neighbors offering congratulations, and admirers hoping to catch a glimpse of the revered household. Students from modest homes traveled far to learn the path of self-cultivation and moral integrity. Gentry from distant lands came seeking guidance on managing households and nurturing virtue. Ordinary families brought gifts hoping to receive even a measure of the family's benevolence. The once quiet countryside had become a place of gathering and reverence. 9 graceful ladies attended to their duties with poise, receiving guests with warmth and kindness, ensuring every courtesy was observed. Whether explaining teachings, offering comfort, welcoming visitors, or distributing charity, every gesture reflected the elegance of a distinguished family. All who witnessed it grew ever more admiring of the Lin family's influence and virtue. One Ryun and the others faced the steady stream of visitors with calm assurance. After this day of recognition and honor, they had shed all traces of youthful uncertainty, leaving only quiet confidence and a broadened spirit. Gu Qingyan watched the continuous flow of guests and said softly, "Once we cultivated virtue to bring peace to our corner of the world. Now that our influence has spread far and wide, drawing respect from all directions, it exceeds what we once imagined." Lu Ruashi smiled gently and replied, "Those rich in virtue carry the world, those grounded in righteousness draw respect from afar. A family upright in heart naturally commands reverence from all quarters. A heart devoted to goodness will gather the devotion of many." Xia Zhiyu held a family record scroll and carefully noted the events of the day. With steady strokes, she wrote, "Visitors from all directions come to inquire about propriety. This is a remarkable occasion the Lin family has not seen in 100 generations. It shall be recorded in our family history, remembered through the years, and passed down forever." Their words were light and thoughtful, their spirits clear and open. There was no trace of pride, only sincere dedication to staying true to their path. Lin Chen stood quietly upon the terrace looking over the gathering crowd. His eyes were clear and calm, his heart peaceful and untroubled. Having witnessed both the warmth and coldness of human nature, having risen and fallen through the years, he did not cling to empty fame or the adoration of the masses. Yet today's occasion was no mere display of glory. It was proof that virtue takes root, that goodness bears fruit, and that the heavens reward what is right. He raised a hand lightly, and the murmuring crowd fell silent. All held their breath, waiting for his words. Family tradition knows no boundaries, and virtue has no limits. To those who have come today from near and far, rich and poor, if you seek goodness and honor propriety, the Lin family will open its doors and share all it knows. We do not ask for submission or widespread acclaim. We only hope that hearts turn toward goodness and that peace prevails across the land." These few words carried a vast vision and a broad spirit. All present were deeply moved and genuinely inspired. They bowed together in respectful acknowledgement, their gestures sweeping across the gathering. "We shall follow the teachings of Master Lin." In this moment, the Lin family rose beyond the confines of a single village. Its name spread across the region, and its influence reached far and wide. There was no rival nearby or distant. All former doubts, criticisms, rivalries, and dismissals had faded away. In their place stood widespread reverence, respect from all quarters, and recognition from both the people and the authorities. The sun climbed to its zenith and golden light shone brightly. Within the courtyard, virtue flowed like a steady breeze. Beyond its walls, the people gathered in quiet unity and respect. One family flourishing in harmony stood above all earthly pursuits. One lineage pure in spirit carried its influence across mountains and rivers far and wide. The sun reached its zenith, a blazing orb hanging high, casting golden radiance across the countryside. Before the Lin family's gate, carriages clamored and crowds surged. Admirers from far and wide streamed in endlessly, a pilgrimage of unprecedented fervor that utterly transformed the age-old tranquility of this rural land. Ever since Lin Chen publicly set aside past grievances and decreed new village rules with a single word, the entire populace had turned their hearts toward him. No one harbored even a shred of doubt or disrespect. All understood clearly that the Lin family was no longer merely a virtuous household, but a supreme power backed by imperial certification, official protection, and the submission of myriad people. The country gentry and wealthy households who had earlier knelt in apology now transformed into the Lin family's most loyal supporters, bustling through the streets to maintain order with utmost humility and reverence. They had spent half their lives scheming for profit and clinging to factions accustomed to dominating the village, and had always dismissed virtue as mere pretense. But having personally witnessed the Lin family's overwhelming influence and boundless vision, they now understood what true transcendence meant, a hierarchical gulf that could never be bridged. Their former arrogance and pride were crushed, and any lingering envy or rivalry vanished completely. In their hearts remained only profound reverence and gratitude, grateful for the Lin family's magnanimity and willingness to forgive past offenses, and thankful that they had bowed in time rather than resisting to the end. Among the crowd there was no discord, no dissent. All the arriving scholars, commoners, and gentry either stood quietly listening to the discourse, bowed in observation of the family's conduct, or sincerely sought guidance on cultivating virtue and managing the household. Everyone adhered to propriety and acted with sincerity, The scene was grand, yet orderly, a testament to the Lin family's profound ability to civilize the masses. The 9 graceful women stood composedly in various parts of the courtyard, each attending to their duties with gentle poise. They answered questions with clarity that pierced the heart, dissolving people's confusion. They welcomed guests with impeccable courtesy, embodying the warmth of a distinguished family. They performed charitable acts silently, continuing the Lin family's century-old tradition of benevolence. Every smile and every gesture exuded character. Every word and action was a lesson in virtue. Many visiting gentry and impoverished scholars observing this felt a growing awe within. Having traveled far and wide and seen many noble houses, they had never encountered such a peerless family style. One that needed no wealth to command prosperity, no authority to command respect. Today I finally understand what true family heritage means. Compared to those arrogant and ostentatious noble clans, the Lin family's vision of winning people with virtue and benefiting all is the only one worthy of eternal remembrance. Having heard the truth once, I shall benefit for life. This pilgrimage has been truly worthwhile. Praises rose one after another, heartfelt exclamations echoing across the fields, and the Lin family's reputation soared once more, spreading throughout the entire region. At noon, an urgent courier sped forth on horseback, breaking through the dust and heading straight for the prefecture. The astonishing spectacle of the Lin family's single-day transformation of local customs, winning the hearts of the people and drawing a pilgrimage from all directions, along with the complete account of the official recognition, was relayed verbatim to the high officials of the prefecture. Inside the prefectural office, a group of senior officials reviewed the documents and listened to the details. The hall fell into solemn silence, every one of them deeply moved. An ordinary rural family relying solely on its family ethos and lineage of virtue, without currying favor with the powerful or leveraging influence, had managed to civilize an entire region, pacify a local area, and attract the voluntary submission of myriad people. Such achievement in moral cultivation and stabilizing the realm was unprecedented in the centuries-old annals of the entire prefecture. The prefecture governor sat upright in the main hall, holding the Lin family's local records, his gaze fixed upon them, his eyes filled with admiration and gravity. He sighed deeply. A single family's rise brings clarity to a whole region. A single family's rectitude brings peace to all people. This Lin Shun is no ordinary rustic clothier. He is a hidden sage of our time, a master of worldly integrity. Such an extraordinary talent and virtuous family hidden in the countryside is truly a waste of great potential. With these words, all the officials nodded in agreement, no one daring to voice a single objection. The governor raised his eyes, his tone solemn and decisive, and immediately set the direction. Compile all the Lin family's deeds and merits without delay, and send an urgent report to the imperial court tonight. Such an unparalleled virtuous family, a model of moral cultivation, should be known to the whole world and emulated by the entire nation. A new decree was quietly brewing, about to be enacted. This meant that the Lin family's glory would no longer be confined to a single village or prefecture, but would soon reach the court and gain nationwide renown, becoming the nation's foremost family of virtue. If yesterday's recognition was the highest honor from local authorities, then today's national report was the ultimate foundation for ascending to the pinnacle of the world and achieving eternal fame. The prefecture's decree was transmitted swiftly, and no one knew that in the distant imperial palace a covert gaze had already locked onto this remote rural courtyard. In the imperial study, silence and solemnity reigned. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, holding a secret report on the Lin family that had been delivered ahead of time, reading each word carefully, his expression profound. The civil and military officials in the hall held their breath, not daring to speak, the air thick with tension. The world believed that the Lin family's rise was due solely to merit, virtuous conduct, and reputation. But the highest echelons of the court saw a deeper, more terrifying foundation. Without military power or political authority, the Lin family could unite the hearts of the people, sway public sentiment, and influence the moral climate of an entire region. To win the people's hearts is to win the world. Such intangible influence is far more formidable and awe-inspiring than commanding armies or holding high office. The emperor tapped his fingers lightly on the table, the sound low and distant, breaking the deathly silence. A commoner unites the people, a family's ethos pacifies the realm. This man's talent is terrifying indeed. Those few words carried immense weight. There was respect, admiration, and also a hint of hidden wariness and scrutiny. When glory reaches its peak, danger follows. The Lin family, sanctified by virtue and beloved by the people, enjoyed unparalleled fame and prosperity. Yet beneath the extreme renown, undercurrents and hidden storms were quietly brewing. Within the court, a group of conservative nobles and aristocratic families, upon hearing the news of the Lin family's commoner sanctification and the people's devotion, were instantly filled with apprehension and began to stir. They had held high positions for generations, monopolizing prestige, and feared most the kind of commoner who, without background or title, could shake the hearts of the people with nothing but personal strength. Once the Lin family was fully endorsed by the court and emulated nationwide, every commoner would be able to stand on virtue and win fame through sincerity, severely undermining the monopoly and hereditary glory of the many aristocratic families. Jealousy, fear, panic, and scheming. Countless dark thoughts sprouted and intertwined, forming an invisible net slowly closing in on the Lin family in the countryside. In the glorious rural courtyard, no one sensed the distant turmoil and surging undercurrents. Lin Shin still stood quietly before the house, his figure warm and upright, his mind clear and unruffled, calmly surveying the magnificent scene of the people's pilgrimage. He sought no power, no fame, no profit. Only the preservation of a pure family ethos and a lifetime of true heart. But the more he was free of desires and pure in virtue, the more the people turned to him, the more he would stir the game of the court and shake the world. Gu Qingyan gazed at the distant horizon, her eyes slightly focused, and spoke softly. Husband, such great fame draws the attention of both court and country. Beneath the glory, storms may be brewing. The others, hearing this, felt a stir in their hearts and instantly understood the implications. Having weathered the vicissitudes of life, they had long seen through the rules of the world. Excessive fame for a commoner invites the jealousy of the powerful. Overwhelming popular support invites the balancing hand of the court. Lin Shin, upon hearing this, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes devoid of any panic, only calm assurance and fearless spirit. He lifted his gaze toward the distant imperial city, his voice warm, yet resolute, piercing through the bustling crowd and echoing across heaven and earth. My Lin family walks upright and sits straight. We guard the righteous path, accumulate virtue, and bring peace to the people. With uprightness, what fear have we of the wind? With virtue, what fear have we of rumors? Even if storms arise in the court and undercurrents flow in the world, I shall bear them all. His words fell with a clang, open and bold, radiating unshakable confidence. The people heard him and raised their heads in unison, their eyes filled with admiration and their hearts trembling. And at that very moment, a secret imperial decree departed from the palace, racing southward. A great storm set to sweep the court and shake the world was already gathering quietly, heading straight for the Lin family. The boundless glory of the countryside courtyard remained unaware of the surging waves thousands of miles away. Lin Shin still stood before the house, his figure warm and upright, calmly surveying the magnificent scene of the people's pilgrimage. The sun slowly tilted westward, its golden light softening. Warm midday rays faded, transforming into a gentle silk-like veil that draped across the entire village. The crowd before the Lin family gate showed no signs of dispersing. People, scholars, and local gentry from all directions stood quietly beyond the courtyard, none eager to leave. After spending the greater part of the day listening to teachings and observing the family's values, everyone's heart felt cleansed. The restless disturbances and narrow suspicions of the past had dissipated, leaving only clarity and reverence. The countryside carried an atmosphere of solemn peace, with the people's respect and upright customs creating a scene of prosperity unseen for generations. Decades of worldly commonness and quarrelsome tensions accumulated by ordinary villages had completely dissolved under the Lin family's pure influence. Yet no one could have predicted that 1,000 li away from this peaceful scene, winds were already gathering and dark currents surging. At the end of the official road, dust suddenly rose. Unlike the orderly grandeur of official processions past, this arriving force carried a stern, oppressive presence, radiating an icy aloofness that kept others at a distance. Several swift horses galloped down the road, their hooves kicking up dust, the thunderous sound echoing across the countryside at great speed. The riders wore dark clothing with blades at their waists, their expressions stern and eyes sharp, emanating an aura of discipline and severity. At the center of the procession, a dark carved wooden carriage moved steadily forward, its modest exterior concealing an air of nobility commanding more presence than any local official's retinue. The villagers along the route watched with surprise, instinctively stepping aside. This is different from a provincial official's procession. These people carry too cold an energy, too heavy a presence, surely not ordinary local officials. Look at the carriage and horses, the bearing of this party. These must be important figures from the capital. The peaceful atmosphere of the streets and alleys was suddenly pierced by this abrupt aura, and an invisible tension spread through the crowd. The noisy chatter dropped to whispers as people paused and watched a strange unease rising in their hearts. At the back of the crowd, the local gentry and wealthy families who had previously knelt in submission now changed color simultaneously, their hearts sinking. Having spent years navigating local affairs, they understood the rules of officialdom well. This discreet yet imposing presence was reserved exclusively for secret envoys of the court and imperial commissioners. Ordinary rewards and appointments were marked by triumphant fanfare and open displays of power. Only covert investigations, audits, accountability measures, and checks on authority would proceed with such understated urgency and hidden sharpness. In an instant, countless thoughts surged through their minds as anxiety mounted. Could the Lin family's great reputation truly have drawn the court's suspicion? Would this gathering of people from all directions, this magnificent sight, truly face some sudden upheaval? The tension spread rapidly, and even the scholars and villagers who had traveled from afar sensed something was wrong. The scene that had just been filled with reverence and peace was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, a sense of impending storm pressing heavily on everyone's heart. In the courtyard, 9 women's eyes flickered simultaneously as they turned slightly, a trace of quiet wariness crossing their gentle brows. With their keen minds and deep experience, they had long understood the complexities of court politics and the dangers of human nature. Rewards from the provincial authorities represented local support and legitimate honor, but the sudden arrival of secret envoys from the imperial court suggested something other than celebration, likely a mission to balance power and investigate matters. Gu Qingyan gazed at the approaching carriage with a soft sigh. It has finally come. When Ruojuan nodded calmly, when a tree rises above the forest, the wind will surely break it. The Lin family has gathered too much popular support and fame. The court's suspicion is inevitable. Lu Ruoshi spoke with composure and quiet confidence. But our family upholds righteousness and clear conduct with no fault and no selfish motive. Let the storms come. We remain unshaken. The women spoke softly, yet in perfect harmony, each calm and collected, displaying deep understanding and mutual trust. Forged through numerous trials, they were no longer naive girls entering the world, but women who had cultivated the steady composure needed to face any crisis with grace. Upon the high platform, Lin Shen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, upright as a pine and gentle as jade. Gazing at the approaching envoys on the official road, his eyes were clear and calm, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. There was no panic, no surprise, no anxiety, only quiet composure. He had anticipated this moment long ago. A commoner without official rank or noble title, without power or backing, yet able to gather the hearts of thousands, create something remarkable, and earn recognition throughout the realm. Such influence that transcends worldly bounds might appear as the highest honor, yet it inevitably encroaches upon the court's authority, drawing the emperor's scrutiny and the noble's apprehension. A matter of time. When prosperity reaches its peak, danger follows. When fame grows too high, envy arises. This is an eternal law of the world. Yet he never harbored a single regret. The Lin family upheld righteousness, performed good deeds, brought peace to the people, and nurtured their homeland. With nothing to hide before heaven and earth, and nothing to regret in action, there was no fear. In an instant, the dark ebony carriage arrived before the Lin residence, and came to a steady halt. The dark-clad riders dispersed, swiftly forming layers around the area, and standing watch, sealing off the courtyard's open space. Their stern presence created a striking contrast with the peaceful and gentle atmosphere of the Lin family estate. The carriage door opened slowly, and a middle-aged man in brocade, official robes stepped out with a cold demeanor. His sharp features and intimidating presence carried no warmth, only the rigid authority of court power. Standing tall with an eagle's gaze, he scanned the assembly. The moment he touched ground, his eyes revealing a subtle assessment and critical judgment. He was the imperial commissioner sent from the capital, tasked with inspecting local customs and examining the reputation of commoners. All tens of thousands of people present immediately held their breath, no one daring to speak or move. The once noisy sea of people fell utterly silent, so still that a pin drop could be heard as everyone's heartbeat slowed with maximum tension. The local gentry and wealthy families bowed their heads, lowered their palms, growing cold with anxiety, fearing this court disturbance might implicate them. The scholars from humble backgrounds showed tight faces, full of worry, terrified that the world's sole moral standard might be broken by these storms. An invisible pressure weighed heavily on everyone, making it hard to breathe. The commissioner's cold gaze swept over the magnificent scene of people paying respects, and as he observed each household submitting and every person yielding, the wariness deepened in his eyes. It was exactly as the secret reports from court had stated. This Lin Shun, through personal virtue alone and his family's moral example, had brought tens of thousands of common people to submit and drawn the hearts of all directions. Such profound ability to unite the people's hearts far exceeded what any ordinary local gentry or regional official could manage. It was genuinely alarming. If left to continue developing with growing reputation, the people would know only the Lin family's virtue and disregard imperial law, creating endless hidden dangers and severe future consequences. Remembering the council of court nobles and the emperor's quiet desire for balance, the commissioner's expression grew colder. Stepping forward, his voice rang out coldly and clearly throughout the gathering. By imperial secret decree, I inspect local customs and verify the standing of commoners. Summon Lin Shen to come forward for questioning. The words landed with crushing authority. This was neither reward nor appointment nor comfort. It was investigation. It was interrogation. It was the court's scrutiny and balancing from above. Hearts sank throughout the crowd as they understood. The storm had truly arrived. Concern washed over countless faces as hearts tightened, each person silently worried for the Lin family. Facing imperial mandate and the commissioner's inquiry, an ordinary family had no means to resist, and one misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet upon the high platform, Lin Shun remained composed and distinguished. Facing the commissioner's stern presence and cold decree, he stayed unhurried and dignified, showing neither servility nor fear. He moved slowly down from the platform, each step steady and honest, walking with upright purpose and open integrity. In those dozens of steps, he carried himself with the grace of one who rises above worldly concerns and faces authority with dignity. Before reaching the crowd, Lin Shen spoke softly, yet clearly, each word firm and sincere, facing imperial authority without hesitation. This commoner Lin Shen is here. I await your majesty's questions, sir. Please inquire freely. His manner was calm and open, without pleading or defensiveness, bearing only innocence and transparency before the court's scrutiny. The commissioner raised his eyes to study the commoner youth, noting how calmly he faced imperial authority with such distinguished bearing, an unexpected composure that surprised him. Yet duty-bound and imperial while unavoidable, he suppressed his surprise and adopted a colder demeanor, delivering the court's most pointed inquiry with blade-like precision. Lin Shun, you are but a commoner without office or title, without position or stipend. How have you taught the masses, gathered their hearts, and drawn submission from all directions? You hold the people's loyalty in your hands and command their reverence. What purpose drives this action? Each word carried sharp meaning, each phrase concealed an edge. He asked not of virtue or good deeds or the merits of teaching. Instead, he questioned the heart, the intention, the ambition. This was a calculated trap designed by court nobles. Admitting the people's loyalty meant harboring hidden designs, and gathering followers privately denying it meant hypocrisy and deception toward the court. The words hung in silence, the atmosphere dense and heavy. Everyone understood the stakes. Any misstep could be interpreted as ill intent, unauthorized alliances, or improper ambition. All held their breath, watching intently as Lin Shun stood before them. Facing the pressing questions, his lips curved slightly, and his eyes remained clear and open, showing no trace of fear or confusion. He looked up at the commissioner and spoke plainly, his voice cutting through the silence with quiet conviction. You misunderstand, sir. What I gather is not the people's will, but the natural human inclination toward goodness. What I receive is not reverence, but the world's heart turning toward righteousness. This commoner harbors no ambition, no reckless desires, no schemes. Throughout my life, I have only upheld good family values, cultivated virtuous customs, brought peace to the people, and followed the righteous path. When the people's hearts turn toward goodness, that is the blessing of the age. When all directions enjoy peace, that is the favor of the court. If upholding righteousness, accumulating virtue, and bringing peace to the people constitutes a crime, then Lin Shun willingly accepts this burden. His words rang clear and open, carrying an upright spirit. Neither humble nor defiant, neither breaking nor establishing, each statement cut through the court's calculations, suspicions, and hidden traps. In that moment, the wind and clouds seemed to pause, heaven and earth fell silent. The commissioner froze, his questioning gaze and coldness instantly giving way to profound astonishment. Before the courtyard stood a youth of purity and integrity, facing imperial authority with open courage and unwavering principle. Hearing these words, tens of thousands felt their spirits stir deeply. The formerly oppressive and somber situation was completely transformed by these noble words. The darkness cleared and righteousness shone brightly. After his words fell, a surge of righteous chi ascended into the sky. The entire countryside seemed to stand still, as if the wind ceased and clouds halted, enveloped in a profound stillness. The heavy gloom and oppressive pressure that had lingered over the Lin family estate were thoroughly dispersed by these candid and resolute words. The multitude before the courtyard stood frozen, not a breath stirred, not a movement made. All eyes were fixed upon the tall, graceful figure in white. The shadow of despair and immense fear that had weighed upon the hearts of the crowd now faded away, replaced by profound, all-warm inspiration and an earnest reverence from the depths of their souls. Everyone understood that the imperial envoy had presented an unsolvable predicament, a carefully woven trap designed by court nobles to inflict a fatal blow. Had Lin Shun shown even a hint of retreat, defense, or weakness, it would confirm the accusation of harboring ulterior motives and gathering popular support, a grave crime that could instantly bring the prosperous Lin family to ruin. Yet he neither evaded nor yielded, neither humble nor arrogant. He sought no forgiveness, argued no gains or losses, feared no authority. With his pure character, he shouldered the world's criticism. With his righteous heart, he faced the court's suspicion. Such breadth of mind and extraordinary integrity surpassed all others, whether within the court or among the nobles of the world. At the back of the crowd, the local gentry and wealthy households who had been trembling with cold sweat now shuddered deeply, their faces flushed with shame. The last vestiges of hope and reluctance in their hearts had vanished. All their lives they had schemed in power games and calculated human hearts, believing in the supremacy of might and the priority of profit. They were accustomed to seeing people flatter the powerful and fear authority. Today they finally witnessed what it means to have the integrity of a noble man and the backbone of righteousness. Compared to Lin Shun's open-mindedness and great justice, their lifelong schemes and struggles for fame and fortune seemed as insignificant as dust and ants, utterly contemptible and not worth mentioning. In the distance, a group of impoverished scholars had eyes glistening with emotion, their hearts stirred to the utmost. Having studied diligently for over a decade, all they sought was to uphold righteousness and have a clear conscience before heaven and earth. Today, witnessing Lin Shun facing the emperor's authority and steadfastly holding to his principles, they instantly understood what it means to be a true scholar's backbone and the great way of living in the world. In the courtyard, 9 graceful ladies stood side by side in quiet elegance. Their eyes were gentle, yet filled with confidence, their gazes brimming with unwavering trust and faith. They never doubted Lin Shun, for they knew best that the Lin family's prosperity was never a hollow reputation, their popular support was never artificially cultivated, and Lin Shun's openness was never a pretense. Every word and action came from the heart, every move followed the right path. Below the platform, the stern-faced imperial envoy suddenly stiffened, his sharp eagle-like eyes trembling violently, and his icy, severe expression broke apart. He had come south under imperial decree, bearing the pressure from court nobles and the emperor's hidden intention to balance power. His purpose was to find fault, assign blame, and maintain equilibrium. He had prepared numerous arguments and charges, hoping to seize any handle against the Lin family, so as to suppress this rising popular force from the countryside and neutralize this new power that could shake the old court order. But Lin Chen's words were upright, pure, and flawless. He did not gather popular support for personal gain, but guided people toward goodness. He did not assemble the masses to seize power, but pacified the people to strengthen the foundation. Every word was candid, every sentence righteous, directly dismantling all slanders, dispelling all suspicions, and nullifying all conspiracies. Holding the emperor's secret decree and the authority of the court with absolute power over life and death, he was now momentarily speechless, unable to refute, because he could find no fault, no handle. The Lin family's charity, education, pacification of the people, and adherence to righteousness were all without error. After a long moment, the imperial envoy took a deep breath, suppressing the surging shock within him, and forcibly steadied his courtly dignity. His eyes remained sharp and cold, yet they no longer carried the absolute confidence of suppression. He stared intently at Lin Chun and asked again in a deep voice, his tone still carrying a last trace of forceful probing. Well said, upholding righteousness and accumulating virtue. Your words are candid, but the fact that the people are drawn to you and the whole region reveres you is true. Your reputation overshadows local officials, and your fame shakes the prefectures and courts. How do you explain this? This was still a deadly psychological attack extending from the dire situation. A reputation surpassing officials and overwhelming popular support were in any dynasty the greatest taboos for the ruler and the court. If Lin Chin could not perfectly defuse this, he would still be unable to escape the suspicion of using fame to overpower authority and destabilize the state. The hearts of the entire crowd once again rose to their throats, tension peaking anew. Lin Chin raised his eyes, his gaze clear and penetrating, meeting the imperial envoy's scrutiny and probing. A faint trace of composed pride curved his lips, and his voice once again resounded through the heavens, firm and resonant, shaking the surroundings. Officials uphold laws using authority to pacify the people. I uphold virtue, using kindness to nourish the people. Laws restrain people's actions, virtue purifies their hearts. The two complement each other, not conflict. The court governs the world, seeking peace and stability. My Lin family performs good deeds, seeking tranquility in all directions. If the people are inclined toward goodness, the atmosphere is pure, and the villages are peaceful, then we are sharing the court's burdens and pacifying the people for His Majesty. Such popular support is not the root of chaos, but a sign of great order under heaven. These words, advancing layer by layer, struck at the very logic. They directly transformed the danger of excessive popularity into a great merit of assisting in governing the world. The logic was closed and flawless. The imperial envoy trembled, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he was left completely speechless, unable to respond. He suddenly realized completely that this young man in plain clothes was not the ambitious populist menace described by the court nobles. This man understood the world, saw through the court, and deeply comprehended the way of heaven. His vision far surpassed the mediocre nobles of the court. He did not contend for power, pursue profit, or seek fame. All his actions were supremely virtuous deeds benefiting the nation and the people, bringing peace to the state and enriching the world. In contrast, the high-ranking nobles in the court who wielded power spent their days struggling for power and profit, forming cliques and suspecting the virtuous. Their vision and magnanimity were not even a 10,000th of that of a simple country commoner. The contrast was clear as the difference between clouds and mud. Just as the whole crowd fell into dead silence, and the situation reversed, from the distant official road came the thunder of hooves again, raising clouds of dust. Another team of fast horses galloped in, even faster and more imposing than the imperial envoy's procession. Before the crowd could recover, a voice of the highest imperial decree, resounding through heaven and earth, suddenly burst across the countryside. His Majesty's sacred edict. Urgent summons. The voice pierced the clouds and shook the mountains, carrying the majestic pressure of supreme imperial authority, instantly overwhelming all other sounds in the venue. Everyone's scalp tingled and their minds were shaken. Just as the imperial envoy's investigation concluded, an imperial edict from the capital arrived. The rapid fluctuations of this affair had actually drawn the immediate attention of the supreme emperor. Even the stern-faced imperial envoy's expression changed dramatically. He swiftly turned, stood at attention, bowed his head, and dared not retain any hint of arrogance. The eunuch bearing the decree stepped forward quickly, holding the bright yellow imperial scroll. With a solemn gaze and a voice that resonated around, he read the emperor's latest decree publicly. I have reviewed the memorials from the prefectures and thoroughly examined the Lin family's merits. Lin Chin, a commoner with virtue, has established himself with integrity. With one family's pure customs, he has purified the local mores. With one person's kindness, he has pacified the hearts of the people. He has transformed hostility into harmony, turned chaos into peace. His merits are evident and unparalleled in openness. The so-called excessive popularity is not an omen of disaster for the state, but a sign of a prosperous era. The previous criticisms from the court and suspicions from the nobles are all false and hereby nullified. Today I personally decree the Lin family's virtue is the foremost in the world, their family tradition a national model. Grant the supreme plaque of eternal pure gate. Consecrate Lin Shun as the world's virtue master, to oversee folk education and lead the world's moral conduct. From now on the Lin family stands above the mundane world, not subject to the court nor to the checks of nobles. Any civil or military official, any aristocratic clan who dares to slander, frame, or defame the Lin family shall be charged with deceiving the heart, obscuring the sage, and envying the virtuous, while disrupting governance. Respect this. As the words fell, heaven and earth rumbled. The tens of thousands of people present were instantly struck dumb, their minds overwhelmed. All the oppression, fear, frustration, and worry transformed in this moment into the utmost joy and exhilaration. The emperor personally intervened and completely overturned the case. He overturned all the court's suspicions and noble slanders. He personally certified the Lin family as the foremost virtuous house in the world. He conferred upon Lin Shun the title of world's virtue master to lead moral education across the realm. Moreover, he established an iron rule. Any court noble who dares to attack the Lin family shall be guilty of a grave crime. This was not merely a rescue. It was a supreme coronation, ultimate protection, region-wide deification. All the previous undercurrents, court balancing and noble suppression, were utterly crushed and annihilated by this single imperial decree. The stern-faced imperial envoy trembled all over, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat. In his heart remained only endless shock and relief. Fortunately, he had not forced a conviction or deliberately suppressed earlier. If he had acted stubbornly, heeding the instigations of court nobles, and forcibly convicting Lin Shun, he would now be unable to atone, even by death, and his entire family would be implicated. Now he finally understood the emperor's intention completely. His Majesty was never wary of the Lin family. He was using this investigation to purge the court of jealous nobles, paving the way for the Lin family and deifying them across the nation. This earth-shattering turmoil from beginning to end was the Lin family's wedding garment to ascend. Among the crowd, those forces that had secretly watched, waiting for the Lin family to fall, now had faces ashen and bodies cold, utterly despairing. What they had thought was a catastrophic disaster turned out to be the Lin family's eternal celebration. The deadly trap they had painstakingly woven ultimately fulfilled the Lin family's everlasting fame. A complete reversal, overwhelming. Lin Shun stood before the courtyard, hearing the grand imperial decree, his expression still gentle and composed, clear and calm, without a trace of ecstatic agitation or arrogant complacency. He bowed slightly, his tone candid and respectful, neither servile nor arrogant. With perfect courtesy, I, a humble subject, thank His Majesty for his sacred grace. Simply 6 words, settling the pattern for all eternity. At this moment, a myriad of golden rays pierced through the clouds, and the sky's radiant light gathered over the Lin family courtyard, auspicious vapors spiraling and illuminating the surroundings. The old imperial plaque shimmered with brilliance, and the new supreme title was bestowed upon him. A family's integrity and eternal glory had completely ascended to the pinnacle of the world, unparalleled in past and present. Seeing this, the people could no longer restrain the burning reverence in their hearts. They all bowed and prostrated in unison, their voices shaking the fields and echoing through the mountains. Congratulations to the world's virtue master. Congratulations to the eternal pure gate. The cheers were vast, continuous, and resonated for 1,000 miles. From then on, the Lin family was not bound by the court, not checked by nobles, establishing themselves through virtue and governing the world through the way. In one morning they were deified, unmatched in the world. Mountains and rivers echoed as the people bowed in unison. The resounding waves of worship swept across the land, layer upon layer, unceasing, dispersing the last trace of gloom between heaven and earth. Cascading rays of colorful light draped down, golden radiance covering the entire Lin family courtyard, engraving the supreme glory of the eternal pure gate firmly upon this rustic land. The oppressive court atmosphere, schemes of influential ministers, and imperial checks that had loomed over the Lin family all vanished into thin air with the issuance of this supreme imperial decree. The wind fell completely still, hearts were fully settled, and the turmoil had entirely subsided. Yet the minds of all present remained stirred, their emotions undulating and difficult to calm for a long time. Tens of thousands of commoners bowed their heads, their bodies still trembling slightly. No one was forced to kneel. All were moved by reverence and submission from the depths of their souls. The crucial court deadlock and probing interrogations they had witnessed firsthand, they saw how a commoner overcame adversity, engaged with imperial authority, and ultimately achieved nationwide deification in a legendary tale. Before this, no one would believe that a commoner without title, power, or backing could break the trap woven by court nobles and have the supreme emperor personally support him and grant nationwide coronation. But today Lin Shun accomplished it. With his pure integrity, he dispelled countless suspicions. With his righteous path, he calmed the world's turmoil. Below the platform, the imperial envoy who had previously arrived with a stern face and imperial authority now had not a trace of the arrogant demeanor of a court minister. He stood frozen cold sweat soaking through his official robe, his body chilled, and his heart filled with shock. The scrutiny, criticism, and force in his eyes had all transformed into pure reverence and lingering fear. At this moment, he finally understood the full truth of the entire incident. The so-called secret investigation, civilian inspection, and balancing of public sentiment were never about the emperor suppressing the Lin family or being wary of Lin Shun. Rather, His Majesty had long seen through the corruption of the court and the jealousy of the powerful. He deliberately used this public controversy and slander by powerful ministers to conduct a visible investigation, publicly clearing all doubts, eliminating all conspiracies, and paving the way for the Lin family to ascend to the top of the world with dignity. Those high-ranking aristocratic families and court nobles who thought themselves all-powerful believed they had laid a clever trap and held the whole situation, intending to use imperial power to extinguish the righteous light rising from the countryside. Little did they know that their every calculation and accusation was from beginning to end merely the emperor's means to elevate the Lin family's eternal glory and make them ascend. The more fiercely they slandered and oppressed, the more it highlighted the Lin family's innocence and unparalleled merit, and the more it exposed the court noble's petty-mindedness and narrow vision. At this thought, the imperial envoy's heart trembled, and he grew even more reverent toward the seemingly gentle and composed youth before him. This man understood the way of heaven, discerned the emperor's heart, and saw through the court's chess game. Without striving or grasping, he seized every advantage of timing, place, and harmony. Without seeking power, he effortlessly commanded the hearts of the people and stirred the entire court. Such a figure had long transcended the mundane, worthy of being called a Taoist sage and the backbone of the world. Compared to those court nobles who spent their days in factional strife, jealous of talent, and occupying high positions without achievement, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Daring no further hesitation or neglect, the imperial envoy gathered all his dignity, bent his knees, and made a solemn, deep bow, his posture extremely humble. This humble official congratulates the world's virtue master. From now on, I will reverently follow the imperial edict, uphold virtue, forever honor the Lin family tradition, and forever serve the teaching of righteousness. The imperial envoy, a close minister of the emperor, holding the power of life and death over the realm, now completely set aside his courtly pride and noble arrogance, bowing in submission and genuine allegiance before the public. This scene stirred the entire crowd once more. The people's eyes brightened, their hearts stirred, and countless tears welled up in their eyes, filled with emotion. Even the supreme imperial envoy from the capital had completely submitted and bowed in reverence, proving that the Lin family's status had already surpassed all local officials and court civil and military officers. The humble country family had completely surpassed the court nobles. At the back of the crowd, those local gentry and wealthy families who had been anxious and secretly waiting now turned pale with shame and regret. In the past, they had prided themselves on their wealth and clout, looking down on the Lin family's humble origins, frequently making sour remarks, and secretly hoping the court would suppress the Lin family so they could reclaim their influence in the village. But now the outcome was clear. The fame, power, and local status they had pursued all their lives were as insignificant as dust before the Lin family's eternal glory and worldwide renown. Fortunately, Lin Shun had been magnanimous and forgiving, giving them a chance to reform. Had they dared to make any move or add insult to injury during the turmoil, they would have faced irreversible disaster and family ruin. With extreme relief and profound reverence intertwining in their hearts, the gentry no longer dared to hold on to their status. They stepped forward together, knelt, and bowed in sincere submission. We were ignorant and shallow, uttering foolish words in the past. We deserve 1,000 deaths. From now on, we will uphold the Lin family tradition for generations, forever respect righteousness, and practice virtue, daring no transgression or disrespect. The former local powers and village strongmen, now all prostrated on the ground, completely surrendered with no trace of arrogance or rivalry. The humble scholars and commoners from 100 miles around, upon seeing this, felt their hearts warm with genuine admiration. Today, in this confrontation, Lin Shun relied not on force, power, or backing, but solely on his righteousness, benevolence, and profound understanding of the Tao to shatter court intrigues, reverse the world's situation, and earn nationwide respect. This was the true foundation for standing in the world and the way to be passed down. In the courtyard, 9 graceful women stood side by side, their eyes gentle and demeanor elegant, with relieved and assured smiles in their eyes. From initially staying home and living peacefully to nurturing the village with virtue and refining local customs to facing the court turmoil and achieving nationwide deification. Through storms, trials, and ascension, they witnessed their husband with his ordinary self performing extraordinary deeds and establishing eternal merit, step by step, crushing thorns and ascending to the peak. Gu Qingyan smiled gently, her eyes clear and warm. The turmoil has dissipated and righteousness shines bright. From now on, no force in the world will dare to look down on the Lin family. No noble will dare to slander the virtuous. Wen Riyun nodded in agreement, her voice gentle and firm, with virtue to stabilize the world, with the Tao to settle oneself. What our husband has forged is not only the Lin family's path of legacy, but also the path of goodness for all people. The others nodded and turned their minds clear and open, filled with peace and honor. On the high platform, Lin Shen stood tall and jade-like amidst the radiant clouds, receiving the worship of the people and the obeisance of officials with auspicious aura swirling around him, his spirit resolute. Supreme fame, the highest title in the hearts of the entire nation. Such extreme glory would be enough to make anyone in the world arrogant and lose their true self. Yet his eyes remained as clear as ever, untouched by vanity, his mind peaceful and calm, unmoved by favor or disgrace. He slowly raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling people, the bowing imperial envoy, and the repentant gentry. His voice was warm and clear, yet carried an unparalleled authority that settled the world, echoing across the land. The vastness of imperial grace lies in comforting the people. The boundlessness of the great Tao lies in turning toward goodness. Today I bear the title of World's Virtue Master and uphold the honor of Eternal Pure Gate, not for personal supremacy or prominence, but to establish righteousness, refine folk customs, pacify the people, and purify hearts. From this day forward, the world's moral teachings shall take goodness as the root and righteousness as the foundation. People shall not be faulted for pursuing goodness, and commoners shall be credited for upholding virtue. Any family in the world that wishes to learn the Lin family tradition and practice good deeds, I will open my doors and teach, without reservation, regardless of origin, status, or wealth. His resolute words landed open and magnificent, a grand vision. Not arrogance or exclusive dominance, but spreading the Tao to all corners and benefiting all people. Instantly the hearts of the people were deeply stirred, and the sound of worship rose again, surging toward the heavens. We reverently follow the Virtue Master's sacred teaching. Forever pursue goodness, uphold righteousness. The waves of sound rolled, shaking the mountains and rivers for 100 miles. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, 1,000 miles away within the court hall. In the resplendent court hall, the atmosphere was deathly still and oppressively heavy. Reports from the countryside streamed into the hall, vividly depicting Lin Shen's breakthrough, the emperor's hurried coronation, the envoy's submission, and the nationwide worship, all clear to the assembled ministers. The noble families that had previously plotted, slandered, and conspired against the Lin family now all had pale faces, stiff bodies, and cold hands, their hearts filled only with endless panic and despair. They had bet that the Lin family's fame would fall and the turmoil would destroy them, that the emperor would fear public sentiment and suppress the commoner. In the end, they lost the bet. They lost utterly and completely. Not only did they fail to suppress the Lin family, but they inadvertently elevated them to a supreme peak of national deification, transcendent and unconstrained. What was more terrifying was that the imperial decree had established an iron law: any minister or noble who dared to slander or plot against the Lin family would be guilty of jealousy, chaos, and deceiving the sovereign. From now on, even though they held power and high positions, they dared not utter a word of criticism or show a hint of discontent. They would be constrained, forever oppressed eternally. On the dragon throne, the emperor looked down at the silent court, his eyes deep. He spoke calmly, his voice cold and without warmth. I said long ago, the virtuous are invincible, the good have no bounds. You occupy high positions, eat the emperor's salary, but instead of comforting the people, serving the world, and cultivating virtue, you envy the capable and slander the good. If not for Lin Shen's magnanimity and concern for the people, unwilling to disrupt the court and cause turmoil, you would all be unforgivable today. His reproach struck like knives, each word piercing. All the court nobles bowed their heads, holding their breath, daring not to speak or argue, cold sweat pouring down their backs in extreme fear. The emperor's gaze grew colder. He issued a decree on the spot like a thunderbolt. From this day, investigate all ministers who envy the capable, disturb governance, form factions, and seek fame at the expense of duty. All who secretly plotted against the Lin family or slandered righteousness shall be registered and punished severely, no leniency. The decree landed, causing uproar in the court. A sweeping rectification of the entire court, cleansing centuries of accumulated abuses among the nobles, officially began. In the countryside, the courtyard flourished with the people's devotion. In the imperial capital, a storm arose, and the nobles lamented. Lin Shen sat at the pinnacle of the people's hearts without leaving his village or holding any power, yet he had stirred the world, influenced the court structure, and established the righteous path. Henceforth, the eternal pure gate guards the mountains and rivers, and the spirit of one family overshadows 1,000 years. The winds over the countryside settled, and the rivers and mountains returned to peace. 100 miles of rosy clouds descended, gently, softly draping over the blue brick, dark tile roofs and vermilion-gated courtyards of the Lin family estate. The earth-shaking waves of worship slowly receded, not into silence, but transforming into a profound spiritual presence that lingered among the hills and fields, settling into every inch of the sacred soil. After days of turmoil, political struggles, and nationwide pilgrimage, this countryside, once riddled with petty disputes and hostility, had finally shed all worldly corruption and restless hearts, ushering in an unprecedented era of peace and harmony. All the people rose slowly, their eyes no longer clouded by fear or hesitation, filled only with clear reverence and inner peace. Today's battle was not merely a turning point for the Lin family or national ascension. It was the ultimate triumph of righteousness, where virtue shattered political corruption and moral integrity overwhelmed courtly self-interest. From this day forward, righteousness becomes humanity's guiding light. Proper conduct guides all, and peace fills 10,000 homes. Before the courtyard, the imperial envoy from the capital rose straight, shedding all courtly majesty and the sharpness of the powerful. At this moment, he was no longer the emperor's close minister who looked down from above holding investigative authority. He had become someone wholeheartedly convinced, faithfully following the sacred teachings, as a practitioner of the way. Gazing at Lin Shen before him, his presence gentle, yet his character soaring above the mundane, a profound sense of awe took root deep within, never to waver. After decades immersed in court affairs, he had grown accustomed to the ruthless power struggles, factional intrigue, and the unjust suffering of the virtuous. He had never witnessed anyone like Lin Shen, who could calm the powerful, without wielding authority, bring peace to the people, without relying on force, and rectify the world through silence alone. Such lucid vision, upright character, and boundless compassion for humanity had long transcended worldly limitations, unequaled in ancient times and beyond comparison to this day. The envoy bowed again, a deep and reverent bow, his manners impeccable and his posture filled with genuine sincerity. Venerable Master, today you established the righteous way in the countryside. Your blessings extend across all 4 seas, and your merit will endure for 1,000 autumns. After returning to court, I shall report truthfully before your majesty, spreading the Lin family's virtuous influence far and wide, cleansing corrupt practices throughout the realm, and safeguarding the enduring prosperity of the righteous path. Every word was earnest, every sentence sincere. These were not mere hollow courtesies exchanged in official circles, but heartfelt recognition and devotion born from genuine wonder. Lin Shen's gaze remained tranquil, offering a slight nod as his voice carried a gentle clarity that concealed a profound strength capable of steadying all beneath the heavens. To act with justice and uphold what is right, to dispel evil while preserving goodness. That is the very foundation of the righteous path. Your diligence in fulfilling your duties likewise serves the people and benefits the world. There was no arrogant condescension, no haughtiness from reaching the pinnacle of glory, only the dignified grace of one who treats all as equals with humility and open-heartedness. In just a few words, the envoy felt even deeper admiration, fully understanding why the emperor was willing to upend the court and purge the powerful nobility, so wholeheartedly supporting the Lin family's rise. A person of such caliber truly deserves to be supreme under heaven, revered through all generations. Meanwhile, in the distant imperial capital, 1,000 li-away transformations within the court were sweeping through the entire government with the force of thunder. When the emperor's decree for clean governance took effect, it struck the court like a thunderclap, completely shattering the rotten establishment of hereditary privilege and factional infighting that had persisted for a century. The nobles and powerful clans who had once occupied high positions, those who harbored jealousy toward the virtuous, framed the innocent, and secretly slandered the Lin family, all were meticulously investigated and brought to justice according to the law. The once intertwined networks of influence that had monopolized the court and countryside fractured link by link and collapsed tier by tier. Countless parasites who clung to the powerful bent to worldly interests and corrupted social morals were uprooted without mercy. Within the court, decades of accumulated filth and entrenched corruption were swept away in a single day, completely eradicated. Within the Golden Hall itself, the atmosphere transformed entirely, fresh and renewed. All remaining civil and military officials became watchful and restrained, no longer daring to entertain selfish ambitions, form factions, to undermine others, or harbor jealousy toward the virtuous. Everyone now fully understood one unbreakable principle. From this point forward in the world, righteousness prevails over scheming and benevolent virtue triumphs over raw power. Whoever dares to defile virtuous goodness will surely be punished. Whoever dares to slander the righteous path will inevitably face retribution. This sweeping purge across the court and countryside was not about seizing power or dispensing death. It existed solely to clear a path for the moral transformation of the realm, to protect virtue throughout the world, and to lay the foundation for eternal peace. The countryside needed no violence, yet the court naturally became clear and upright. The Lin family did not need to intervene, yet the world naturally returned to righteousness. This was true, unsurpassable influence. One day's light drifted slowly and twilight descended with gentle grace. The setting sun dyed the horizon crimson, and clouds of rosy light spread across the countryside, coating this land that had weathered storms and finally found peace in a warm hue of tenderness and tranquility. The 10,000 students and commoners who had come from all directions, drawn by Lin Shen's renown, gradually dispersed in orderly fashion. No one made noise, no one pushed, no one harbored discontent. Each carried clarity of heart and fullness of gain, returning home wrapped in righteous energy and filled with virtuous intentions. They would become countless sparks of fire, spreading the Lin family's righteous traditions and virtuous ways throughout neighboring villages and across distant provinces. The local order that once required official coercion and harsh legal controls to maintain now with nothing more than one family's ethos, and a single thread of righteousness inspired all the people to observe it willingly and embrace goodness from their true hearts. At the village entrance and along its lanes, neighbors who once argued endlessly and competed in scheming now greeted each other with smiles and showed courtesy and humility. Those who had once idled about and caused trouble now lived diligently and behaved within proper bounds. The transformation of one village mirrors the transformation of the world. The righteousness of one family guides the righteousness of 10,000 generations. Within the courtyard, all clamor had subsided, returning to quietude. 9 beautiful women approached slowly, shedding the graceful composure they had maintained all day in receiving guests, their brows and eyes softening with the gentle relaxation of returning home. Through days of storm and tempest, through court intrigue and the pilgrimage of all the people, they had always stood together with united hearts, accompanying the Lin family as it rose step by step from humble origins, broke through crisis after crisis, and climbed higher and higher to the summit. Gu Qingyan stood in the evening breeze, her sleeves fluttering gently, her features soft and graceful, gazing at the tranquil courtyard and village before her, as she murmured thoughtfully, "In the beginning, we only prayed for our household's safety and peaceful years, never imagining that our journey would purify the customs of this region, steady the hearts of all beneath the heavens, and set right the chaos of the imperial court." When Ruojuan offered a bright, gentle smile, her eyes brimming with tender conviction. A truly enduring family tradition has never been about preserving oneself in isolation or guarding a single corner. It is about nurturing silently and benefiting all people, exchanging personal integrity for the peace and clarity of the world. Lu Ruoxi gazed at the rosy clouds on the horizon, her spirit clear and expansive as the storm recedes and worldly splendor fades away. There shall be no more schemes to disturb us, no more noble machinations against us, no more malicious gossip to plague us. Only clear wind entering our doors, lasting virtue enduring, and peace year after year. The others nodded gently in agreement, their brows relaxed, and their hearts at peace. Having weathered the weight of great fame, the chess game of court politics, and the submission of multitudes, they had long shed their youthful naivety. In its place grew a clear understanding of how to transcend worldly strife, uphold righteousness, and embrace goodness. This wisdom becoming fully woven into the very character of the Lin family, as one seamless whole. The evening breeze moved gently through the courtyard, stirring the honor tablets beneath the eaves and the name plaques upon the gate. The gilded plaque bestowed by imperial decree, bearing the inscription, "An impure lineage through 10,000 generations," gleamed brilliantly, while a smooth jade seal rested quietly before the hall. Having endured storms and received the coronation of a flourishing age, it grew ever more profound and luminous, rich with centuries of meaning. Lin Shen stood in the courtyard, the evening wind stirring his white robes, his figure tall and straight as jade, untouched by worldly vulgarity. He raised his gaze to the clouds of sunset filling the sky, his eyes clear and transparent, calm as still water. The world declared that today he had reached the pinnacle and attained immortal glory, possessing the reverence of the entire nation and the splendor of 10,000 generations, worshipped by all the people and respected by the court. Yet only he knew, walking this path, that he had never chased fame, covetous of glory, nor plotted for power. All he sought was this: a pure household, peaceful family, harmonious neighbors, a world turning toward goodness and tranquility across all lands. He slowly raised his hand and gently brushed the honor banner fluttering in the wind beneath the eaves. His fingertips felt cool, his heart open and untroubled. The storm has passed and righteousness returns to its natural course. From this point forward, the Lin family shall not claim merit, rely on fame, or manipulate power. We shall preserve our family ethos to pass on the righteous path and hold benevolent virtue in our hearts to nourish all the people. With just these few words, the tone for 10,000 generations was set. Reaching the summit without arrogance, enjoying great fame without pride, and having merit without relying upon it. This was the Lin family's unchanging character through 100 generations, and also the highest form of conduct in this world. Twilight deepened, and the river of stars began to rise. Smoke from village kitchens curled upward, and lights in 10,000 homes lit up one by one, spreading gentle warmth across the entire land. Peaceful hearths and quiet years. The executions and reckonings of the court, the undercurrents of political intrigue in both court and countryside, and the conflicts and hostility of the world, all were kept outside this peaceful rural land. The Lin family stood among the worldly hearths, guarding a square of clarity and peace, passing down a lineage of righteousness, using the most ordinary courtyard to carry the most extraordinary glory of 10,000 generations. From this point forward, commoners would no longer suffer the humiliation of lowliness, virtuous goodness would no longer face the danger of being defiled, and the righteous path would no longer endure the indignity of being corrupted. Those with virtue would be treated generously by time itself. Those with hearts turning toward goodness would be protected by heaven and earth. The path of righteousness would extend through 1,000 autumns. A courtyard full of clear wind could cleanse the myriad turbidities of this world. A family with unwavering integrity could secure the rivers and mountains for all eternity. The wind does not cease, the Tao does not exhaust, and thoughts of goodness live on endlessly. That eternal pure path stretching across heaven and earth would begin its slow journey from this modest countryside courtyard, flowing toward the four seas, toward 10,000 autumns, toward endless days yet to come. A tranquil night with gentle breezes and a serene moon. The bright moonlight like water flows over the green brick walls of the Lin family past the gilded plaque inscribed with Eternal Pure Gate, and softly falls upon the courtyard's plants and the pavilions beneath the eaves. The tumultuous crowds of pilgrims from previous days have completely receded, and the countryside has returned to its peaceful quiet. The evening breeze lightly caresses, and the chirping of insects is delicate. There is no oppressive atmosphere of court strife, no coldness of power struggles. Only the warmth of the family's hearth and the tranquil aura of a home at peace. After the extraordinary event of yesterday, the nation's deification, the emperor's personal decree, and the hearts of the people united. This world, already with more women than men, and where women value virtue, has been swept by a fervent wave of admiration spreading across the land. The scattered restlessness and conflicts of the marketplace in the past have been entirely cleansed by the Lin family's noble family ethos. The entire region now exudes a gentle and pure atmosphere, peaceful and soothing to the soul. In this world where men are scarce and women all yearn for a virtuous and honorable partner, Lin Shen's rise is no longer merely a local legend, but the ultimate aspiration and destination in the hearts of all women under heaven. As night deepens, the lights of 10,000 homes are extinguished one by one, and the mountains and rivers sink into tranquil silence. Yet the Lin family's esteemed reputation and gentle character, carried by the evening breeze and moonlight, travel overnight through 10 villages and 100 towns, settling into the hearts of countless women in their chambers, quietly taking root. Among the seekers who traveled from afar yesterday, half were daughters of noble families and maidens from humble origins drawn by the family's fame. Having witnessed the grand spectacle of the people's pilgrimage, seen Lin Shen's gentle and upright demeanor, and felt the Lin family's harmonious and pure ethos, their hearts were already captivated and filled with admiration. After returning, they could not sleep all night, recounting the Lin family's virtues, Lin Shen's character, and the gentle grace of the 9 matriarchs, spreading the tale to chambers far and wide, letting more women know that such a perfect gentleman and such a legendary pure family truly exist in this world. A myriad of secret admirations hidden in the boudoir and strands of yearning for the righteous path spread like wildfire in this world where women outnumber men, endlessly flourishing. The next day at dawn, the sky was barely light. Thin morning mist swirled, the morning glow dyed the horizon, and a gentle orange covered the mountains and fields. A new day arrived, and the entire countryside was renewed in spirit, orderly and tranquil. In the streets and alleys there was no longer the clamor of market disputes or neighborly quarrels, only courteous pedestrians and soft warm laughter. Especially the women of the village, who became increasingly gentle and courteous, with pure hearts, taking the Lin family's ethos as their standard and taking pride in following the righteous path. In this world with more women than men, where women choose the virtuous to admire, the Lin family has become the most sacred spiritual home in every woman's heart. Inside the Lin family courtyard, the morning light fell gently. Lin Shun rose early, dressed in pure white, his posture upright, standing alone on the blue stone steps before the courtyard. His brows were gentle, his bearing transcendent. After a night of peaceful rest, his mind was clearer than ever. The national coronation, the people's worship, the imperial favor of yesterday, all seemed like fleeting clouds to him. The world may praise his unmatched fame and revere his teachings, but what he sought was never power or renown, only the safety of his family, harmony in the household, and the tranquility of the years. In this world of countless women and scarce worthy men, having the company of his beloved ladies and guarding a peaceful courtyard was the greatest fulfillment of his life. In the morning light, the 9 beautiful ladies stepped out of their chambers one by one. Their graceful figures and varied temperaments were all stunningly beautiful, gentle, and elegant, as they gracefully gathered around Lin Shun. Each of the 9 ladies brought her own unique charm as they stepped out of the courtyard and gathered by Lin Shen's side. Their postures were intimate yet distinct, their beauty unparalleled, and their temperaments and gifts diverse, filling the courtyard with a myriad of charms. The foremost, Gu Qingyan, was gentle, dignified, and knowledgeable. She was the first to accompany Lin Shun with the most mature and steady heart. She held a cup of warm tea in her delicate hand, her brows tender like water, her eyes hiding deep affection and certainty accumulated over the years. She was not showy or competitive, only quietly guarding the peace of the family. Having witnessed the Lin family rise from a humble village to the pinnacle of the world, she felt both the pride of time and the peace of having settled. Husband, overnight the chambers of the 4 corners all whisper your name. Gu Qingyan's voice was soft and gentle, each word soothing the heart. Now all the women of the world admire your virtues and yearn for the Lin family's ethos. No man in the world can match even half of your grace. Lin Shun took the tea, feeling the warmth at his fingertips. A gentle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Mere fame. Compared to the world's adoration, I cherish the peace of home and your companionship more. In this world, the number of women far exceeds men, and ordinary men are mostly mediocre and unambitious. Thus women value virtue and respect the worthy. Lin Chen's appearance has completely raised the expectations of all women for a perfect partner, setting a benchmark that they can only look up to but never reach. Lin Chen took the tea, feeling the warmth at his fingertips. A gentle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Mere fame. Compared to the world's adoration, I cherish the peace of home and your companionship more. Then when Ruashi with her lively and charming nature followed closely behind. Her eyes sparkled with flowing light, her brows carried the bright vitality unique to a young woman, and a faint smile hung at the corners of her mouth, bringing a touch of playful innocence. She was the most lively and perceptive, usually loving to follow the news and gossip from the women's quarters. Husband, you are now truly renowned across the nation for your virtue. She looked up, her eyes hiding a hint of pride and little delight, her tone light and soft. Now the women in the chambers of all counties take pride in admiring the Lin clan and adoring you. Countless noble daughters and talented maidens from humble homes hope to catch a glimpse of the Lin family's grace. She was not jealous of the world's admiration, but secretly delighted that her husband was brilliant enough, and even more so that this daily companionship and bedside intimacy was unique. Only they nine could share it. Her tone carried a hint of pride and a trace of the little delight, unique to one who shares his pillow. Her husband was too dazzling, winning the hearts of all women, but this unique companionship and favor was ultimately theirs alone. The remaining 6 also had distinct temperaments, each with her own merits, completely shedding the template of uniform gentleness. One was serene and cool, with a pure and elegant heart, usually quiet, standing silently aside with clear and gentle eyes gazing at Lin Chun. She was transparent and indifferent, not seeking the limelight or chasing vanity, only wishing for the years to pass in peace and safety. One was bright and passionate, with a pure heart, her eyes holding undisguised admiration and love. Her gaze always followed Lin Chun, her heart and soul filled with her husband's unparalleled character, sincere and direct. One was intelligent and perceptive, with a meticulous mind, adept at understanding the hearts of people and the ways of the world. She had long seen the essence of this world, with more women than men, rare good matches and mediocre men everywhere. To have a virtuous, talented, gentle, and devoted husband like Lin Chun was the greatest fortune of her life, and her heart was full of cherishment and certainty. One was gentle and home-loving, with a soft heart, valuing family warmth above all. She usually managed household affairs and harmonized the family atmosphere, only wishing for the courtyard to be peaceful and the family harmonious, indifferent to the fame and vanity of the outside world, guarding the tranquility of the years at home. One was dignified and broad-minded, with a vision far beyond ordinary women. She could see the changes in the world's customs and the shifts in the global order. She was sincerely pleased that the Lin family's righteous way had spread across the world and enlightened the people, her heart filled with broad vision and magnanimity. One was gentle and reserved, with a delicate heart, not talkative, but the most considerate. She silently remembered everyone's preferences and embraced everything with tenderness, hiding her deep affection in the subtle warmth of daily companionship. Although the 9 had different temperaments and personalities, they were inexplicably united in heart, harmonious and peaceful, without any jealousy or rivalry. Their temperaments blended, accompanying each other with one heart, without contention or envy, harmonious and peaceful. They were not afraid of the admiration and covetousness of the world's women, for they knew deeply that Lin Chen's heart was pure, his affections deep, and his promises true. The only destination in his life was this Lin family courtyard and the 9 of them. Just as the family was enjoying warmth and the years were peaceful, the sound of orderly horse hooves came from the official road in the distance. The carriage advanced with respect and humility, without any of the oppressive pressure of previous imperial envoys heading south. The procession was orderly, the etiquette thorough, and from afar it was clear that the officials had come with the utmost respect. Soon the procession stopped 100 paces from the Lin family's gate. No one dared to approach rashly, lest they disturb this eternal pure family and the peaceful years within the courtyard. The imperial envoy from the capital, who had come south to investigate yesterday, alighted from the carriage alone, dismissed his attendants, adjusted his cap and robe, and walked respectfully to the steps. He bowed deeply to Lin Chun with utmost reverence. Your subordinate is ordered to return to the capital to report on the mission. Before leaving, I have come specifically to bid farewell to the virtuous master of the empire. Lin Chun nodded slightly, his tone gentle and indifferent. There is no need for such formalities. May your journey be safe. The envoy straightened up, his expression solemn, and reported truthfully, the court's purge of corruption has been concluded. The powerful families and corrupt officials who once envied virtue and secretly schemed against the Lin family have been fully investigated, dismissed, and uprooted. Now both in the court and among the people, no one dares to speak ill of the virtuous master or belittle the Lin family. His Majesty personally conveyed his decree. The virtuous master's virtue is unparalleled in the world, enlightening the people and purifying the customs of the age, a great blessing for the world. All matters of moral education in the world are to be decided by the virtuous master himself. The court will not interfere and will fully support him. These words showed the utmost respect. But this supreme authority, when placed upon Lin Chun, never stirred any waves in his heart. What he sought was never court power or worldly status, only to protect his family, uphold his family ethos, and bring peace to the four corners. Lin Chun spoke calmly, his tone peaceful and without contention. Please thank His Majesty for his grace. I will continue to guard my home and spread the righteous path. I have no interest in court disputes. I only wish for the world to be peaceful and every family to be safe. Upon hearing this, the envoy felt even more reverence. He bowed once more, not daring to disturb the family's peace any longer, and respectfully withdrew, leading the procession slowly away. The court's storms had completely subsided. No force in the world dared to suppress or slander the Lin family anymore. The morning light grew stronger, illuminating the vast mountains and rivers. Before the Lin family gate, a continuous stream of visitors from all directions had already gathered. Unlike the grand pilgrimage of yesterday, today's visitors were mostly women who had come from afar, drawn by the family's reputation. Daughters of noble families, talented maidens from humble homes, and virtuous women from all corners. Thousands upon thousands of women came together, standing quietly outside the courtyard. Their gazes were gentle and devout, their hearts full of admiration and longing. In this era of scarce men, and even scarcer good matches, mediocre men were everywhere. But a man like Lin Shun, with unmatched virtue, peerless character, gentle devotion, and a harmonious family, was the only ideal in the hearts of all women. A perfect gentleman they could never encounter in a lifetime. They did not seek to disturb or even to meet him. They only wished to stand far away to gaze upon the Lin family's grace and feel the warmth of the righteous path, and that was enough to satisfy their hearts and bring them peace. Many women whispered softly, their words lingering. To see the Lin family's grace in this life, and hear the virtuous master's righteous way, is a journey not taken in vain. Among the countless men in the world, only young Master Lin deserves the title of peerless gentleman. The Lin family's ethos is pure and warm, a family full of affection. Such a destination is the ultimate dream of every woman in the world. Praises and admiration, soft and enduring, lingered around the courtyard, never ceasing. Gu Qinyan gently leaned against him, her gaze soft like water. A gentle smile played on her lips as she said softly, "Husband, you are now the embodiment of supreme goodness and the perfect gentleman in the hearts of all women, the ultimate ideal of this entire world." Lin Shun turned his head and looked back at the 9 stunning beauties beside him. His brows were gentle and his eyes held deep, restrained affection. He said calmly, "The admiration of thousands cannot compare to the companionship of one person at home. What the women of the world yearn for is not me, but the true devotion and lifelong peace of the Lin family." He never grew arrogant from countless admirations, nor restless from overwhelming fame. For him, worldly fame was all external. Only the unity of the family, the companionship of his beloved, and the peace of the years were the true essence of his life. The 9 ladies exchanged gentle smiles, their eyes filled with peace and certainty. They understood his heart and trusted his sincerity. Such a man, free from vanity and devoted only to true affection, deserved all the tenderness and favor in the world, deserved their unwavering companionship and united hearts for life. The world was peaceful, the family ethos eternal, the beloved ladies surrounding him, and the hearts of the people united. It seemed all was perfect with no more storms. Yet no one knew that a subtle undercurrent was quietly emerging. As all the women in the world devoted themselves to the Lin family and revered Lin Chin, countless powerful families and hidden sects witnessing the Lin family's growing prosperity, the people's hearts turning to them, and the beauty of their women, had already begun to feel intense covetousness and envy. Some coveted the Lin family's unmatched prestige, seeking to hitch a ride for power. Others were jealous that the 9 ladies had monopolized the perfect gentleman and enjoyed a perfect life, giving rise to obsessive thoughts. Still others, hidden forces, were unwilling to see a commoner and his warm family dominate the world's ethos and overshadow all worldly powers. The sky was clear and vast, the breeze gentle, the world's scenery infinitely beautiful. But beneath the prosperous surface, the games of human hearts, the covetousness of various parties, and the hidden conflicts were quietly sprouting, waiting only for the right moment to rise. The family's warmth remained, and the world's grace was at its peak. Yet this gentle, prosperous game, unique to Lin Shun and the Lin family, had already drawn attention from all quarters and stirred hidden currents. New storms were brewing, not for court politics, but because a peerless gentleman was too rare and a prosperous, pure family too dazzling, drawing the desire of all to attach themselves and the ambition of all to contend. Morning light spreads across the ground, a gentle breeze fills the courtyard. The flow of people in front of the Lin family courtyard remains unceasing, yet there is not a trace of clamor or disorder. Looking afar along the 10-mile-long street and the countryside paths, almost all who stand are women from various regions. Dresses form a sea of fabric with gentle brows and eyes. Everyone holds their breath in silence, hearts filled with reverence, gazing from afar at this eternal pure gate that stands unmatched in the world. This is the truest portrayal of a vast world where men are few and women are many. Men in this world are already scarce, and virtuous ones are even rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. An ordinary man with even a modicum of character would be fiercely contested and revered like the stars around the moon, let alone Lin Shun, whose virtue crowns the 4 seas, whose bearing is unparalleled, who is gentle and devoted. The epitome of human goodness. For the countless women of the world, the Lin family is no longer a mere rural estate. It has become the purest and most complete spiritual sanctuary in their hearts. Within the courtyard, 9 beautiful women stand side by side before the steps, their exquisite grace set against the boundless morning glow, like a gathering of earthly blossoms descended from heaven, each with her own charm and bearing, yet all equally serene, assured, and composed. After the reflections of last night and the observations of today, they have completely seen through the surging tides of the outside world, yet not a single one has harbored the slightest panic or jealousy. Gu Qingyin, who had been by his side the longest, has warm and gentle eyes. She lightly adjusts her sleeves, her demeanor dignified and elegant, naturally exuding the composed grace of a matriarch. Gazing at the countless admiring women beyond the courtyard, she speaks softly and slowly, her tones steady and measured. The women from all directions come, drawn by reputation, admiring our family's traditions, and revering virtuous conduct. They are not here to cause unwarranted disturbance. My husband's renowned virtue shines far and wide, destined to attract the world's attention. This is an inevitable sight. Her nature is mature and steady. She understands the overall situation best and knows her limits. Since she took charge of all matters within and outside the Lin family, she has grown accustomed to handling movements from all sides with composure. No matter how intense the external admiration or how many visitors arrive, as long as the family remains harmonious and her husband's heart unchanged, every storm can be peacefully resolved. Beside her, the lively and charming when Ruashi blinks, her clear eyes a faint smile playing on her lips, her tone light and soft. Seeing all the women in the world yearning for my husband, I instead feel even more fortunate. The fulfillment that the world seeks but cannot attain, we share it day and night, year after year. Such blessing is truly unique in the world. Her mind is bright and clear. She never dwells on unnecessary thoughts, only cherishes the present moments. The admiration and envy of others only highlight the uniqueness of the 9 of them, making this familial warmth even more precious. The cool and plain beauty stands slightly to the side, clad in simple attire with cool brows and eyes always reticent. At this moment, her gaze rests quietly on Lin Shun, and she speaks in a soft, ethereal voice. Fame is an external thing, companionship is the true heart. No matter how tumultuous the outside world, it cannot disturb the tranquility within the courtyard. Her nature is indifferent and transcendent. She sees through worldly splendor and empty praise. What she seeks is never boundless glory, but only peace year after year and companionship day and night. The countless admirations from the outside world are merely passing clouds to her. The passionate and pure beauty has bright eyes, her admiration and affection open and direct without concealment. My husband is naturally deserving of the world's reverence and the affection of 10,000 people. The women of the world yearn for my husband because they are drawn to righteousness and goodness. It is not a fault. She loves with sincere passion, never allowing others' gazes to cause resentment. She is only filled with pride for her husband's brilliant radiance. The wise and meticulous beauty, skilled at reading hearts, gazes calmly at the crowd outside and speaks a truth that penetrates the essence of the world. In this world there are millions of women, but few worthy men. People spend their whole lives struggling to meet a suitable partner. A husband with such character, vision, gentleness, and devotion is a perfection uniquely bestowed by heaven. It is only natural that he attracts the hearts of the world. She sees it most clearly, understanding deeply that in this ruthless world where women outnumber men, countless women spend their lives unable to find a worthy partner and end up alone. Precisely because of this, Lin Shen's existence is all the more precious and rare. The gentle, family-oriented beauty with a soft heart has kind brows and eyes, and she echoes softly. No matter how lively or prosperous the outside world is, it cannot compare to the peaceful warmth of the hearth within the courtyard. As long as the family is united and we accompany each other year after year, that is the best scene in life. She has always valued family warmth above all, managing household affairs, harmonizing the atmosphere, indifferent to external fame and profit, only cherishing the gentle years within the courtyard. The broad-minded, far-sighted beauty nods slightly, her tone calm and magnanimous. My husband's righteous path spreads across the 4 seas. His family's traditions nourish the people. He is naturally deserving of the veneration of the multitudes. As long as the family traditions remain unbroken and his original heart unchanged, no matter how many admirers come or how many external gazes fall upon us, nothing can shake the foundation of the Lin family. Finally, the gentle, reserved, and considerate beauty speaks in a soft, delicate voice, hiding the most exquisite depth of feeling. All worldly splendor is fleeting. Only day and night companionship and mutual understanding through warmth and cold are the enduring true hearts. The 9 women each express their heartfelt thoughts with different words and different temperaments, yet they all converge on the same point, united in guarding the family and trusting in his true heart. No jealousy, no suspicion, no disturbance. The harmonious and united companionship of the beauties is the most solid and enviable foundation of the Lin family. Lin Shen stands quietly in the center, listening to the gentle words from the beauties by his side. The warmth in his eyes deepens, and his heart is filled with a cozy warmth. Though he possesses the supreme fame of the world and the reverence of 10,000 people, he always feels that no grand glory can compare to the 9 true hearts and gentle companionship at home. He lifts his eyes to the endless stream of women outside the courtyard, his voice clear and peaceful, echoing through the front yard. The world admires me for the righteous family traditions, the people yearn for the peace and stability of human life. Family traditions can be passed on, the righteous path can be taught, but the family's true hearts and day and night companionship cannot be replicated or forced. With these words gentle, yet firm, he shows perfect measure and broad vision. He accepts the world's inclination toward goodness and tolerates the admiration of women, yet he always guards his own heart and sets boundaries, never indulging in chaos or betraying true feelings. The countless women outside are moved by his words, their admiration deepening, yet their hearts remain clear. They may yearn for the elegance of the Lin family and follow the path of virtue, but none dare to seek presumptuously or disturb recklessly. Because everyone sees clearly. Within this pure gate the 9 beauties are united in heart and virtue, tenderly guarding each other, forming an unbreakable and perfectly complete, unparalleled pattern. Yet beneath the calm surface, undercurrents have already quietly surged to the doorstep. Approaching noon, the sound of carriages and horses rises again from the distant official road. Unlike the simple footsteps of commoners seeking the way, nor the formal regalia of imperial envoys, the approaching carriages are ornate and exquisite, plain, yet noble, with tasseled curtains and jade ornaments. Clearly the exclusive procession of top-tier aristocratic families and noble ladies. Several fine carriages slowly approach. The accompanying maids and guards are all upright and extraordinary in bearing, with impeccable etiquette and graceful demeanor. The carriages come to a slow halt about 100 meters before the Lin family courtyard. The carriage doors gently open, and one by one women with graceful figures and noble auras step down slowly. They are dressed in exquisite attire with light, elegant makeup, some dignified and noble, some cool and transcendent, some gentle and refined. Each a rare beauty of unparalleled quality, born into the top families and centuries-old clans of various provinces. These noble ladies, raised in luxury and adulation, have extremely high standards and proud hearts. Ordinary men simply cannot catch their eyes. Yet today they have traveled thousands of miles undeterred by the distance to this rural place, specifically to witness the elegance of the Lin family and to see with their own eyes this unique and peerless, virtuous master of the world. Leading them is a noble lady in purple, wearing a dark patterned purple cloud silk dress, her figure perfectly proportioned, her brows and eyes bearing an innate aristocratic pride and cool aloofness. Her skin is fairer than snow, her pupils light in color, exuding a distant, otherworldly cold beauty. She is Su Zichen, the only legitimate daughter of the Su family, the foremost lineage in Jiangnan. Her talent surpasses all in Jiangnan, excelling in both music and painting. Since childhood, she has been cherished as a pearl by the entire southern aristocracy, with countless admirers, yet she has coldly rejected every one of them. Her nature is as proud as frost, with extremely high standards. She has always despised the frivolity and mediocrity of worldly men, their shallow pursuit of gain. Half her life has passed without interest in love or any emotional ripples. Others think she is naturally cold and without desires, but she alone knows that no man in the world has been worth her heart stopping to take notice. It was not until she heard of Lin Chen's deeds and witnessed the various aspects of the Lin family's character and warmth that the frozen strings of her heart finally trembled violently for the first time. But ever since she learned of Lin Chen's deeds and the Lin family's ethos, the cold lake of her heart has been completely stirred into a 1,000-foot wave. Su Zichen raises her eyes to gaze at the gilded plaque inscribed "Eternal Pure Gate" above the entrance. Her cool, thin lips part slightly, and her usually calm eyes glimmer with a faint light. Her voice carries a hint of emotion and wistfulness that overturns her past. In the past, I have seen all the young men of the world and found them all mediocre and vulgar, not worth a glance. Today, having come personally to the Lin family, I now know that there truly exists in this world such a person of jade-like bearing and flawless heart and virtue. The white-clad noble lady following closely beside her has a completely opposite temperament from Su Zichen. She wears a simple white flowing celestial dress, her brows and eyes warm and gentle, ethereal and clear, exuding a gentle, healing, scholarly aura. She is Yun Shuyue, the foremost literary talent of the northern literary world, born into a top scholarly family. She is erudite and pure in nature, not coveting the glitz of power and wealth, but only yearning for virtuous conduct and true goodness. She has always believed that virtue outweighs appearance and true heart is more precious than power. Hearing that Lin Chen establishes himself through virtue, nourishes his family with kindness, remains unruffled by favor or disgrace, and devotes himself faithfully, she has been filled with boundless admiration. Now seeing with her own eyes the gentle white-clad figure in the courtyard, her eyes brim with soft light, and she sighs softly. In this world where women flourish and men are scarce, too many good marriages are empty and people's hearts are restless. Only Master Lin guards his true heart, walks the righteous path, protects his family, lives up to his fame and people's expectations, truly worthy of the hopes of all women in the world. In the past, I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but meeting him today, I realized that his true character is hidden beneath and his fame is not empty. The group of top aristocratic ladies stands together before the courtyard, none making a sound or behaving improperly, simply gazing quietly at the white-clad figure within the courtyard, their hearts surging with myriad thoughts and emotions. These two lead a group of top aristocratic ladies on a journey across thousands of miles, publicly claiming to seek the way and admire the family tradition, but in their hearts each harbors a secret obsession. Su Zichen, having been aloof for half her life, is moved for the first time, unable to conceal her obsession. Yun Xiue, drawn to supreme goodness and giving her heart to his character, feels a sense of belonging. In this world where good marriages are rare and suitable partners hard to find, encountering a peerless figure like Lin Shen, no woman with hope in her heart can truly remain completely indifferent or without thoughts. Within the courtyard, the 9 beauties take in this scene completely, their expressions still calm and indifferent, without the slightest unease or tension. Gu Qingyan speaks softly, her tone peaceful and clear. The noble ladies from various provinces have gathered here. It seems that the hearts of the 4 corners of the world are ultimately all converging on the Lin family. When Ruoshi blinks, smiling sweetly, they are all top-class beauties of the world, traveling 1,000 miles just to see my husband. My husband's charm now is truly unmatched. Her tone is light and bright, without a trace of jealousy, only calmness and certainty. Lin Shen gazes at the noble, peerless beauties outside the courtyard, their hearts full of longing, his expression still gentle and peaceful, without a ripple. He knows this is only the beginning. Today it is the noble ladies of various provinces, tomorrow disciples of hidden immortal sects, top-tier socialites of the world, and peerless talents from all directions will come one after another. He stands at the center of a prosperous era, at the pinnacle of moral influence, possessing the reverence of the people and the admiration of the world, destined to be looked up to, expected, and pursued by countless beauties. Yet in his eyes there are always only the beauties within the courtyard and the tenderness of home. Lin Shen speaks calmly, his voice warm and firm, settling the whole situation. The family tradition can reach 10,000 people, but true heart is only given to family. Just 10 characters, clear and unambiguous, with distinct boundaries. Yet the ripples in the hearts of the countless admiring women outside the courtyard do not dissipate. The rarer something is, the more it is admired. The more perfect, the more unwilling people are to let go. The group of noble ladies who have traveled thousands of miles grows more resolute in their gazes, and seeds of obsession have been quietly planted in their hearts. Beneath the appearance of peace and prosperity, a gentle competition between the peerless, virtuous man and the beauties of the world has quietly begun. Under the bright sun, warm golden light bathed the countryside, a gentle breeze threading through the streets and alleys, brushing against the towering walls of the Lin family compound, carrying the courtyard's pure and gentle aura for miles along the main thoroughfare. Before the Lin courtyard, a steady stream of people stretched for miles. Despite the vast crowd, there was no chaos, only a solemn silence and orderly calm. Countless ordinary village maidens and young scholars from afar stood quietly observing, each holding their breath, standing upright, with no clamor or frivolity, and no one daring to disturb the tranquility of the courtyard. Years of cultural influence had deeply rooted in the people the understanding that the Lin family possessed a pure and upright reputation, a harmonious household, a rare sanctuary of peace in the world, to be admired from afar and contemplated in silence, never to be rashly intruded upon. Yet the atmosphere pervading the scene today was distinctly different from usual. Beneath the apparent calm of the crowd, undercurrents stirred silently. Previously, most who had traveled from afar came solely to seek wisdom and admire the peerless virtue, their hearts pure and sincere, filled only with reverence and a yearning for goodness, without any personal agenda. Now standing firmly at the forefront of the crowd, a group of noble ladies from top-tier families possessed an air of dignity and extraordinary grace. In the depths of their cool, clear eyes lay deep-seated devotion and a faint trace of dissatisfaction, something ordinary town women would never possess. This was the way of the world, a realm where women outnumbered men, a destiny and helplessness etched into the bones of countless women. Countless men existed in the world, but the mediocre and shallow accounted for 9 out of 10. Truly virtuous and kind-hearted men were as rare as morning stars. And a gentleman like Lin Chun, gentle, devoted, talented, virtuous, and flawless, was a unique treasure in the world. Over the long years, good matches were scarce, and countless women found no suitable partner, waiting in vain, until Lin Chen's sudden rise shattered the ceiling of marital expectations, becoming the irreplaceable ideal and ultimate aspiration in the hearts of countless maidens. Especially women of extraordinary vision like Su Zichen and Yun Xiue, who had long been desireless and accustomed to worldly splendor, never moved by external things. Yet once they truly fell in love, it was deeply rooted, engraved in their hearts, and they could never let go. At the very front of the courtyard, Su Zichen, in her stunning purple attire, stood quietly. Her figure was elegant and poised, her noble aura innate. Her light, clear eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the warm, white-robed figure in the center of the courtyard. Her gaze was stubborn and deep, not shifting a fraction. Half her life, she had been cold and proud, disdainful of worldly vanity. As the legitimate daughter of the foremost family in Jiangnan, her beauty and talent were unmatched in the south. Countless talented young men and noble scions had come seeking her favor, exhausting every means of flattery, yet none had ever truly entered her sight or stirred her heart. In her aloof and proud perception, most men in the world were plagued by restlessness, vanity, and a love for grand achievements. Those with slight accomplishments became arrogant, those with a bit of power grew haughty and self-important, their character and vision shallow and unbearable. But Lin Shun was utterly different from all the mediocre men of the world, like a pure white jade born from the mud, an unparalleled gentleman rising from the mundane. Born of humble origins, without family backing or court authority, he relied solely on his upright character to subdue the powerful and awe the court. Once he became renowned across the nation and his fame crowned the world, he remained neither arrogant nor restless, indifferent to fame and vanity. Though he held the supreme honor of being revered by all and winning the hearts of the realm, he never lost his original intention, guarding his small rural courtyard, tenderly treating every beloved woman at home. With virtue to nourish the people's strength, to stabilize the land, affection to honor every day, and discipline to keep his heart, such a nearly perfect gentleman was unparalleled in the vast world. There was no second. Beside her, Yun Shuyue, gentle as water and full of scholarly grace, gazed at the courtyard with 100 emotions welling up. She sighed softly, her voice gentle and faint, barely audible to the two of them. Zichen, I always thought that immersing myself in books, quietly seeking the way, and virtue, guarding my own purity, would be enough for a peaceful life, without attachment to love. But today, seeing his character with my own eyes, witnessing the harmonious Lin family, and the flourishing virtue, I finally understand that the most moving thing in the world is never solitary excellence or a cold life, but a heart full of tenderness, guarding kindness and truth, never failing to cherish companionship and sincerity. She was well-read and understood the ways of the world. She thought she had seen through the illusions of love and was indifferent to worldly affection. Yet before Lin Shen's peerless character and the Lin family's ultimate warmth and happiness, the Tao heart and convictions she had upheld for years all melted into a deep, fervent admiration and longing in her heart. Su Zichen's thin lips pressed slightly, a faint, barely perceptible ripple passing through her cool brows. For the first time, her usually indifferent heart stirred with genuine emotion and stubbornness. Her tone carried an unprecedented seriousness. I have been aloof and self-contained for half my life, never bothering to chase worldly love, and I look down on the mediocre men of the world. But this world is too cold, and people are too restless and shallow. To have encountered such a flawless and supremely kind person, if I dare not even approach or try, I will surely regret it for the rest of my life. This single sentence bluntly revealed all the deep-seated obsessions and thoughts hidden in her heart. She was proud and measured in her actions. She never dared to rashly intrude upon the Lin family's perfect harmony, nor did she presume to rival the beauties who had long accompanied him. What she sought was merely a chance to approach, to follow the righteous path, and to stand by the side of a good man. That was all, just to not let this encounter be in vain, and to leave no lifelong regret. Yun Shuyue's gaze trembled slightly. Looking at the peaceful and warm scene inside the courtyard, she nodded gently, her eyes full of insight and hope. I have heard that Lord Lin teaches the way selflessly and imparts virtue, without discrimination, treating everyone regardless of birth or wealth. We have traveled thousands of miles today. Let us seek to learn the way and cultivate ourselves, and ask for a seat to listen in peace. That will be enough. Both were women of keen insight and dignified conduct. They would never act rashly or disturb the peace of the courtyard. They would enter this courtyard admired by all and yearned for by everyone in the most graceful, elegant, and respectful manner. With her decision made, Su Zichen stepped forward calmly. Her posture was noble and dignified, her demeanor impeccable. She bowed slightly toward the depths of the courtyard, a gesture of complete courtesy and humble propriety. Her clear, melodious voice was neither humble nor arrogant, gentle, yet powerful, clearly reaching the courtyard with perfect restraint, without any hint of offense or disturbance. Su Zichen of Jiangnan and Yun Shuyue of the north, together with noble ladies from various prefectures, have traveled thousands of miles out of admiration. We have heard that Lord Lin's virtue spreads across the seas, teaching the way to all, and his enlightenment benefits the world. Our hearts yearn for the righteous path and admire his virtue. We humbly request to listen and learn to hear the sound of virtue. The moment these words fell, the long street fell silent. All whispers and breaths slowed. The noble ladies from top-tier families behind her all bowed in unison, performing a dignified salute. Their postures were gentle and respectful, their grace unparalleled. They carried the elegant aura and scholarly style of century-old families, standing gracefully on the long street, their brows tender, their figures charming, forming a breathtaking human landscape, a stark contrast to the pure reverence of ordinary village girls. Inside the courtyard, the 9 beauties, standing side by side, took in the commotion and the elegance of the crowd outside. Their expressions remained calm and peaceful, without any unease or disturbance. Gu Qingyin, the mistress of the Lin family, had a warm and gentle gaze. A soft smile bloomed as she spoke softly in praise. Indeed, they are renowned talents from all directions. Their bearing, grace, and character are truly worthy of their reputation. She was mature and steady, with a broad vision. As the one managing the Lin family's affairs, she had long anticipated this day. Her husband's fame was unparalleled in the world, and his virtue shone across the seas. It was inevitable that countless beauties from all over would be drawn to admire him and come seeking him. It could not be avoided, nor did it need to be. Steadying one's own heart and guarding the harmony of the family was the eternal and invincible strategy. Beside her the lively and lovely one Ruashi smiled with bright gentle eyes, her tone light, and cheerful, her heart open. Each one is talented, beautiful, and of extraordinary grace. Their styles are among the finest in the world. No wonder people say that the luckiest thing in the world today is to be able to approach the Lin family and personally hear my husband's teachings on virtue. Her heart was pure and straightforward without any jealousy or resentment. Her husband was naturally peerless in style and unmatched in virtue. It was his extraordinary ability to attract the admiration of beauties from all over, and it was also the Lin family's stature and glory. A usually quiet, aloof, and gentle beauty softly echoed her ethereal voice, particularly soothing. The way can save thousands of people, but ultimately one must guard one's own heart. They come seeking the way out of a desire for goodness and virtue. We live peacefully in the courtyard, accompanying each other day and night, a happiness that others find hard to match. The other beauties of different temperaments also looked serene and clear-minded. They were united in heart and mind, accompanying each other day and night for years, and had long established an unbreakable and perfect family harmony. No matter how many beauties outside admired or how many top talents came seeking, they were ultimately just distant observers and admirers. The warmth and perfection of companionship, sharing warmth and cold and true-hearted devotion within the courtyard, were the foundation that outsiders could never replicate or shake. Lin Shin stood quietly in the center of the courtyard, looking at the line of bowed, yearning beauties before the courtyard. His expression was as warm as ever, his clear eyes without a ripple, always calm and serene. He had a keen insight into the human heart. He could clearly see the pure reverence and admiration in everyone's eyes, and he could also read the deeply hidden, careful, and hard-to-conceal stirrings of the heart and secret feelings. In this world where women outnumbered men and good matches were rare, such feelings of admiration and longing for a good man were all too common and too helpless, making it hard to blame. He treated others with generosity and tolerance, never belittling anyone's feelings nor being disdainful or indifferent. Yet he always held fast to his original heart, maintaining clear boundaries and limits. After a brief pause, Lin Chen's clear, gentle voice slowly rose, spreading steadily and powerfully beyond the courtyard, warm and gentle, yet carrying an unyielding firmness. The righteous path is selfless. The family's virtue benefits all living beings. Anyone who aspires to goodness, wishes to understand virtue and listen to the great way, may sit before the courtyard and listen to the teachings cultivating virtue. But our Lin family has a family rule: teaching the way does not involve personal feelings, nurturing people does not disturb the original heart. Follow the rules, and you will reach the end. These two short sentences were gentle, polite, and inclusive, yet every word was clear, with strict boundaries and no room for ambiguity. The Lin family opened its doors, allowing people to seek the way, learn, aspire to goodness, and cultivate themselves, but they would never allow anyone to harbor personal desires, disturb the peace of the family, or shake the family's original heart. Upon hearing this, Su Zichen's slender, cool figure trembled slightly, and her heart instantly understood. Before her was a peerless gentleman, always gentle and tolerant, modest and humble, yet with a strong backbone and firm principles. He was infinitely compassionate and merciful to outsiders, but infinitely protective and devoted to his beloved family at home, with clear boundaries and a pure heart. Yet the more restrained, devoted, and flawless he was, the more he made people sink into infatuation and grow obsessed. She slowly lowered her gaze, gently suppressing the stirring emotions and ripples in her eyes, and bowed once more with respect, her posture even more devout. We will remember your teachings, Master of Virtue. We only seek to listen to the way in peace, cultivate ourselves, and understand virtue, and dare not harbor any other thoughts. Her words followed the rules and were proper, but the deep obsession buried in her heart had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, it had grown even deeper. Seeking the way and goodness was true, falling into admiration and being unable to forget was also true. Yun Shuiwe also gently adjusted her robes and offered a sincere thanks. Her gaze was warm and clear, without a trace of impurity. Thank you, Master of Virtue, for your tolerance and acceptance. We will surely abide by the Lin family's rules, listen to the way in peace, cultivate virtue diligently, and not disappoint your teachings. Following her, the noble ladies from the top families bowed in unison, their gentle, orderly voices rising layer by layer, softly spreading across the entire 10-mile-long street. We will strictly follow the family rules and listen to the way in peace. From then on, the top beauties and talented women from various prefectures stood steadily before the courtyard, reigning in all their emotions, waiting silently for the teaching. On the 10-mile-long street, thousands of women stood in neat order, their eyes burning with devotion, all fixed on the white-robed figure in the center of the courtyard, their faces full of reverence and longing. Inside the courtyard, the beauties accompanied each other warmly year after year, in peace the family, full of tender affection and serene times. Outside the courtyard, the hearts of women from all over converged, secret obsessions quietly growing, countless admirations spreading endlessly. Lin Shin stood in the warm sunlight and gentle breeze, with the warmth of his family beside him and the magnificent sight of thousands of admirers before him. He raised his hand to gently brush the breeze from his sleeve, his eyes calm and distant, and he began the day's righteous teaching with a steady voice. To cultivate oneself, first cultivate the heart. To establish oneself in the world, first establish virtue. A heart inclined to goodness is the righteous path in the world. His gentle, mellow voice of the way flowed slowly clear and healing, reaching into people's hearts, gradually cleansing the restlessness and distracting thoughts from the crowd. The thousands of women present held their breath, completely absorbed. All the noise and splendor of the world were soothed and dissipated by this warm tone of the way. Only Su Zichen and Yun Shiyue at the very front of the crowd exchanged a quick glance, each clearly seeing the faint light and deep obsession hidden in the other's eyes. Even if the rules were strict and boundaries clear, so what? In a turbulent world, it was hard to find a sincere gentleman. In a peaceful era, it was rare to encounter pure true love. The most moving, peerless character in the world, the rarest gentle devotion, the most perfect home of warmth and belonging. All were hidden in this small rural courtyard. Even if they could only gaze from afar and follow quietly, unable to be close, it was enough to make them willing to stay for a long time and never regret it in this life. The sun overhead grew warmer, its golden light pouring over every inch of the sacred family land. Inside the courtyard, warmth remained as ever, peace as before. Outside the courtyard, hearts stirred secretly, obsessions grew thick. A gentle chase unique to a peerless gentleman and the beauties of the world was just beginning its grand prelude. The righteous path could save thousands of people in the world, but the hearts of beauties were hard to save and obsessions hard to dispel. A gentle, warm Tao melody lingered softly along the entire Tinli street, drifting with the breeze over rural paths, alleys, and houses, gently cleansing the accumulated restlessness and illusion from the hearts of the people. Half an hour passed quietly, and this sermon that benefited thousands was drawing to a close. Lin Chen's teachings never relied on obscure esoteric platitudes. Every word was simple and clear, revolving around cultivating virtue, guarding kindness, maintaining a peaceful household, and staying true to one's original heart. Yet it was precisely this pure sincerity and heartfelt righteousness that could best soothe the troubles of the mundane world and heal the long-standing inner illusions and spiritual restlessness of the people. At this moment, the countless women standing along the Tinli street listening had their minds clear and free of all distracting thoughts. The fatigue of their long journey, the faint melancholy of unfulfilled desires, and the grievances of an unjust world were all gently soothed by this tender, lingering Tao sound. Everyone's eyes were bright and clear, untouched by any dust, and a pure seed of goodness, righteousness, and moral integrity was quietly planted in their hearts. The entire quiet countryside was silent, with only a gentle breeze passing through the streets and alleys, softly brushing the simple skirts of the countless women, creating a rustling sound that made the whole world even more peaceful and solemn. Lin Chen slowly ended his speech, lowered his arms, and stood tall and gentle, flawless like jade. He stood amidst the glow of the sunset and the gentle breeze, with no trace of arrogance from his fame, no pride from teaching the masses, only a simple, honest, and noble character that was clean and steady. The Tao ends here. Each of you cultivate your own heart. These 8 short words, gentle and calm, settled like a weight, bringing a perfect and stable conclusion to today's sermon that benefited all. Along the long street, the countless women standing densely bowed their heads in unison, their postures gentle and proper. Layers of grateful voices, soft and devout, spread across the fields and echoed through the sky. Thank you, Master of Virtue, for teaching and enlightening us. The prolonged sound waves were pure and solemn, without any noise or clamor. Every word and syllable held reverence, gratitude, and sincerity from the depths of their hearts. The people slowly straightened up, and most of the rural women and young scholars from afar were filled with satisfaction and contentment. Having had the fortune to hear the true Tao purify their minds and broaden their horizons, today was a rare and great opportunity in their lives, enough to let them return home with gain and peace. The crowd dispersed in an orderly manner, their steps calm and unhurried, their expressions peaceful and serene. They carried the upright character, the pure intention to do good, and the original heart of moral integrity back to their villages and homes, gently influencing the customs and minds of the world in their daily lives. Only at the very front of the long street, the group of top-tier noble ladies who had traveled thousands of miles from across the provinces stood quietly, not moving a step. The superficial restlessness and curiosity in their eyes had faded, and the chaotic thoughts in their hearts had been completely cleared, but the admiration and attachment to Lin Chen's flawless character and the Lin family's perfect warmth had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, they had settled deeply in their hearts, becoming heavier and more profound. Before this, each of them was born into top-tier noble families, possessing extraordinary talent, prideful of their family background and charm, having seen countless talented and noble youths, and harboring a deep-rooted pride that no ordinary man in the world was worthy of their sincere devotion. But today, after personally hearing his righteous teachings, witnessing his character and demeanor, and experiencing the Lin family's harmonious and pure family atmosphere, they finally realized that their lifelong proud solitude and refusal to settle were not due to cold-heartedness, but because they had never met a truly worthy and flawless gentleman to whom they could entrust their hearts. In this world where women outnumber men and true love is rare, mediocre and restless men abound, and those who are fickle and betray sincere hearts are countless, so women everywhere cherish love, are cautious about love, and find it hard to encounter true love. But Lin Chen's sudden rise and gentle approach completely overturned all the women's fixed perceptions of what a good man should be. He was gentle, but not excessive, sincere, and devoted without being fickle, possessing great virtue, noble pride, deep affection, and clear boundaries in his actions. He held great fame, but remained humble, wielded influence, but remained peaceful, and was admired by millions, but never changed his original heart, guarding the warmth of his home alone. Such nearly perfect character and life vision were far more captivating and unforgettable than worldly beauty, wealth, or power. Su Zichen, dressed in purple and stunningly beautiful, stood quietly at the front of the crowd, her posture noble and straight. Her clear light eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the gentle white-robed figure in the courtyard, unwilling to look away or miss a single moment. She had been cold and indifferent for half her life, her heart as firm as a rock, never moved by external things or bound by love, having rejected countless suitors of talent and nobility, and long cultivated a calm and unruffled heart. But today, after listening to this soul-cleansing sermon, her long silent heart trembled for a long time and could not calm down. Most renowned scholars in the world preached with selfish motives, either to gain fame, seek power, or win over people everywhere, filled with calculation and self-interest. But Lin Chen's teachings were for the sake of all beings, guiding people to goodness, benefiting everyone without asking for anything in return, opening the eyes of the ignorant, rectifying the restless trends of the world, while he himself remained indifferent to fame and not greedy for gain. His only wish was to guard a small courtyard and keep his family safe. Such a transparent and transcendent vision, a pure and flawless heart, could not be found in anyone else across the 9 provinces of the world. Beside her, Yun Shiyue, dressed in white and scholarly, gentle, had soft eyes full of emotion. She lowered her voice and spoke softly, her tone gentle and delicate, only for the two of them to hear. After listening to his sermon, I suddenly fully understand why countless women in the world are willing to give him their hearts and stop for him. His gentleness is never excessive indulgence, his tolerance is never without boundaries, but he cares for all beings, understands their suffering, knows the measure of things, and values his original heart above all. Su Zichen's thin lips parted slightly, and her usually cold and emotionless voice carried a rare soft warmth as she replied lightly, "The more transparent and pure, the more flawless the heart, the harder it is to let go. I used to think that being without feelings and desires, self-sufficient in solitude, would lead to a regretless life. Now I know that not having met such a true gentleman with perfect character is the greatest regret of a lifetime." Her eyes became more determined, carrying an unshakable stubbornness. The Lin family's rules are strict, with clear distinctions between inside and outside. So what if we cannot cross the line or disturb them? I do not seek to be close to him overnight, nor do I seek worldly titles. I only wish to stay here long-term, hear the Tao every day, see his face often, and guard this pure obsession in my heart. That will be enough for this life. In this world where true love is hard to find, sincere hearts are rare, and countless women live in loneliness, to have the fortune to meet him, to see him from afar, and to follow him quietly, is the ultimate blessing that countless women dream of but cannot obtain. Yun Shiyue gently nodded, her eyes full of deep resonance and gentle expectation. I feel the same. I wish to stay here forever, accompany the breeze, listen to the true Tao, and cultivate virtue. To be able to get closer to such flawless character and perfect warmth, even a little closer, is the greatest fortune of my life. The two understood each other's hearts perfectly with no need for words, and had already made up their minds to stay long and follow quietly. The other noble ladies from top-tier families in various provinces looked at each other, their eyes also holding the same emotion and obsession. They had traveled thousands of miles, endured hardships, and finally managed to see the real person and hear the true Tao. No one was willing to leave in a hurry empty-handed. For a time, all these peerless, graceful beauties stood quietly on the long street in front of the Lin family courtyard, neither noisy nor disruptive, silently guarding the roadside, willing to shed their noble status and become a permanent scenery, guarding the true Tao and the admired gentleman. Inside the courtyard, the 9 ladies, standing side by side, took in all the thoughts and stubborn attitudes of the people outside, their hearts still peaceful and steady, without any anxiety, jealousy, or discord. Gu Qingyin, the mistress of the Lin family, stood gracefully beside Lin Chun, her eyes gentle and soft, and spoke calmly. It seems these talented women from afar have truly moved their hearts. Obsession has taken root, and they are unwilling to leave easily. Her mind was clear and sharp, but she knew people well. She had already seen clearly that these noble ladies' decision to stay was not a momentary whim, but a deep-rooted obsession, completely captivated by Lin Chen's character and the Lin family's warmth. When Ruoshi, lively and charming, blinked her bright, clear eyes, a soft and bright smile on her lips, her tone open, and without any negative thoughts. This is only natural. In this world, true gentlemen are rare. For a husband with such flawless character, peerless grace, and gentle devotion, it would be strange if no one admired him. She never minded the admiration and pursuit from outside, nor did she feel any jealousy. She was only proud of her husband's extraordinary charm and confident in the unbreakable harmony of the family. A lady who was always quiet and reserved, with few words but a clear mind, stood to one side. Her ethereal soft voice slowly rose, cutting to the essence of the matter. Outsiders may come to admire, their obsessions may linger, but in the end they are but passing winds and moon the thoughts of others. The true shelter and fulfillment lie in the years of companionship and sincere warmth shared within the courtyard. A lady known for her intelligence and insight into human nature gently nodded and added softly, "What they seek is the Tao spirit, inner fulfillment, and the return of virtue. What our husband guards is the peace of the family, the purity of his heart, and the sincerity of daily life. The Tao can be shared with all, but true love has its own home. There is no need to worry." A lady with a soft heart who valued family warmth most smiled gently and echoed, "No matter how lively and prosperous the outside world is, it cannot compare to the warmth of the hearth within the courtyard and the steady peace of the years. Keep the family harmonious and the heart pure, and everything will be calm and undisturbed." The other ladies of different temperaments also looked serene and confident. They were united in heart and had been together for years, having long seen through the vanity of the world. No matter how many beauties stopped to admire and pursue from outside, it could never shake the deep-rooted harmony of the Lin family or break the perfect unity they had built over the years. Lin Chen slowly turned his gaze to the 8 ladies beside him, his eyes filled with warm tenderness. He took in their clear-minded, open-hearted, and harmonious demeanor, and a warm feeling filled his heart, bringing him great peace. He had seen much of the world's love entanglements, women's jealousy, narrow-mindedness, and scheming, but the people around him were all kind, pure, and broad-minded, united in guarding the family, tolerant of each other, without rivalry or jealousy, treating each other sincerely. Such a harmonious and perfect family scene was rare in the world. This unique family warmth and the unity of the ladies were his most precious treasure in this life, and also the obsession that kept him true to his original heart, unwilling to let down. He raised his eyes and looked far into the distance, once again gazing at the entire long street outside the courtyard. He saw the crowd of beauties standing quietly, their eyes shining with longing. His warm, clear voice rose slowly, measured and calm, echoing across the heavens and earth. "Those who turn their hearts to the true Tao and aspire to virtue may stay here to listen to the teachings. Those who guard their original hearts and abide by the rules may bathe in our family's spirit every day." But the Lin family is peaceful, with clear distinctions between inside and outside. The teachings are shared without boundaries, but personal feelings and delusions are not carried across. These 2 simple sentences were gentle and inclusive, yet strict in boundaries, clear in measure. They gave those who wish to do good the right to stay and cultivate their hearts, while also cutting off any delusions of crossing the line or disturbing the family. Such a demeanor could accommodate the good intentions of all the people in the world, while also protecting the unique perfection and daily warmth of the ladies in the family. Su Zichen, Yun Shuyue, and the other top noble ladies felt a slight tremor in their hearts upon hearing this. Their admiration for Lin Chen's clear distinction between public and private, his gentle yet bounded nature, and his devoted and self-respecting heart only grew deeper. The clearer his boundaries were, the more he observed propriety and guarded his heart, the more they understood the preciousness of this family warmth, and the deeper their buried admiration and obsession became. Su Zichen suppressed all emotions, and her eyes bowed deeply toward the courtyard from a distance, and her voice was clear, cold, sincere, and respectful. "We will strictly follow the Master of Virtue's rules, observe the boundaries, guard our hearts, listen to the Tao, quietly, every day, cultivate virtue year after year, and never disturb the family's peace or cross the line." Behind her, all the noble ladies bowed in unison, their voices gentle and orderly, solemn and upright. "We will observe the boundaries and guard the roadside quietly." From then on, the Tenli Street in front of the Lin family courtyard quietly formed an unprecedented spectacle unique to this era, where women outnumber men. Ordinary people and students came and went freely, seeking the Tao and cultivating their minds at will with a rich atmosphere of daily life. Meanwhile, the top noble ladies from distant provinces all stood quietly by the roadside, watching day and night, listening to the Tao silently, not disturbing the peace of the courtyard, only guarding the pure obsession in their own hearts. Inside the courtyard, clear breezes circled the garden, plants flourished, the ladies accompanied each other day and night with tender feelings and steady years. Outside the courtyard, beauties gathered, eyes shining bright, countless admirations sprouting quietly, obsessions multiplying, and they stood there year after year. The world was intoxicated by this scene of warm affection, and the hearts of the people gathered in harmony. But beneath this peaceful surface, subtle undercurrents had already begun to stir. 1,000 miles away, in the mansions of the top noble families and hidden aristocratic clans, urgent secret letters were being written and sent by fast horse, spreading rapidly to all sides. Countless top-tier forces hidden in the world, witnessing the Lin family's growing prosperity, the hearts of the people turning to them, and the beauties of the world gathering, could no longer remain calm. Some powerful families coveted the Lin family's unique authority to teach, wishing to seize power and control the world's trends and manipulate the hearts of the people. Some high-ranking women were jealous of the 9 ladies for monopolizing a perfect gentleman, their hearts breeding biased calculations and secret plots. Older millennial-old hidden clans, deeply rooted in controlling the world's order, were unwilling to see a commoner rise from a humble background and surpass the centuries-old noble families leading the direction of the world. Beneath the gentle pursuit of beauties, the surging undercurrents of various forces were quietly brewing and gathering. The present scene was full of prosperity and peace, but the storm was already lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. A greater storm involving the struggles of noble families, the fate of the beauties, and the future direction of the world was already quietly taking shape thousands of miles away, waiting only for the right time to sweep across the land. The warm afternoon sun bathed the entire countryside in a gentle glow, while a cool evening breeze carrying the fragrance of grass and trees softly drifted through the streets and courtyards, dissipating the lingering heat of the morning. The bustling flow of people on the long street had not yet fully dispersed, but it had shed the solemn devotion of the morning's universal preaching, losing some of its tension and dignity, and gaining a warmer, more relaxed and serene atmosphere of everyday life. Most of the ordinary villagers and the students who had traveled from afar to study were now content and gradually returning home. Only Su Zichen and Yun Xiue, leading a group of noble daughters from the top families of various prefectures, stood quietly by the side of the long street, their postures upright and composed, none of them willing to leave. They had long shed the proud aloofness of their esteemed status as daughters of noble families, and had set aside the lofty self-restraint of the most talented ladies. Throughout they remained silent, without noise or disturbance, adopting the most humble and devout posture, quietly gazing at the graceful figure in white robes within the courtyard, bathing in the pure and virtuous atmosphere of the Lin family. In this world where women outnumber men, scarce are good matches, and countless women spend their lives in solitude. Being able to follow the path of righteousness up close, bask in the virtuous influence, and admire such an extraordinary man is already an unparalleled blessing beyond their wildest dreams. Even if they could only gaze from afar, maintaining propriety and never approaching it was enough to comfort their wandering and lonely hearts, soothing the deep-seated regrets and emptiness that had lingered for years. Within the courtyard, all the noise of the outside world was shut out. Time passed peacefully, and the warmth of each day continued as always. The day's preaching had come to an end, and the external commotion gradually subsided. The 9 graceful beauties, each with her own charm, gently surrounded Lin Chen, walking slowly back into the courtyard, quietly closing off the countless fervent gazes from the outside world, and returning to the tranquil and gentle world that belonged solely to the family. Within the courtyard there was no external disturbance, no prying eyes. Only the breeze circled the courtyard, the grass and trees rustled, and the evening wind carried warmth over the eaves, leaving only the steady and gentle companionship of loved ones. Hu Qingyan walked gracefully beside Lin Chen, her gaze soft and clear. She swept her eyes gently over the countless lingering figures outside the courtyard, and spoke in a calm and composed tone, her words clear and reasonable. These young ladies have upright hearts and proper conduct. They are neither arrogant nor impetuous, nor are they driven by immediate gain. Their only flaw is that their attachment runs too deep, their expectations too high. Having managed the Lin family's internal and external affairs for many years, she had seen countless people and understood human nature well. With a single glance, she saw through the true intentions of the crowd. They had traveled a long distance and lingered for a long time, not for selfish gain or opportunistic motives, but purely because in a chaotic world they had encountered ultimate goodness, and in a mundane world they had met a virtuous man. From the depths of their hearts they had developed the most genuine admiration and longing. When Ruashi's eyes curved like crescent moons, a bright and sweet smile on her lips, her gaze frank and pure. She spoke in a relaxed and unrestrained manner. A deep attachment is not a bad thing. It proves my husband's uniqueness and confirms the rare perfection of the Lin family's household. The complete happiness that others seek all their lives but never attain is something we enjoy year after year, day and night. Such fortune is naturally meant to be envied. Her heart was pure and transparent, with no trace of jealousy or pettiness. After all, her husband was peerless in grace and flawless in character, gentle and devoted. He was worthy of the adoration of all women. The admiration and gazing from the outside world were never a disturbance to the family, but rather the best testament to the Lin family's virtue and glory. A cool and elegant lady stood quietly under the eaves, her plain clothes fluttering in the wind, her figure ethereal and aloof from worldly dust. She spoke softly, her voice airy and gentle. External things cannot disturb the true heart, and splendor cannot disrupt tranquility. When the hearts within the courtyard are at peace and the family is harmonious, everything is stable. The other beauties gently echoed her words. Though each had her own state of mind, her own character, and her own unique charm, they were united in heart and spirit, guarding the family together. Some were open-minded and insightful, some gentle and family-oriented, some broad in vision, some delicate and considerate. The 9 distinct charms blended together, forming the unbreakable and unshakable foundation of harmony in the Lin family. Lin Chen stood quietly by the railing under the eaves, raising his hand to gently brush the breeze that passed by. His gaze was warm and calm, his heart serene and undisturbed, untouched by the vanity of the outside world. He had seen countless entanglements of love in the world, seen many women who upon meeting a good man became narrow-minded, jealous, and trapped in the obsession of love. But the 9 women by his side each possessed a broad mind, kind and transparent hearts, without contention or jealousy, supporting and tolerating one another. They could enjoy the prosperity of a flourishing age, endure the tranquility of ordinary days, stabilize the peace of the family, and see through the illusions of the human heart. Such rare family harmony and unity among beauties was far more worthy of his sincere cherishment and dedicated protection than any fame, glory, or universal admiration. You need not worry, nor do you need to deliberately accommodate or yield. Lin Shan spoke slowly, his voice gentle and firm, with a clear distinction between public and private matters. Preaching is for the public, benefiting all people regardless of status, who everyone can learn. But being together is for the private, the warmth of family and the heartfelt devotion of every day and night belong exclusively to the 9 of you. Keeping public and private separate, distinguishing inside from outside. This is my unchanging principle. This gentle and firm statement completely resolved the lingering doubts and faint unease in the hearts of the women. He opened his doors wide, allowing the world to seek the way to cultivate virtue and to bathe in the virtuous influence, but he would never allow the admiration and attachment from the outside to shake the special warmth and favor that belonged only to the women within the courtyard. Upon hearing this, the 9 women's eyes all rippled with gentle warmth, their brows relaxed, and their hearts became more settled and assured. This unique favor, this clear and distinct principle, and this steadfast protection were the most solid and stable foundation of their lives. Outside the courtyard on the long street, the evening breeze grew slightly stronger, gently lifting the skirts of the gathered women, making them flutter gracefully like a gentle painting. Su Zichen, who had stood still for a long time, never once moved her gaze from the warm, interdependent figure under the eaves in the courtyard. In her cold and proud eyes, a deep-seated attachment grew even more intense. All her life, she had been aloof and proud, looking down on the mundane world, never believing in the bonds of love or envying the happiness of others. But now, witnessing the warmth of the Lin family firsthand and experiencing his flawless character, she finally realized that true fulfillment was not the dazzling splendor of excitement, but the gentle, steadfast, and consistent peace of day-to-day companionship. Beside her, Yun Shuiyue gazed at the peaceful scene inside the courtyard and let out a soft sigh, her voice filled with sincere emotion and gentle anticipation. The virtuous teacher's heart is pure and transparent, abiding by propriety and guarding his heart. He is infinitely gentle and devoted to his family, and infinitely compassionate and tolerant to the outside world. Such flawless character and extraordinary bearing are truly unique in this world with no second equal. Su Zichen nodded slightly, her shallow eyes firmly fixed on the depths of the courtyard. In her clear and cold voice, there was a suppressed, burning attachment. The clearer the boundaries, the more steadfast the original intention, the more precious and rare it becomes. I do not seek to overstep boundaries, nor to approach him. I only wish to remain here long, to observe the family's virtues every day, to understand the enlightened virtue at all times, to bathe in the clear radiance, and to accompany the righteous path. That is enough. She had been proud and self-reliant all her life, never deigning to follow anyone humbly or depend on anything. Yet facing Lin Shun and the pure and upright Lin family, she was willing to set aside her noble status and half a lifetime of pride just to be a little closer to this perfect character. Yun Shiyue's gaze grew softer and clearer, and she gently echoed, to be able to stand by the path for a long time, to cultivate virtue and peace, and to bathe in the clear breeze and righteous path every day is already the greatest fortune in this life. The two spoke softly, their voices barely audible, disturbing no one, overstepping no bounds. They always maintained propriety, guarded their hearts, and hid their deep admiration under restraint, their ingrained attachment within the rules, content and virtuous. They were content and virtuous, hiding their attachment within the bounds of propriety. At this moment, inside and outside the Lin family, there was a scene of peace and tranquility. But such a perfect and moving sight of the Lin family was destined never to remain free from covetous eyes, envy, and yearning. There was no deliberate siege by powerful families, no political opposition from various clans. The storm that was quietly brewing was not worldly strife, but the most real, most insoluble, and most uncontrollable human desires and attachments of love in this world where women outnumber men. The evening breeze gently passed through the courtyard, flowers and trees swayed softly, and dappled shadows fell over the veranda. The 9 beauties accompanied Lin Shan, sitting under the eaves, sipping tea, chatting idly, and enjoying the rare family peace. Outside the courtyard, Su Zichen, Yin Shiyue, and a group of talented ladies stood quietly, maintaining propriety, listening to the teachings, neither disturbing nor making noise. The entire countryside was a gentle and moving scene of a prosperous age. But the human heart is the most unpredictable, and deep-seated attachments are the most difficult to control and resolve. As Lin Shan's reputation spread throughout the 9 provinces, countless top-tier beauties traveled across mountains and seas to gather here. In the distant corners of the land, many stubborn and restless thoughts had already been quietly hidden. There were reclusive, world-weary, and extremely discerning solitary women who, after hearing of Lin Shan's perfect character and flawless nature, developed an extreme attachment, unwilling to remain mere onlookers from afar, and had already set out quietly for this place. There were once arrogant noble ladies who had rejected countless suitors from famous families, and now, seeing that all the women in the world had turned their hearts to Lin Shun and found fulfillment, while they alone remained distant and unmatched, a deep-seated stubbornness and jealousy quietly grew in their hearts. There were also countless lonely women who had wandered the world in search of a good man, who now saw Lin Shun, with his flawless character and gentle devotion, as their only salvation and destination, and refused to accept the outcome that the Lin family was already complete, and outsiders had no place secretly plotting and harboring delusions. There was no deliberate suppression from the court, no factional struggles among aristocratic families, no swords or shadows, no power struggles. The only thing that could shake the Lin family's peaceful days and break this perfect harmony was never worldly power or court influence, but the countless burning hearts of women who yearned in vain, desired, but could not attain, and were entangled in attachment, in this world where women outnumber men. The evening breeze passed through the courtyard, flowers and trees swayed gracefully, and the light and shadow were gentle and lingering. The 9 beauties still accompanied Lin Shun, sitting under the eaves, sipping tea, chatting, and enjoying the peace of the day. Outside the courtyard, countless beauties stood quietly, maintaining propriety, not disturbing the family, presenting a scene of gentle and moving prosperity. No one knew that beneath this surface of gentle time and family harmony, countless hidden attachments had already quietly fermented, gathered layer by layer, and were surging in secret. Everyone was intoxicated by the unprecedented scene of the Lin family's prosperity and the ultimate fulfillment of countless hearts, and everyone envied this unique peace and tenderness in the world. Only in the shadows, countless stubborn hearts and unextinguished attachments had already quietly gathered strength, silently settled, waiting only for the right moment to break through and emerge. As dusk settled, the sunset painted the sky in hues of gold and rose, its gentle orange glow spreading across the rural paths and quietly enveloping the entire Lin family estate. The lingering warmth of the day's teachings had not yet faded, and the long street remained peaceful and serene. Gone was the relaxed warmth of the afternoon, as the evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, gently brushing against the flowing robes along the path, and stirring the delicate unspoken emotions hidden deep within many hearts. The common folk had long since returned to their homes, leaving the streets free of any bustling figures. Only Su Zichen and Yun Xiue, leading a group of noble ladies from distinguished families, remained standing quietly and placed their postures upright, and their gazes steadfast, waiting from the afternoon until dusk without moving a single step. These were women accustomed to luxury and admiration, the pinnacle of society, who had never in their lives stood so long for anyone or anything in silent expectation. Yet today, for Lin Shun and for the honorable spirit of the Lin family, they willingly set aside all their pride and grace, standing in the evening breeze and twilight, without complaint, without fatigue, without voiced hope, holding only a pure and unwavering devotion in their hearts. Within the courtyard, time flowed gently as ever. Beneath the eaves, the fragrance of fine tea rose in delicate wisps, mingling with the cool evening air. 9 graceful ladies sat with Lin Shun, engaging in leisurely conversation, their words soft, and their smiles tranquil, filled with the warmth of everyday life and simple joys. There was no worldly clamor, no intrusive thoughts from others, only the secure comfort of a family together. Gu Qingyan raised a hand to gently brush a strand of hair blown astray by the wind, her gaze falling upon the figures that had not dispersed outside the courtyard. Her tone was serene and perceptive, seeing through the situation with clarity. To have stood here from afternoon until now, half a day, without moving an inch, such patience and determination are truly rare. She had observed many people in her life, seen countless fleeting admirations and transient passions, but never had she witnessed a group of women high in status and discerning in taste, willingly set aside all dignity to stand day after day in silent vigil, expecting nothing in return, seeking no status, driven only by a pure admiration in their hearts. When Ruashi rested her chin in her hand, her eyes bright and clear, watching the graceful silhouettes of the ladies in the twilight outside the courtyard, she murmured softly, "They seem to stand in silence, but their devotion has long taken root. In this world, no one willingly endures a long wait without reason. If not for a heart truly lost, who would spend half a day silently guarding a courtyard, a stranger from afar? They themselves, blessed with the joy of being together day and night, could best understand the torment and persistence of this distant gaze. To outsiders, the splendid scene visible here was a tender obsession, forever out of reach for these waiting women. A usually aloof beauty softly echoed, her voice ethereal and calm. Where the heart is directed, there lies the resolve to stay. Without a deep-seated devotion, they would have turned away when the evening wind rose. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in silent agreement. Dwelling in their own fulfillment, they understood the melancholy of unattainable desires all the more. And because of their clear-sighted hearts, there was no reproach, no jealousy, only a quiet sense of reflection. Lin Shun sat beneath the eaves, his fingers lightly holding a cup of tea, the warmth seeping into his palms. His eyes were gentle and calm, without a ripple. With his keen spiritual perception, he could clearly sense the dozens of passionate, pure gazes outside the courtyard, and he could read the restrained hope and longing hidden behind each one. He never belittled any sincere emotion, nor did he ever abuse any admiration. Precisely because he understood the rarity of true love and good fortune in a world where women outnumbered men, he adhered even more strictly to his own principles, maintaining clear boundaries, unwilling to give false hope to others, and even more unwilling to let down the sincere hearts that accompanied him day and night. When the heart inclines toward goodness, one can remain tranquil and endure hardship. Lin Shan spoke slowly, his voice clear and carried by the wind. What they guard is the way, virtue, and their own inner fulfillment. There is no fault in that. These gentle words embraced the myriad devotions in people's hearts, yet still maintained a strict boundary, never crossing the line of personal affection. The evening breeze on the long street gradually turned cool, and the deepening twilight bathed heaven and earth in a soft hazy glow. Su Zichen stood silently for a long time, her gaze fixed on the gentle, serene figure in white beneath the eaves of the courtyard. Her usually cold and distant thoughts gradually shed their impurities, becoming clearer and more transparent. The deep-seated devotion in her heart grew more distinct, more resolute, without a trace of hesitation or wavering. She had been aloof and self-reliant all her life, always believing in walking alone with an unburdened heart, viewing worldly romantic attachments as illusions and burdens. But after observing the pure and upright family traditions of the Lin family day after day and experiencing Lin Shan's gentle, flawless character and profound insight, she finally experienced a complete awakening. True strength of character lay not in solitary aloofness and detachment, but in harboring compassion and gentleness, preserving the sincerity of one's heart, cherishing the companionship of each day, and never betraying the goodness of the world. This realm of profound and complete inner peace was a supreme state she had never understood or attained, despite having read thousands of books, experienced worldly splendor, and witnessed the myriad facets of human life. Beside her, Yun Shuiyue faced the cool evening breeze, her voice soft and melodious, her eyes filled with genuine emotion. The twilight has fully descended, and the evening wind chills the clothes, yet no one has grown restless or weary enough to leave. This is enough to show that the upright and honorable spirit of the Lin family has been etched into people's hearts, into their very bones, making them willingly stand here, for so long reluctant to turn away. Su Zichen lowered her clear eyes slightly, and in her usually cold and indifferent gaze a faint soft warmth flickered. In her cool voice there was a hidden, deep-seated passion. The more upright, restrained, and self-disciplined a person is, the more they refrain from disturbing the world or coveting personal attachments, the more they make others fall deeper and deeper, unable to extricate themselves. In the past I looked upon the world coldly and often laughed at people trapped by romantic obsessions seeking their own burdens. But now that I have experienced it myself, I realize that when one meets a truly pure and flawless person worthy of wholehearted devotion, no one in this world can remain immune. At this moment her state of mind had long shed the initial shallow thrill of astonishment, settling into a deep, rich, gentle, and restrained admiration, a quiet, enduring affection carefully stored in her heart. Without striving, without clamor, without disturbance, without clinging or attachment. She only wished to stand quietly by the roadside day after day, watching over his noble character, constantly cultivating herself, using the righteous path of the Lin family to sharpen her own spirit, and using his flawless virtue to discipline her own heart. She did not seek to be close to him, nor did she desire worldly status. She only wished to accompany the clear breeze year after year, to admire the gentleman's grace season after season. That alone would be enough to comfort her life. Yun Shuiyue's gaze was soft and tender, quietly gazing at the gentle scene of the courtyard where lamps were about to be lit, warmth beginning to emerge. She let out a soft, long sigh. Among the myriad multitudes of the world, all chase after fame, wealth, and power. Only we are willing to pursue a wisp of mountain breeze, to guard a clear and upright virtue, to admire a person as jade-like in character. Such a pure and transparent state of mind has never existed before, and for the rest of my life, it will likely only happen this once. The two stood side by side in the twilight and evening breeze, silent and understanding, with myriad emotions conveyed, without words, already in perfect harmony and mutual understanding. The other noble ladies who had come from distant provinces also had their hearts settled and their devotion deeply rooted. No one was restless or noisy, no one harbored greedy thoughts. They simply stood quietly by the roadside, hiding their fluttering hearts within their eyes, restraining their lingering obsessions within the bounds of propriety, adhering to the Lin family's rules, and guarding their own good intentions. Yet beneath this appearance of inner and outer peace and gentle harmony, the undercurrents hidden in the distant mountains and rivers never ceased their quiet movement. There were no conflicts of war, no schemes of court politics, and no deliberate suppression by powerful clans. Only countless solitary beauties scattered across the 9 provinces, hidden in the mountains and worldly realms, following the virtuous reputation spread through the world, pursuing the gentle Tao resonance of the Lin family, crossing distant mountains and seas step by step, quietly heading toward this rustic countryside. Among them some had lived half a life in cold solitude, with hearts so aloof that no ordinary man in the world could catch their eye or move their heart. Now deeply devoted, they were unwilling to accept this fate of being forever disconnected. Some had wandered half their lives searching in vain for a good partner, enduring countless false affections and betrayals, and now regarded Lin Chun, gentle, devoted, and flawless in character, as their only salvation and destination. Some were gifted with unparalleled talent, peerless grace, and proud, aloof hearts, and for the first time in their lives they had developed genuine feelings for someone. Once they felt they could no longer let go or extricate themselves. These devotions hidden in people's hearts were silent, formless, without smoke or conflict, yet they were more stubborn, more enduring, harder to dissolve, and impossible to eradicate than any power struggle or court siege. As twilight completely fell over the wilderness, the deep night shrouded heaven and earth. Within the ancient Lin family estate, warm yellow lamps were lit one by one, gently dispelling the chill of the night. The warm light streamed through the delicate carved window lattices and the old wooden pillars, slowly flowing down to cover the entire courtyard. The warm glow mingled among the leaves and branches, casting the courtyard scenery in a gentle, elegant light, with figures bathed in tender affection, bringing a sense of peaceful, enduring domestic warmth. Within the courtyard the lamps shone brightly, warm and comforting. Outside the courtyard the gentle breeze stirred secret affections. A small courtyard, a lamp of human warmth, quietly separated two distinct states of mind and scenes. Inside the courtyard was the joy of being together day and night, a complete family, years of carefree happiness, a gentle exclusive love, and peaceful stability belonging to the 9 ladies. Outside the courtyard was a distant gaze, a world apart, yet close at hand, with countless devotions sprouting, the long unfulfilled longing of myriad beauties, yearning yet unable, caring yet forever apart. Lin Shen slowly raised his eyes to look at the long street, bathed in the deepening twilight, at the graceful, still figures of the ladies. His gentle, calm voice carried through the night out of the courtyard, warm and considerate, yet firm and clear in its boundaries. The night is deep, the evening wind brings dew, and the chill seeps into the body. You may all return to rest and recuperate. When the dawn breaks and the first light appears tomorrow, you may come again to hear the teachings and cultivate your hearts to understand virtue. These gentle words, thoughtful and considerate, showed respect and tolerance for everyone's good intentions and admiration, yet always adhered to the propriety of etiquette, never involving the least personal attachment. He appreciated the sincere hearts of those who had traveled far and stood waiting for so long, so he gently urged them to return, unwilling to be harsh. He cherished his family's warmth and his own heart, so he maintained his boundaries strictly, never crossing the line. Upon hearing this, the noble ladies outside the courtyard all bowed respectfully, their heads lowered, their postures dignified and courteous, concealing the surging emotions in their eyes. They replied with restraint and calmness, "Thank you for your consideration, Master of Virtue. We will come again tomorrow to listen to the teachings." Their neat, soft replies spread across the long street in the deepening twilight, each word gentle, each phrase devout, clear, and pleasing to the ear. No one lingered for a moment of warmth, no one took the opportunity to seek closeness in the slightest. Everyone adhered to the rules, observed propriety, and behaved with grace. Su Zichen lifted her eyes one last time, gazing deeply at the gentle, jade-like figure in the lamplight. The tumultuous emotions in her cool gaze settled, completely transforming into a soft, enduring, unchanging gleam of devotion, carefully stored in her heart. 1,000 strands of the vast wind cannot ferry all the worldly obsessions. The supreme righteous path, however many turns, cannot dissolve the deep ingrained love in people's hearts. Tonight they would temporarily withdraw their thoughts and return. At dawn tomorrow they would follow the wind and come again. Their journey across mountains and seas, their waiting, was never a rash intrusion or disturbance, but a gentle, enduring, restrained, deep, and lifelong reverence. A devotion that would never fade. The thick night slowly permeated the entire rural land, the distant mountains completely vanished into the deep ink-black hue, and the heavens and earth were silent and soundless, with only the gentle evening breeze stirring. The 10-li-long street, once bustling with endless streams of people and lingering Tao melodies during the day, had completely shed its last traces of worldly vitality, washed away all clamor, and returned to an ultimate serene stillness. The noble ladies from various clans who had been lingering earlier, strictly following Lin Chen's instructions, all bowed respectfully and slowly withdrew. Their steps were light and graceful, their postures dignified and elegant. None of them lingered, none turned back to glance or disturb, even slightly. They all adhered to propriety, concealed their innermost yearnings, and returned peacefully to rest. They tucked their fervent admiration and deep, profound attachment safely into their hearts, silently sealed, never disturbing the Lin family's nightly tranquility. They simply waited quietly for the dawn of the next day to come, to return once more to this place, to hear the Tao bask in the wind, cultivate virtue, and nurture their spirits. In but a fleeting moment, the long street that had been dotted with figures became empty, desolate, and serene. The cool evening breeze wove through the streets and alleys, quietly stirring the scattered withered leaves on the ground, producing a soft, pleasant rustling that accentuated the peace and tranquility of the entire rural land, untouched by worldly dust. In the boundless night, only the quaint and elegant Lin family courtyard shone with enduring light and warm radiance. The gentle, warm glow pierced through the heavy night, steadily spreading a haven of tranquility exclusively for the family, isolating all the chill of the night, the vanity of human hearts, and the melancholy of the world, leaving only pure domestic warmth to tenderly soothe the long night. Within the courtyard, the evening breeze was tender and lingering, the plants gently swayed, the red lanterns hanging under the eaves softly trembled with the wind. The scattered warm light gently fell, covering the polished stone steps, creating a scene of gentle healing. The grand spectacle of the day's teachings, the fervent gazes of countless people from the outside world, and the layered attachments of human hearts all vanished without a trace at this moment. The heavens and earth were peaceful, time was serene, and what remained was only the most simple, moving, and precious warmth of family. 9 graceful ladies, each with their own unique charm, sat leisurely under the eaves. Having shed the dignified demeanor of calm observation and self-possession they wore during the day, their brows were relaxed, adding a touch of languid, gentle, and cozy domestic warmth. On the table, the clear tea emitted a lingering fragrance, its warmth still present. A gentle evening breeze brushed their faces. They chatted softly about trivial household matters. Time flowed slowly, and the years were gentle and still. Gu Qingyan gently tucked her sleeve, disturbed by the evening breeze, her gaze warm as she looked toward the boundless, deep night outside the courtyard. She spoke softly, her voice clear and penetrating her heart, seeing clearly. These young ladies have upright minds, know propriety, and exercise restraint, truly rare in this world. They are wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao, full of admiration for virtue, and cherish a sincere intention toward goodness. Yet they always restrain themselves, maintain proper boundaries, never lose their original hearts, disturb the order of propriety, or give rise to any obsessive, troubling thoughts. Having managed the Lin family affairs for many years, she had seen countless people and understood human hearts deeply. She knew that among the myriad admirers in the world, most were merely fickle, superficial, and utilitarian, flaring up with momentary passion, then fading away when the heat passed. Some even lost reason and recklessly disturbed others. But the group of ladies who had lingered for so long today were refreshingly clear-headed. They transformed their heartfelt admiration into a sincere intention for self-cultivation and guarded their profound attachment into a calm and patient waiting. Such pure nature and self-discipline were rare in the world. When Ruashi tilted her head slightly, her elbow lightly resting on the stone table, her fair cheek pressed gently against her cool palm, her eyes clear and bright, her brows curving into a sweet, soft smile. Her tone was frank and open. It is precisely this restraint, gentleness, knowledge of propriety, and guarding of the heart that makes their sincerity even more precious. If they were to recklessly pester and deliberately disturb, they would fall into the vulgarity of worldly romantic entanglements. They observe propriety, guard their hearts, and look up from afar in peace. We accept them calmly and treat them with ease. Each follows their own path and guards their own heart. Without disturbing each other, we fulfill one another. This is the gentlest and most complete scene. Her heart was clear, broad, and open, without the slightest trace of narrow jealousy or selfishness. That her husband's virtue spread across the world, his character unmatched, and his nature flawless, attracting the admiration of countless women, was only natural. And that everyone remained peaceful, proper, restrained, and only expressed their feelings through distant admiration. This gentle, pure journey was never a disturbance to the family, but a beautiful testament to the goodness of human hearts. The other ladies, upon hearing this, all gently nodded in silent agreement, their eyes serene and tranquil, without a single trace of discord or distraction. Having accompanied each other for many years, united in heart, and supporting one another, they had long seen through the vanities of the world and the conflicts of love. In their hearts, they were clearest of all. True fulfillment never comes from hoarding all the beauty of the world in narrow selfishness, but from guarding one's own pure heart, protecting the warmth of the family, accommodating the goodness of others, and preserving the warmth of the years. Lin Shen sat quietly among them, listening to the soft, gentle household chatter of the ladies beside him. The warmth and tenderness in his eyes deepened, and his heart was filled with a serene warmth undisturbed. Most people in the world chase fame and fortune, indulge in vanity, and spend their days struggling over love and loss, entangled in right and wrong. But the 9 ladies by his side were all clear, open-minded, kind-hearted, without jealousy or contention, gentle and tolerant, able to preserve the peace of the years and accommodate the attachments of others. Such a harmonious, united, and perfect family structure was far more worthy of his careful cherishing and dedicated protection than any worldly glory or universal admiration. He raised his hand and calmly poured tea from the pot. The clear tea liquid slowly filled the cup, sending out fine ripples. His gentle, even voice drifted through the soft evening breeze into the tranquil courtyard. The Tao may be shared with all under heaven, but the heart is only guarded for the family. These 10 simple plain words, though concise, carried immense weight, expressing the heart and principle he had always held and never wavered from. The great Tao has no boundaries, that can embrace all things and benefit all people, allowing anyone from all corners to come learn, cultivate virtue, and understand the Tao. But the true heart has its own home, and warmth has its own boundaries. All the tenderness, sincere affection, and daily companionship of his life belonged exclusively to the 9 ladies in the courtyard who had accompanied him for a long time with true hearts. Not a single part to outsiders, nor to anyone else. Public and private are distinct, inside and outside are clear. Gentleness has its measure and steadfastness has its boundaries. Goodness has no bounds, but affection has its home. This was Lin Shen's fundamental heart in standing in the world, spreading the Tao, educating people, and guarding the family, the unchanging principle of his life. Upon hearing this, the 9 ladies felt a warm current flowing in their eyes, spreading layer by layer. Their brows softened, and their minds became more settled. The last trace of subtle worry and vague unease in their hearts vanished with the wind, leaving nothing behind. The most peaceful and moving happiness in the world is never the grandest prosperity or the glory of universal acclaim, but the steady reassurance of being cherished and steadfastly loved year after year, the warmth and peace of that kind of time. The night gradually deepened, and the evening breeze grew softer and more gentle. Inside the Lin family courtyard, the glowing lights and lingering warmth dispelled all the chill of the long night. Everyone completely shed the dignified calm of the day and sat around chatting, talking about everyday life. From the seasonal scenery of the fields to the subtle details of human existence, from daily self-cultivation to the peaceful stillness of the years. There were no grand, empty moral lectures, no ornate vain embellishments. Only gentle, trivial household daily life. Simple, light-hearted conversations and laughter slowly warmed the long night, gently healing and calming the heart. At this moment, the noble ladies who had bowed and withdrawn during the day had not truly gone far or left completely. They had traveled thousands of miles across states and lands to this place, yet they did not rush to find an inn to rest. Instead, they quietly retreated to the deep alleyways at the end of the thinly long street, silently hidden in the shadows of the night, standing still, gazing from afar at the warm, glowing courtyard of the Lin family, where time seemed peaceful. They did not disturb the peace of the courtyard, did not disrupt the family's tranquility, did not pry into others' privacy, and did not cling to unnecessary emotions. They were merely greedy for one more look at this unique beacon of fulfillment in the world, to feel a little more of this pure, upright Tao charm that cleanses the heart, to soothe the loneliness of half a lifetime and their boundless longing. Yun Shuyue stood quietly in the evening breeze at the alley entrance, gazing at the faint, warm lights of the distant courtyard. She let out a soft, gentle sigh, her voice tender and lingering, filled with genuine emotion. In the past, I traveled over mountains and rivers, always believing that power, wealth, and glory in the world were the most moving and secure. Now, having experienced it personally, I realize that the most precious and rare fulfillment in the world is never external splendor, but a courtyard with a light of family at peace, a heart that never fails, and the ordinary days spent together year after year. She had spent half her life immersed in books, pursuing great ideals, and fame, traveling through splendid landscapes, and worldly prosperity, witnessing power struggles, cold human interactions, and fickleness. After wandering for half a lifetime, she finally found the clarity and peace of the years she had always sought in this simple, rustic little courtyard. Su Zichen stood silently beside her, her purple robe bathed in the night, her figure ethereal and aloof. Her usually cold, indifferent gaze was fixed on the bright courtyard in the distance. Her low, deep voice carried a profound, hidden attachment that no one else could see. Among the countless courtyards and innumerable families in the world, only this place's warm light touches the heart, cleanses the mind of distractions, rectifies people's virtue, and heals the loneliness of half a lifetime. To be able to stay close to this serenity every day and often bask in this character is the greatest opportunity and blessing of our lives. She had been cold and aloof for half her life, solitary and unattached, with nothing to tie her down. She had always been indifferent to worldly desires and lofty in her heart, never feeling attachment to anyone or anything in the world. But now she had developed a deep, unchanging, lifelong attachment to this one courtyard, this breeze, and this flawless character. She did not seek to be close, did not seek worldly status, did not seek any special favor. She only wished to stay here forever, and never leaving, to listen to the right path every day, to observe her heart, and cultivate herself every year, to use the Lin family's righteous path to temper herself, and to use the gentleman's character to restrain her heart. This was enough to comfort her life, and not waste this journey. The other noble ladies around stood quietly in the deep night, no one speaking, no one breaking the silence. Yet everyone understood each other's hearts, their attachments identical, requiring no words to be clear. Withdrawing and returning tonight, silently retreating, was never about letting go or giving up halfway. It was about quietly settling their minds, gathering strength, and patiently waiting for the dawn of tomorrow. Their daily silent vigil had nothing to do with worldly romantic entanglements or utilitarian flattery. It was a pure, heartfelt, and wholehearted pursuit of light with no regrets. Meanwhile, across the vast 9 provinces, gentle winds were quietly stirring, silently flowing in all directions. There was no turmoil of conflict, no scheming of courtly power, no oppression of aristocratic clans. Only countless attachments of human hearts scattered across the world, spreading quietly, converging layer by layer, growing ever more intense. Countless proud ladies hidden in deep mountains, secluded valleys, worldly cities, or deep palace chambers, hearing of the grand spectacle of the Lin family's teachings and the gentle, flawless character of Lin Shun, were filled with longing, and had already begun to pack their belongings and set out on the journey to this rustic countryside. Some had lived alone in the mountains for many years, untouched by worldly dust, half a life of pure desires, and for the first time, they felt the urge to descend into the world and pursue the Tao. Some had long lived in high positions in the deep palace, seeing through all the vanity and emptiness, willingly giving up their status and glory, shedding their halos, and heading to the countryside in search of peace of mind. Some had wandered half their lives lonely and adrift, traversing mountains and rivers searching for a good match, but never finding one, enduring countless disappointments and betrayals, and finally placing all their remaining hopes and dreams on this perfect pure Lin family. More and more extremely pure, deep, and persistent hearts were crossing thousands of miles of mountains and rivers undeterred by the distance, braving the wind and frost, quietly converging on this ordinary rustic land. There were no storms of troubled times, no worldly villains to contend with. The only approaching, quietly brewing change was the burning hearts and unyielding attachments of countless people seeking goodness, warmth, fulfillment, and true hearts in this world where women outnumbered men and good matches were rare. The night grew deeper and the long night continued in stillness. Inside the Lin family courtyard, the warm lights remained bright and steady, the family's warmth unchanged year after year, their hearts pure and constant. A scene of peaceful years. But outside the courtyard, in the vast human world, countless scattered attachments were quietly gathering with the wind, silently growing with the moon, becoming ever more intense. When the dawn breaks tomorrow and the first rays of morning light appear, when the spring breeze once again gently sweeps over the thinly long street, a tide of pure hearts returning to the Tao, more grand and more pure than before, will surely arrive, as promised, sweeping across the land. The sky was bright with the breaking of dawn as a vast expanse of rosy clouds pierced through the rolling sea of mist, gently spreading across the tranquil countryside. The clear, lucent morning light penetrated the layered fog, slowly cascading upon the earth, completely sweeping away the lingering chill and stillness of the past night. The distant verdant mountains shed their heavy, ink-black hue, their outlines gradually becoming clear and warm, bathed in a soft layer of golden radiance. The fields and wilds were adorned with crystalline morning dew as a gentle breeze rustled the branches, causing leaves to tremble and sway, rolling down dewdrops. The surroundings were filled with a melodious breeze and vibrant life, presenting a scene of refreshing, healing morning beauty. The 10-mile-long street, which had always been quiet and tranquil at dawn, on this morning at the break of day, shed its years of solitude and welcomed a grand spectacle far surpassing any previous day. In just one night the news had spread far and wide, drawing hearts from 1,000 miles away. Those gathered here today were no longer only Su Zichen and Yun Shiyue, the top noble ladies rooted in this locality and following day and night. From the 4 seas and 9 provinces, talented women of humble origins, peerless beauties secluded in the mountains, and diligent scholars from all directions, all drawn by the lingering virtuous resonance of yesterday's teachings, came with the morning dew and the dawn breeze, crossing mountains and rivers, converging tirelessly upon this rustic countryside, gathering before the Lin family residence. The morning light spread softly over the long street, stretching for miles without end, filled with graceful, slender figures as far as the eye could see. Their dresses varied in color and style, each possessing a unique grace and bearing. Though their origins, circumstances, and cultivation levels were different, all stood tall and upright with devout and clear eyes, harboring a pure heart for goodness, and the Tao standing orderly on both sides of the street. Throughout the event there was no noise, no jostling, no restlessness, only perfect order and a clear atmosphere. This sight of thousands of women standing in silent admiration was truly magnificent and captivating. This was the unparalleled zenith of an era where women outnumbered men. Across the world there were countless women, but few worthy men. Countless women were born into solitude half their lives, without support, trapped in worldly illusions of love and attachment, or troubled by inner confusion and a wandering heart, spending their lives searching for stability and clarity. And Lin Chen's sudden appearance was not only a rare virtuous man in this scarce era, but also a beacon of righteousness that pierced through worldly confusion, soothed restless hearts, and guided countless women toward the path of their true nature. Under the favorable conditions of this era, most men in the world were mediocre in talent and shallow in character, idle and unreliable, having long disappointed countless women. Only Lin Chen, with his flawless, gentle character and a pure, transparent heart, had become the sole perfect hope in the hearts of women across the land, a paragon of virtue unattainable by ordinary mortals. With a soft creak, the ancient, heavy wooden gate of the Lin family courtyard slowly swung inward. The crisp sound of the wooden axle turning gently broke the morning stillness, heralding the beginning of this grand pilgrimage of the Tao. Lin Chen, dressed in simple white robes, stood tall and gentle, stepping slowly from the courtyard and quietly pausing under the eaves in the soft morning light. The tender morning breeze lightly stirred his garments, untouched by the slightest worldly dust. His features were gentle and clear, radiating a humble, open-minded air that embraced all things, inspiring awe and calming the spirit. The moment his figure appeared before the courtyard, the entire long street, which had just held faint whispers and a vibrant pulse, fell into utter silence. 1,000 people stood along the street, and all sounds ceased. Countless clear, fervent, devout, and hopeful gazes converged, heavy and focused, upon that gentle white-robed figure. Every woman present instinctively slowed her breath, holding it with only reverence and admiration in their hearts, afraid that the slightest movement might disturb the most tender, pure, and unparalleled sight of the morning. Outside the courtyard, a multitude of women stood in reverence, their hearts fully won over, filled with pure admiration and devotion, devoid of any ulterior motive. Inside the courtyard under the eaves, 9 peerlessly beautiful women stood side by side, their expressions gentle and serene, calmly observing the grand spectacle of devotion unfolding outside. Faced with this scene of thousands converging, they felt no ripple in their hearts, only the steady assurance of long companionship. Gu Qingyan gazed gently at the sea of people on the long street, speaking softly in a clear, understanding tone, her eyes filled with insight and emotion. The virtue of a single night spreads 1,000 miles. The lingering resonance of yesterday's teachings endures, drawing even more sincere seekers of the Tao from afar. Yesterday's spectacle had only involved students from nearby villages. But today, the vast formation stretching for miles with a sea of people clearly showed that the top talents and peerless beauties hidden across the 9 provinces who rarely entered the world had all heard the call and arrived with the wind. When Ruashi's eyes curved into a smile, her lips lifting with a bright, sweet expression, her gaze filled with heartfelt pride. She said softly, "My husband's virtue moves the 4 directions, his character unparalleled in the world. He is worthy of the whole world's devoted pursuit and unwavering loyalty." This grand scene of thousands of hearts turning toward him, a multitude of women returning to his banner, is not the result of deliberate manipulation or forceful gathering, but the natural direction of people's hearts, the purest expression of the will of the people. She understood clearly and deeply. This world had never lacked sycophantic flattery or interest-bound pretenses. The rarest thing was genuine, disinterested admiration from the heart. And the sight before them, thousands standing in silent reverence, 10,000 hearts united, was the most direct, grand, and pure recognition of Lin Chen's virtue and character. The other beauties nodded lightly, their expressions calm and composed. Having been by Lin Chen's side day and night, they had long grown accustomed to this grand sight of universal attention and devotion. The fame, glory, and loyalty that others spent a lifetime chasing were merely Lin Chen's effortless norm and the steady, everyday life they shared year after year. At the very front of the long street, Su Zichen and Yun Shuiyue stood gracefully at the head of the multitude, with an extraordinary bearing that set them apart. Su Zichen quietly gazed at the endless sea of figures before her, a deep emotion flickering in her usually cold, aloof eyes. She had been aloof and proud half her life, observing the world with a cold eye, having seen countless grand spectacles of power and influence. But those so-called displays of loyalty were always wrapped in layers of interest and calculation, false and restless. Only this small world of the Lin family never sought to impress, never flaunted, never involved any entanglements of interest. It was simply one person standing and teaching virtue, attracting thousands of hearts. One person harboring supreme virtue, drawing the 4 directions to his court. People say that women's noble clans hold power, and that authority can decide the fate of the world. Su Zichen sighed softly, her voice clear and penetrating. Now, witnessing this firsthand, I understand that what truly subdues all hearts and stabilizes the world's atmosphere is never supreme authority or clan power, but flawless virtue and a pure, steadfast heart. Beside her, Yun Shuiyue nodded gently, her eyes filled with tender emotion and deep agreement. "I used to think that endless strife and the tangle of fame and profit were the norm of the world," she said. "Only after following the virtue master and bathing in the clear breeze of the Lin family did I realize that a clear wind and bright virtue quietly nourishing people's hearts and the convergence of hearts toward goodness. This is the most moving and healing scene in the world." The 2 stood at the front, speaking softly in harmony, their longing and clarity growing ever stronger, confirming their unwavering resolve to follow him day and night, to cultivate their hearts in tranquility and never to stray. Throughout the long street, countless women who had come for the first time felt their hearts tremble, their eyes brighten, filled with unprecedented shock and hope. Among them, some were from humble origins, half a lifetime of wandering and obscurity, accustomed to the mediocrity and restlessness of worldly men, never having seen such a gentle, transparent, and compassionate gentleman of flawless character. Some held high positions, long immersed in the falsehoods of the court, accustomed to hypocrisy and fickleness, never having encountered such pure sincerity, such steadfast virtue and integrity. Some had lived in seclusion, half a lifetime of solitude, detached and unattached, and for the first time in this vast world, they found a radiance worthy of their wholehearted admiration and unwavering devotion. In this era where men were scarce and good matches hard to find, countless women had repeatedly encountered mediocrity and betrayal, seeing only restless, unreliable men, their hopes dashed time and again, leaving them utterly disappointed in worldly love and virtuous men. But Lin Chen's appearance completely shattered everyone's preconceptions about men, reshaping the world's imagination of a gentleman, a good man, and supreme virtue. He treated others with gentleness, yet maintained proper boundaries. His temperament was humble, yet he held fast to his principles. He cared for all beings and benefited the people, yet bestowed his affection on the women by his side. With measured grace, he taught the world without being tainted by vanity, and his heart remained devoted and unwavering. Such unparalleled character, extraordinary bearing, and penetrating vision. Throughout the entire world, there was only one such person, unmatched by any other. In the hearts of countless women, admiration, longing, and reverence grew like wild grass nourished by spring rain, spreading uncontrollably, intense and overwhelming. No need for deliberate encouragement, no need for any persuasive rhetoric, no need for any promotional effort. Simply the sight of that gentle, upright, and pure white-robed figure in the morning light was enough to make countless women across the world willingly bow their hearts, sincerely submit, and vow to follow. Lin Shen's gaze was calm and gentle, slowly sweeping across the entire 10-mile-long street, looking at the dense, sincere crowd of thousands. His clear, warm voice, neither high nor low, unhurried, yet resolute, carried clearly throughout the street, reaching every woman's ear. The Tao knows no distance, virtue knows no rank. Today's morning light is gentle, the breeze is just right. Since you have come from afar with a sincere heart seeking the Tao, you may sit and listen to the wind, quiet your mind, and cultivate your heart. A single gentle word with no trace of condescending arrogance, no hollow, rigid lecturing tone. Only an all-embracing humility and a selfless, tender warmth. The moment his words fell, the entire gathering of over 1,000 women bowed in unison, offering a dignified salute, their postures devout and graceful, respectful and measured. 1,000 voices answered in unison, a long, orderly wave of sound rising layer upon layer, echoing across the rural sky, clear and pleasant, majestic in its power. Thank you, Virtue Master. The soft, melodious voices of 1,000 women intertwined, converging into a powerful tide that stirred the heart, gentle, yet forceful, lingering long in the air. In the next moment, the women sat down, in order, neatly and orderly, without a single sign of disorder. Their colorful long skirts spread softly on the ground, like a boundless, brilliant sea of flowers covering the entire 10-mile-long street. At a glance, it was a riot of color, a myriad of charms, each with its unique allure, creating an unparalleled, exquisite scene that this rustic countryside had never witnessed before. Within the courtyard, the 9 beauties leaned on the railing, their eyes holding gentle smiles, calmly overlooking this grand spectacle of devotion that belonged solely to Lin Shen. They had no need for comparison, no anxiety, no insecurity. Only immense pride, certainty, and peace in their hearts. All the world rushed toward the light, chasing radiance, while they were fortunate to be by his side day and night, dwelling at the very heart of that light. Lin Shen stepped forward from under the eaves, standing alone in the center of the bluestone courtyard, the warm morning light falling fully upon his shoulders, enveloping him in a soft, clear halo, his bearing increasingly transcendent. He never relied on any power, never depended on any family background, never leaned on any external aid. With only his pure virtue, his unmatched character, and his sincere heart, he effortlessly surpassed all worldly noise and vanity, winning the hearts of countless women across the land. All the restlessness and clamor of the world dissipated with the morning breeze, all the entanglements of fame and profit were no match for a single upright character. Today the morning light was gentle, the breeze filled the street, and the beauties of the 4 seas gathered together as the bright virtue of the world finally returned to the mountains and seas. This was but an ordinary day in Lin Shen's peaceful years of daily teaching, yet it was a rare and supreme moment of virtue worthy of being recorded in the annals of time. The tender morning light blanketed the long street, a gentle breeze, weaving through the alleys, carrying the scent of grass and trees, cleansing the world of trivial restlessness, and laying an exceedingly gentle prelude to this grand assembly of the Tao. The 10-mile street resembled a sea of blossoms, thousands of graceful maidens seated in elegant poise, their layered silhouettes stretching along the lane until the horizon, a truly magnificent sight. Various exquisite skirts shimmered with the morning dew, swaying gently in the breeze, where 100 styles of grace and tenderness intertwined, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty that this rustic land had never witnessed since ancient times. 1,000 people sat in hushed stillness, all sounds of the world returning to serenity. Along the entire street, stretching for miles, not a single person whispered or stirred, all gazes, hearts, and lifelong hopes fixed upon the figure in white robes before the courtyard, as gentle as jade. The world had shed all clamor, leaving only the soft rustle of the breeze passing through the street, and the profound silence of 1,000 hearts united in devotion, a serene and tender atmosphere. Lin Shen stood quietly in the center of the gray stone ground before the courtyard, the mellow morning light enveloping him, casting a soft glow upon his plain white robes. His demeanor was gentle and refined, otherworldly, possessing a noble bearing that encompassed mountains and seas and nourished all things. He needed not to exert any aura of authority, nor to adopt a lofty and aloof posture. Merely standing in stillness, he exuded a natural grace and inner strength, causing the thousands of proud and discerning maidens from across the land to feel heartfelt admiration and genuine respect, leaving no trace of arrogance or impatience in their hearts. In this world where women outnumbered men and good matches were rare, most men were either mediocre and shallow or selfish and narrow-minded, unworthy of trust. Over the years, countless women of experience and expectation had grown weary and disillusioned with the mundane men of the world. Only Lin Shen stood in stark contrast to the worldly multitude, like a bright moon in a turbid world, pure and untainted. He was gentle and humble, yet possessed a firm character, kind to others, yet steadfast in his principles, caring for the world, yet measured in his affections, spreading the Tao and nourishing the people, while remaining true to his heart. Every word and deed embodied the right path. Every action revealed an impeccable character, the very image of a virtuous man that women sought all their lives but rarely encountered. Lin Shun cast a calm and clear gaze over the densely seated thousands of devoted maidens, then parted his lips, and his clear, gentle voice, imbued with the essence of the Tao, flowed softly in all directions, reaching every ear and sinking deep into every heart. Today's discourse set aside obscure heavenly principles and profound cultivation mysteries, focusing instead on the heart, upholding kindness, promoting virtue, and guarding oneself, speaking of the simplest and most practical path of the human world. The most straightforward words, the most relatable truths, yet each word pierced the soul, every sentence soothed delusions, precisely resolving the confusion and turmoil accumulated over half a lifetime, calming the restlessness and stubbornness deep within. The gentle Tao voice flowed on, unending like a breeze sweeping across the open fields, like rain nourishing the spring fields, tender yet powerful. The formless and pure Tao essence spread with the morning breeze, gently enveloping the entire 10-mile street, quietly seeping into the souls of every woman present. The long-accumulated confusion and loneliness, the wandering melancholy, the bitterness of being misunderstood, all were tenderly soothed, gently smoothed, and completely dissolved by this pure and warm Tao essence. At that moment, the 1,000 hearts on the street felt a profound calm, their eyes brightening, their whole being at ease, their minds clear. The loneliness of a half-life of wandering, the regret of misplaced trust, the anxiety of an uncertain future, all these negative emotions accumulated over the years vanished like smoke, leaving no trace. Many brilliant maidens and reclusive beauties who had traveled from afar for the first time were now utterly moved, their hearts filled with deep admiration. Born into noble families with profound backgrounds, they had read thousands of books and studied countless ancient texts, and had listened to many renowned scholars, yet never before had they felt such clarity and ease, as if their long-dusted hearts had been thoroughly cleansed and reborn. So, the true Tao has never been an obscure high-sounding theory locked away in a tower. A white-robed scholar who had lived in seclusion whispered softly, her usually calm eyes rippling with deep emotion and sudden realization, her long still heart stirring for the first time. It is such gentle kindness and righteous path that soothe the heart, calm the soul, and guide the lost. Previously she had lived in isolation, aloof and proud, stubbornly believing that all men were vulgar and shallow, and all worldly principles were empty and useless. Thus she had closed her heart and avoided deep connections. But today, hearing Lin Shen's wondrous voice and witnessing his flawless noble character, she finally realized that such a pure and virtuous gentleman truly existed, and that such a subtle, nourishing, and guiding virtue truly existed. She was not alone. Along the entire street, countless women nodded with closed eyes, deep in contemplation, immersed in the Tao essence, their brows relaxed, shedding their usual tension and melancholy. Some had eyes slightly moist, washing away the dust of half a lifetime of solitude. Some achieved complete clarity, letting go of years of stubbornness and restlessness. Some found a firm peace, finally discovering the righteous path for their remaining years. 1,000 listened, 1,000 reflected, 1,000 purified their hearts, 1,000 were reborn. This was Lin Shen's unique charm of teaching, an unmatched realm that no one else could replicate. He never relied on mystical techniques to awe people, nor on power and status to intimidate. With a pure and sincere heart and a flawless virtuous character, he could guide countless lost souls and calm the world's turmoil. At the forefront of the street, Su Zichen sat in purple robes, bathed in the morning light, her figure elegant and otherworldly, quietly seated at the head of the crowd, her demeanor transcendent. Gifted with extraordinary talent and far-reaching vision, she had read thousands of books, witnessed the myriad facets of the world, and understood the warmth and coldness of human hearts. Common worldly truths could no longer enter her sight or stir her heart. Yet at this moment, listening to the gentle Tao voice flowing in her ears, she still felt a clear mind and gained much. Her devotion and admiration for Lin Shun growing ever deeper and unshakable. A single word of virtue cleanses half a lifetime of worldly dust. Su Zichen sighed softly, her cool voice laced with rare tenderness, her eyes filled with heartfelt admiration. People study the Tao to gain fame, knowledge, and capital for life. Only by following a virtuous teacher and cultivating the heart does one seek the perfection of the heart, the peace of the mind, and the serenity of the soul. Previously, she had studied hard and cultivated herself to stand alone in a chaotic world, to protect herself without being swept away by the mundane. But now, following the Lin school and bathing daily in the gentle Tao essence, she was truly cultivating her heart and virtue, perfecting herself and fulfilling her true nature. Yun Shuiwei beside her had increasingly soft and tender brows, a faint peaceful smile on her lips, her heart filled with contentment and boundless gratitude, listening to the Tao daily, being reborn daily, growing year by year. Such gentle guidance and silent nourishment no one else in the world can match. To be able to stay here to hear the Tao daily and to bask in virtue up close is already the greatest blessing and fortune of our lives. The two sat side by side, whispering softly, their hearts in harmony, their devotion fused, further strengthening their sincere resolve to follow him forever, to cultivate their hearts, and never to depart. Under the carved corridor in the courtyard, 9 peerless beauties stood side by side, leaning on the railing gently, overlooking the grand scene of 1,000, listening to the Tao outside, their eyes reflecting tranquil smiles and heartfelt pride. To the outside world, this scene of teaching was a miracle sought in vain for a lifetime, but for them, it was an ordinary daily occurrence spent together. The virtue that nourishes the heart and the Tao essence that cleanses the soul, so eagerly sought by outsiders, were but the familiar radiance they bathed in daily. Gu Qingyan, with a clear and gentle gaze, quietly looked at the thousands of figures on the long street and spoke softly, her tone warm and insightful. My husband's Tao benefits all beings in the world regardless of status. Whether a humble woman from a poor family, a noble lady from a prestigious house, or a reclusive genius, as long as one harbors a kind heart and a desire for the Tao, one may enter and listen, finding one's own path of the heart. One Rawashi, with bright curved brows and a serene smile, said calmly, "It is precisely because my husband's heart is perfectly kind, his virtue transcends the world, and his grace extends to all, that he can make the myriad maidens willingly and sincerely submit and follow. This grand scene is not deliberately created or gathered, it is the true destination of people's hearts and the inevitable trend of the times." The other beauties nodded gently, their expressions serene and their hearts clear. Having been by Lin Shen's side day and night, they knew best that he never deliberately courted people's hearts nor forced anyone to follow him. Yet his gentle, pure, and perfectly kind character was precisely what could conquer the myriad hearts of the world, making them willingly and wholeheartedly follow. All the worldly fame and pursuit built on power and wealth would eventually fade with time and the change of power. Only the allegiance of hearts won through virtue would last long, year after year, remaining unchanged through the trials of time. The rich Tao voice continued to flow softly, gently enveloping the entire rural land, cleansing the world's illusions and soothing countless hearts. Time flowed quietly. Unnoticed, the morning sun slowly climbed, and the warm light grew ever more gentle, spreading over the entire land. During the entire hour of teaching, not a single person was distracted, weary, or left. All were completely immersed in the clear and warm Tao essence, quietly enjoying this peace and clarity that cleansed their hearts and healed half a lifetime. Until the last word of the Tao softly fell, the lingering echo still lingered in the air, long enduring, soaking every inch of the land and every thread of the soul. The entire scene fell into a few breaths of silence, no one speaking, all silently absorbing the lingering warmth of the Tao. The next moment, thousands of women raised their eyes, their gazes clear and bright, their minds completely renewed. All rose in unison, bowed their heads, their postures dignified and reverent, a heartfelt submission. A unified, gentle wave of thanks rose layer upon layer, continuous, resounding through the sky, richer and more sincere than the first meeting. Thank you, virtuous master, for teaching and resolving doubts. 1,000 voices in unison, soft and clear, gentle, yet powerful, shaking the entire rural land. At this moment, the 10-mile street full of fragrant beauties bowed in submission, and the hearts of maidens from all directions returned to the fold. Lin Shen stood in the warm morning light, white-robed, upright as jade, facing the grand scene of thousands of red sleeves, expressing utmost reverence and the whole nation's devotion, yet his expression remained calm and peaceful, his heart clear and unruffled, without a trace of pride. He raised his hand lightly in a gesture, his gentle voice, as always, encompassing all. The Tao shows no favoritism, only guiding kind hearts. You all have a heart for the Tao, and that is best. These simple words, plain and gentle, without any arrogance or ostentation, yet they touched people's hearts, even more inspiring awe and complete devotion. The mediocre in the world, once they achieve a little glory, become arrogant and look down on others. Only he, possessing supreme virtue and commanding the devotion of thousands, remained humble, gentle, and unchanged in heart. On the long street, countless women quietly gazed at that white-robed figure, untouched by worldly dust, their admiration, respect, and desire to follow taking root deeply in their hearts, never to waver. At this moment, everyone finally understood why countless peerless beauties from all over the world were willing to travel thousands of miles, braving long journeys to come here, willing to stand watch day after day and follow with devotion. Such a gentleman with flawless character, supreme virtue, and unmatched grace deserved all the tender devotion in the world and the lifelong admiration and pursuit of people. The 9 beauties in the courtyard smiled gently, their eyes filled with serene certainty and subtle joy. 10,000 pursuing and following was not as good as being together day and night. The devotion of the world was not as good as the peace of the family year after year. The grand glory outside, the widespread adoration, was Lin Shen's unparalleled honor in the world. Yet the gentle tenderness within the courtyard, the daily favor, and the exclusive warmth were the perfect happiness and lifelong fortune unique to the 9 of them. A gentle breeze swept across the long street, the morning light was just right, and the years were peaceful and serene. A city of beauties bowed in submission, a lifetime of virtue won hearts, without strife, without schemes, without clamor, only pure devotion of hearts, and the ultimate tender scene. This was the gentlest, grandest, and most irresistible daily invincibility that belonged solely to Lin Shen. The melodious sound of the Tao slowly settled, its mellow lingering notes winding through the streets and lingering between heaven and earth, refusing to dissipate for a long time. The devout gratitude of thousands of graceful women along the 10-mile-long street, carried by the gentlest morning breeze, echoed layer upon layer across the plains, gently sweeping over the entire rustic countryside. It was not a clamorous uproar, but rather like the spring breeze nourishing all things, soft, dignified, and eventually melting peacefully into the clear sky. Thus this grand morning sermon came to a serene conclusion. From beginning to end there was no chaos or disturbance, not a single person harboring discontent or lingering entanglements, nor any trace of dispute or rivalry. Only countless restless hearts were thoroughly cleansed and countless lifelong obsessions gently soothed. What remained was a crystal clear mind, a tranquil spirit, and a heartfelt non-utilitarian admiration. Lin-Shan stood quietly on the blue stone ground before the courtyard, clad in pure white robes bathed in warm light. His posture was upright and gentle, ethereal, and unmatched, with calm and clear eyes showing not a hint of arrogance. For an entire hour he had bestowed blessings upon 1,000 people and transformed countless hearts, a virtuous deed that would exhaust most. Yet his aura remained full and warm, showing no trace of weariness or depletion. Such a grand preaching event, enough to shake the 9 provinces, was merely an ordinary morning routine for him, a daily practice of cultivating virtue while drifting with the wind and guiding hearts at will. This was his unique and gentle invincibility, nourishing without sound, yet unmatched by anyone. He never used force to suppress, never relied on authority to command, and never bound hearts with power. Only through daily cultivation of virtue, unwavering kindness, and a pure, flawless heart did he steadily win over countless peerless beauties with high standards and proud spirits across the 9 provinces, creating a unique and unrepeatable grandeur of hearts in this era of female supremacy. We respectfully heed the Master of Virtue's teachings. At dawn tomorrow we will return punctually to listen quietly and cultivate our hearts. Along the long street, thousands of women bowed in unison, their bodies graceful and upright, their gestures devout and respectful, with perfect propriety. Every eye was clear and bright, every heart burned with gratitude. Having undergone the baptism of the Tao that day, their minds were completely transformed. No one dared to overstep or covet proximity, nor did anyone attempt to entangle or seek extra bonds. Yesterday's first encounter was a stunning admiration and shallow longing for fame. Today's enlightenment was a thorough penetration and complete surrender of body and mind. One sermon washed away the accumulated restlessness, vanity, confusion, and stubbornness of half a lifetime, allowing the crowd that had traveled across mountains and rivers to fully understand what it means to be a gentleman like Jade, to have unparalleled spirit, and to embody supreme virtue and goodness. It also solidified their lifelong devotion to follow daily, to cultivate their hearts quietly, and to uphold their original nature. Lin-Shan's gaze was gentle as he swept over the orderly sea of people. He nodded slightly, his warm and soft voice carrying a magnanimous aura slowly spreading. Take your time on the journey home. May the gentle breeze accompany you. Each of you guard your heart and cultivate virtue. A simple, homely instruction, warm and considerate, without the slightest condescending air or the aloofness of a preacher. It was only the frank humility and gentle kindness from the depths of his heart. As his voice fell, thousands of graceful women straightened up and then turned to leave in an orderly, unhurried manner. Their steps were light and graceful, their postures elegant and dignified, as they slowly dispersed along the 10-mile street. Throughout the process, there was no crowding, no loud chatter, no jostling. Thousands of people moved with propriety, their demeanor refined like a gorgeous, gentle sea of flowers, receding with the breeze, quietly withdrawing the extreme human clamor and returning the rustic countryside to peaceful tranquility. In a moment, the graceful crowd stretching for miles completely dispersed, and the lively 10-mile street returned to serene leisure. In the alleys, the morning breeze drifted gently, warm sunlight spread softly on the ground, and the air still carried a faint, mellow residue of the Tao, lingering and nourishing this land, permeating the hearts of the people. At the forefront of the street, Su Zichen and Yun Shuiyue did not leave with the crowd. They stood still, their figures tall and graceful like jade trees in the wind. The two stood side by side, bathed in the warm sun and gentle breeze, gazing from afar at the white-robed figure in front of the courtyard, untouched by dust. Their eyes were full of serene certainty and ultimate longing, and the obsession rooted in their hearts after the baptism of the Tao had become even more pure and unwavering. A faint smile curled on Yun Shiyue's lips as she softly sighed, her tone filled with genuine insight from transformation. Having heard the Tao for a moment, the heart's apertures are fully open, the mind's altar is clear. The obsessions and perplexities that I could not understand, see through, or let go of for countless days and nights have all vanished today. I only feel that heaven and earth have suddenly broadened, my entire body is light, and my spirit is at peace. She had traveled across mountains and rivers for half her life, seeking the great Tao, pursuing fame and righteousness. After years of wandering and ups and downs, her heart still harbored regrets and was never complete. Only after putting down roots in this rustic courtyard, bathing daily in the gentle breeze and Taoist essence of the Lin family, and listening to the principles of virtue every morning and evening, did she completely shed the illusions of half a lifetime, perfect her heart, and find her true home. Su Zichen's usually cold and emotionless eyes softened slightly, her gaze burning, as she quietly stared in the direction of the Lin family courtyard. Her clear, cold voice shed its chill, gaining a touch of warmth. The master of virtues Tao governs without action, guides without intention, never deliberately saving others, yet has already saved 10,000. Such a boundless vision of nourishing without sound and embracing all things. Across the entire 9 provinces, no one can match it. The two stood silently for a moment, savoring the gains in their hearts, gradually restraining their myriad emotions. Ultimately, they respected the boundaries and did not disturb that peace. Then they withdrew, respectfully guarding their hearts and waiting for the dawn of the next day to reunite, continuing to listen to the Tao and bathe in virtue daily. With that, all the grand clamor from the outside world settled completely, and the crowds from all directions faded away. In front of the Lin family courtyard, the unprecedented scene of thousands of worshippers and the adoration of countless beauties completely dissipated, gradually returning to the gentle, peaceful daily life belonging solely to the family. 9 peerless beauties, each with their own unique charm, walked slowly out from under the carved corridor. Their postures were graceful and different, their auras and styles varied, yet their brows all carried a tranquil and serene smile. Their steps were unhurried and elegant as they walked toward the white-robed figure standing silently in front of the courtyard. Gu Qingyan was the first to reach Lin Chen's side, her gaze as tender as water, her eyes filled with warmth. She smiled softly and said, "Today once again we witnessed a scene of total surrender and the submission of 10,000 people. Your virtuous Tao resonates has become even richer and longer-lasting, nourishing, without sound, capable of cleansing hearts, stabilizing the world, and rectifying the atmosphere." When Ruashi's eyes curved like crescent moons, bright and sweet, with a gentle and pure smile on her lips. Her tone carried heartfelt pride and certainty. Most people in the world chase fame and profit, are restless and vain throughout their lives. Only you, my husband, always guard goodness and your heart gentle and pure, with your original nature unchanged. It is precisely because of this unique and utmost kindness and sincerity that countless peerless beauties across the world are willing to cross thousands of mountains and rivers, undeterred by the long journey, to sincerely come and submit. The other beauties gathered around, their expressions serene and gentle, their eyes warm and clear, unable to hide the warmth and quiet pride in their hearts. They had been by Lin Chen's side day and night long, accustomed to such grand scenes of thousands of hearts turning to him and countless beauties coming to them. No matter how sensational the external adulation, how magnificent the glory, or how extreme the admiration, it was far less significant than the ordinary warmth of a meal together, a day together, a breeze together, or a moon together within the courtyard. The Taoist opportunities, moral nourishment, and the gathering of hearts that outsiders spend half a lifetime chasing with all their strength were the daily warmth and ordinary happiness they enjoyed as family within reach every day and night. Lin Chen slowly turned his head, looking at the beauties beside him, their brows gentle and hearts full of devotion. The warmth in his eyes grew even richer, and the cool Taoist aura of teaching and saving the world instantly melted away, transforming into lingering tenderness. When standing before 10,000 people to preach, he was the master of virtue who blessed all people, nourished all directions, and cared for the world. But when he shed the cloak of preaching and returned to the family, he was just an ordinary family member who guarded the peace of the household and cherished the warmth of every day, with all his affection given to the beauties by his side, pure and devoted. The external splendor is vast, the sea of people is grand and fleeting, but in the end they are all illusory passers by, fleeting clouds. Lin Chen spoke softly, his tone gentle and firm, every word sincere from the heart. Only the family staying together day and night, with warmth accompanying us year after year, is the truest and purest fulfillment in the world, the unchanging home of my heart. A simple, unadorned statement, neither flashy nor ostentatious, yet it expressed his purest heart. Hearing this, the 9 beauties' brows softened completely, warmth flowing in their hearts like a gentle stream. All their tranquility, certainty, and happiness settled deep within, leaving no room for stray thoughts. They never feared the thousands of beauties from the world who came to follow, nor envied the spectacular external adulation. Their hearts were clear and bright. All the rushing admiration and devotion in the world were ultimately illusions, a distant gaze and unattainable obsession. Only the 9 of them had his daily companionship, exclusive affection, unwavering presence year after year, and shared moments in everything. This unique, irreplaceable family fulfillment was the warm haven that countless admirers in the world could never reach. The morning light was warm and just right, the gentle breeze was cool and pleasant, and the world was peaceful and serene. Lin Shun turned, leading the group of beauties side by side, as they slowly stepped into the courtyard, then gently closed the ancient wooden gate. A soft creak of wood, the heavy gate slowly shut, and with a single wall, the external clamor, thousands of admirers, and endless obsessions were instantly sealed off. Outside the gate was the grand tide of beauties from the 9 provinces, the gathering of hearts from all directions, and the boundless admiration of countless women. Inside the gate was the ordinary hustle and bustle of daily life, the tender affection of family, and the peaceful years of tranquility. Inside the courtyard, a gentle breeze caressed the face, grass and trees swayed softly, warm sunlight spread over the blue stone courtyard, and birds on the branches chirped crisply. The solemn grandeur of the external sermon faded away, leaving only the healing, comforting, and pure atmosphere of domestic life gently enveloping the entire yard. Everyone leisurely sat down under the eaves, completely shedding the external vanity and entanglements. They chatted about trivial family matters, slowly talked about the days and nights, time flowing long and gently, warm and relaxed. Here there were no court intrigues, no dangerous martial conflicts, no sinister conspiracies, nor the vulgar entanglements of jealousy and scheming in romantic relationships. Only gentle breeze and warm sunshine accompanied them. The faint fragrance of tea lingered. Family sat together day and night, accompanied each other, and the years were peaceful with the promise of warmth. Such a relaxed, stable, pure, and complete gentle daily life was the ultimate luxury in a world full of strife, vanity, and restless hearts. The most enviable and unbeatable fulfillment. And beyond this peaceful countryside, across the vast 9 provinces, a gentle yet mighty tide continued to surge and spread quietly. Countless beauties from all directions who had heard of the grand preaching at the Lin family and knew of Lin Chen's flawless spirit still did not fear the distance of mountains and rivers or the hardships of wind and frost. They traveled day and night, rushing toward this pure land. Some resolutely left the deep palaces and high courts, abandoning a lifetime of wealth and supreme power. Some firmly stepped out of the secluded mountain valleys they had lived in for years, breaking their long solitude and quietness. Some calmly let go of the trivial burdens of the mundane world, unafraid of the long road ahead or the obstacles of wind and rain. More and more peerless talents, extraordinary beauties, and proud hearts were gathering from every corner of the 9 provinces, flowing continuously toward this rustic countryside. The hearts of the world were all turning toward this place. The virtue of the world was all converging here. No one intentionally created a trend, no one secretly stirred the winds, and no one forced others to follow. Only by a person's supremely good and pure heart, a spotless and upright virtue, and a gentle and unmatched spirit, did he attract the admiration of the 9 provinces, the submission of the 4 seas, and the allegiance of 10,000 people. The sun gradually climbed higher, warm and brilliant rays spreading over the land. The sky was clear and all things were bright. Inside the Lin family courtyard, warmth and affection flowed. Years were peaceful, and the family was serene. Outside the Lin family courtyard, hearts gathered. A great tide was forming, and all beauty was returning. This was still the gentle age belonging solely to Lin Chun, an unparalleled pattern, an everyday invincibility, crushing all worldly vanity with the most relaxed posture. Without needing to contend, the world naturally reaches its peak. Without needing to show off, the world naturally gathers all beauty. The courtyard gate fell softly, utterly separating the world from its clamor. The ancient wooden door closed with a gentle click, distinctly dividing 2 realms. Beyond the walls surged the surging tides of the 9 provinces, endless procession, the fervent admiration of countless beauties who crossed mountains and seas, and the growing, unstoppable momentum of hearts converging toward a single center. A grand, magnificent spectacle at its peak. Yet within the wall, this small courtyard was like a pure land, gently sealed by time, completely isolating all worldly noise and fleeting fervor, leaving only the slowest passage of time, the gentle healing smoke of daily life, peaceful year after year, untouched by restlessness. The warm afternoon sun hung at the eaves, neither scorching nor fierce, its soft light bathing the entire courtyard in a gentle glow. The bluestone ground was warmed by sunlight, soft and tender. Layers of fine tree shadows spread across the ground. With a gentle breeze, the light and shadows swayed, gently mottled and tender, slowly soothing all the restlessness and harshness of the world. Nourished for days by Lin Chen's Tao resonance, the vegetation grew increasingly lush, and verdant branches and leaves stretched cleanly, carrying the fresh green of a rain-washed morning. A faint, pure scent of grass mingled with the cool breeze lingering around everyone, and with each breath the mind relaxed, and the body felt unburdened. Beneath the eaves, sparrows perched freely and fluttered about, their clear, soft chirps interweaving, echoing continuously through the courtyard. The lively bird calls, accompanied by the rustling of wind through leaves, complemented each other, a harmony of movement and stillness, quietness and softness. There was no trace of worldly noise. Instead, it made the small courtyard feel even more serene and secluded, perfectly highlighting the gentle relaxation of this earthly tranquility. Doing away with the solemn posture of preaching and guiding the world, shedding the grand glory of being worshipped by thousands, and casting aside the transcendent identity admired by the 9 provinces, the Lin family courtyard at this moment fully returned to its most authentic and relaxed daily life. There was no solemnity of proclaiming the great Tao, no grandeur of millions bowing in submission. Only the quiet stability of family sitting together, time flowing slowly, far from conflict, far from vanity, far from all the entanglements of human hearts. This kind of daily family life, without wind or waves, without strife or disturbance, seemed ordinary, but it was the most luxurious fulfillment in this restless world. People spent their entire lives chasing fame and wealth tossing and turning seeking nothing but peace of mind. Yet most ended up weary and empty-handed. Only here without striving or competing they possessed the quiet peace that the world found so hard to obtain. 9 extraordinarily beautiful women sat around the stone table under the corridor completely shedding their dignified composure and ritual shackles, discarding the halo of noble daughters and top talents. Their usual aloof and sharp edges were fully retracted brows and eyes relaxed and soft postures naturally leisurely, without any tension or restraint. They shed all worldly identities only acting as family members accompanying each other, enjoying the laziness and serenity unique to this small courtyard. On the stone table the clear tea was just warm enough. The limpid tea liquid reflected the light and shadows under the eaves. Wisps of steam rose gently carrying a delicate tea fragrance that spread around. Several plates of light refreshments homegrown and homemade in the courtyard were neatly arranged. Their colors were elegantly soft, their taste tender and sweet without extravagant decoration or heavy flavors. The purest homestyle taste. There was no ostentatious display of rare delicacies, yet it excelled in the genuine warmth of daily life, a lingering warmth. Every bite was a taste of stability and comfort. When Rawashi gently pinched the tea cup, her movements soft and smooth, flowing like water, as she carefully poured tea for everyone. The clear tea liquid fell into the cup without a sound. Her brows curved, her smile sweet and relaxed without any deliberate tenderness. It came from the heart. She lifted her eyes to gaze at the serene scenes in the courtyard and spoke softly. I've come to love these days more and more. After the sermon ends there is no wind, no disturbance. Just sitting quietly in the courtyard enjoying the breeze and sipping tea, watching the plants grow freely, listening to the sparrows chirp as they please. No need to deal with worldly complexities, no need to navigate the warmth and coldness of human hearts. These trivial, ordinary days are truly the happiness that settles the heart. Having stood at high positions and witnessed all the splendor, they had long grown accustomed to the world's strife for fame and profit, its hypocritical politeness, and its restless chaos. People fought and schemed, exhausted themselves, and spent half a lifetime in tension, without peace, all for a sliver of fame or a bit of gain. Only in this small courtyard no one needed to pretend to be strong, no one needed to hold back. They could simply live as they pleased, stay together in peace. This kind of relaxation and purity was far more cherished than any grand glory. Gu Qingyan nodded faintly, her gaze warm like water, slowly sweeping over the swaying shadows of grass and trees in the courtyard. Her eyes harbored the clarity and tranquility born of years, and she spoke softly. People always think that a grand, passionate life being pursued by thousands is the peak of fulfillment. They rush after vanity and chase fame. But they don't realize that the ultimate happiness in life is never the dazzling brilliance of ups and downs, but the peace of complexities simplified. Family well-being, togetherness day and night, a clear conscience, and a life without shocks. That is the ultimate destination. Having managed family affairs for years, she had seen through the warmth and coldness of the world and the vanity of human hearts. She knew best that all the grand accolades and supreme glory from the outside were fleeting clouds, leaving only emptiness after the fervor faded. Only the warmth of daily companionship, the undisturbed peace of daily life, and the always pure heart remained constant, worthy of cherishing year after year. The other beauties each enjoyed their own pleasures leisurely and at ease. Some chatted in low voices about trivial household matters and interesting stories, their laughter gentle and warm. Others leaned quietly against the corridor pillars, slowly watching the light and shadows shift and the leaves fall, emptying their minds. Some savored the tea, closed their eyes to rest, washing away the fatigue of the worldly life. Everyone's mind was clear, their bodies completely relaxed, without distractions, worries, or conflicts. The atmosphere was one of peaceful, harmonious years, perfectly serene. Lin Shen sat quietly among them, his posture casual and relaxed. He leaned lazily without any deliberate rigid posture, his brows and eyes gentle and warm, a faint smile always lingering at the corners of his mouth. His aura was soft and approachable, without the slightest trace of aloofness or arrogance. At this moment he didn't need to be the virtuous teacher who benefits the 9 provinces and transforms thousands. He didn't need to maintain the perfect gentleman persona, and he didn't need to bear the admiration and awe of the world. Having shed all his halo and identity, he was just the most ordinary and gentle family member beside these beautiful women, chatting freely, accompanying them in peace, relaxed and at ease, doing as he pleased. Yet it was precisely this unpretentious, utterly relaxed true self that revealed the most magnanimity and charm. He didn't need to deliberately elevate himself, didn't need to crush others. Just with this ordinary heart and relaxed attitude, he subtly exuded an invincible confidence of being at the peak and viewing the world with equanimity. In this world where women were abundant and men scarce, restlessness was never lacking. Most men in the world with just a bit of mediocre talent or half a chance would become proud, arrogant, and ostentatious, chasing fame and fortune all day, coveting vanity, with shallow minds and narrow vision. They were either selfish and utilitarian or mediocre and incompetent, causing countless women filled with expectations to be repeatedly disappointed and utterly disheartened, losing all hope for good men in the world. Only Lin Shun was a rare pure breeze, and bright moon, clean, pure, transparent, and flawless, completely distinct from the mundane people of the world. He held supreme virtue, bore the fame of the 9 provinces, attracted countless women from all directions to journey day and night, and gathered the hearts of thousands. He possessed a glory that others could hardly dream of in a lifetime, yet he always kept his heart and contented himself with simplicity. The more he ascended to the peak and was admired by thousands, the more humble and gentle he became, pure and unassuming, not arrogant, not ostentatious, untarnished by worldly vanity. Everything that people fought and yearned for all their lives was just an ordinary ornament to him. This ultimate contrast, having everything within reach yet utterly indifferent, standing at the peak yet content with simplicity, was the most supreme, relaxed gratification of personality supremacy that no one could ever replicate. The world says I stabilize the 9 provinces with virtue and win the hearts of thousands with character. Lin Shun casually raised his teacup, took a shallow sip, the tea, liquid, refreshing, and sweet, cleansing his mind. His gentle voice was soft and casual, with a touch of carefree clarity, without any self-praise or pride. But I never intended to stabilize the world, nor to save people. It's just about keeping my own kindness and living the ordinary days right in front of me. That's all. He had never deliberately created a reputation, never intentionally won people over, and never thought of using virtue to gain fame in the world. Cultivating his heart and being kind to others every day, protecting his family, and living a stable life year after year were always ordinary choices, following his own heart, not deliberate merit transactions. But it was precisely this pure heart, without striving or desire, that silently conquered all the sharp edges in the world, accommodated countless passionate hearts, achieved victory without fighting, accomplished without action, and forged an irresistible momentum of the people's hearts. The 9 beautiful women listened quietly, the tenderness in their eyes growing deeper, the admiration and certainty in their hearts settling layer by layer, becoming more profound. They had seen all the world's splendor and knew best that such a pattern of achieving without intention, governing without action, was the true supreme realm. What they loved and cherished was never the grand scene of thousands gathering, nor his supreme fame across the 9 provinces, but his ordinary self, after shedding all glamour and halos, still gentle, devoted, pure, sincere, and relaxed at ease. One of the beauties spoke softly, her eyes gentle, her tone filled with thorough admiration. Husband does not strive for the world, yet the world bows to him. He does not intend to control people, yet people's hearts naturally return to him. This is the highest pattern, the most unfathomable, the most supreme, everyday invincibility. True strength was never about deliberate confrontation or forceful suppression, but about a clear heart and natural peace. Without striving, he naturally reached the peak of the world. Without ostentation, he naturally possessed unparalleled elegance. Without creating momentum, he naturally attracted thousands to submit. Between relaxation, he had already surpassed everything in the world. The gentle breeze under the corridors softly caressed the branches and leaves under the eaves, and the lingering tea fragrance filled the courtyard, refreshing the heart. Time flowed extremely slowly and softly, without urgency, without panic, without conflict. Every moment was gentle and healing, relaxed and comfortable, evoking attachment and a sense of peace. There were no dramatic plot twists, no complex human scheming, no sudden crises. Only the most stable daily life, the most sincere warmth, the most relaxed years, peaceful and quiet day after day. Yet just beyond the wall, the 10-mile-long street was still enveloped by the mellow and profound Tao resonance, a gentle aura lingering for a long time, nourishing the entire countryside. Although the thousands of beauties who had heard the sermon earlier had already dispersed in an orderly manner, the streets remained clean and spotless. The air was warm, clear, and refreshing. Days of Tao resonance cleansing had thoroughly purified the restlessness and harshness of this land, making the area's atmosphere clean and upright, people's hearts inclined toward goodness everywhere, exuding peace, harmony, and an uplifting spirit. Many talented women and reclusive beauties from faraway places who had been fortunate enough to gain insight were reluctant to leave and found clean, elegant dwellings nearby to stay. They cherished the pure and upright atmosphere here, free from dust, and longed for the healing, gentle ambience, unwilling to return to the restless conflicts and vain human hearts of the world. Having traveled through the 9 provinces for half their lives, they had seen enough of the treacherous human hearts, the struggle for fame and profit, and the chaos of mediocre people. Everywhere coldness, hypocrisy, disputes, and entanglements. Only this small countryside courtyard, free from strife and disturbance, pure and gentle, where everyone was courteous and kind-hearted with clear minds, was a unique, pure land of the heart and a healing, blessed place in the world. In quiet corners of the streets and under the eaves of houses, countless women stood silently, leaning by windows, gazing into the distance, their eyes tender and devout, looking toward the direction of the Lin family courtyard. Everyone respected the boundaries, behaved courteously, neither noisy nor intrusive, nor did they attempt to approach and disturb. They only watched from afar in silence, quietly absorbing the insights gained from the sermon, soothing their restless minds of half a lifetime. Some sat quietly to regulate their breathing, carefully experiencing the lingering Tao resonance, little by little washing away the stubborn restlessness and narrow obsessions accumulated in their hearts over the years. Others closed their eyes in self-reflection, sorting out the shortcomings of their character over half a lifetime, silently honing themselves and refining their hearts. A few paired up softly, exchanging insights about the sermon, reminding each other, and achieving mutual growth. The entire street was pure, upright, and peaceful. Su Zichen and Yun Shuya lived in the quietest, most elegant residence on the street. They stood side by side by the window, their gazes drifting toward the small courtyard hidden among the green shadows, their hearts clear and peaceful, without a ripple. Yun Shuyue's eyes were full of tender emotion, and she spoke softly with feeling. A small courtyard can stabilize the restless hearts of all directions. A wisp of pure virtue can purify the restlessness of generations across the 9 provinces. Before, I never believed that a mortal could, with one heart and one character, settle the chaos of an era. Now, having experienced it personally, I truly understand what it means for great virtue to be formless, nourishing things silently. Su Zichen's usually cold and aloof brows and eyes completely softened, her voice calm and slow, every word firm and resolute. The virtuous teacher preaches for one day, transforming the hearts of thousands, soothing the illusions of half a lifetime. Accumulated over days, nourished year after year, this simple countryside will eventually become an irreplaceable source of virtue and a pure land of the heart, gathering all the grace and hearts of the world. The two had already clearly foreseen the inevitable trend. This once obscure land would, through one person's virtue and kindness, transform into a supreme sacred ground where the hearts of the 9 provinces converge, and countless beauties would journey here year after year. This sacred ground required no powerful endorsement, no momentum from influential forces, no media hype. Only Lin Chen's pure and kind heart, his gentle and unparalleled character, and his lifelong virtue that benefited the people sufficed to reshape the ethos of an era, settle the hearts of thousands, and gather the hearts of the world. The afternoon sun slanted slowly westward, casting a warm golden light over the trees, houses, and eaves, coating everything with a soft hazy glow. The atmosphere was tender and healing to the extreme. Inside the courtyard wall, the idle conversation continued, the warmth never ceased, the tea fragrance lingered, and the years were peaceful. Lin Chen sat leisurely under the corridor, listening to the gentle laughter of the beauties beside him, idly watching the wind sway the grass and trees, the sparrows fluttering, and the light and shadows shifting. His eyes were always calm and clear, without a trace of pride or complacency. Outside the wall, winds and clouds surged, hearts gathered, and the momentum was overwhelming. The world regarded it as a supreme spectacle and a lifetime opportunity. But to him, this grand momentum of thousands flocking and the 9 provinces converging was merely an insignificant embellishment in ordinary daily life, not worth any boasting or attention. Countless people in the world, undeterred by distant mountains and rivers, unafraid of wind and rain, exhausted their lifelong obsession and poured out their fervent passion only to seek a moment of hearing the Tao, a moment of bathing in virtue, a distant encounter. Yet he only needed to sit quietly in the courtyard, keep his family safe, and live his ordinary daily life. Then he would naturally be at the peak, without fighting, naturally complete, without intent, possessing the most gentle and peaceful heart in the world. Without seeking invincibility, he was invincible. Without longing for splendor, he was splendid. This was the most gentle, most relaxed, and most unfathomable daily apotheosis, uniquely Lin Chen's. The setting sun hung low, the evening breeze grew gentle. The warm orange afterglow of sunset spilled over the gray-green courtyard wall, slowly cascading across the entire small yard, tinting the eaves, the courtyard's plants, and the smooth green stones into a soft, healing, warm palette. The bright, clear daylight gradually faded, and the unique, lazy tranquility of dusk enveloped heaven and earth. The flow of time seemed to slow, each moment becoming tender and prolonged, soft enough to make one's heart sink into indulgence, unwilling to disturb even a fraction. Within the walls there was no wind or waves, and the years passed in peaceful serenity. Beyond the walls, lingering echoes endured, and people's hearts remained calm. The long street, separated by a single wall, was still deeply immersed in the rich Tao resonance left from today's teachings, with a pure and upright aura lingering unceasingly. Countless beautiful women who had traveled thousands of miles and paused here remained orderly and respectful, sitting quietly in meditation. Throughout the process, no one made noise or frolicked, no one was restless or impetuous, and no one overstepped their bounds or attempted to peek into the courtyard. Under the vast twilight, thousands of fair maidens stood quietly on both sides of the streets, their gazes gentle and devout, gazing from afar at the small courtyard that isolated the worldly hustle. They held admiration and kept their proper distance, exercising extreme restraint, yet extreme sincerity. They had long cultivated a clear mind, understanding how to be courteous and self-disciplined, to cultivate themselves in stillness, not disturbing others' peace, nor adding to the world's troubles. Only outside the wall did they quietly savor the remaining warmth of the Tao resonance, polishing their minds, soothing their restlessness, and peacefully awaiting the dawn of the next day's hearing of the way. This pure atmosphere of self-discipline and yearning for goodness and tranquility, a clarity of heart that centuries of worldly education and millennia of tradition could hardly cultivate, had been silently shaped by Lin Chen's daily nurturing of virtue and his teachings spreading throughout the land. Within the courtyard, the Pure Land had completely severed all external noise and grand trends, shedding the halo of widespread reverence, and returned entirely to the most simple, most genuine warmth of family life. Beneath the eaves, light and shadow swayed, gently shifting and floating. The cool evening breeze passed through the courtyard, rustling the leaves with a soft, continuous whisper. The breeze carried the faint fragrance of grass and trees along with a lingering warm tea aroma weaving around everyone in delicate strands. The remaining traces of the day's heat had completely dissipated. The unique relaxed coolness of the late autumn evening wrapped the entire yard, quietly healing the weariness and worldly restlessness of all. The 9 peerless beauties still sat around the stone table beneath the porch, their postures more languid and relaxed, completely shedding their outward dignity, propriety, and worldly sharpness. After an entire afternoon of idle talk and quiet meditation, their brows and eyes had become softer and more gentle, their hearts clear and tranquil, empty and bright. The distant aloofness of noble ladies and talented women had faded away, leaving only the serene peace of family companionship and the tenderness of time. The clear tea on the stone table, having sat for half a day, had gradually cooled, and the rising steam slowly dissipated. Yet the warmth of human connection and family affection lingering in the courtyard had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, it grew richer and more enduring as dusk deepened. A few plates of freshly made sweet snacks had been half-tasted, and the lively atmosphere of daily life filled the entire porch. Such plain, ordinary home scenes, unadorned and simple, surpassed all the extravagant splendor heaped up by the world. Gentle winds at dusk, peace through the years. One of the beauties gently propped her chin, her gaze tender and wistful, quietly gazing at the brilliant sunset spreading across the sky. Her voice was languid and soft, filled with genuine contentment and deep affection as she sighed softly. In the past, I stubbornly believed that life must be vigorous, roaming the mountains and rivers, making a name far and wide to be worthy of this life and leave no regrets. Now, living long in this small courtyard, bathing in virtue day and night, hearing the true way daily, and having family always by my side, I have come to realize that the most precious thing in life is never the fleeting glory and splendor of the outside world, but the ordinary days like these, without wind or disturbance, following one's heart at ease and free. They were all extraordinary women, rare in the world, some bearing unparalleled talent, some wielding immense power, some possessing unique skills that set them apart. In the past, each had a brilliant, dazzling life and a bright path ahead. But ever since they crossed mountains and rivers, came to this place, and joined Lynn's household, witnessing this purest, most tender pattern of life, and the great virtue of non-action, they could no longer appreciate the vain glitz and noisy emptiness of the mundane world. All the vigorous pursuits of the world, the ultimate glory of public acclaim, were ultimately fleeting clouds and smoke, unable to compare with the unchanging peace of the small courtyard corner and the tender warmth of daily companionship. Guccian's lips carried a light, warm smile. Her gaze was clear as water, gentle and transparent as she looked at the serene scene before her, and spoke slowly, her voice soft and lingering, refreshing the heart. My husband never uses forceful means to win people over, never binds hearts with the shackles of fame and profit. But it is precisely this daily tender companionship, the unchanging true heart year after year, and the silent nurturing of virtue that best stabilizes and anchors people's hearts, making them willingly sink into this life, stay forever, and never leave. True belonging of the heart is never about forceful binding, deliberate retention, or intentional control, but about daily gentle healing and the gradual nourishment of virtue. Lin Shin never forced anyone to follow or attach themselves to him, never bound anyone's life path or freedom. Yet his unique gentleness, pure heart, and unparalleled vision made all who were close to him willingly root themselves here, forsaking worldly vanities, unwilling to leave this life. When Ruashi gently nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with the soft light of the sunset and a deep, unwavering tenderness. She whispered, "The love entanglements of the mundane world are mostly filled with considerations of gain and loss, human scheming and calculated tests. They seem passionate and vigorous, but in truth they are short-lived and illusory, leaving only emptiness after the splendor fades. Only here there is no contention, no deceit, no selfishness. The tenderness remains as gentle as the first day, the true heart as sincere as ever. Such long-lasting stability, pure and flawless warmth is the rarest and most perfect fulfillment in the world." The group sat around chatting, every word a genuine insight from the heart, without the slightest affectation or false sentiment. Within the courtyard there were none of the cliched jealousies of worldly love, nor the narrow-mindedness of comparison and secret suspicion. The 9 beauties shared a single heart, blending tenderly, supporting, completing, and healing one another. They turned the ordinary daily life of this simple yard into the most healing and enviable scene in the world. Lin Shin sat calmly in the center, his posture relaxed and free, quietly listening to the gentle laughter and idle chatter of the beauties beside him. His eyes always held a light, warm smile, and his heart was serene and tranquil, untouched by any external trends. He had long been accustomed to the ultimate adoration and worship of the world, sitting amidst the majestic momentum of the hearts of all people under heaven, bearing the extreme admiration of countless beauties. Yet he always kept his true heart clear and unchanged, neither arrogant nor ostentatious, neither proud nor haughty. No external glory, no matter how grand, no momentum, no matter how vast, no fame, no matter how sensational, could disturb his mind in the slightest, nor shake his pure heart devoted to family and ordinary life. This was his unique supreme posture of relaxed invincibility. Not contending for fleeting splendor, hence no one in the world could contend with him, not seeking worldly fame, hence all the beautiful things in the world came to him of their own accord. Standing at the pinnacle of 10,000 people at the height of fame, yet always bending down to the warmth of daily life, finding joy in the ordinary. This ultimate contrast of mindset and transparent vision was the highest realm that the countless beings of the world could never reach. The cool evening breeze gently stirred his plain white robe, the hem fluttering lightly and freely, spotless and pure, shedding all worldly dust and restlessness. The afterglow of the setting sun fell softly, outlining the gentle contours of his brows and eyes, completely washing away the solemnity of his teaching moments, leaving only the pure, clean, tender, and sincere heart of a youth, healing and moving. People of the world rush about all day chasing distant, illusory scenes, spending half their lives seeking a false perfection. Lin Shin slowly raised his eyes, speaking softly, his voice leisurely and gentle, relaxed and casual, flowing with the evening breeze through the courtyard, healing hearts. But true fulfillment in life is never in the distant, unreachable horizon. It is right beside, within reach. A simple, light sentence without ornate words, yet it spoke the ultimate truth of human life. Transparent, sincere, and striking straight to the heart. People traverse thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, spend half their lives chasing fame, power, wealth, and splendor. Half a lifetime of drifting, toiling, and wearying. In the end, most come away empty-handed, with a heart full of emptiness and nothing gained. Little do they know that the most precious happiness in the world is never a distant, magnificent scene, but the warm lamp before them, the company of family, the uneventful years, and the peace of each passing day. Upon hearing this, the 9 beauties felt a surge of warmth in their hearts, spreading layer by layer. Their brows and eyes softened with tenderness, and their hearts were filled with clarity and release. How fortunate they were to have broken free from worldly shackles, crossed thousands of miles, and forsaken half a lifetime of vanity to encounter such a pure, gentle, and unparalleled man. They had escaped the entanglements of worldly strife, guarded a pure land, and enjoyed the perfect life of years of stability. Thousands of beauties in the world gazed from afar, traveling day and night, only to hear the way once and bathe in virtue for a moment. That alone would make them without regret for life, filled with gratitude. And they who could accompany him day and night, stay close by his side, and enjoy all his tender affection and sincere favor. This unique, irreplaceable fulfillment was the ultimate blessing that countless admirers in the world envied for life, but could never obtain. To be able to always be by my husband's side, guarding the peaceful warmth of this small courtyard, is the best and most perfect destination for us in this life. One of the beauties murmured softly, her eyes clear and fervent, hiding a devotion that would never change and a certainty that it settled. Dusk gradually deepened, and the evening glow spread across the sky. Crimson, overlapping warm gold, painted the entire sky, brilliant, yet not dazzling, gently enveloping all things. In the courtyard, the plants stood quietly, casting layers of soft light and shadow. The birds in the woods had all returned to their nests, their clear calls gradually ceasing. Heaven and earth grew increasingly tranquil and peaceful, leaving only the whispering of the evening breeze, the idle chatter of the family, and the lengthening of the years. Beyond the courtyard wall, the gentle vigil of thousands of hearts continued, unending and undiminished. As night gradually approached and dusk deepened, warm yellow lights began to flicker in the dwellings along the streets, dotting the lanes with soft glimmers that intertwined with the remaining sunset glow, creating an atmosphere of the utmost tenderness. Countless beauties who had paused still stood silently, waiting peacefully. No one grew impatient, no one left in disappointment. Every heart was calm and clear, quietly awaiting the dawn of the next day to hear the way. Just one day of teaching, moistening things, silently transforming countless hearts. Now the 10-mile-long street had completely shed the former worldly restlessness and vain illusions. Countless hearts had been thoroughly cleansed and purified, the local atmosphere reshaped and turned around. The entire countryside was gently permeated by the pure and upright Tao resonance, quietly transforming into something more pure and harmonious. In this gentle twilight, countless talented women and beauties who had traveled from afar, weathered by the journey, firmly settled the aspirations of their remaining years. They were willing to abandon the wealth-stable foundations and inherent obsessions they had accumulated in the mundane world, choosing to stay in this simple countryside day after day, quietly hearing the way, cultivating their hearts and settling their true nature. Just to be 1 inch closer to this ultimate tenderness and bright virtue, 1 step closer to the supreme way in their hearts. None of this was forced, orchestrated, or induced. It was entirely the direction of people's hearts, the trend of the times, the spontaneous surrender and willing journey of all beings in the world. Within the walls, there was one person's family warmth, the peace of daily life, and the serenity of the years. Beyond the walls, there was the gathering of hearts from all over the land, the convergence of multitudes, and the self-forming of great momentum. Separated by a single wall, 2 extreme scenes. One still, one moving, one private, one public. Yet they shared the same origin, all stemming from Lin Chen's supremely pure and kind heart and his gentle, unparalleled character. The twilight glow faded completely, and the shallow night quietly descended upon the world. The lamps under the eaves in the courtyard lit up one after another, casting a warm yellow light that gently fell, precisely dispelling the coolness and emptiness of dusk, making the entire small yard look even more warm, healing, and serene. Lin Chen slowly stood up, his posture relaxed and gentle, calm and unhurried. He raised his hand to lightly brush away the fine evening breeze and the dust of plants that had clung to his robe. The constant gentle smile in his eyes remained as clear as ever, as warm as before. The night is getting cool. Let's go inside and sit. A soft word without any deliberate effort, tender and affectionate, warm and lingering, carrying the simplest care and peace. The 9 beauties all gently nodded, their brows and eyes like water smiles blooming. They accompanied each other, stood up together, and walked with him slowly into the house, treading on the evening breeze and the warm yellow lamplight. Outside the courtyard gate, thousands of lamps watched from afar, thousands of hearts returned to stillness, and a vast momentum surged gently. Inside the courtyard gate, the lamplight was warm and dear, a lifetime of tender companionship, years of perfect peace, and years without worry or disturbance. He never intentionally sought to be deified, yet he had already been deified by the world, silently and without fanfare. He never pursued the pinnacle, yet he had already reached the pinnacle through non-action, standing firmly at the top. The evening breeze brewed all the tenderness of the world. This small courtyard securely held the peace, fulfillment, and serenity of the years for the rest of his life. Night settled upon the eaves, the evening breeze withdrew its coolness. The courtyard gate was tightly shut, its heavy wooden door firmly blocking all external commotion, completely isolating the waiting crowds that stretched for 10 li beyond the wall, and the lingering echoes of the Tao. The grand momentum of the outside world, the endless waves of admiration, were all kept outside the gate. Within the courtyard, all glory and clamor faded away, returning to the most simple and solid daily life. No superfluous sighs, no exaggerated praise, only the ordinary scenes of a family sharing 3 meals and 4 seasons peacefully together. A warm yellow light seeped through the wooden window lattice, casting a gentle glow that illuminated a small patch of smooth stone in front of the door. The solemn grandeur of the daytime teachings, the magnificent spectacle of thousands worshipping, the overwhelming momentum of the entire land, all faded with the night, leaving no trace of illusory divine aura or exaggerated glory, only the solid comfort of mortal life. Everyone moved inside, their postures completely relaxed, shedding the dignified composure of listening to the teachings during the day and the formal courtesy toward outsiders. Every move was the truest state of home life, natural and unforced. With the morning teachings over the past few days, everyone has expended their energy. I'll cook tonight. When Rawashi casually rolled up her sleeves, her movements brisk and decisive, without any unnecessary polite gestures or gentle performances. Her gaze was resolute. Just rest. Leave the tidying and yard work for now. Gu Qingyan nodded slightly, stepping forward to clear the table where the day's teacups and leftover snacks were arranged. She gathered and organized them methodically, her movements adept and orderly. Having managed the household for years, she was long accustomed to such trivial, mundane routines. There was no need to deliberately display gentleness. Her steady and meticulous manner was the most solid foundation of the small courtyard. The other ladies each took on their tasks. Some swept the fallen leaves brought by the evening breeze, some tidied the sundries drying under the eaves, some fetched water to wash their hands and prepare tableware. The division of labor was natural and seamless. There was no competition, no yielding, no deliberately created harmony, just the daily routine of a household. This was the truest, most genuine foundation of the Lin family courtyard. Outside, countless admirers and scholars from all directions in word of mouth lifted Lin Shun as the unparalleled supreme sage of the world, the contemporary saint, deifying this simple courtyard as a sacred land untouched by worldly dust. But those who lived here day and night knew best. There was never any divine aura floating above the clouds, no grand legendary spectacle. There was only the plain life of 3 meals, mornings and evenings, mutual care, and years of companionship. Simple, yet stable, plain, yet enduring. Lin Shin stood quietly at the kitchen door, his posture relaxed. He did not interfere with the busy work, did not deliberately take on tasks, nor did he try to show his grace. He simply stood there watching the mortal world before him. His gaze was calm and unruffled, without the slightest ripple. The world outside praised his supreme virtue and unparalleled character, but he himself had never harbored the slightest thought of seeking fame. So-called great virtue, vision, and invincibility were never built by words, atmosphere, or praise from others, but were hidden in the small, trivial details of living day by day, treating others with sincerity, and being gentle and kind. One of the ladies wiped her hands clean, turned to Lin Shun, and asked plainly, without any flattery. Now the Tenli Street is crowded with people every day. The lingering beauties who have attained enlightenment are increasing, and the reach of the Tao's resonance is expanding. The number of people coming from all directions only grows. Husband, do you really not need to step out and take a look at the situation? The situation was no longer what it had been. At first, only talented women from the surrounding counties came seeking fame. Now the flow of people had multiplied the scale, growing daily. The entire street had formed its own unique atmosphere of enlightenment and a distinct pattern of hearts. If any other renowned scholar, martial arts master, or sect leader in the world found themselves in such a situation of universal admiration and converging momentum, they would inevitably seize the opportunity, build on the trend, consolidate power, and accumulate prestige for their own foundation. Only Lin Shan remained outside this mundane rule. He shook his head gently, his tone plain and sincere, without any deliberate nonchalance or condescending indifference. Just stating his true intent. Hearts cross themselves, momentum forms itself. There is no need for me to watch over or push it. Forcing intervention would only fall into the vulgar pursuit of worldly gain. These simple words without ornate rhetoric landed with clarity, revealing profound insight. 9 out of 10 cultivators, scholars, and Confucians in the world spent their entire lives chasing, borrowing, and creating momentum, ever anxious that momentum would slip away, fame would fade, and hearts would be lost. Only Lin Shan, at the very core of this overwhelming tide, remained content in the present, living in the ordinary. He only guarded the peace of his family, only protected the warmth around him, letting the outside world surge, crowds gather, and momentum rise unmoved throughout. The stove fire was lit, its dancing orange glow warm and bright. The curling smoke of cooking rose slowly, filling the entire house, dispelling the coolness of the night. The ingredients in the house were all seasonal vegetables and fresh fruits grown in the courtyard, along with a few jars of homemade pickles, simple and unadorned, without any luxurious delicacies or rare mountain treasures. But this sense of hands-on labor, the warmth of the hearth, was far more healing and reassuring than all the grand worship, empty praise, and splendid spectacles outside. The courtyard's hearth settled peacefully, the days plain and quiet. Yet outside the wall, the situation of the world underwent a qualitative change that night. The night grew deeper, thick as ink. In ordinary towns and villages, voices had long ceased, lights were sparse, and silence reigned. But this Tenli street, born from the small courtyard, still blazed with continuous lights, an endless flow of people, with no sign of nightly decline. Su Zichen and Yun Shiyue, without any sleepiness, stood side by side on the tower of their temporary lodgings, leaning on the railing, gazing into the distance, quietly overlooking the entire street and the night beyond. With their clear hearts and far-reaching vision, they could perceive the subtle changes in the situation far better than the ordinary women seeking enlightenment. Previously, those who lingered here seeking fame and enlightenment were mostly folk talents from nearby states, martial artists, and worldly beauties, limited in vision and background. But in just half a day and one night, distant lights continuously moved closer, travelers arriving by night, new figures heading here. These newcomers walked steadily, with a cool temperament and deep heritage entirely different from those before. No longer nearby worldly scholars. Yun Shiyue said softly, her gaze calm, looking at the endless moving lights in the depths of the night. Her tone was firm. Those rushing here tonight are mostly from hidden sects and ancient clans, the top ladies who rarely leave their seclusion. These hidden beauties, dwelling in high towers and nurtured in mountain gates, had high standards and proud hearts. They spent their lives not chasing worldly fame, not attending mundane gatherings, not participating in martial conflicts. Ordinary royal ceremonies and sect meetings could hardly move them. Yet now they willingly set aside their mountain retreats and clan stability, unafraid of the long night journey and dust, hurrying to this nameless, simple rural land. Su Zichen saw the root cause behind it and spoke slowly. A single day of teaching moistened 10,000 hearts, purifying illusions and soothing obsessions. The speed of this Tao's resonance spread, and its influence far exceeded everyone's expectations. Now not only the mortal world knows of this place's bright virtue, but even the hidden forces that have remained secluded, aloof, and distant from the world can no longer sit still. The two saw it with perfect clarity. This sweeping momentum of hearts across the land had never been manipulated by human effort. Lin Shan never sent people to spread his fame, never deliberately propagated the Tao to gain reputation, and never actively recruited anyone to follow or attach themselves to him. Each day he only taught in the morning, rested in the evening, kept the courtyard's daily routine, and guarded the peace of his family. But the great Tao is formless, and virtuous sound travels far. The power of the purest heart, moistening things silently, eventually made hearts return of their own accord and momentum gather on its own. Such a cosmic trend could not be stopped, blocked, or sought after by human effort. At this rate of convergence, within 3 days this rural land will gather half of the world's most exceptional beauties. Yun Shiyue sighed softly. Such an unprecedented spectacle shakes the entire land, unmatched by anyone, yet from beginning to end it is all without intention, achieved without action. Su Zichen nodded slightly, and spoke the core essence of this grand scene. Precisely because it is without intention of gain, and without deliberate creation, it is incomparable and truly invincible. All the grand spectacles and powerful scenes in the world, if tainted by deliberate pursuit and calculation, have flaws and fall into the inferior, easily collapsing and decaying. Only this grand momentum, born of pure heart, achieved without action and spontaneously arising from human hearts, is rooted in stability and anchored in people's hearts, unshakable and irreplaceable. On the long street, the hidden beauties who had rushed over that night all adhered to the rules and customs established here. Newcomers upon arrival did not make noise, inquire, or gossip. They did not rush to compete for positions or compare opportunities, nor did they attempt to approach the courtyard wall or peek inside to disturb the family's peace. After settling down, they all consciously found a quiet corner, either sitting in meditation to absorb the lingering Tao resonance, or closing their eyes in self-reflection to polish their own character, quickly integrating into the clear and harmonious atmosphere. Old and new residents mingled in the streets, treating each other with courtesy and respect, not disturbing one another, embracing mutual tolerance. No one competed or compared. Everyone observed self-discipline, cultivated their hearts in stillness, and inclined toward kindness and harmony. The atmosphere of the entire street elevated once again overnight, becoming purer, more orderly. This was the deepest and most genuine change Lin Chen brought to this land. It was never simply about winning hearts or gaining admiration, but about purifying the atmosphere at its root, reshaping people's hearts, calming restlessness, returning illusion to truth, and turning conflict into harmony, subtly transforming the way of the world. Inside the courtyard, the stove fire gradually died down, but the warm steam still lingered. A simple home-cooked meal was neatly prepared. The dishes were plain and simple, steaming hot with a rustic fragrance, without any luxurious embellishment or rare delicacies. Everyone sat around the table, the lamplight warm and the atmosphere gentle. Their casual conversation was about the small details of daily life. 3 meals, 4 seasons, household matters. There was not a single empty sigh, not a single exaggerated compliment, not a single deliberate elevation. One of the ladies looked out at the deep night and casually mentioned with a calm tone, "The crowd outside grows larger every day, the momentum greater. Soon this simple rural land will become the focal point of the entire land." Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks, his expression calm and unhurried, his tone ordinary and level without any disturbance. "The excitement belongs to the world. Our peace is our own." These 10 words settled the heart with clarity. The overwhelming momentum outside, the thousands rushing the world's attention, the grand spectacle. All were transient, worldly commotion, ever-changing and illusory. But the 3 meals, the family together, the years of safety, the warmth of morning and evening within the courtyard. These were the eternal destination rooted in the heart. He could distinguish the real from the illusory, guard his true heart, and steady his spirit. No matter how the outside world surged, he kept his own hearth of peace. The 9 ladies, upon hearing this, became deeply clear and transparent in their hearts, with no further distraction or worry. They finally truly understood Lin Chen's character and vision. The world's exhaustive writings and lavish praise could never capture his essence. All people in the world were busy chasing peaks and deliberately creating a godlike image. Only he, standing in the mortal world, guarding an ordinary life with his heart grounded, was the supreme peak of the world. The night was deep and the surroundings were utterly still. In the silence of the late hour, the nearby villages had long since dimmed their lights and hushed their voices, with only the Lin family courtyard retaining a warm and lingering sense of domestic life. The light beneath the eaves was soft and clear, neither glaring nor ostentatious, steadily enveloping the entire courtyard and completely shutting out the clamor of the day. A simple evening meal was shared, and everyone ate in tranquil contentment. There was no forced laughter, no feigned harmony, only the relaxed ease that came from years of companionship. The idle chatter at the table revolved around mundane matters such as planting vegetables and brewing tea. Simple, unadorned, yet deeply reassuring, utterly devoid of any pretense or vanity. After the meal, the cleanup was carried out with smooth order, requiring no instructions or coordination. Some arranged the bowls and wiped the table, others brewed evening tea and tidied the stove, while others swept the courtyard and put away the day's clutter. Each person performed their tasks with swift efficiency, a rhythm born of daily domestic life, rather than a deliberate display of decorum. With everything settled, Lin Chen sat alone on the porch. The night breeze, cool and gentle, stirred his robes. His posture was relaxed and languid, without a trace of tension or formality. The vast Tao resonance he had used to preach and benefit the world during the day was entirely contained within his being. He did not deliberately radiate it to nourish the surroundings, nor did he use it to display virtue or seek worldly renown. For him, rising in the morning to impart wisdom and soothe the mind was never a means to accumulate merit or establish a reputation. It was merely a casual act done at leisure, as ordinary as any other. What the world eagerly pursued, regarding as an extraordinary opportunity to attain the Tao, was in his eyes nothing more than a trivial, everyday matter. It was precisely this utterly selfless and desireless nature that made his Tao resonance fundamentally different from any other cultivation method in the world. It bore no aggression, no dominance, no suppression, no utilitarianism. Purely gentle and encompassing all things, it could soothe the stubbornness and restlessness accumulated over half a lifetime, and could also transform into the invisible rules of heaven and earth, silently calming all disturbances and conflicts. The world beyond the wall is livelier tonight than usual. Gu Qingyan slowly walked to stand beside him, her gaze piercing through the deep night toward the outside of the courtyard. Her tone was calm, and even yet each word was precise. With her keen perception and clear mind, she distinctly sensed that the aura of the crowd outside the wall had undergone a complete transformation. The influx of people had increased several-fold unceasingly, But most crucially, the depth of the newcomer's aura had far surpassed the realm of ordinary talented women and wandering cultivators, reaching a completely different level. Those who had previously lingered on the long street seeking enlightenment were mostly literary talents and low-level wandering cultivators from various prefectures and counties across the 9 provinces. Their hearts were soft and pure, seeking only to resolve doubts, cultivate themselves, and soothe their obsessions. Shallow in foundation, but sincere in spirit. But the new arrivals tonight each possessed a solid, heavy aura, cold and aloof. They were top-tier cultivators who had long been hidden in deep mountains and ancient temples, secluded within world-renowned sects, holding high positions and proud of their heritage. These reclusive masters had long avoided worldly affairs, never participating in mundane gatherings. Their vision was lofty, their pride immense, and even the grandest royal ceremonies or sect debates could not move their hearts or stir their steps. Now their collective arrival at this nameless countryside was far from a simple act of seeking the Tao out of admiration. Deep within each heart lay varying degrees of probing, verification, observation, and strategic intent. When hidden sects enter the world, they inevitably carry distractions. When Ruashi walked slowly, her gaze clear and penetrating, clearly discerning the myriad facets of human nature. Some truly detest the illusions of the mundane world and seek only to purify their hearts through the righteous path and perfect their Tao heart. Others have spent half their lives guarding their sect's heritage and come specifically to verify the authenticity of this Tao. And there are several groups of old-school cultivators proud of their 1,000-year heritage and profound cultivation who wish to gauge the true depth of my husband to determine whether this Mingda's sacred ground is truly worthy of its reputation or merely a hollow fame created by worldly praise. The hidden sects of the 9 provinces each possessed a 1,000-year heritage and unique doctrines. They had long been isolated from one another, refusing to yield to anyone, and would never easily submit to any person or any Tao in the world. Their collective breakthrough into the world and arrival here was ostensibly to seek the Tao out of admiration, but in reality, it was a collective observation and covert competition among the major hidden forces. Having guarded their own doctrines for a millennium, they had long solidified their perceptions. They could not believe that anyone could, through a single heart and a single Tao, subtly purify the world and win over all hearts, nor could they understand how someone who held the overwhelming power of the people's allegiance and the worship of the 9 provinces could remain content with the ordinary, guarding the warmth of home devoid of desire and contention. Lin Shen nodded slightly, his expression never wavering, and spoke in a calm, genuine tone. It is only human nature. All those who cultivate or conduct themselves in the world are accustomed to measuring everything by utility, strength, gain, and loss. Seeing that I am without striving, without seeking, without building momentum, without establishing power, they naturally suspect and secretly probe, trying to find the so-called hidden card and scheme. 9 out of 10 of the world's strongest, greatest, and sect cultivators spend their entire lives cultivating to become stronger, to contend for power, to seize fame, and to hold authority. They toil endlessly to accumulate influence and reach the pinnacle. In their ingrained understanding, possessing the overwhelming power of the people's allegiance without using it to establish a sect, gather followers, accumulate influence, and carve out a territory is extremely abnormal and contrary to reason and must conceal some unknown plot. These reclusive individuals, trapped in the obsessions and utilitarian frameworks of their 1,000-year heritage, could never see the supreme realm of being without intention, without striving, and achieving all through non-action. Just as they were quietly conversing and perceiving the external situation, a subtle and strange disturbance emerged in the peaceful atmosphere of the 10-mile-long street beyond the wall. In the depths of the dark night, in several secluded corners away from the main thoroughfare, where the crowd gathered, several cold, heavy auras carrying the heritage of a 1,000-year sect slowly rose and spread, instantly breaking the night's calm and tranquility. Unlike the devout gentleness, humility, and quiet of ordinary seekers of the Tao, these auras bore the pride of their sect's doctrine, the aloofness of long-held superior status, and a faint but highly targeted scrutiny and probing. The originally clear, gentle, and stable Mingda atmosphere that enveloped the entire long street was subtly stirred by these abrupt and forceful auras, causing brief disorder and fragmentation in certain areas. Hundreds of women who had been quietly sitting in meditation to comprehend the Tao resonance felt their brows slightly furrow and their minds subtly stir. Their originally clear and empty minds inexplicably grew restless, their spiritual platforms disturbed, and distracting thoughts arose. The smooth flow of Tao comprehension was interrupted, and many quietly opened their eyes, showing confusion, vaguely sensing a subtle change in the surrounding atmosphere. On the 2-story pavilion at the high point of the long street, Su Zichen and Yun Shiyue, who had been observing the situation in silence, instantly caught this anomaly. Their clear, cool gazes sharpened, and their expressions grew more solemn. Someone is deliberately releasing their sect's momentum to forcibly stir the atmosphere here. Yun Shiyue's tone turned heavier, a trace of coldness passing through her eyes. It is the older generation of managing cultivators from hidden sects who have cultivated for centuries and are entrenched in their doctrines with extremely proud hearts. They are unwilling to passively accept the nourishment of this Mingda and refuse to humbly settle down to contemplate. Instead, they want to actively test with their own doctrines, forcing the true depth of the courtyard to be revealed. These old-school cultivators were elders and managers of major hidden sects who had spent their entire lives deeply cultivating their own sect's doctrines, believing their heritage to be unparalleled and supreme. They disdained to sit in meditation alongside the younger generation of the mundane world or scattered talents, and even more so, they refused to believe that a Tao born in a rural village could surpass the heritage of a thousand-year sect. Having arrived at this place for only a night, they could no longer suppress the stubbornness and pride in their hearts, and resolved to make a move to test and break the current order. Su Zichen's cold eyes pierced through the layers of night toward the secluded corners where the auras surged, and she spoke with clear certainty. Their goal is very clear: to test the limits of this Tao, to verify whether the Mingda resonance is truly a silent, nourishing, and supreme perfection, or merely a hollow name created by worldly exaggeration and deliberate hype. In the dark corners of the night street, 5 figures in black robes stood silently, their postures upright and aloof, their demeanor stern. Their auras spread outward layer by layer, not loudly, not noisily, remaining hidden and silent, yet carrying an overwhelming and oppressive Tao resonance. Using the roots of their own sect's doctrines, which they had cultivated for centuries, they quietly collided with and suppressed the heavenly and earthly atmosphere saturated with Lin Chen's Mingda, attempting to break the peaceful and orderly rules of this place, tear open the disguise of the so-called supreme Mingda, and force out its flaws. In their thousand-year hardened cultivation perception, all Taos in the world had levels of superiority and inferiority, strength and weakness. They could be countered, suppressed, and broken. A Tao passed down by a human would inevitably have traces, limits, and flaws that could be exploited. It could never be perfect and unassailable. As long as they joined forces to apply strong pressure and counter with their orthodox doctrines, they would inevitably expose the shortcomings of this Tao and reveal the truth behind the grand spectacle of hearts turning to it across the 9 provinces. But in the next instant, a silent anomaly suddenly arose. Before the crowd on the street could react, before the black-robed cultivators could continue their pressure, the clear and righteous Tao resonance that had been settling on the 10-mile-long street for days suddenly surged spontaneously and spread across the entire area. There was no earth-shattering celestial phenomenon, no overwhelming and awe-inspiring pressure, and no deliberate counterattack. Only a gentle, thick, all-encompassing, and firmly rooted power quietly enveloped the entire street and covered the whole area. The moment those 5 forcefully spreading, deliberately colliding sect Tao resonances touched this heavenly and earthly Mingda, it was like spring sunshine melting ice and snow, or a massive rock crushing small waves. Silently and cleanly they dissolved completely, leaving not even a ripple or a trace. The carefully prepared, forceful, probing, proud pressure and deliberate doctrinal collision of the 5 black-robed cultivators were all gently smoothed over, completely neutralized, disappearing without a sound, utterly defeated. The 5 black-robed figures in the depths of the night all trembled violently, their bodies stiffening for a moment, their pupils contracting sharply. The proud calm and composed confidence that had remained unchanged for years on their faces instantly vanished, replaced by extreme shock and disbelief. The supreme Tao resonance they prided themselves on, painstakingly cultivated for centuries and supporting the 1,000-year heritage of their sects, was as insignificant as a firefly against the bright moon or a drop of water merging into the vast ocean in the face of the Mingda Tao resonance of this rural land. The gap in level was so extreme that they did not even have the slightest qualification for a frontal confrontation. What shook their hearts and filled them with dread the most was that this power which suppressed everything had not the slightest hint of hostility, aggression, or punitive intent. It was purely inclusive, naturally soothing, and instinctively restoring order. Like the majestic Mount Tai ignoring a gentle breeze, or the vast ocean allowing small waves to ripple, it simply disdained to contend or confront their shallow and narrow sect doctrines. It was an absolute suppression in dimension and level. Inside the courtyard, under the eaves, the night breeze remained gentle and the lamplight remained warm. Lin Chen stayed seated in place, his posture relaxed and lazy. He had not lifted his eyes to glance beyond the wall, had not raised his hand to exert any force, had not concentrated to mobilize his Tao resonance, and had not even moved a finger. Throughout he made no motion at all. All the probing, colliding, contending, and restlessness stirred up beyond the wall were to him like dust brushing against his sleeve, utterly insignificant, requiring no attention. Yet the Mingda Tao resonance he had rooted here day after day, preaching and nurturing hearts, had long become completely integrated into the mountains, rivers, plants, trees, the very air, and the local atmosphere of this land, transforming into an instinctive rule of this realm that could not be shaken. Anyone who gave rise to stubborn thoughts, forcibly contended for the Tao, deliberately exerted pressure, or acted against the current in this place, would be automatically smoothed over and silently suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth, without Lin Chen needing to act personally. Deliberately contending for the Tao is already a sign of inferiority. Lin Chen uttered a single sentence softly, his tone calm and unremarkable, without judgment, ridicule, or pride, merely stating the essential difference in the world's doctrines. The true supreme Tao never establishes itself through contention, suppression, or doctrinal confrontation, but by embracing all things, nourishing silently, purifying hearts, and pacifying the world. Those who are full of scheming deliberately probe and attempt to resist the heavenly and earthly Mingda with narrow obsessions have already lost their state of mind, their vision, and their Tao heart from the moment they act. The restlessness beyond the wall instantly returned to zero, and heaven and earth returned to harmony. The street's atmosphere and Tao resonance order which had been forcibly disturbed quickly stabilized. All the restlessness, distracting thoughts, and spiritual disturbances in everyone's hearts dissipated completely. The hundreds of women seeking enlightenment instantly regained their clear and peaceful state of mind, able to continue their contemplation and refine their hearts. The entire 10-mile-long street once again regained its clear, righteous, and harmonious atmosphere, with everyone turning toward the Tao in tranquility and order, even more pure and stable than before. The 5 black-robed elders in the depths of the night completely fell silent and withdrew their auras, all their forceful presence and doctrinal sharpness retracted with no further trace of probing. The pride and sectarian confidence that had sustained them for centuries were utterly shattered. The 5 stood with heads bowed, their bodies trembling, the last shred of doubt and contempt in their hearts completely extinguished. At this moment, they finally achieved complete clarity and awakened. The Tao resonance of this realm was by no means a manually cultivated technique, a deliberate hype of fame, or a transient accumulation of merit. It was truly the supreme Mingda that originated from the heart, benefited the world, and took root in heaven and earth, a righteous path far surpassing all the sect doctrines in the world. The sect Tao they had guarded for a lifetime and taken pride in was filled with sectarian bias, contention for strength, and utilitarian obsessions, narrow, one-sided, and bound by shackles. Before the perfectly pure and benevolent Mingda righteous path, it was utterly fragile and insignificant. On the pavilion, Yun Shuiwe slowly exhaled a breath, her eyes filled with profound clarity. Without a sound, all disturbances are calmed on their own. No need to act, no need to build momentum. This is the true invincibility through non-action, the supreme vision that the world can never learn. Su Zichen's gaze was calm as still water, staring for a long time at the quiet and serene courtyard, and slowly spoke the core truth. The world is foolish, thinking that invincibility lies in striking down in suppression, in overwhelming combat power. They do not realize that true invincibility is to become a world unto oneself, to set one's own rules, to stabilize one's own heaven and earth. The myriad disturbances of the external world and the restlessness of people's hearts can all be resolved and pacified on their own without the need for the self to expend any effort. This silent and formless contest of Tao tonight involved no bloodshed, no spectacular celestial phenomena, no dramatic commotion, yet it completely shattered the 1,000-year pride, sectarian obsessions, and wishful thinking of all the hidden sects. From now on, the last shred of suspicion, doubt, and testing in the hearts of all the people, reclusive cultivators, and peerless beauties who arrived here would vanish like smoke. The vast hearts beyond the wall were completely won over, completely submissive, without a trace of stray thoughts. The great momentum of the 9 provinces was now firmly established, unshakable by any external force. Inside the courtyard, the lamplight remained gentle, the night breeze remained relaxed, and time remained peaceful. The 9 beauties stood quietly beside Lin Shen, clearly sensing the disturbance beyond the wall that had quietly subsided, and looking at his eternally calm and untouched demeanor, the certainty and affection in their hearts grew deeper and clearer. The winds and tides outside, the schemes of men, the probing and contention, the surging currents. To him, they were nothing more than the meaningless dust of the mortal world seeking its own troubles. He simply sat on the porch guarding a single lamp, a family, a courtyard of warmth, and the ordinary rhythm of days. Without contending, all dermis naturally settled. Without moving, all realms naturally submitted. The long night drew to a close and the sky began to lighten faintly. A line of pale dawn broke through the horizon and light morning mist drifted slowly across the countryside fields, gentle, yet lingering, soft, yet not heavy, tenderly enveloping the entire 10-mile-long street and the Lin family courtyard. After a full night of quiet restoration and settling, the secret soundless probing of Tao resonance from the previous night had completely faded into nothingness. The ground of the alleys, the breath of the air, the grass and dust, all were thoroughly cleansed once more by the Mingda Tao resonance, leaving behind not a trace of turbulence or unrest, only an increasingly pure, refined, and profound aura of heaven and earth. If one were perceptive enough to sense it, they would find that the peace and order of this realm now far surpassed that of the previous days. In a single night, the entire street had been transformed into a completely new atmosphere. The group of reclusive cultivators who had rushed here overnight harboring pride and a spirit of inquiry had now completely shed the sharp edges of their former sects and the millennium-old attachments to their lineages. The 5 black-robed elders who had first taken the lead in probing, clinging to their ancient traditions, no longer lurked in the shadowy corners of the alleys, warily watching and gathering their spiritual senses. Instead, they stepped out from their secluded spots and mingled into the most crowded main street. They removed their hoods, revealing aged, yet clear eyes, their postures upright and humble, without any trace of distant superiority, standing side by side with worldly talents and wandering cultivators with ease. The sectarian pride sense of orthodox superiority and obsession with strength that had been etched into their very bones were thoroughly shattered and uprooted during that silent dimension-reducing confrontation the night before. The longer one had cultivated in ancient ways, the deeper one had delved into old paths, the more clearly they could perceive the essential gap between the two. The Tao resonance of their sex, which they had painstakingly cultivated over a lifetime, was a deliberately refined method focused on offense and defense, on inheritance, on faction, on crushing those weaker. Imbued with human attachments and utilitarian intentions, rigid and limited, leading all too easily to inner demons and dogmatic constraints. But the Mingda Tao resonance that permeated this realm was natural, without source or seeking, moistening all things silently. It established no method, set no thresholds, made no distinctions of high or low, yet could embrace all paths and soothe all attachments. It was the true supreme path, rooted in the great Tao of heaven and earth and aligned with the primordial heart of humanity. One false, one true, one narrow, one broad, one clinging, one empty. The difference was clear as day, as vast as clouds and mud, needing no further words. At this moment on 10-mile-long street, there was no one left with doubt, no one clinging to false hope, no one harboring a secret intention to test. Newcomers and those who had arrived earlier stood in layered stillness, a crowd mixed yet orderly, with thousands of hearts united as one. The worldly talents had shed their restless impatience for seeking the Tao, wandering cultivators had tempered their habitual arrogance, reclusive masters had let go of the pride of their millennia-old heritage. Regardless of status, depth of cultivation, or age, everyone had stripped away their external titles, leaving only a single pure identity, a person seeking the Tao and cultivating the heart. The entire long street was utterly silent. No one spoke loudly, no one whispered, no one fidgeted. There was no gossip about the previous night's events, no speculation about what lay within the courtyard, no narrow-minded comparison of who had gained more fortune. The whole realm was left with only profound stillness, pure reverence, and a sincere heart for learning. Everyone held their breath, quietly awaiting the start of the morning teaching. On the two-story tower overlooking the street, Su Zichen and Yun Shuiyue stood by the railing, taking in the magnificent sight of thousands united as one. Their eyes reflected clear understanding, their minds growing even more tranquil. One night of heart cleansing, 1,000 souls turned sincere. Yun Shuiyue spoke softly, her tone steady and true, without the slightest exaggeration. Before this, the hearts of the people on the street were mixed, each harboring their own thoughts. Onlookers, those seeking proof, the unwilling, the testers, all mingled together, and the atmosphere was never truly pure. Now, with one silent settling of the Tao, all distracting thoughts, attachments, and vain hopes have been reset to zero. She had traveled the world for many years, and had seen the complexities of human hearts, knowing well that human pride is hard to tame and stubbornness hard to pacify. Especially for these reclusive cultivators who clung to ancient traditions and considered themselves the true orthodox path. Ordinary royal authority, supreme techniques, or heavenly treasures could not shake their hearts or humble their pride. Even if suppressed by force, it could only subdue their bodies, not their hearts, and would eventually breed rebellion. Yet Lin Shun had never acted, never spoken, never created a spectacle. He had simply let the Mingda great Tao, naturally born from this realm, shatter their rigid perceptions, and from the very root humble their Tao hearts. Su Zichen's gaze was calm as still water, and she added slowly, force subdues the body, granting temporary peace, but hiding hidden dangers. The great Tao moistens the heart, and can subdue the soul, bringing lifelong sincerity with no relapse. After this night, there will be no more discord here. The hearts of the people across the 9 provinces are firmly settled, advancing only, never retreating, unbreakable by anyone. Both women had far-sighted vision and had already seen the direction of future events. The phenomenon of the reclusive sex collectively submitting and letting go of their attachments tonight would, without any need for deliberate spread, be transmitted instantly through the spiritual connections of all cultivators. Message jade slips and mountain gate resonance racing back to the various hidden sect gates and ancient aristocratic families of the 9 provinces. Those remaining reclusive forces that had been sitting on the fence, hesitating, holding themselves aloof, and refusing to bow, would have no reason left to stay behind their mountain gates. Within a few days, this originally nameless, barren, and rustic countryside would inevitably become the gathering place of the most supreme and core figures of the entire matriarchal world, an irreplaceable source of the righteous path, and a sanctuary for human hearts in the 9 provinces. The light grew brighter, the morning mist slowly flowed and dispersed, and sunlight poured through the thinning haze onto the street, falling upon a sea of calm and devout faces. Occasionally, the faintest whispers could be heard from various parts of the street. Genuine insights from the Tao hearts of those who had settled through the night, without flattery, exaggeration, or deliberate pandering, only solid transformation of mind and renewal of perception. A female cultivator who had long practiced the path of slaughter murmured to herself, "In the past, I strove to be first in everything, calculated every step, taking contention as progress and killing as the way. The deeper the attachment, the more chaotic the heart, the heavier the inner demons. Now, after a night of quiet stillness bathed in the Mingda Tao resonance, I finally understand that the path of contention itself is the greatest deviation. A talented woman from a 1,000-year-old Confucian lineage said softly, "My family has passed down the teachings for millennia, rigidly adhering to rules, clinging to tradition, restricted by regulations generation after generation, unchanging, yet we have forgotten the most fundamental heart of cultivation." This Mingda path speaks of no methods, establishes no dogmas, makes no distinctions of high or low. It only moistens the heart and returns one to their true nature. This is the true origin of the great Tao. One of the 5 black-robed elders also spoke slowly, her voice carrying the clarity of sudden awakening. "We have labored in cultivation for centuries, always believing that the path requires enduring hardships, refining the body, and cutting through delusions with slaughter to reach the great Tao. Now we realize that the most supreme and perfect cultivation is never about seeking outward but about abiding in one's own heart, moving toward goodness and stillness, and letting things take their natural course." These simple heartfelt insights fell one after another, affirming the true value of the silent settling of the Tao the night before. Lin Shun had never deliberately set out to teach or establish a path, nor had he ever tried to change the world, yet by the most non-action way, he had shattered the stubbornness, rigid dogmas, and utilitarian attachments of the entire era's cultivation, quietly turning the tide of a restless age and distorted hearts. On either side of the wall, 2 different worlds, 2 completely distinct atmospheres. Inside the courtyard, morning mist gently drifted into the yard, lingering around the plants and eaves. The scene within the courtyard remained ordinary, simple, and calm, completely detached from the earth-shattering transformation outside and the grand spectacle of thousands of hearts united. There were no radiant phenomena filling the sky, no rumbling wonders of the great Tao, no transcendent postures of a master emerging into the world. There was only the daily routine of rising at dawn, boiling water, sweeping the floor, watering flowers, and brewing tea. A practical, simple, and peaceful life. The sky was fully bright, and everyone inside the courtyard rose at their usual time, their daily rhythm as regular as ever. No one was disturbed or restless because of the waiting crowd outside or the rising tide of influence. The 9 graceful women each performed their duties, moving in natural harmony, needing no instructions or reminders. When Ruashi tended the stove, lit the fire to boil water, carefully brewed the morning tea, and prepared a light, simple breakfast with gentle and meticulous movements. Gu Qingyan held a broom, lightly sweeping away the night's dust and dew from the courtyard, tidying the plants and branches, and keeping the yard neat. The others carried buckets to water the vegetables and flowers. Some sat quietly on the veranda to meditate and settle their minds, while others opened windows to let out the dampness of the night. Every movement was relaxed and natural, with no trace of deliberate formality or rigid etiquette. They knew well that the situation outside was settled. Thousands of hearts were sincere, and the 9 provinces were watching, yet they remained calm and anchored in their own hearts. No matter how grand the spectacle outside, how supreme the fame, or how magnificent the momentum, it was ultimately external glitter that could not shake the peaceful daily life within the courtyard or change the simple years they shared. Lin Shin stood alone on the blue stone ground in front of the courtyard, facing the cool, moist morning breeze, quietly gazing at the stretching plants and flowing morning light. His posture was relaxed and casual, his mind peaceful and undisturbed. He was fully aware of all the probing conflict, restlessness, and emotional fluctuations that had occurred outside the wall the night before, yet he had never taken them to heart, never stirred even a ripple. The outside world saw the silent pacification of the Tao as evidence of his unfathomable strength, proof of his overwhelming dominance over the 9 provinces, and a supreme miracle of non-action invincibility. But in his eyes, it was merely the world's self-inflicted troubles and attachments. A group of people clinging to narrow traditions, moving against the current, only to be naturally soothed and returned to order by the Tao of this realm. It was not something worth noting. After finishing her sweeping, Gu Qingyan walked slowly to his side, her tone plain and truthful, reporting the full picture outside. The hearts of the people outside are now completely united, with no impurity left. The reclusive cultivators have all let go of their attachments and submitted sincerely. The atmosphere of the street is orderly and pure. From now on, they will only listen quietly and cultivate their hearts with sincerity, with no more deliberate probing, secret games, or sectarian competition. Lin Shin nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, without any joy, pride, or arrogance. He merely spoke the essence of the Tao. It should be so. The Tao is rooted in a calm heart and goodness as its foundation. If the heart harbors attachments, schemes, and a desire for comparison, it has already deviated from the true path from the very beginning and can never step onto the true great Tao. His purpose in teaching every morning was never to win hearts, gather momentum, establish a reputation, or control the situation. He simply saw that the world was restless, cultivation was misguided, conflict was endless, and all beings were trapped in attachments and suffering. So he casually opened his mouth to resolve doubts, moisten hearts, and guide people to break their attachments and return to their true nature. The thousands of sincere hearts, the longing of the 9 provinces, and the self-generated momentum were merely incidental results of his casual actions, not the goal he deliberately pursued. From today onward, the number of seekers rushing to this place will only multiply, said when Ruashi, carrying a cup of freshly brewed warm tea, gently handing it to him. Her tone was steady and certain. This place has firmly become the core of the righteous path in the 9 provinces, with all eyes on it and pilgrims coming from all directions. The momentum is unstoppable. Lin Chen's fingertips touched the warm porcelain surface, took the cup casually, and spoke in a soft, relaxed tone, revealing the most transparent heart. Attention is the world's excitement. A life is one's own peace. This single sentence settled the heart, revealing the true relationship between the superficial and the essential. The worship of thousands, the return of the 9 provinces, the overwhelming momentum, and the supreme fame. All were fleeting splendors pursued by the world, shifting with the currents, rising and falling with circumstances, insubstantial and eventually fading. But the smoke and fire of daily life before him, the family by his side day and night, the peaceful little courtyard undisturbed, and the pure, clear, original heart. These were the true home, rooted in his heart, eternal and unchanging. The 9 graceful women stood quietly nearby, hearing these words, and their hearts became even more transparent, steadfast, and full of deep affection. They had seen countless strong people in the world, witnessed the rise and fall of ages, and observed too many who upon gaining power became arrogant and self-satisfied, eager to expand their influence, establish authority, and seek fame, afraid that the world would not know their ability or name. Only Lin Chen always moved against the current, holding fast to his origins. The world spent a lifetime chasing glory. He was content with simplicity. The world spent a lifetime chasing fame. He quietly guarded his heart. The world madly pursued the peak. He peacefully embraced the ordinary. The morning breeze passed through the courtyard, dispelling the last remnants of mist. The sky grew brighter and clearer, gently filling the entire small courtyard and the 10-mile-long street. Heaven and earth were pure, and all things were bright. Outside the wall, thousands of figures stood in neat rows, densely packed, yet orderly, with no noise, no crowding, no restlessness. All raised their eyes, their gazes sincere and pure, their hearts clear and empty, quietly looking toward the courtyard, waiting peacefully for the morning teaching of the day. Having undergone the purification and transformation of the previous night, what they awaited was no longer a worldly grand event to seek fortune or seize opportunities, but a supreme path to cleanse the heart, see one's true nature, break free from attachments, and return to the original essence. Inside the courtyard, Lin Chen lowered his head to smell the tea, slowly drank the cup of clear tea, then gently placed the cup back on the stone table with a calm and unhurried motion. He still did not rush to begin teaching. He simply stood quietly in the warm morning light, leisurely watching the plants stretch in the yard, the wind sway the leaves, and the light and shadow shift. His expression was peaceful, his mind serene, untouched by the fervor outside. No need to create a stir. The multitude waited of their own accord. No need to speak. Thousands of hearts returned of their own will. This was his unique, supreme, daily invincibility. Everyone in the world was rushing for the great Tao, feverish about momentum, obsessed with opportunities, and toiling for the peak. Only he, at the very center of the 9 provinces, momentum at the pinnacle of thousands of hearts returning, still held fast to 3 meals and 4 seasons, day and night, as usual, anchored in the smoke of daily life, steady in his heart and still in the passage of time. The morning light was warm, the breeze gentle, and the moment of the day's teaching was approaching, but not yet here. Inside the wall, the ordinary smoke and fire of life passed peacefully year after year. Outside the wall, the hearts of the 9 provinces all returned to the source. The sky was fully bright, the wind settled, and dust stilled. Along the Tenli Street, 10,000 people stood in solemn silence, utterly quiet. After the previous night's Tao resonance cleansing their hearts, the minds of the people in the streets had become completely unified. Talented maidens of the mundane world, wandering cultivators of the Jianghu, and reclusive elders, all shed the shackles of identity and sectarian obsessions. Everyone lowered their eyes and restrained their breath, leaving only a pure heart seeking the Tao. The entire street was orderly, free from comparison, agitation, or wishful thinking. Thousands of gazes collectively fixed upon the closed courtyard gate, quietly awaiting the commencement of the Tao transmission. This devout orderliness, arising from the depths of their hearts, was the natural submission after the crowd shattered millennia-old perceptions and reshaped their Tao hearts. It was far beyond what any external force could compel. On the tower, Su Zichen and Yun Shuiwa leaned on the railing and looked down, their eyes clear and understanding. Yesterday, people sought the Tao for opportunities and shortcuts for fortune to become stronger. Today, they seek the Tao for peace of mind, to break attachments, and to rectify the origin. The state of mind is already vastly different, Yun Shuiwa said softly. Su Zichen nodded, gazing at the courtyard gate, and spoke the core truth. Last night's silent suppression of the Tao crushed not only the 1,000-year arrogance of the reclusive sects, but also the solidified shackles of cultivation in this entire world. Only now has the heart seeking the Tao in this realm become pure and flawless. For 1,000 years, cultivation in the 9 provinces had been trapped in the shackle of seeking externally. Worldly people spent their entire lives fighting over techniques, resources, status, and reputation, using slaughter to prove the Tao and obsession to cultivate themselves. The more they cultivated, the more paranoid and lost they became, with inner demons sprouting and conflicts never ceasing. But Lin Chen's righteous path of enlightened virtue fundamentally overturned this twisted system of cultivation. Inside the courtyard, the morning light was gentle, plants and trees stretched comfortably, and the hearth smoke was ordinary. Lin Chen stood still for a moment, his mind clear and undisturbed. The 10,000 people awaiting outside the attention of the 9 provinces. To him, it was merely a casual dispelling of doubts in his daily routine, unrelated to fame or the grand trends of the world. It is time to transmit the Tao. His words fell lightly, calm and unruffled as he slowly walked toward the courtyard gate. 9 graceful ladies followed behind him, neither crowding nor vying for precedence, maintaining a safe and composed distance. Long accustomed to the grand spectacles of the outside world, they always kept to the ordinary rhythm of the courtyard, undisturbed by external things. The heavy wooden door slowly opened. There was no radiant glow or miraculous phenomenon, no roar of the great Tao. Only a simple courtyard revealed before the crowd. Yet this ordinary movement caused thousands of breaths along the Tinli street to collectively lighten the entire scene, becoming profoundly solemn. Lin Chen stepped out and stood before the threshold, his posture gentle and relaxed, his brows and eyes peaceful and indifferent. He did not erect a high platform, display majesty, or deliberately create an imposing presence. With just an ordinary figure, he caused the unparalleled talents of the 9 provinces, the elites of the Jianghu, and the reclusive masters, to all bow their heads in submission. No one made a noise, no one dared to look directly. The entire audience lowered their eyes and held their breath, quietly awaiting his teachings. His gaze swept gently across the crowd, and his warm voice clearly reached every corner of the street, each word penetrating the heart. Today, I will not speak of methods, nor transmit techniques, nor teach shortcuts to cultivation. The crowd was slightly startled, yet without a trace of disappointment. Having undergone the heart cleansing of the previous night, everyone had already understood that the true great Tao was never external objects or techniques, but the original source of the mind. The opportunities and fortunes they had once been obsessed with were ultimately trivial paths. Lin Chen's voice was calm, striking directly at the chronic ailment of millennia of cultivation. Worldly cultivators all seek externally. They seek perfection in techniques, depth in cultivation, prominence in reputation, and supremacy over all beings. Obsessions entangle the body, gains and losses weigh on the heart. Thus, the longer one cultivates, the heavier the inner demons, the more deviated the Tao heart. Countless cultivators exhausted half their lives in bitter cultivation, piling up realms and breaking through shackles, appearing to advance step by step, but in reality, they were chasing the trivial and abandoning the fundamental. They fought all their lives over strength and weakness, cultivated a body of cultivation, but ultimately lost their original heart and trapped themselves in a self-made cage. The foundation of the great Tao is not found externally, but settled within. When the heart is without contention, nothing disturbs it. When the heart is without attachment, all methods naturally flow. When the heart inclines toward goodness, all circumstances become gentle. These 3 plain Taoist statements, with no obscure esotericism or flowery rhetoric, instantly shattered the solidified perceptions of the entire audience. Thousands of hearts trembled violently, and the mist that had clouded their Tao hearts for years suddenly dissipated. The 5 black-robed elders who had been subdued by the Tao resonance the previous night trembled slightly, and finally realized they had clung to sect doctrines and fought over strength for centuries, seeking day and night, calculating every step, yet never achieving fulfillment or eliminating inner demons. Their entire life's cultivation had been nothing but self-imposed shackles. Seeking the Tao externally only distances one further from it. One elder murmured softly, his heart full of relief. The Jianghu female cultivators and talented ladies of noble families around also became thoroughly enlightened. In the past, when encountering obstacles in cultivation, they had all blamed it on shallow techniques or insufficient resources, blindly forcing breakthroughs. Now they finally saw that all bottlenecks and inner demons originated from their own excessive attachments and too much concern over gains and losses. So-called cultivation is never about refining the body or divine abilities, but about settling the original heart. Lin Chen continued in a gentle tone. When the original heart is clear, ordinary days are the great Tao. When the original heart is restless, even supreme techniques are a wrong path. Let go of contention and there is no defeat. Let go of attachment and there is no confusion. Let go of greed and there is no worry. As these words fell, 10,000 hearts became enlightened. The entire long street rippled with clear and gentle Tao resonance. The greed, anger, restlessness, and concern over gains and losses that had accumulated for years all dissolved. Countless people underwent a transformation in aura and an elevation in state of mind. The trapped inner demons collapsed without a fight, and the cultivation bottlenecks that had long been stuck silently loosened and naturally broke through. Throughout the process, there were no earth-shattering phenomena or overwhelming momentum. Only the silent, nourishing perfection of the Tao heart, clean and pure, reaching the very source. On the tower, Yun Shuiwe sincerely exclaimed, "One sentence breaks 1,000 years of obsession. One word resolves 10,000 generations of inner demons. This enlightened virtue surpasses all doctrines in the world." Su Zichen's gaze was profound, seeing through the essence of the great Tao. He does not transmit techniques of slaughter and conquest, only methods to settle the mind and guard the foundation. Yet it is precisely this great Tao of settling the human heart that enables people to leap out of the cycle of conflict and break free from the shackles of the world. It is the true supreme righteous path. Before his words faded while the entire audience was deeply immersed in enlightenment, several extremely fast streaks of light suddenly flashed across the distant sky. Their auras were ancient and profound, their foundations vast and immense, far surpassing all the reclusive cultivators who had previously entered the world. Su Zichen's gaze sharpened and she instantly identified the newcomers. They are the supreme ancestors of the various reclusive ancestral courts. This group of top-tier experts who have been in seclusion for 1,000 years and indifferent to worldly affairs have finally emerged. Previously, those who had come here were only sect elders and stewards, not the top-tier power of the 9 provinces. But the few who had now arrived were all ancestors who had presided over ancestral courts for millennia, who had always looked coldly upon dynastic changes and sect wars, never easily breaking their seclusion. It was not until the previous night when the Tao resonance of this realm underwent a drastic change, and the enlightened virtue was fully manifested, that they could no longer remain aloof and rushed here overnight. With all the ancestors emerging, the cultivation landscape of the 9 provinces has completely changed. Yun Shuiyue sighed softly. The several streaks of light were extremely restrained. They did not dive down to the streets to disturb the grand transmission of the Tao. Instead they all hovered behind the high clouds, restraining their breath, bowing their heads, and listening attentively. These 1,000-year-old experts had seen all the great Taoists of the world and witnessed countless geniuses through the ages. Their minds had long been as firm as rock, difficult to shake by external things. But now, hearing Lin Chen's few plain Taoist words and feeling the pure and supreme source of enlightened virtue in this realm, the sect doctrines and cultivation perceptions they had clung to for 1,000 years were collapsing layer by layer, being completely overturned. At this point, they finally believed that the world-renowned holy land of enlightened virtue was no empty name. The great Tao of the original heart, carried by this small courtyard, truly surpassed all methods of the 9 provinces and was the sole source of righteousness in the world. The ancestors in the high sky observed silently, while the 10,000 people in the streets immersed themselves in enlightenment. The 2 layers of grand spectacle, above and below, merged quietly into a seamless whole. Before the courtyard gate, Lin Chen remained calm in expression and composed in posture. He did not look up to observe the high sky, nor did he regard these top experts of the 9 provinces as significant. No matter how high the cultivation, how deep the foundation, or how revered the status of the newcomers, they were ultimately lost souls, trapped by worldly attachments, urgently needing to break free from obsession and resolve confusion. His transmission of the Tao nourished the heart and guided people back to truth, never distinguishing identity, status, or strength, nor contending for reputation. A breeze passed through the long street, and all sounds fell silent. One word breaks 1,000 attachments, one thought purifies 10,000 hearts. All the grand pursuits in the world are ultimately inferior to one ordinary Taoist utterance from him. The 10-li-long street was enveloped in a profound silence. Tens of thousands of seekers sat quietly along the lanes, each with downcast eyes and restrained breath, their bodies and minds immersed in the gentle and enduring resonance of the Mingda Tao. After days of cultivation and the stabilizing influence of last night's Tao resonance coupled with today's enlightenment from the original heart, Tao, the restlessness, greed, and contentious obsessions within the crowd dissolved completely. Many cultivators who had been stuck at their cultivation stages for years quietly broke through their auras, shifting from sharp tension to soft clarity, yet no one stirred or lost focus. The entire scene remained one of pure Tao contemplation and serene settling. While the hearts of those on the ground found peace and unity, deep within the clouds above, a different kind of profound inner turmoil unfolded. 5 extremely faint, yet immensely weighty ancient presences were hidden among the mist, all fully concealing their divine might and sealing their cultivation, hovering silently to listen to the Tao sound. These 5 figures were not ordinary reclusive elders, but the founding progenitors of the 5 supreme, hidden ancestral courts of the 9 provinces, who had survived for 1,000 years and witnessed numerous changes in the world and the reshuffling of sects. Ordinary sect wars, the rise and fall of dynasties, and the emergence of prodigies were beneath their notice. For a millennium, they had steadfastly guarded their own mountain gate traditions, believing that their own doctrines represented the pinnacle of cultivation in the world. They never entered the mundane world, never bowed their heads, and certainly never sought guidance from younger generations. Even when the supreme overlord who once dominated the 9 provinces came to discuss the Tao, they could only sit opposite him, as equals, receiving no special treatment. But today, just a few words of the original heart, Tao, had thoroughly shaken their 1,000-year-old hardened Tao hearts. Within the clouds, a low, steady, aged voice resounded, heard only by the 4. We have spent 1,000 years in seclusion, studying principles, forging divine abilities, establishing sects, and setting rules. All our lives we sought outward, proving the Tao through strength, seeking perfection through longevity. Now we see clearly that this path was fundamentally wrong from the very root. Another presence stirred slightly, carrying a clarity of sudden awakening. Our sects emphasize hierarchy, tradition, and the ordering of combat, believing that a strict Tao system is the right path. But this Mingda Tao speaks not of strength, nor of hierarchy, nor of victory or defeat. It cultivates only peace of mind. In comparison, the methods we have passed down through generations are full of constraints and utilitarianism. The 1,000-year-old Tao hearts of the five loosened layer by layer completely collapsed and were reshaped. Their cultivation was unmatched, their lifespans nearly a millennium. They had long forged Tao hearts as firm as a rock, unmoved by worldly affairs. But the Tao transmitted by Lin Shun was not a contest of techniques or divine abilities. It was a crushing of the very dimension of cultivation and the source of the great Tao. The old way was about struggle, resistance, and acquisition. The Mingda Tao was about preservation, tranquility, and return. One was false, one was true, one was narrow, the other vast. The superiority was instantly clear. No further debate was needed. The five had fully recognized their own limitations. The thick clouds slowly parted to both sides without any earth-shattering phenomena or majestic displays of power. Five figures in plain ancient robes stepped down through the air with steady measured strides. They deliberately suppressed all their cultivation, might landing with a posture indistinguishable from the ordinary seekers in the streets. Humble, grounded, without the slightest trace of ancestral pride. Yet the profound foundation of a millennium of supreme cultivation could not be entirely concealed. The moment the five landed, the wind across the entire long street suddenly stilled. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth instinctively settled. The surrounding grass and trees trembled lightly, and even the Tao resonance flowing around the crowd paused subtly. The tens of thousands of cultivators immersed in contemplative cultivation felt a sudden awe in their hearts. They instinctively looked up, and the moment their eyes fell upon the five figures, their minds quivered and their breaths caught. These five, though seemingly ordinary in appearance and plain in attire, carried a heavy sense of the vicissitudes of time. Their brows and eyes held an indifference born of a millennium of overlooking the world. Even with their sharpness deliberately concealed, they still inspired deep reverence and submission. The five black-robed elders who had tested the waters last night, and then fully submitted, now tensed their bodies and hurried forward, bowing deeply and uniformly, with complete propriety and respect. We pay homage to the ancestral founders. This single address instantly stirred a silent wave through the crowd. The entire long street fell into absolute silence, and everyone's hearts shook violently. Previously, the crowd only knew that the black-robed elders who came last night were already at the pinnacle of reclusive cultivation. Little did they imagine that those appearing today were the founding ancestors of the five great sects who had presided over them for a millennium and never entered the world. They were the true ceiling of the cultivation world of the 9 provinces, the source of countless ancient traditions, beings at the Tao ancestor level whom even the supreme masters of successive generations had to kneel and worship. But at this moment, these 5 supreme beings who had overlooked the world for a millennium and witnessed the rise and fall of countless events completely ignored the attention of tens of thousands of cultivators. Their gazes pierced through the layers of the crowd, firmly fixed on the ordinary, plain young figures standing before the courtyard with only solemnity and devotion in their eyes. On the tower, Su Zichen and Yun Shuyue quietly observed the entire scene. Yun Shuyue's gaze rested on the humble posture of the 5, and she spoke softly. They have endured 1,000 years of time, witnessed the rise and fall of ages, and long hardened their hearts like iron. If the great Tao had not truly crushed their understanding, they would never have lowered their ancestral status to appear in this mundane street. Su Zichen nodded slightly, her gaze calm and insightful. They are not here to compete for superiority or to distinguish truth from falsehood. They are here to fill the void in their 1,000-year-old Tao hearts. The old path has been broken, the new path has just been born. This bowing today marks the beginning of the transformation of the cultivation system of the 9 provinces. The tens of thousands on the street held their breath, none daring to break this solemnity. The 5 ancestors exchanged glances, each seeing the same determination and reverence in the other's eyes. They stepped forward in unison, crossing the layers of the crowd to the open space before the courtyard. Their movements were perfectly synchronized as they bowed slightly, their postures devout, their intentions pure, without any trace of sect politics or self-importance. The leading white-haired crone with snow-white hair and a face etched by time, yet with eyes as clear as washed water, spoke in a steady, deep voice that resonated clearly across the entire 10-li-long street. We have guarded our mountain gates for a millennium, revering doctrine as supreme, taking longevity as the fruit, obsessed with the strife of strength and weakness, trapped in the shackles of cultivation. All our lives we were stubborn and went astray. Today, hearing the sound of your Tao, we finally recognized the true source of the great Tao. She bowed deeper, earnestly seeking guidance. Our 1,000-year Tao confusion with countless thoughts, but no solution we dare to ask the Master to illuminate our path. These words sent a great shock through the crowd. For a millennium, the hidden ancestral courts had remained aloof from the world, never bowing to anyone in Tao discussions, let alone humbly seeking instruction. Countless peerless prodigies and great Tao masters across the world, even after a lifetime of effort, could at most sit and discuss the Tao with them as equals. No one could make them bow and ask for learning. Today, this millennium-old rule of aloofness was utterly broken. Before the courtyard gate, Lin Shen stood as still as ever, his expression calm and unruffled, with no trace of pride or deliberate solemnity. His gaze swept calmly over the 5 bowed millennium-old ancestors, and his voice clear and penetrating went straight to the core of the issue. Your Tao confusion lies not in incomplete techniques or shallow doctrines, but in putting the cart before the horse. The 5 figures stiffened slightly, concentrating intently, not daring to miss a word. Lin Shen spoke slowly. Your 1,000 years of cultivation cultivated strength and sought survival. You used cultivation to suppress fear and longevity to counter life and death. Deep in your hearts, there was always fear, struggle, and desire. Fear of the passage of time, so you desperately extended your lifespan. Fear of being crushed by powerful enemies, so you trained relentlessly in combat. Fear of the severance of your traditions, so you clung to rules and shut yourself off from others. A heart with fear will have shackles on the Tao, or a heart with desire will have an end to the path. These simple words struck the hidden knots buried in the 5 for a millennium with precision. The 5 ancestors trembled, their eyes suddenly brightening with clarity. Their cultivation was supreme, their lifespans endless. To outsiders they had long transcended mundane worries. Yet only they knew that for 1,000 years they had lived in constant, invisible anxiety. Fear of death and Tao dissolution, fear of the decline of their heritage, fear of having no path ahead. So they ceaselessly cultivated, ceaselessly struggled, ceaselessly set rules, and consolidated their systems. Though seeming to advance step by step, they were in fact trapped their entire lives by self-obsession, never truly at peace for a moment. Lin Shen's voice, unhurried, continued to reveal the true meaning. The great Tao never opposes heaven and earth, it only merges with the original heart. When the heart knows no fear of life or death, time does not disturb. When the heart knows no strife of strength or weakness, all methods return to gentleness. When the heart knows no thought of gain or loss, the great Tao is boundless. You have cultivated every technique and divine ability, every strict doctrine, but you have overlooked the most fundamental, ordinary mind. Without this mind, no matter how high your cultivation or how long your lifespan, you remain lost wanderers in confusion. As the final words fell without any grand phenomena, they completely rewrote the foundations of the 5. The Tao heart shadows that had haunted them for a millennium cleared away in an instant, and the cultivation shackles that had bound them for a lifetime shattered. The fierce, dominant aura of combat Tao around the 5 peeled away layer by layer, replaced by a gentle, inclusive, and serene Mingda essence. Their cultivation values did not surge, nor did they deliberately break through stages, yet they underwent a supreme transformation at the level of the Tao heart. Previously, they were ancestral masters who relied on strength and pursued profit through Tao. Now, they were true cultivators whose hearts had returned to the original and were in harmony with heaven and earth. With minds clear and thoroughly awakened, the 5 bowed deeply, once more, their reverence even greater than before. Thank you, Master, for your guidance, resolving our millennium-long confusion and mending the flaws in our Tao hearts. This bow came from the depths of their hearts, a complete submission, not driven by the tide of the times, but purely by sincere admiration for the Tao that had resolved their doubts. The tens of thousands of cultivators on the long street silently witnessed the entire scene, and the last remnants of doubt, hope, and reluctance in their hearts vanished completely. Even the millennium-old ancestors, the Tao ancestors of the 9 provinces, were willing to bow and break their attachments, humbly receiving instruction. How could these later generations and worldly cultivators have any qualification to hold on to their pride and stubbornly cling to the old ways? At this moment, the hearts of everyone on the Tenli Long Street were completely unified, with not a single dissenting voice. On the tower, Yun Shuiwei gazed at the 5 who had been utterly transformed below and spoke slowly. The Tao hearts of the 5 ancestral courts have returned to the true. The old cultivation system has been completely uprooted. Su Zichen's gaze was far-reaching, fixed on the calm figure before the courtyard, and she concluded with deliberate words. Without establishing a sect, without creating a following or asserting authority, simply by enlightening the world with the original heart, Tao, he made a 1,000-year tradition bow. This is truly the supreme non-action. The wind passed through the long street, washing away all restlessness and aggression, leaving the heaven and earth clear and pure. Lin Shen stood on the level ground before the courtyard, looking at the 5 ancestors who bowed in gratitude, and at the tens of thousands of seekers who had submitted in the streets. His expression remained peaceful and undisturbed. The worship of the multitudes, the submission of the exalted, the transformation of the 9 provinces Tao, to him after all were just an ordinary session of casual guidance in a common day. The world pursues the Tao, striving for the peak. He himself guards the heart, stabilizing the universe. The morning Tao teaching settled gently, without dramatic flourish, leaving only strands of warm, enduring Mingda Tao resonance drifting like a gentle breeze through the Tenli Long Street, permeating every inch of the land. Tens of thousands of women sat scattered along the street in tranquil stillness, quiet and unruffled, devoid of any of the usual restlessness and agitation found in the cultivation world. After days of gentle nurture combined with this morning's lucid and simple guidance to their true nature, the deeply rooted competitive ambition and restless anxiety for breakthrough that had long weighed upon their hearts were quietly soothed and dissolved. In the past, cultivation was defined by relentless comparison. measuring one's progress against others, scrambling for heavenly opportunities, obsessing over realm advancement with minds perpetually clenched in anxiety. Now all hearts have grown clear and tranquil, simply allowing their inner state to settle, steadily bathed in the gentle Tao resonance, savoring this rare and soothing sense of peace. In the spacious courtyard before them, the 5 ancestral matriarchs who had descended from the heavens underwent a profound softening of their once cold and austere, bearing their formidable chi slowly melting under the nourishing Tao resonance. The cold aloofness, the stern authority of their sex, and the sharp killing intent that had once surrounded them drifted away like smoke, leaving nothing behind. For 1,000 years they dwelt in seclusion, elevated by their status as founding matriarchs and worshipped by countless generations of disciples, their pride and detachment deepening with each passing century until an unbridgeable gulf separated them from the world below. Yet today, after hearing Lin Shan speak these few simple words of Tao, their 1,000-year-old rigid cultivation philosophy fractured and fell away. The haughty bearing of supreme cultivators dissolved entirely, and in their gaze and presence a newfound warmth and humility took root. No longer did they agonize over whether their inheritance represented the true orthodox path, nor did they expend energy debating matters of cultivation strength and the outcomes of their pursuits. All traces of utilitarian thinking had lifted from their minds, leaving only a clean and sincere heart devoted to learning. The 5 stood calmly before the assembled crowd, their postures relaxed and unhurried, revealing no display of cultivation prowess indistinguishable from any other woman sitting in quiet practice along the street. The eldest among them, a white-haired matriarch whose brow had carried 1,000 years of gravity, felt her features finally soften. After cultivating for millennia, secluded daily, refining her abilities, stabilizing their sex foundation, she had spent her whole life with a tightened spirit, calculating everywhere, cautious, at every moment guarding rules and protecting their legacy. And yet her heart never knew a single day of true peace. Now she finally understood cultivation was never about competing with others or striving painfully. It is about cultivating oneself and finding inner peace. The remaining 4 matriarchs nodded gently in agreement, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of peace and understanding. Nearly 1,000 years they had existed in service to their sect, bound by duty and expectation, their identities consumed by the weight of tradition and the need to prove their legitimacy. Now freed from those constraints, they could finally perceive the essence plainly. The true Tao was not found in esoteric arts or lofty cultivation realms, but in carrying goodwill, dwelling in peace, and maintaining a clear heart. In our stubbornness and narrow vision, we can find not only our own cultivation for 1,000 years, but also led our disciples astray through countless generations. All these years we taught only to strive and contend, to push relentlessly for power, never showing them how to find peace within, to be content, or to treat themselves with kindness. We reversed what truly mattered and squandered countless lives in the process. The 5 exchanged glances, reaching understanding in silence, their decision for the path ahead clear and resolute. When they had first emerged from isolation, they carried the composed demeanor of ancient cultivators and a natural curiosity to observe the Holy Land's true nature, though beneath that calm exterior lingered the habits of scrutiny and careful assessment. Yet after receiving the gentle Tao teaching and immersing themselves fully in the pure Mingda resonance, every trace of arrogance, skepticism, and calculation dissolved away. This gentle path, returning to simplicity with an open heart and guiding all toward goodness, proved far more profound than the rigid methods they had clung to for centuries, a way of walking the Tao that merited lifelong devotion and handing down through the ages. The eldest matriarch moved forward with a graceful bow, her posture both dignified and unhurried. Thank you, Master, for your gentle instruction that has freed us from the bindings we carried for 1,000 years. From this day forward, our 5 lineages will release what no longer serves us and walk instead the path of bright virtue, teaching our disciples to find stillness within and live each day with purpose, letting go of rivalry and haste, turning toward compassion and peace. Her words, spoken with such quiet sincerity, carried no dramatic force, yet they rippled through the assembled women like warmth spreading through still water. In that moment, every woman present set aside all notions of lineage and legacy, letting only the simplest, most genuine feeling remain. If even those who had stood above the world for 1,000 years could set aside their pride and seek understanding anew, then this teaching must be genuine, a path capable of dissolving confusion and bringing true peace. From their perch on the nearby pavilion, Su Zichen and Yun Shuiwei watched the scene unfold below, each bringing her own perspective to what they witnessed. Yun Shuiwei smiled softly, her words carrying warmth. Those isolated courts remained distant and untouchable for centuries, but now they finally allowed themselves to engage with the world again, discovering that the essence of cultivation is simpler and gentler than they ever imagined. Perhaps this awakening was always meant to happen. Su Zichen observed with quiet insight. He doesn't impose or instruct. He simply allows his presence to soften what is rigid. There's no struggle here, no forcing. Those who cling to their defenses find themselves releasing them naturally. That is how Wu Wei operates. Amid the reverent crowd, Lin Shan stood apart. Not with arrogance, but with a calm that came from deep within, untouched by the energy swirling around him. His voice carried neither authority nor judgment, only the simple truth that cultivation need not be a burden of expectation. You found what matters, not in strict adherence to ancient forms, but in recognizing your own path and releasing what no longer serves you. Return to your lineage, tend to your students, and model the calm presence you've discovered within yourself. That would be sufficient. The simplicity of his words held more weight than any elaborate teaching could, a reminder that wisdom often arrives in the most unadorned form. What struck them most wasn't the content of his words, but the effortless authenticity behind them, a quality that resonated deeply with those who had spent centuries observing the patterns of human striving. Most who gained power sought to control and direct. He simply walked alongside others, offering clarity without demanding anything in return. They acknowledged the depth of what he had offered, not as a command to follow, but as a gift to carry forward. His closing words mirrored the simplicity of his teachings: presence over pursuit, acceptance over ambition. He left without ceremony, moving at his own pace into the quiet space beyond. The door settled into place, creating a boundary between the outside world's reverence and the stillness within. The matriarchs had returned to something simpler, not as authorities, but as seekers once more. A peaceful stillness settled over the street, undisturbed. Within those walls, time moved differently, softer and more unhurried. The activity beyond held no power to disrupt what lay within. She watched him approach with a quiet fondness that was entirely her own. She had thought ahead, ensuring he would find something refreshing waiting for him. Her tone carried gentle amusement at his complete lack of attachment to the spectacle he'd just witnessed. He accepted the tea with quiet gratitude, acknowledging that her insight into his detachment was accurate. She observed the implications of what had unfolded, her mind already considering what comes next. She recognized that this place would draw others seeking the same peace they'd found. Her concern was practical and grounded, focused on how these changes would affect his daily life. He returned his attention to the immediate moment, finding peace in the simple surroundings. He recognized the universal pattern of striving that drove most practitioners. His choice was deliberate, a withdrawal from the frantic pursuit that defined most lives. His quiet presence became a counterpoint to the chaos around him, offering something the world couldn't provide through effort alone. Lu Qingyuan observed the world's constant motion with quiet clarity, noting how everyone chased after something just beyond reach. She recognized that what others sought far away was already present in their everyday moments together. The setting brought a particular warmth to the space, a quiet beauty that settled over everything. Each woman carried her own presence, but they shared a common reverence for the simple life they'd found. The courtyard gate closed with a soft click, gently isolating the Mingda Dao resonance that flowed through the streets outside, along with the devout devotion of tens of thousands of women. Outside, the Tenlilong street remained as silent as ever, nurturing all things without a sound. Tens of thousands of women sat cross-legged in scattered formation, undisturbed. None rose to move, none whispered idly. All immersed themselves in tranquility, allowing the lingering resonance of the Tao to permeate their limbs and bones, gradually polishing their restless minds and solidifying their own Tao foundations. The entire street exuded a peace beyond description. The 5 millennium-old ancestors did not take their leave either. They had completely shed the proud aloofness and stern authority accumulated over 1,000 years and stood quietly at the forefront of the crowd, without any trace of superiority. They appeared as nothing more than 5 ordinary elders eager to learn. Their eyes lowered, their breaths restrained, wholeheartedly contemplating the Tao. Over the past millennium, they had dwelt on mountain peaks, held sway over sects grown accustomed to the worship of thousands and the obedience of countless disciples, and looked down upon the vicissitudes of the world. Their entire lives had been shackled by heritage, enterprises, and Taoist traditions. Never had they experienced a moment of such ease and freedom. No need to ponder the rise and fall of their sects, no need to weigh the pros and cons of factions, no need to worry about the severance of their Tao lineage. They needed only to safeguard their original hearts and quietly settle. This simple, pure sense of stability allowed the 5 elders who had weathered millennia of storms to feel increasingly at peace and expansive within. The entire street was bathed in a gentle breeze, and the lingering rhythm of the Tao, devoid of any clamor or restlessness, painting an unprecedented scene of worldly enlightenment. Yet no one had detected that beneath this tender and peaceful surface the vast 9 provinces were already seething with undercurrents. The seemingly silent movement of the 5 great hidden ancestral courts, abandoning their old paths and turning wholeheartedly to the Mingdai Tao, spread quietly along the veins of the grand Tao of heaven and earth, and in an instant reached every hidden mountain gate, ancient noble family, and secret cultivation realm across the 9 provinces. At countless deep mountain sects that had been sealed off from the world for years, the grand protective arrays flickered of their own accord. Numerous old-school cultivators who had been in seclusion for centuries or even millennia opened their eyes one after another. The old Taoist cognition of proving one's way through combat and judging victory by strength, which they had held for a lifetime, began to quietly loosen and collapse. The former rules of bitter cultivation, internal competition, and relentless struggle for gains that dominated the cultivation world gradually faded. A new, irresistible path, tenderly guarding the heart, turning toward goodness, seeking peace and freedom, was silently taking root, and spreading across the land of the 9 provinces. Countless ancient forces, reclusive masters, and inherited noble families that had lain dormant in the shadows all trembled in their hearts, silently engraving the location of this nameless alley and the young man in this small courtyard deep within their minds. Outside, the winds of change were gathering, and a new era was about to dawn, yet within the courtyard walls it remained a secluded world of tender, ordinary daily life, untouched by the great currents. The small courtyard was bathed in warm sunlight with a gentle breeze passing through the hall. The plants under the eaves swayed lightly with the wind, light and shadow dappled and interwoven. The atmosphere was languid and healing, stripped of all the solemnity and grandeur of the outside world. The 9 beauties stood at various spots in the courtyard, each with a distinct posture and temperament, without any trace of homogeneity in their gentleness. In their eyes lay a tender longing for Lin Chun, yet each possessed her own unique state of mind and appearance. In their eyes, the magnificent spectacle of thousands worshipping and 10,000 sects submitting was ultimately inferior to a wisp of breeze within the courtyard and a moment of ordinary home life. When Ruashi, born soft and lively with a heart full of pure innocence, lazily leaned against a pillar of the corridor, her fingertips idly twirled the soft strands of hair that fell over her shoulders. Her bright apricot eyes sparkled as she stared intently at the figures of the 5 ancestors at the street corner, filled with pure curiosity and novelty, without a trace of the awe and trepidation that ordinary people felt toward old, powerful beings. She was the one among the 9 who loved liveliness the most, and had the least distraction in her heart. She only ever saw the gentle and beautiful side of the world, understanding nothing of schemes, fearing no clamor, and worrying about no troubles. In the eyes of others, the millennium-old ancestors were sacred and majestic, but in her eyes they were merely 5 gentle elders who had finally put down their airs and turned wholeheartedly toward goodness. Master, those 5 ancestral elders are so earnest. When Ruashi turned around, rising on tiptoe as she looked toward the young man sipping tea in the courtyard, her tone was soft and lively, carrying a childlike pure delight. From what I've read in ancient records, the hidden ancestors were all cold, aloof, and lofty, but now they're quietly sitting at the street corner contemplating the Tao, without any arrogance at all. Lin Chun gently set down the celadone teacup, the faint warmth and fragrance of tea still lingering on his fingertips. His expression was relaxed and calm. When attachments are let go and the mind returns to peace, all beings are inherently equal. Everyone is just an ordinary cultivator. Why would there be any heirs? When Ruashi's eyes lit up suddenly, and her face bloomed into a sweet smile, she asked with eager anticipation, will they come here often from now on? If more and more gentle sisters gather on the street, everyone can quietly contemplate the Tao and live in peace. The area around the small courtyard will become lively and wonderful. How great that would be. She never thought of crowds as a nuisance. In her eyes, if everyone moved toward gentleness and light, reducing strife and increasing warmth in the world, that would be the best possible scene. Her heart and mind were filled with pure, beautiful expectations. Beside her, Gu Qingyan shook her head helplessly yet tenderly, habitually smoothing the subtle creases on her garment. Her movements were composed and dignified. She was the most steady and meticulous among the group, the best at foreseeing and planning. Born with a worrying nature, her mind was thorough and comprehensive, always able to detect the subtle troubles hidden beneath the surface of liveliness. Unlike when Ruashi's naive innocence, what she saw was never a bustling scene, but an endless stream of trivial matters. Her tone was gentle but clear, and she offered a gentle reminder. You, dear, always only see the joy before you. Once the news that the 5 great ancestral courts have turned their hearts spreads completely, within 3 days female cultivators, noble family practitioners, and reclusive cultivators from all over the 9 provinces will flock here. This alley will be completely packed, and the peaceful daily life of our small courtyard will likely be thoroughly disrupted. She was not anxious or overthinking. She was simply accustomed to shielding Lin Chun from the wind and rain, foreseeing all disturbances, and silently considering ahead of time every trivial matter that might affect the stability of the small courtyard. She thought of everything before others and planned ahead, reliable and thorough. Lin Chun lifted his gaze to the warm sunlight spilling into the courtyard, a faint relaxed smile curling at the corners of his lips. Let it be lively. It has nothing to do with us. People coming and going is their own Tao, affinity and opportunity. Our small courtyard closed in peace is our ordinary daily life. We won't intrude upon each other, just let it be. These few words revealed his transparent heart. He never deliberately built fame or sought renown, nor did he deliberately hide from the world. The rise and fall, gathering and scattering of the outside world never disturbed his original heart in the slightest, nor changed the peace of the small courtyard. At the steps behind the building, Su Zichen descended slowly. Her posture was tall and aloof, her eyes distant and detached, her whole being radiating the insight and rationality gained from worldly experience. Among the 9, she was the one with the highest vision and the deepest ability to see through the essence of things. She had witnessed countless slaughters, obsessions, and frantic pursuits of profit in the cultivation world. She had grown accustomed to people abandoning the essential for the trivial and losing themselves in the pursuit of the great Tao. Thus she understood more than anyone the preciousness of Lin Chun's non-action and ease. She did not comment on the liveliness, nor did she worry about the troubles. She simply saw through the core of this great trend quietly. Her voice was cool and soft, every word penetrating. Ordinary cultivators all treat the great Tao as a weapon to climb to the top and win. They spend their entire lives chasing fame and profit, fighting for opportunities, but in the end they are only seeking peace of mind. But the peace they have sought for 1,000 years in vain. Master possesses it with every move and every ordinary day. This freedom and ease of following one's heart is the most rare and supreme Tao in the world. Beside the flower branches swaying in the courtyard, Yin Shuyue leaned lazily against them. Her posture was relaxed and nimble, her brows and eyes curved with a shallow smile. She was the most open-minded, transparent, and easygoing among them. Unlike Gu Qingyan, who worried about trivial matters, or Su Zichen, who surveyed the grand picture, she always cherished the present moment and favored the tenderness before her eyes. She chuckled lightly, her tone sprightly and carefree, hitting the nail on the head. In the end, it's the people of the 9 provinces who cannot be separated from Master's Tao salvation, who cannot be separated from this tender peace of mind. Master has never needed to cling to the world's adulation. All the grand scenes outside and the submission of 10,000 people are merely the world's wishful thinking. Beside the flower thicket, Lu Qingyuan stood quietly in a corner, her posture gentle and tranquil, silent and wordless. She had always preferred quiet over noise, her temperament soft and introverted. She never interrupted, never flaunted, and always accompanied in silence. Unlike the others who predicted situations, commented on trends, or anticipated liveliness, her gaze from beginning to end rested only tenderly and affectionately on Lin Chen, her eyes filled with the attachment of years of peace. To her, the changes of the great Tao, the upheavals of the 9 provinces, and the worship of 10,000 people were all fleeting clouds. No splendor in the world could compare to staying by Lin Chen's side, guarding the small courtyard day and night, year after year, in peace. Her tenderness was never superficial, but a steady companionship that had settled deep in her heart and remained unchanged through the years. In the shady corner of the courtyard, Shun Henning stood quietly at the boundary between light and shadow, her whole being carrying an air of cool aloofness. She was by nature taciturn and indifferent, with no interest at all in the changes of the outside world, the clamor of crowds, or any trend. The grand trends, the incoming tide of people, the new Taoist style. She neither asked nor listened, nor looked nor thought. Her world was utterly pure. Beyond the young man before her, there was nothing else. Her formerly icy, frozen eyes had quietly melted, holding a gentle warmth that belonged only to Lin Shun. As long as Lin Shun was safe and undisturbed, even if the 9 provinces overturned and the winds and clouds rose again, it would have nothing to do with her. Su Qingyao stood to the side of the group, her lively eyes blinking lightly, her mind racing. She was intelligent, sharp, and clear-headed, best at sorting out complexity and organizing order. Her mind worked extremely fast, and before the others could say much, she had already sorted out all the subsequent matters. She did not sigh or worry, she had already silently thought of a solution. Her voice was soft and clear. When the crowd floods in a few days, the streets will inevitably be chaotic. I will divide the meditation areas in advance and regulate the flow of people. That way cultivators from all directions can still quietly contemplate the Tao and absorb its resonance, while we firmly maintain the peaceful boundary around the small courtyard, keeping disturbances far away. She was always like this, intelligent, efficient, and highly proactive. She could dissolve all troubles without a sound, using the most straightforward method to shield the small courtyard and Linshin from all worldly distractions. At the very back, Yuanqing, gentle and quiet in nature with a delicate and compassionate heart, was not skilled at planning the big picture or organizing order, but she understood best how to care for people's hearts and manage the small details of daily life. Hearing what everyone said, she nodded gently, her brows and eyes docile, and softly echoed in a gentle voice, "When there are many people, the heat and agitation easily disturb the mind. I will prepare calming tea and soothing pastries every day and place them at the outer edge of the street for the cultivators from all directions to take. A little soothing of their restless hearts can be considered a small contribution to the world's gentleness, not letting down this great Tao that turns toward goodness and returns to the heart." 9 women, 9 temperaments, completely different, each with her own excellence. Some were innocent and fond of warmth, some steady and thoughtful, some cool and penetrating, some open-minded and easygoing, some silently accompanying, some taciturn and devoted, some intelligent and capable, some gentle and healing. Yet what they sought was always the same, not the peak of the great Tao, not the fame of the world. They only wished to guard the ordinary life of the small courtyard, to accompany the young man before them year after year, in peace never parting. Linshin quietly listened to the warm, fragmented conversations of the others, a deep warmth rising in his heart. His expression remained relaxed and calm, without a single ripple. He never demanded that they deliberately give or labor, nor did he ever restrain their true natures. He allowed each person to follow her heart, to act freely and stretch out naturally. The best companionship is precisely this, not binding each other, each blooming in her own brightness, tenderly leaning on each other, peaceful year after year. "There's no need to trouble yourselves too much," Lin Shun said slowly, his voice warm and languid, healing the heart. "Let everything follow its natural course. People come drawn by fame and follow their hearts to contemplate the Tao. that is their own opportunity. You don't have to deliberately accommodate the disturbances outside, nor exhaust yourselves with trivial matters. Simply enjoy your own peaceful daily life. That is the best. Hearing this, the 9 women all smiled softly, their hearts feeling more grounded and at ease. In the mortal realm, cultivators compete for opportunities, realms, and orthodoxy, spending their lives adrift in obsessions without ever finding inner peace. But the path of this humble courtyard has always been one of ease, tenderness, and the quiet warmth of daily life. Yet the peace of ordinary days did not endure long. Beyond the far end of the street, a faint and subtle shift had already begun to stir upon the distant horizon. Countless cultivation factions that had long scattered across the 9 provinces, hesitating and watching from afar, had now set forth in unison, making their way toward this nameless alley. The first wave of distant guests had arrived at the city gates. Within the courtyard, the breeze blew as before, the hearth remained warm and all was undisturbed. But a great tide of cultivators from across the 9 provinces was already on its way, soon to gently rattle open the tranquil rhythm of this quiet alley. The morning light grew stronger, blanketing the entire 10-mile-long street. The tranquility on the street remained unchanged. Tens of thousands of female cultivators sat in their original places, their breaths calm, their minds clear, immersed in the lingering essence of Mingda, and quietly settling. The 5 millennium-old ancestors still stood at the forefront of the crowd, shedding their ancestral dignity and casting aside their millennia of battle pride. Like the most devout seekers of the Tao, they lowered their eyes and calmed their hearts, allowing the gentle resonance of the Tao to refine their flawed Tao hearts. The entire street was serene and gentle, appearing no different from yesterday. But the flow of qi in the distant sky had already subtly changed. Faint streams of light rose from all directions of the 9 provinces. Numerous distant streaks of light pierced the sky. Ancient sects hidden deep in the mountains, aristocratic families dormant for millennia, and solitary high-level cultivators who had long been indifferent to worldly affairs, all began to move. The news that the 5 great ancestral courts had changed their hearts was like a pebble thrown into the deep sea. Initially silent, but now the ripples swept across the entire 9 provinces, and no one could remain still. The old era's Tao system had collapsed. The 5 highest cultivators of the present era had personally abandoned the old and embraced the new, proving that the bitter cultivation and contention for supremacy that people had believed in for centuries had been fundamentally misguided. Anyone who harbored the great Tao and yearned for peace of mind knew that the true righteous path lay in this nameless alley. On the official road outside the city, figures gradually gathered. The first wave of cultivators who traveled from afar were mostly well-known noble women from various places in the 9 provinces and disciples of mid-tier sects. They hurried along, their expressions anxious, their eyes hiding unease, reverence, and full anticipation. Their entire lives of cultivation had been spent scrambling for opportunities, competing in realms, and clinging to old methods. After exhausting half their lives, they remained restless and unsettled. Now, hearing that there was a gentle, true Tao in the world that could calm the heart and resolve attachments, they were willing to cross thousands of mountains and rivers to experience it for themselves. The closer the crowd got to the alley, the more their restlessness dissipated. Before even stepping into the street entrance, a gentle and enduring resonance of the Tao swept toward them. It was not sharp, not domineering, without any oppressive pressure, yet it could easily soothe all the anxiety and attachment in their hearts, instantly dissolving the fatigue and urgency of the journey. Some unconsciously slowed their pace, others stopped and lowered their eyes. The hurried agitation of the journey was quietly smoothed into peace and stability. Outside, the crowd began to stir, and visitors from afar came in an endless stream. Yet within the courtyard walls, it was still a slow, gentle daily routine. A gentle breeze flowed slowly through the small courtyard, the grass and trees beneath the eaves swayed softly, and the warm sunlight filled the yard with coziness, without any sense of tension from the impending grand event. The 9 beauties each occupied their own corners with distinct temperaments and relaxed postures. Each tended to the small daily tasks according to their own wishes, but their gazes often inadvertently fell upon the young man sitting quietly in the courtyard sipping tea. When Ruashi, the most innocent and pure-hearted, was the first to detect the unusual movement at the alley entrance. Her ears twitched slightly, and she heard the layered light footsteps from afar. She immediately straightened up from the porch pillar, stood on tiptoe, and curiously looked toward the alley. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like stars, full of pure novelty, without any of the awe or unease that others felt toward the great tide of cultivation and visitors from all directions. "Master, many people are coming this way." Her voice was lively and crisp, with an unmistakable joy. Her brows curved. "From now on, the alley will be bustling every day. Everyone will come here to calm their minds and cultivate well." How gentle. She had always loved the gentle warmth of the world, simple and clear-minded. She only saw the sincere devotion of people striving for goodness, never feeling that a crowd was noisy or troublesome. Instead, she truly felt that such a gentle and lively scene was the best vision of the world. Gu Qingyan raised her eyes at the sound, her gaze sweeping lightly over the moving figures at the alley entrance. Her posture was steady and composed. She was always calm and thoughtful, with far-reaching considerations. Unlike when Rawashi, who simply enjoyed liveliness, she instinctively considered the subtle potential issues, her brows carrying just the right amount of prudence, without any trace of panic. She smoothed her sleeves with her fingertips, her tone measured and clear. The first wave of visitors has arrived. In the coming days, the core members of sects from the 9 provinces and aristocratic family cultivators will follow one after another. The space in the alley is limited. If the crowd flows disorderly, it will surely disrupt the rhythm of those who have already settled in front to cultivate their minds, ruining this peaceful atmosphere. She rarely spoke of her feelings or worried about changes, but instinctively took care of everything for Lynch, and silently anticipating and avoiding all trivial matters that might disturb the tranquility of the small courtyard, being the most reliable support. Before anyone could speak further, Su Qingyao smiled faintly and nodded, a glimmer of sharp wit in her eyes. Her mind worked the fastest, skilled at simplifying complexity and resolving issues ahead of time, having already quietly made thorough preparations. Her tone was light and confident without any hesitation. I have already arranged this small matter. I set up an extremely gentle guiding barrier at the alley entrance. It does not block the resonance of the Tao or hinder pedestrians, but only subtly organizes the flow of people. Newly arrived cultivators will be guided in an orderly manner to sit on both sides of the street. This can accommodate more people without disturbing the 5 ancestors and others who are already cultivating in front. The peace around the small courtyard will not be broken in the slightest. She always acted decisively, solving problems first before speaking calmly, showing her intelligence and efficiency. She was always thorough and efficient, never dragging things out, and was able to silently resolve all potential troubles before they actually arose, never allowing the slightest worldly disturbance to touch the small courtyard. Yi Wanqing stood at the side, her brows gentle like water, her smile soft and healing. She was not skilled at planning or controlling the situation, nor did she understand how to organize order, but she was best at understanding people's hearts and warming the small details of daily life, always quietly caring for everyone in her own way. She spoke softly, her words slow and gentle, soothing to the soul. I prepared some calming tea and moistening pastries placed on the stone table outside the alley. Everyone has traveled 1,000 miles hot and tired. They can rest a little and calm their minds before entering the Tao. It will be worthy of their sincere journey. Her gentleness was never a showy kindness, but hidden in the small care of meals and tea, silently healing every restless soul that came here. On the tower, Su Zichen stood quietly, leaning on the railing, looking down. Her figure was cool and upright, her demeanor distant and indifferent. Her vision transcended the mundane as she saw the essence of the cultivation world's rise and fall, and her view of this grand pilgrimage was far more penetrating and profound than others. With a high vantage point and insight into the world, she had seen countless chaotic scenes of struggle, competition, and sycophancy in the cultivation world. Now, watching countless people travel over mountains and rivers just to seek peace of mind, only a faint relief remained in her heart. Her voice was light and slightly cool, carrying a touch of detachment from illusion. People cultivate for a lifetime, trapped in winning and losing, obsessed with strength and weakness. They compete for a lifetime, strive for a lifetime, and all they seek is peace of mind. Yet the ordinary stability that Master shares with us daily is the very source of the great Tao that people have sought for millennia without finding. Now that they have lost their way and returned, it is finally their true destination. Compared to Su Zichen's penetrating cold eyes and worldly wisdom, Yin Shiyue's state of mind was more relaxed and easygoing. She leaned against the flowering branches, her brows curved with a smile, her posture casual and languid, never aiming too high or dwelling on the situation. She laughed lightly, her tone free and easy. Each takes what they need. The world comes here to seek the Tao and peace. We stay here to guard our hearts. People come and go, all our fate. No need to deliberately cater, nor to deliberately distance. Just be at ease. Lu Qingyuan stood in a corner among the flowers, always quiet and serene, remaining silent. She had always preferred tranquility over noise, her nature gentle and reserved. She never participated in discussions about the situation, nor did she care about the bustling scene outside. Her gentle eyes were fixed solely on the young man in the courtyard, her gaze lingering with deep affection, untouched by the external splendor. The changes in the Tao of the 9 provinces, the pilgrimage of 10,000 people, the beginning of a prosperous era. All these grand events were but fleeting clouds to her. She asked for very little, just to be together day and night, year after year, in peace. Shun Hanning stood quietly at the boundary between light and shadow in the corner of the courtyard, her cool aura still lingering, speaking little and remaining completely still throughout. Her nature was extremely indifferent, utterly unmoved and unconcerned by all the changes and tides of the outside world. All the hustle and bustle and changes in the world could not enter her eyes or disturb her heart. Her world was pure and simple, with no other cares except Lin Chen's well-being and joy. As long as the young man in front of her was safe, all the noise of the world had nothing to do with her. 9 people, 9 different temperaments. Passionate, steady, decisive, gentle, insightful, quiet, cool. Each with distinct traits, none alike, yet all sharing the same obsession. They did not seek the fame of the great Tao, nor did they covet the splendor of the world. They only wished to guard this small courtyard and cherish the ordinary days and nights before them. Lin Shun took in all the subtle, gentle actions of the others, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. His expression remained relaxed and calm without a ripple. He raised his eyes to look at the moving figures at the alley entrance, his voice warm and lazy. If they come, let them come. No need to deliberately entertain, nor to deliberately avoid. Come with the heart and settle with the heart. That is the best cultivation. With these simple words, without grand sermons or deliberate constraints, the most transparent original mind was revealed. People traveled 1,000 miles to seek the Tao, peace and liberation of the original mind. But he, from beginning to end, just guarded a small courtyard, a room filled with the warmth of daily life and the beauties beside him, living peacefully, doing nothing yet remaining naturally still. The crowd at the alley entrance grew denser. Countless female cultivators walked into the street in an orderly manner, guided by the gentle barriers Su Qingyao had set up, sitting quietly and blending into the sea of people cultivating their minds. The entire 10-mile-long street, though full of people, was not chaotic in heart. The surging crowd had no trace of noise, leaving only a gentle, peaceful atmosphere of returning to goodness and settling the heart. The noisy and restless old era of cultivation had completely ended here. A new era of gentle virtue, peace of mind, and return to truth was slowly unfolding its splendid prelude. But in the depths of the courtyard, the breeze remained, as before. The tea smoke curled lazily, completely unaffected by the grand event outside. Outside, the crowd was like the sea. A prosperous era had just begun. The wind stirred the 9 provinces, and the resonance of the Tao changed. Yet the small courtyard remained calm and self-contained, undisturbed by wind and rain, not chasing after vanity, steadily holding on to this unique, ordinary gentleness and leisurely years. The sun slowly climbed higher, warm golden light spreading across the entire Tinley thoroughfare, carrying away the last traces of morning chill and bathing the narrow alleys in bright, gentle radiance. The streets and alleys had already filled to capacity, leaving not a single empty space to be found. With the gentle barrier that Su Qingyao had prepared in advance, the female cultivators who had traveled through the night from across the 9 provinces were all peacefully arranged in orderly rows along both sides of the street. The crowds formed neat layers arranged with precision, without any shoving or whispering, while the entire stretch of street remained profoundly quiet, exuding an atmosphere of serene harmony. Gazing around, the street was filled with graceful cultivators, each sitting quietly with downcast eyes turning inward toward the Tao. In earlier times, the cultivation world had always been defined by fierce competition, the scramble for opportunities, and relentless struggles, where everyone carried sharp edges and an aggressive aura. But now all had shed their sharpness, quietly immersing themselves in the gentle resonance of the Tao, slowly smoothing the restlessness within and steadily grounding their spiritual foundation. At the front of the crowd, the 5,000-year-old ancestors remained still, not shifting an inch. After nearly half a day immersed in the Tao's resonance and meditative contemplation, their demeanor had softened considerably. The accumulated obstructions from 1,000 years of arduous cultivation, the aggressive energy, and the stubborn attachments to old orthodoxies were all gradually dissolving within the gentle afterglow of enlightened virtue. The ancient authority and distant coldness that had weighed upon them completely faded, replaced by a peaceful, luminous Tao resonance that was warm and clear, transforming both their spiritual state and cultivation into something pure and relaxed. Now they finally understood the truth. The root cause that had trapped their Tao hearts for a millennium and prevented their cultivation from ever reaching fulfillment was never a lack of exquisite techniques or profound opportunities, but rather that from the very beginning they had tightened their grip on the path of cultivation too firmly, letting attachment to victory and defeat bind their original minds. The elderly woman with white hair slowly opened her eyes. The murkiness within them completely cleared away, revealing pristine clarity, and she let out a gentle sigh before smiling with relief. So this is what cultivation truly means. Not forcing oneself to climb to the peak through relentless struggle and competition, but learning to let go and find peace within, which is the genuine Tao. These simple, unadorned words drifted softly on the breeze across the entire thoroughfare, settling deep within each cultivator's heart. Countless practitioners felt their long-taught minds quietly unclench as years of accumulated restlessness vanished, their spiritual state suddenly easing into clarity and openness. Outside on the main street, thousands of people meditated in synchronized stillness as they absorbed the Tao's gentle resonance, which enveloped the surroundings in a scene both serene and magnificent. Yet behind those towering courtyard walls, the unhurried rhythm of daily life continued, undisturbed, untouched by the grand spectacle beyond, creating its own tranquil sanctuary. In the small courtyard, warm sunlight bathed everything as a gentle breeze drifted lazily through, brushing past flowering branches and plants carrying subtle floral fragrances, with dappled light and shadow creating a soothing atmosphere. The 9 beauties stood in separate corners, each absorbed in her own state, their distinct personalities complementing one another without overlap. Some chatting softly, others standing silently still, others attending to small domestic tasks. All maintained an unspoken understanding, preserving the courtyard's tranquility and treating the sweeping changes across the 9 provinces' cultivation traditions as matters entirely separate from what mattered here. When Ruashi lounged against the corridor railing with her chin resting on her arm, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling, as she watched the orderly rows of people at the alley entrance with keen interest, her voice soft and sweet, brimming with simple delight. It's so beautiful. This entire street is so peaceful, everyone cultivating in perfect harmony. The atmosphere is so gentle and comfortable, much more interesting than what I've read about in ancient texts. Her thoughts were pure and straightforward, unconcerned with shifting cultivation lineages or grand trends of the age. She simply cherished this present moment of universal goodwill and peaceful serenity. To her, cultivation need not involve competition or contention. The great Tao need not be dramatic or imposing, when everyone can rest in quiet peace and contentment. That itself is the finest vision. Standing beside her, Gu Qingyan carried herself with calm assurance, her gaze moving gently across the orderly flow of people in the street, her expression relaxed and at ease. Unlike when Ruashi, who found joy only in the surface warmth and liveliness, Gu Qingyan maintained her usual watchfulness, casually attentive to every subtle shift around them, while quietly managing all the details that kept their courtyard and Lin Chen's daily life running smoothly. She spoke in a soft, measured voice with clear reasoning. The crowd flow is especially well-ordered now. Qingyao's barrier guides them perfectly, so even with many people there is no confusion and absolutely no disturbance to those ahead. Wanqing's tea and refreshments were just right, smoothing away the weariness from their long journeys, and as hearts settled into calm, the entire street naturally grew increasingly harmonious. She was always careful and thorough in her thinking, never craving excitement or grand spectacles, instead quietly managing every detail so that not a single outside disturbance could reach their courtyard or disrupt Lin Chen's peaceful routine. She was their steadfast anchor. Hearing this, Su Qingyao offered a gentle smile, her eyes gleaming with quiet intelligence and confidence, as she replied lightly, "It is merely a small matter. I had already adjusted the barrier's gentleness beforehand. It only organizes the crowd and maintains order without suppressing anyone's meditation or hindering the flow of Tao resonance. Even if the crowd doubles again, I can hold it steady and keep the courtyard completely undisturbed." She always acted decisively, with careful foresight, anticipating problems before they arose and quietly resolving any complications before they could disrupt the peace. She never sought recognition or credit, simply using the most effortless approach to safeguard their courtyard's tranquility. Yi Wanqing emerged softly from beneath the eaves, carrying a plate of freshly steamed osmanthus cakes, still warm, her features gentle and kind of faint healing smile on her lips. She cared nothing for the grand spectacle outside, nor did she concern herself with worldly changes. Her focus was entirely on these small, tender gestures meant to ease the weariness of body and spirit. Her voice was soft and particularly comforting as she said, "Earlier when I went to refill tea at the alley entrance, I noticed many of the sisters who had traveled far still bore the dust and exhaustion of their journey, holding themselves together only through the resonance of the Tao. So I prepared extra tea and pastries to offer them gradually. Anything that brings warmth to the heart and steadiness to the spirit is a small kindness we can extend." Her gentleness always revealed itself through these quiet, unassuming details, never grand or showy, but working silently, like nourishing rain, gently healing every cultivator who had journeyed 1,000 miles with confusion and restlessness in their hearts. Above on the pavilion, Su Zichen stood silently by the railing, her figure elegant and composed, looking down with quiet detachment at the vast gathering below. Having witnessed the fierce competitions and complex rivalries of the cultivation world her whole life, she now found herself moved by the unprecedented serenity before her. All those people at peace, their harsh edges completely softened, leaving only a clear, luminous sense of wonder in her heart. She spoke with a quiet clarity that revealed deep understanding. In the cultivation world of old, everyone competed fiercely, fearing weakness and defeat, ready to clash over the slightest opportunity or shred of power. But now, simply by following one's true nature and the great Tao, the accumulated harshness of countless years across the masses has been soothed away. In truth, people strive to grow strong not for conquest or domination, but because they have wandered too long and simply seek peace of mind. She saw through to the essence of this gathering immediately. It was never about power consolidation or the dominance of any particular school, but rather countless lost souls who had been trapped within old ways finally discovering their true home. Leaning lazily against the blooming flowers, a gentle breeze lifted strands of her hair, and her curved brows and easy smile carried the relaxed quality of someone at peace with the world. "The world's bustle belongs to the world," she said softly, her tone drifting like a leisurely breeze, "while our courtyard's tranquility belongs to us." She chuckled gently, her voice unhurried and content. "Outside, thousands pursue enlightenment in a sight that stirs the 9 provinces. Inside, sweet tea and gentle winds cradle peaceful days. Each side has its own flavor, its own contentment, and that is enough." She had always been someone who went with the flow, finding clarity and ease in accepting whatever came, never troubled by the world's upheavals or the gathering and dispersing of crowds, content to nurture the gentle moments of each day and live with quiet comfort. Beside the flower clusters, Lu Qingyuan remained as still and silent as ever, her graceful form merging seamlessly with the surrounding plants and blossoms, embodying both tranquility and tenderness. Throughout it all, she never once glanced outward at the sea of people or the magnificent scene, keeping her gaze fixed instead on the young man sitting peacefully in the courtyard sipping his tea, her eyes filled with a deep, lingering affection. The torrents of Tao resonance, the masses bowing in worship, the arrival of a golden age. All these grand spectacles meant nothing to her compared to the person before her and the quiet warmth of their shared room. Her nature was quiet and gentle, drawn to stillness rather than commotion, and she asked for so little. Simply companionship through each passing day and year, the ordinary peace of their small courtyard, and that was enough to satisfy her heart. In the cool shade at the courtyard's corner, Shun Hanning stood where light and shadow met, her chillingly distant aura unchanged, calm and solitary yet peaceful. She gave no attention to the magnificent scene of enlightenment unfolding outside, nor to the grand spectacle of 10,000 souls turning toward goodness. While others marveled at the changing world and the birth of a new great path, she remained unmoved, her dark, clear eyes holding only one figure, Lin Shun, from beginning to end. The rise and fall of worldly affairs, the clamor of crowds, the tides of prosperity, all failed to disturb her in the slightest. As long as the young man before her remained at ease and peaceful each passing day, nothing else in this world held any significance for her. 9 beauties, 9 completely different dispositions. Some were vibrant and warm, others steady and meticulous, some sharp and capable, others gentle and healing, some clear-eyed and detached, others carefree and relaxed, some quiet and devoted. Each personality distinct and striking, yet sharing the same heartfelt desire to guard the peace of their small courtyard, to remain by the young man's side year after year in tranquil contentment. Lin Shin sat by the tea table in the courtyard, his fingertips lightly touching the warm teacup, watching those around him, each showing their own quiet care and devotion, a gentle smile lifting his lips as warmth filled his heart, bringing him a deep sense of ease. He had never desired to stand above others offering guidance, nor sought to spread his teachings or gather followers through this opportunity. He simply wished to stay quietly alongside his companions, preserving the simple, everyday warmth of their courtyard life. Outside, tens of thousands of cultivators were finding peace through his example, yet he himself continued living this tranquil, unremarkable life. When the heart finds peace, the Tao naturally aligns. Lin Shen's casual, gentle words drifted softly on the breeze, carrying no hint of preaching, yet reaching the hearts of all the cultivators along the street, soothing their restlessness, like silent rain nourishing the earth. Along the street, countless cultivators felt their hearts gently stir, their already peaceful minds washed anew by tenderness, their Tao hearts growing ever more pure, steadfast, and clear. The 5 ancestors opened their eyes in sudden awakening, spiritual light dancing within them. The barriers that had troubled their Tao hearts for 1,000 years dissolved and shattered with a single casual remark, and their paths long stagnant suddenly broadened into clarity and openness. Inside the courtyard, the breeze continued to rustle gently, tea smoke rose in soft spirals, and days passed in quiet ease, undisturbed by any ripple of change. No one could sense that this seemingly ordinary casual remark, spoken so lightly, had quietly completed a silent transformation of the entire 9 provinces' cultivation foundation. And the chain of responses set in motion by this transformation spread rapidly along the heavenly Tao veins across the 9 provinces. Those ancient supreme powers sealed away since antiquity and never before revealed to the world were all awakened by this new gentle Tao, slowly opening eyes that had slumbered through endless ages. Today the land of Jojo appeared no different from any other day. Calm winds, clear skies, and an ordinariness beyond the ordinary. No wind howled, no thunder rolled, no celestial phenomena stirred, and no overwhelming pressure descended. Yet in the finest, most imperceptible crevices, the Tao veins of the entire heavens were undergoing a gentle transformation. All cultivators in the world, whether practitioners realizing enlightenment on the streets or reclusive masters hidden within sects, remained completely unaware. None could have imagined that a casually spoken homely remark was quietly rewriting the foundational rules of the entire cultivation realm. Earlier, Lin Shun had been sitting in the courtyard casually uttering, "When the heart is at peace, the Tao naturally becomes upright." It sounded light, devoid of any profound aura, like a piece of ordinary small talk. Yet this unadorned phrase, like a soft seed, spread through all the Tao veins of Jojo, silently taking root and growing, both gentle and irresistible. For millennia, the old rules governing the cultivation world have been all about conflict, competition, and the relentless pursuit of power. Everyone striving to reach the top, fighting for victory, seizing opportunities, driving the path of cultivation into a state of tension and obsession. Now this newborn gentle Tao was gradually washing away and replacing those rigid ossified Tao rhythms, silently transforming the entire heavens into a new foundation for cultivation. Across the vast lands of Jojo, those ancient forgotten realms, desolate lands sealed for eons, void secret realms and ruins of antiquity, which should have remained forever silent in the passage of time, began to glow faintly with soft, gentle Tao patterns. One by one, ancient jade coffins sealed for billions of years trembled slightly, and the layers of frozen ice barriers that had held them for eons also began to slowly melt away. Those supreme, ancient beings sleeping in the deepest folds of time long forgotten by the world were gently caressed by this tender, Tao rhythm, slowly ending their endless slumber and opening their eyes after countless ages. Countless supreme, ancient beings sleeping at the end of time slowly opened their eyes at this moment. These beings were more ancient, more formidable, and closer to the primordial origin of the heavens than the five hidden ancestors. They had witnessed the birth and flourishing of the old Tao, endured the collapse of Taos and the shifting of eras, and eventually grew weary of endless conflict and the struggle for supremacy. They sealed themselves into slumber, withdrawing from worldly affairs and vanishing from the realm. According to the flow of time, they should have remained in eternal stillness until they dissolved completely into the river of ages. But today a strand of gentle, pure Tao resonance, one that soothes all aggression and attachment, traversed mountains and rivers, pierced the barriers of time, and gently knocked on their Tao hearts which had been silent for eons. In a crumbling ancient hall floating beyond the nine heavens, a woman with hair as white as snow and a face of peerless beauty slowly lifted her gaze. Her eyes, still for countless ages, finally shed their deathly stillness, stirring with the faintest ripple. She was an ancient Tao sovereign who had lived through 3 shifts of eras, once presiding over the cultivation system of an entire age. She had seen endless conflict, seen through all illusions, and long ago her heart became like still water without waves. After eons of slumber, she believed no Tao sound could ever shake her mind. But now that gentle heart-touching Tao resonance quietly loosened the Tao heart she had guarded for 10,000 ages. Heart at peace, Tao upright. She murmured softly, her voice clear and ethereal, carrying the weight of ages, yet with a rare hint of confusion and emotion. In her eons of cultivation and 3 dynasties of enlightenment, she had contended for opportunities, seized fate, protected her Tao tradition, and fought against countless heroes. She had stood at the pinnacle of worldly cultivation, overlooking the rise and fall of countless beings. Yet in the end, no one had ever told her that cultivation need not be conflict, and the great Tao is but the peace of the heart. A single gentle word unraveled the illusions of 1,000 ages. The stone door of the ancient hall, sealed for billions of years, swung open without wind. At the same time, across Jiuzhou, countless ancient realms and secret lands echoed with faint Tao hums. One by one, ancient venerables and supreme beings hidden in the depths of time were awakened by this newborn Tao. Their gazes pierced through layers of clouds and across mountains and rivers, looking far into that nameless alley and that ordinary courtyard. They did not move immediately, nor did they rashly pry or disturb. They simply quietly sensed the Tao origin of that place. The more they sensed, the deeper their shock and emotion. That courtyard had no overwhelming pressure, no grand phenomena, no vast Tao machinery. Only the most ordinary daily life, the most relaxed peace of heart. Yet it was precisely this unremarkable serenity that perfectly matched the ultimate origin of the heavenly Tao. A supreme realm they had never reached in eons of cultivation. The true supreme Tao of the world is never found in conflict or climbing to the summit, but only in the peace of one's own heart. Countless ancient beings stood silently in their ancient realms, their minds shaken, unable to recover for a long time. Their hearts, which had sought the Tao in silence for ages, now began to beat anew. And the source of this Tao transformation, which shook the ages and startled all the venerable beings, remained at ease and leisurely without a single ripple. In the courtyard, a gentle breeze blew, the warm sun shone softly, and the fragrance of tea curled around the garden. Time was peaceful, tender, and languid. Outside, ancient venerables awakened from eons of slumber, and undercurrents surged across Jiuzhou, a cataclysm enough to overturn the entire cultivation world. Yet in this courtyard, not even a whisper of wind was stirred. When Rawashi still leaned on the railing by the corridor, swinging her slender legs, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the orderly crowd sitting quietly in the street. In a soft voice, she murmured contentedly, "How wonderful. Everyone is peacefully seeking the Tao, their minds growing calmer day by day. No more fighting, no more competing." Her heart was pure and transparent, as she saw neither the distant upheavals of ages, nor understood the shifting of Taos or the awakening of ancient beings. She only cherished the gentle scene before her, genuinely rejoicing in every act of kindness and peace in the world. Gu Qingyan stood nearby, her gaze slightly lifted toward the distant horizon. Her brow furrowed for a fraction of a moment, then slowly relaxed. Her mind was delicate and her perception keen, as she faintly sensed a trace of Tao resonance in the heavens, unlike the usual gentle harmony, carrying a breath of ancient age, solemn and profound. But it was too ethereal and distant, vanishing in an instant, leaving no trace to follow. She spoke softly, her tone measured and steady. There seemed to be many ancient presences in the heavens, as if something that was sleeping has just awakened. Yet she was not alarmed. Habitually she noted the disturbance and remained composed, adding calmly, "But the aura is gentle, without any malice. It should not disturb us here." Su Qingyao immediately focused her perception, a faint spiritual light flashing in her eyes as she quickly scanned the surrounding heavens. "I've checked. It's not an enemy's movement, nor a conflict or calamity. Just the natural fluctuations of distant Tao veins. No trouble. The barrier firmly protects the courtyard, isolating inside from outside. No matter what changes outside, it will not affect us." She reacted the fastest and acted with the most efficiency, first eliminating potential threats and stabilizing the situation. With a simple sentence, she smoothed away the slight unease caused by the faint disturbance, leaving everyone completely at ease. Yi Wanxing walked over slowly, carrying a pot of freshly brewed tea, a gentle smile always on her brows. No matter what changes outside, tea warms the heart, and the simple life anchors the body. As long as our days are peaceful, there is nothing to fear. Her tenderness always rested in the small details of daily life. She cared not for grand transformations, only for the warmth of tea and the comfort of people, using the softest warmth to steady the hearts around her. On the pavilion, Su Zichen gazed deeply into the sea of clouds. Her vision was lofty, her insight penetrating. In an instant she caught that strand of ancient age-old origin and understood at once. Those presences belonged to ancient beings who had crossed countless eras, the supreme masters of the old age who had hibernated until the end. Her voice was clear and calm. They are ancient venerables who slept for eons, awakened by the Tao transformation just now. The old Tao ends, the new Tao is born. The sleeping powerhouses of the world naturally sense it and come following the Tao. She saw through it completely, never fearing the arrival of powerful beings. In her eyes, no matter how supreme the ancient venerable or how terrifying the great power, they were ultimately lost seekers of the Tao. When they encountered the original Tao of this courtyard, they would only submit, never become enemies. Yun Shuiwe leaned against the branches of flowers, letting out a light laugh, her posture relaxed and effortless. Awakened? So be it. Come, so be it. People seeking the Tao on their journeys is a common thing. We simply need to guard our own leisurely days. She was always at ease and carefree. The rise and fall of the outside world, the coming and going of powerful beings never disturbed her relaxed state of mind. Lu Qingyuan still stood quietly by the flowers, her gentle eyes always fixed on Lin Chun. She had no interest in the awakening of ancient beings or the shifts in the Tao. No matter how great the change or how strong the power, none of it compared to the peace of the person before her. She only needed to be by his side, and all was well. Shun Hanning stood in the shaded corner of the courtyard, as cold as ever, with no ripple in her eyes. Even sensing the awakening of countless ancient presences in the heavens, she paid no heed. The world and all its disturbances had nothing to do with her. Her world had always been only Lin Chun. The 9 beauties, each perceived differently, each with their own state of mind. Some sharp, some insightful, some easygoing, some devoted. Their personalities were distinct, never overlapping, yet they all remained at peace, not a single one troubled or anxious. Lin Chun held his teacup, his fingers gently stroking the warm porcelain. Listening to their idle chatter, a faint serene smile lingered at the corners of his lips. He naturally sensed all the ancient awakenings and the surging of Tao veins throughout the heavens, yet from beginning to end his mind remained undisturbed, without a trace of concern. Ancient venerables and worldly powers were, after all, just people seeking peace of mind and the true Tao. Some are lost, so they come seeking. Some seek, so they return home. That is all. He lifted his gaze to the clear sky, his tone gentle and languid. If they have awakened, let them be. Let nature take its course. The great Tao of heaven and earth is never about suppression or intimidation, but about inclusion and peace of mind. Even the supreme ancient beings who slept for eons, coming drawn by reputation and seeking the Tao, are merely in search of a place for their hearts to rest. They will never disturb the leisure of this courtyard. The long street was still filled with thousands of people silently seeking the Tao, the gentle Tao resonance lingering steadily, nourishing the entire heavens. Far away in the ancient hall beyond the 9 heavens, the Tao sovereign, who had lived through 3 eras, had already packed her belongings and stepped out of the gates she had not crossed for eons. Her gaze was clear, her heart without ripples. Alone she slowly made her way toward that nameless alley. Above the 9 heavens the sea of clouds churned. Ordinary cultivators who ascended to the 9 heavens would ride the clouds with radiant light, clinging to their bodies, the heavens and earth manifesting extraordinary phenomena to highlight their majesty. Yet this ancient Tao venerable, who had slumbered for 10,000 years and traversed 3 eras of the world, traveled in a manner that was remarkably plain. She wore a simple white dress, her white hair gently resting on her shoulders. Her figure was ethereal and detached. Without riding the light or mounting auspicious clouds, she simply walked slowly atop the sea of clouds with a gentle breeze. There was no overwhelming pressure shaking the heavens and earth, no brilliant Tao patterns spreading before her path, and not even a trace of cultivation fluctuation was emitted. But with every step she took, the floating sea of clouds beneath her feet instantly became calm. The restless, trivial malice in the heavens and earth melted away completely, and the wavering Tao resonance of the world unconsciously bowed to her in acquiescence. This was the weight of accumulated years, the fundamental confidence of one who had once governed the Tao lineage of an era. There was no need for ostentation or display, for the heavens and earth themselves would submit. As she traveled southward, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers passed in an instant. Along the way, the great cultivators guarding countless hidden sects and ancient secret realms felt their hearts stirred involuntarily, looking up toward the depths of the 9 heaven sea of clouds. They sensed no murderous aura or domineering pressure, yet a profound reverence arose from deep within, causing them to bow their heads in solemnity. It was the suppression of bloodline from the highest echelons of the cultivation chain, a gap in Tao lineage spanning 10,000 years. Without any action or display of power, it compelled all cultivators in the world to submit instinctively. Is it the aura of an ancient Tao venerable? Countless old hermits who had secluded themselves from the world abruptly opened their eyes, their minds trembling, their faces filled with disbelief. They had studied ancient histories since childhood, aware of the legends of the 3 eras of the world. They knew that such Tao venerables who had lived through 10,000 years had long vanished from the world, sleeping in the depths of time, never to emerge. Yet today such a supreme figure who existed only in ancient texts had appeared. No one knew why this Tao venerable had awakened, or why she had entered the world. Only the white-clad woman above the 9 heavens possessed a clear and pure heart. She had not come to contend for dominance over the world, or to reclaim the Tao lineage, nor to seize opportunities, or ascend to the peak. She traveled thousands of miles of mountains and rivers for a simple, unadorned truth that pierced the illusions of the ages. When the heart is at peace, the Tao is naturally upright. After 10,000 years of cultivation, striving for victory, and contending for destiny, one ends up burdened by obsessions and shackled in the Tao heart. It is far less pure and clear than a simple, ordinary conversation. She wished to see with her own eyes what kind of gentle scene lay in that ordinary little courtyard that could give birth to such a true heart of the Tao. At the same time, other ancient great beings awakening across the 9 provinces also began their journeys. Some tore through the void with a flash of their forms, some walked across thousands of mountains on foot, and some quietly concealed their auras as they hastened. Countless supreme beings who had slumbered for 10,000 years converged toward that nameless alley. A gathering of ancient powerhouses capable of overturning the cultivation structure of the 9 provinces was quietly unfolding. Yet the clamor and commotion always belonged only to the outside world. Within the courtyard walls, the days remained gentle, warm, and leisurely, undisturbed by the great trends of the outside world. The grand scene of 10,000 people comprehending the Tao along the entire 10-mile street remained peaceful. Countless cultivators bathed quietly in the Tao resonance, their minds becoming more serene and clear, their foundations steadily solidifying. The entire street was gentle, tranquil, and orderly. In the courtyard, the fragrance of tea curled upward, and the plants swayed gently. 9 beautiful women stood idly chatting, each with a distinct temperament, regarding the upheavals of the outside world as fleeting clouds. When Ruashi still leaned against the railing by the corridor, her little head slightly raised, her bright, sparkling almond eyes gazing at the clear blue sky. She was completely unaware of the heavy shifts in the heavens and earth, only catching a gentle breeze. Her voice was soft and cheerful, full of childlike purity. The wind in the sky has become so soft. It's more comfortable than the usual wind, warm and light. It sounds so lovely. Her heart was so pure that it held no impurities. She could not comprehend the changes in the Tao resonance of the ages, nor perceive the pressure of the top experts. In her eyes, the upheaval of the heavens was never a cataclysmic change, but a gentle little gift from nature. Her heart was filled with simple joy, with no worry or anxiety. Gu Qingyan stood beside her, lifting her gaze to look distantly into the depths of the sky. Her delicate and keen mind instantly captured the increasingly clear aura of 10,000 years. This aura, thick with accumulated years and the weight of time, far surpassed the 5 ancestors, yet it was pure and without malice. Unlike when Ruashi, who only reveled in joy, she instinctively began to consider comprehensively, calmly assessing the situation. Her tone was steady and prudent, her reasoning clear, every word a careful consideration. It is the supreme beings who have slumbered for 10,000 years appearing in the world, heading this way. Their auras are open and peaceful, without murderous intent. It is not a provocation or test. They should be visitors drawn by the bright and virtuous Tao, coming specifically to seek enlightenment. It seems that in the coming days the flow and structure of the alley will rise to another level. She had always prepared for the future, never passively responding to changes. Even when the situation was stable, she would anticipate subsequent changes, silently sorting out all potential hidden dangers, firmly guarding the tranquility of the courtyard. She was the most reliable support for everyone. Su Qingyao smiled lightly at the words, her eyes without any gravity, only a clear and free-spirited understanding. Her tone was brisk and confident, with a sense of full control. Ancient venerables or great beings, it makes no difference when they arrive. There is nothing to worry about. The flexible barrier I set is perfectly balanced. Those who come with a heart for good, regardless of status or cultivation level, can enter and comprehend the Tao with ease. But anyone with ill intentions or seeking trouble will be directly blocked by the barrier, unable to approach the courtyard even half a step. Order, tranquility, and peace. I have secured them all for everyone. She had always acted swiftly and decisively, planning before acting. While others were still analyzing the situation, she had already implemented all protections, smoothing away all disturbances in the most straightforward manner, requiring no one else to worry. Yi Wanqing walked out slowly, carrying a plate of crystal-clear, sweet, preserved fruits. Her brows and eyes were gentle like water, completely unconcerned with the changes in powerful figures or the shifts of the world outside. Her thoughts were never on strategies or power, but on the warmth of human hearts and the small details of daily life. Her voice was soft and healing, carrying a delicate warmth. Traveling thousands of miles is exhausting. No matter how strong one is, after a long journey, the body and mind will be tired. When they reach the entrance of the alley, I will have tea, preserved fruits, and warm water prepared to relieve their fatigue. Let the guests who have come from afar first settle their bodies, then settle their hearts. That would be worthy of their sincere journey of 1,000 miles. Her gentleness was the most universal and pure, without distinction of rank or strength. In her eyes, an ancient Tao venerable and an ordinary cultivator were no different. Both were lost souls yearning for peace of mind, deserving of kind treatment. On the tower, Su Zichen stood quietly by the railing, her cool and elegant figure ethereal. Her gaze pierced through layers of clouds, precisely locking onto the white-clad figure traveling south. Her eyes held the detachment and clarity of one who had seen through the ages. Her tone was light, slightly cool, without a ripple, revealing the essence at once. The one coming is an ancient Tao venerable who has experienced 3 eras of the world. She has witnessed the collapse of the great Tao, the struggle of heroes, and the changing of times. Her steps are unhurried, not for speed, but to shed the obsessions of 10,000 years along the way, and personally comprehend the true Tao of the heart. She has no contention or desire, no ambition for power or greed for opportunities. She only seeks to verify that peace of mind is the Tao. A figure like this has long transcended worldly strife. She comes only for the true heart, with no trace of malice. Her vision surpassed the present era. She could see through the hearts of people across 10,000 years and the essence of the Tao. There was no need for prediction or precaution, only a calm awareness overlooking the world. Yun Shuyue lazily leaned against a flowering branch, the breeze gently stirring her hair. Her brows and eyes curved in a carefree smile, her demeanor relaxed and philosophical. For this grand event that stirred the ages, she had none of the awe or gravity of others. She chuckled lightly, her tone unhurried and casual, an ancient Tao venerable. So what? All their lives people chase the Tao and seek peace. Yet we dwell daily in the gentle Tao resonance, idly watching the breeze and enjoying tranquility. What they journey thousands of miles to seek is our daily routine. When you think about it, it's rather amusing. She was the most understanding and content, not envying the fame of the mighty or coveting the splendor of the great Tao. She only cherished the present, leisurely days and nights. No matter how sensational the changes outside, they could not disturb her relaxed state of mind in the slightest. Beside the flower bushes, Lu Qingyuan stood quietly, her demeanor gentle and serene. From beginning to end, she kept her eyes downcast, not looking toward the sky. To her, the arrival of an ancient Tao venerable or the shifting of the 9 provinces structure were all empty clouds. Her gaze, her heart, and all her affections were solely tied to the young man in the courtyard. All the grandeur and commotion in the world could not compare to a single moment of Lin Chen's peaceful expression. She was a woman of few words with pure and deep love. Her only wish in life was to be with him year after year, enjoying peace day and night. The rise and fall of the outside world could never enter her heart or stir her true nature. In the shade of the courtyard corner, Shun Hanning stood as still as ever, her demeanor cold and aloof, with a strong sense of detachment. A multitude of powerful auras from the heavens and earth surged and converged, drawing closer step by step, sending undercurrents through the entire 9 provinces, yet she remained utterly unmoved. The awe of the world, the shock of the world, the running of the world in search of the Tao. Those were the obsessions and excitement of others. She had no great Tao to seek, no fame to covet. Her only obsession was Lin Shun. As long as Lin Shun was peaceful and at ease, even if 10,000 venerables descended, the world overturned, or the Tao changed, she would remain unmoved, her heart without the slightest ripple. Cold and reserved, yet with a singular devotion to one person, extreme and pure without exception. 9 women, 9 different states of mind. Vivid, steady, decisive, gentle, insightful, carefree, serene, devoted. Each with a distinct personality, none overlapping, yet all sharing the same origin. They all guarded the peace within the courtyard, undisturbed by the outside, untroubled by events. Lin Shin sat at the tea table in the courtyard, his fingers lightly holding a teacup. He could see clearly the white-clad figure slowly approaching from the sky. He could perceive the profound cultivation accumulated over 10,000 years in that figure, understand the vicissitudes of her heart through 3 eras, and comprehend the true intention of her journey. Yet his eyes remained relaxed and indifferent, without surprise or joy, without waves or ripples. Throughout the world there were countless powerful cultivators, and all paths of cultivation ultimately led to the same destination. They could not escape the 2 words, true heart. Some were lost for 1,000 miles, and so some traveled 1,000 miles. That was all. A gentle breeze passed through the courtyard, and the fragrance of tea filled the air. Lin Shin raised his eyes to the sky, his warm and languid voice softly drifting. Coming from afar, seeking the heart, you are a returning guest. Above the sea of clouds stretching thousands of miles, the white-clad Tao venerable walking with the wind paused slightly. Across thousands of mountains and rivers and layers of mist, she clearly heard this gentle whisper. Her cold Tao heart, which had been silent for 10,000 years, quietly rippled with overwhelming warmth at this moment. She raised her eyes toward the direction of that nameless alley, the deadness in her gaze fading entirely. She whispered to herself, such a place truly exists in this world, and such a Tao truly exists. She lifted her foot and stepped forward steadily once more. The ancient Tao Venerable, descending from the dust of the world, had only one last leg of the journey left before reaching this gentle little courtyard. Simply sit and be at ease. Holding the warm teacup, Lin Shun lightly touched the smooth porcelain surface and murmured casually. His tone was as placid as an afternoon chat under the shade, devoid of any didacticism or condescension. The soft words drifted gently through the quiet courtyard, slowly spreading, settling into each ear and heart, bringing a sense of steady comfort and healing. Bai Heng nodded slightly, her pure white dress falling softly to the ground as she quietly sat down in the open space of the courtyard. She did not deliberately straighten her posture or assume a dignified pose, nor did she focus her mind or seek any profound truth. She simply let go of the tension accumulated over the years, immersing herself in the gentle, lazy atmosphere of the small courtyard, sitting still and gradually settling. The weariness of the long journey, the constant pressure and stubbornness buried deep in her heart over the years, and all the lingering worries slowly dissipated with the gentle breeze and the faint sweet aroma of tea. Looking back now, the former entanglements, highs and lows and heartfelt gains and losses, all seemed light and fleeting like clouds drifting by, nothing worth clinging to or obsessing over. Here she shed all her past glory and fame. She was no longer the experienced, time-honored predecessor, but merely an ordinary guest who had traveled too long and was weary, seeking a rest in this quiet courtyard to ease her mind. Life in the courtyard had always been slow and gentle, never hurried or flustered. The soft breeze passed through the carved eaves, brushed the blooming flowers, and carried the faint sweetness of tea throughout the entire space. Warm sunlight sprinkled gently, and dappled shadows moved slowly on the stone steps. Everything in the courtyard was unhurried and serene, with time flowing in perfect tenderness. The warm, peaceful atmosphere gently enveloped Bai Heng, slowly soothing her mind, which had been tense for countless ages. The constant tension in her nerves, the stubbornness that demanded excellence in everything, and the unwillingness to admit defeat, all quietly melted away in this ease and relaxation, no longer as heavy as before. She sat in tranquility, letting her thoughts flow freely as fragments of her long years slowly passed through her mind. Over so many years, she had never truly stopped. She had always been moving forward, always striving, always silently enduring. Striving for superiority, for victory, for perfection. She never conceded in anything, never dared to slacken her pace. To become stronger, she toiled day and night, cultivating diligently. To maintain order in the world, she exhausted her mind and heart. To protect what she cherished, she bore countless storms and pressures alone. Others only saw her brilliant, dazzling side, envying her profound foundation and unmatched status. But only she knew how exhausting and oppressive such a life of constant tension, with no relaxation, truly was. Throughout the long years, she had always been on the move, always persisting, always bearing the burden. She had never once stopped to take a proper rest, to empty her mind, or to live in genuine relaxation. It was not until today, sitting alone in this small courtyard, that she truly understood life does not need to be perpetually tense, and the mind does not have to be stubborn. Being at ease, living as one pleases, and letting things take their natural course. This is the most comfortable and transparent way of life. The knots and obsessions that had trapped her for so long did not need to be forcibly untied. In the gentle breeze, the lingering tea fragrance, and the peaceful days, they naturally dissolved and were let go. The 9 graceful ladies in the courtyard each found their own pleasure, standing idly in various spots, watching the scene before them with ease. No one deliberately approached to disturb, nor did anyone pay excessive attention. Each kept to their own leisure, adding to the courtyard's serene and timeless atmosphere. When Ruashi lazily leaned on the railing by the corridor, her slender legs gently swaying. Her bright eyes were fixed on the seated Bai Heng, and her voice was soft and sweet, full of pure admiration. This sister is getting gentler and gentler. When she first arrived, she seemed a bit cold and hard to approach. Now, sitting quietly, she looked so soft and comfortable. She did not understand the profound truths of mental transformation or letting go of obsessions. She only relied on her purest instinct to judge what was good or bad. Seeing someone gradually become gentle and relaxed, shedding their aloofness, she simply felt it was beautiful, and healing her heart filled with joy without any complicated thoughts. Gu Qingyan stood by the side of the corridor, quietly observing the scene for a while. Her expression was calm and peaceful, and she spoke softly. She is truly slowly and completely relaxing. In the past, she was too strong-willed, always tense, never yielding an inch. Now she has gradually calmed down, learned to live in peace, and found ease in solitude. This is the most precious kind of settling and growth. She was always thoughtful and meticulous, accustomed to quietly noticing every subtle change around her. She never sought grand spectacles, only hoped that those around her would be safe, and that the world would remain peaceful. Su Qingyao's fingertips shimmered with a faint soft light as she casually swept her gaze over the streets outside the courtyard. Her tone was relaxed and reassuring. Everything outside is fine. The seniors from the alley are all very calm, waiting quietly in place. No one is restless, no one is prying or disturbing. Not a single bit of noise can break the peace of the courtyard. She was always efficient and thorough, silently maintaining order both inside and out, protecting the rare leisure of the courtyard without requiring anyone else to worry or manage. Yi Wanqing walked over slowly, carrying a warm teapot. Her steps were light, her movements gentle and refined. She gently poured a cup of steaming tea for Bai Hung, her expression soft and serene, her voice warm and healing. Sit slowly and rest at ease. There's no need to hurry. Drink a cup of hot tea to warm yourself, shake off the dust of the journey. When a person truly relaxes, the worries accumulated in the heart will naturally resolve. She never spoke profound or obscure truths. She only knew how to use the simplest, gentlest warmth of daily life to treat others. Regardless of the visitor's status or experience, she treated every weary traveler with kindness and tenderness. On the upper floor, Su Zichen stood quietly by the railing, her figure pure and elegant. She gazed down at the peaceful scene in the courtyard, her tone light and clear, perceptive and calm. In a person's life, most troubles are self-imposed, and most chains are self-forged. Always thinking of journeying far, chasing after perfection without regret, yet forgetting that the simplest peace and safety year after year are the most precious things in the world. She saw through everything with clarity, having long grown indifferent to all the ups and downs, gains and losses of the world. Her own mind remained calm and unruffled without a single ripple. Yun Shuiyue lazily leaned against the blooming flowers in the courtyard. The gentle breeze stirred her hair, and her eyes curved in a relaxed Zen-like smile as she remarked casually, "She was once a person of boundless glory and high vision, having seen countless splendors and storms. Yet in the end she still comes to our small courtyard learning to live a stable and peaceful life. These simple, ordinary little things, they are what truly heal the heart." She was always content and easygoing without desires or ambitions. She did not cling to fame or chase after vanity. No matter how lively the outside world became, or how astonishing the events, they could not disturb her peaceful state of mind. She only treasured the stable and relaxed present moments. By the flower bushes, Lu Qingyuan stood quietly, her posture gentle and serene. From beginning to end, she never lifted her eyes to look elsewhere. Whether it was Bai Heng's mental release and shedding of obsessions, or the people outside the alley quietly settling and transforming, all were irrelevant matters to her. Her gaze was tender and affectionate, her heart and eyes entirely focused on Lin Shun, who was sitting quietly in the courtyard. As long as the young man was at ease and peaceful, everything else in the world was but fleeting clouds. In the shaded corner of the courtyard, Shun Hanning stood silently, her demeanor cool and serene, her temperament distant and calm. Her mind remained undisturbed without any waves. The release, growth, settling, and seeking of others had nothing to do with her. Her world was simple and pure. Apart from Lin Shen's happiness and peace, she had no other concerns. No matter how the outside world changed, she remained true to her original heart. The entire courtyard was filled with a gentle breeze, the fragrance of tea lingering and warm sunlight falling softly on the branches and stone steps. Time flowed slowly, exuding a healing and relaxing daily atmosphere, gentle and secure. The 10-mile-long street outside the courtyard remained peaceful and serene, with no trace of noise or clamor. Countless cultivators on the street sat quietly, immersing themselves in self-reflection. Day after day, bathed in this gentle and peaceful atmosphere, their minds gradually became steady and tender. The former restlessness, competitiveness, and inner turmoil quietly faded away in this slow, ordinary daily life. At the periphery of the street, dozens of reclusive seniors stood quietly in place. No one made noise, no one was restless. The entire area was calm and peaceful. They had all been proud and competitive in the past, always striving to be first. They had walked through long years and witnessed countless storms and upheavals. But after seeing Bai Hung shed her tension and stubbornness, finding a long-lost sense of ease and peace, the pride in their hearts also softened, leaving only calm and release. Even a predecessor with such profound experience, who had seen all kinds of storms, was willing to let go of past sharpness and obsessions, quietly resting and settling here, living in peace. Naturally, they too gradually put away their edges, waiting silently, hoping to absorb a little of the unique warmth and tranquility of the courtyard. There were no strange phenomena, no heavenly disturbances, no earth-shattering changes. The entire atmosphere of the 9 provinces, through these daily repetitions, quietly turned towards kindness, peace, gentleness, and purity. Lin Shen sat by the tea table, slowly savoring the sweet tea, quietly watching the peaceful and beautiful scene before him. His expression was relaxed and serene, his mind at ease as time flowed gently. When everyone's emotions inside and outside the courtyard had completely calmed and stretched, and the surrounding atmosphere became even more peaceful and gentle, he finally spoke slowly, his tone homely and warm, like an afternoon chat, casually uttering a few simple, sincere words. One who does not strive for precedence has fewer troubles. One whose heart is not at peace has many worries. Many people spend their entire lives chasing outward, chasing fame, achievement, victory. The more they chase, the more exhausted they become. The more they compete, the more confused they grow. In truth, it is enough to calm your mind and guard your original heart. When a person is relaxed and composed, life naturally becomes smooth and steady, and the path ahead opens wide and clear. These simple, everyday remarks held no profound secrets or deliberate enlightenment. Yet they gently soothed everyone's hearts, smoothing away the last traces of anxiety and stubbornness, causing them to completely dissipate. Bai Hung, who was sitting in the courtyard, felt a warmth in her heart. The knots and tension that had lingered for countless ages vanished completely, leaving only release. In an instant, the accumulated fatigue, confusion, and bewilderment of many years cleared away entirely. Her mind was transparent and light, a sense of ease and peace she had never experienced in her long life. The psychological shackles that had trapped her for years, preventing her from relaxing even a little, quietly and silently came undone. The seniors outside the courtyard also felt a release in their hearts. The deep-rooted obsession with being first slowly melted away. They finally understood that living in peace and ease and being at ease with oneself was far more meaningful than forcefully chasing and striving. The cultivators on the long street also felt their minds clear and their hearts relaxed, completely free from the previous inner turmoil. They gradually became accustomed to a peaceful life, immersing themselves in the calm daily routine of quiet reflection. Bai Heng slowly rose, her posture light and serene. Her eyes were filled with genuine release and gratitude. She bowed gently to Lin Shun, her attitude humble and sincere. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. You have helped me untie the knots of many years, and I have finally experienced the relaxation and ease of a peaceful heart." She looked up and asked softly, her tone gentle and calm, without any urgency or utilitarianism, simply out of a pure desire to learn this peace. "Master, once the heart is settled, how should one live and spend one's days from now on?" She had completely let go of all obsessions and shackles, only wishing to learn from the people in the courtyard, to live in peace, ease, and follow her heart, to hold on to this precious tranquility and goodness. At that very moment, deep within the 9 provinces, several ancient secluded places that had been silent for ages and cut off from the world quietly shimmered with a faint soft light. There was no disturbance, no pressure, no waves, no earth-shattering commotion. It was just that these quiet, ancient lands, which had been dormant for endless years, quietly stirred with a touch of vibrant life. Several reclusive predecessors whose experience was far older and deeper than Bai Heng's were gently touched by this rare peace and tenderness in the world. They slowly awakened from their long slumber, and following the soft, soothing energy spreading between heaven and earth, quietly looked toward this peaceful courtyard. Another group of distant guests who cherished quiet and longed for peace were slowly making their way toward this gentle, healing courtyard, following the gentle breeze and the warm, soothing light. The afternoon sunlight was always gentle and lingering, neither scorching nor fierce, just right. Warm sunlight filtered through the layers of branches and leaves in the courtyard, casting scattered patches of dappled light and shadow spread across the clean flagstone ground and the antique tea table and bamboo chairs. The evening breeze was lazy and pleasant, having lost the morning's chill without any sharpness. It leisurely brushed past the blooming flowers on the eaves, carrying a faint scent of tea and fresh greenery, gently swirling and drifting in the small courtyard, rendering the whole space tender and tranquil, a moment of serene and carefree peace. Lin Shun reclined languidly on the bamboo chair, his posture relaxed and casual, without any hint of restraint. His fingertips lightly held a warm white porcelain teacup, idly swirling the clear tea inside, causing gentle ripples. The simple truths he had casually spoken earlier had already, with the breeze, permeated every corner of the courtyard, quietly settling into everyone's heart. Without any grand display, they caused the restless thoughts of the people in the courtyard and the cultivators outside the street to land softly and settle deeply. After bowing slightly and greeting, Bai Heng stood silently in place, neither urgently pressing for answers nor seeking further guidance. At this moment, her heart was calmer and more transparent than it had ever been in countless millennia. Throughout the long ages past, she had always been tense, chasing step by step, tirelessly striving for the Tao, for order, for the obsessions in her heart, accumulating endless fatigue, impatience, and shackles. Yet all those heavy burdens pressing on her heart for eons had gradually melted away bit by bit in the slow, everyday life of this small courtyard. Now she fully understood that the true Tao was never about forceful seeking or deliberate contention, but about living with ease and guarding one's original heart. She no longer clung to searching desperately for answers outside herself, though. She only wished to stay quietly here, to fully experience this rare and stable comfort in the world. She found an empty spot in the courtyard and gently sat down, her posture serene and soft. The cold sharpness, aloofness, and edge that had long surrounded her were completely shed. Now stripped of the halo and identity of the ancient Tao venerable, she was merely an ordinary visitor who had settled her journey, resting her heart peacefully, enjoying the slow, pleasant afternoon in the courtyard. The street, stretching 10 miles beyond the courtyard, remained quiet and peaceful, without a trace of noise. Tens of thousands of cultivators still sat cross-legged in place, deeply cultivating their bodies and minds day after day, immersed in the gentle atmosphere spreading from the courtyard. Their hearts gradually became more steady and warm under this subtle influence. The former competitive suspicions, anxious entanglements, and impetuous haste along the path of cultivation had been slowly diluted and dissipated by the prolonged, stable daily life. Everyone had gradually cultivated a peaceful state of mind that settled deeply and allowed for relaxed self-composure. At the outermost edge of the street, a group of ancient seniors who had been waiting for a long time stood silently, none restless, none noisy, none impatient. Even after standing and waiting for so long, their hearts held only steadiness and peace. Having witnessed Bai Heng break free from her Ian's old obsession and achieve a complete transformation of heart, they had long let go of their former pride's sharp edges and attachments. Their hearts now held only pure anticipation, hoping to absorb a bit of the tender atmosphere of the courtyard and find their own peace and ease. Inside the courtyard, 9 beautiful women were scattered leisurely in various places, each guarding their own heart and finding their own joy. 9 distinct temperaments and states of mind were clearly delineated, each character vivid and transparent, tender and healing. When Rawashi lazily leaned against the carved railing by the corridor, quietly watching Bai Heng meditating in peace for a while, then put away her curiosity. She lifted her gaze to the vast clear sky above, watching the white clouds drifting slowly, her slender calves gently swinging. Her voice was soft and languid, filled with pure contentment. The weather is so nice, the clouds are moving slowly. Sitting here basking in the sun, feeling the breeze without having to think about anything. It's truly wonderful. Her world had always been simple and pure, without the pursuit of the Tao, without gains and losses of attachments, and without worldly troubles. A gentle breeze, warm sunlight, and leisurely days were enough to fill her heart with joy. This simple daily life was the best healing. Gu Qingyan stood quietly under the eaves, her gaze slowly sweeping over Bai Heng, sitting peacefully in the courtyard, then looking into the orderly street scene outside. Her expression was consistently calm and steady. After observing for a moment, she spoke softly, her tone steady and composed. Once a person's heart is completely settled and stable, the aura around them undergoes a transformative change. Now she has shed all her tension, sharpness, and stubborn obsessions. Her heart is transparent and soft. From now on, she doesn't need to cultivate deliberately or seek hard. She only needs to guard her original heart daily and live steadily. That is the most solid and longest-lasting cultivation. She had always been meticulous, thorough, and steady, adept at capturing subtle changes in people's hearts and situations. She never sought quick success or drastic changes, only wishing for the peace and safety of those around her in a tranquil world without troubles. That was the greatest fulfillment. Su Qingyao gently flicked the faint glow of the barrier flowing before her, her gaze casually sweeping around to confirm that order inside and outside was stable. Her tone was relaxed and carefree, exuding a sense of ease. The order inside and out is perfectly steady. The courtyard is peaceful and undisturbed, and everyone outside is waiting patiently without any chaos. There's no need to worry about trivial matters. We can just relax, bask in the sun, sip tea, enjoy the breeze, and spend our days leisurely. She had already silently isolated all external disturbances and potential hazards, firmly protecting the unique daily leisure of the courtyard, allowing every moment here to flow slowly and undisturbed. Yi Wanqing gently tidied up the tea set on the table and brought over a plate of freshly cooled soft and sweet osmanthus cakes, placing them softly on the stone table. Her brows and eyes were gentle and serene, her voice soft and healing with a faint warmth of everyday life. The afternoon sun is warm, and the breeze is light, perfect for a little snack to fill the stomach. Whether it's those of us in the courtyard or guests who have traveled from afar, enjoying tea and cakes, sitting quietly in the breeze, and living peacefully is the most comfortable and ordinary daily routine. Her tenderness was always hidden in the small, warm details of everyday life. Not ostentatious, not intense, but moistening things silently. With the plainest, most ordinary warmth, she gently soothed every weary body and heart, and kindly welcomed every guest who came from afar. On the pavilion, Su Zichen stood by the railing, her posture elegant and ethereal, her gaze lightly sweeping over the leisurely scene in the courtyard. Her tone was clear and penetrating, seeing through the world. People always think the supreme Tao lies in adventures across mountains and seas, or in astonishing pursuits, exhausting themselves in the chase. Little do they know that the true essence of the heart and ultimate fulfillment are always hidden in the ordinary little things, sipping tea, feeling the breeze, and sitting quietly in peace. The simple, ordinary daily life of the mortal world is the most elusive completeness in the world. She had long seen through the nature of worldly illusions and pursuits, escaping the shackles of conventional cultivation. She deeply understood that the ultimate flavor in life is the quiet joy of simplicity, that stability and ordinariness are the finest things in the world. Yun Shuyue casually picked a delicate flower blooming in the breeze, twirling it between her fingers slowly. Her brows curved with a relaxed, Buddha-like smile, and her tone was serene and unhurried. Watching everyone gradually let go of their obsessions, ease their hearts, and become better. That is also a very healing little thing. We who spend our days in such peaceful, leisurely stability, without competing, rushing, or tiring, are truly the most blessed people. She had always been content with what she had, carefree and at ease, never envying the bustling fame or supreme opportunities of the outside world. She only cherished the stable, leisurely, and peaceful daily life in the courtyard year after year. Lu Qingyuan stood quietly beside the blooming flowers, her posture gentle and serene, her gaze tender and lingering, fixed unwaveringly on Linshan, without a moment's deviation. The idle chatter in the courtyard, the spiritual transformations of others, and the shifting winds of the world were all trivial and irrelevant to her. As long as the young man before her had gentle brows and was at ease, her world was complete and flawless, and every passing year would be stable and peaceful. Shun Hanning stood quietly in the shade at the corner of the courtyard, her aura cool and serene, aloof and peaceful, her heart clear and without ripples, always maintaining that indifferent demeanor. The release and growth of others, the admiration of distant visitors, the subtle changes in the world's atmosphere. None of it could disturb her mind in the slightest. Her world was extremely simple and pure. Apart from Lin Shen's joy and well-being, there was no other concern, nor any ripple. In one courtyard, 9 people, 9 distinct mindsets, 9 unique postures. Innocence and playfulness, steadiness and thoroughness, efficiency and ease, tender warmth of everyday life, clear-eyed aloofness, Buddha-like relaxation, devoted gentleness, solitary purity. Each person's character was distinct and unrepeated, yet they shared the same origin, together guarding the quiet years of this small courtyard, living peacefully. A gentle breeze passed slowly through the courtyard, the sweet scent of tea intertwined with the delicate fragrance of grass and trees permeating the entire space. The afternoon time flowed slowly and tenderly, without haste, without noise, without disturbance. The years serene, stable, and comfortable. After sitting quietly for a long time, Bai Heng's lingering confusion and restraint completely dissipated, and her heart became clear and tranquil. She lifted her eyes to Lin Shun, who was leisurely sipping tea, and her tone was humble and serene, stripped of the heavy weariness accumulated over countless millennia, leaving only pure inquiry and heartfelt longing. Master, in my past life, I spent all my time chasing forward, desperately, arduously seeking the Tao, only to end up exhausted in body and mind, entangled in obsessions, never achieving fulfillment. Now I finally understand the stability of the original heart is the beginning of everything. But I still have some confusion. After guarding a stable original heart, how should I behave and spend my days to truly live up to that heart in the present moment? What she sought was never a world-shaking Tao or a cultivation level that could dominate the world, but merely a relaxed and stable, ordinary heart, a way of life that was free and easy, wanting to fully integrate into the gentle, ordinary daily life of this courtyard. Hearing this, Lin Shen gently rubbed the warm wall of the teacup with his fingertips, a faint, shallow smile curving at the corners of his lips. His tone was lazy and homey as he replied casually, without any hint of preaching. A stable original heart is not something achieved through deliberate cultivation or forceful perseverance, but something that merges into daily life and returns to the ordinary. Rise and act as you wish in the morning, sit quietly and feel the breeze in the afternoon, sip tea and enjoy cakes in leisure, settle your heart in stillness. Do not be trapped by past entanglements, do not worry about future uncertainties, do not chase empty fame and fleeting profit, do not give rise to vain and distracting thoughts. Eat well, enjoy the breeze while live each day well. When the heart has no burdens and the body has no fatigue, that is the best way to be with oneself, and that is the truest return to the Tao. These few simple words were unadorned, without any profound or obscure principles, just the most ordinary, genuine insights from life. Yet they precisely shattered and unraveled the last trace of confusion in Bai Heng's heart. At this moment she was completely enlightened and released. Millennia of seeking, half a lifetime of struggling to cross. In the end, none could compare to a single day of leisurely living in this courtyard. The true path to peace of mind was never found in mountain adventures or extraordinary ascetic cultivation, but hidden in the ordinary, everyday life of eating, feeling the breeze, sitting quietly, and sipping tea. Having understood this crucial point, her aura became even softer and warmer, completely shedding the sense of alienation typical of a visiting outsider, and she fully merged into the calm, relaxed atmosphere of the courtyard. And at that very moment, when Bai Heng's heart was fully complete, and she truly integrated into daily life deep within the lands of the 9 provinces, several ancient secret realms that had lain dormant for eons suddenly had their faint soft light become vivid, warm, and translucent. Threads of long, gentle aura penetrated the barriers of the ages, seeping through the vein of the 9 provinces, wind slowly spreading and stretching, advancing steadily toward the small courtyard. These reclusive predecessors, hidden in the depths of time, had hearts far more relaxed and serene than Bai Heng's original state. They had no urgency to seek the Tao, only a longing to travel to this unique, stable, everyday warmth in the world. They were like old friends who had heard that a companion was living in seclusion and had come specially to visit for a casual chat, without any trace of the postures or pride of supreme experts. The seniors waiting outside the alley also keenly sensed the approaching aura from afar. Their hearts stirred slightly, and they collectively gathered their minds, quietly awaiting the arrival of a new round of old acquaintances. The courtyard remained with warm wind and fragrant tea, the afternoon lazy as before. Yet in the gentle breeze that traversed the courtyard, a faint, distant warmth had already been quietly carried along. Ancient friends who had lain dormant for eons, hidden from the world, were stepping steadily on the wind and about to arrive. The afternoon breeze remained gentle and warm, having shed the early morning's coolness and untouched by the evening's heat. It drifted unhurriedly through alleys and courtyards, softly brushing past the scattered leaves and eaves within the yard. The wind carried a faint sweetness of tea and the fresh scent of grass and trees, swirling slowly through the tranquil courtyard, deepening the relaxed atmosphere of the entire small abode. Time within the courtyard seemed perpetually slow and serene, day after day, without the slightest hint of haste or urgency. Bai Heng sat quietly by the bluestone table, having completely shed the weight of 10,000 years of accumulated weariness and the distance from strangers. She was entirely at ease, blending peacefully into the ordinary warmth of this tranquil daily life. She no longer dwelled on the heights of the great Tao, the gains and losses of cultivation, or the pursuit of the path ahead. She simply sat here enjoying the breeze, savoring tea, and letting her mind rest, relishing the leisure and freedom she had never experienced in 10,000 years. Lin Chun lounged lazily in an old bamboo chair, his expression relaxed and carefree, his brows and eyes unburdened. His fingertips idly tapped the warm rim of a teacup. The casual words spoken earlier were nothing profound or obscure. Simple and plain, yet they moistened the heart like gentle rain, soothing the last traces of obsession and confusion that had lingered in Bai Heng's soul for 10,000 years. To him, it was merely the most ordinary of idle chats on countless leisurely afternoons. But to those who had lived with taut nerves and chased the great Tao for 10,000 years, this simplest, most ordinary ease and clarity was precisely the true essence of the heart they had sought across vast ages and boundless lands, but never found. Outside the courtyard, the 10-mile-long street remained peaceful and quiet without a trace of noise. Tens of thousands of cultivators sat quietly on both sides of the street, immersing themselves in self-reflection, their minds growing clearer and more stable with each passing day. The deeply ingrained restlessness, competitiveness, and impatience from their past cultivation paths had vanished completely. Everyone gradually grew accustomed to settling their minds and advancing steadily in this serene and gentle atmosphere. The group of ancient predecessors standing at the outer edge of the street also remained composed and silent, waiting patiently. Throughout the entire time, no one was restless, impatient, or stepped out of line. Ever since Bai Heng had fully transformed her state of mind and returned to simplicity within the courtyard, the residual obsessions and pride of all the elders present had gradually dissolved. They had long since understood that this small courtyard never held any opportunities or miracles to be fought over, nor any earth-shattering secrets of the great Tao, only the steady rhythm of daily life. Yet this ordinary tranquility within everyone's reach was the most precious and rarest gift for cultivators in the world. Just as everyone sat in peace and time flowed gently, a subtle change occurred in the breeze drifting through the air. There was no sharp oppressive pressure, no earth-shattering phenomenon, and no sign of cosmic upheaval. Only a faint ancient breath, carrying the tranquil essence of 10,000 years, drifted slowly toward the courtyard along the long wind currents of the 9 provinces. This breath was old and deep, bearing a weight of years far greater than Bai Heng's. It was consistently relaxed, peaceful, pure, and clear, devoid of any competitive aggression or worldly ambition. The experienced ancient predecessors outside the alley were the first to keenly detect this unfamiliar, distant breath, and their minds stirred slightly. Having weathered endless ages and witnessed the changes of the world, they were highly sensitive to the essence of ancient origins. They instantly recognized the profound age of this breath, far surpassing the accumulated years of ordinary cultivators. As one, they restrained all thoughts and quietly stood aside, waiting in silence. There was no noise, no commotion, no prying. Only pure reverence and anticipation in their hearts. The 9 graceful ladies inside the courtyard also caught this subtle change in the wind. Their expressions shifted slightly, but they remained composed and calm, not a single one flustered enough to break the tranquility of the yard. When Ruashi lifted her fair little face, gently sniffing the unfamiliar scent carried by the wind, her soft, sweet voice sounded lightly. A breeze has come from very far away, cool, soft, and so pleasant to smell. Her cultivation was still shallow. She could not perceive the depth of years or the vicissitudes within the breath. She only sensed good or bad with her purest heart, feeling that this wind crossing 10,000 years was clean, gentle, refreshing, and brought joy to body and mind. Gu Qinyan gently lifted her eyes, gazing toward the end of the long street. Her expression was calm and steady as she spoke softly. It is an ancient hermit who has lived in seclusion for 10,000 years. This breath is deep and transparent, without contention or disturbance. Their state of mind has long shed the dust of 10,000 ages, completely different from those predecessors who were obsessed with competition and fame. She was perceptive and observant, accurately catching the extreme peace and purity in the breath, instantly judging the true nature of the newcomers. She knew that these distant visitors had not come for opportunities or the great Tao, but simply to seek this rare tranquility in the world, a place for their hearts to rest. Su Qingyao's fingertips shimmered with a faint light as she casually swept it over the barriers surrounding the area. Her tone was relaxed and confident, without any need for vigilance. The barrier is perfectly stable, no adjustments needed. The visitors have pure, clear hearts, peaceful and without conflict. They carry no malice or obsession. Let them enter with the natural wind. The peace and quiet of the courtyard will not be disturbed. She was always thoughtful and in control of the entire situation. She had no need to be on guard. She could accurately judge the good or evil nature of visitors from their breath, alone, silently maintaining the unique order and serene daily life of the courtyard. Yi Wanqing raised her hand gently to arrange the neatly placed tea and snacks on the stone table. Her expression was gentle and serene, her voice soft and warm with the comfort of daily life. They have traveled from a very distant ancient land, and must be weary from the journey. I will add a cup of warm tea for them to rest and relax. She never concerned herself with a visitor's status or depth of cultivation. She always treated every guest with the gentlest, most sincere warmth of everyday life. No matter how eminent a figure in her eyes, they were simply weary travelers needing a peaceful rest. On the balcony, Suzichin stood quietly by the railing, gazing lightly toward the mouth of the alley where the wind arose. Her tone was clear and penetrating, seeing the essence of the world. The longer one lives, and the more storms one has weathered, the more one cherishes the value of ordinary peace. True cultivation has never been about endlessly growing stronger or winning conflicts. It is about shedding all sharpness and aggression, returning to a peaceful heart. Yun Shuyue leaned lazily against a blooming branch, idly playing with a soft petal. Her brows curved in a relaxed, carefree smile. Another senior who loves peace and dislikes strife has come to visit. Our little courtyard has become the most comforting and healing haven for the idle ancients of 10,000 years. Lu Qingyuan still stood quietly by the flower bushes, her gentle gaze fixed firmly on Lin Chun, never wavering for a moment. The arrival of visitors, the changing world, the movements of the four directions, all were trivial matters to her. As long as the young man before her was at ease, and the days were peaceful, everything else was ordinary. Shun Hanning stood silently in the shade at the corner of the courtyard, her demeanor cool and serene, her mind clear and undisturbed. No matter how the breath and the wind shifted or how others reacted, she remained as calm as ever, without the slightest fluctuation, unaffected by external things. In just a few breaths, the quiet alley breeze stirred gently, forming a soft ripple of wind. Two simple white-clad figures slowly appeared at the end of the 10-mile-long street. Their steps were unhurried, their demeanor tranquil and leisurely, without any trace of urgency from a long journey. They walked as if on a casual stroll, visiting an old friend, drifting slowly toward the courtyard with the gentle breeze. Both wore extremely plain, unadorned clothes, simple and clean, without any decoration or trace of a mighty aura. 10,000 years had deposited a deep and transparent foundation upon them, but had left no killing intent or stubborn sharpness. Their brows and eyes were gentle and soft, revealing only the clarity and tenderness of ages washed clean. They were ancient hermits, even older than Bai Heng, having long ago withdrawn from all worldly strife. They had personally witnessed more primitive changes of the world and endured the most barren and turbulent times of heaven and earth. In the past, when all beings in the world competed for the Tao, killed for fame, and endlessly struggled, they had long seen through all illusions. They sealed themselves away, guarded ancient lands, and lived quietly, never participating in any worldly conflict or change. Had it not been for the unique, gentle breath of this small courtyard, crossing the barrier of 10,000 years of silence, and gently touching their long-dormant, deadened hearts, they might have forever remained in their ancient secret realms, indifferent to the world, and spending the rest of their days in stillness. The two walked slowly along the 10-mile street, calmly observing the tens of thousands of cultivators sitting in meditation, and the younger generation elders waiting respectfully outside the alley. Their expressions remained peaceful and composed, with no surprise or disturbance in their eyes. They had long grown accustomed to the endless killing, comparison, competition, and the law of the jungle in the world of cultivation. Seeing everyone so relaxed and peaceful year after year actually brought them comfort and resonance, finally settling the loneliness of 10,000 years. The gentle barrier set by Su Qingyao slowly rotated, precisely identifying the pure and uncontending hearts of the two visitors. It actively opened a warm, clear passage, allowing them to enter without obstruction, pressure, or restraint, fully reflecting the inclusiveness and tenderness of the courtyard. The two plain-clad figures stepped through the clear passage and steadily entered the courtyard they had longed for. The moment they set foot inside, all sounds of the wind, people, and movement from outside were gently isolated. The courtyard breeze, tea fragrance, and fresh scent of grass and trees instantly wrapped around them. The extremely peaceful and relaxed atmosphere immediately soothed the last traces of restlessness buried in their hearts for 10,000 years, grounding their bodies and minds completely. They slowly raised their eyes to look at Lin Chun, who sat quietly in the courtyard. In their eyes there was no fanatical awe or extreme reverence, only the transparent relief after enduring 10,000 years of vicissitudes, and the peaceful calm of finally finding a home after endless wandering. No probing or deliberate contemplation was needed. Simply standing in this gentle courtyard, they already understood completely. This was the peaceful haven they had sought for 10,000 years of wandering, but never found. They slightly bowed their heads, their salutation gentle and modest, their posture relaxed and natural. There was no arrogance of ancient masters, nor any forced flattery of later visitors. The measure was just right. We are Qingxian and Qinglan juniors who have long lived in ancient land, solitary for 10,000 years. Today we follow the clear breeze and seek peace of heart, asking only to spend our days here, returning to truth and peace and freedom. Their voices were clear, gentle, and warm, carried by the wind throughout the courtyard. Not loud, not rushed, but steadily settling into the hearts of everyone present. Lin Chun slowly raised his eyes, a familiar, relaxed smile on his lips. His tone was casual and natural, as if chatting with family. Since you are here, you are guests. No need for formalities. Sit wherever you like and spend your days as you wish. A simple, ordinary sentence. No special treatment, no deliberate attention. It was plain and gentle, no different from his earlier attitude toward Bai Hong and all the other distant visitors. But it was precisely this impartial simplicity and ease that made the hearts of Qing Xian and Qing Lan, which had been suspended for 10,000 years, finally settle in peace. After 10,000 years of seclusion and loneliness, they had long grown tired of worldly admiration, rivalry, and restless ambition. They only craved the unremarkable peace and yearly tranquility of this small courtyard, cherishing this relaxed daily life that did not strive for precedence or gain. They sat down gently as instructed, completely setting aside the heavy past of 10,000 years, shedding the empty title of hermits, and blending into the leisurely afternoon routine of the courtyard, their bodies and minds entirely at ease. The breeze in the courtyard continued to flow gently, tea fragrance rose in curling wisps, warm sunlight streamed softly, and time passed in undisturbed peace. Bai Hong quietly watched the two ancient predecessors beside her, whose breaths were deep and states of mind clear and peaceful. Her heart felt increasingly relieved and transparent. She fully understood that the small courtyard was never about deliberately guiding or forcibly enlightening people. It was simply that the unique peace of daily life here was the final destination and homeward path for all weary souls who had been rushing and seeking. Meanwhile, deep within the 9 provinces, several remaining ancient secret realms that had been silent for 10,000 years still emitted a soft, gentle glow that had not yet faded. Those hermits hidden in even more distant ages were gradually being awakened by the gentle warmth of this small courtyard, setting out one after another along the clear breeze. The gentle daily life of this ordinary courtyard always opened its arms quietly, welcoming every wandering heart. The text ends here. Over the vast sea of clouds the wind ceased and steps slowed. The white-robed Tao Venerable took her final step. Not with a sky-shaking tremor of the void, nor with a grand spectacle of radiant light, and not even a single ripple of air stirred. Like a gentle evening breeze, she alighted softly at the corner of a nameless alley. Yet this single step caused the entire realm of 9 provinces to fall into a momentary quiet stillness. Far away across the 9 provinces, countless ancient powerhouses who were swiftly rushing toward this place all paused in unison, their minds gently stirred. Across thousands of mountains and rivers, they clearly sensed that the figure who had traversed 3 eras and remained silent for 10,000 years had now firmly set foot upon the earth. The Supreme Tao Venerable, who had lived through the collapse of the Great Tao and witnessed the changing of epochs, had truly stepped out of the ancient hall sealed for millennia, truly descended upon this seemingly ordinary little alley. Along the long street, tens of thousands of cultivators meditating in stillness felt an inexplicable peace in their hearts. The Tao resonance that had been flowing gently now rippled slightly, and then became even more warm and clear. Though they did not know how fearsome this visitor was, they instinctively felt a genuine reverence and peace of mind. No one clamored, no one stirred. They remained seated, quietly bathed in the Tao resonance. At the alley entrance, the barrier of order laid by Su Qingyao gently undulated, precisely discerning the visitor's true heart. Sensing her pure goodwill and a Tao heart that sought only sincerity, the barrier voluntarily opened a soft passage, neither obstructing nor suppressing, but granting passage with openness. The white-robed Tao Venerable stood at the alley mouth, her white hair gently swaying in the wind, her plain dress exuding an ethereal elegance. She lifted her gaze and slowly looked over the entire 10-mile-long street. All she saw were cultivators peacefully meditating on the Tao, each one having shed their aggressive tendencies and set aside strife. There was no competition, no killing or scheming. Only a gentle scene of steady goodwill and cultivation in the Tao's embrace. This sight completely overturned everything she had known about the cultivation world for 10,000 years. Having traversed 3 eras, she had always witnessed the law of the jungle, where the weak were prey, where opportunities led to conflict, where a single bit of cultivation could turn friends into foes, and where a single lineage could drive people to sacrifice everything. She had once reached the pinnacle of power in the world, held the authority of an era's Tao traditions, and gazed upon the rise and fall of countless beings and the struggles of heroes. She had thought that the end of cultivation was nothing but solitude, and that the ultimate Tao was merely emptiness. Yet she had never seen such a cultivation scene where everyone's heart was at peace, and every year was gentle. There was no overwhelming pressure, no transcendent techniques. Yet every breath of this realm, every strand of Tao resonance aligned with the primordial source of heaven and earth, revealing the ultimate truth of cultivation through the ages. So, cultivation can truly be this relaxed. The white-robed Tao Venerable murmured softly, her voice that had been cold for millennia, now carrying a genuine heartfelt emotion for the first time. In the past, she believed cultivation was about defying fate, fighting for life, at every step contending with heaven and earth for opportunities, and competing with all beings for victory. Only by coming here today did she fully understand that the true great Tao was never something to be fought for. It was the natural, spontaneous return to the origin that arose after the heart found peace. She stepped into the alley slowly, her posture calm and unhurried, without the slightest air of a mighty figure. Unlike the reverent trepidation of ordinary cultivators visiting a master, and without any trace of the pride of a 10,000-year-old Tao venerable, she simply walked like an ordinary visitor following the gentle Tao resonance step by step toward the courtyard deep within. The 9 beauties in the courtyard each holding their own heart, and showing distinct expressions clearly sensed the visitor's approach. Yet none of them rose to greet her, nor did any show the slightest nervousness. When Rawashi still leaned on the railing swinging her legs, her head slightly tilted as she looked at the approaching white-robed woman. There was no reverence in her eyes, no shock, only pure curiosity. Her voice was soft and gentle. This elder sister is so gentle. Her aura is like the wind in Master's courtyard, soft, warm, and so comfortable. She could not discern the profound heritage accumulated over 10,000 years on the other woman, nor could she recognize the overwhelming identity of a 3-era Tao venerable. She only perceived good and evil through the purest instinct of her heart. In her eyes, the visitor was merely a beautiful, gentle elder sister who made her feel at ease. Gu Qingyan lifted her eyes slightly, her gaze steady as it passed over the white-robed Tao venerable, her heart calm and unmoved. She clearly sensed the unfathomable depth of the other's cultivation and the weight of 10,000 years of heritage, yet she remained composed and dignified, neither humble nor arrogant. She spoke softly, her words clear and orderly, revealing her thorough and steady nature. This is a Tao venerable senior from 10,000 years ago with immeasurable depth. Yet there is not the slightest hint of oppressive power. Her heart is clear and transparent. A true master who has transcended strife and returned to the Tao. She has come this time only to seek confirmation of her own Tao heart, with no interest in worldly affairs or the authority of Tao traditions. There is no need for us to guard against her or block her way. She was always calm and thoughtful, preemptively clarifying the visitor's intentions to soothe everyone's hearts and firmly maintain the peaceful and relaxed tone of the small courtyard. Su Qingyao lightly raised her fingertips, adjusting the rhythm of the barrier with a cheerful and relaxed confidence. The barrier has fully adapted. It will not bind her Tao heart, nor obstruct the flow of Tao resonance. Whether an ordinary cultivator or a 10,000-year-old master, as long as one harbors goodwill and sincerely seeks the Tao, they are all equal visitors here. Everyone can enter the state with peace of mind. She acted with efficiency and transparency, never treating people differently based on their status. In her eyes, the rules of the small courtyard had never changed. Those with goodwill find peace, those with an upright heart may stay, regardless of strength or era. Yi Wanxing slowly walked to the courtyard gate, holding a freshly brewed cup of warm tea. Her expression was gentle as water, her smile warm and healing. She paid no heed to the other's identity as a 10,000-year-old Tao venerable, only remembering the sincerity of one who had traveled a great distance with a pure heart. Her voice was soft and warm. You have come from afar and must be tired both in body and mind. Have a cup of hot tea to rest your feet, settle your heart, and then you can meditate on the Tao at your leisure. Her gentleness was always universal, without distinction of high or low. To her, a 10,000-year-old sovereign and an ordinary cultivator were no different. Both were seekers of the Tao, longing for peace and a return to truth, both deserving of the gentlest kindness. On the pavilion, Su Zichen stood quietly, leaning on the railing, looking down with a cool gaze that fell lightly upon the white-robed Tao venerable. Her eyes held a penetrating calmness born of experience. She saw through everything with great clarity, commenting softly. A 3-era Tao venerable, who once ruled the Tao traditions of an age, survived 2 collapses of the great Tao, and spent a lifetime contending with fate and battling heroes. Yet in the end she discovered that the Tao she had pursued for 10,000 years was merely the everyday life of this small courtyard. People spend their entire lives seeking the Tao only to overlook what is near and chase what is distant, putting the cart before the horse. A few words laid bare the illusion of cultivation through the ages, her vision transcendent and clear, revealing her unique temperament. Yun Shuiwe leaned against the flowering branches, smiling lazily, her posture relaxed and her tone serene. 10,000 years of wind and clouds, a lifetime of honored titles. In the end, it is all just for a single moment of peace. That such a supreme figure should finally come to our leisurely little courtyard is indeed a most amusing irony. She never admired fame or envied the strong. No matter how earth-shattering the changes in the outside world, or how exalted the ancient masters, they could not disturb her relaxed state of mind. To her, the peace of the present moment was the best. Lu Qing'an remained standing quietly by the flower bed, her eyes downcast and serene, never once lifting her gaze to look back. To her, the arrival of a 10,000-year-old Tao venerable or any supreme ancient master was nothing but external, irrelevant splendor. Her gaze, her heart, and all her thoughts were eternally fixed on the young man in the courtyard. 10,000 people rushing and 10,000-year-old masters arriving, the grand Tao of an era unfolding. None of it could compare to a moment of Lin Chen's peace or a flicker of warmth in his eyes. Shun Hanning stood in the cool shade at the corner of the courtyard, her bearing cold and aloof, her temperament as distant as ever. Even before her stood a Tao venerable who had been silent for 10,000 years and shaken the 9 provinces, even as countless great powerhouses from all corners of the world were swiftly converging. Her heart remained as still water without a ripple. The venerable names that the world revered and honored could not enter her eyes or stir her heart. Her world was utterly pure. Aside from Lin Chen's joy and peace, there was nothing else. All things were but fleeting clouds. 9 people, 9 distinct temperaments. Vibrant and passionate, steady and composed, efficient and transparent, gentle and healing, cool and transcendent, relaxed and serene, devoted and single-minded, aloof and pure. Each character was vivid and distinct, yet all shared the same source, guarding the peace of the little courtyard, neither flattering fame nor fearing the strong. In the courtyard, a gentle breeze blew softly, the fragrance of tea wafted gently, and time passed in a warm, leisurely manner. Lin Chen sat by the tea table, his fingertips lightly holding a warm teacup. He raised his eyes to look at the white-robed Tao Venerable approaching, a relaxed and tranquil smile on his lips, his heart without surprise or joy, without a ripple. He did not rise to greet her, did not speak to create an imposing aura, and did not display even a trace of Tao pressure. He simply sat quietly, as if awaiting an old friend, a familiar returning soul. The white-robed Tao Venerable reached the courtyard gate, her steps softly pausing. She lifted her eyes to gaze at the young man in the courtyard. In those cold eyes that had been silent for 10,000 years, seen through all illusions, and weathered countless vicissitudes, a warm layer of light and clear radiance began to ripple for the first time. Before her eyes, the young man displayed no outward signs of supreme cultivation, no extraordinary Tao resonance. Ordinary, relaxed, at ease, simply sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea, watching the breeze, and quietly awaiting visitors. Yet this seemingly ordinary young man, with a casual remark in everyday conversation, had revealed the illusion of 10,000 years of cultivation, awakened the slumbering masters of the world, and rewritten the very foundation of cultivation across the 9 provinces. Gazing at the serene and carefree young man in the courtyard, all the remaining 10,000-year obsessions and the weariness of ages in her heart quietly melted away. 10,000 years of struggle were not worth a single courtyard of peace. She slightly lowered her eyes, her form gently bending, and performed the purest gesture of seeking the heart. Without the slightest flattery or reverence, only the sincerity of one who has understood the Tao and returned to the truth. This junior Bai Heng has traversed 3 eras and vainly contended for 10,000 years of illusions. Today I have come upon hearing the call, seeking the peace of my true heart, seeking the truth of the great Tao. Her voice was clear and ethereal, carried by the gentle breeze throughout the small courtyard, both gentle and profound. Lin Chen heard this and spoke calmly, his tone warm and leisurely, composed and at ease. Since you have returned here, guard your true heart. No need for formalities, just sit and be at peace. A few ordinary words without preaching or authority, yet they caused the last trace of confusion in Bai Heng's heart to dissolve completely. 10,000 years of wandering, countless searches. Today at last she found her place of return. And at this moment, far away across the 9 provinces, the remaining dozens of awakened ancient powerhouses had all arrived at the periphery of the alley, standing silently outside the street entrance, none daring to step in rashly. They gazed from afar at the figure of the young man, sitting peacefully in the courtyard at the 3-era Tao Venerable, bowing in inquiry, their hearts filled with a gentle awe, holding their breath in quiet reverence. A scene of 10,000-year-old masters returning their hearts to the Tao had only just begun to unfold. The afternoon in the small courtyard was always gentle to perfection. A warm breeze drifted softly across the courtyard without a hint of sharpness, while the golden sunlight spread quietly over the gray stone pavement. The dappled shadows cast by the leaves swayed gently with the breeze, and the entire space was serene and tranquil, utterly devoid of any ripple or clamor. Qing Xian and Qing Lan sat down, as instructed, their postures completely relaxed and serene, shedding the age-old solitude and detachment of their reclusive existence. Dressed in simple, elegant robes, their features were clean and gentle, clear and transparent. They had entirely cast off the ethereal and aloof aura of extraordinary hermits, appearing as 2 ordinary visitors from deep mountains, quietly leaning against the stone table, calmly embracing the unique warmth and earthly atmosphere of the courtyard. Throughout the long millennia, they had remained in the desolate and cold ancient secret realm, accompanied only by the bleak wind, the clear cold moon, and boundless silence. Day after day of solitary cultivation made time monotonous and lonely, accumulating a deep sense of solitude that no one could share or understand. Back then they had stubbornly believed that the true path meant isolating oneself from worldly distractions and guarding one's heart in solitude. Yet in the endless solitude of cultivation, they gradually forgot the warmth of mortal life and lost the authentic essence of living freely and at ease. Only when they stepped into this warm courtyard, enveloped by the gentle atmosphere mingled with the sweet fragrance of tea and the vibrant scent of plants, did they fully awaken. The true tranquility of guarding the path was never about escaping the world and isolating oneself from all human experiences, but about remaining undisturbed and steadfast amidst the ordinary flow of life. Yi Wanqing moved gently, taking out 2 plain white porcelain teacups, carefully pouring a pot of warm tea, and then softly pushing them before the 2 guests. Her expression was gentle and serene, her voice warm and soothing, filled with the heartfelt warmth of daily life. You must have traveled a long way from the ancient secret realm, exhausted and weary. Have some hot tea to refresh yourselves. Sit slowly, rest quietly, and feel completely at ease. There were no elaborate formalities of hospitality, no forced flattery, or empty pleasantries. Only the simplest, most sincere, ordinary hospitality. Yet it was this unadorned, gentle warmth that quietly dissolved the last traces of strangeness and unease in Qingxian and Qinglan's hearts, allowing the two ancient recluses to become more relaxed and fully integrated into the courtyard's atmosphere. Qingxian gently lifted his hand to hold the warm teacup, his fingertips touching the warmth of the porcelain, and a faint flicker of emotion passed through his eyes. He possessed millennia of experience, having tasted the rarest celestial teas and the 1,000-year-old spiritual dew of secret realms, and savored countless exquisite brews that few in the world could obtain. Yet never had a cup of tea been so simple and warm, so easily soothing the deep loneliness and desolation accumulated over countless ages. He spoke slowly, his voice soft and distant, carrying the weight of ancient vicissitudes, yet calm and unruffled. In our millennia of seclusion, we have watched the changes of heaven and earth, the rise and fall of worldly affairs, and the ups and downs of human life, with cold eyes. We have always found it difficult to understand why people cling to the mortal world and crave the hustle and bustle of earthly life. Today, sitting here, we finally realize that we avoided the conflicts and restlessness of the world, but we lost the most precious piece of our own hearts. Qinglan nodded gently in agreement, her soft gaze sweeping over the entire tranquil courtyard. Her tone carried the relief of having shed all worldly attachments. In the past, we stubbornly believed that the great path was hidden in solitary cultivation, transcendent detachment, and millennia of walking alone. Now, through personal experience, we understand that the true path lies in the warmth of a cup of tea, the gentle breeze on the face, the peace of day and night, and in every ordinary, unremarkable, and routine moment of daily life. Their insights were neither flashy nor hollow, but the most sincere and simple expressions of their hearts after millennia of precipitation and personal realization. Bai Heng, sitting quietly nearby, felt a stir in her heart, her thoughts flowing, and her own mind became more transparent and at ease. Her past mental obsessions were very similar to those of the two ancient predecessors. Equally stubborn, always striving to be first, constantly tense in her pursuit of the path. The only difference was that she struggled and drifted in the torrent of worldly conflicts, while the two clung to their secluded ancient land far away from the world. In the end, they all shared the same fate, half a lifetime of rushing, half a lifetime of exhaustion, never achieving the fulfillment of their true hearts. Now the three of them sat together in the same small courtyard, sharing the gentle breeze and the fragrant tea. All the stubbornness, confusion, loneliness, and regret of the past half-life gradually dissolved and faded in this gentle and stable ordinary life. Their minds were connected, their realizations similar, and without the need for extra words, they already understood each other with tacit agreement. The 9 maidens, standing quietly under the corridor, watched the peaceful scene in the courtyard, their expressions serene and composed. Each guarded her own clear heart, and no one disturbed the tranquility, silently protecting the unique peace and leisurely time of the small courtyard. When Ruashi lazily leaned against the carved railing, watching the 3 predecessors with different auras sitting quietly sipping tea leisurely. Her young face bloomed with a soft, pure smile, and she murmured to herself, "Everyone sitting together drinking tea, feeling the breeze quiet and harmonious. It's really wonderful." She could not understand the vicissitudes of millennia or grasp the profound mysteries of the great path. She simply loved this peaceful and harmonious scene. No conflicts, no exhaustion, no loneliness. Everyone relaxed and at ease, peaceful year after year. That was the best vision in her heart. Gu Qingyan observed the changes in the hearts of the people in the courtyard quietly for a while, then spoke softly, sharing her own insights. People in the world seek the path in two extremes, either indulge in worldly conflicts, chasing fame and profit, or stubbornly pursue lofty seclusion, living apart from the world. They never manage to balance their true hearts with the diverse human world. Only this small courtyard can allow people to step out of the two extremes, shed vanity and illusion, and return to the purest and most authentic ordinary heart. Su Qingyao's faint light around her fingertips quietly faded, and the barrier she had set up remained stable. The order inside and outside the courtyard was undisturbed. Her tone was relaxed and carefree, requiring no vigilance. Everyone outside the courtyard is becoming more peaceful and stable. No one is restless, prying, or causing trouble. We don't need to worry at all. Just enjoy this afternoon leisure. On the balcony, Su Zichen leaned against the railing with a faint smile, her voice soft and calm. After millennia of cultivation and seeking, the ultimate destination is to live freely and transparently, with a heart at peace and free from worry. If a lifetime of cultivation only makes one more lonely, more tense, and more stubborn, then it has already strayed from the original intention and purpose of cultivation. Yun Shuyue lazily leaned against the blooming flower branches in the courtyard, gently pinching a soft petal. Her brows curved in a relaxed and Buddha-like smile. More and more ancient friends are shedding their proud edges, returning to ordinary life, letting go of endless pursuits, and enjoying the simple pleasures of daily life. This is probably the gentlest and most fulfilling destination in the world. Lu Qingyuan and Shun Hanning remained as they always were, standing quietly in a corner. The former's gaze was tender and affectionate, never leaving Lin Shen for a moment, her heart filled with one person alone. The latter's mind was clear and undulating, completely undisturbed by external things, serene and self-contained, silently, not disturbing others or the flow of time. The atmosphere of the entire small courtyard was delicately gentle and peaceful. The fragrance of tea curled around the eaves, a gentle breeze passed through the courtyard, and the leisurely time flowed slowly and steadily. Every moment was filled with the warmth of relaxation and healing. After sitting quietly for a while, his mind completely calmed, Qing Xian slowly raised his eyes to look at Lin Chun, who was leisurely sipping tea, composed and at ease. Qing Xuan's attitude was humble and gentle, having shed all the arrogance and aloofness of a millennia-old hermit. In his eyes there was only pure relief and sincere inquiry. He spoke softly, "Master, we secluded ourselves for millennia wholeheartedly, seeking a quiet heart and stable cultivation. Unexpectedly, we became trapped in the obsession of solitude, wasting endless time. Now we finally realize the preciousness of ordinary stability. But having lived alone in the ancient land for so long, we no longer understand the simplicity of mortal life and do not know how to blend into the daily routine. We humbly ask for your guidance." Having experienced the vicissitudes of millennia, they had completely seen through all the illusions and vanities of the world, shedding the restless heart that sought to compete and chase fame. What they now sought was no longer the illusory supreme path or extraordinary cultivation, but simply a share of ordinary daily life blended into the mortal world, relaxed and free at ease and content. Lin Chun slowly put down the warm teacup, a faint relaxed smile on his lips. His tone was still homely and warm, without any condescending preaching, as he answered casually, "There is no need to deliberately blend and no need to deliberately change. When at leisure, sip tea and enjoy the breeze. When quiet, watch the flowers pass the day. In spring, quietly observe the blossoms. In summer, rest in the shade. In autumn, taste fresh fruits. In winter, gather around the hearth for idle talk. Follow the seasons and the passage of time. Act as your heart desires, live as your nature dictates. Do not be trapped by past entanglements, and do not cling to external forms. The so-called return to the true path is never about forcibly twisting yourself or deliberately conforming to the world. It is simply letting go of all attachments and intentions, living steadily in the present, and properly getting through every ordinary day." These few simple words of homely talk were plain and easy to understand, without any obscure or profound mysteries. Yet every word was transparent and touched the heart, precisely piercing the mental shackles that had entangled the two for millennia, which they had never been able to resolve. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian and Qing Lan felt their hearts suddenly open up. The last trace of confusion and perplexity that had lingered in their eyes for millennia completely vanished. The loneliness and coldness of their long seclusion in the ancient land, the stubbornness of guarding their hearts, the awkwardness of not understanding the simplicity of mortal life, all the knots and chains that had bound them for ages, dissolved entirely in these few gentle words. Their minds, tense for endless years, completely relaxed and stretched. The cold, distant aura of the other world gradually imbued with the gentle warmth of mortal life, becoming soft and mellow. The two exchanged a glance, seeing in each other's eyes complete relief and clarity. Then they gently nodded, said no more, and sat quietly in the courtyard, peacefully enjoying this rare leisure. At this moment the small courtyard was complete and healing. Bai Heng shed her lifelong obsession with competition and striving. Qing Xian and Qing Lan let go of the shackles of millennia-old solitude and stubbornness. 3 different kinds of mental chains which had troubled them for endless time were all gently resolved and quietly dissolved by the most ordinary daily life. Outside the courtyard, the long street stretching for miles became increasingly peaceful and gentle, serene and calm. Tens of thousands of cultivators, day after day, quietly settled their minds and cultivated their characters. Their hearts grew increasingly gentle, pure, clear, and peaceful. The deep-rooted restlessness, comparison, anxiety, and eagerness for quick success that had once prevailed were completely gone. The ancient predecessors, waiting at the periphery of the street, stood quietly watching as one after another of the ancient friends in the courtyard found relief and peace. Their own expectations grew stronger, and they also understood more deeply the true meaning of a peaceful heart and ordinary living. At the same time, deep within the 9 provinces in the ancient secret realms that had been silent for millennia, the originally faint soft light flickered more clearly, more warmly, and translucently. The last few hidden predecessors who had been buried in the deepest depths of the ages, never appearing in the world, unknown to anyone, had fully awakened from their long slumber. Following this gentle, long-lasting breath of mortal life that spanned the ages, they slowly set out, calmly journeying toward this ordinary small courtyard that held the ultimate peace of the world. Those who had been silent for millennia, walking alone beyond the world, would eventually shed their detachment, return to the ordinary, and set out for this gentle, long-lasting, and peaceful earthly rendezvous. The small courtyard in the afternoon was immersed in a gentle stillness, without the noise of wind or the clamor of voices, with time flowing particularly softly and peacefully. A gentle breeze passed through the courtyard at a leisurely pace. Warm sunlight evenly fell upon the courtyard, and the dappled shadows cast by the leaves at the eaves slowly shifted and gently swayed with the breeze. The flow of time in the entire space seemed to have been quietly slowed down, shedding all the haste and urgency of the world. Everyone in the courtyard sat quietly, or stood at ease. No one spoke rashly, or acted restlessly, quietly guarding this relaxed world filled with the warmth of daily life leisurely through mornings and evenings, without disturbance or contention. After a moment of quiet meditation, Qing Xian and Qing Lan had completely broken free from the shackles of eternal loneliness and obsession, their entire demeanor and state of mind utterly transformed. The former cold detachment and ancient solitary aura that had always surrounded them completely dissipated, replaced by a gentle, soft, and worldly warmth of human life. The two sat steadily by the stone table, their posture relaxed and serene, occasionally lifting their hands to sip the warm tea in their cups, not deliberately contemplating the great Tao, not forcibly seeking their true hearts, simply sitting quietly in the breeze, passing the days, peacefully calming their minds, fully immersed in this ordinary, yet precious leisurely time. Bai Heng sat quietly to the side, her gaze calmly falling on their relaxed and free demeanor, her inner clarity and peace growing ever deeper. She had fully understood the true essence of cultivation. Ordinary people are immersed in worldly conflicts, trapped in comparison, competition, and the pursuit of fame and profit. Hermits outside the world are stubbornly attached to lofty solitude and cling to their lonely hearts. Both extremes are essentially deeply entangled in attachment and unable to find freedom. The truly rare supreme cultivation has never been about earth-shattering breakthroughs in realm, but rather letting go of all forcing tension and arrogance, accepting the present moment with equanimity, and living steadily in the relaxed peace between day and night. The 9 beauties under the eaves were still scattered leisurely around the courtyard, each guarding their own heart, and remaining quiet, each in their own stillness, each finding their own ease. No one deliberately chatted to pass the time, no one moved rashly to break the silence. Everyone guarded the unique peace and tranquility of the small courtyard, with perfect tacit understanding. After repeated visits from ancient friends and repeated transformations of their minds, they had long become accustomed to this plain daily life, and increasingly understood that this small courtyard had never intended to deliberately save the world, but only used the gentlest and most enduring ordinary warmth to slowly soothe the fatigue and obsession accumulated over countless ages by all beings. The long street stretching 10 li outside the courtyard after long immersion and sedimentation had reached the utmost stability, with not a trace of the former chaos. Tens of thousands of cultivators had sat here for years, quietly contemplating the Tao, their minds having undergone a complete transformation. The deep-seated anxiety, comparison, competition, and impatience for quick success had all dissipated. Everyone's aura was gentle, clear, peaceful, and pure, their eyes clean and free of dirt, with no trace of urgency in pursuing worldly benefits. The group of ancient predecessors standing at the periphery of the street still stood quietly, waiting, their expressions serene and composed, with no one feeling impatient or restless. They had long let go of their urgent desire for opportunities, and the great Tao no longer clinging to entering the courtyard to seek teachings or deliberately break through. Simply standing on this land soaked in layers of gentle Tao resonance, daily quieting the mind, and silently observing and comprehending was enough to soothe the inner turmoil, allowing their minds to steadily transform and become increasingly pure and clear. Just as the entire world settled into extreme peace and all things fell into serene silence in the distant sky of the 9 provinces, the ubiquitous wind veins quietly stirred with a subtle and gentle anomaly. Unlike the brief and gentle fluctuations of breath when previous visitors arrived, this time the clear winds of the entire 9 provinces seemed to have all turned direction, long and thick, gentle and far-reaching, carrying the silent breath that spanned endless primordial ages, slowly converging towards this ordinary small courtyard along the veins of heaven and earth. This breath was extremely ancient, extremely light, extremely calm, without any oppressive might that shook heaven and earth, without a trace of competitive edge, yet it contained the profound ancient heritage far surpassing that of Qing Xian and Qing Lan, as if slowly awakening and flowing from the primordial chaos when heaven and earth first opened. Beneath the vicissitudes and heavy foundation was a clarity and purity that had washed away all superficiality. A group of ancient predecessors outside the alley, with profound experience, having witnessed the changing of the world, felt their minds tremble slightly at this moment. With their perception and experience accumulated over endless ages, they instantly and accurately recognized the origin of this breath. It was the unique aura of the last batch of ancient recluses in heaven and earth, hidden in the deepest part of time. These reclusive predecessors never involved themselves in any worldly strife, never participated in any changes of the great Tao or the transformation of the world, and were even rarely known to exist by later generations of cultivators. They were entrenched in the deepest, original, secret realms of the 9 provinces, sleeping for countless ages, isolated from the world, the most ancient, most solitary, and most enlightened group of transcendent beings still existing. Everyone quickly gathered their thoughts and auras, silently bowed and stood still with respectful and composed expressions, eliminating all distractions, quietly waiting for these ancient sages to descend upon the wind. The 9 beauties, standing quietly in the courtyard, also keenly sensed the change in the sky's aura and looked up into the distant sky, waiting for the guests. When Ruashi blinked her clear and pure eyes, carefully feeling the gentle winds gathering in the sky and softly spoke in a tender voice, "So many gentle winds are coming together from a very, very far place. Are they big sisters and big brothers coming?" Gu Qingyan nodded gently, her gaze clear and peaceful, her expression calm and composed, quietly explaining, "They are the last ancient recluses of the world. They have been in seclusion the longest with the deepest solitude, and have long seen through all the illusions and vanities of the world. Today finally they follow the warmth of the small courtyard's worldly life and return to the mundane, riding the wind." Su Qingyao's fingertips shimmered with a faint light. The barrier around her remained stable, as usual, gently identifying the ancient breath arriving from afar. Her tone relaxed and firm. "The visitors have pure hearts, without contention, attachment, or delusion. No need to deliberately guard against them. Let them pass openly. They will not disturb the courtyard's peace." Yi Wanqing, with a gentle heart, silently arranged the tea set on the stone table, preparing to brew a fresh pot of warm tea, her expression tender and serene, speaking softly with warmth. "Having walked alone in solitude for countless ages, they must be weary in body and mind. Since they have come riding the wind, let them rest here, peacefully stabilize their minds, and live in tranquility." The others stood quietly in their own corners, their minds clear and without ripples, undisturbed by the event. Having long been accustomed to ancient visitors shedding their pride and returning to the mundane, they were already at ease in their hearts, feeling that this peaceful haven was the most natural and warmest destination for all wanderers in the world. Lin Shun leaned lazily on the old bamboo chair, his expression leisurely and composed, his brows relaxed and calm, without a trace of worldly disturbance in his eyes, simply gazing towards the entrance of the alley, quietly awaiting the distant visitors' descent upon the wind. After a few breaths of silence, a gentle ripple slowly appeared in the void at the end of the long street, without strange phenomena or disturbance, gentle and peaceful. 3 simple, elegant, white-clad figures following the long wind strolled slowly, with leisurely steps, their auras gently melting into the world. The 3 wore plain cloth garments, unadorned and clean, without any imposing aura of supreme power, nor any oppressive might to intimidate the world, their eyes clear and pure, gentle and peaceful, like 3 ordinary mortals walking in the mundane world. Yet upon careful observation one could perceive within their bodies the deep ancient heritage nearly as old as heaven and earth, heavy and profound. They had personally walked through the barren primordial ages, witnessed the myriad changes of the nascent great Tao, endured endless ages of solitude, and seen all the vicissitudes of the world. The great Tao, fame, dominion, and immortality that mortals spend their entire lives pursuing, were to them nothing but a fleeting, unworthy illusion of fire and smoke. Originally, they could have remained in the secret realms, sleeping forever, completely detached from worldly affairs, ending their days through countless ages. But the gentle stability of this small courtyard, day after day, this ordinary mundane life, without striving, impatience, or illusion, gently knocked on the dusty doors of their hearts, which had been sealed for countless ages, stirring in these ancient recluses who had seen through all things and were without desires the last genuine longing. The 3 walked slowly, passing peacefully through the 10-li long street, their gazes lightly sweeping over the tens of thousands of cultivators quietly settling in meditation, and then over the predecessors standing in the alley, their eyes showing no surprise or disturbance, only a trace of gentle warmth. All their lives they had witnessed endless slaughter, competition, and conflict in the chaotic cultivation world. Now, seeing this grand scene of peace where everyone was at ease and the world was calm, the loneliness and coldness accumulated over countless ages in their hearts quietly loosened and melted a little. The flexible barrier set by Su Qingyao actively opened a warm passage without obstruction, disturbance, or pressure, fully embracing them, allowing the 3 to step peacefully into the small courtyard. As their feet steadily crossed the threshold, the floating of countless ages, the vicissitudes of time, the solitude of the transcendent world, and the illusions of the mundane were all gently shut out, no longer connected. In an instant, the gentle breeze of the courtyard, the curling fragrance of tea, and the scattered warm sunlight enveloped their bodies. This extremely gentle, relaxing, and healing atmosphere of daily life firmly embraced their minds and bodies. The 3 ancient recluses paused slightly, their minds, which had been tense, still, and stubborn for countless ages, at this moment fully settled and completely at peace. They quietly gazed at the people sitting peacefully in the courtyard, their eyes slowly sweeping over by Heng, whose mind was relaxed and serene, Qingxian and Qinglan, who had already found peace, and finally resting on Lin Shun, who was leisurely sitting in the bamboo chair. There was no earth-shattering shock in their eyes, no deliberate reverence, no fervent seeking. Only the peace and fittingness of finally finding the true home of the heart after drifting through countless ages, experiencing all vicissitudes, and seeing through all vanities. The 3 slowly bowed, their gestures serene and humble, their postures relaxed and natural, shedding the arrogance of transcendent beings, and also free from the restraint of junior visitors, with appropriate and comfortable grace. We have guarded solitude for countless ages, watching the world coldly for millennia, always believing that the great Tao lies in emptiness, in aloofness, in transcending the mundane. Today, riding the wind here, we finally realize that the supreme Tao of the human world is nothing but ordinary daily life and peace of mind through the years. Wei Linjue and Kongchen wish to enter the small courtyard, abandon the ancient obsession, guard the peace of day and night, and return to the ordinary life. 3 clear, gentle voices fell like the wind upon the courtyard, softly echoing in the quiet space, gentle and far-reaching, peacefully entering the heart. Lin Chen's lips curved into a relaxed, faint smile, his tone still casual and warm. Since you have come, you are the returning ones. No need for formalities, take a seat, and follow your heart in passing the days. A simple, ordinary phrase without special favor or deliberate guidance, plain and gentle, treating all equally, yet it completely smoothed away the last trace of wandering and alienation in the hearts of the 3 ancient recluses. Countless ages of solitary wandering and transcendent cultivation could not match half a day of leisure in this small courtyard, a lifetime of peace. The 3 sat down as instructed, their bodies fully relaxed, letting go of the heavy past of countless ages, completely merging into the gentle, healing daily routine of the afternoon. Thus, all the top predecessors who had been reclusive in the 9 provinces for countless ages, avoiding the world, were awakened by the gentle warmth of the small courtyard, all shedding their pride and returning to the mundane, leaving none unnoticed. The gentle breeze on the long street outside the courtyard grew even more tender, and the atmosphere of the entire 9 provinces world gradually became more peaceful, pure, and serene. And this ordinary small courtyard, hidden in the mundane world, still warm with wind and fragrant with tea, with time flowing leisurely, neither proud nor impatient, neither startling nor disturbing, always open, quietly welcoming every weary, wandering heart longing for a home, year after year, peaceful and undisturbed. The warm sun, slightly intense during the day, gradually withdrew its fierce radiance, and a gentle, soft setting sun quietly hung over the western sky, casting a hazy twilight veil over the serene and elegant courtyard. Free from the brightness of the day, the entire courtyard took on the unique tenderness and tranquility of dusk, creating a soothing and restorative atmosphere. The warm orange afterglow slowly spread over the gray old courtyard walls, evenly covering the spotless, clean bluestone ground, gently elongating the scattered figures, swaying tree shadows, and blooming flower shadows in the courtyard, outlining soft and relaxed contours. The evening breeze passed through the courtyard, gently soothing away the lingering heat of the day, carrying the clear and cool air of late autumn, along with the faint fragrance of tea from the cups, and the subtle scent of evening flowers under the eaves, softly swirling and gently flowing in the quiet courtyard. The remaining subtle noise of the day was all smoothed away by the evening breeze, leaving the entire world free of all restlessness, with an increasingly relaxed and peaceful atmosphere, serene and heartwarming. Inside the quiet courtyard, the new and old visitors who had undergone several mental transformations sat quietly, each calming their minds and focusing their thoughts, with no one speaking or moving rashly. The entire courtyard was tranquil, but not lonely, warm, but not oppressive, filled with a stable and peaceful atmosphere of daily life. Bai Heng, Qing Xian, Qing Lan, Lin Yuan, Ji Yue, and Kong Chun sat around the ancient stone table, their postures completely relaxed and at ease, having shed their long-standing tension in both body and mind. The deep obsessions that had bound each of them for countless millennia, whether Bai Heng's endless strife and obsession with strength and victory, or Qing Xian and the other's reclusive seclusion and stubborn pursuit of solitary purity, were now melting away bit by bit in this ordinary courtyard filled with the warmth of daily life, leaving only pure, clear peace and tranquility in their hearts. All 6 were supreme beings who had traversed endless ages and personally witnessed the rise and fall of the world, having seen the desolation of the primordial earth, the grand transitions of the Tao, and the endless conflicts of the mortal realm. They had spent immeasurable eons chasing the ultimate Tao and eternal transcendence, revered by all, stubbornly pursuing the illusory peak of cultivation. But only now, sitting quietly in the courtyard, gently bathing in the evening breeze, savoring tea, and spending peaceful ordinary days, did they slowly realize the simplest and truest truth: the endless pursuit and millennia of obsession were but empty shadows, far inferior to the stability of a single day in the mortal world. The 6 sat side by side in peace, each lowering their eyes to sip the clear tea, their minds clear and undisturbed, without the need for a single word of conversation or deliberate pleasantries. Having experienced similar ages of constraint and found release in the same gentle warmth of daily life, their hearts were connected and their understanding aligned. Even in silence, they shared a profound mutual understanding. The last trace of hidden sharpness in Bai Heng's eyes vanished completely as he finally let go of his lifelong obsession with struggle and stubbornness, no longer trapped by the constraints of cultivation, strength, Tao hierarchy, or the gains and losses of victory and defeat. Qing Xian and Qing Lan stepped out of the cold solitude of their ancient seclusion, breaking free from their stubborn attachment to solitary purity and isolation from the mortal world. Lin Yuan, Ji Yue, and Kong Chun also gradually shed their ancient detachment from the world, removing the cold indifference of eons, and for the first time in countless ages their hearts felt the warmth of humanity. 6 supreme beings spanning eons, 6 different kinds of age-old shackles and obsessions that had confined their lives were finally dissolved and healed by the gentle daily routine of the small courtyard. All of them shed their worldly weariness and pride, stripped away the ethereal detachment of transcendent beings, and truly let go of the past, returning to their original hearts, to the simple and ordinary warmth of human life. 9 graceful women stood quietly in various corners of the corridor, silently gazing at the serene and peaceful scene in the courtyard, their brows gentle and relaxed, their minds pure and untainted. They stood quietly, not disturbing or speaking, silently guarding the unique tranquility of the courtyard with a calm and gentle demeanor, quietly reflecting the beautiful scene of hearts at peace and the world in harmony. When Ruwashi gently supported the cool carved railings, her small fair face lightly pressed against the wooden pillar, watching the peaceful group in the courtyard with a pure and soft smile in her eyes, murmuring softly, "The evening courtyard is so gentle. Everyone sits quietly, no noise, no disturbance, peaceful and beautiful." Her heart was pure and innocent, not understanding the weight of eons or the profound truth of the Tao, without obsession, greed, or conflict. Only a genuine love for this harmonious and peaceful atmosphere. To her, the most moving scenery in the world was never the breathtaking wonders of the heavens, but the ordinary days of year after year, free from strife, relaxed, and worry-free. Gu Qingyan gazed silently at the scene in the courtyard for a moment, her clear and warm eyes slowly sweeping over the relaxed and serene expressions of the group, her tone transparent and profound. People always fear the passage of time and the emptiness of years, desperately chasing the long river of eons, forcibly seeking traces of the Tao, hoping to leave their mark in the vast wilderness of time. But true fulfillment lies not in the illusory drift of eons, but in every stable self-content and heart-fulfilling present moment. When the heart is settled and undisturbed, this ordinary courtyard surpasses the countless magnificent scenes of the ancient wilderness. Su Qingyao stood calmly in a corner of the courtyard, the faint light of her barrier softly restrained, steadily enveloping the space inside and outside the courtyard with perfect order and no chaos. She no longer needed to be on guard or deliberately set defenses, her tone relaxed and carefree. Now, both inside and outside the courtyard, all hearts have returned to stability. The remaining restlessness, aggression, and competitive obsessions in the world have completely dissipated. All the ancient predecessors of the 9 provinces have returned to the mortal world. The obsession with struggle, competition, and solitary seclusion has vanished entirely. The entire world has quietly undergone a complete and positive transformation. The dusk deepened slowly, and the evening breeze added a touch of coolness. Yi Wanqing carried several plates of exquisite, warm, and palatable evening snacks, walking softly and gently to the stone table, arranging them neatly in the empty spaces with delicate and thoughtful movements, her brows full of gentle warmth. The evening breeze is cool. Have some snacks to warm yourselves, and wait quietly for the night to fall. A day of peaceful stability without disturbance or conflict, smooth and uneventful. This is the most solid and perfect ending. On the tower, Su Zichen stood leisurely by the railing, watching the sunset's afterglow gently bathe the courtyard. Her soft, slow voice rose, revealing the essence of worldly cultivation. People spend their entire lives chasing eternal immortality and everlasting existence, unaware that eons are too long. So long that they can lose their true heart, sink into obsession, and waste their original intention. To hold fast to the stability of each day, to be at peace year after year, and to live each day with ease and contentment. That is the ultimate fulfillment in the world. Yun Shuyue lazily leaned against the blooming flower branches in the courtyard, letting the gentle evening breeze tousle her hair and close her eyes, curved in a relaxed and healing smile. So it turns out that the ultimate destination of all cultivation is not to reach the pinnacle, dominate the ages, or become famous across the world, but to shed the weariness and pride of the journey, peacefully return to ordinary life, and live each day earnestly and freely. Lu Qingyuan stood quietly beside the flowers, her tender and affectionate gaze fixed firmly on Lin Chen, never wavering. All the transformations of the world, the changes of the era, and the return of beings to the mundane did not enter her eyes or move her heart. As long as the young man before her was at ease, and they were together day and night, even if the ages shifted and the world changed to her, time remained ordinary and peaceful. Shun Hanning stood alone in a quiet corner of the courtyard, her posture cool and composed, untouched by the dust of the world, her mind as still as water, clear and undisturbed. The evening breeze came and went, the world changed, and hearts were released. Yet none of these external things could disturb her original heart. She simply stayed alone, passed the days peacefully, and guarded her own heart. The evening breeze swept through the courtyard ceaselessly, the gentle afterglow fell quietly, the fragrance of tea lingered around the eaves, and a warm embrace filled every corner. Time in the courtyard flowed slowly and long, peaceful and healing, without any haste or urgency, gently carrying the released hearts and peaceful days of everyone. After sitting quietly for a long time with his mind completely settled and free from all constraints, Lin Yuan slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Shun, who had been leisurely sipping tea with ease. His expression was humble and gentle, with a pure release hidden in his eyes after eons of accumulated experience, without any utilitarian or eager desire for guidance from a junior, only a sincere inquiry from a transparent heart. Master, we have lived for nearly as long as the heavens and earth. We once stubbornly believed that the longer the years, the deeper the cultivation, and the broader the experience, the closer we would be to the true essence of the Tao. But after traversing the entire ancient wilderness and witnessing all forms of life, we have only become more lost and constrained, unable to find the true path of our original heart. It was not until today when we stepped into this courtyard and completely shed our pride and detachment, blending into the ordinary daily life, that we suddenly realized the eternal Tao and supreme cultivation that the world pursues are ultimately inferior to the peace and security of a single mortal day. Ji Yu and Kong Chun, sitting quietly beside him, nodded gently, their eyes filled with sincere and profound agreement, their minds fully aligned with Lin Yuan's. Having traversed eons of solitary seeking, they had finally attained the same transparent release. Their years of slumber and cold observation of the world had been too long. They had become accustomed to measuring everything by the vast heavens and endless time, taking the transcendent Tao as their sole pursuit, and for eons they had ignored the worldly fireworks and the gains and losses of each day. Only after entering this small courtyard and immersing themselves in this gentle, ordinary daily life did they fully understand the immortality and transcendence that people spend eons chasing are all illusions. Only a peaceful heart, undisturbed years, and freedom in each day are the truest and most enduring ease. Lin Shin calmly set down the warm teacup in his hand, raised his eyes to look at the 6 ancient predecessors who had already returned to the mortal world, a faint, relaxed smile on his lips. His tone was still warm and ordinary, without any condescension or obscure doctrinal preaching. Eons are ultimately empty. The present moment is real. The heavens and earth are vast, and boundless time is endless. All the conflicts, solitude, and illusions that people cling to, when placed in the long river of eons, are nothing but fleeting dust and smoke. In cultivation, there is no need to stubbornly chase the vastness of the heavens, force transcendence over eons, or desperately pursue the peak of the Tao. Just hold fast to your original heart, be at peace in the present, and cherish every moment. When the heart is at peace, even the ordinary smoke of the mortal world becomes a place of practice. When the heart is stable, even the most ordinary days become eternity. These few simple, warm words, easy to understand and deeply touching, contain no earth-shattering martial secrets, yet they precisely broke through the ultimate shackles that the 6 ancient predecessors had spent endless eons and countless ups and downs unable to resolve. The 6 listened with focused minds, and the last traces of eon-old weight and worldly weariness in their hearts vanished completely. The confusion, loneliness, and stubborn regret that had bound them for eons dissolved like smoke, leaving only total release. The distant and ancient aura around them completely transformed into pure gentleness. They fully shed the dazzling halo of supreme beings and the cold detachment of hermits, becoming simple people who guard the courtyard and live each day as it comes. At this moment, the 6 supreme beings who had once shaken the ages and witnessed all the vicissitudes of life finally shed their illusory obsessions and returned to the mortal world in perfect completion. On the long street stretching 10 miles beyond the courtyard, the cultivation atmosphere of the entire 9 provinces world quietly underwent an unprecedented ultimate transformation. Thousands of cultivators, long immersed in the gentle Tao resonance emanating from the small courtyard, had their minds completely purified, gentle and peaceful. They had thoroughly abandoned their former aggressive obsessions and restless utilitarianism, each settling down to cultivate steadily, live peacefully, and pass their days with ease. The ancient predecessors, waiting quietly at the outer edges of the streets, had also let go of the last remnants of shackles and expectations in their hearts, leaving only calm and release as they gently bathed in the gentle Tao resonance, spreading in all directions, quietly contemplating and cultivating freely. Within the 9 seas, 4 continents, and all 8 barren lands, in every hidden secret valley, all remaining ancient glimmers and eon-old auras had completely dissipated, leaving no trace. From then on, there were no more reclusive ancient hermits in the world, no more chaotic cultivation conflicts driven by competition, and no more obsessive delusional pursuits. The heavens and earth had completely bid farewell to the old pattern of endless strife and cultivation rivalry that had lasted for eons, officially entering a new stable era of peaceful hearts, ordinary daily life, and harmony year after year. The setting sun slowly sank behind the western mountains, and a thick, gentle twilight softly enveloped the entire human world, with all things quiet and peaceful time silent. Warm lights in the courtyard lit up one after another, casting soft yellowish glows through the carved window lattices onto the courtyard, gently receiving the fading daylight, and steadily embracing all the people who had wandered through eons, experienced the vicissitudes of life, and finally returned to the mortal world to find peace of mind. The rise and fall of eons finally came to an end, and the ordinary days of the mortal world began to return to peace. And in this 9 provinces world, which had just undergone a complete transformation and reached ultimate peace at the distant, vast, and untouched end of the heavens, a faint, extremely ethereal and unfamiliar aura crossing vast realms was quietly approaching this peaceful human world along the invisible wind of the heavens. Soft twilight gradually unfolds along the contours of heaven and earth, gently blanketing the entire mortal realm. The vivid warmth of sunset's lingering glow fades away, replaced by a sky brimming with clear, pale moonlight. Moonlight, liquid and serene, descends quietly, gently enveloping the tranquil courtyard and softly blanketing the vast expanse of the Jojo lands, casting a thin, luminous sheen of peaceful warmth upon all things in the world. Clear moonlight at the eaves, pure as water and gentle in its radiance, falls silently across every corner of the courtyard, slowly smoothing away the last traces of daytime warmth and clamor. The evening wind settles into complete stillness, no longer sweeping through the courtyard as it did during the day. Only a barely perceptible breeze drifts close to the cool bluestone ground, carrying the lingering fragrance of plants and the faint aftertaste of tea from the courtyard, peaceful and distant, without a ripple. After a day of transformation in human hearts, the settling of worldly affairs, and the letting go of the Tao, the small courtyard reaches a state of ultimate tranquility and pure serenity. Beside the stone table, 6 ancient figures who have weathered countless eons sit peacefully, their postures relaxed, yet upright, no one rising or speaking, the entire scene serene and harmonious. Bai Heng Qing, Xian Qing, Lan Lin, Yuan Ji Yue, and Kong Chun, 6 figures whose ancient aura had settled through eternity, find that presence entirely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. The weight of ages, the loneliness of seclusion beyond the world, and the aloof pride of transcendent beings have all faded from them. Through the gentle immersion of the courtyard's daily warmth and the releasing of their minds, they have completely adapted to the unhurried rhythm of this mortal garden. Having shed all the constraints of cultivation across the ages and the weight of countless years, they now sit in stillness, as ordinary travelers who have returned home, treasuring and enjoying the peace they found after enduring eternal solitude. After countless cycles of seeking and suffering through the ages, the restless wandering, the stubborn ascetic practice, the profound loneliness, they have finally come to rest. In this unremarkable courtyard, within the simplest gentle routine, their long journey finds its home and takes root. The 6 sit with expressions of quiet composure, occasionally lowering their eyes to sip cool tea that softens the evening chill, then lifting their gaze to the starlit expanse above their eyes, clear and untroubled. Within their hearts rests no confusion about what lies ahead, nor regret for what is past. Only the simple, genuine contentment that comes after weathering life's storms, a deep and abiding peace. They once measured their cultivation and existence against the vastness of eternity, lost in the river of time, seeking answers. Now they honor each passing moment, and this transformation of spirit allows them to grasp the true essence of their practice. Beneath the corridor, 9 women remain scattered throughout the courtyard, each maintaining her composure in the deepening night, neither disturbing others nor breaking the silence. After witnessing the complete transformation of the world and the return of all mortal hearts, their spirits grow clearer and more steadfast, fully accustomed to this peaceful existence free from conflict. Within the courtyard there is no clamor or disorder, and beyond its walls all restlessness has dissolved. The tranquil essence of Jojo surrounds them silently, nourishing their minds and refining their innermost selves. When Ruashi leans gently against the cool carved railing, tilting her head to gaze at the scattered stars and moon in the sky, her clear eyes filled with soft starlight, while a peaceful, pure smile graces her youthful face, as she softly murmurs, "The courtyard at night is so quiet, the wind is gentle, the moon is tender, and every day is good." Her world remains untouched and pure, unable to perceive the subtle shifts in the world structure or sense the hidden currents beyond the boundaries, only deeply appreciating the steady, conflict-free days before her. This serene and carefree existence, free from worry year after year, represents the most complete and beautiful vision of mortal life in her heart. Gu Qingyin's gaze is distant and composed as her eyes sweep over the darkened Zhuzhou landscape, her voice calm and resonant with meaning. The disputes spanning 10,000 ages have finally ceased, the turbulent ways of the world have returned to peace, and all hearts in this realm have shed their restlessness, released their attachments, and returned to authenticity. The mortal world now exists without conflict, without grasping, without illusion. This is precisely its most resilient and stable form. True peace was never meant to be an unchanging stillness, but rather the composure and inner calm that emerges after weathering the storms of eternity and the shifting tides of fate. The faint light around Su Qingyao's fingertips retreats inward, her protective barriers loosening and becoming gentle and clear, no longer rigid with past vigilance. They settle quietly around the courtyard's 4 sides, softly guarding the peace within. She observes the tranquil gathering within and the harmonious world without, and speaks softly from the depths of her understanding. All hostility, restlessness, and conflict in this world stem from the attachments that bind the human heart. Now that all beings have released their attachments, and their original nature has stabilized, the world naturally rests in peace and harmony, requiring no deliberate guarding or forced maintenance, only lasting tranquility year after year. Yi Wanqing moves with gentle grace as she carefully clears the scattered dishes and teaware from the stone table, each gesture measured and tender. In the deep night, quiet and far-reaching, the warm lamplight beneath the eaves surrounds her as she stands still in the courtyard where light and moonlight intertwine, faithfully watching over each returning soul and silently guarding this hard-won, peaceful, everyday moment. Su Zichen and Yun Shuyue lean together against the railing, gazing at the moon, their expressions relaxed and composed, their hearts completely still and undisturbed. Having witnessed countless ages of turmoil and the shifting nature of mortal hearts, they grew accustomed to living in constant vigilance. Now dwelling in this peaceful world free from strife, they have shed all tension and caution, their minds clear and tranquil, living freely and at ease. Lu Qingyuan remained standing quietly beside the blooming flowers, her affectionate gaze fixed unswervingly on the youth seated in the bamboo chair. The clear moonlight falls gently, tracing the relaxed lines of Lin Chen's profile with a quiet warmth. All the transformations of human hearts and the shifting tides of the world, and even the subtle currents from beyond the boundaries, hold no significance for her. All she has ever desired is simply to walk beside him day after day, year after year, finding peace in a single lifetime and remaining true to her original heart. Shun Hanning stands alone at the quiet corner of the courtyard, her posture composed and untainted by worldly cares, her mind clear and still as a calm pool at peace within the deepening night. She guards her inner nature and maintains her own tranquility, unmoved by the changing atmosphere of heaven and earth or the hidden currents of the world, her heart steady and serene. Beyond the courtyard, the long street stretches for 10 miles, shrouded in deep night, surrounded by complete silence and tranquility. Tens of thousands of cultivators sit in quiet meditation, their breaths stilled and their spirits at peace. There is no restlessness or chatter among them. All become gentle, pure, and tranquil in their energy. The ancient elders stationed beyond the streets and alleys also settle into quiet stillness, bathed in the gentle Tao resonance spreading from the courtyard, deeply comprehending and peacefully absorbing, finally releasing all their cultivation pursuits and attachments from countless ages past, finding complete contentment in the present harmony. Across the vast expanse of Jiuzhou, the killing intent and martial arrogance that persisted for eternity have finally dissolved. The mountains and rivers flow in peaceful harmony, the hearts of all people clear and settled, presenting a vision of tranquil prosperity where time itself rests without conflict. Yet beneath this profoundly peaceful mortal night, an exceptionally faint and ethereal presence, as though barely real, quietly attaches itself to the formless wind that sweeps across the heavens and earth, drawing steadily toward this increasingly complete and serene world. This subtle presence hides perfectly within the evening breeze and moonlight, devoid of any sharp pressure or aggressive energy, silent and traceless. Neither ordinary cultivators nor the ancient elders with profound experience can detect even a hint of it. It does not originate from within Jiuzhou or belong to this world that has flourished through the ages, but has crossed boundless territories beyond the realm, drifting on the wind until arriving here. Those within the courtyard, with their clear minds and heightened perception far beyond the ordinary, sense a faint alien presence from beyond the borders, though they cannot discern its origin or nature. Because this aura carries no malice or danger, they simply let it pass, remaining content in the present and quietly enjoying the peaceful night. Only Lin Shun, reclining lazily in his bamboo chair, raises his eyes slightly, his calm gaze piercing through layers of darkness to fix upon the distant vast expanse beyond the realm. His expression remains composed and serene, with no hint of surprise or tension, a gentle smile still playing at the corners of his lips. His aura flows steadily as before, without a single ripple, appearing among the others as one who notices nothing, yet having already perceived every hidden current and understood all that is to come. The endless upheavals of 10,000 ages finally draw to a close. All old obsessions, conflicts, and the unstable world of the past have been completely swallowed by the river of time, erased from existence. Now a new wind blows from beyond the boundless heavens, sweeping toward this mortal realm newly settled into peace. The night deepens while the courtyard lights remain warm and unchanged, the people within their tranquil state and unmoving hearts. Year after year, the mortal world remains at peace while unseen currents gather beyond the boundaries, a new chapter quietly awaiting its beginning. The night deepened further, and the crystalline moonlight cascaded down silently, spreading like water across the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, washing away all the lingering warmth and clamor of the day. The world was serene and pure, the once restless wind became gentle and slow, and the entire land sank into an utmost peace, a tranquil calm that was almost tangible. The Milky Way cascaded soft light covered the earth, rendering all things gentle and tender, as if all the turmoil and strife of the ages had melted away into this deep night, leaving no trace behind. The courtyard's tranquility remained undiminished, growing even purer and more translucent as the night deepened. The warm light under the eaves was soft, not harsh, gently illuminating the yard, blending the evening breeze, the shadows of trees, and the moonlight into a warm and hazy scene. All the clamor, sharpness, and restlessness of the world settled and dissipated in this gentle night, leaving no residue, only the lingering warmth of daily life and the peace of the years. This small courtyard, isolated from all worldly disturbances, had become the most stable and healing sanctuary in the world. Everyone in the courtyard remained seated in peace, no one spoke rashly, no one moved recklessly. The entire yard was quiet, but not silent, warm, but not oppressive. The lingering and peaceful Tao rhythm enveloped them, moistening everything silently, allowing each person's mind to settle clear and rest. The 6 ancient predecessors had fully merged into the routines of ordinary life. Their postures were relaxed, their expressions gentle and serene, and even their breathing rhythm quietly harmonized with the courtyard's evening breeze, moonlight, and the faint fragrance of tea, becoming perfectly natural. They no longer clung to discussing the Tao through the ages or comprehending the heart through time. They simply sat here peacefully, feeling the coolness of the night wind on their faces and the gentle warmth of the lamplight, earnestly savoring the earthly peace they had finally attained after countless ages of vicissitudes. Having shed the halos and constraints of being ancient experts, they had finally become their most relaxed and authentic selves. After enduring the endless loneliness of the ages and the persistent pursuit of millennia, they had finally understood completely. True cultivation was never about chasing the lofty, escaping the mundane, or reaching the pinnacle, but about willingly shedding pride, settling into the ordinary, being content with the passage of days, and steadfastly guarding the purity of the heart. Ordinary days were the ultimate destination of the Tao. Bai Heng's fingertips lightly rested on her knees. The last trace of the sharpness of a contender in her eyes had completely dissolved, leaving only gentle peace in her gaze. In the past, she had spent half her life in contention, always striving to be first, refusing to yield an inch, stubbornly believing that the Tao must be found in fierce competition and supreme dominance. Now, sitting quietly under the warm lamplight, she let out a soft sigh, her tone full of relief and understanding. In the past, I was obsessed with victory and defeat, firmly believing that the Tao required struggle. I spent half my life rushing, always tense, thinking that winning everything was the completion of cultivation. Now, sitting peacefully in this courtyard, I have finally realized that all contention is illusory. The highest Tao is simplicity itself. It is non-contention, non-agitation, and peaceful self-preservation. Qing Xian nodded slightly upon hearing this, sitting side by side with Qing Lan. Their expressions were serene and gentle, with no trace of the coldness of the past. They had once guarded a secret realm for ages, cut off from the world, cultivating in cold solitude for countless years, accompanied only by desolation, yet never touching the true essence of the Tao. Now immersed in the mortal world's warmth, the accumulated shackles in their hearts quietly dissolved. Qing Xian murmured softly, his tone calm and distant, living alone in a secret realm for ages, guarding pride, consuming years. In the end, all I had was alienation and coldness, without gaining any of the Tao. It turns out that the truest Tao in the world is not found in remote solitary places or lofty peaks, but hidden in the warmth of daily life and the peace of the human heart. Qing Lan's expression was gentle as she gazed quietly at the peaceful mountains and rivers outside the courtyard. Her heart was clear and transparent, and she slowly added, people all want to transcend the mundane and escape shackles, but they don't realize that deliberately avoiding the world and clinging to aloofness is itself the greatest shackle. Letting go of the ages of alienation, accepting the ordinariness of the world, living according to the heart, and peacefully guarding the foundation. This is the true breakthrough and transcendence. One can avoid conflicts, but cannot avoid one's own heart. Only by entering the world and settling in it can one fully comprehend the Tao. Not far away, Lin Yuanji Yue and Kong Shun looked up simultaneously, gazing at the boundless and peaceful mountains and rivers outside the courtyard. Their hearts were filled with deep relief and countless emotions. They had personally experienced the desolation of the world, the changes of the Tao, and the collapse of the ages. They had spent half their lives observing the world, coldly witnessing all the killings and conflicts, the foolishness of sentient beings, stubbornly believing that true transcendence meant being cut off from the world with no attachments. Now, bathed in the warm mortal atmosphere, Lin Yuan softly voiced his newfound understanding. We have existed since the beginning of the world, witnessing the rise and fall of the ages and the desolation of the world. We always observed the world with cold eyes, thinking that severing all ties and staying away from conflicts was the ultimate transcendence. Now, settling in this small courtyard, I finally understand that true transcendence is never about hiding from the world, but about having seen all desolation and conflict, yet still being willing to accept the mundane and guard the ordinary days. Ji Yu closed her eyes, slightly feeling the gentle and lingering Tao rhythm in the courtyard. The chill of the ages in her heart melted away completely. She echoed softly, her tone calm and peaceful. The pursuit of the ages and the hard cultivation day after day were ultimately empty. The most ordinary mortal fire is the most healing. In the past, I was too attached and didn't understand the value of peace. Only after returning to this small courtyard did I realize that all the principles of the Tao are not worth the peace of each year and the ordinariness of each day. Kong Shun, who was usually taciturn and cold, nodded slightly. His voice was clear and distant, each word concise. The years are long and attachment is the most draining. Letting go is completeness, ordinariness is eternity. When the glory of the ages fades, only the peace of each day remains. Under the eaves, the 9 graceful women stood, as before, their postures relaxed and their minds steady and clear. Each guarded a quiet corner, silently maintaining the unique, peaceful rhythm of the entire courtyard. After a whole day of mental settling, everyone had shed all tension and worry, peacefully enjoying this rare silent night. When Ruashi slightly lowered her eyes, looking at the scattered light and shadows on the bluestone ground, a soft smile curled at the corners of her lips, her clear eyes full of pure tenderness. Her voice was soft and gentle, breaking the brief silence. Tonight the yard is so peaceful. The wind is gentle, the moon is soft, and it makes my heart feel soft. Here I don't have to think about anything, don't have to rush anything. Just sitting quietly feels very comfortable. Her nature was pure and transparent, untouched by complexity. She knew nothing of the stirrings beyond the domain, understood nothing of the undercurrents ahead, and never speculated about the changes in the world. She simply cherished this time of undisturbed peace and carefree days. For her, the best scene in the world was never earth-shattering adventures or the glory of the ages, but the quiet peace of each night and the ordinary comfort of each day. Plainness and stability were the completeness of the world. Gu Qingyan stood in the corridor, her gaze clear and distant, looking calmly at the deep dark sky. Her tone was steady and gentle, with profound meaning and a sense of penetrating insight. When people's hearts are stable, the world becomes stable. Now the people of the 9 provinces have shed all restlessness and attachment. Without contention or clinging, they have settled their minds. This can be considered the purest and most stable age in millennia. Her voice paused slightly, a hint of shallow prudence flashing in her eyes. Her mind was meticulous and clear, and she added softly, but extreme peace is the most fragile. Long periods of stability make people neglect vigilance. The more there are calm days, the less they can tolerate any disturbance. Even a trace of movement from beyond the heavens could break the 1,000-year peace of the ages. Stability is never eternal, it is only a temporary sedimentation. Su Qingyao's barrier around the courtyard was still gently extended, having shed its former tension and alertness, now relaxed and transparent, covering the entire yard, silently isolating the world's illusions and distractions. She nodded lightly upon hearing this, her tone clear and resolute, calm and steady, showing the calmness and rationality of one who guards the situation. Now the hearts within the courtyard are settled, with no attachment or restlessness to disturb. Outside the courtyard, the world is clear, with no hostility or conflict to arise. The old troubles of this land have been completely eradicated. What can shake the peace of this world is never the conflicts of the past, but the unknown and unpredictable movements from beyond the heavens. The hidden danger of this world is never within, but in the distance. Yuanqing had already cleared the tea set on the stone table and stood quietly by the lamplight under the eaves. Her expression was gentle and serene, her whole being full of the warmth of daily life. She was never inclined to speculate about the wind and clouds ahead or worry about changes beyond the heavens. She only guarded the present warmth and protected the current days. Seeing the others lightly discussing the changes of the world, she spoke gently, her tone soothing and reassuring. The end of the ages-long conflicts has brought such a stable world, which is truly hard won. I do not seek fame in the world or lofty Tao. I only wish for ordinary days of warmth and peace, and for everyone's hearts to be free from worry. Even if there are storms and undercurrents ahead, with the master in the courtyard and this gentle Tao rhythm supporting us, we have no need to fear. Peace and comfort are the best destination. Yun Shuyue lazily leaned against the flower branch beside the corridor, looking at the bright and clear moonlight. Her expression was relaxed and indifferent, with a touch of Buddhist-like detachment. In the past, I always thought that the end of conflict and the stability of the world were the end of cultivation. Now it seems there is never an eternal pause in the world. The end of the age's clamor may not be a conclusion, but most likely just the prelude to a new cycle of the world. The operation of the world is always ever-changing. Su Zichen nodded slightly, her gaze clear and penetrating, calmly discerning the laws of the world. Her tone was calm and objective. The world is like a calm lake. On the surface it seems still, but it actually hides the most undercurrents. The more extreme the peace, the easier it is for unknown variables to lurk beneath. This is the unchanging rule of the ages. Peace is never static, it's just that the storms have not yet appeared. Lu Qingyan always stood quietly beside the blooming flowers, her tender and affectionate gaze firmly fixed on the young man in the bamboo chair, unwavering as ever. The changing winds beyond the heavens, the rise and fall of the world, and the unknown dangers ahead could not enter her heart or disturb her nature. She murmured softly, her tone gentle and firm, full of devoted attachment, "All the storms in the world and all the changes of the universe have nothing to do with me. As long as the master is safe here and the lamp in the courtyard is always lit, my days and nights will forever be peaceful and untroubled, and my heart will never change. I only seek to be together day and night. Everything else is fleeting." Shun Hanning stood in the quiet corner of the courtyard, her posture clear and detached, untouched by the dust of the world. Her heart was as clear as still water. The changes of all things, the emergence of undercurrents and the movement of heaven and earth could not shake her composure in the slightest. Hearing everyone's words, she only spoke lightly, her words clear and resolute, extremely simple and penetrating. When the heart is set, external things cannot invade. Let the winds rise beyond the heavens and the tides surge in the world. I will guard my heart and remain unmoved. When the heart is still, everything is still. Outside the courtyard, the 10-mile-long street was silent, the night deep and quiet. The entire world fell into extreme stillness. The evening wind stopped, the lamplight swayed gently, and even the distant mountains and rivers returned to silence without a single ripple. Tens of thousands of cultivators all held their breath, sitting quietly, resting their minds. Their hearts were clear and transparent, their auras warm and pure, having completely shed the deep-rooted restlessness and greed of the cultivation path. The ancient predecessors standing at the periphery of the streets also held their breath, quietly bathing in the gentle Tao rhythm emanating from the courtyard, settling their hearts. The entire vast land of the 9 provinces was as still as a calm, clear lake, without wind or waves, supremely peaceful. But beneath the calm lake the undercurrents never ceased. In the depths of the stillness, storms were brewing. Beneath the appearance of extreme peace, hidden changes were quietly sprouting. That faint breeze from the distant beyond had already crossed the boundary of the 9 provinces, passing through layers of deep night and bright moonlight, unhurriedly approaching this land of extreme peace. The journey was long, spanning vast realms, coming silently and without a sound. It was still faint and elusive, hard to trace, carrying no fierce malevolence, gentle and almost harmless, making it undetectable. Unlike all the previous visitors who brought the ages of vicissitudes, attachment, and human restlessness, this aura carried an extreme sense of unfamiliar detachment, coldness, and indifference. It completely did not belong to the ages-long conflicts and mortal warmth of this world, transcending all the Tao rhythms of the 9 provinces, strange and eerie. Although the people in the courtyard were perceptive and their minds clear, they remained unaware and undisturbed. Their hearts were still peaceful, thinking it was just an ordinary quiet night, unaware of the hidden movement approaching from beyond the heavens. They had long been accustomed to the peace of each year. With no attachment in their hearts and no vigilance, they naturally could not capture this extremely subtle aura from beyond the domain. Only Lin Shun, who was lazily leaning back in his bamboo chair, slightly lifted his eyes. His relaxed and indifferent gaze pierced through the layers of thick night, precisely landing on the boundless vast beyond. His expression remained relaxed and natural, without the slightest surprise, gravity, or alertness. A faint, gentle smile curled at the corner of his lips. His aura was as steady as usual, without any fluctuation. Others could only see the peace of each year and the tranquility of the world, but he alone could clearly see the wind stirring in the distant beyond, understanding the new transformation that was about to come. The night wind gently passed through the courtyard. The lamplight under the eaves swayed slightly, light and shadow scattered softly, making the courtyard even more gentle and quiet. Time still flowed slowly, tender and peaceful. Lin Shun quietly gazed at the wind from beyond that was approaching slowly. His heart was clear, and without confusion, without surprise or joy, calmly awaiting the arrival of the transformation. The attachments of the ages had completely ended. The conflicts of this land had all vanished. The old world, which had lasted for countless years, had already ended in the long river of time. And the new visitors, the unknown changes, and the new chapter of the world were stepping on the deep night and the vast wind, quietly heading toward this peaceful land. The still water remained without waves, the years were still peaceful, but deep in the distant world the long dormant undercurrents had already begun to stir. The night deepened and the moonlight fell like silk, casting a pure, cool glow over the mountains and rivers of Jojo, washing away the lingering warmth of the day. The evening breeze had completely stilled. The rolling mountains stood in silent vigil, the rivers flowed eastward without a ripple, and the vast boundless land was immersed in the utmost tranquility. After eons of endless conflict, upheaval, and human stubbornness, the world now settled into a peace so profound it felt almost unreal. There was not a trace of martial aura or restlessness in the heavens or on earth, only the serene passage of time and the gentle, unhurried rhythm of mortal life. The warm, soft glow of the small courtyard's lanterns still shone, casting a gentle radiance that shielded the space from the coldness of the night moon. The evening breeze was still, the tree shadows motionless, and even the flowers and vines hanging from the eaves hung perfectly still, the entire courtyard bathed in a quiet, gentle, and pure tranquility. The day's inner transformation and the world's settling had smoothed all ripples in people's hearts. Everyone in the courtyard was immersed in this hard-won peace, their bodies and minds relaxed, their spirits at ease, savoring the ordinary stability that had never been known through the ages. Beside the stone table, the 6 ancient figures remained seated, their postures relaxed and composed without any of the stiffness of lofty beings. The accumulated aura of eons had completely dissipated, shedding the aloofness of otherworldly sages, and they had transformed into the serene image of homecoming mortals. They had already let go of the obsessions of eons, no longer clinging to the pursuit of the Tao's heights or transcendence, nor fretting over the strength of cultivation or the length of time. They simply sat peacefully in the small courtyard, deeply savoring the stable, ordinary flavor of human life, cherishing every moment of the present. A long silence enveloped the courtyard. After a while, Qingxian gently lifted his gaze, looking toward the pitch-black, boundless sky. A faint trace of surprise flickered across his brow, and his voice, soft and distant, slowly broke the stillness. The sky tonight is too quiet. So quiet it feels abnormal, as if it has shed the innate rhythm of Jojo that has existed for eons. The air carries a hint of unfamiliar coldness and detachment. He had lived through eons, witnessed countless celestial changes, the rise and fall of the Tao, and the vicissitudes of time. The primal essence and rhythm of this Jojo land were etched into his very bones, known to him to the core. Ordinary alternations of day and night, the shifting of wind and clouds could not escape his perception. Now in the deep stillness of the night, when all sounds had died away, he finally caught that subtle anomaly hidden within the moonlight and the silence. a faint yet conspicuously foreign presence utterly incompatible with the native land. Qinglan turned her head slightly at his words, following his gaze toward the distant sky. Her mind focused, she sensed the flow of the Tao's resonance. After a moment she nodded gently, her tone calm and earnest. I too clearly perceive a hint of strangeness. This presence is very peculiar. Neither vicious nor oppressive, without the malice of evil spirits or the agitation of troubled times. Yet it is completely detached from the indigenous Tao resonance of Jiuzhou, utterly foreign to this land, a thoroughly alien rhythm. Baihing's fingers lightly traced the fabric of her robe. The last traces of the former contender's sharpness had faded from her eyes, replaced by a discreet, cautious glint. Her experience of half a lifetime of struggle and step-by-step maneuvering made her especially sensitive to changes and latent variables. She spoke softly, analyzing with clear logic. Now that Jiuzhou is settled, all obsessions, malice, and conflicts have dissolved. The world has returned to perfection and hearts are utterly clear. No internal variable can shake the heavens and earth. Such a silent alien presence, having eliminated all local possibilities, can only come from beyond the heavens, crossing the boundary between realms. Lin Yuan slowly raised his eyes, gazing at the vast, boundless deep sky, beyond his expression serene and unperturbed. Having weathered the vicissitudes of eons, the collapse of the world, and the reconstruction of heaven and earth, he no longer feared any unknown turn of events. Yet a pang of insight stirred in his heart, and he sighed softly. We once believed that the end of eons of strife, the return of peace to the world and the hearts of men, was the ultimate perfection of the heavens and earth, the true endpoint of eons. Now we realize that the world we see is but a small corner. Beyond this stable land lie endless unknown heavens, foreign rules, and transcendent beings. The old act has ended, but it was never the finale. Jiyue closed her eyes slightly, her mind sinking into stillness, sensing the flow and movement of the Tao's resonance with the purest heart. After a moment she parted her lips, her tone gentle, soft, and non-confrontational. This extraterritorial aura is extremely faint, moving with the utmost gentleness and slowness, spreading without any intention of invading territory or disturbing hearts, without any trace of aggressive plunder. It does not seem to be a harbinger of malice. Perhaps it is merely the turning of the heavens, a chance breeze from beyond the realms crossing over. Kongqian, who was usually taciturn and aloof, rarely spoke, his nature steady and reserved, seeing through the essence of the world. He now nodded lightly, his voice clear and concise, each word penetrating. There is never an effect without a cause in the world. No wind stirs without reason, and no change arises without a root. In the depths of ultimate peace, new transformations are always hidden. This has been the norm through eons, always so. The six of them spoke in a calm, relaxed tone, with no fear, panic, or wariness in their hearts. They had endured the eons of life and death, endless solitude, and had long seen through the changes of heaven and earth, the passage of time, and the impermanence of events. Now, with their hearts settled and present, they had completely broken free from the shackles of time and the obsession with the Tao. Even if an alien movement quietly approached and a new situation slowly emerged, it would no longer disturb their state of mind. For countless millennia in the past, they had always been fighting against strife, breaking free from constraints, and relentlessly seeking. Now they only desired a peaceful life to guard their hearts. All other changes in the world could be faced with equanimity, letting nature take its course. Under the eaves, the 9 fairies heard their conversation and slowly raised their eyes toward the deep sky. Their originally relaxed minds stirred slightly with a hint of curiosity and caution, but still no panic or fear. They simply quietly sensed the celestial movement and watched the changes in the world with serenity. When Ruashi blinked, her clear, pure eyes looking confusedly at the heavy night sky. Her small face was full of simple bewilderment, and her soft, gentle voice broke the courtyard stillness. Is there wind from beyond the heavens? But tonight's wind is soft and gentle, very pleasant on the skin, not scary at all. Why do the seniors say there is a different, unfamiliar presence? I can't feel it at all. Her heart was pure and transparent, untainted by worldly complexity, unbound by the Tao's constraints. She could only truly feel the gentleness of the evening breeze, the stillness of the night, the warmth of the small courtyard, and could not catch that extremely subtle alien rhythm beyond the native Tao. Naturally, she did not understand the strangeness the others spoke of. To her, the courtyard's constant peace, the warm lantern light under the eaves, the well-being of those around her, and the uneventful days were the most perfect and precious scenes in the world. There was no need to delve into the changes of heaven and earth, no need to ponder the winds beyond the sky. Gu Qingyan stood under the eaves, her gaze clear and distant, her mind meticulous and insightful. She carefully deduced the celestial patterns, the changes of the world, and the flow of the Tao's resonance. Her tone was calm, clear, and logical. Ruashi's heart is pure and untainted, unbound by the secular Tao of Jiuzhou. Her perception is the cleanest and most direct, so naturally she cannot detect such subtle movement. This extraterritorial aura is extremely restrained and secretive, deliberately avoiding the native rules of Jiuzhou. Ordinary cultivators, even the most accomplished ancient seniors, would not perceive it at all. Only those who have completely shed their obsessions and whose hearts are crystal clear can catch a faint trace of strangeness. She paused briefly, furrowing her brow slightly, a hint of caution and gravity crossing her eyes, and added slowly, "And precisely because it has no malice, no edge, no ferocity, appearing gentle and harmless, it is the most unpredictable and difficult to guard against. Ordinary disasters in the world come with fierce aggression and restless malice, allowing people to sense them in advance, become wary, and prepare. But such a silent, gentle, hidden variable sneaking and quietly moistening things without sound cannot be anticipated or resisted. It is often harder to deal with than overt calamities." Su Qingyao's fingertips flickered with a faint light. The gentle barrier she had set around the courtyard slowly expanded, finally sifting all the currents in the surroundings. Her tone was firm and composed with the calm rationality of a guardian. "I have already examined the entire courtyard and the surrounding land with my barrier. This extraterritorial aura is extremely gentle, does not disturb the clarity of hearts, does not disrupt the native Tao resonance, does not disturb the order of all things, and cannot shake the current stable and peaceful structure of Jiuzhou. It is not a source of calamity. It is more like a scout, a residual aura from beyond the realms, crossing the vast boundaries ahead of others to explore this world that has just returned to harmony and peace." Yi Wanxing stood quietly under the lantern light, her expression gentle and peaceful, her demeanor warm and soft with a faint aura of domestic warmth. Her voice was soothing and reassuring. "I don't understand the profound transformations of heaven and earth or the mysteries of the Tao, and I don't wish to ponder the winds beyond the heavens. But I have always believed that no matter what storms come from afar or what changes occur beyond the sky, this small courtyard will remain forever stable and warm. With the master here, the gentle Tao resonance fills the surroundings, and everyone's hearts are settled and steady. Even if the winds beyond the heavens draw near, they will never blow away our peace from year to year, our earthly tranquility." Yun Shuyue leaned lazily against the blooming flowers in the courtyard, letting the evening breeze caress her hair and brows. Her expression was relaxed and serene, her smile philosophical and transcendent as she looked upon the changes of the world and the cycles of heaven and earth with indifference. The clamor of eons has all dispersed. The old pattern of conflict has come to a complete end. The heavens and earth endlessly renew, and naturally a new chapter of the world will unfold. A new wind blowing and a new situation emerging. It may not be disaster or calamity. Perhaps it is just the renewal of time, the iteration of the world, the new birth that was meant to come after the dust settled. Su Zichen stood quietly by the railing, gazing at the moon. Her posture was elegant and proud, her expression cool and detached. She had long seen through the eternal laws of the world, and her tone was calmly objective and rational. The heavens and earth never have eternal stillness, nor a pattern that remains unchanged. Ultimate peace is the accumulated power after the ebb and flow of eons. The wind rising beyond the heavens is the new chapter after the cycle of heaven and earth. The old constraints have dissipated, and new variables quietly take the stage. This is the natural order of the Tao. There is no need to worry, no need to fear. Just let it be. Lu Qingyuan's gaze was tender and affectionate, fixed unwaveringly on the young man sitting peacefully in the bamboo chair. Her eyes held only him, entirely indifferent to all the celestial movements and winds beyond the heavens. She murmured softly, her tone gentle and utterly certain. "All the changes of heaven and earth, the shifts of the world, the winds beyond the sky, the waves on the path ahead, none of them have anything to do with me. As long as the master sits here peacefully, the lantern light in the small courtyard never extinguishes, and the days and years around us are stable, I will guard my heart and live out my years in peace. All external changes are but floating clouds." Shun Hanning stood quietly in a secluded corner of the courtyard, her posture cool and self-contained, untouched by the dust of the world. Her heart was as clear as still water without ripples. No matter how the currents of the surroundings flowed or how the celestial changes arose, she remained inwardly steadfast, unmoved. She spoke faintly, her words crisp and condensed. "When the heart is settled, all things are settled. Even if the external situation changes 1,000-fold with winds surging and clouds rolling, my heart is at peace, my nature is fixed. The comings and goings of external things are all ordinary scenery." Outside the courtyard, the 10-mile-long street remained utterly still with hearts at peace. The entire land of Jiuzhou was immersed in an extremely peaceful night. Tens of thousands of cultivators sat in quiet meditation, resting their spirits, their minds clear and free of restlessness, completely unaware of the hidden change quietly brewing in the sky. The ancient seniors standing at the periphery of the streets also bathed in the gentle Tao resonance emanating from the courtyard, settling their hearts. The vast expanse of Jiuzhou maintained its calm, peaceful demeanor, with everyday life continuing as usual. And that breeze from beyond the heavens, having crossed the boundless realms, had now completely broken through the celestial barrier past the border of Jiuzhou, and slowly descended into the mountains and rivers of Jiuzhou. It gently brushed over the silent mountains, skimmed over the murmuring rivers, passed through the quiet streets, and finally silently and softly drifted down toward this gentle small courtyard that had endured eons of vicissitudes and finally attained peace. The wind was still soft and warm, gentle and lingering, without any sharpness or danger. It lightly stirred the leaves and branches, swayed the fine shadows of the lantern under the eaves, and settled on the shoulders and hearts of the people at ease. But that alien, cool, detached sensation unique to the world beyond the heavens grew clearer and more real, quietly spreading in the tender night. Everyone in the courtyard clearly sensed the approach of this celestial breeze. Their hearts understood, and each watched with calm composure without any panic or alarm. The 6 ancient figures looked serene and composed, quietly watching the celestial breeze sweep through the courtyard, their hearts steady and undisturbed. They had long shed the shackles of time and seen through the vicissitudes of heaven and earth. Now they only sought earthly peace and the tranquility of daily life. Even if changes from beyond the heavens drew near and a new wind crossed their land, they remained still and unperturbed, not disturbed by external things. The fairies under the eaves each remained in their own stillness, guarding their own hearts. They were not flustered, not agitated, not alarmed, not suspicious. With their own composed attitudes, they gently embraced this unfamiliar celestial breeze, calmly awaiting the unfolding of the next chapter. The only one who remained completely relaxed and unruffled was Lin Chen, leaning back in the bamboo chair. His aura was flat, without any fluctuation. He lifted his eyes slightly, his gentle gaze drifting over the evening breeze in the courtyard, piercing through the layers of thick night, looking straight toward the distant, boundless depths of the sky. A faint, warm smile curled at the corners of his lips. In his eyes there was no surprise, no wariness, only a clear understanding and a serene readiness, as if he had long seen through all the coming changes and the new chapter of the world. He did not block, avoid, resist, or question. He let the celestial breeze enter the courtyard and soak and let the distant changes slowly approach, let the new chapter of heaven and earth quietly unfold and spread. The eons of rise and fall had finally fallen silent. From now on, the human world would know peace from year to year. The old chapter had completely faded, and the new wind from beyond the heavens had arrived at the courtyard. The distant evening breeze that gently brushed into the courtyard settled softly among the plants and trees, then fell completely still with no further movement. No peculiar phenomena surged, no sudden currents of air stirred, and not the slightest trace of dramatic upheaval occurred. The entire small courtyard remained tranquil and gentle, as even the branches and petals that had been swayed by the evening breeze slowly returned to their original positions, resting steadily in place. The faint, almost imperceptible touch of coolness dissipated without a trace in an instant, as if it were merely an ordinary evening breeze brushing against the face in the deep night, soft, delicate, and fleeting, so much so that it was nearly forgotten. The night was as gentle as ever, with a bright moon hanging silently in the sky. The clear water-like moonlight cascaded down in layers, evenly covering the small courtyard paved with bluestone slabs, and gently embracing the rolling mountains and rivers of the 9 provinces in the distance. The warm lantern light hanging under the eaves cast a soft amber glow that steadily enveloped this small corner of the world, perfectly dispelling the penetrating chill of the deep night. The evening breeze drifted slowly and lightly across the courtyard, stirring the branches and flowers into a gentle quiver. A few delicate pink and white petals fluttered down, landing softly on the smooth stone table and the gray brick ground, adding a touch of poetic charm. The surroundings were peaceful and relaxed, with a lingering warmth of everyday life. It was the ordinary night scene of this small courtyard, unchanged day after day, year after year, bringing a sense of comfort and security. However, the few elders who sat quietly in the courtyard, their minds deeply settled, were far more perceptive than ordinary people. They vaguely sensed that tonight's evening breeze was subtly but truly different from the night winds that had accompanied them through the years. It was not a difference in temperature or wind strength, but a very faint, very light, indescribable sense of detachment. The ordinary evening breeze of the 9 provinces always carried the fresh fragrance of mountain greenery and the moist vapor of the night, a unique, warm essence of this land rooted in the mundane world. Yet that breeze just now was light, empty, and devoid of the lively breath of native vegetation. It carried not a trace of the warmth of the human world, drifting past the courtyard, as if it had wandered here from a faraway, untouched land barren of plants, smoke, and fire. The 6 elders beside the stone table still sat leisurely and comfortably, their postures relaxed, and at ease, entirely free from the usual tension and restraint of cultivators. Having shed the fatigue and constraints of eons of seeking, battling, and enlightenment, they now led a life of leisure and tranquility. Each day was spent sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the breeze and moonlight, brewing tea, chatting idly, and basking in the sun. A life of peaceful retirement and steady comfort. Yet at this moment a hint of contemplation appeared in their serene eyes, slightly diminishing their complete languor and ease. Bai Heng gently raised a hand, softly smoothing the sleeves and collar ruffled by the evening breeze. Her expression was gentle and peaceful, having long shed the sharpness and dominance of her earlier years of contention. Her tone was light and relaxed, as casual as chatting with an old neighbor. That breeze just now was quite peculiar, hollow and empty, without a trace of local essence. Could it be a wind from afar, wandering aimlessly, that accidentally lost its way and drifted into our courtyard for a visit? In the first half of her life, she had been tense and meticulous, observing every detail with a sharp and discerning mind, a keenness that had long been ingrained in her heart and bones. Now, having completely let go of all obsessions and conflicts, she enjoyed the peace of ordinary life. Though she could still precisely detect such subtle differences in essence, she no longer had the inclination to probe deeply or trace the source, leaving only a touch of casual banter and amusement. Qing Xian nodded slightly in agreement, a gentle smile shimmering in his clear eyes. He gazed softly into the deep night sky, his tone leisurely and unhurried, as if narrating a tale. Indeed, it is completely different. The evening breeze of our 9 provinces is always the most gentle and comforting, carrying the fragrance of flowers and the warmth of everyday life year after year, perfectly soothing the heart. This one, however, is too pure and cool, devoid of any trace of the mundane world. It resembles a shy newcomer to the world, a reserved and introverted guest from afar, passing quietly, without causing any disturbance. Xinglan's expression was completely relaxed, a faint smile on her face, her eyes filled with relief and ease. Her tone was gentle and leisurely. We have grown too accustomed to our peaceful days, almost becoming complacent, unconsciously assuming that the world is always like this, unchanging year after year. Today's evening breeze has quietly reminded us that the world is vast and boundless, with mountains and rivers beyond mountains and rivers. Out there are countless novel sights we have never seen or heard of. It's fine. It adds a little fresh topic of conversation for us old folks who spend our days idling away in retirement. Lin Yuan leaned lazily against the stone bench, his posture casual and unrestrained. He raised a hand to gently brush away the delicate petals that had fallen on his knee, his smile relaxed and carefree. Peaceful days are good, but they are too monotonous and regular. Drinking tea, admiring the moon, and sitting in quiet leisure every day, life becomes a bit dull. An occasional visit from a strange breeze is not a storm or upheaval. It is merely a harmless little interlude in the plain years, just enough to relieve our boredom. Ji Yu's expression was soft and gentle, her heart pure and insightful. She blinked lightly, her tone soft and innocent with a hint of tender speculation. I think it is very gentle, without any aggression, and exceptionally well behaved. Perhaps the distant lands are too lonely and cold, so this breeze has wandered all the way here, wanting only to soak up the warmth of our courtyard's hearth, to take a brief rest for a moment. Kong Chen, usually aloof and taciturn, rarely spoke much. But now the tension in his brows and eyes slightly eased, and a faint smile flickered in his gaze. With a cool, restrained sense of humor unique to him, he spoke briefly and succinctly. If the human world is peaceful year after year, even heaven and earth find it monotonous. A few slight anomalies only add novelty to the passage of time, harm no great pattern, and require no concern. The group sat around chatting and teasing, their words perfectly balanced, relaxed but not frivolous, leisurely but not mocking. Having weathered the vicissitudes of eons and the changes of the world they had long seen through all the ups and downs, now their hearts were filled with nothing but the ordinary warmth of hearth, and home the steady rhythm of each day. A single evening breeze from afar, no matter its origin or source, could not disturb the tranquil time of the courtyard. At most, it would add a touch of delicate interest to the quiet, peaceful night. The graceful figures under the eaves stood quietly in the courtyard where moonlight and lamplight interwove. Listening to the gentle and relaxed banter of the elders, their originally slightly guarded minds completely relaxed, and a tender smile rippled in their eyes. The courtyard remained as tranquil as before, but it had quietly gained a touch of vitality and warmth. The unique atmosphere of healing and relaxation was just right, gentle and moving. When Ruashi blinked, her clear bright eyes tilting her head in naive confusion, her childish face was filled with pure bewilderment, and her soft, gentle voice rose lightly innocent and adorable. I really can't feel any difference at all. Tonight's wind is still soft and cool, very pleasant against the skin. The courtyard is warm and fragrant, just like any other night. Could it be that the elders are observing too closely and are overthinking? Her heart was pure and free of complexities. She had always perceived only the gentleness of the world and the beauty of daily life, never delving into these intangible, elusive, subtle changes. In her clean and simple world, a peaceful life with good company and peaceful days was the best scene. There was no need to dwell on these invisible, intangible trifles of strangeness. Gu Qinyan smiled gently at this, her eyes filled with a hint of affectionate understanding. Her tone was soft and patient, explaining in a gentle, detailed voice. That's because Ruashi's heart is pure, focused only on living peacefully and joyfully, without the desire to ponder these subtle changes. Most novelties and anomalies in the world are silent and insignificant. Mere occasional whims of heaven and earth, never truly matters of importance. She raised her eyes slightly to look at the deep night, her tone calm and peaceful, without any heaviness or tension. She was insightful and relaxed. Now the 9 provinces are stable, people's hearts are at rest, the world is clear and peaceful, with no hidden conflict left. This breeze from afar is just a little surprise in an ordinary life, ultimately incapable of stirring any waves or affecting the peace of the world. Su Qingyao let a wisp of pure white light pass through her fingertips, carefully examining the flow of all energies around her. After confirming that there was no threat or anomaly, she calmly withdrew her spiritual power and chuckled lightly, her tone casual and confident. I have thoroughly checked. This breeze is aimless and non-confrontational, impossible to stop and not needing to be stopped. It leaves no trace and causes no effect. It is simply a purely spontaneous passerby, with no interference to our peaceful and leisurely daily life. Yi Wanqing stood under the warm yellow lantern light, her expression soft and gentle. She quietly watched the people chatting idly in the courtyard, her tone tender and soothing, calm and assured. Whether this evening breeze traveled from afar or lost its way here by chance, it is of no consequence. Our courtyard remains as peaceful as ever. The lanterns are still warm, the old friends are still here, the years are peaceful. A little slight anomaly will at most give us more topics for conversation tonight, but it will never stir any waves. Yun Shuyue lazily leaned against the blooming branches in the courtyard, letting delicate petals fall on her shoulders and hair. She casually brushed them away, her smile relaxed and carefree, her posture naturally comfortable, sitting idly every day admiring the moon, brewing tea and chatting. The stable life is too regular and a bit monotonous. Occasionally a strange wind or thing arrives, adding a touch of novelty, just enough to break the monotony and make daily life more interesting. Su Zichen leaned against the railing, gazing at the moon in silence. Her expression was cool and elegant, her tone calm and insightful, having shed the biting aloofness of the past and gained a touch of warm humanity. Heaven's way is always balanced between movement and stillness. When peace lasts long, subtle new sounds will inevitably arise. Perhaps the world is afraid we are getting bored, so it has deliberately sent a little novelty. No need to worry, just observe quietly. Lu Qingyuan's gaze was tender and lingering, fixed all the while on the young man reclining leisurely in the bamboo chair. She was entirely indifferent to all subtle external movements, her voice soft and gentle yet firm. No matter how novel or special the outside world is, it cannot compare to the warmth and stability of this courtyard before my eyes. I need only guard my husband and guard this hearth and daily life. All other trivial matters are beneath notice. Shun Hanning stood quietly in a secluded corner of the courtyard, her demeanor cool and self-contained, untouched by the dust of the world. Her mind was as clear as still water, undisturbed by anything. She said lightly with a cool, restrained sense of humor, when the heart is settled, external things are light. Heaven and earth may casually produce new things, but I watch calmly, undisturbed year after year. Outside the courtyard, the 10-mile-long street appeared exceedingly peaceful and tranquil. The gentle night softly enveloped the entire street with the warm glow of 10,000 households spreading across the human world. Thousands of cultivators sat quietly in repose, having completely shed the restlessness and urgency of the past, their minds calm and clear, settled and stable. In the distance, mountains stood silently, rivers flowed slowly eastward, and the entire land of the 9 provinces was immersed in the gentlest, most ordinary nightly routine. Windless, waveless, peaceful year after year. No one noticed the faint evening breeze from afar, and no one worried or speculated about it. Only the few in the courtyard, with their deep insight and rich experience, vaguely knew that beyond this extremely stable, ordinary scene, at the edge of the vast world, lay an unknown, distant land that no one had ever set foot on. From there, some subtle novelty would occasionally visit this peaceful human world. Inside the courtyard, it was the gentle warmth of everyday life, with peaceful hearts and steady years, each day a tender routine. Outside the courtyard, it was the vast, unknown world, hiding countless unseen things and secret scenes. The unfamiliar evening breeze still gently lingered around the courtyard, neither entering nor retreating, neither rushing nor dispersing. It was gentle yet distant, like a quiet, playful passerby from afar, pausing in this peaceful world, silently accompanying the leisurely days of the courtyard's inhabitants. The people in the courtyard still sat peacefully chatting and teasing, their minds relaxed and calm. No one was troubled by the origin of the breeze, no one feared the unknown distance. Having weathered the storms and vicissitudes of eons, they had long let go of all obsessions and tensions. What they cherished most now was the present moment, this ordinary, healing, relaxed, and comfortable daily life. Lin Shin still lounged lazily in the bamboo chair, his posture leisurely and relaxed. His aura was gentle and serene, perfectly blending with the night, the lantern light, and the warmth of the hearth, so comfortable that it bordered on languid. He slowly raised his eyes to look at the distant, deep night, his gaze clear and gentle, without vigilant solemnity or disturbance, only a faint, knowing, tender smile. He saw clearly the peace of the human world was never a stagnant standstill, and the ordinary moments of the years also held subtle novelty. Heaven and earth occasionally stirred the wind to add a bit of relaxed interest to the plain world, never changing the steady essence of the years. The storms of eons had all dissipated, and the human world had finally returned to warm, ordinary hearth and home. The evening breeze, cool and distant, came from afar, and the years of peace would last forever. The night gradually settled down, and the evening breeze returned to a gentle and peaceful calm. That unfamiliar breeze, having traveled from afar, did not stir the slightest ripple. It merely lingered quietly around the small courtyard, like a well-mannered and restrained passerby, neither disturbing the lamplight nor troubling the mortal world, silently accompanying the ordinary night of this little yard. The lamplight in the courtyard remained soft and warm, as ever the moonlight gently spread over the bluestone ground, petals fell in a thin layer, the evening breeze lightly brushed by, and a subtle fragrance floated in the air. The days of leisure and tranquility had long shaped this small courtyard into its own rhythm. Chatting under the sun, sitting quietly under the moon. Days passed slowly, softly, and warmly, like a pot of gently warm tea, light, yet sweet, year after year. Beside the stone table, the 6 seniors still lounged lazily, too idle to even refill the slightly cooled tea, appearing entirely like retired elders enjoying their leisure. They had just been idly discussing the evening breeze and jesting about the heavens and earth, but now their conversation gradually settled, drifting from distant subtle anomalies back to the familiar domestic routines before them. Qing Lan gazed at the graceful and serene beauties under the corridor, then suddenly smiled softly, her tone laced with gentle teasing. Speaking of which, our little courtyard has been at peace for so long that I've almost forgotten the passage of time. You have all been married for quite a while, living together day by day, year after year in peace, yet the courtyard remains clean and tidy, without even the slightest sound of children's play. At these words, the courtyard instantly filled with a few more warm and playful exchanges, carrying no hint of urgency or solemnity, only the relaxed ease of family conversation. Bai Heng raised her eyes slightly at the words, a gentle smile appearing, her tone clear and tender. In the past, the world was turbulent, filled with endless slaughter and strife, and no one dared to hope for stability, let alone dream of having children. Now that peace has lasted long and the world is undisturbed, everyone's hearts have completely settled, yet our thoughts are all focused on cherishing each other and enjoying the remainder of our lives, so no one deliberately dwells on these ordinary worldly matters. Having witnessed countless cycles of life and death, separations and reunions, and the upheaval of mountains and rivers across millennia, she had long become indifferent to the rise and fall of fate. Now she felt that whether new life came or not, whether there were children or not, was all a matter of natural destiny, not to be forced and not needing to be. Ling Yuan leaned against the stone bench in a lazy posture, casually chiming in with a relaxed and philosophical remark. It's also because we have all been living too detachedly. Every day we drink tea, admire the moon, watch the flowers, and chat idly. Our days are leisurely and free, without attachments or worries. It's as if we are a group of completely transcendent idlers, without the slightest bit of worldly hustle and bustle. Ji Yu's eyes softened, and she gently shook her head, her tone warm and tender, filled with insight. There's no need to rush. The cycle of heaven and earth, the origin of life. These are the gentlest and most unhurried things. They cannot be hurried or forced. Now that peace has just settled in the mortal world and people's hearts are still calming down, new sprouts will emerge in their own time. Qing Xian took a sip of the slightly cooled tea, his gaze sweeping over the serene faces of everyone in the courtyard, a gentle smile on his lips. It's also because the master's heart is too peaceful, slowing down the rhythm of the entire courtyard. Day after day, without wind or waves, year after year, as relaxed as ever, even time seems to slow down here. The natural cycle of birth and death in the ordinary world naturally becomes unhurried and gentle. Kong Chun added softly, his cool tone hiding a warm tenderness. Peace nurtures profound virtue, warmth fosters new life. The time has simply not yet come. Under the corridor, everyone heard clearly and exchanged gentle smiles. There was no shyness or awkwardness, no solemnity or unease, only the relaxed and tender atmosphere of family conversation. When Ruashi blinked, her clear eyes speaking earnestly yet innocently, her soft tone carrying a charmingly naive contrast. I think it's perfect just as it is. The courtyard is quiet, everyone is at ease. If suddenly there were lots of little children noisy and bouncing around all day, I'm afraid we wouldn't even have a peaceful moment to drink tea and admire the moon. She purely loved the current tranquility and had no attachment to the liveliness of children's play. She felt that the present peace year after year was the best of times. Gu Qingyan smiled gracefully, her eyes filled with understanding and affection, explaining softly, Ruashi prefers quiet, but mortal life is always a blend of movement and stillness. When stillness lasts too long, it inevitably gives birth to warmth. When peace reaches its peak, new opportunities for life will naturally arrive. This is the most ordinary principle of the human world. As her words faded, a gentle and graceful footstep slowly came from the bluestone path outside the courtyard. The footsteps were light, yet not timid, soft, yet steady, carrying the calmness of one long immersed in the fragrance of herbs and gentleness. They were different from the brisk and nimble steps of cultivators, and also different from the restless and hurried steps of ordinary people. They were a warm, soothing, and healing rhythm, gently breaking the leisurely conversation within the courtyard. Everyone turned to look. In the interplay of moonlight and lamplight, a woman in plain clothes approached. She wore a clean and elegant light blue cotton dress, her hair simply tied up with a plain jade hairpin, without any makeup or ornamentation. Her features were gentle and soft, her temperament pure and serene, and a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs and warmth lingered around her. She was a healer named Su Nian who had lived in seclusion in the Medicine Valley outside the city since the complete stabilization of the 9 provinces, practicing medicine and helping the world. After the chaotic era of the 9 provinces ended and the land returned to peace, there were no more injuries, illnesses, or conflicts in the world. She set aside her busy life of traveling to heal, settled in the Medicine Valley, cultivated herbs, and nurtured her own well-being. Occasionally hearing of the peaceful and pure atmosphere of the small courtyard, she would take time to visit. A gentle and unfamiliar new face in this tranquil world. Her nature was warm and slow to warm up, treating others with humility and modesty, never contending, never arrogant. She carried the gentle calmness of time, perfectly fitting the relaxed and healing ambience of the small courtyard. Not obtrusive, not ostentatious, like a soft evening breeze quietly blending into this mortal world. The moonlight is lovely tonight. I heard that you all often reside in this courtyard, so I took the liberty of coming to visit for a while. Sun Yan walked to the courtyard gate, bowed slightly, her tone gentle and unhurried, her manners complete, yet not distant, treating others humbly, yet not deliberately. Yi Wanqing, always gentle and warm-hearted, the most approachable of all, immediately smiled and raised her hand in greeting. Miss, there's no need for formalities. The night air is cool, please come in and sit. This courtyard is free and unrestrained, so feel at ease, no need to be reserved. Sun Yan nodded, lightly walked slowly into the courtyard, her gaze gently sweeping over everyone, her eyes filled with pure goodwill and calm, without the slightest trace of curiosity or fawning formality. She walked to the stone table, found an empty stone bench, and sat down lightly, her movements soft and steady, carrying the unique composure and meticulousness of a healer. Bai Heng, seeing her pure and warm temperament, felt a fondness and began a gentle conversation. Miss, you have long lived in the Medicine Valley, dedicating yourself to healing the world. Now that the world is at peace and all diseases are gone, it seems you have no use for your skills. Sun Yan smiled faintly, her eyes gentle and clear, her tone relaxed and open. Healing in turbulent times is to save lives and overcome suffering. Healing in peaceful times is to cultivate the body and mind. Now that the 9 provinces are free from disasters and illnesses and the world is stable, this is the greatest fulfillment of my medical path. In my leisure, I cultivate herbs, wander the mountains and rivers, and occasionally visit this courtyard. This is already the utmost peace. Her heart was clear and detached, having long looked beyond gains and losses, seeking only peace and calm in life, which perfectly matched the state of mind of everyone in the courtyard. After a moment of casual conversation, Sun Yan's gaze was delicate and gentle, discreetly scanning the complexion and pulse of the ladies under the corridor. A healer's eyes are the most perceptive. As she glanced over them, a faint, barely noticeable flicker passed through her otherwise calm and composed eyes. Everyone appeared clear-minded and with stable vital energy, except for Lu Qingyuan, who stood under the corridor in the evening breeze. Although her expression remained gentle and serene, her lips were more tender and pink than usual, and a faint, subtle aura of warmth different from the ordinary lingered around her brows. A layer of gentle warmth, barely perceptible, had quietly added to her calm aura. Even Lu Qingyuan herself had not noticed it, only feeling that tonight she was especially gentle and languid, her body soft and light, slightly sensitive to the cool evening breeze. She instinctively drew her shoulders in a little, her gaze still tenderly fixed on the young man in the bamboo chair, as gentle as ever. Sun Yan remained unmoved, not revealing anything, and continued in a gentle and assured tone. I just observed the ladies' complexions. All are in an excellent state of clear mind, stable vitality, and peaceful heart, without any stagnation or restlessness. However, you have been too at ease for too long, free from all worries, your minds completely relaxed and undisturbed. This has resulted in a slight lack of worldly attachment to the mundane. The origin of children is always a natural gift after the body and mind are stable and emotions are fulfilled. Do not seek it, do not rush it, do not be impatient or forced. When the time is ripe, new sprouts will gently emerge, bringing a soft perfection. These words were gentle and insightful, without any hint of preaching or urgency. Entirely a healer's warm reassurance. Only at the very end her gaze briefly and swiftly swept over Lu Qingyuan before calmly withdrawing, leaving no trace. Yun Shuyue was delighted by the words, smiling lazily, her tone relaxed and philosophical. I see. Then there's no hurry. We'll just stay together day by day and wait patiently for the right moment. If it comes early, there will be the liveliness of early. If it comes late, there will be the leisure of late. Whichever way, it is the best arrangement. Su Zichen nodded slightly, her expression calm and detached with clear insight. In worldly matters, the most important thing is to go with the flow. A forced perfection will always have its flaws. A new life awaited in stillness is the true perfection. Lu Qingyuan's eyes curved gently at the words, and a soft smile spread across her lips. Her fingertips unconsciously brushed over her lower abdomen, a light and delicate, entirely unintentional motion. Her voice was soft and murmured, whether there is a new life or not, as long as we stay together year after year, safe in each other's company, that is the greatest perfection of my life. Sun Yan looked at the relaxed, peaceful, and pure beauty of everyone in the courtyard, a gentle and knowing smile spreading in her eyes. She softly sighed. The world seeks to escape chaos and find peace, but they do not realize that the rarest thing is this kind of clear-hearted, year after year, ordinary life. This small courtyard holds the gentlest perfection of the entire 9 provinces. The evening breeze gently brushed across the courtyard, the fragrance of flowers faint, the lamplight soft. That unfamiliar breeze from afar still lingered gently, not disturbing the mortal world, not troubling the hearts of the people. Tonight's breeze seemed warmer and softer than before, gently wrapping around the tender aura of the small courtyard, harboring a silent, unknown promise. Beside the stone table, the 6 seniors smiled leisurely, though under the corridor the ladies were serene and peaceful. The newly arrived healer sat quietly in conversation. The entire courtyard was filled with gentle harmony and lingering warmth. Lin Shen, seated on the bamboo chair, remained lazily reclined, his posture relaxed, and warm a gentle smile in his eyes as he quietly watched the others chatting and laughing in the courtyard. His gaze was clear as if he had caught a hint of that faint new life energy, but he did not reveal it, merely silently allowing this gentle development to mature. He never hurried the passage of time, never longed for opportunities, never sought perfection. The world was at peace, and everything had its own rhythm. The fires of life stretched long, and new life would come naturally. The dust of the past had all settled, and today's gentleness lay hidden, awaiting the days to come when new sprouts will emerge and the years will stretch ever longer. A gentle night breeze, soft and warm, dispersed the lingering coolness of the previous night. By dawn the next day the sky cleared, completely vast and cloudless. The tender morning light softly pierced through the layers of thin clouds, entirely dispelling the cold solitude of the deep night, transforming into warm melting rays that generously spread across the entire bluestone courtyard. The flourishing flowers and plants in the courtyard, nourished by the night breeze and dew, bloomed even more luxuriantly and vibrantly. Delicate crystalline dewdrops gathered on leaf tips and petals, shimmering gently in the rising morning light. With the passage of a breeze they fell in a soft rustle, filling the courtyard with a lingering sweet fragrance. The days in the small courtyard always proceeded unhurriedly, adhering to their own uniquely gentle and soothing rhythm. Here, far from the hustle and bustle of the world, without a trace of ordinary haste or toil, one could watch the morning flowers bloom and dew fall, sit around brewing tea during the day, and rest and chat at leisure. Such steady, peaceful moments, unchanging through the years, were the most healing and the most precious. Yet today the small courtyard held an indescribable gentle warmth that set it apart from its usual unchanging scene. The earthly aroma lingering in the air became softer and richer. Even the morning breeze that constantly brushed past the ears had shed all its crisp coolness, carrying a perfectly balanced gentle warmth. Warm without being hot, soft without being fleeting, tenderly enveloping the entire courtyard. The people in the courtyard rose as usual, each indulging in their own leisurely and carefree activities. The 6 elders had long since moved their bamboo chairs to the sunlit corner of the courtyard. Basking in the warm morning light, they chatted lazily and rested peacefully, their brows and eyes completely relaxed, exuding the tranquil, leisurely air of a peaceful retirement. The casual talk from the previous night about offspring and destiny had been completely forgotten, regarded only as a light-hearted jest in the midst of ordinary days, and they quickly returned to their daily routine, never giving it another thought. Only Lu Qingyuan, after washing and sitting down in the morning, vaguely sensed a subtle difference in her body. This difference was not a matter of pain or discomfort, but rather a pervasive, lingering sense of gentle languor. Today's morning light was warm and bright, softening the heart, yet she found herself unable to endure prolonged sitting in the sun, nor did she wish to let the morning breeze touch her garments. Her limbs and bones felt soft and lazy, lacking the usual energy and strength. In the past, she had always been lively and gentle, quick and light on her feet. In her leisure time, she loved to stand quietly to one side, her gaze tenderly following Lin Shun, or she would take the initiative to help others arrange tea, snacks, and tend the courtyard flowers, her brows bright and her heart at peace. But today, after merely standing up and walking a few steps, a faint weariness arose in her heart. She only wanted to snuggle quietly and sit down, cherishing the unchanging, steady warmth by her side. She did not think much of it, simply attributing this lazy state to the lingering coolness of the night breeze from sitting in the courtyard for a long time under the moon. So she gently restrained all her movements, quietly sat down on the bamboo chair beside Lin Shun, her brows and eyes lowered in a gentle, obedient manner, quietly basking in the warm sun and resting with closed eyes. Lin Shun leaned back lazily in the main bamboo chair, his posture relaxed and casual, his fingertips resting lightly on his knees. His gaze appeared scattered and indifferent, as if he were idly closing his eyes and enjoying the day. In truth, every subtle change in expression, every restrained movement, and every shift in the aura of the person beside him were completely and thoroughly observed by him, without a single detail missed. His heart was perceptive, and he understood all things. He had already vaguely sensed the signs, yet he did not reveal them, simply allowing a faint, infinitely gentle smile to hide in his eyes. Then he raised his hand, gently lowering the bamboo screen beside him to block the wind, carefully shielding her from the occasional morning breeze, silently guarding this tender fate that was quietly brewing, yet to be unveiled. Under the eaves, the other graceful ladies, while chatting at leisure, gradually noticed that Lu Qingyuan was different today. "Qingyuan, why are you so quiet today?" When Ruashi, carrying a plate of freshly made soft and sweet handmade pastries, walked briskly from under the eaves. Her clear, pure eyes held a touch of innocent curiosity, and she asked softly, "You are usually so lively and spirited, but today you are sitting still and motionless. Are you feeling unwell?" Her mind was pure and straightforward, her heart simple and transparent. She could not perceive the deeper changes in chi and blood, only sensing the subtle difference in her companion's state. Her tone was filled with genuine, simple concern, without any pretense or distance. Lu Qingyuan slowly raised her eyes at the question, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. A soft, tender smile bloomed at the corners of her lips, and her voice was delicate and languid, carrying a lingering weariness. "It's nothing. I'm just unusually lazy today. My whole body feels soft and weak, and I don't feel like moving." Yi, watching upon hearing this, immediately stepped forward. She was always delicate and gentle in her thoughts, most skilled at sensing the emotions and physical states of others. Her gaze gently fell upon Lu Qingyuan's cheeks. She observed for a moment, noting her warm complexion and languid expression before speaking gently. It doesn't seem like any physical discomfort. Your complexion is even more radiant and translucent than usual. It's just that there is a faint weariness in your brows. Perhaps it's because the days have been too peaceful and leisurely, which has cultivated a relaxed and lazy disposition. Everyone present heard this and responded with soft laughter and nods, taking it as ordinary laziness and fatigue without further thought. The days in the small courtyard were too stable and relaxed. Everyone's heart was at ease, their bodies and minds peaceful, free from disasters and worries. Occasionally feeling a bit weary and lazy was indeed the most ordinary thing. Only the physician Sun Yan, who had made a special visit the day before, once again stepped on the morning dew and, accompanied by the mountain breeze, arrived at the small courtyard on time to sit and rest. She was still dressed in a simple, clean light blue cloth dress, her hair simply tied up with a plain jade hairpin, without any makeup or ornate adornments. A faint, warm, herbal fragrance lingered around her. Her steps were slow and unhurried, and she entered the courtyard just as the morning light was at its most gentle and bright. Her gaze lightly swept over Lu Qingyuan, who was sitting quietly in a corner. The physician's naturally keen eyes instantly captured a glimmer of confident, gentle brightness. In the hazy moonlight of the previous night, the shadows and light had been shifting, and the signs had only been vague guesses. But now, under the clear morning light, everything was completely clear. The moonlight last night had been dim and hazy, the courtyard's light and shadow mottled. Observing one's complexion and aura was still vague and difficult to confirm. Today's morning light was clear and bright, generously pouring over the entire body, illuminating the flow of qi and blood, and the changes in aura with perfect clarity, leaving nothing hidden. Lu Qingyuan sat quietly in the warm sun, her brows and eyes warm and soft, her lips a delicate pink and glossy. A faint, uniquely new warmth seemed to surround her whole body. It was a unique aura of qi and blood settling inward with life force quietly hidden. It was peaceful, gentle, reserved, and unobtrusive, yet it genuinely and truly surrounded her. A distinctive aura that could never be cultivated by mere physical and mental peace or the passage of tranquil years. Sun Yan walked into the courtyard with light steps, not speaking immediately. She first nodded gracefully to the elders and ladies present, her demeanor humble, polite, and gentle. Seeing her arrive punctually every morning to sit in the small courtyard, Bai Hong could not help but smile and gently tease. "Miss Su, you are quite punctual in visiting us every day. Our small courtyard is simple and peaceful with no remarkable sights, yet you seem to favor it so much." Sun Yan's brows and eyes bloomed with a soft, gentle smile. Her tone was relaxed, open, and composed. "The morning dew in the mountains is heavy and the wind is cool. The Medicine Valley is quiet and secluded, too cold and lonely. But this small courtyard is warm with the aroma of daily life, and the hearts of the people are pure and harmonious. Coming here to sit and chat for a while brings a special peace and comfort to my heart." After a few casual remarks, her gaze once again gently fell upon Lu Qingyuan. Her tone was soft and tender, with a hint of careful probing, as if afraid to disturb this precious, gentle fate. "Miss Qingyan, since you woke up this morning, have you felt especially sleepy and lazy, intolerant of the cool breeze, your whole body soft and unwilling to move much?" Lu Qingyuan was slightly startled at the question, a trace of surprise flickering in her eyes. She nodded gently and replied truthfully, "Exactly. I don't know why, but I have been unusually tired and lazy all day. It is not ordinary fatigue. It is the presence of joy with warmth hidden within." Sun Yan slowly halted, standing quietly in the melting morning light. Her brows and eyes were tender and clear, her tone both firm and gentle. Each word was warm and soothing, neither ostentatious nor abrupt, like a spring breeze gently rippling across a calm lake, quietly spreading tender ripples in everyone's heart. "Congratulations, my lady. You are carrying a new bud, a heavenly gift nurtured by the warmth of a courtyard and the peace of 10,000 moments." As these soft words were spoken, the entire lively courtyard instantly fell into a moment of silence. There were no earth-shattering waves, no sudden bursts of jubilant cheers. Only the morning light flowed quietly, a warm breeze gently brushed the flowering branches throughout the courtyard, and even the falling petals seemed to slow their pace, drifting down, tenderly, silently complimenting this sudden, yet perfectly natural, gentle announcement. Lu Qingyuan was completely stunned. Her clear, gentle eyes widened slightly, filled with a gentle disbelief. She instinctively raised her delicate fingertips, gently covering her flat, warm lower abdomen. Her fingers trembled slightly as a surge of hot, tender warmth rose in her heart, slowly spreading through her limbs and bones, soothing her entire languid body. She had been married to Lin Shen for a long time and had long since regarded worldly offspring as a matter of fate. She always felt that being together year after year, accompanying each other day and night, and living in peace each year was the greatest fulfillment. She had never deliberately hoped for or actively sought anything more. Yet in these most peaceful and worry-free days of human life, in this most ordinary and gentle time, this most touching and pure surprise had quietly descended upon her. "Am with child," she murmured to herself, her voice soft and delicate, carrying a tremor of joy that was hard to conceal. Sun Yin nodded gently, explaining patiently and carefully, her tone calm and reassuring indeed. "In this world, fate is always hidden in tranquility, and new life is born from peace. Your heart has always been clear and pure, without sorrow or joy, without worries or disturbances. Your body and mind are in a state of perfect completeness rarely seen in this world. Coupled with the deep and complete affection between you and your husband, and the gentle nourishment of the years, the new bud naturally took root quietly and grew in secret. The time is still early, and the chi has just begun to manifest. Ordinary people would not notice it at all. Only subtle changes, such as a more radiant complexion and a more languid disposition, silently reveal the signs." After a brief moment of silence, the courtyard gradually filled with soft, gentle smiles and pure, delicate joy. The atmosphere was warm and lingering, neither startling nor disturbing, perfectly matching the peaceful, healing, and relaxed atmosphere of the small courtyard. When Ruashi's brows and eyes lit up instantly, she deliberately kept her voice light and cheerful, shedding her usual lively exuberance filled with pure and gentle delight. "So that's it. No wonder Sister Qingyuan is so lazy and unwilling to move today. It's because a little baby is coming. How wonderful. From now on, our quiet little courtyard will have a soft, gentle warmth. Just thinking about it makes my heart feel especially warm." She had always preferred the courtyard's quiet serenity and disliked noise and bustle. But now, upon hearing this gentle news, her heart was filled only with pure anticipation and joy. She felt that adding a touch of new life to the peaceful, ordinary years was exactly the right kind of gentle fulfillment. Yi Wanqing's brows and eyes curved softly, her eyes holding a gentle warmth and deep gladness. She whispered softly with tender emotion, "Indeed, extreme peace is the most nurturing, and it is also the most nourishing for fate. We have guarded this plain, smoky life and peaceful years for so long, and finally a new life has been born in this small courtyard. It is perfect and gentle, worthy of the tenderness of the years." Yun Shuyue leaned lazily against a blooming flower branch, her brows and eyes spreading with a relaxed, serene smile, her eyes filled with warm, soft light. Her tone was leisurely and gentle. "The days have always been plain and orderly, the same year after year. Now, quietly adding a gentle expectation gives these ordinary days a bit of hope and novelty. It is truly rare and precious." Su Zichen's usually cool brows and eyes completely softened. All traces of distant chill faded, leaving her expression warm and peaceful. She let out a soft, gentle sigh, letting everything take its natural course, neither hoping nor seeking, waiting quietly for the passing years. "Finally, we receive the gentle gift of time. This is the most touching answer of a peaceful world." The 6 elders, sitting quietly by the stone table, exchanged gentle smiles, their eyes filled with relief, tenderness, and genuine joy, calm and composed without a trace of agitation. Qing Yuan's brows and eyes were gentle and relaxed. He spoke slowly with a smile. "Last night we were casually saying that the courtyard was too quiet and lacked the liveliness of children. And today this gentle news arrives quietly. It shows that a pure and peaceful heart is never let down by the years." Lin Yuan's smile was casual and relaxed, carrying the gentle teasing of a retired elder. "Now we old folks have an extra tender matter to think about. In our leisure we can look after the younger generation and wait quietly for the new bud to grow. Our dull, ordinary retirement days will have a bit more lively, warm charm." Ji Yu's gaze was soft and clear, filled with kindness and gentleness. He offered his sincere blessing in a soft voice. "This child is born in a peaceful era, grows up in a tender courtyard, and from a young age is wrapped in the warmth of daily life and the kindness of many. It is destined to be safe, smooth, and peaceful throughout the years." The entire courtyard was filled with soft, sincere congratulations and pure, gentle joy. It was neither noisy nor restless nor forced. Every thread was a tender movement within the peaceful years, perfectly matching the courtyard's consistently relaxed, healing, and harmonious atmosphere. Lu Qingyuan sat quietly in the warm, melting sun, her eyes gradually filling with a soft, crystalline gleam of tears. A sweet, serene smile lingered at the corners of her lips. She slowly turned her head, her tender, affectionate gaze falling entirely on the young man beside her. Her eyes were filled with a soft reliance and full anticipation. Lin Shen finally lifted his eyes slowly. The gentle warmth that had been hidden deep within for so long completely unfolded. His clear, warm gaze firmly rested on her, so tender it could melt the morning light of the entire courtyard, completely shedding his usual indifference and distance, leaving only a heart full of genuine softness and cherishment. He did not use ornate or exaggerated words, nor did he show intense or outward emotion. He simply raised his hand slowly, gently covering Lu Qingyuan's slightly cool hand. His palm was warm and steady, his touch firm and reassuring. His words were soft, yet carried immense weight, full of a lifetime's commitment to protect. "As long as you are well, that is all." These simple 4 words, plain and unadorned, encompassed all his expectations, concerns, and the promise of a lifelong guardianship. He did not seek for the new bud in her womb to be exceptionally gifted or to have a brilliant future. He only wished for this newborn child to be safe and peaceful, to grow up steadily, and for the beloved woman before him to be healthy, joyful, worry-free, and to have a smooth life. Sun Yin stood quietly to one side, watching the peaceful, gentle scene of the courtyard filled with harmony and tranquility. A relieved, tender smile spread across her face as she added in a soft, detailed voice, "The time is still early. There is no need to be overly cautious or deliberately coddle and pamper. Letting nature take its course and keeping the heart at peace is the best nourishment. A peaceful era nurtures a peaceful child. From now on, just live each day in peace and comfort, and that is the greatest gift for this child." These insightful, reassuring words perfectly matched the easygoing, natural disposition of everyone in the courtyard. There were no complicated rules or restrictions, no nervous tension or restraint. Only the gentle expectation of letting the years pass peacefully and waiting quietly for the new life. The morning breeze was warm and gentle, the morning light soft and radiant, generously spreading over the entire bluestone courtyard. The flowers on the branches bloomed exuberantly, their subtle fragrance drifting in the air. Though the lanterns under the eaves were not lit, the warm sunlight filled the space with a lingering warmth. The faint, cool breeze that had traveled from afar the previous night was now completely melted away by the courtyard's full spring warmth, leaving only a peaceful, gentle scene of years to come full of promise. The storms of 10,000 ages had all dissolved into dust. The ups and downs of the mortal world had settled. The peaceful years had finally achieved perfection. The past was without strife or disturbance. Today held warmth and sweetness. A new bud was conceived in the courtyard. The coming years would be forever peaceful. The joyful news of pregnancy was finally settled, and the warmth of the entire courtyard slowly spread, lingering between the eaves and blooming branches, gentle and soothing, extremely comfortable. The soft morning light gently spilled over the courtyard, covering the clean bluestone paths and the flourishing blossoms. The delightful news just learned by everyone did not stir any noisy or fervent commotion. It quietly settled in each person's heart, silently adding a touch of serene and pure joy. Life in the courtyard continued at its leisurely pace, seemingly no different from any other day, except that amidst the mundane daily routines, a sweet and eagerly anticipated hope had quietly been added. The physician Sun Yin stood quietly in the warm sunlight, carefully observing the gentle complexion and warm demeanor that Lu Qingyuan could not conceal, and a knowing smile arose in her heart. She had traveled the world healing for years, witnessing the myriad forms of human life, the rise and fall of life and death, and the vicissitudes of fate. Yet it was only in this peaceful, secluded courtyard that she could truly appreciate the precious beauty of simplicity. The most stable years nourish the heart the best, and also nurture the gentlest new beginnings. Her tone was light and casual, shedding the usual seriousness of a physician speaking like an old friend in idle chat, casually offering everyday advice. Your fetal condition is exceptionally stable. Your complexion is clear and radiant, warm and peaceful. It is entirely the excellent foundation cultivated by a heart free of distractions and a relaxed, stable life. Most women in their first pregnancy suffer from restlessness, fatigue, and various troubles, but you are merely a bit drowsy and slightly sensitive to the wind, without any suffering. Truly a natural blessing. Everyone listened quietly to these words, gently nodding with a touch of subtle emotion and reflection in their hearts. The 6 elders lounged on bamboo chairs, basking in the warm sun and chatting idly, their expressions relaxed and carefree, content and leisurely. Thinking back to the chaotic times of the past when the world was in turmoil and people were displaced, survival itself was a luxury, let alone settling down to raise a family. Countless bonds of blood and human connections were lost amidst the storms of chaos and the violence of war. Now the world was at peace, the land tranquil and time serene. Even the arrival of new life was so gentle and smooth, without any twists from beginning to end. A faint smile graced Bai Heng's lips as he spoke with insight and ease. In times of chaos, people only sought to barely survive. Only in times of peace can one speak of the simple joys of life. We have spent half our lives striving and drifting, chasing countless years, only to realize in the end that the most precious thing is never some extraordinary fate, but the ordinary days of peace and stability before us. Qing Xian looked up at the 2 figures leaning together in the warm sun and smiled leisurely. This little one arrives at just the right time, perfectly, when the eons of dust have settled and the world has returned to warmth. Born to possess a vast and peaceful land and a courtyard full of gentle warmth, truly a blessed child. Qing Lan lazily leaned against the chair, basking in the sun, speaking in a light and relaxed tone. We have endured countless storms and the ups and downs of the world, and now it seems it was all worth it. With this new anticipation in the courtyard, even our leisurely retirement days have gained much lively interest. Lin Yuan, the most easygoing and open-minded, chuckled with a playful tone. Now our retirement life is no longer dull. From now on, besides drinking tea, admiring flowers, and chatting about the breeze and moonlight, we can also quietly wait for the little one to grow up, teasing the child and chatting about everyday matters in our leisure time, making our ordinary days ever more flavorful. Ji Yu's gaze was warm and soft as she offered a simple and pure wish. May the days be nourished by stable years, may the heart be pure and clear, and may you have peace and joy every year with a life free from worries. Kong Chun nodded slightly, his usually cold voice carrying a trace of warmth. Stable years nurture good karma, and peaceful times accompany the rest of life. The wishes of the elders were simple, sincere, and pure. without heavy expectations or strict constraints, just gentle hopes that flowed naturally, perfectly matching the relaxed and carefree rhythm of the courtyard. The beautiful women who had been standing under the eaves gently stepped forward, their movements soft and casual, without any overly restrained or cautious tension, their eyes filled with pure and easy joy, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. When Rawashi blinked her bright, clear eyes looking at Lu Qingyuan's still flat belly with a mix of curiosity and restraint, her soft, sweet voice slowly rising. So the little treasure has already quietly moved in. So well behaved, not making a fuss at all. Sister Qingyuan, just rest assured from now on. I will make you soft and delicious pastries every day, brew sweet and warm soups, and raise both you and the little treasure to be plump and healthy. She who had always preferred the quiet of the courtyard and disliked noise was now filled with soft expectations for the new life, her simple and straightforward sincerity especially heartwarming. Yi Wanqing, the most thoughtful and meticulous, smiled and casually arranged. The mountain wind is cool in the morning and evening, and the dew is heavy at night. Qingyuan, don't stand under the eaves for long periods or sit in the draft. We will take care of the trivial chores in the yard, tending to the flowers and preparing the tea. You just need to rest and relax as you wish without any exertion. Yun Shuiwei lazily leaned against the blooming branches, smiling with a carefree and easygoing attitude. In life, one should live as comfortably as possible. Now it's just a matter of having an extra gentle concern. No need to be overly tense or excessive in rest. Continue to enjoy the flowers, brew tea, wander as you please, and live peacefully. Going with the flow is the best way to nurture the pregnancy. Su Zichen's usual cold aura had completely faded, her tone gentle and tranquil, warm and soothing. When the heart is peaceful and everything goes smoothly, the fetal energy will naturally be stable. There is no need to worry, just live with a normal heart. Everyone's care was detailed and heartwarming, without the tense atmosphere of a major event, without the awkward formality of excessive politeness, simply blending gentle care into daily trifles, relaxed and appropriate, especially healing. Lu Qingyuan sat peacefully in the warm sunlight, listening to the gentle, detailed chatter of those around her, a warm current flowing in her heart, feeling utterly comfortable, at ease and free. She gently lowered her eyes, her fingertips landing softly and slowly on her lower abdomen, her heart overflowing with soft joy. Having been married to Lin Shun for so long, she was already fully content with the stable daily life of their time together, never asking for more. Yet she never expected that gentle time would have its own gifts, quietly adding an unexpected surprise and new vitality to the ordinary days. From now on, the earthly life and passing days would no longer be just the two of them together, years of peaceful monotony, but would hold a precious new hope, adding countless gentle expectations to the ordinary days. Lu Qingyuan murmured softly, her voice delicate and tender, carrying the shallow certainty and cherishment of a first-time mother. I will definitely protect you well. Lin Shun stayed quietly and calmly by her side, the usual light coolness in his eyes transformed into a warm, gentle radiance. No need for extra sweet words, no need for deliberate grand promises. From the moment the good news was revealed, he had been silently guarding this hard-won gentle blessing with the most silent and tender companionship. He shifted his body slightly, naturally shielding her from the occasional cool breeze that swept through the courtyard. His broad palm firmly covered the back of her hand, warm and steady, and he said softly, I am with you. No ornate words, no grand promises. Just the simplest, most sincere companionship in the world, yet it held the longest-lasting bond of year after year, day after day. Sun Yin quietly watched the warm and harmonious scene before her, a smile in her eyes, and casually added a few relaxed daily reminders, her tone soothing and natural, without any hint of lecturing. Your foundation is excellent, and your mindset is calm and relaxed. There is no need for deliberate, restrained rest. Just avoid drafts, eat less cold food, sleep early, and rest well. Living with a normal heart is enough. Your fetal condition is perfectly stable. She took out a small package of carefully dried and processed herbs from a wooden box, the medicinal properties mild and gentle, without any harshness. These are calming and warming flowers I personally planted and dried in the Medicine Valley. You can brew them in hot water or tea. They warm the blood, soothe the mind, and calm the spirit. Nourishing and safe, especially suitable for your current state of quiet rest and nurturing. Yi Wanqing stepped forward gently to take the herbs and put them away safely, smiling sincerely as she thanked her. Thank you for your thoughtful preparation, Miss Su. With you coming to check and advise from time to time, we laypeople can feel much more at ease. Sun Yin smiled serenely, her tone casual and relaxed. Being able to witness the fulfillment of these peaceful times and the arrival of a gentle new life is also my fortune and blessing. I will often come to the courtyard in the future, and I will also help check your complexion and pulse to ensure the safety and well-being of both mother and child. The joy in the courtyard remained relaxed, prolonged, gentle, and restrained. Not loud, not ostentatious, not deliberate. No one loudly proclaimed the good news. They simply treasured it silently in their hearts, turning it into the subtle, gentle care of daily life, flowing slowly and peacefully with the courtyard's original rhythm. The morning light slowly climbed, spreading warm comfort across the entire courtyard. The fragrance of blooming flowers drifted on the branches, and the light and shadow under the eaves shifted slowly. The leisurely years remained unhurried and carefree. This gentle news had never disrupted the stable rhythm of the courtyard. It simply added a soft concern, a heart full of tenderness, and an expectant fulfillment to the day after day, year after year ordinary life. A gentle, leisurely conversation gradually came to a close, and everyone dispersed, returning to their usual leisurely and carefree ways. The 6 elders still sat in the sunny spot, basking in the sun and chatting idly, their words now carrying a gentle expectation of waiting for the child to grow up. The ladies each attended to their own small tasks, preparing tea, tending to the flowers, sweeping the courtyard, their movements becoming even softer and more appropriate, each quietly holding a sweet hope in their hearts. Only Lin Shen stayed by Lu Qingyuan's side every step of the way, never leaving for a moment. He no longer let her exert herself on any trivial matters. He gently helped her sit down to rest, raised his hand to smooth the stray strands of hair that had been stirred by the evening breeze, his movements gentle and natural, flowing like water, his eyes filled with genuine care and tenderness. Lu Qingyuan looked up at him warmly, her eyes curving into a sweet, soft smile. I am perfectly fine, there is no need to be so careful. Lin Shen lowered his gaze to look at her, his eyes warm as water, his tone relaxed yet exceptionally firm. It doesn't matter. I am the most idle now with nothing to do every day, so I can well accompany and protect you. The storms of the ages had long since faded and ended, and there were no longer any chaotic lands that required his journey, no heavy burdens or shackles that needed his bearing. Now the world was peaceful, the years gentle and beautiful. All his remaining leisure time and all his tender feelings were devoted to the person by his side, the new life within her in this peaceful, smoky courtyard. The morning breeze was soft and warm, the sunlight gentle and lingering. The courtyard was filled with quiet joy, and the sight was full of tender, enduring warmth. The years before were stable and carefree, and the years to come would be gentle and full of promise. The spring warmth of the world lingered on the new shoots, grew slowly, the gentle years never disappointed, and the rest of life would be peaceful and long. The warm afternoon sun leisurely drifted westward, casting its gentle, tender rays across the entire bluestone courtyard, stretching the outlines of the eaves, the blooming flowers, and the old bamboo chair into long, languid shadows. There was no harsh sunlight in the air, only a pervasive, soothing warmth that quietly spread, slowing the passage of time itself within the courtyard. The atmosphere was lazy and delightful, easing both body and mind. Since the joyful news of a blessed pregnancy was confirmed yesterday morning, the ambience of the entire courtyard had subtly softened, yet it did not alter the usual relaxed and tranquil rhythm of life. No one made a deliberate show of celebration, nor did anyone become tense or overly cautious. Everyone tacitly and gently lightened their movements, slowed their daily pace, and quietly infused the delicate, considerate care into the ordinary routines of meals, waking, and resting. Days continued to pass slowly and quietly, yet within the repetitive daily life, a sweet, steady, and secure little anticipation had quietly taken root. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying fallen petals from the branches and the unique, fresh fragrance of grass and trees softly circling around the eaves. The draft that used to dart freely and briskly through the courtyard today became exceptionally mild and gentle, completely shedding the lingering coolness of the morning. It brushed against the hair tips and sleeves with incomparable softness. Every blade of grass, every tree, every breeze, and every shadow exuded a perfectly appropriate tenderness, as if even the natural elements of the heavens and earth were instinctively accommodating this precious, quietly nurtured new life. Lu Qingyuan sat quietly on the bamboo chair to enjoy the cool air and rest. She was still in that languid, soft state, lacking the energy for any extra effort, yet her entire body was relaxed, stretched, and exceptionally comfortable. She leaned back slightly against the chair, her expression serene and relaxed. Her gaze drifted aimlessly over the gently swaying flower branches and the slowly shifting light and shadows in the courtyard. Her heart was steady and secure, without a single distracting thought, anxiety, or disturbance. After a full night of peaceful sleep and settling, the initial shock, tremor, and helplessness upon hearing the news had completely faded, leaving only a calm, enduring, and gentle joy that flowed like a long, steady stream. She had always felt that spending every day and night with Lin Shen, accompanying each other peacefully through the years, was the most perfect destination in life. Now, with a soft, tiny life quietly growing within her, this perfection had gained a touch of fresh, tender novelty, making the ordinary, repetitive days increasingly gentle, vivid, and heartwarming. Lin Shen stayed by her side every step of the way, his posture relaxed and casual, entirely the same as his usual leisurely manner of basking in the sun and idling away the hours. There was no trace of deliberate restraint or tension, yet every word, every action, every movement was filled with subtle protective care and gentle accommodation. All the trivial, everyday chores of the courtyard had already been quietly and effortlessly taken over by him. Sweeping the courtyard, tending to the flowers, tidying up tea and snacks, organizing odds and ends. Any task that required standing up, raising a hand, or expending mental energy was all silently handled by him, never allowing Lu Qingyuan to exert any effort or expend any thought. Occasionally, when Lu Qingyuan felt restless from sitting too long and wanted to stand up, stretch, and walk around, he would first reach out to gently brush away the fallen petals and dust from her clothes, then steadily support her forearm as she walked. His movements were gentle, steady, and natural, without the slightest hint of nervous tension. "There's no need to watch over me like this all the time," Lu Qingyan said, lifting her eyes to look at him tenderly, a shallow, sweet smile rippling in her gaze. Her voice was soft and relaxed. "I feel perfectly fine, not the slightest discomfort. I'm just a bit lazy, that's all." Lin Shen lowered his gaze to look at her tenderly, his eyes warm and clear, a gentle indulgence and softness in his expression. His tone was leisurely and calm. "I have nothing to do all day anyway, just sitting idly. It's convenient to watch over you, saving me worry and giving me peace of mind." The ancient storms had finally subsided, and the world was completely peaceful and tranquil. He no longer had chaotic lands to rush to or heavy burdens to bear. All the leisure time, gentle intentions, and preferential love of the remaining years of his life were meant to be devoted entirely to the person he cherished most by his side. Such quiet companionship year after year in peaceful, ordinary days. This to him was the most comfortable and natural way of life. Not far away by the bluestone table, several graceful ladies were gathered in a relaxed group, each busy with their own small tasks. The atmosphere was tender, lively, relaxed, and healing without the slightest hint of formality. When Ruashi gently rolled up her loose sleeves, her small face serious and meticulous as she carefully arranged the fresh ingredients before her. She firmly remembered the warm promise she made yesterday. Early in the morning she had gone to the storeroom to carefully select the most nourishing, mild, and gentle ingredients, planning to personally cook a pot of soft, sweet, stomach-soothing, and spirit-calm health broth. She patiently watched over the small stove, adjusting the heat, and repeatedly pondering the cooking time. The little one was full of enthusiasm and refused to be careless, wanting only to brew a bowl of warm broth most suitable for Lu Qingyuan. "Sister Wanqing, does this look right?" She held up a small white porcelain bowl, turned her head, and blinked her bright, clear eyes. Her voice was soft and sweet. "I picked all warm-natured ingredients, nothing cooling at all. The sweetness is also very light. Sister Qingyuan will definitely enjoy it." Yi Wanqing stood nearby, leisurely arranging the tea set with graceful, unhurried movements. Hearing this, she smiled gently and nodded in agreement. "This combination is the most suitable, light, soft, warming, and nourishing. No need to rush. A broth slowly simmered over a low fire has the richest flavor and is best for calming the spirit and nourishing the body." Her mind was thoughtful and thorough. She was always the best at managing everyone's daily life. Throughout the day, she had quietly sorted out all the subtle details of life in the courtyard, silently avoiding any potential pitfalls and care. She silently noted the coolness of morning and night, the timing of sun and dew. All foods that were too cold, hard, or difficult to digest were carefully picked out and stored away. What remained on display were only warm, soft, and easily digestible ingredients, gently helping Lu Qingyuan regulate her body without fanfare or deliberation. Tenderness hidden in the details. Yun Shuyue leaned lazily against the edge of the stone table, holding half a book of leisure reading, turning the pages absently with a casual, languid gaze. Her tone was peaceful and relaxed. "Our life in this courtyard is truly becoming more gentle and smooth by the day. Before we only sought peace and quiet, undisturbed and worry-free. Now there is an added, gentle expectation, warmth every day, hope every year. Such a relaxed and stable time is truly rare and precious." Su Zichen stood quietly beside the blooming flowers, the gentle evening breeze lightly stirring her plain-colored sleeves. Her usually cold and distant brows and eyes had softened completely, shedding all traces of aloofness. She spoke softly and calmly, "Living as the heart pleases, going with the flow year after year in peace without disturbance. That is the best light of life." The few of them chatted and laughed softly, their speech slow and gentle, their hands moving unhurriedly and at ease. There was no noise, no rush. Each attended to their own small tasks, occasionally exchanging a few words or light jokes. The atmosphere was relaxed and healing, perfectly matching the courtyard's usual gentle, tranquil, and peaceful rhythm. In the open sunlit area of the courtyard, the 6 elders were still basking in the warm sun, as usual, chatting leisurely and passing the time. Their postures were lazy and casual, their eyes full of the tranquility of the years. Qing Yuan held a cup of warm tea, took a small sip, his brows and eyes relaxed and serene. He smiled and slowly remarked with emotion, "Now that I think about it carefully, all the toil and wandering of our early lives, enduring countless storms and upheavals, were probably exchanged for this moment of peace. Peace in the world, companionship of loved ones, the promise of new life. There is no regret left in this life." Bai Heng nodded gently, his eyes filled with a clear, peaceful smile, warm and composed. "In chaotic times, one only seeks to survive and cultivate to live safely. Only in times of peace can one form bonds and enjoy blessings, waiting quietly for fulfillment. We endured the most turbulent and desolate years, and finally we have steadily received the gentle completeness that time has bestowed." Lin Yuan leaned back against the bamboo chair, his posture lazy and casual, and light-heartedly joked, "Now our retirement life will never be dull again. From now on we'll admire flowers, brew tea, chat about the breeze, and moon, quietly wait for the little one to grow up safely, and occasionally tease the child and chat about daily life. Every ordinary day will have a fresh flavor." Qing Xianji Yue and Kong Chun listened quietly to the conversation, exchanged gentle smiles, and their eyes were filled with tender relief. There was no need for grand, splendid wishes or heavy expectations. Only the simplest, purest hope remained in their hearts that this child born in an era of peace, raised in a gentle courtyard, would have a life free from calamity, smooth and worry-free, peaceful and safe through the years. The time in the entire courtyard still flowed unhurriedly, undisturbed by any external influence, stable and peaceful. The joyful news had settled quietly, never disrupting the courtyard's inherent leisurely rhythm. No one was overly anxious or nervous. No one was overly cautious, as if facing a great enemy. Everyone's care was hidden in the small, everyday details, walking with lighter steps, instinctively lowering their voices, when chatting, gently blocking the cool breeze when it rose, and preparing only warm, sweet, and gentle food. All care came from the heart, natural and effortless, without the slightest trace of deliberate formality. Gentle without being heavy, appropriate without being forced, relaxed and warmly healing. This was the most comfortable and authentic daily appearance of the courtyard. Before long, the warm broth simmering on the small stove was ready. A soft, clear, sweet fragrance slowly spread, curling gracefully throughout the entire courtyard. Sweet without being cloying, warm without being harsh. Just the scent alone relaxed the body and calmed the mind. When Rawashi quickly turned off the fire, carefully ladled a bowl of the broth and blew on it until it reached the perfect temperature. Warm, not hot, not cool. Then she held the bowl steadily with both hands, walked quickly to Lu Qingyuan, her eyes curved like crescent moons, and said softly with a smile, "Sister Qingyuan, please try it. The temperature is just right. It's good for the stomach and calms the spirit. It's wonderful for you and the little treasure." Lu Qingyuan reached out and steadily took the delicate white porcelain bowl. The warmth of the ceramic wall touched her palm, and a thread of warmth slowly seeped into her heart. She lowered her head and took a gentle sip. The soft, sweet taste slowly melted on her tongue, falling gently into her stomach, spreading a feeling of relaxation and comfort throughout her entire body. "It's very good," she said, lifting her eyes with a gentle smile, her gaze filled with delicate, tender warmth. Her voice was sincere and soft. Lin Shen sat beside her quietly, watching her eat small bites and rest peacefully. His gaze was warm and lingering, accompanying her silently, all the while, without disturbing, without urging. When she finished eating, he naturally reached out to take the empty bowl, casually placing it securely on the stone table. Then he gently adjusted the collar of her garment that had been loosened by the evening breeze, firmly shielding her from the slight coolness that had quietly risen at dusk. His movements were fluid and natural, tenderness hidden in silent details. The setting sun slowly sank toward the western horizon, and the evening glow gently spread across the sky, dyeing the clear expanse a warm, healing orange. The soft rays of sunset fell tenderly into the courtyard, gently tinting the bluestone ground and the blooming flowers, and softly brushing over the brows and eyes of everyone present, making the vivid, warm, everyday life of the courtyard even more lingering and healing. The evening breeze blew gently, carrying the warm softness of the setting sun and the elegant fragrance of falling petals. The years were peaceful, the years serene. Lu Qingyuan turned slightly, gently leaning against Lin Shen's shoulder. Her expression was serene and relaxed, her heart filled with a steady, contented warmth. "It turns out that living a stable, good life can truly catch all the gentle blessings of the world," she murmured softly, her voice tender and clear. Lin Shen lowered his eyes slightly, his profile clear and gentle. His voice was soft and low, with a tone of unwavering certainty. "The days ahead will only be more stable and more complete." The evening breeze brushed gently against the face, the afterglow of the setting sun stretched endlessly, covering the entire serene courtyard. The storms of the past had all settled into dust, and the warmth of today would endure through the years. A tiny new sprout was quietly nurtured amidst the gentle, smoky, everyday warmth, and the relaxed, fitting care of the courtyard, waiting quietly for the days to come, to grow slowly in peace and safety through the years. The afterglow had completely faded, and a gentle, hazy twilight slowly spread over the eaves and walls, tenderly enveloping the entire tranquil stone courtyard. The warm, lingering sunlight of the day gradually receded at a leisurely pace, replaced by the unique, soft evening breeze that gently wove its way through the courtyard. There was none of the common chill that seeps into the bones after nightfall. Only a perfectly tempered coolness remained, carrying the faint, sweet fragrance of the last flowers on the branches. It swirled gently around the ancient pillars and even stone steps, lingering softly, making the day's relaxed and peaceful courtyard atmosphere even more prolonged, gentle, and soothing. The light in the courtyard gradually softened, transitioning gently and unhurriedly, without any abrupt descent into pitch darkness. Only a shallow, hazy twilight covered the world around. No one deliberately lit lamps or candles under the eaves, allowing the natural twilight to gently blanket the entire courtyard. It made the surrounding plants appear lush and the figures soft and serene, lacking the vibrant brightness of day, but gaining a unique sense of quiet languor and tranquil ease. The day's gentle, lively chatter had all faded away, and the courtyard returned to its most essential state of peaceful tranquility. It was quiet, yet not in the least cold or lonely. Every corner was imbued with the warm comfort of settled daily life, stable and healing. Lu Qingyuan remained quietly seated in her familiar bamboo chair, languid and relaxed, without moving an inch. After drinking the warm soup, when Rawashi had personally prepared, a gentle soft warmth spread through her abdomen, slowly permeating her limbs and bones. Her whole body felt relaxed and at ease, and even the tiny worries in her heart were smoothed into calm peace. The gentle evening breeze brushed against her, neither cool nor dry, just pleasantly mild, making her feel even more languid and at ease, so relaxed she didn't want to move at all. She slightly closed her eyes to rest, her features gentle and relaxed, her long soft eyelashes drooping down, casting shallow delicate shadows on her fair warm cheeks. She exuded an air of harmless softness with relaxed brows and a calm breath, entirely the peaceful appearance of someone nurtured by unhurried time and deep affection. Her aura was gentle and stable, quiet and tender. Lin Shin stayed by her side every step of the way, his posture relaxed and casual, just like his usual leisurely manner of basking in the sun and idling away the day. He was not deliberately staring, overly cautious, nor tense with carefulness. He simply naturally kept her close, and whenever the evening breeze picked up or the light shifted slightly, he would subconsciously adjust his posture and position steadily, shielding her from the extra wind. His movements were natural and fluid, without any trace of artifice. The twilight gradually thickened, gently soaking the entire courtyard. The others in the yard also made no haste to go inside to rest, each idly staying quietly enjoying the tender evening time. The ladies still lingered leisurely around the stone table, slowly tidying up the leftover items from making soup and tea. Their movements were slow and gentle, unhurried, without any sign of rush or toil. During the day they each took care of small chores in the courtyard and occasionally chatted lightly. Now in the quiet evening they completely shed all trivial constraints, simply letting their minds and bodies relax, quietly savoring this tender, lingering night. When Rawashi carefully put away the porcelain bowls and small spoons on the table, sat obediently on the cool, comfortable stone bench and gently swung her legs. Her clear eyes sparkled even more brightly under the twilight, and her voice was soft and sweet, filled with undisguised joy. So this is how comfortable the courtyard is in the evening. The wind is soft, brushing against me so pleasantly, not hot at all nor cold. Before I just thought day and night were ordinary and plain. But now, with a sweet little hope in my heart, even the evening breeze feels exceptionally gentle and healing. Yi Wanqing gently arranged the set of tea utensils, placing them neatly in a corner of the stone table. Hearing this, a tender smile bloomed on her face, and her tone was gentle and serene. Life is made up of such delicate, tender moments. We live each day peacefully together in each other's company. Before we thought it was just ordinary. Now with this precious new expectation, the ordinary cycle of days and nights has gained many gentle, lingering, sweet flavors. Yun Shuiyue lazily propped herself on the edge of the stone table, with one hand lifted, her eyes languidly to the soft twilight sky, her posture relaxed and carefree, and spoke slowly. When the heart is at peace, life becomes more harmonious and smooth. This kind of simple, peaceful daily life, free from storms and filled with the smoke of everyday life, may seem ordinary, but it is actually the rarest and most precious blessing in the world. Su Zichen stood quietly beside a blooming flower branch, the gentle evening breeze lightly stirring her plain clothes. Her usually cool and distant brows and eyes had completely softened in the tender twilight, shedding all traces of coldness. She murmured softly with tenderness, "No worries, no disturbances, living as one pleases, going with the flow. That is the best state of life people spend their whole lives seeking." When Rawashi tilted her small head in response, her eyes filled with pure curiosity, and she spoke crisply, "Speaking of which, do you think the little one will look more like Qingyuan Jiejia or more like Lin Xingij? I think no matter who, the features and temperament will definitely be exceptionally outstanding and beautiful." This innocent, playful question instantly infused the tranquil twilight with a bit of lively warmth. The seated ladies couldn't help but chuckle softly, their gentle laughter scattering in the evening breeze, tender and healing. Yi Wanqing gently looked down at the childish girl and replied with a patient smile, "If the features and skin tone are like Qingyuan's, then she will be gentle and soft with a graceful and elegant temperament. If the heart and nature are like Lin Shan's, then she will be calm, clear, composed, and steady in all matters. No matter who she takes after, her nature and fortune will surely be excellent." Yun Shuiyue swayed gently, adding with a hint of leisurely teasing, "It would be best if she inherits the strengths of both, a gentle, elegant appearance and a calm, clear heart. Then in the future she will have no need to strive, no need to contend, no troubles, no hardships, and will live a peaceful, free life. That would be the greatest fulfillment." Su Zichen's fingertips lightly touched the cool stone surface, her tone light, but wrapped in gentle warmth. Born in this courtyard filled with tender daily life, raised in a peaceful world, nurtured by kindness from a young age, her nature will surely be pure and clear. There is no need to worry about the future, she will be blessed year after year. The ladies chatted softly, their words slow, their tones gentle and tender. The conversations were not long, not deep, not heavy. Just the relaxed state of close friends sitting together, chatting idly. There was no deliberate sentimentality, no heavy sighs, perfectly fitting the tranquil, tender, and lingering atmosphere of the evening. In a sunny corner, not far away, the 6 elders also remained comfortably seated in their bamboo chairs, leisurely and content, with no intention of getting up to return to their rooms, quietly enjoying the pleasant evening time. The warm sun of the day had soothed the mind and spirit, and the gentle evening breeze was now even more pleasant and enticing. They leaned back in their chairs resting and chatting idly about the ups and downs of the past and the peaceful present. Their tones were languid and relaxed, having shed the weight of the past, leaving only the calm clarity and contented satisfaction that comes from experiencing life's vicissitudes. Lin Yuan smiled and teased casually, his eyes filled with leisurely relief. Thinking back to the turbulent times, the long nights were only filled with the rustling wind and the flames of war. The people of the world could not sleep, restless and anxious, and even a peaceful slumber was a luxury. Who would have thought that now we could sit in the courtyard every night enjoying the soft wind and chatting away our days peaceful and carefree? Such a scene was unimaginable before. Bai Heng nodded gently, his eyes filled with a serene and clear smile. The most precious gift in life is not some earth-shattering extraordinary encounter, but the ordinary everyday peace of a good night's sleep and a stable day. We have spent half our lives searching and enduring countless hardships, and in the end we have achieved our wish to guard the peace of this world. Qingyuan gazed quietly at the warm figures in the courtyard and spoke softly. A new bud emerges, the world returns to warmth, peace settles, and time is serene. In the years to come, this courtyard will only become more lively, tender, and complete. Every day will hold hope, and every year will be sweet. Jiue's brows grew even softer and gentler as she took up the thread, her voice full of kind wishes. This child is blessed with immense fortune. From the moment of quiet conception, they have been enveloped by the world's kindness, tenderness, and peace. The foundation for a stable life is already firmly laid. They will have no worries or troubles in this life. Kongqin, usually cool in tone, added a faint warmth as he murmured in agreement. Good karma is heaven-sent, stable and enduring with peace year after year. The others listened quietly to the conversation, exchanged shallow smiles, and their eyes were filled with gentle relief. Having experienced eons of vicissitudes and half a lifetime of storms, they had finally secured a peaceful life. Before them lay the long, smoky daily life, the well-being of loved ones, and the promise of new life. This was the irreplaceable scene of fulfillment in the world. The night grew softer and thicker, the evening breeze more gentle and mild. The entire courtyard was quiet without being lonely, warm without being dry, filled with a tranquil and stable atmosphere. No one deliberately lit lamps, no one deliberately created a lively atmosphere. Everyone tacitly slowed their breathing and their pace of life, quietly savoring the unique relaxation and peace of the evening. The day's trivial busyness had all concluded. In the silent night, there were no mundane affairs to occupy them, no disturbances to knock at the door, only the purest, most solid stillness of good times. Lu Qingyuan rested quietly for a long while, the languid fatigue around her slightly dissipating, and she slowly opened her clear eyes. Her eyes were veiled with the unique, warm, soft light of twilight, clear and tender. She tilted her head slightly and gazed quietly at the person beside her who was with her day and night. Lin Shun happened to be looking down at her with tenderness. Their eyes met, and their gazes gently merged without any ripples or agitation, only a shared peaceful tenderness that quietly blended and silently bound them together. The gentleness of time was never more than this. Lu Qingyuan spoke softly, her voice sweet and languid, carrying a relaxed softness from her rest. The courtyard at night is even more peaceful than during the day. The wind is soft, the scene is quiet, and my heart is especially calm. Lin Shun nodded slightly, his gaze tender and deep, and replied gently, Every night from now on, every day and every dusk will be just as peaceful and smooth. He had always spoken simply and plainly, without flowery words or grand promises, yet every word was firm and solid, especially reassuring. Having weathered eons of storms and the upheavals of mountains and rivers, he had already secured a vast peace for those by his side. Every future dawn and dusk, every day and night would be free from storms, disturbances, and partings, leaving only yearly stability and nightly peace of mind. A sweet, gentle curve lifted the corners of Lu Qingyuan's lips, and she murmured softly, filled with genuine emotion, Sometimes I feel it's like a gentle dream. Before we only wished for a stable life together, peaceful year after year. Now we have received so many unexpected blessings. Lin Chen's fingertips lightly touched her slightly cool hand, warm and steady, soft and enduring. It's not a dream. It's the fulfillment that time after all the storms was meant to give you. The evening breeze gently brushed past their ears, carrying the fragrance of grass and fallen flowers. It softly circled around them, as if silently witnessing this ordinary, simple, yet incomparably precious human fulfillment. After a moment, Yuanqing, noticing that the night dew was getting heavier and the temperature slowly dropping, feared that everyone might catch a chill. She gently suggested, "The night is getting deep and the dew is starting to rise. Let's move to sit under the eaves to avoid the night dampness and prevent catching a cold." When Ruashi immediately responded, obediently standing up quickly, yet gently, her brows earnest, "Yes, yes. The night dew hides most subtly, quietly clinging to clothes and bringing a chill. Qingyu and Jijia must not be allowed to catch the wind. Let's move places quickly. I'll help carry the small stools. I'll help you carry the small stools." Yun Shuyue rose slowly, stretching her body, and teased with a leisurely smile. "You're now more attentive and careful than anyone, meticulous in every detail, more and more like a steady elder sister." When Ruashi's small face flushed slightly, and she replied earnestly, her voice soft, "Of course. Now that we have a little one to protect in the courtyard, each of us has to be more considerate and careful, and take good care of Jejia and the baby." Everyone smiled gently at this, their hearts relaxed and tender. They slowly rose one by one without any hurry or fluster, maintaining their leisurely pace, and moved to sit under the eaves, which were open yet sheltered from the wind. The position under the eaves was perfect. It could steadily avoid the cold night dew while still retaining the gentle evening breeze. The light and shadow around were soft and hazy, and everyone sat in comfortable, relaxed postures, adding a bit more warmth and tranquility than the open courtyard. When Ruashi casually picked up a light, soft blanket that had been set aside, gently shook it open, and carefully covered Lu Qingyuan's knees. She said with soft, careful concern, "The temperature difference between day and night is large. This thin layer is just right. Not stuffy, not hot, but keeps you warm, protecting your body from the night dew." This care was fine, straightforward, and sincere, simple, yet especially heartwarming and healing. There was no formal, restrained politeness, just the most ordinary, intimate daily care between family members. A warm feeling stirred in Lu Qingyuan's heart, and she smiled, gently nodding. "Thank you for your trouble, Ruashi." "No need to thank me, no need." When Ruashi quickly waved her hand, her brows curved, and her smile sweet, full of joy. "From now on, I'll cover you with a blanket every day, cook warm, nourishing soups, and take good care of you, so that the little one grows up healthy and chubby. From now on, I'll cover you with a blanket every day, cook warm, nourishing soups, and take good care of you, so that the little one grows up healthy and chubby." Qing Xuan, sitting quietly nearby, smiled gently and spoke softly. "You children accompanying each other tenderly day by day, caring for one another so attentively, with such pure kindness and gentle nourishment surrounding you. This child, before even being born, has already received the world's utmost tenderness." Lin Yuan leaned lazily against the pillar, teasing with a relaxed tone, his eyes full of anticipation. "Once the little one is born safely, this quiet courtyard of ours will become truly lively and vibrant. We old folks with nothing to do in the future can play with the child, chat about everyday things. Our later years will be so much more interesting." Bai Heng smiled gently and added softly, "Lively but not noisy, vibrant, yet stable and healing. This kind of daily life, filled with the smoke of hearth and home, is truly the best and most moving atmosphere of human existence." The group sat quietly under the eaves, exchanging a few soft words about daily life, then fell silent, no longer speaking loudly. Each person let their mind and body relax, resting in silence, savoring the night's tenderness. The elders closed their eyes to rest, leisurely enjoying the rare peace of the times. The ladies either leaned on the railing, gazing at the deepening twilight, or gently tidied their clothes and hair, their postures relaxed and serene. Lin Shen remained quietly by Lu Qingyuan's side, silently accompanying her, standing guard, without moving an inch. The night gradually deepened and settled. The courtyard was filled with the long, tender warmth of daily life, year after year of peace. A quiet, serene courtyard, a heart full of stable contentment, a tender new life, quietly nurtured. All hidden in the evening breeze, the twilight, the ordinary daily life, and the companionship of each day. In this world, peace reigns without disturbance, and time gently rewards every hope. Quietly waiting for the new sprout to grow slowly, may the coming years be peaceful and carefree, with every day and night tender and sweet. The night gradually settled in its entirety, shedding the last hazy twilight of the evening. The entire bluestone courtyard was steeped in a gentle, lingering stillness, pure and untainted, free from any noise or disturbance, leaving only the tranquil breath of time passing in peace. The group had earlier moved unhurriedly to sit and rest under the veranda. The evening breeze continued to weave softly through the courtyard, blowing gently and ceaselessly. The evening breeze perfectly dispelled all the lingering heat and stuffiness of the day, yet avoided the heavy, biting chill of the deep night. It left only a refreshing, soothing sensation on the skin, caressing the face with exceptional comfort. Outside the eaves, the lush green plants swayed gently, and the blooming flower branches dipped and stretched gracefully. Fragmented, dappled shadows fell upon the smooth bluestone ground, moving slowly and unhurriedly, as if time itself had quietly come to a standstill. Peaceful, enduring, healing, and soothing. The spot beneath the veranda was perfectly positioned. It avoided the damp night dew while remaining open, airy, and well ventilated, with no harsh wind disturbing the ear. It was the most comfortable resting place in the entire courtyard at night. The group sat there loosely, neither crowded nor boisterous, at ease and carefree. Each person rested as they wished, chatting softly in low voices. No one deliberately forced a topic or made unnecessary gestures. They simply emptied their minds and enjoyed this gentle night, free from trivial worries and filled with peaceful tranquility. Lu Qingyuan leaned gently against the cool wooden pillar of the veranda, her entire body and mind completely relaxed, shedding all the subtle fatigue of the day. The gentle evening breeze brushed past her hair, carrying the faint fragrance of grass and the lingering scent of fallen petals from the courtyard. It smoothed away all the fine, tangled thoughts in her heart, leaving only a pervasive sense of comfort and carefree ease. The soft blanket on her lap was warm and pleasant, the warmth just right. Before her beloved friends and family accompanied her tenderly, by her side Lin Chen stood silently guarding her. The years around her were peaceful and undisturbed, and her heart felt solid and secure with no trace of emptiness or unease. Her heart tonight was exceptionally clear and serene without any jumbled or chaotic thoughts. She simply savored the plain beauty of the present moment, feeling more and more that this ordinary warm daily life was far more precious than all the dazzling splendor of the world. Lin Chen sat quietly beside her, his posture loose and casual, his shoulders and back naturally relaxed. His whole demeanor was tranquil and at ease, and he stayed very close to her, accompanying her in silence. There was no need to look around deliberately, no need to guard with tense attention. Simply sitting quietly by her side naturally shielded her from all the subtle coolness and the damp night air. Occasionally he would raise his hand, his fingertips gentle and slow, lightly brushing aside the stray locks of hair on her forehead and temples that the evening breeze had tousled. The movement was tender and practiced, flowing like water. A meticulous care cultivated through days and nights spent together, so natural that it left no trace of deliberate effort. The overall atmosphere under the veranda was relaxed, healing, and tenderly peaceful. Several lovely women sat together, chatting softly in gentle, unhurried tones. Their words were slow and soft, filled with the trivial, everyday matters of the small courtyard, full of the warmth of daily life, gentle and heartwarming. When Ruashi propped her round chin on one hand, her eyes sparkling as she gazed quietly at the serene beauty of the night in the courtyard. Her voice was soft and lively, full of fresh anticipation. The flowers in the courtyard have been blooming especially beautifully lately. When the evening breeze blows, the whole yard is filled with a faint, delicate fragrance. Tomorrow morning, I'll pick a few clean, flawless petals, dry them carefully, and brew some tea, okay? Sister Qingyuan often drinks warm floral tea. It's nourishing and just right for her current condition. Yi Wanqing responded with a gentle smile, her voice calm and tender. That's a good idea. The wildflowers in the courtyard are mild and pure in nature, clear and gentle, neither cold nor drying, warm and pleasant to the taste. They are perfect for brewing tea. Tomorrow I'll help you carefully select and sort them. We'll pick the petals that grow facing the sun, the ones that are most robust, and dry them meticulously. The dried floral tea will have a pure, clean fragrance and a smooth, warm flavor. Yun Shuyue leaned lazily against the railing of the veranda, her posture tranquil and relaxed, at ease and carefree. She chimed in slowly, her voice drawn out. Our little courtyard may lack other rare things, but flowers, breeze, sunlight, moonlight, and the beauty of the four seasons are never in short supply. Every day we have blossoms to admire, clear tea to savor, and evening breezes to enjoy. This slow, unhurried, and undisturbed little life becomes more flavorful the more we taste it, and the more we live it, the more peaceful our hearts feel. Su Zichen lowered her eyes, quietly watching the swaying, dappled flower shadows before the steps. Her usually cool and distant brows softened into gentle relaxation. She said softly, her voice calm. When the heart is stable and clear, everything the eyes see becomes gentle scenery. Then life naturally flows smoothly and peacefully, getting better day by day. The women exchanged words one after another, chatting softly with gentle laughter. There were no profound, deep reflections on life, no ornate or deliberate rhetoric. It was simply the most ordinary, purest casual talk between close family members. Their fine, soft words scattered into the gentle evening breeze, light and tender, adding a touch of lively, warm domesticity to the quiet, cool night, yet without breaking the overall relaxed and peaceful atmosphere. In a sunny corner, not far away, the six elders also sat leisurely, resting in comfort. The slight coolness of the night only made them appreciate the lazy pleasure of sitting still and letting their minds wander. They chatted in low voices about trivial past events and the peaceful present, their tones calm and transparent, completely shed of the weight and sorrow of bygone years, leaving only the contented wisdom that comes after experiencing the ups and downs of life. Lin Yuan casually draped his hand over the back of the bamboo chair, his brows relaxed and a carefree smile on his face. Thinking back to the turbulent times of the past, every long night was filled with anxiety and unease. Fear of sudden storms of upheaval, of calamities springing up. We never dared to sit peacefully like this and fall asleep without worry. Now, on the contrary, every night is free from disturbance, every day is leisurely and carefree. Truly, we have brought the art of peaceful retirement to its ultimate perfection. Bai Hing nodded, gently, his eyes filled with relief and tenderness. He said slowly, in this life, after spending half a lifetime in restless pursuit, what we ultimately seek is nothing more than peace of heart. Now that all the storms of the world have dissipated and the four seas are tranquil and stable, this is the best destination and conclusion for this life. Qingyuan quietly gazed at the harmonious and warm group under the veranda, a faint smile in his eyes. He said softly, his voice gentle, in this small courtyard, hearts are warm and people are at peace. The smoke of daily life lingers tenderly. Now, with new life approaching and expectations ever present in the years to come, the days here will only grow more gentle and fulfilling with each passing day. Jiue's brows grew even softer and more tender. She echoed gently, her voice calm and serene. Gentle daily life nourishes the heart. Peaceful years cultivate the spirit. A child raised in such a pure, gentle, and undisturbed environment is destined to be innocent, clear, and smooth in life, free from worries. Qing Xian and Kang Shun listened quietly to the others' chat, exchanged a faint smile, and needed no extra words. They held the same tender and pure expectations in their hearts. Having weathered half a lifetime of storms and endless wanderings, they had finally found a peaceful home. Before them the years were clear and tranquil, loved ones were well, and the smoke of daily life stretched on. This was the most irreplaceable scene of fulfillment in the world. The night grew deeper and more serene. In the sky, scattered stars began to appear, faintly sparse and well-spaced, gently sprinkling their light across the entire earth. Without the grand, dazzling spectacle of a full moon hanging high, this kind of faint starlight, this light and clear night, felt even more relaxed, tranquil, and healing, perfectly matching the small courtyard's usual atmosphere of undisturbed, gentle daily life. Lu Qingyuan listened quietly to the soft, leisurely chatter around her, her heart incredibly stable, filled with contentment and satisfaction. She gently turned her head to look at Lin Shun beside her, her eyes brimming with warm, tender light. Her voice was slow as she spoke softly. I used to think that peace was something distant and luxurious, something that required enduring countless storms and overcoming many hardships to obtain even a moment of tranquility. Now I truly understand that peace is not a grand, spectacular scene. It's just the gentle, ordinary details of every night without trouble and every day of normalcy. Lin Shun lowered his gaze to look at her tenderly, his eyes warm as water, lingering and deep. His voice was soft, low, and mellow, exceptionally soothing to the heart. I have already shielded you from all the storms and hardships. In the long years that remain, there will be no turmoil or disturbance. Only the ordinary gentleness that belongs to you. A simple, plain promise without ornate rhetoric or grand vows, yet it held the most solid and steadfast guardianship. Those years of endless wandering, bearing the weight of mountains and rivers, the turmoil of a chaotic world, all had become nothing but passing clouds and smoke. Now he had shed all his burdens and shackles. The only journey and commitment left in his life were the beloved person beside him, this small courtyard, and the ceaseless, ordinary smoke of daily life. A sweet, soft smile curved at the corners of Lu Qingyuan's lips. She leaned slightly closer to him, her eyes filled with simple contentment and fulfillment. This is wonderful. I truly love this kind of peaceful, gentle life. The gentle evening breeze swept lightly under the veranda, carrying the fine, elegant fragrance of flowers and the scent of grass from the courtyard. It softly stirred the light sleeves of the group, gentle and lingering, making everyone feel languid and relaxed, their hearts completely at ease. When Ruashi suddenly had a spark of inspiration, remembering a matter she had set aside earlier, she opened her bright, clear eyes and said with light joy, "Oh, I remember now. Tomorrow I also want to make soft, sweet yam cakes. I'll adjust the sweetness to be very light, not cloying, easy to digest with a tender, soft texture. They will be perfect as a daily snack for Sister Qingyuan. You can think of new, gentle recipes every day. Your thoughts are so delicate," Yin Shuiwei said with a gentle, teasing smile. "If you keep nourishing her like this, Qingyuan will become even more tender and soft with a radiant complexion." When Ruashi was not at all shy, her eyes curved like crescent moons, her smile sweet, and she replied earnestly with full confidence, "We should take good care of her. After all, the little baby is growing steadily in her belly. If sister eats warm and comfortable food, her complexion becomes rosy and her days are peaceful and happy. The little one will naturally grow up healthy and safe." Yi Wanqing listened with gentle brows, a faint smile on her face. She added softly and meticulously, "Light, warm food, a relaxed and stable routine, and a peaceful, undisturbed mind. These are the most natural and reliable ways to nurture a pregnancy. We don't need to be deliberately tense or anxious. Just by taking care of the little details every day and letting things take their natural course, we provide the best protection." Su Zichen nodded slightly in agreement, her tone calm and steady, living as the heart desires, going with the flow, without anxiety, without forcefulness. This kind of relaxed and stable state is the most enduring form of peace and safety. Everyone present deeply agreed. All the people in the courtyard consciously avoided a tense, constrained atmosphere. They did not treat this blessed pregnancy as a burden that required careful, overprotective attention. Instead, they regarded it as a gentle, ordinary expectation quietly woven into the daily rhythm of 3 meals and the cycle of seasons. No force, no tension, no restlessness. Just years of relaxed tenderness and days of ordinary peace. The group sat and chatted for a long time. The night gradually deepened, and the midnight dew began to gather and settle. A faint dampness crept into the air, and the night grew even more serene and profound. Yi Wanqing, noticing the change in the sky and the increasing dew, looked up at the heavy night and suggested gently, "It's late, and the dew is heavy. Sitting too long may cause a chill. Let's each return to our rooms to rest. Sleeping well at night ensures a relaxed body and a refreshed spirit during the day." "All right," the others responded softly, their movements unhurried and relaxed. Without any hurry or fluster, they slowly rose, gently adjusted their clothes, and gathered the small items at hand, their postures leisurely and calm. The 6 elders slowly stood up, gently stretching their bodies that had grown stiff from sitting. Their steps were leisurely and calm. They exchanged gentle farewells and turned to go to their own rooms to rest peacefully. The lovely women also softly reminded each other to close the windows and doors at night, avoid the slight chill, and sleep well. Their laughter was light, their steps slow, and their figures gradually dispersed, leaving the courtyard to return to stillness. All the hustle and bustle faded away. At the long veranda, only Lin Shun and Lu Qingyuan remained quietly accompanying each other. Lin Shun carefully and steadily helped her rise slowly and gently tightened her collar to shield her from the lingering coolness and dampness of the night. He deliberately slowed his pace to match hers, perfectly gentle and sure, meticulous in every detail. "You've been sitting for so long. Are you tired?" he asked softly, his tone relaxed and gentle, full of tender concern. Lu Qingyuan shook her head gently, her brows soft and submissive, her voice languid and calm. "Not tired. My heart is just too peaceful and secure, so I feel a bit lazy and don't want to move." Lin Shun let out a low, soft laugh, his voice warm and mellow, soothing to the heart. He gently comforted her. "Then let's slowly go back to the room and sleep. May you have sweet dreams every night and enjoy peaceful, worry-free days." The two walked side by side slowly along the long, quiet veranda. Their light, soft footsteps fell into the silent night, gentle and steady. Outside the eaves, the evening breeze continued to blow. The fragrance of flowers lingered, and scattered starlight gently sprinkled down, tenderly enveloping the entire serene, peaceful courtyard. Though the courtyard was not brightly lit, every heart was clear and bright. The world had no storms, no disturbances, no regrets. Only the tender, enduring smoke of human life, year after year, as usual. The clear night was free of events, and the world was soft and peaceful day by day. New life and new sprouts quietly awaited growth. Every day on earth was gentle and serene, and every morning and evening, every year, was nothing but plain, pure, gentle ordinariness. A night of tranquil rest, undisturbed by dreams, greeted the dawn with serene constancy. A soft, gentle light filtered through the carved wooden window lattice, dispelling the deep darkness of the night. It was not the harsh glare of a piercing dawn, but a layer of warm, lingering, milky white radiance that quietly settled upon the ancient desk and the soft edge of the bed, gently dissolving the lingering coolness of the morning. The slight dampness accumulated during the night had completely dissipated. The morning breeze was clear, soft, and refreshingly dry, carrying the pure, sweet scent of the garden's flora and morning blossoms. It gently swirled around the green-tiled eaves, lingering slowly, tenderly, awakening the entire tranquil, serene stone courtyard from the deep slumber of night. Inside the enclosed room, warmth radiated, tranquil and serene, exuding an aura of solid comfort. Lu Qingyuan awoke naturally, with no noisy roosters to disturb her rest, no trivial worldly matters to agitate her mind. Days of leisurely seclusion in the courtyard, undisturbed by others, had increasingly calmed her restless heart, allowing her to sleep with extraordinary peace and steadiness each night. After a full night of deep sleep, her entire being felt refreshed and light, completely free from the common morning lethargy and fatigue. Her limbs were relaxed and supple, and even the lines of her brows and eyes carried a languid, comfortable softness, both relaxed and content. She slowly opened her clear eyes, which were warm and bright, untouched by any trace of drowsy vagueness. The soft morning light fell gently upon her eyelids, warm and mild, neither harsh nor intense, perfectly comforting her body and mind. Her abdomen remained steadily warm and comfortable, without any discomfort or heaviness, only a solid, peaceful assurance. She felt utterly lazy and completely relaxed, simply wanting to rest, and leaned back, slowly savoring this quiet and pleasant morning time alone. Lin Shun beside her had already quietly awakened. He had not risen on his own, nor had he made any move to disturb her sleep. Instead, he lay sideways, resting securely against the pillow, sitting quietly and waiting. His warm, enduring gaze was fixed intently on her serene, soft features, tender and affectionate, silent and wordless. He quietly accompanied her from the deep night until the light of dawn broke, without noise or haste. This was a gentle companionship etched into daily routine through long, repeated companionship. In this small courtyard where women predominated and gentle vitality flourished, he had always been the most calm and quiet one, silently serving as the foundation and guardian for everyone, accompanying them year after year, gentle and reserved, yet steadfast and powerful. Only when she lightly lifted her eyes to look at him did Lin Shun slowly lower his gaze, his voice carrying the unique, clear, low timbre of the morning, his breath soft, as he gently asked, "Awake?" Lu Qingyuan nodded gently, her brows and eyes soft and compliant, her voice carrying a hint of the soft, lazy quality of just waking up, as she murmured lightly, "It's dawn. The weather today is excellent." Lin Shun raised his hand, his fingertips gently and meticulously smoothing the scattered strands of hair from her forehead, his movements appropriate and gentle with perfect measure. No wind, no dryness, neither hot nor cold. The temperature is pleasant and comfortable, perfect for leisurely strolling in the yard, sitting quietly and chatting slowly, spending the entire day. Lu Qingyuan followed his gaze to the clear, bright sky outside the window, watching the gradually vibrant scenery in the courtyard, and a faint, tender smile involuntarily curved her lips. "No wonder I feel so refreshed and relaxed all over. It's because of this exceptionally gentle, fine weather." Neither of them was in a hurry to get up and wash. They simply leaned quietly on the pillows, resting together for a moment. Inside the room, it was peaceful and serene, silent and still. Outside the window, the breeze rustled gently through the leaves, and the crisp, delicate chirping of birds entered the ear, lively, yet not noisy, instead highlighting the relaxed stability of the morning within. Such simple, pure companionship, undisturbed by others, free from hurry, was the most ordinary and healing morning scene of this small courtyard. The evening breeze, the blossoms, and the starlight of last night had quietly faded away, leaving the past behind. Today was another new peaceful day. The warm hearth smoke of the small courtyard continued its long, gentle course, and the courtyard's tenderness remained as ever, day after day, year after year, undisturbed. After a brief rest and recovery, Lin Shin carefully reached out, steadily supporting her as she slowly rose. He meticulously draped a light outer garment over her shoulders, carefully gathering the edges to firmly block the lingering dampness and slight chill in the morning air. He was thorough and patient in everything, attending to every detail, completely following Lu Qingyuan's lazy, relaxed pace. He accompanied her as she slowly washed and dressed without hurrying or rushing, gentle, appropriate, and comforting. When the two had tidied up and walked out of the room side by side, the courtyard had already shed its morning stillness, transforming into a lively morning scene filled with the gentle, healing atmosphere of daily life. The thin morning mist slowly dispersed with the wind, and the warm golden sunlight spread across the entire bluestone courtyard. The plants before the steps were lush and green, full of vitality. The branches were laden with blooming flowers adorned with crystal-clear morning dew. A gentle breeze brushed the flower branches, and the dewdrops pattered down, tinkling as they fell to the ground, lively and fresh, making the entire courtyard appear clean, healing, and brimming with life. Several ladies in the courtyard had already risen early, each leisurely occupied with minor tasks. Their movements were gentle and unhurried, their activity mild, creating an overall atmosphere of relaxation and healing. The soft, light laughter of the women echoed through the courtyard, their figures graceful and gentle, making the entire courtyard lively and bright, but never noisy. A gentle bustle, yet peaceful and serene, exactly the unique, healing daily atmosphere of this small courtyard. When Ruashi was the earliest to rise in the courtyard. At that moment she was obediently squatting by the flower bed, gently rolling up her loose sleeves, her figure light and agile, carefully selecting the freshest blooming flowers of the morning. Her movements were extremely gentle, afraid that too much force would damage the delicate flower branches. She focused solely on picking the petals that were full, clean, and free of dust, gently plucking them one by one, neatly placing them into the clean bamboo basket prepared at hand, full of enthusiasm, all for the purpose of making a nourishing flower tea for Lu Qingyuan. Hearing the soft footsteps of the two behind her, she immediately turned around briskly, her eyes clear and lively, full of vitality, and called out with a soft, sweet voice, smiling, "Sister Qing and brother Lin Shin, you're awake. I got up early to pick morning flowers. The flowers this morning have absorbed plenty of sunlight and dew. Their fragrance is especially sweet. The flower tea made from drying them will definitely be smooth, sweet, and particularly delicious." Lu Qingyuan looked at her energetic, vibrant appearance, her brows and eyes soft, and a faint smile appeared. "You are always so diligent, always busy with tender little tasks, making the daily life in the courtyard especially warm." When Ruashi gently shook the bamboo basket in her hand, her brows curved, her smile sweet, her tone innocent yet earnest. "Our courtyard is usually leisurely with nothing much to do, so naturally we should be busy with some gentle little things. Making more nourishing foods and sweet flower tea, and accompanying sister in her peaceful recovery. Even ordinary days can become more lively and interesting." Yi Wanxing stood by the small stove not far away, slowly lighting the fire and warming water for tea. The small flame flickered gently, rising in layers of thin mist curling upward slowly. She had a gentle and meticulous nature, thorough and competent, and was best at managing the daily life and trivial matters of the courtyard. Upon hearing this, she gently interjected, "Ruashi has the most delicate and perceptive heart, always thinking of various nourishing foods and teas. With her adding some liveliness to our courtyard, our peaceful ordinary days have gained many small pleasures and tender warmth." Yun Shuiwei lazily leaned against the warm pillar of the corridor, holding a cup of slightly cool morning tea in her hand, her posture relaxed and unhurried as she spoke in a leisurely, teasing tone. "In our little courtyard, it's always the ladies who are bustling about with tasks full of life and interest every day, while only Lin Shin quietly accompanies us, serving as the steady foundation. A group of us idling away the days, watching flowers, admiring scenery, brewing tea, chatting, and passing time in the breeze. Such a relaxed, carefree, and undisturbed life is truly rare and irreplaceable in this world." Su Zichen stood quietly by the flower bushes, her fingertips gently and deftly trimming the irregular flower branches. She had shed her usual coldness and aloofness, her brows and eyes soft and serene, warm and relaxed, as she murmured softly, "With a peaceful heart and leisurely days, every morning and evening flows gently and smoothly, and every day is a comfortable and pleasant time." The few of them spoke in turn, chatting softly and teasing gently. There were no profound life reflections, no hollow, forced literary embellishments. Just the most ordinary, genuine chit-chat between close family members. The soft, light voices of the women lingered in the gentle morning breeze, healing and heartwarming, perfectly matching the relaxed, peaceful, and tranquil atmosphere of the courtyard at dawn. On the sun-warmed stone steps not far away, 6 elders were sitting leisurely, basking in the warm morning sun. The morning sunlight was gentle and warm, perfectly dispelling the lingering chill of the night, falling softly upon them, relaxing and comforting, warming the body and mind. Their postures were lazy and relaxed, chatting and laughing in low voices, their tones calm, insightful, content, and composed. They quietly watched the lively, tender scene in the courtyard, their eyes filled with gentle smiles. Ling Yuan stretched lazily, teasingly remarking, "Thinking back to the chaotic times of the past, rushing about all day with nerves tightly strung, we rarely had a moment of peace and quiet. Now it's wonderful, day after day of warm sunshine, gentle breezes, and the company of beautiful ladies. The courtyard is lively and warm, the hearth smoke long and continuous, the years peaceful and carefree. This kind of comfortable, content retirement life is truly too pleasant." Bai Heng nodded gently, a gentle smile in his brows and eyes as he slowly said, "The storms of the chaotic era have all dissipated, and the human world has finally returned to peace and tranquility. To be in such a tender, warm atmosphere and harmonious scene every day is the best destination and fulfillment in this life." Qing Yuan quietly watched the harmonious and lively group in the courtyard, a gentle smile in his eyes as he softly murmured, "A courtyard full of tenderness, years of peaceful tranquility, new life to be expected, lasting warmth. The days ahead will only become more joyful, lively, gentle, and smooth." The others exchanged faint smiles, quietly watching the idyllic, companionable scene in the courtyard. No words were needed. Their hearts were filled with complete peace and contentment. Lin Shun accompanied Lu Qingyuan to the corridor, facing the sun, sheltered from the wind, where they sat down. The sunlight here was gentle and warm, neither harsh nor hot, and the breeze was soft and pleasant without chill or dryness. It was the most comfortable and cozy spot in the entire courtyard at dawn. The whole courtyard was predominantly female, lively and vibrant, but he alone remained calm and quiet, gentle and reserved, silently guarding the person beside him, gently blending into this warm, smoky atmosphere. He casually brushed away the fine dust and fallen petals that had clung to Lu Qingyuan's shoulders, his movements natural and smooth, flowing like water, with years of tenderness hidden in the minutiae of daily life. "Is it comfortable sitting here today?" he asked softly, his tone careful and attentive, full of subtle concern. Lu Qingyuan nodded gently, her brows and eyes relaxed and content as she replied softly, "The breeze is soft, the sun is warm, and the temperature is just right. My whole body feels relaxed and comfortable, without any fatigue or heaviness." In the past, when the world was turbulent, her heart was unsettled, and the times were unstable, every morning would inevitably carry a certain heaviness and weariness. Now, having lived for a long time in this gentle, pure courtyard, daily nurtured by the tender care of everyone and the warmth of daily life, her state of mind had become completely stable, undisturbed, clear, and peaceful. Even the ordinary morning hours had become increasingly gentle, pleasant, healing, and comforting. When Ruashi soon gathered a full basket of clean, plump petals, she skipped lightly to the stone table, carefully spread the entire basket of petals evenly, and meticulously picked out any remaining leaf debris, gently smoothing the curled petals. She planned to use the soft, gentle morning sunlight to slowly dry them and store them properly. As she earnestly and meticulously organized the petals, she murmured softly to herself, looking especially obedient and serious, "This batch of morning flowers is of the best quality. They've absorbed plenty of sunlight and dew. After drying, the fragrance will be rich and pure. Stored in a clean porcelain jar, it will be enough for us to enjoy for quite a while. From now on, we can brew a cup every day, sweet, smooth, and nourishing, perfect for sister's daily consumption and gentle recuperation." Yuan Qing had warmed the sweet spring water, taken out a complete set of clean tea utensils, and slowly brewed a pot of light, gentle tea. The tea was clear and bright, elegant and translucent, with a subtle, refined fragrance, neither strong nor weak, warm and pleasant to the palate. She raised the pot and poured a shallow cup of tea for each person, gently reminding them, "In the morning, the stomach and spleen are still relatively delicate and sensitive. Light tea is best for soothing the stomach and calming the mind, perfectly matching today's relaxed and peaceful state." Each person raised their cup and took a small sip. The clear, smooth tea flowed gently down the throat, leaving a sweet aftertaste that refreshed the spirit. It instantly dispelled the lingering drowsiness of the morning, leaving their minds clearer, more expansive, relaxed, and at ease. A gentle breeze blew under the corridor, a faint floral scent wafted around them, and the elegant tea aroma filled the air, creating a feeling of leisurely comfort. Yun Shuiwe took a light sip of tea and said in a leisurely, relaxed tone, smiling, "Our courtyard is lively and warm, but never noisy. Every day there are flowers to admire, tea to taste, and companions to chat with. No worldly affairs entangle us, no disturbances trouble our hearts. This kind of carefree, comfortable life is truly the pinnacle of peaceful leisure in the human world." Su Zichen's eyes rippled with a faint smile as she gently and softly echoed, "Not coveting the world's vanity and hustle, but only cherishing the ordinary daily life before us. Years of tender companionship, peace in each morning and evening. This is the most enduring stability in human life." Lu Qingyuan's fingertips gently caressed the warm, smooth cup wall, and she slowly lifted her eyes to gaze at the beautiful scene of the courtyard before her. What met her eyes were clear breezes, blooming flowers, and lush greenery. Beside her were gathered close friends and family accompanying her day and night, with only Lin Chen remaining calm and steady silently guarding this peaceful warm daily life amidst the graceful lively figures. This gentle courtyard where women predominated gained a solid, dependable foundation from his presence, and also thanks to the lively warmth of the ladies it was daily gentle, and healing year after year lively and peaceful. A faint tender smile spread in her eyes, and she said softly and sincerely, such a lively, stable, ordinary daily life. This is the fulfillment I most desire in this life. Lin Shun turned his head to look at her tenderly, his gaze warm and steadfast, lingering and profound, as he replied softly and steadily, "From now on, every day will be like this, every year peaceful." The morning light slowly climbed higher, and the gentle warmth grew more prolonged and mellow, softly spreading across the entire bluestone courtyard, gently enveloping every person and every inch of the warm, smoky scene. No wind, no waves, no worldly cares, no disturbances. All clamor stayed far away. The courtyard was filled with gentle, lively ladies, warm and cheerful. One person remained steadfastly by her side, silently supporting. The daily life was ordinary, the mornings and evenings serene. They quietly awaited the steady growth of the new life within, with years of gentle tenderness and annual peace undisturbed. The sun slowly climbed higher, and the thin morning mist was completely dispersed by the warm breeze, shedding the gentle coolness of dawn and transforming into a warm, clear sky that softly blanketed the entire tranquil bluestone courtyard. The daylight was soft and harmonious, neither harsh nor intense, bathing the courtyard's plants, blossoms, and bluestone pillars in a warm, gentle glow, suffusing every corner with a serene and leisurely afternoon atmosphere. The cool morning breeze that had lingered in the courtyard had completely faded, replaced by a perfectly balanced, cozy warmth that tenderly embraced every blade of grass and every tree within the yard. The blossoms flourishing on the branches, nurtured by the night's dew and dried by the morning sunlight, had become even more vibrant and vivid. Their layered petals were delicate and full, emitting a subtle, elegant fragrance that drifted with the wind, lingering around the stone table before the corridor. The sweet, lingering scent was filled with a healing floral essence that refreshed the senses. The small courtyard remained as relaxed and gentle as ever, lively but not noisy, vibrant but not chaotic, exuding an atmosphere of peaceful timelessness. The entire courtyard was filled with the soft laughter and unhurried footsteps of graceful women, their agile and gentle figures moving through the various corners. Yet among them, Lin Chen's youthful silhouette remained calm and composed, quietly blending into this tender scene, silently supporting the courtyard with a steady sense of security. Here there were no worldly troubles or disturbances to disturb the mind. The peaceful, unhurried afternoon hours were gentle and enduring, soothing the soul. On the stone table, the petals that when Ruashi had picked and dried earlier in the morning had already shed their surface moisture. They were bright and translucent in color, pure and elegant in fragrance. She crouched obediently beside the table, her small hands meticulously arranging the soft petals with focused seriousness. She carefully sorted and selected, gathering the intact, richly fragrant and clean petals into a separate pile, then evenly spread them on a clean bamboo sieve to slowly dry under the gentle sunlight. Her small brows were furrowed in concentration, her demeanor both endearing and adorable. After working intently for a long while, she slowly straightened up, gently patted her slightly sore lower back, and stretched her slender shoulders. Turning to look at the others quietly sitting in the corridor, her eyes curved like crescent moons, sparkling with joy. In a soft, sweet voice, she happily announced, "These petals will be completely dry after half a day's sun. Then I'll store them in sealed porcelain jars, and they'll stay fresh and fragrant for a long time. We'll be able to brew fresh, sweet flower tea every day throughout the year." Yuan Xing was sitting nearby, meticulously arranging a set of tea utensils. Her movements were gentle and orderly. Hearing this, she looked up with a faint, gentle smile and said in a tender, affectionate tone, "You truly have the most thoughtful and meticulous mind, Ruashi. You think of everything so carefully. Drying and processing the petals in this slow, careful manner yields flower tea that is pure, clean, with a gentle and refined fragrance, neither cold nor harsh. It is far more nourishing than ordinary tea, and it is most suitable for Qingyuan to drink daily for her health." When Ruashi's cheeks flushed slightly and she bashfully scratched her head before adding with a smile, "It's not just flower tea. Just now I saw the fresh yams in the kitchen and suddenly felt inspired. I plan to make some soft yam and osmanthus cakes this afternoon. I deliberately use less sugar, keeping the flavor light and mild. The cakes will be soft, not greasy, warm, and nourishing to the stomach. Sister Qingyuan will enjoy them just right, and even if she eats a few extra, there's no worry of indigestion or internal heat." Yun Shuiyue lounged lazily against the warm corridor pillar, a light laugh escaping her lips. Her tone was languid and carefree, carrying a hint of playful teasing. "Our courtyard truly enjoys the finest fortune in the world. Every day there's fresh tea to brew, sweet treats to enjoy, and through all seasons we have gentle, sweet flavors without the need to rush or toil. This life is simply too nourishing and comfortable." Su Zichen's fingertips gently stroked the trimmed flower branches beside her, shedding her usual cool aloofness. Her expression was soft and serene as she calmly added, "Light, warm food and a peaceful, untroubled heart. Days spent in relaxation and following one's mood are the best forms of recovery, far more reliable than deliberate nourishment." "I agree. Light snacks are the most comforting. When Ruashi quickly nodded in agreement, speaking with enthusiasm. Overly sweet and rich pastries can feel cloying after a few bites. But light soft ones are just right. When you feel sleepy in the afternoon, having one lifts your spirits and refreshes you. It's especially pleasant. Their casual chatter, soft and fragmented, gently fell into the warm breeze, tender and healing. This courtyard, predominantly inhabited by women, was always lively and warm, filled with gentle warmth. Countless small, trivial matters and leisurely conversations pieced together the most peaceful and ordinary daily life. And Lin Shen's calm, reserved figure standing quietly amidst this tender scene added an irreplaceable, steady foundation to this soft and gentle existence. At this moment, he was sitting with Lu Qingyuan in the corridor, his posture relaxed and languid, his demeanor warm and gentle, without the slightest hint of restraint or tension. He accompanied her in silence in a time of peaceful tranquility. Lu Qingyuan leaned against the soft brocade cushion by the corridor, her body relaxed and at ease, her eyes filled with a comfortable warmth. The warm sunlight gently fell upon her brows and eyes, making her skin appear radiant and translucent, rendering her even more serene, gentle, and moving. The days of continuous peace and careful care from everyone had made her heart increasingly calm and relaxed, her entire demeanor softer and warmer, without a trace of tension or anxiety, only the tranquil ease of time passing peacefully. She quietly watched the lively, bustling scene of the people in the courtyard, a faint smile on her lips. She spoke softly. The courtyard is always so lively and gentle, full of the warmth of daily life. Even if I sit here quietly and do nothing, my heart feels exceptionally secure and at ease. Lin Shun turned his gaze to her, his eyes warm and lingering, tender and soft. His voice was low and gentle, each word sincere and reassuring. With them accompanying you in lively cheer, filling the courtyard with vibrant warmth, and with me by your side, shielding you from all disturbances, every day from now on will be just as comfortable and peaceful as this. He never spoke empty, grandiose vows. All his tenderness and affection were hidden in the trivial details of daily companionship and care. In this courtyard filled with gentle women, he remained quiet and steady, neither competing nor causing trouble, silently supporting everything. He kept all the world's storms and turmoil outside, leaving only endless peace, sweetness, and tranquility for those around him. Lu Qingyuan's lips curled into a soft, gentle smile. She nodded lightly, her eyes filled with simple contentment and fulfillment, and murmured softly, "This is good enough. I have no other wishes." Not far away on the sunlit stone steps, the 6 elders were still sitting leisurely, basking in the warm sunlight, chatting softly about the past and present. Their tone was calm and insightful, filled with the serene contentment of years of experience. Lin Yuan gazed at the lively, harmonious, and warm scene in the courtyard, and said with a serene smile, "These days life is truly peaceful and sweet every day." Thinking back to the chaotic times of the past when we were constantly busy, exhausted, and tense, we never dared to hope for such carefree, peaceful days. Now looking closely, it's the simple, ordinary life, the smoke of daily hearths, that is the truest form of fulfillment. Bai Heng nodded gently and echoed softly, "The storms of chaos have all dissipated, and the mortal world has finally returned to peace and tranquility." A young man, steady and humble, silently guarding a group of gentle women, warm and affectionate, a courtyard filled with enduring daily life. This is the best destination that people seek all their lives. Qing Yuan's eyes held a gentle smile as he said slowly, "The new sprout in the abdomen is quietly gathering strength, nurtured by the tender passage of time. There is no need for haste or anxiety. Letting it grow naturally in peace will surely lead to a smooth, safe, and worry-free future." Ji Yu lightly stroked her sleeve and added with a serene smile, "Growing up in such a gentle, harmonious, and conflict-free home surrounded by kindness and love, the child's nature will surely be pure, gentle, steady, and peaceful." The other elders listened quietly, exchanging faint smiles. No words were needed. They all shared the same gentle hopes and serene contentment. Having weathered millennia of vicissitudes and half a lifetime of storms, they had finally attained such a peaceful, undisturbed existence. Their hearts were already full of fulfillment, with no further desires. The sun gradually moved to the center of the sky, the daylight becoming warmer and brighter. The courtyard was filled with a cozy warmth, and a gentle breeze softly brushed against the face, dispelling all the afternoon's lethargy and laziness, leaving the body and mind relaxed and exceptionally comfortable. When Ruashi, quick and dexterous, quickly prepared all the fresh ingredients. Carrying a plate of finely mashed yam, she walked briskly to the stone table and turned to enthusiastically call out to everyone, "I'm ready. I'm about to start making the snacks. Is any sister willing to help knead the dough and shape it? With more hands working together, we'll finish quickly and can enjoy the sweet, soft osmanthus cakes early this afternoon." Yun Shuyue rose gracefully, her posture relaxed, and walked toward the stone table with a smile. Her tone was languid and light. "Since I have nothing to do, I'll lend you a hand. It's a good chance to learn some skills from you, and also while away this gentle afternoon, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Yi Wanqing also rose calmly, her steps light as she approached. She gently offered, "I'm not very skilled at kneading dough, so I'll help control the heat and sweetness to ensure the flavor is light and palatable, warm and nourishing to the stomach, and perfectly suited to Qing Yuan's constitution." Suzichin adjusted her clothing slightly, her posture elegant, and walked slowly to the stone table. She said calmly, I'm good at plating and decorating. Once the snacks are shaped, leave them to me. I'll make them look exquisite and warm, so they are a feast for both the eyes and the palate. Wonderful. Thank you, sisters. When Ruashi's eyes instantly curved into crescents, her joy overflowing. With your help, today's pastries will surely be both beautiful and delicious. The several women gathered around the stone table, dividing tasks with subtle understanding and seamless cooperation. Laughing and chatting softly, they worked with gentle movements, kneading, pressing, shaping, dotting with osmanthus, and arranging elegantly on plates. Step by step they proceeded in an orderly and unhurried manner. The warm sunlight gently fell upon their soft, agile silhouettes, creating a picture of tender, healing, and peaceful time. The entire courtyard was filled with a gentle, lively atmosphere of daily life, warm and cozy. Linshan quietly watched for a moment, then slowly rose to his feet. His posture was steady and composed, his movements unhurried. The small, detailed manual tasks in the courtyard were usually handled by the young women. He never sought the spotlight or added to the commotion, but silently took care of the rough, steady work, ensuring everyone else had an easier time. He stepped forward to steadily move several clean wooden stools, neatly arranging them around the stone table so that everyone could sit comfortably while working. He also gently tidied up the scattered odds and ends nearby, carefully swept away the dust and debris from the edges of the stone table, and silently prepared a clean, comfortable, working environment for everyone, blending into the lively, tender scene without a word. When Ruashi noticed this, and a warm feeling swelled in her heart, she paused her work, turned around, and sweetly thanked him. Thank you, Brother Linshan. You always trouble yourself to tidy up for us. With you here, we never have to worry about the chores around the yard. It's so reassuring. Linshan nodded slightly, his expression warm and gentle. His voice was soft and light. You focus on making the snacks. Leave these rough, trivial tasks to me. Yun Shiyue, while gently kneading the yam dough, laughed and teased. The most reliable pillar of our courtyard is undoubtedly Linshan. We just enjoy our lively days and leisure, and he silently takes care of all the behind-the-scenes chores. Indeed, Yuanqing nodded gently, echoing softly. With someone as steady and dependable as him watching over the courtyard, we can be so relaxed and carefree every day. Suzichin watched the busy scene, and rare for her, a light smile touched her lips. She commented calmly, one person protects the entire courtyard, and everyone warms the home. Such a scene is a fortune not easily found elsewhere. When Ruashi, while carefully shaping the pastries, chimed in cheerfully, exactly. Brother Linshan is the most thoughtful. Not only does he tidy up the odds and ends, but he also quietly helps us move heavy objects and repair tools, never letting us get tired. Yun Shuyuan kneaded the dough and laughed softly. Of course, he's the only young man in our courtyard. Naturally, he has to spoil us sisters and take good care of Qingyuan so she can rest peacefully. Linshan listened to the teasing, a faint warmth flickering in his eyes. He didn't say much, but silently finished tidying the last of the clutter at the table and stood quietly nearby, ready to help if needed. Lu Qingyuan, sitting in the corridor, heard this, and her brow softened even more. She smiled lightly and said, "You're becoming more and more fond of teasing him." Yi Wanqing looked up toward the corridor and responded with a gentle smile. He's usually too quiet and reserved. A little more teasing makes the courtyard livelier, so he doesn't always just work silently without speaking. Exactly. When Ruashi nodded vigorously, her expression serious. Liveliness should be shared by everyone. Once the pastries are done, I'll pick the softest one for Brother Linshan to thank him for guarding us every day. Simple gestures, ordinary companionship, yet they firmly supported the entire courtyard's peace and stability. A group of gentle, lively, and radiant women, and one steady, reserved, and kind young man, accompanying each other day and night, caring for and complimenting one another, formed the gentlest, most peaceful, and most healing daily life of this small courtyard. Lu Qingyuan sat quietly in the corridor, gently watching the lively, harmonious, and warm scene before her. A tender warmth flowed in her eyes, her heart serene and content filled with satisfaction. Here there were never any dramatic, thrilling plots, no complicated conflicts of human hearts, no mystical, bizarre storms or tribulations. Only the warmth of 3 meals a day, the gentle passage of time, family and friends by her side, and peace year after year. Ordinary daily life, yet each day was warm and healing, simple, unremarkable moments, yet infinitely precious and fulfilling. The afternoon breeze was soft, and the sun was warm. The sweet fragrance of flowers lingered in the courtyard, and the gentle laughter of the women was soft and enduring. Warmth permeated every moment of daily life. The small courtyard was undisturbed, the mortal world was at peace. The new sprout in the abdomen quietly gathered strength and grew steadily. In the years to come, tenderness would remain as before, and peace would remain as it had always been. The afternoon breeze was soft, and the sun was warm. The sweet fragrance of flowers lingered in the courtyard, and the gentle laughter of the women was soft and enduring. Warmth permeated every moment of daily life. The small courtyard was undisturbed, the mortal world was at peace. The new sprout in the abdomen quietly gathered strength and grew steadily. In the years to come, tenderness would remain as before, and peace would remain as it had always been. The midday sun was warm, but not harsh, gently hanging over the green-tiled eaves, having shed the morning chill, and the afternoon heat bathing the entire bluestone courtyard in a cozy, gentle warmth. A soft breeze slowly drifted through the courtyard, carrying the faint fragrance of lingering flowers on the branches, and the sweet milky scent of the flower on the table, lingering, lazy and gentle, enhancing the relaxed and leisurely atmosphere of the afternoon, making one feel at ease and completely peaceful. The bustle around the stone table showed no signs of abating. Several lovely ladies were gathered in a circle, their fingers busy, their soft, sweet laughter never ceasing, softly filling the entire courtyard, lively and gentle, heartwarming. The daily life of the entire courtyard was always like this. A group of women were bright and lively, each with a distinct personality, every move radiating the gentle warmth of daily life. Only Lin Shun stood quietly and steadily, reticent and introverted, not contending or making a fuss, not stealing the spotlight, silently standing by as a support, one soft and steady, one lively and quiet, perfectly forming the most comforting and stable daily life of the small courtyard. After a few moments of tacit cooperation, the snow-white delicate yam dough had been kneaded to perfection, chewy and soft, with a fine warm texture, neither too soft nor too hard. Everyone divided the dough, evenly pressing each piece into small round cakes, neat and uniform, with smooth, full edges, delicate and pleasing to the eye, warming the heart just by looking at them. When Rawashi held a small jar of osmanthus, her fingertips gently trembling, golden crumbled dried flowers falling in a shower, dotting the white surface of the cakes in a scattered, orderly manner, elegant and lively. In an instant, the sweet, delicate fragrance of osmanthus suddenly spread, gently enveloping the clean, mild sweetness of the yam itself, blending into a pure, healing, sweet aroma, not cloying, not overwhelming, clear, and lingering around the nose for a long time. While carefully decorating each piece of cake, she couldn't help but look up and chatter, her brows curved in earnestness. I deliberately put less osmanthus, only a little, for fragrance, so that the strong floral scent won't overshadow the natural sweetness of the yam. Moreover, I strictly controlled the sugar, reducing it to the lightest level. Even if you eat several pieces, it won't be greasy or cause heatiness. It's just right for Sister Qing Yuan, mild and good for the stomach. Yun Shuyue rested her chin on one hand lazily and contentedly, looking at the neatly arranged exquisite cakes on the table, her eyes full of anticipation, smiling and teasing. Only you are so meticulous and patient, pondering over a little cake, considering sweetness, aroma, and texture in every detail, never willing to be careless. If it were me, I would just knead and bake as I pleased, as long as it's edible. How could I be as refined and particular as you? That won't do. Absolutely cannot be careless. When Rawashi immediately lifted her head, her round eyes sparkling with a serious and solemn expression, especially adorable. This is a snack specially made for sister to nourish her body and rest. When it comes to food, there can be no negligence. Only by carefully preparing and making it with heart can we eat with peace of mind, and daily recuperation can be truly effective. Yi Wanqing smiled, gently raised her hand to lightly tidy the scattered petals and flower crumbs on the table, her tone tender and doting, full of praise. Rawashi is the most delicate and thoughtful child, always considering others first, attentive and warm in every way. With you thinking about these mild, palatable foods and drinks every day and carefully managing the hearth of the courtyard, our plain and stable little courtyard life has gained a bit more sweetness and warmth compared to others. Su Zichen sat quietly aside, her fingertips carefully wiping a clean, elegant white porcelain plate, her movements gentle and meticulous, without a flaw. She also rarely spoke, softly echoing, her tone gentle and serene. The mundane world's warmth touches the heart most. This kind of meticulous, gentle care day after day is far more moving and precious than the empty fame and vanity of the world. Sister Zichen is absolutely right. When Rawashi nodded, immediately her smile sweet. Plain food, as long as it is made with heart, will warm the stomach when eaten. Their light, soft chit-chat and laughter, accompanied by gentle, agile movements, created a relaxed, healing and warm atmosphere. The warm sunlight softly fell on their soft hair and slender fingertips, light and shadow flowing gently, the scene tranquil and peaceful, full of the texture of a safe, warm, and mundane life. Lin Shun, who had been standing quietly nearby, swept his gaze over the neatly arranged, exquisite cakes on the table, confirming that they were in good shape and the heat was controllable. Then he spoke softly, his tone calm and reassuring. I've been watching the heat. The temperature is just right. It won't be overcooked or undercooked and will best preserve the soft, sticky texture of the yam and the fragrance of the osmanthus. While everyone was busy kneading dough, shaping, decorating, and carefully handling details, he had been silently guarding the small steamer, steadily watching the heat, never leaving. The girls in the courtyard were skilled in delicate handiwork and fine details, so he silently took on these coarse, steady tasks that required patience and stability. No one needed to remind or urge him. It had long become their tacit daily routine of companionship. When Rawashi's eyes instantly lit up, her brows curved with joy, her tone light and reassured. Great. With Brother Lin Shun helping us steadily watch the fire, I am completely 100 at ease. I am the worst at controlling the steaming heat. Every time I'm afraid of not getting it right. Either steaming too dry and hard, making the texture rough, or too much steam, making the cake soggy and collapse, wasting the ingredients. Yun Shuyue smiled and teased her tone lazy and light. See, this is our small courtyard's unique top-tier blessing. We just enjoy comfort and happiness, busy ourselves with delicate tasks, and all the hard work, heavy chores, and tough jobs are steadily taken care of by someone. It's too blissful. Indeed, Yi Wanqing gently echoed, turning her tender gaze to the young man, standing quietly beside her. All the miscellaneous chores in the courtyard, he always does silently, never boasting or seeking credit. With him here we all can be so relaxed and carefree day by day. A trace of shallow warmth passed through Lin Chen's eyes. He nodded slightly without any extra flashy words and continued to stand quietly by the stove, steadily waiting for the cakes to steam. He was always taciturn and steady, disliking ostentation. All his gentle devotion and careful protection were never spoken of, but hidden in silent companionship and day-to-day meticulous care. Su Zichen, watching the lively banter, rarely added a sentence. He is always pragmatic, speaking little and doing much. Compared to sweet words, this kind of reliable steadiness is the most precious peace of mind. Lu Qingyuan, who was resting quietly under the porch, listened to the laughter and chatter in the courtyard, watching this warm and harmonious healing scene. A shallow, gentle smile always lingered on her lips, her heart warm and steady. The courtyard was full of gentle, lively women with vivid personalities, each with their own charm, accompanying each other warmly and caring for one another. Only one person was calm and introverted, reliable and steady, silently guarding, taking care of everything year after year. This small courtyard had never known strife or noise, never experienced storms or twists, never had worldly troubles. Only day after day of trivial companionship, gentle care, 3 meals of warmth, and peaceful mornings and evenings. This kind of plain, ordinary daily life was precisely the rarest and most complete happiness in the world. Before long, from the gaps of the closed steamer, an increasingly rich, mellow, sweet aroma gradually emerged. The warm, soft sweetness of yam mixed with the distant, delicate fragrance of osmanthus, strand by strand, endlessly, slowly spreading throughout the entire quiet courtyard, sweet, but not cloying, refreshing, making one's heart soften and mouth water, the whole courtyard full of gentle sweetness. When Ruashi instantly perked up, unable to contain herself, she slightly tiptoed, leaning close to the small stove, staring straight at the steamer, her eyes full of undisguised anticipation, her tone lively and light. It's cooked. It's cooked. The fragrance has completely come out. It smells so sweet. Today's cakes must be super delicious. Yi Wanqing quickly reached out to gently pull her sleeve, softly reminding, slow down on tiptoeing, don't get too close. The steam is scalding hot. Be careful not to burn your hands or face. There's no rush, waiting a little makes it taste better. I know. I'll be careful. When Ruashi obediently slowed down but still couldn't help peeking at the steamer, her small face full of undisguised excitement and anticipation, innocent and lively, adorable. When the heat was just right and the timing was exact, Lin Chen stepped forward, steadily lifting the steamer lid. Wisps of warm white steam rose, carrying an extremely pure, sweet aroma that rushed to the face, gently enveloping the surroundings. Inside the steamer, each piece of osmanthus yam cake was snow-white, warm, clean, and elegant, dotted with bits of golden osmanthus neatly arranged with perfect appearance, delicate and small, pleasing to the eye. Just looking at them made one's appetite open and heart happy. He moved steadily and carefully, unhurriedly, patiently waiting for the steam inside to dissipate slightly and the temperature to drop. Then he steadily took down the steamer, carefully avoiding the hot steam, using his fingertips gently to pick out each perfectly shaped cake, arranging them neatly on the white porcelain plates that Su Zichen had prepared. Su Zichen nodded slightly, her fingertips gently adjusting the arrangement of the cakes on the plates, spacing them evenly, elegantly, and gracefully. Simple home-style cakes, after her delicate arrangement, instantly shed their plain appearance, gaining a touch of elegant, refined charm, perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Perfect. It's so beautiful. When Ruashi carefully held the porcelain plate, her brows curved with joy, her smile bright. She immediately turned to Lu Qingyuan under the porch and waved enthusiastically, Sister Qingyuan, come quickly and try. Today's osmanthus yam cake has just the right sweetness, soft and chewy, with a rich aroma. It's definitely the best texture. I'm sure you'll love it. Lu Qingyuan smiled gently, slowly getting up from the stone steps, her steps leisurely and graceful, gentle and relaxed. Lin Shun immediately stepped forward, quickly, naturally reaching out to gently support her elbow, steadily escorting her down the porch steps. The subtle movement was gentle and steady, familiar and natural, long etched into the instinct of daily companionship without need for deliberate thought. The group once again gathered around the stone table. The warm breeze gently blew, faint floral scents lingered around the courtyard, the sweet aroma of cakes spread everywhere, the warmth of daily life, full of atmosphere, comfortable and cozy. Yun Shuyue was the first to pick up a small cake, taking a gentle bite. The soft, delicate cake melted in the mouth, smooth and silky sweet, but not cloying, leaving a lingering fragrance. She couldn't help but sincerely praise, her tone light and genuine. The taste is absolutely amazing. Ruashi's skill is truly improving day by day. Light and palatable, warm and nourishing to the stomach. After eating, my mouth is full of sweetness, my body is refreshed, and the afternoon laziness is completely swept away. Right. I told you light flavors are best for afternoon. When Ruashi was delighted, her eyes curved with joy, proud and cute. Not greasy, not heavy, refreshing and comforting. Even if you eat several pieces in a row, you won't feel cloyed. Yi Wanqing chewed slowly, savoring her food, gently smiling, her tone full of approval. The texture is warm, soft, and just right. There's no heavy sweet seasoning, pure and refreshing, perfectly matching the comfortable state of the body. Qingyuan can eat it without any burden, and it's perfect for daily recuperation. Lu Qingyuan also gently picked up a piece, taking a small bite. The sweet, soft taste slowly melted on her tongue, a gentle, unobtrusive sweetness softly falling into her heart, along her throat, soothing her body and soul. A warm smile spread in her eyes, and she spoke softly. It's very tasty, sweet, and comfortable, soft, and delicate, not greasy at all. It suits my taste perfectly. Receiving Lu Qingyuan's personal praise, when Ruashi became even more joyful and excited, her eyes sparkling. She quickly took the initiative to pick a piece with the most perfect appearance, the most evenly distributed osmanthus, and the most beautiful color, carefully handing it to Lin Chun, her tone soft and sincere, full of gratitude. Brother Lin Chun, this best one is for you. Thank you for always helping us watch the fire, clean up the chores, and silently support us. You must have a good taste of the fruits of everyone's labor. Lin Chun looked down at the small, delicate, clean, and elegant cake in his palm, his cool brows softening slightly, and he gently thanked her. Thank you. Yun Shuiyue immediately laughed and teased, her tone full of mischief. Look, our courtyard's hardest working, most reliable supporter has finally received his exclusive special cake. This is the highest level of treatment. None of us could get the best piece. It should naturally be given to Brother Lin Chun first. When Ruashi nodded earnestly, her small face serious, her tone exceptionally sincere. Every time we only enjoy ourselves, relax, and do light work. All the hard, tiring, dirty chores in the courtyard are silently done by Brother Lin Chun. He never complains or minds. He should be the first to taste the best. Yi Wanqing gently agreed, smiling softly. Absolutely right. On ordinary days, we only focus on leisurely living, and many invisible, trivial matters are quietly taken care of by him, silently guarding the peace of our courtyard. More than just steady, Yin Shuiyue said, resting her chin and continuing to tease slowly. Our courtyard has many people and many things, but he is the only one with a fine mind and steady hands. No matter what task, once it's handed to him, it's absolutely reliable. He's the courtyard's peace of mind. Lin Chun listened to the continuous gentle teasing, a warmth growing in his eyes. He didn't argue much, just quietly lowered his head and took a bite of the cake. The soft, sweet taste slowly melted on his tongue, the faint fragrance of osmanthus lingering around his lips and teeth, for a long time, gentle and soothing, as peaceful as the unchanging, stable daily life of this small courtyard, gentle and enduring, healing the heart. Lu Qingyuan watched him eat quietly, the smile in her eyes growing softer, and she teased gently. On ordinary days, I rarely see you eat snacks. Today we forced you to enjoy a treat. Lin Chun looked up at her, his gaze warm and gentle, and replied softly. The food in the courtyard has always been sweet and steady, naturally delicious. Everyone laughed softly at that, the atmosphere in the courtyard becoming even more lively, warm, relaxed, and healing. Not far away on the sunny stone steps, the 6 seniors were still basking in the warm sun, sitting leisurely, passing the time in comfort. Listening to the gentle laughter rising and falling in the courtyard, smelling the sweet cake fragrance permeating the entire courtyard, watching the young people harmoniously and lively, their eyes were filled with quiet, gentle smiles. Lin Yuan smiled leisurely, his tone full of contentment and comfort. Such a gentle afternoon, with flowers to enjoy, tea to sip, desserts to taste, and loved ones to accompany. No troubles, no disturbances, time leisurely, carefree living as one pleases. This is truly the top-tier good life in the world. Bai Heng nodded gently, softly, echoing, his eyes full of satisfaction. The young man is steady and protects the courtyard, reliable and dependable. The lovely ladies are gentle companions, warm and harmonious. The daily life is delicate and enduring, gentle mornings and evenings never fade. This kind of stable, healing, ordinary daily life surpasses all the bustling splendor and empty fame of the world. Qing Yuan looked at the harmonious, lively, and peaceful scene in the courtyard and slowly smiled, saying, nurtured daily by the warmth of daily life, wrapped year after year in love and kindness, the new sprout steadily accumulates strength and grows in peace. The future will surely be smooth and complete, safe and worry-free. Ji Yu gently added with a smile, when the heart is stable and time is gentle, living slowly in such a harmonious and strife-free environment is the best cultivation and fulfillment. A gentle breeze slowly passed through the courtyard, carrying the faint fragrance of flowers, the sweet cake aroma, and the light tea fragrance softly spreading throughout the entire bluestone courtyard. Around the stone table, laughter and warmth filled the air. One person steadily supported everyone, accompanied gently. There were no storms or twists, no worldly disputes, no complex human hearts. Only the most simple, most healing, most enduring daily life of warmth. The afternoon breeze was soft and mild. The cakes were sweet to the heart, the people were content, and the years were warm. A courtyard full of soft, gentle conversation, a hall full of warm daily life. The years passed peacefully, the years always gentle as before. The afternoon sun, gentle and lingering, shed the faint heat of noon, transforming into a thin, translucent golden halo that softly blanketed the entire serene and elegant bluestone courtyard. The wind chimes hanging under the eaves swayed gently in the breeze, producing crisp, tinkling sounds that rose and fell unhurriedly, interweaving in a harmonious rhythm. Sparrows on the branches chirped freely, their soft melodious calls blending with the wind chimes, weaving a lazy, relaxed, and contented afternoon rhythm that filled the courtyard, soothing the mind and body. The lingering sweet fragrance of the pastries had not yet dissipated, still gently wafting around the beams and flowers of the courtyard. The faint scent of osmanthus mingled with the warm, delicate sweetness of yam, layering softly and enduringly, a comforting and healing fragrance to inhale. On the stone table, the soft and delicious osmanthus yam cakes had been mostly shared among the group. The remaining 2 or 3 most exquisite in appearance were carefully gathered into a clean white porcelain dish by Rawashi and gently covered with a breathable fine gauze thoughtfully reserved for the elders who would rest on the stone steps later. The courtyard's liveliness did not fade after the meal. Instead, it grew more relaxed and vibrant. Several ladies sat loosely around the stone table, each in a languid, comfortable pose. Some leaned on their hands, chatting about daily trifles, while others gently brushed away falling petals. Their soft laughter filled the entire courtyard with warmth. The courtyard remained its usual gentle self, with the women bright and lively, their laughter and joy bringing a vibrant domestic vitality to the scene. Only Lin Chen sat quietly calm and composed, having shed all sharpness. He did not cause a stir, but sat peacefully on the side, blending into the lively scene with grace and warmth. One still and one moving, one lively and one steady, they complemented each other perfectly, rendering the courtyard's days even more serene, enduring, and gently healing. Yi Wanqing had already brewed a fresh pot of spring tea. The tea, steeped over time, was clear and bright, warm and elegant, having lost the coolness of the morning tea. Its temperature was just right, smooth and gentle on the palate, with a lingering sweetness. She lifted the simple tea set, her fingers moving with gentle precision, each motion fluid and graceful. With a soft and elegant demeanor, she refilled shallow cups of warm tea for everyone present, attending to every detail. The pastries were sweet and soft. Eating a few too many might feel cloying. A cup of warm tea will balance it nicely. Yi Wanqing set down the teapot, a gentle smile in her eyes, and said softly, "The afternoon yang energy is waning, so it's best not to brew strong tea that might disturb the mind. This light warm tea is most suitable for relieving fatigue, calming the spirit, and soothing the heart. We can sit and chat leisurely without feeling restless or overheated." Yun Shuyue raised her cup and took a delicate sip, then leaned back in her chair lazily, her brows relaxed and at ease, and teased with a slow smile, "The days in our courtyard are truly refined to the utmost. Morning brings sweet flower tea to soothe the throat, afternoon offers soft sweet cakes to satisfy cravings, and then there's warm tea to cut through the richness. Every hour has its own gentle flavor. Outside, people toil all day, weary and dusty, rushing for their 3 meals and 4 seasons. But here it all turns into relaxed, carefree domestic bliss. Such days make one truly reluctant to let go." When Rawashi held her warm tea cup with both hands, her small face pressed gently against the cool rim. Her eyes curved with a sweet, soft smile as she chimed in crisply, "Life ought to be slow and warm. I used to think one had to rush and strive to make the most of time. But now, staying peacefully in this courtyard, I fully understand that being able to drink tea peacefully, enjoy flowers quietly, and chat with loved ones free from calamities and worries is the most precious and solid happiness in the world." When Rawashi held her warm tea cup with both hands, her small face pressed gently against the cool rim. Her eyes curved with a sweet, soft smile as she chimed in crisply, "Life ought to be slow and warm. I used to think one had to rush and strive to make the most of time. But now, staying peacefully in this courtyard, I fully understand that being able to drink tea peacefully, enjoy flowers quietly, and chat with loved ones free from calamities and worries is the most precious and solid happiness in the world." Rawashi has become quite insightful and serene now. Su Zichen gently pinched a falling pink petal, her tone soft and calm, a gentle smile in her eyes. Immersed daily in gentle domesticity and kindness, one's heart grows more peaceful and clear. The restlessness of youth has faded, replaced by a tranquil composure shaped by time, making her even more gentle and endearing. When Rawashi blushed slightly, a faint pink flush on her cheeks, she playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a mix of coquettishness and obedience, "It's not that I'm insightful. It's all because of the gentle care and patience of the sisters and Lin Chen Gij silently guarding us. Only then can I live such carefree days. Someone shields us from all trivial toil, so we can be willfully gentle and leisurely, peacefully enjoying the years of stability." As they chatted softly, their gazes unconsciously and unanimously fell on Lin Shun, who was sitting quietly nearby. Their eyes held a hint of playful teasing, ready to gently rib the courtyard's most reliable guardian. He had just finished eating his piece of sweet pastry, and now sat calmly in his chair, his posture relaxed and composed without a hint of constraint or awkwardness. The warm sunlight fell gently upon him, covering his shoulders and the tips of his hair, softening his usual calm and cool demeanor, adding a touch of gentle, homely warmth. He did not interrupt or speak deliberately, simply listened quietly to the cheerful chatter of the others, a gentle warmth in his eyes as he accompanied them with calm presence, gentle and understated. Lu Qingyuan, seated beside him, took in the lively yet tender scene. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips as she gently teased. Just now everyone praised you sincerely, and you didn't argue a word. You just sat quietly, silently accepting the compliments. Lin Shun turned his gaze to her, his eyes warm and tender, clear and pure, without a trace of pretense. His voice was low and gentle, carrying a reassuring steadiness. What the sisters said is true. There is no need to argue. A simple, down-to-earth statement without deliberate flattery or false modesty, sincere and honest to the point of being irrefutable, instantly drew soft laughter from everyone. The crisp, layered laughter made the courtyard atmosphere even warmer and livelier. Listen to that answer. Neither arrogant nor impatient, steady and clear without a hint of exaggeration. Yun Shuiwe smiled, continuing her slow tease. Working silently, attending to everything, enduring, without complaint and never seeking praise. The courtyard's very own anchor and pillar of support, truly worthy of the name. No one could find a single fault. Yi Wanqing nodded gently in agreement, her eyes full of genuine warmth. Yes, for all the big and small, visible and invisible chores in the courtyard, he always handles them quietly. He never makes a fuss, never keeps score, never complains. We enjoy our days of comfort and leisure, all thanks to his daily, unbroken efforts and silent guardianship. When Ruashi nodded vigorously, her expression earnest and obedient, adding with extra detail, it's not just sweeping and tidying up. All the small trivial things, like crooked flowers, loose tools, fetching water, drying clothes, carrying heavy loads, that no one wants to bother with, Lin Shengij quietly takes care of. We never have to worry. He's our courtyard's all-around helper. With him here we truly have no troubles. Lin Shen listened to the continuous gentle teasing and praised the warmth in his eyes deepening. His cool brows softened completely, and he nodded slightly, saying in a low, gentle voice, it's just a small effort. There's no need to mention it so often. We live together day by day, supporting one another. Naturally, we should take care of each other. There's no need to draw clear lines. You're quite generous calling everything a small effort. Yun Shuiwe laughed and teased. But the rarest thing in this world is the daily small effort. If someone else tried, they might not match your thoroughness and persistence. Su Zichen looked at his calm, clear, and reliable demeanor, and for a moment, she spoke softly with feeling. The most touching things in the world are not grand, earth-shattering sacrifices, but steadfast daily commitments. The daily care and silent companionship, such enduring and sincere gentleness, is the most precious. A warm breeze passed through the courtyard, gently stirring the leaves under the eaves, creating a soft, rustling sound. Patchy sunlight slowly shifted and danced on the bluestone ground, filling the scene with a serene atmosphere. Lu Qingyuan leaned back against her chair, her body relaxed, and at ease, her heart filled with a solid sense of contentment and fulfillment. This gentle courtyard had never seen turbulent storms or disasters, no complicated human conflicts, no worldly clamor or restlessness. There were only the evergreen flowers and trees of the four seasons, the daily warmth of homely fire, a group of gentle, pure-hearted people accompanying each other day and night, chatting and spending time together, healing each other through the years. The women were gentle and lively, each with their own charm. The only youth was steady and reliable, silently guarding them. A courtyard of warmth, a scene of peace, pieced together the most healing and complete ordinary days. I never dared to hope for such a stable and gentle life after all the storms and ups and downs I've been through. Lu Qingyuan murmured softly, her tone tender and sincere, her eyes filled with a gentle smile. I only wish for the years to be as they are each day, peaceful, free from calamities and worries, accompanying each other through the years. That is enough. Lin Shen's gaze was tender and deep, fixed on her eyes. His tone was firm and steady, every word sincere and weighty. It will be so. In the years to come, the wind will be warm, the sun gentle, people safe, and days quiet, just like today. Untroubled, carefree, gentle, and long, every year peaceful, every season sweet. Not far away on the bluestone steps, the 6 elders still sat in leisurely comfort, basking in the warm sun and gentle breeze, listening to the young people's soft chatter and light-hearted banter. Their brows were calm and content, their hearts filled with satisfaction and peace. Lin Yuan rested his hands behind his head, his posture lazy and relaxed, and let out a soft, amused laugh. Ought to be young, lively, warm, pure. Their casual talk and teasing are full of homely warmth. Watching these children live in harmony, carefree, brings a special ease and comfort to the heart. Baiheng smiled gently and echoed softly, the storms of chaos have all dispersed and peace has returned to the world. The youth is steady and true, gentle and reliable. The ladies are kind and pure-hearted. A courtyard of harmony, years of peace. This scene of warm domesticity is the finest form of time. Qingyuan's gaze was calm and warm as he looked at the clear, beautiful, lively, and harmonious scene in the courtyard and spoke slowly. When the heart is at peace, the years are calm. When domestic warmth endures, blessings endure. Nourished daily by gentleness, the new shoots within quietly gather strength and grow steadily, following nature without haste. In time they will surely be smooth, safe, and carefree. Jiuel lightly stroked her clean sleeve and added with a gentle smile. Without strife, without contention, turning toward kindness and warmth, embraced daily by love and accompanied by gentleness through the years, there is no need for deliberate cultivation. Such a peaceful daily life is the most stable cultivation and the most complete home. The other elders exchanged soft, knowing smiles, their hearts full of the same contentment and hope. Having weathered eons of ups and downs, half a lifetime of storms, and countless tumultuous times, to be able to guard such a peaceful world, such a gentle life, they had no further desires, their hearts fully satisfied. The light-hearted banter around the stone table continued. Soft words, gentle laughter, easy teasing. Each sound fell warm and lingering, keeping the entire courtyard enveloped in a lively, tender domestic atmosphere. When Ruashi, holding her warm teacup, blinked her bright eyes and suddenly brightened with interest. She proposed enthusiastically, "If the weather is still so clear and warm tomorrow, why don't we get up early, dry some fresh flower tea, and try making some soft, sweet mung bean cakes? Let's try a new flavor every day so our taste buds never get bored, and our courtyard days can have some novelty." "That's a wonderful idea, fresh and refined." Yi Wanqing immediately agreed, softly, her eyes full of approval. In spring, flowers and trees flourish, rain and dew are abundant, ingredients are fresh and pure, naturally nourishing. Making some light, refreshing spring dishes nurturing the body and soothing the mind suits our leisurely days perfectly. Yun Shuiwei lazily raised an eyebrow and teased with a smile. "It seems our future culinary delights are firmly in Ruashi's hands. With fresh treats and sweet flavors, everyday constant little surprises and gentleness, even the immortals outside would envy such a comfortable, nourishing life." Indeed, Lu Qingyuan laughed softly and chimed in, "Ruashi has a clever mind and excellent skills, always coming up with all sorts of sweet treats, managing our meals and days with gentleness and completeness." Su Zichen smiled faintly and said softly, "Every day, with little expectations, every moment with gentle surprises, the plain, ordinary days will not be dull. Each year brings novelty, each day brings joy. That is the best form of domestic life." Everyone spoke eagerly, one after another, discussing their small expectations for tomorrow and imagining the gentle scenes of the courtyard through the 4 seasons. There were no grand, empty wishes, no complicated worldly desires. Only the hope for stable days, comfortable times, flavorful meals, warmth in morning and evening, loved ones by their side, and years without trouble. Lin Shun listened quietly to their lively expectations, and at the right moment, he spoke softly, his voice steady and reassuring. "Tomorrow, I will get up early to tidy the flower beds, clean the drying area, and prepare all the utensils and ingredients. You just focus on making the food and experimenting with flavors, and don't worry about the trivial matters." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Lin Shengij." When Ruashi's eyes instantly curved into crescents, her smile radiant with joy. "With you preparing everything and handling all the chores for us, we can make the food easily and comfortably, just enjoying the fun of cooking." Yun Shuiwei laughed and shook her head playfully. "See, I told you. We just dream and have fun, and there's always someone quietly making it happen for us. This exclusive treatment is only found in our courtyard." Yi Wanqing smiled gently in agreement. "He's always like this. Thinking ahead, doing things ahead, never showy, never seeking credit, just quietly giving us all peace and comfort." A simple promise without flowery words or deliberate sentiment, yet it landed steadily, a solid reassurance, once again highlighting the unique, gentle understanding of this courtyard. The women enjoy their lively, carefree, indulgent gentleness, while he silently supports, completes everything, and keeps watch. They accompany each other, complete each other, and the years remain gentle, the days peaceful. The afternoon breeze grew even softer and warmer, slowly drifting through the courtyard around the eaves, carrying the lingering aromas of tea, light floral scents, and the sweet aftertaste of pastries, gently spreading through the entire bluestone courtyard. The warm sun shone, flowers and trees swayed gently, laughter filled the air, and time seemed to slow. Every moment was tender, relaxed, and perfectly balanced. No storms disturbed the heart, no worldly affairs burdened the mind, no dust or toil, just a courtyard of gentle domesticity and a hall of leisurely ease. The clear breeze filled the courtyard, the years were gentle and peaceful. The most stable and healing happiness in the world is likely this ordinary, peaceful daily life. If the weather is still clear and warm tomorrow, why don't we get up early, dry some fresh flower tea, and try making some soft, sweet mung bean cakes? That's a wonderful idea, fresh and refined. Yun Shuiwei lazily raised an eyebrow and teased with a smile. It seems our future culinary delights are firmly in Ruashi's hands. Indeed, Lu Qingyuan laughed softly and chimed in, "Ruashi has a clever mind and excellent skills." Su Zichen smiled faintly and said softly, "Every day, with little expectations, every moment with gentle surprises, the plain, ordinary days will not be dull." Everyone spoke eagerly, one after another, discussing their small expectations for tomorrow. Lin Shun listened quietly to their lively expectations, and at the right moment, he spoke softly, his voice steady and reassuring. "Tomorrow, I will get up early to tidy the flower beds, clean the drying area, and prepare all the utensils and ingredients." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Lin Shengij." Yun Shuiwei laughed and shook her head playfully. "See, I told you. We just dream and have fun, and there's always someone quietly making it happen for us." Yi Wanqing smiled gently in agreement. "He's always like this. Thinking ahead, doing things ahead, never showy, never seeking credit." A simple promise without flowery words or deliberate sentiment, yet it landed steadily, a solid reassurance. The afternoon breeze grew even softer and warmer, slowly drifting through the courtyard around the eaves, carrying the lingering aromas of tea, light floral scents, and the sweet aftertaste of pastries. The warm sun shone, flowers and trees swayed gently, laughter filled the air, and time seemed to slow. Every moment was tender, relaxed, and perfectly balanced. No storms disturbed the heart, no worldly affairs burdened the mind, no dust or toil. Just a courtyard of gentle domesticity and a hall of leisurely ease. The clear breeze filled the courtyard. The years were gentle and peaceful. The most stable and healing happiness in the world is likely this ordinary, peaceful daily life. The warm sun shone, flowers and trees swayed gently, laughter filled the air, and time seemed to slow. Every moment was tender, relaxed, and perfectly balanced. No storms disturbed the heart, no worldly affairs burdened the mind, no dust or toil. Just a courtyard of gentle domesticity and a hall of leisurely ease. The clear breeze filled the courtyard. The years were gentle and peaceful. The most stable and healing happiness in the world is likely this ordinary, peaceful daily life. A gentle breeze had moistened the world overnight, and at dawn the sky cleared into a vast brightness. The morning light shed its former soft haziness, transforming into a warm, translucent gold that cascaded in layers over every corner of the bluestone courtyard. Morning dew gathered on the green-tiled eaves, trembling and on the verge of falling, clinging to the tender green leaves and lush petals, shimmering brilliantly as they refracted the light of the sky. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the dewdrops rustled down, shattering into countless specks of starlight on the ground. The scene was fresh and vibrant, filled with the unique, lively spirit of a spring morning. The air in the entire courtyard was crisp and pure, mingling the fresh scent of sprouting grass and the faint fragrance of blooming flowers. With each deep breath, one felt their lungs clear and their spirit refreshed. There was no bustling noise of early risers, no worldly distractions or entanglements. Only the gentle chirping of morning birds and the soft rustle of wine through the leaves, making the dawn courtyard peaceful and healing, suffused with the tender breath of renewal. As the sky fully brightened, the courtyard, which had been silent through the night, quietly shed its tranquility and slowly revived, bursting with vibrant life. No one had forgotten the small spring delight casually agreed upon during last night's chat. That gentle promise had become the warmest expectation this morning, adding a touch of homely warmth and fresh novelty to the ordinary dawn. Lin Chun was always the first to rise. He had gotten up at the faintest light and silently taken care of all the chores in the courtyard, never wishing to disturb anyone's sweet dreams. The weeds at the edge of the flower bed had been meticulously cleared, the soil loosened and leveled with a spacious open area reserved in the sun specifically for today's tea drying task. The bamboo sieves and various utensils usually stored away were also taken out one by one, rinsed and wiped clean with spring water, drained and neatly arranged in the sunniest spot waiting to be used. Even the kitchen stove, steaming utensils, and porcelain bowls for ingredients were all cleaned and organized by him, placed in perfect order, with every detail attended to, so that no one else needed to lift a finger. After finishing all this, he stood quietly by the path in the yard, his posture tall and steady, facing the gentle morning breeze, calmly waiting for the others to rise, composed, unhurried, and unassuming. Before long, a few soft, light footsteps sounded, one after another, gently breaking the shallow stillness of the courtyard. When Rawashi was the first to hurry out of her room, dressed in simple, elegant clothes, her hair tied back loosely, her eyes bright and lively, radiating vitality. As soon as she stepped under the porch, she caught sight of the clean, well-arranged courtyard. Immediately her eyes curved into crescents and she rushed forward joyfully. "Brother Lin Chun, you got up way too early." She raised her fair little face, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. "I specifically got up early today thinking I could take the lead in tidying up, but you've already taken care of everything. You're so reliable and thoughtful." Lin Chun looked down at her lively expression, a gentle warmth spreading in his eyes. His voice was clear and mild as he replied simply, "I had nothing to do at dawn, so I handled it casually, saving you the trouble of being distracted later." "This is hardly casual." When Rawashi gently shook her sleeve, her expression earnest. "The small things we casually mentioned you silently remember and arrange in advance. Anyone else would never be so meticulous and attentive to everything." As the two chatted, Yi Wanqing and Su Zichen walked out of the room side by side. Yi Wanqing wore a gentle, elegant long dress, her demeanor refined and warm. The morning breeze lightly stirred her sleeves, adding a touch of tranquil grace. Her gaze slowly swept over the neat scenery and well-arranged utensils in the courtyard, and she smiled softly, her tone full of warmth. "I just stepped out and felt the courtyard was exceptionally fresh and tidy. So it was you who took care of everything early in the morning. With you watching over the yard day after day, we truly feel at ease and worry-free every day. Having you as our steady support, we can all relax and enjoy a carefree life." Su Zichen stood quietly by her side, her expression serene and gentle. She cast a calm glance over the courtyard, neither teasing nor joking, only offering a soft, clear comment. He has always been one to act without words or contention, silently doing his work. The peace of this courtyard year after year has never come from nothing. It is built on such daily, meticulous dedication and completeness. The stability of this small courtyard year after year has never been accidental. It comes from this kind of day-to-day steadfastness and thoroughness. Following them, Yin Shuyue strolled leisurely into the morning light, lazily stretching her arms as she walked, her brows relaxed and content. She idly played with a hanging flower branch under the porch, smiling as she mused with her characteristic relaxed and playful nature. No wonder we live such a comfortable life. All the tedious chores have long been quietly carried by someone else. While others rush about at dawn for their livelihood, in chores we simply sit and dress up waiting for tea and snacks. Such fortune is truly enviable. While others rush about at dawn for their livelihood, in chores we simply sit and dress up waiting for tea and snacks. Such fortune is truly enviable. As they chatted and laughed softly, Lu Qingyuan also stepped out slowly from under the porch. Her complexion today was even more warm and rosy, her brows relaxed, and serene, her steps unhurried and light. She had completely shed her former frail and timid demeanor, now exuding a relaxed and gentle charm, quiet, yet captivating. Lin Shan instinctively stepped forward, his movements natural and gentle, familiar with care, and softly advised with warmth. The morning breeze is cool, be careful not to catch a chill. If you feel tired from standing too long, go rest on the soft bench under the porch. You don't have to force yourself. A simple, plain-spoken reminder, no flowery words, yet it was exquisite and heartfelt. Lu Qingyuan felt a warmth in her heart. She smiled faintly and nodded gently, her voice soft and sweet. I know. Today the sky is clear and the wind is mild, not cold at all. It's good to join everyone in the activities and enjoy the lively atmosphere. This attentive care was noticed by the sharp-eyed Yin Shiyue, who immediately smiled slyly and teased in a relaxed, playful tone. I've finally figured it out. The treatment in our yard is clearly divided. When we girls feel the wind, it's invigorating and refreshing, but when Xingyuan feels it, you have to be careful about catching a cold and take extra care. Lin Shan, your special favor is not hidden at all. When we girls feel the wind, it's invigorating and refreshing, but when Xingyuan feels it, you have to be careful about catching a cold and take extra care. Lin Shan, your special favor is not hidden at all. A light-hearted tease, neither forced nor abrupt, instantly made the atmosphere in the courtyard even more lively and warm. The others chuckled softly, and the gentle breeze mingled with laughter, tenderly filling the courtyard. Lu Qingyuan's ears flushed slightly, a mix of shyness and warmth, but she did not argue. She simply lowered her eyes and smiled quietly, accepting this exclusive, delicate care. A shallow warmth flowed in Lin Shan's eyes. He accepted the good-natured teasing from everyone without arrogance or impatience, still speaking concisely and responding steadily. It's only right. Her constitution is weaker, she deserves more attention. Yi Wanqing shook her head gently with a soft smile and gracefully smoothed things over, her tone inclusive and serene, befitting the eldest sister. Don't keep teasing them. He has always been clear about priorities and thoughtful, protecting the weak and caring for the gentle, thorough and steady. It is this dependable nature that has firmly supported the peaceful years of our courtyard. It is this dependable nature that has firmly supported the peaceful years of our courtyard. Unable to contain her eagerness when Ruashi turned and dashed toward the kitchen, her voice crisp and full of energy as she ended the chat. All right, let's get to work. While the morning light is dry and the weather is fine, let's first dry the flower tea, then make the mung bean cakes. Today we must fulfill all the little spring beauties we promised yesterday. Today we must fulfill all the little spring beauties we promised yesterday. The others responded in unison, smiling as they each took their roles. Without needing many words, they worked in perfect harmony, gently beginning the healing and lively morning chores. When Ruashi was most adept at handling ingredients. Quick and meticulous, she took out the fresh mung beans prepared in advance, carefully washed away the dust, and repeatedly drained the water. As she worked, she murmured seriously, today I specifically reduced the sweetness to make a refreshing, slightly sweet spring flavor. The outer skin should be delicate and soft, the filling sweet, but not cloying, soothing and refreshing. Perfect for spring. Everyone can eat several pieces without feeling heavy or getting heaty. You just focus on controlling the taste and appearance. Yi Wanqing stepped forward calmly, taking over the delicate tasks of soaking and draining. Her movements were gentle and orderly, and she smiled as she instructed, I'll handle the soaking time and steaming heat to ensure the beans release their sand fully, giving the cakes a smooth, fine texture that melts in the mouth. Yun Shiyue, having nothing else to do, took charge of drying the flower tea. She gently picked up the freshly picked clean petals and slowly sorted out impurities, teasing as she worked. Today I'll learn the craft properly and remember some tricks. In the future, if Ruashi gets lazy, I can take over temporarily and make flower tea and steam cakes for everyone, ensuring your appetites are never disappointed. In the future, if Ruashi gets lazy, I can take over temporarily and make flower tea and steam cakes for everyone, ensuring your appetites are never disappointed. When Ruashi immediately looked up, her eyes curved into crescents, her smile pure and sincere, without any formality. Sure. If Sister Shuyue wants to learn, I'll teach you slowly, step by step. It's not difficult at all. With patience and care, and with your intelligence, you'll pick it up quickly. If you're patient and careful, and with your intelligence, sister, you'll surely learn very quickly. Oh, so confident. Yun Shuyue raised an eyebrow with a sly smile. Then I'll have to study hard. Once I've mastered the skill, I'll take over the work and let you enjoy leisure every day. Just sit and drink tea waiting for the cakes. How about that? When Ruashi was amused, her eyes turning into cheerful slits full of vitality, nodding repeatedly, great. Having someone to share the work makes it easier. We can work together faster and more lively with fresh treats every day. Beside them, Su Zichen remained silent quietly, standing by the table arranging the porcelain jars and plates for the flower tea and cakes. Her movements were elegant and orderly meticulous. When the two finished their banter, she spoke softly, her tone light and just right, neither teasing nor joking, but gently adding, division of labor and cooperation, each playing to their strengths. That's the essence of daily life. The longer we accompany each other, the warmer it becomes. The busier we are, the more lively it gets. When the cakes are done, I'll take care of the plating. It will be elegant, clean, and delicious in every way. When the cakes are done, I'll take care of the plating. It will be elegant, clean, and delicious in every way. Everyone worked their roles, coordinating perfectly, chatting and laughing, neither rushed nor slow. The morning's busyness held no trace of fatigue. Instead, it was filled with healing joy. The soft laughter, gentle movements, and rising wisps of cooking smoke wove together into the most touching and peaceful morning scene of the courtyard. Lin Shun was not skilled in delicate manual work, so he silently stayed on the sidelines, filling gaps and supporting quiet and steady, never seeking the spotlight. Seeing everyone busy sorting petals, soaking ingredients, and arranging tools, he alone stayed by the stove, preheating the heat and finally adjusting the fire, preparing the steaming temperature for the cakes well in advance. Whenever anyone needed a hand, heavy items, or a helper, he was always the first to notice, offering steady assistance and attending to every detail, all while remaining quiet and unobtrusive. Lu Qingyuan stood quietly by the porch, leaning against the pillar, watching the harmonious, lively, and smoke-filled scene before her, her eyes filled with serene contentment and warmth. The warm morning light gently fell, delicately outlining the busy, vibrant figures of the others, their brows tender, their smiles alive. This courtyard had never known conflict or turmoil, only the clear morning light, the warmth of human life, the company of loved ones, and endless laughter. Such an ordinary, peaceful morning, the steadfast companionship day after day. This was the most simple and precious fulfillment in the human world. She spoke softly, her tone sincere and full of gratitude. Every morning is such a gentle scene. The days pass slowly and steadily, yet every moment is solid and heartwarming, filling my heart with joy and leaving nothing more to wish for. Lin Shun turned his gaze toward her upon hearing her words, his eyes warm and tender, clear and sincere, his words firm and gentle. From now on, every dawn and every moment of day and night will be just like this. Gentle, light, peaceful warmth. I will guard this courtyard, guard all of you year after year in a tranquil and carefree time. I will guard this courtyard, guard all of you year after year in a tranquil and carefree time. On the stone steps not far away, the 6 elders had already risen and sat quietly, basking in the warm rising sun, watching the young people in the courtyard with harmonious liveliness and smoke-filled warmth. Their expressions were serene and content, their hearts full of satisfaction. Lin Yuan smiled lightly, his tone full of understanding and fulfillment. At dawn there is the promise of cooking smoke. During the day there are idle chats to share. At night there is peaceful rest. Such years free from worry with warmth and harmony are the finest gifts of worldly cultivation. Such years free from worry with warmth and harmony are the finest gifts of worldly cultivation. Bai Heng nodded gently, his voice soft and warm. The young man is steady and humble, silently guarding the courtyard. The gentle ladies are kind and harmonious, living together in peace. A courtyard full of lasting warmth and gentle years, each day bringing new delights, each moment filled with joy. Time is peaceful and everything is perfect. Qing Yuan's gaze was calm and warm, looking at the lively sunward scene, and he smiled slowly. The spring breeze nourishes the grass and trees. Gentleness nourishes the human heart. The new bud in the belly gathers strength day by day, growing steadily, neither impatient nor forced, following its natural course. One day it will surely bloom with flowers and fulfill its promise. A gentle morning breeze slowly wove through the courtyard and around the eaves, carrying the sweet scent of grass, fresh petals, and faint fragrance of ingredients, spreading through the entire bluestone courtyard. The morning light was just right, the cooking smoke was beginning to warm, laughter was tender, and time seemed to slow. The warmth of the hearth rose from the courtyard, gentleness was hidden in every dawn and dusk, the clear light never betrayed the days, and the human world was at peace year after year. The morning light grew increasingly clear and warm, steadily spreading across the entire courtyard, dispelling the last traces of coolness. Beneath the eaves a gentle breeze wove softly, carrying the faint fragrance of new grass and trees, mingling with the fresh moist scent of mung beans soaked in water, a clean healing ambience that lingered in the courtyard. After a harmonious bustle of activity, the morning's culinary warmth grew richer. Not loud or chaotic, but the tender hearth smoke unique to the little courtyard, peaceful through the years, warming hearts day by day. Upon the stone table the ingredients had been fully prepared and arranged in neat order. Thanks to Yi Wanqing's careful timing, the mung beans soaked for a long while had absorbed the pure spring water, each plump, round, and lustrous, shedding their original dryness, and heft now soft and moist to the touch, just right. She lightly pinched a few beans between her fingertips, feeling the perfect softness, then smiled gently and spoke in a warm, steady voice. The timing is just right. Soaked evenly, neither underdone nor too soft. When we mash them into sand it will be exquisitely smooth, and the cake will have the finest texture. When Ruashi, watching nearby, nodded with eager anticipation, her small face full of earnestness, and replied in a crisp voice, I just tested the water temperature. It's perfect. Now is the best time to grind and knead the flour. The mung bean cake will melt in the mouth, refreshing and sweet. As she spoke, she worked with practiced ease, her movements light and precise, carefully draining the soaked beans and placing them in batches into the stone mortar. She lifted the pestle, gently pounding and slowly grinding. Unhurried, methodical each stroke, with just the right force, revealing the refined skill honed over time. Yun Shiyue, carrying a basket of sorted flower petals, leaned lazily by the table, picking out fine impurities while watching Ruashi's focused work. She couldn't help but tease in a relaxed, lively tone. I see now. Ruashi's hands are truly made for handling food. Even pounding mung beans is so gentle and delicate, it's a pleasure to watch. If it were me, I'd probably pound unevenly in a few rough strokes and ruin the good ingredients completely. When Ruashi looked up, her eyes curving into a pure bright smile, and retorted with innocent sincerity, Sister Shiyue just hasn't settled down to do it. You're naturally free-spirited, no need to tie yourself to such fine chores. Everyone has their own strengths. This straightforward, sincere remark made Yun Shiyue laugh even more. Oh, this child not only makes pastries now, but also speaks so well. Every word warms the heart. Yi Wanqing, while helping to sort the ground mung bean flour, gently interjected with a tolerant, serene tone. Each has their own forte. Ruashi is meticulous and patient, best suited for these delicate tasks. Shiyue is free and clear-minded, skilled at creating a leisurely, charming atmosphere. It's precisely because everyone has different temperaments that our little courtyard is so lively, complete, and full of vitality. Su Zichen, who had been quietly arranging ceramic plates nearby, nodded lightly and commented in a soft voice. Each plays their part, each follows their nature. No contention, no rivalry, mutual fulfillment. That is the most precious harmony of this courtyard. Amid their light-hearted chatter, the mung beans in the mortar had been ground into a fine, smooth powder. A basin of warm, delicate pale green, clear and refreshing, clean and elegant. When Ruashi worked swiftly, sifting out coarse bits, then gradually adding warm water and a little sweet honey syrup, gently kneading into a dough. She controlled the sweetness, perfectly, muttering softly as she kneaded. Spring makes the liver prone to dryness, so light food is best. I only added a touch of honey for flavor. It's almost the natural sweetness of the ingredients. Eating several pieces as fine as Sister Qingyuan can enjoy them without worry. Lu Qingyuan stood quietly by the eaves, watching and smiled tenderly, expressing her gratitude softly. Thank you, Ruashi, for always remembering me and considering my needs. No trouble at all. When Ruashi immediately lifted her head, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Making everyone eat happily and peacefully is the greatest joy. The tenderness of everyday life is always hidden in these small, meticulous acts of care. Not ostentatious, not fiery, yet enduring through the years, warming the heart day by day. The kneaded mung bean dough was soft, fine, with just the right moisture. A soothing, healing touch. When Ruashi took a delicate carved pastry mold, pinched equal portions of dough, pressed them into shape, and gently compacted them with smooth, fluent movements. One by one, square, neat mung bean cakes took form. When released from the mold, the patterns were crisp and exquisite, simple, yet elegant. The light green hue was fresh and refined. Just looking at them brought a sense of coolness and made one's mouth water. Su Zichen stepped forward gracefully, her movements elegant and refined, arranging the finished cakes in an orderly, staggered pattern. With her deft touch, the simple arrangement gained a classical charm, pleasing to the eye and full of texture. Excellent appearance, Su Zichen commented softly, looking at the delicate cakes on the plate. The color is clean, the patterns neat, light, and elegant, perfectly matching the gentle temperament of spring. Everything was prepared, leaving only the final steaming process. When Ruashi picked up a full plate of shaped cakes, turned to the young man standing quietly by the stove, and said cheerfully with smiling eyes, Brother Linshan, all the cakes are ready, just waiting for you to start steaming. Linshan looked up, his gaze falling on the delicate, refreshing cakes on the plate. A warm light flickered in his eyes and his voice was gentle and steady. Good. I've already adjusted the heat. It's stable and moderate. It won't overcook or collapse and will best lock in the sweet flavor. He stepped forward, took the plate steadily, and carefully placed the cakes one by one into the steamer, covering the lid tightly. Every movement was meticulous and thorough, leaving no room for error. Yun Shiyue watched him handle everything with such care, and couldn't help teasing again in a lazy, playful tone. Our little courtyard's assembly line is truly perfected. Someone skillfully makes the cakes, someone elegantly arranges them, someone steadily controls the fire. Everyone has their role, and no one has to work hard. It's a life of pure enjoyment. It's because everyone cooperates harmoniously. Linshan responded simply, his gaze fixed on the steady flame, his words brief, and his nature calm, never seeking praise. Lu Qingyuan watched his quiet, steady back, smiled gently, and added softly, It's because he provides a solid foundation that we can be so leisurely and focused. This gentle, sincere acknowledgement made Linshan glance back, his eyes tender and warm. He nodded lightly, answering without words. Yi Wanqing, observing their tender, harmonious interaction, stepped in with a warm smile to ease the sweet awkwardness. All right, stop teasing. Let's wait quietly. The cakes will be softest and sweetest when steamed. They taste best when hot. The gentle warmth of hearth fades when they cool. Everyone followed her advice, returning to the stone table to sit and wait, relaxed and carefree. The spring breeze blew through the courtyard, gently stirring leaves and blossoms. Light and shadow shifted in dappled patterns, time flowing slowly and peacefully. The waiting time was never dull, for with dear friends and family nearby, soft laughter and warm hearts turned ordinary waiting into a gentle, leisurely moment. Yun Shuyue took a sip of the slightly cooled tea and sighed lazily. These unhurried days of waiting for food have truly worn away all the restlessness of the world. In the past, I always thought life had to be rushed, always striving to be first. Now I understand that slowing down, guarding the hearth, and being with good company is the true fulfillment. When the heart is at peace, the years are calm. Yi Wanqing agreed softly. Once one sheds greed and restlessness and gains contentment and ease, every day is a good day, every year is peaceful. Su Zichen lightly touched the cool cup and said serenely, "The warmth of hearth soothes the heart most, the plainest days last the longest." That is probably the truth. When Ruashi propped her chin, staring at the steamer with expectant eyes, and murmured softly, "I'm already craving it. The faint fragrance tells me today's cakes will be absolutely delicious." The group of graceful women spoke softly, chatted idly, and the atmosphere was soothing, healing, and tenderly prolonged. Before long, from the gaps of the steamer, lit an increasingly rich, sweet aroma began to emerge. Pure, clean, refreshing, with no hint of cloying heaviness. The gentle fragrance of mung beans mingled with the unique, moist warmth of spring, slowly spreading through the entire courtyard, dispelling the last traces of morning laziness, refreshing the soul, and healing the heart. The fragrance deepened the heat, perfectly timed. Lin Shen stepped forward, extinguished the fire steadily, waited a moment for the steam to subside, then gently lifted the lid. White steam rose in curling wisps, carrying a sweet, lingering aroma that rushed forward and wrapped around everyone gently. The mung bean cakes in the steamer were of perfect appearance. A uniform tender pale green, glossy and fine, with clear, delicate patterns, full and neat, neither cracked nor collapsed, neither dry nor hard. They looked refreshing and endearing. He patiently waited for the heat to dissipate, then steadily lifted the cakes out, handling them with care, and placed them gently before the group. "They're out." When Ruashi's eyes lit up instantly. She jumped up joyfully, her brows curved in a brilliant smile. "Perfect color. They look so soft, sweet, and melt in the mouth." Yun Shiyue, looking at the delicate, refreshing cakes, teased with a laugh. "Just from the aroma and appearance, I know we're in for a treat today." Ruashi's skill is truly refined, and with Lin Shen's perfect heat control, it's a match made in heaven, unrivaled. Everyone laughed softly at her words, the courtyard filled with gentle laughter and warm harmony. Lu Qingyuan picked up a small mung bean cake. The cool, delicate texture greeted her fingertips. She took a small bite, and the sweet, refreshing taste slowly melted on her tongue. Light, not greasy, warm, and agreeable, with just the right sweetness, gently soothing her spirit. A tender smile spread in her eyes, and she praised softly, "Refreshing and sweet, with an excellent texture. Perfect for spring, it doesn't cloy at all." Having earned Lu Qingyuan's approval, when Ruashi was overjoyed and said energetically, "I'll keep experimenting with spring dishes, changing the menu every day, so everyone can enjoy sweet flavors all season long." Yi Wanqing savored the cake and nodded with a gentle smile. Light and nourishing, warm and gentle on the stomach, neither dry nor greasy, perfect for spring. Such small culinary details are the best for body and soul. Su Zichen tasted slowly and smiled serenely. The color is clear, the flavor is clear, the heart is clear. The essence of the four seasons enters the food, the tenderness of the world gathers in the heart. The group sat around the stone table, sharing the sweet, delicate cakes, sipping warm tea, their laughter soft, and the years peaceful. On the stone steps not far away, the 6 elders basked quietly in the warm sun, breathing in the sweet fragrance of the courtyard, listening to the gentle, lively chatter of the younger ones. Their brows were serene, their hearts full of contentment. Lin Yuan smiled lightly, his tone wise and content. A stove of hearth smoke, a plate of clear cakes, a courtyard of leisurely people. No strife, no disturbance, peaceful through the years. Such ordinary daily life is the highest form of pure joy in the world. Bai Heng nodded gently and echoed softly. The young are steady in guarding the hearth, the graceful women brew tenderness and joy. Together day and night, caring for each other. Each year gentle, each day complete. Qing Yuan's gaze was calm as he looked at the warm scene in the courtyard and said slowly, "New shoots gather strength steadily, the years nurture them gently. Each day improving, each step serene. The future holds smoothness and abundance." A warm breeze swept through the courtyard, the fragrance of cakes filled the air, laughter lingered, and the hearth smoke was tender. A stove of crisp cakes steamed the pure joy of spring, a courtyard of tenderness guarded the peace of the years. The warmest thing in the world is nothing more than ordinary hearth smoke, the company of loved ones, and a life free of worries through the years. The afternoon sunlight gradually softened, shedding its bright noontime heat to become a warm hazy gold that gently blanketed the entire stone courtyard. Wind chimes tinkled lightly beneath the eaves, sparrows chirped softly among the branches, and a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying away the lingering sweetness of mung bean treats, while bringing in the delicate fragrance of flowers and trees, a sweet and elegant blend that brewed the unique tranquility of the small yard. On the stone table, the remaining mung bean cakes were carefully stored away, a white porcelain dish covered with a fine gauze quietly preserving their warmth and sweet aroma. Having savored the sweet and tender cakes, everyone felt a lingering sweetness in their mouths, their hearts soothed and relaxed, enveloped in a lazy and comfortable sense of ease, with no trace of hurried restlessness. The flower tea petals that had been set out to dry in the morning were now half dried by the spring sun, their colors growing warmer and more translucent, shedding their morning freshness for a refined, settled elegance. They lay quietly in the bamboo sieve, wafting a faint, ethereal fragrance as the evening breeze passed through. Yun Shuiwe bent over beside the bamboo sieve, her fingertips idly sifting through the layers of petals, her movements languid and casual, yet meticulous and orderly. She looked up at the drifting clouds on the horizon, then glanced at the leisurely figures in the courtyard, her tone relaxed and serene, with a hint of natural teasing. I've truly figured out the rhythm of our little yard now. Morning tea and cakes, afternoon waiting for the lingering fragrance, every day filled with scents, sweets, and companionship. Such a peaceful, simple joy is a blessing that can't be sought outside. When Rawashi was busy arranging the pastry molds, wiping each tool clean and placing them neatly. Hearing this, she immediately looked up, her eyes curving into a soft, pure smile, and nodded earnestly yes. Every day is peaceful and happy, without worries, only endless sweetness and endless flowers. To live like this is truly happiness. Yun Shuiwe straightened up and stretched lazily, her eyes languid, and a faint smile playing on her lips. You've always been the most content. No wonder, with nothing in the yard to trouble you, you just focus on sweets and fun, so your nature has grown so soft and pure. When Rawashi's cheeks flushed slightly at the remark, she put down the tools and gently defended herself, her tone innocent and sincere. But everyone is accompanying each other well. Brother Lin Shun silently takes care of all the chores. The sisters are gentle and accommodating, and I just make some simple snacks. It's hardly a merit. Yi Wanqing sat by the stone table warming tea, her fingertips gently holding the teacup and swaying it slowly, the clear tea shimmering with a warm luster. Hearing this, she smiled gently and interjected softly, her demeanor encompassing and calm. Everyone has their own duties and gives their heart. Some tend to the earthly chores, others manage the delicate softness. No one makes a deliberate effort, it's all willing care for one another, which is what makes this yard complete year after year. Su Zichen stood quietly beside the bamboo sieve, her fingertips carefully smoothing out the unevenly dried petals, her movements elegant and meticulous. She never joined in the playful banter, only offering a brief, cool, and gentle comment. When hearts turn toward each other, tenderness is given mutually, without force or strain. Only then can ordinary days stretch long and peaceful. While they chatted softly, Lu Qingyuan sat serenely under the eaves, her posture relaxed and at ease. The soft afternoon light fell gently on her brows and hair, shedding her former fragility and highlighting her refined, gentle charm. She listened quietly to the laughter and conversation, a faint smile always on her lips, her eyes filled with the warmth of contentment. Lin Shun, as always, remained steady and unassuming, not joining the excitement or teasing. While everyone had gathered around the table for cakes and idle talk, he had already silently cleaned up the stove, washed the steaming utensils, and arranged the kitchen spotlessly, leaving no trace of the mess, quietly taking care of all the trivial details. After finishing, he walked out of the kitchen and looked up to see the peaceful scene in the courtyard. Warm light covered the ground, flowers and trees were soft, the beauties sat together laughing, and time seemed gentle and serene. A warm, tender light unconsciously spread in his eyes. Lu Qingyuan noticed his figure and turned to look at him with tender eyes, her voice soft and caring. You've been busy all this time. Hard work. Lin Shin walked slowly closer, his posture steady and warm, his gaze falling on her with clear, affectionate eyes, his voice low and gentle. It's nothing. Just a small effort, as it should be. This simple response, without flowery words or deliberate sentiment, was sincere and honest, yet it brought a deep sense of reassurance to everyone's hearts. This tender, silent interaction was caught by the sharp-eyed Yun Shuiwe, who immediately curved her brows and teased slowly with just the right touch of humor. You two are like this every day. One always caring, the one always thorough. And we're just here to enjoy the blessings and join the fun. The contrast is too stark. Her gentle tease drew a few soft laughs in the courtyard, making the atmosphere even softer and more relaxed without any deliberate excitement. A faint warmth crept over Lu Qingyuan's ears, but she didn't shy away. She only lowered her eyes and smiled softly, defending him in a whisper. He's never good with words, always doing things without saying them. You all love to tease him. The warmth in Lin Shen's eyes deepened. He accepted the good-natured teasing calmly, without defense or fanfare, only nodding gently and saying firmly, being able to keep everyone safe and at ease. It's all worth it. Yi Wanqing, seeing their tender interaction, gently eased the mood and naturally steered the conversation back to the present. All right, stop teasing them. The sky is growing late, the sunset light is soft, and the breeze is warm and moist, perfect for drying flower tea and locking in the fragrance. Petals dried in such weather will have the richest, most lasting aroma. Everyone withdrew their gaze and quietly busied themselves with their tasks. The liveliness in the courtyard faded a little, replaced by the serene stillness unique to twilight. A perfect balance of motion and stillness, gentle and just right. When Rawashi moved to the bamboo sieve, crouched down and carefully examined the drying petals, her fingertips gently brushing over the soft flower slices, her eyes full of delight. Once these petals are fully dried, the tea brewed from them will be clear, sweet, and elegant, much gentler than ordinary flower tea. A cup before bed will soothe the mind and calm the heart. Perfect. Yun Shuiyue continued to tend to the petals, casually laughing lightly at the remark. Only you have such a delicate heart, arranging our daily lives so thoughtfully. Sweet treats to satisfy cravings during the day, elegant flower tea to calm the mind at night. Every day brings a little surprise. Life is truly comfortable. I just love these gentle little things when Ruashi said, lifting her face, her eyes clear and pure, her smile clean and healing. Being able to make ordinary days fragrant and sweet and make everyone feel comfortable and happy, that's my greatest joy. Su Zichen lowered her head to carefully arrange the petals, placing the scattered ones neatly in order, and smiled faintly, adding softly, it's the small mundane details that nourish the soul. It's these bits of tender care that fill the blank spaces of time, making ordinary days fresh and joyful year after year. Once the petals are completely dry, I'll store them in jars away from light, preserving the entire season's spring fragrance. With elder sister Zichen taking care of the storage, I'm completely at ease. When Ruashi said, her eyes curving with joy, her tone sincere. Everything you store is always clean, secure, and the fragrance lasts for ages. They chatted softly, unhurried while tending to their tasks. A blend of movement and stillness, gentle and measured, full of healing domestic warmth. With nothing left to do, Lin Chen stood quietly beside Lu Qingyuan, silently accompanying her with gentle care. He didn't force conversation or try to be amusing, only stood by, his attentiveness showing in every subtle detail. When he noticed she had been sitting for a long time and her posture was slightly stiff, he quietly brought a soft stool. When the evening breeze turned cool, he gently shifted to block the chill. All his care was hidden in these small gestures, gentle and silent. Lu Qingyuan felt the steady warmth by her side, a deep sense of peace in her heart. She spoke softly, her tone full of understanding and contentment. In the past, I always longed for a grand and spectacular life. Only after experiencing storms did I realize that a calm, peaceful daily life like this is the rarest form of fulfillment. Lin Chen looked down at her, his eyes warm and steady, his words sincere and reassuring. From now on, every year will be like this. Calm, gentle, with tender domestic warmth. I will guard this little courtyard, guard you, guard this peaceful joy of life, unchanged through the years. His gentle words drifted with the evening breeze, soft and lingering, warm and heavy, melting into the twilight's quiet smoke. The sky slowly turned to dusk, the setting sun's glow spilling over the green-tiled eaves, bathing the entire courtyard in a warm orange light. The shadows of flowers and trees danced in patches, the evening breeze grew softer and cooler, shedding the day's heat. The courtyard was left with only the sweet fragrance of flowers and a faint tea aroma lingering and serene. On the stone steps the 6 elders still sat in tranquil leisure, bathed in the sunset's soft light, listening to the gentle words in the courtyard, smelling the faint floral scent, their brows calm and hearts at peace, quietly watching this scene of eternal tranquility. Lin Yuan gazed at the tender, warm scene in the courtyard and laughed softly. The daytime is lively and vibrant, the evening is serene and healing. One movement, one stillness, one lively, one quiet. This is the most comfortable way to live. Bai Heng nodded gently, his voice soft and tender. The young man stands firm, guarding the peace of the years. The beauties are gentle, brewing simple joys. Together day and night, they complete each other without strife or worldly troubles, peaceful and fulfilled year after year. Qing Yuan's eyes were calm and warm, watching the dusk settle slowly in the courtyard, and said softly, only after splendor fades do we know the value of simplicity. Only after storms do we appreciate the rarity of peace. When hearts turn toward kindness and time is gentle, the road ahead will surely be smooth and full. Ji Yu smiled softly and added, gently, nourished daily by the warmth of home, constantly wrapped in tenderness without need to struggle or drift. This ordinary life is the most perfect cultivation for mortals. The evening breeze wound leisurely through the courtyard, the fragrance of flowers curled softly, the tea aroma lingered faintly, and soft laughter scattered gently, filling the entire small yard with tenderness. On the bamboo sieve the petals were soft, their fragrance lingering. In the stone courtyard human warmth was gentle, time was peaceful. The setting sun gilded everything, the twilight gathered warmth, and the courtyard was filled with gentle, quiet joy. Peaceful days and nights year after year. The afternoon sunlight gradually softened, shedding its bright noontime heat to become a warm, hazy gold that gently blanketed the entire stone courtyard. Wind chimes tinkled lightly beneath the eaves, sparrows chirped softly among the branches, and a gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying away the lingering sweetness of mung bean treats, while bringing in the delicate fragrance of flowers and trees. A sweet and elegant blend that brewed the unique tranquility of the small yard. On the stone table, the remaining mung bean cakes were carefully stored away, a white porcelain dish covered with a fine gauze, quietly preserving their warmth and sweet aroma. Having savored the sweet and tender cakes, everyone felt a lingering sweetness in their mouths, their hearts soothed and relaxed, enveloped in a lazy and comfortable sense of ease, with no trace of hurried restlessness. The flower tea petals that had been set out to dry in the morning were now half dried by the spring sun, their colors growing warmer and more translucent, shedding their morning freshness for a refined, settled elegance. They lay quietly in the bamboo sieve, wafting a faint, ethereal fragrance as the evening breeze passed through. Yun Shuiwe bent over beside the bamboo, sieve her fingertips idly sifting through the layers of petals, her movements languid and casual, yet meticulous and orderly. She looked up at the drifting clouds on the horizon, then glanced at the leisurely figures in the courtyard, her tone relaxed and serene, with a hint of natural teasing. I've truly figured out the rhythm of our little yard now. Morning tea and cakes, afternoon waiting for the lingering fragrance, every day filled with scents, sweets, and companionship. Such a peaceful, simple joy is a blessing that can't be sought outside. When Rawashi was busy arranging the pastry molds, wiping each tool clean and placing them neatly. Hearing this, she immediately looked up, her eyes curving into a soft, pure smile, and nodded earnestly yes. Every day is peaceful and happy without worries, only endless sweetness and endless flowers. To live like this is truly happiness. Yun Shuiwe straightened up and stretched lazily, her eyes languid, and a faint smile playing on her lips. You've always been the most content. No wonder, with nothing in the yard to trouble you, you just focus on sweets and fun, so your nature has grown so soft and pure. When Rawashi's cheeks flushed slightly at the remark, she put down the tools and gently defended herself, her tone innocent and sincere. But everyone is accompanying each other well. Brother Lin Shun silently takes care of all the chores. The sisters are gentle and accommodating, and I just make some simple snacks. It's hardly a merit. Yi Wanqing sat by the stone table warming tea, her fingertips gently holding the teacup and swaying it slowly, the clear tea shimmering with a warm luster. Hearing this, she smiled gently and interjected softly, her demeanor encompassing and calm. Everyone has their own duties and gives their heart. Some tend to the earthly chores, others manage the delicate softness. No one makes a deliberate effort, it's all willing care for one another, which is what makes this yard complete year after year. Su Zichen stood quietly beside the bamboo, sieve, her fingertips carefully smoothing out the unevenly dried petals, her movements elegant and meticulous. She never joined in the playful banter, only offering a brief, cool, and gentle comment. When hearts turn toward each other, tenderness is given mutually, without force or strain. Only then can ordinary days stretch long and peaceful. While they chatted softly, Lu Qingyuan sat serenely under the eaves, her posture relaxed and at ease. The soft afternoon light fell gently on her brows and hair, shedding her former fragility and highlighting her refined, gentle charm. The soft orange glow of the setting sun gently brushed over the green-tiled eaves, tenderly dissipating the day's vibrant warmth. The clear sky shed its intense hues, blending into a soft layer of pale gray, slowly gathering the cozy warmth that had lingered in the courtyard all day, melting into the evening breeze. The night breeze was refreshingly cool, casting off the lazy warmth of the afternoon, carrying a light chill as it wandered through the courtyard, gently brushing past the flowers and leaves, soothing the day's fatigue, leaving the entire small yard feeling crisp and relaxed. In the bamboo sieve by the corridor, the various petals that had been dried in the sun were now thoroughly crisp, their colors exceptionally pleasing. Gone was their morning moisture and delicate appearance, each petal now light and fluffy, airy and translucent, their once vivid hues preserved gracefully, with no hint of withering or dullness. After a full day of gentle sunshine, the rich fragrance of the petals was securely locked in the vibrant intensity of the day, subdued into a refined, lingering, cool scent. As the night breeze passed, the bamboo sieve swayed gently, causing the fine petal shadows to tremble softly, and the subtle floral fragrance filled the entire courtyard, refreshing and soothing, lingering long. The lively and vibrant moments of the day slowly came to a close, yet the people in the yard showed no sign of fatigue, still leisurely tidying up the scattered fragments of daylight. Their movements were relaxed and unhurried, without any hint of rushed finality. The day's playful hustle and bustle gradually settled, shedding its noise and restlessness, leaving behind both the serene tranquility of approaching dusk and the tender warmth of companionship, creating a perfect atmosphere. Su Zichen walked slowly to the corridor and picked up several plain white ceramic tea canisters, their surfaces smooth and lustrous, translucent and warm. Their simple and elegant appearance perfectly matched the pure and refined nature of the spring petals. She stood quietly in the corridor, bending down with lowered eyes, her fingertips applying gentle and restrained force as she carefully gathered the dried petals from the sieve, her movements precise and measured, afraid that a little too much pressure would crush these delicate remnants of spring. Patiently, she layered the scattered petals into the canister, neither pressing nor piling them, arranging them evenly and neatly to preserve the complete shape and rich fragrance as much as possible. Throughout the process, she was focused and meticulous, her brows gentle and serene, each movement imbued with an elegant classical charm, quiet and soothing, becoming a tranquil and beautiful scene in the soft twilight. When Rawashi crouched beside her, resting her chin on her hand, watching with keen interest, her bright eyes filled with starlight and anticipation, her voice sweet and soft, carrying the unique vitality of a young girl. Sister Zichen is so meticulous, storing them so neatly. This jar of spring fragrance will surely last a long time. When the cold autumn and winter winds blow and flowers wither, we can brew a pot of flower tea and instantly recall today's warm sun and gentle breeze, reliving the full tenderness of spring. Su Zichen's fingertips gently brushed over the cool, smooth surface of the ceramic canister, a faint smile curving her eyes as she nodded, her voice clear and warm, still gentle. Kept away from light, sealed from moisture, and thus the spirit and fragrance of the flowers can be firmly preserved. Hiding the fleeting spring in plain canisters, whenever we sit idly in the seasons to come, we can brew a pot of clear tea and savor a wisp of floral fragrance year after year, tasting the sweetness of spring. This is the best way to treasure gentle moments. Yun Shuiwei lazily leaned against the edge of the bluestone table, her gaze drifting leisurely over her focused figure, a relaxed smile playing on her lips, her tone casual and lively, with just the right touch of teasing. Only you can perform the most painstaking, delicate tasks in our yard with such grace and ease. The rest of us can never sit still, always chatting and playing, living carefree, but you alone have the patience to carefully collect beauty, turning the fleeting spring light into a lasting warmth that never fades. Su Zichen's eyes curved slightly, a faint serene smile spreading across her face. She did not deliberately respond, but continued to focus on the task at hand. Naturally reserved and composed, she disliked noise, yet she was gentle and tolerant. Such quiet, meditative tasks of collecting beauty perfectly suited her tranquil and peaceful nature. Yi Wanqing carefully filled a pot with warm mountain spring water and neatly arranged the celadon teacups, her movements gentle and efficient. She looked up at the gradually deepening twilight in the courtyard, watching the relaxed and lively expressions of the group, and said with a gentle smile, "As dusk falls and the breeze turns cool, let's first have a warm cup of tea to soothe the throat and warm the body. The day's bustle is slowly fading, there's no need to be formal at night. Let's be calm and at ease, rest well, and settle the day's relaxed mood." Layers of twilight painted the sky, and the last trace of evening glow slowly dissolved. The shadows of the eaves gently lengthened, softly covering the bluestone ground, and the entire courtyard took on a soft, tranquil hue. The lively and vibrant atmosphere of the day gradually settled, and the unique, quiet peace of the night spread over the entire yard, calming the heart, shedding all restlessness and laziness. Lin Shun, noticing the evening breeze growing cooler and carrying the dampness of the night, quietly rose to inspect the courtyard. He gently closed most of the wide-open windows and carefully smoothed out the fluttering corridor curtains, firmly blocking the invading cool night breeze. A series of gentle, silent, and thorough actions shielding the small yard from the evening chill, leaving only a refreshing breeze passing through the courtyard, tender and pleasant. With everything taken care of, he remained silent, without seeking praise or acknowledgement, quietly returning to Lu Qingyuan's side, silently accompanying her with gentle vigilance. His tall and steady figure stood in the twilight light, forming a safe harbor, silently offering a sense of security. Lu Qingyuan sat quietly under the corridor, taking in all his subtle and thorough care, warmth filling her heart, a gentle smile on her lips, her voice warm and sincere. "The sky has just turned dark, and the night breeze hasn't even risen, yet you've already taken care of everything in the yard, thoughtful, in every detail, never a single oversight." Lin Chen looked back at her with tender eyes, his gaze clear and affectionate, pure and warm, his low voice steady and reassuring. "The temperature difference at night is large, and the night breeze is easy to chill. Taking care of things in advance ensures everyone can sleep peacefully and soundly, undisturbed by the cold." His words were simple and straightforward, without flowery embellishments or deliberate tender sentimentality, yet they held the most subtle and silent protection, each word sincere and heartwarming, gentle and reliable. Yun Shuiwei took a light sip of warm tea, just catching the sight of their tacit and tender interaction, and couldn't help but chuckle, her tone relaxed and vivid without any hint of teasing. "I've finally fully grasped the blessings of our small yard. Others have to face the wind and rain, dealing with problems as they come, but we are at ease. Before the wind and rain even show signs, someone silently shields us from all potential troubles and chills, providing a steady foundation every day." These words were spoken with genuine clarity, stripped of playfulness, leaving only heartfelt gratitude, gentle and healing. When Rawashi immediately nodded in agreement, her little face serious, her eyes sparkling, her voice sweet and lively. Right. Brother Lin Shen always thinks ahead and covers everything silently, taking care of all the trivial chores in the yard. We can just enjoy the flowers, sip tea, and live leisurely, never having to worry about any wind or rain. It's truly blissful." Facing everyone's sincere praise and gratitude, Lin Shun remained extremely concise and composed, only responding lightly and warmly. "It's just a small effort, my duty, no need to mention." Yi Wanqing smiled, with her eyes chiming in gently at the right moment, her demeanor warm and inclusive. "This is the most precious kind of stability. True protection never needs to be flaunted. It is hidden in the daily details of blocking the wind at dusk, sweeping away the dew at dawn, and providing a solid foundation year after year, silent and enduring." Several people sat around the stone table, chatting softly and leisurely, the atmosphere relaxed and harmonious, a perfect balance of activity and stillness. There was no loud noise, no superficial politeness, only the gentle night and the company of loved ones, every word warm and healing, filled with lively yet stable traces of everyday life. After a moment, Su Zichen methodically sealed the last jar of flower tea, pressing it firmly, and neatly placed the plain white ceramic canisters on the dry wooden shelf under the corridor. Several elegant canisters stood in orderly rows, slightly staggered, quietly resting in the twilight light, secretly preserving the sweet aftertaste of an entire spring, elegant and gentle with profound meaning. All stored properly. She slowly turned and sat down, her expression clear and serene, a gentle smile on her face. In the future, whenever we have leisure, we can brew a cup of flowers, and a wisp of spring fragrance will accompany us through the days and the years in peace. This is so wonderful. When Ruashi's eyes curved with pure joy, her face full of delight. Making cakes, drying flowers, preserving fragrance in spring. Bit by bit, we capture the tenderness and beauty of spring, adding countless gentle thoughts and yearly expectations to our ordinary days. The evening breeze drifted gently through the courtyard, lightly swaying the branches and leaves, producing a soft rustling sound that filled the yard. The last trace of daytime warmth completely dissipated, and the night grew quieter and more distant. Gradually, tiny stars appeared in the sky, their soft hazy light falling on the eaves and branches, casting a gentle healing twilight atmosphere over the tranquil yard. Lu Qingyuan looked up at the starry sky and the tender night, her eyes filled with clear warmth, her voice slow and lingering. In the past, I always lamented that the 4 seasons pass quickly, that spring is fleeting and prosperity comes and goes. Now, living in this small yard, I understand that spring never really slips away. We cherish the moments, preserve the tenderness, and store the beauty of each day, so every season feels like spring, and every day is peaceful. Lin Shen stood quietly by her side, listening intently to her words, his gaze tender and full of certainty, his words sincere and earnest. As long as this small yard remains stable, and we are together, as before, the light of spring will never fade, the tenderness of the seasons will never end, and the pure joy of life will be endless. Their gentle whispers merged into the hazy night, not ostentatious or intense, leaving only a lasting tacit understanding and yearly peace, hiding all the gentle serenity of the small yard's companionship. On the stone steps, the 6 elders sat quietly, not having left, basking in the cool night dew, calmly overlooking the vibrant scene in the yard. Their expressions were serene and enlightened, watching the lively youth by day and the relaxed tenderness by dusk. Every moment a scene, every season warmed their eyes, full of the rare completeness and pure joy of the mundane world. Lin Yuan smiled lightly, his voice clear and drifting with the wind, tranquil and free. The daytime bustle is lively, the nighttime hearts are calm, balanced between activity and stillness, tension and relaxation. This unhurried, gentle way of living is the highest form of cultivation in the mortal world. Bai Heng nodded gently, his voice soft and warm in agreement. The youth are steady and know how to protect silently, providing a foundation. The gentle women are kind and virtuous, complementing each other. A day of peaceful living concludes without disturbance or regret, leaving only a gentle aftertaste. Such ordinary days are the most genuine form of completeness. Qingyuan's gaze was calm and warm, fixed on the deep night and the scattered stars, speaking slowly. When the heart is at peace, the years are tranquil, accumulating kindness and peace day by day, settling in the heart and infusing the years. The future will naturally be abundant and smooth. Gus smiled softly, adding a gentle conclusion. Without contention or disturbance, cherish time and warmth, preserve spring fragrance, and guard the days and nights. Such pure and relaxed daily life is the most nourishing for the heart and the most settling for the years. The night deepened slowly, the breeze cool and pleasant, the entire courtyard tranquil and serene. The soft light of the eaves lanterns spilled gently, illuminating the neatly arranged canisters and the lush flowers and plants by the corridor. The twilight was tender, and all things returned to stillness. The tea on the stone table was still warm, the fragrance of flowers lingered under the corridor, and the hearts of everyone remained clear and steady. The lively bustle of the day fully settled, leaving behind the quiet peace of the night, the tenderness of companionship through the seasons, and the unchanging serenity of the years. A day of gentle scenes came to a gentle close, the lingering fragrance of spring sealed in jars, the delicate tenderness settled in the heart. The night was calm and undisturbed, the breeze lasted through the years, and the days of mortal life passed slowly and peacefully. The night spread across the sky in layers, gradually dissolving the last trace of twilight on the horizon. The stars and moon, which had been shrouded in a light mist, now shed their haze, and a bright, clear moon slowly ascended, hanging steadily above the green-tiled eaves. The watery moonlight poured down freely, tenderly washing over the entire quaint bluestone courtyard, gently coating everything in the world with a warm silver veil. The distinct patterns of the green tiles were all bathed in the shallow moonlight, appearing warm, translucent, and elegantly refined. The lush green flowers and shrubs clustered at the corner of the wall were adorned with tiny silver specks, their branches drooping slightly, their shadows swaying and casting scattered patterns, forming a tranquil night scene. The evening breeze had completely shed the warm tenderness of the day, turning into a soft, pleasant coolness that meandered slowly through the courtyard. It gently stirred the hanging gauze curtains and swayed the blooming flowers on the branches, carrying the faint fragrance overflowing from the ceramic jars under the eaves, drifting lazily across the entire courtyard. The atmosphere was refreshing, healing, and full of ambience. The lively, bustling energy of the day and the relaxed, carefree chatter of the group gradually settled and faded with the heavy dusk. As the noise died down, the courtyard returned to its gentle, quiet serenity, unique to the night. The clamor of carriages and horses, the rush of worldly affairs were all shut out. Only the bright moonlight, the gentle breeze, the lingering fragrance of flowers, and the beloved family and friends who accompanied each other day and night remained peacefully guarding one another through the years, enjoying comfort and ease every night. No one in the courtyard felt the least bit sleepy, and none were willing to retreat to their rooms early. Their hearts were filled with a longing for the tender night scene of the refreshing breeze and the bright moon. During the day, everyone had their own duties, busy with baking pastries, drying petals, and managing the trivialities of daily life. Their steps were hurried, and they had not a moment of leisure. Finally, having seized the peaceful time after nightfall, they gathered leisurely around the stone table, chatting and laughing while savoring the relaxed joy and serene moments that belonged exclusively to the night. Yi Wanqing gently stirred the charcoal fire in the tea stove. Spots of warm light flickered slightly, and a soft warmth spread around her, dispelling the coolness of the night breeze. The spring water in the silver kettle was quietly warming. Wisps of pure white steam rose slowly, and the gentle warmth of the fire mingled with the sweet fragrance of flowers lingering in the courtyard, intertwining and blending tenderly. She looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, her brow gentle and relaxed. Her voice was soft and cheerful, shedding her usual calm composure and gaining a touch of casual ease. The sky is exceptionally clear tonight, cloudless and fogless. The moonlight is bright, and the evening breeze is gentle, neither dry nor cool. It is perfect for sitting together, chatting, relaxing, and relieving the fatigue of the day. When Ruashi gently supported the edge of the stone table with both hands, her small feet dangling and swaying lightly. Her appearance was lively, charming, and adorable. Her clear eyes sparkled, reflecting the scattered moonlight and the little lights of the night sky. She responded softly and cheerfully, her tone full of joy. I love the night in this courtyard the most. No need to hurry to prepare ingredients or tidy up, and no need to worry about all sorts of trivial matters. I can just freely enjoy the wind and moonlight, laugh, and play with everyone, light and unrestrained. There is nothing more comfortable and peaceful than this. Yun Shuiwei lazily leaned against the cool stone table, her fingers idly picking up a tiny petal that had drifted in the wind, twirling it between her fingers. Her brow was relaxed and smiling, her expression lazy and carefree, her tone lively and natural with a touch of detachment. Only a life like ours in this courtyard can be considered true enjoyment. People outside are busy all day, rushing about, and even at night their hearts are restless with countless thoughts. Even a peaceful sleep is a luxury. In contrast, we have interesting daily tasks to keep us busy during the day and beautiful scenery of wind and moonlight to enjoy at night. Every day is leisurely and free. Every year is free from worry. Such a life is truly enviable. Always clear-minded and insightful, she knew best how to cherish the present and enjoy the moment. Her casual, idle words vividly described the unique serenity and joy of the courtyard life, making it deeply appealing. Su Zichen sat gracefully to one side, her posture elegant and composed. Her gaze gently swept over the rows of plain white ceramic jars under the eaves. The bright moonlight fell on the smooth, warm surfaces of the jars, creating a soft, gentle glow. A faint, serene smile touched the corners of her lips. Her voice was clear and lively, completely shedding its usual quiet restraint. During the day, we stored the fragrance and warmth with our own hands, carefully preserving the beauty of spring. At night, we sit quietly enjoying the moonlight and the breeze, savoring the peace. The beauties of the four seasons each hold new meanings, and every morning and evening hide unexpected small surprises. Such a plain, warm daily life is the most precious stability and fulfillment in the world. The group exchanged words one after another, their soft voices alternating in conversation, the rhythm relaxed and lively, perfectly balanced. There was no deliberate noise or clamor, yet it was filled with the vibrant warmth of close friends and family accompanying each other through the day and night. It added a touch of worldly warmth and lively spirit to the originally quiet, cool, moonlit night. Lu Qingyuan sat quietly by the stone table. The gentle moonlight poured down freely, softly falling upon her brows and dark hair. With the passage of time, she had completely shed the frailty, timidity, and insecurity of the past, making her temperament even more gentle, elegant, serene, and moving. She slowly raised her eyes to gaze at the bright moon, her eyes filled with gentle starlight and clear warmth. She spoke softly with emotion. In the past, living alone in the mundane world, drifting and wandering, I always felt the night was cold and the moon was desolate. When I was alone, my heart was full of loneliness and chill. Now settled in this courtyard, every night the lights are warm and everyone gathers together in lively company. Even the usually cold moonlight has become warm and full of warmth. For the rest of my life, there will never be a trace of loneliness again. Her voice was soft and lingering, spoken slowly and deliberately. Each word came from the deepest truth of her heart. After experiencing the storms and vicissitudes of life and seeing the vanities of the world, this was the purest contentment and cherishment of the peaceful daily life before her. Lin Shen sat quietly beside her, his posture steady, upright, and warm. He instinctively leaned slightly to one side, carefully shielding her from a wisp of the cool night breeze. His gaze was always tender and affectionate, firmly fixed on her brows and eyes. His tone was firm and gentle, every word sincere. In the years to come, every morning and evening, every night will be like this. Warm moon, gentle breeze, peaceful and undisturbed. With everyone accompanying you for a long time, and with me watching over you year after year, the long nights will have no cold, and the years will have no surprises. Such a simple, gentle promise, unadorned, and without any flowery embellishment, without any stirring or passionate rhetoric. Yet every word was solid, every sentence heartwarming, surpassing all the grandiose speeches in the world, soothing and comforting the heart. This scene of tacit understanding, tenderness, and peaceful times was completely caught by the observant Yunxiue, who was nearby. Her eyes immediately curved into a bright smile, a radiant grin spreading across her face. She teased gently, her tone lively and perfectly measured, full of goodwill. You two are truly the same from beginning to end, day and night never changing. During the day you care for and support each other, having each other's backs. At night you warm each other's hearts and tenderly stay by each other's side. At every moment you are so perfectly in sync, so gentle and affectionate. It warms our hearts to see this, and we can't help but feel envious. Lu Qingyuan's ears instantly flushed with a faint rosy hue, a touch of gentle shyness coloring her cheeks. She lowered her eyes and pressed her lips together, smiling softly. Her voice was gentle and mild with a hint of slight hesitation. It's just ordinary companionship in daily life, plain and simple, nothing special. Being teased like this makes it seem intentionally forced and awkward. Lin Shun remained as reticent as ever, saying little. He did not argue or boast, but only a warm, gentle light flowed deep in his eyes. He quietly guarded her side, maintaining his usual steady and composed demeanor, silently protecting the tenderness of the years beside him. He calmly accepted the good-natured teasing of the others, tender and resolute. Yi Wanxing watched with a smile in her eyes, and at the right moment, she gently spoke up to ease the situation. Her voice was warm and light, skillfully dissolving the slight awkwardness in the air. It is just a matter of ordinary companionship following the heart. Why be shy or reserved? The most touching warmth in the world is never about dramatic, stunning scenes, but about this kind of daily companionship, the tender details and long-lasting togetherness that remain the same year after year. As the group chatted and laughed, the spring water in the silver kettle on the stone had already reached the perfect warmth. Wispy, pure white steam rose slowly, and a gentle warmth spread around them, lightly dispelling the slight coolness carried by the night breeze. The courtyard was filled with warmth. When Ruashi's eyes suddenly lit up, her expression bright and joyful. She immediately stood up briskly and stepped forward, deftly taking over the tea-making task. Her movements were lively and swift, full of energy. The water temperature is just right. Let me brew a pot of the spring flower tea we newly dried and sealed today. Let's savor the fragrance of spring stored in the ceramic jar. Accompanied by the bright moon, the evening breeze, and idle chat under the moonlight, it will be perfect. She had always loved these gentle, small pleasures of daily life. Her nature was delicate and passionate. Though her tea-making technique was not as elegant and meticulous as Su Zichen's, it was compensated by her full enthusiasm and careful attention. She reached up and took down the flower tea jar that had been resting under the eaves. Gently pinching a small amount of the dry, fluffy petals, she placed them into a plain white, delicate teacup, then poured in the hot spring water. In an instant, the elegant, lingering fragrance of flowers rose, tangling and blending with the light, mellow aroma of the tea. The refreshing, pleasant scent filled the air, refreshing the mind and heart. The clear, transparent tea soup gradually took on a shallow, tender green hue. The color was refreshing and elegant, the floral fragrance pure and refined, the tea flavor lingering and mellow. Just the elegant scent lingering around the nose was enough to relax the tense mind and completely sweep away the drowsiness and restlessness of the entire day. When Ruashi held the warm teacup, brought it to her nose, and sniffed gently. Her eyes curved into a bright smile, her expression sweet and joyful, her heart full of delight, so fragrant. Working hard to dry the flowers and store their fragrance during the day, and leisurely brewing tea and savoring the aroma at night, we have blended all the tenderness and sweetness of an entire spring into this cup of tea. Tonight I will surely sleep soundly and sweetly. Yunxiue took the cup and took a small sip. The sweet, lingering aftertaste slowly melted on her tongue, refreshing and mild, not the least bit cloying. She relaxed her brows and let out a gentle, contented sigh. Her tone was relaxed and lively, full of satisfaction. The floral fragrance is light and refined, the tea flavor is mellow and just right. The taste is perfect. One more measure would be too strong, one less too weak. You must admit, this kind of stable life, having satisfying food to enjoy during the day and clear tea to ease worries at night, is truly flawless. Su Zichen picked up her cup and savored it slowly. A gentle, serene smile touched her lips. Her tone was clear and vivid, rich in meaning. The pure flavors of the four seasons are all infused into the tea. The gentle wind and moonlight are fully absorbed into the heart. It is precisely these plain, ordinary moments that are the most tender, enduring, and healing. They are cherished year after year. The group took turns receiving the warm tea cups, sitting leisurely under the moonlight, chatting and laughing. The evening breeze gently swept through the courtyard. The fragrance of flowers lingered without fading. The moonlight was tender and enveloped the city. The hearts of the people were relaxed and at ease. No worldly troubles entangled them, no gains or losses or honors or disgraces burdened them. There was only the peaceful comfort of cherished friends accompanying them, and the tender joy of the present moment, perfectly balanced. On the stone steps not far away the 6 elders still sat quietly, not yet leaving. Bathed in the flowing water like moonlight and caressed by the soft, gentle breeze, they quietly observed the warm laughter and serene scene in the courtyard. Their expressions were calm and composed, their hearts clear and at peace, their eyes full of satisfaction. Lin Yuan watched the lively, healing, and warm scene in the courtyard and let out a gentle, soft laugh. His voice was light, carried by the wind, tranquil and unconstrained. The daily life is vibrant and warm, full of warmth. The nightly conversations under the moon are gentle and healing, serene and peaceful. Activity and stillness complement each other, warmth and coolness are measured. Such a relaxed, peaceful state of mind, living according to one's heart, is the highest form of cultivation in the mundane world. Bai Hing nodded gently, his eyes filled with a tender smile. He spoke softly with gentle agreement. The young are steady and kind, supporting and backing each other up. The beautiful women are gentle and understanding, accompanying and staying by their side year after year. The fulfillment of life does not lie in dramatic encounters, but in this kind of peaceful daily life with nights of tranquility and days of simple joy. Qing Yuan's gaze was calm and gentle. He slowly raised his eyes to gaze at the vast, bright, starry sky and spoke softly with a light tone. The stars and moon are silent, yet they silently illuminate the world. The human heart is pure and kind, nurturing the gentle years day by day. As time moves slowly forward, each step settles into peace. The days to come will surely be abundant and prosperous, everything going smoothly. Gus smiled gently, her tone soft and sweet as she gently concluded, the warmth of daily life nourishes the body, the wind and moon calm the mind and purify the spirit. Good companions nurture the long years. The courtyard is peaceful and undisturbed day and night. Every year, every season is a good time of peace. The night grew deeper and more serene. The bright moon hung high, its clear radiance spilling over the entire courtyard. The evening breeze passed through the courtyard, the fragrance of flowers lingered, the courtyard was filled with endless tenderness and lasting warmth. The tea on the stone table still retained its warmth. The moonlight in the courtyard was just right. Family and friends sat together, their laughter and gentle words lingering long. The day's vivid life came to a perfect end, and a night of refined elegance quietly began. Time moved slowly, the wind and moon were gentle. The world was at peace and the years were undisturbed. The long, tranquil night quietly drew to a close, the thick, heavy darkness slowly receding along the lines of the green-tiled eaves, melting little by little into the cool morning breeze. In the distant eastern sky, a layer of clean, soft white first appeared, gently breaking the deep silence of the night. The clear, warm morning light spread gently across the sky, layer by layer, softly illuminating the entire quaint, elegant bluestone courtyard, tenderly opening the curtain of a new day for the courtyard that had been still for a night. The morning breeze at dawn was clear and slightly cool, neither harsh nor biting, carrying the clear dew that had condensed overnight on the plants and trees in the courtyard, passing gently and leisurely through the yard. The breeze brushed through layers of flowering branches and lush foliage, gently shaking off the fine dewdrops accumulated on the leaves, producing crisp, gentle sounds that fell sporadically on the bluestone ground, delicate and pleasant, each sound soft. The ethereal sounds made the morning courtyard seem even more serene, leisurely, and otherworldly quiet. The faint scent of tea and elegant floral fragrance left from last night's moonlit conversation had not yet dissipated, lingering lightly in the air, gently blending with the unique fresh scent of morning plants, brewing the clear morning essence exclusive to the courtyard. Inhaling deeply, it was refreshing and clear, washing away the lingering dust and weariness in the heart. Last night, everyone had gathered under the moon, brewing tea and chatting, laughing and playing, fully enjoying the moonlit night's joy until the night was deep before they retired, each going to their rooms to sleep peacefully. The entire night was calm and peaceful, without dreams or disturbances. Everyone slept soundly and deeply. Thus, rising this morning, everyone was refreshed and cheerful, their hearts at ease, their eyes clear and bright, their brows and eyes filled with a relaxed and gentle demeanor, with not a trace of fatigue from staying up late or morning laziness. The mornings in this courtyard always came with a gentle rhythm, free from the noisy rush of the marketplace, free from the urging and pressing of worldly affairs, and free from the hurried and flustered pace of footsteps. Everything awakened slowly according to the flow of light and the sequence of wind and dew. The plants grew leisurely, the breeze drifted gently, and the hearts of the people stretched softly, gentle and composed, tranquil and peaceful. Lin Shun was still the earliest to rise in the entire courtyard, as he had been for years without exception. When the sky was still faintly white and the morning light not yet bright, he would quietly push open the door and step out, standing tall and steady in the courtyard, silently waiting for the sky to fully break into dawn, waiting for all things to awaken and the morning scene to flourish. The cool morning breeze gently ruffled his robes, carrying fine dew to soak his body, yet he stood firm and composed, without any sign of fear of the cold. With gentle and delicate fingers, he lightly arranged the slightly disordered flower branches that had been disturbed by the night wind, straightened the tilted leaves and branches, and then bent down to carefully sweep away the scattered flower petals and fine debris that had fallen overnight. Every movement was light and steady, unhurried, meticulous and thorough. He had always been this silent and steady, taking care of everything behind the scenes, never seeking praise or deliberately showing his hard work, only quietly managing all the trivial and tedious daily chores of the courtyard. Sweeping the courtyard and tidying the flowers and trees in the morning, shielding from the night wind, and clearing up the mess in the evening. Year after year, morning and evening as always. Unobtrusively, without a sound, he guarded the small courtyard in the most gentle and nourishing way, preserving a place of peace and cleanliness for everyone, so that every morning when they opened their eyes they saw a tidy, elegant, orderly, and serene scene of contentment. After all the chores in the courtyard were properly taken care of, the morning light in the sky had become even brighter and clearer. Before long, the others also came out, one after another, each carrying the relaxed warmth of morning, stepping into the vibrant courtyard gracefully along the gentle, fine morning light, instantly filling the quiet courtyard with lively human presence. When Rawashi was the most lively and spirited among them. She was the first to skip and bounce into the courtyard, her light and simple attire making her figure appear even more graceful and brisk. She lifted her delicate face, looked up at the clear, bright dawn sky, facing the gentle morning breeze, deeply inhaled the air filled with the fragrance of grass and trees, and her brows and eyes instantly curved into a sweet crescent moon, her smile pure and bright, her tone lively and cheerful. The wind this morning is so comfortable. It's cool and refreshing, gentle and crisp, not at all hot or stuffy, even more gentle and healing than last night's breeze. Just standing here, feeling the wind and enjoying the view, smelling the fragrance of the garden, my whole being feels refreshing and relaxed. She had always been pure and easily contented, never craving grand spectacles. A gentle breeze, a ray of morning light, a courtyard of fragrance. Such simple, gentle morning moments were enough to fill her heart with joy and clarity, her eyes brimming with tender smiles. Yun Shuiyue followed the others out of the door, raised her hand, and stretched lazily, fully relaxing her limbs and brows after a night of comfortable sleep. Her brows and eyes carried the unique, relaxed warmth of morning, her expression casual and serene, her tone free and easy, clear and open. The 4 seasons of mornings in our courtyard have always been spontaneous and unhurried. The sky is gentle and tender, the wind and dew are clear and elegant. Waking up, one's eyes are filled with a fresh, splendid scene and a courtyard full of green fragrance. Compared to the noisy mornings, hurried footsteps, and physical and mental toil of the outside world, our days of peace and comfort are truly blissful. As she spoke, she casually strolled to the cool stone table and sat down gracefully, her posture relaxed and unrestrained. She looked up and swept her gaze across the clean, spotless courtyard, and without needing to look closely, she knew that Lin Chen must have gotten up early to tidy everything up. A gentle, serene smile curled at the corners of her lips, and she lightly teased, "It seems someone got up before dawn again and quietly cleared away all the debris and fallen leaves in the yard for us. Getting up early every day, taking care of everything year after year, never stopping, never complaining. While we are the ones who are free and easy every day, enjoying peace, being well protected by you." These words were half sincere sentiment and half light-hearted teasing, the tone relaxed and natural, the measure just right, with no trace of deliberate mockery or teasing, only the warm, casual banter of close friends. Lu Qingyuan stepped out of the room with a light, graceful gait. The gentle morning light fell thinly, covering her brows and the tips of her dark hair. The tenderness bestowed by the night slowly receded, and the morning light added a layer of clear, pure radiance to her, making her even more gentle, elegant, and captivating. She quietly looked at the clean, vibrant scene in the courtyard, then turned her gaze to the steady, gentle, and reliable Lin Shan beside her, a layer of warmth and tenderness slowly spreading in her eyes. She spoke softly and gently, "Day after day, every morning is filled with peace and calm. With your long-lasting care and thorough attention, this courtyard is always orderly and peaceful, never chaotic or disturbed." Lin Shan slowly lowered his gaze, gently looking at the gentle beauty beside him. His eyes were warm, clear, and sincere, and his low, steady voice sounded softly simple and moving. "It's just a small matter done casually. If the courtyard is clean and elegant, and everyone feels comfortable and clear-minded in the morning, that is the best scene. Everything is worth it." He had always been a man of few words, not good at speaking, never deliberately using flowery language or sweet words. His words were simple and unadorned, but every word was solid and sincere, every sentence warm and comforting, containing the most genuine, nurturing, long-lasting protection and tenderness in the world. Su Zichen walked into the courtyard with a cup of warm morning water in her hand, her steps graceful and composed, her posture elegant and dignified. Her expression was serene and calm, her heart clear. Her gaze swept lightly over the neatly arranged, plain and elegant tea canisters under the eaves, then slowly looked at the lush flowers bathed in morning light and adorned with dewdrops. Her clear, gentle voice sounded softly, "Spring morning dew nourishes all things the most. After a night of rain and dew, the flowers and plants in the courtyard have become even more lush, bright, and lively. The flower tea we carefully dried and sealed yesterday after a night of settling and the fragrance internalizing has shed the superficial floating scent and must have become even more elegant, mellow, and enduring." "Really? That's wonderful." When Ruashi's eyes lit up instantly at the words, filled with fine starlight and full of anticipation. She immediately skipped lightly to the eaves, bent down slightly, and carefully brought her nose close to the mouth of the canister to sniff gently. The sweet, mellow fragrance of flowers entered her nose lightly, and her face blossomed into a smile of joy, her eyes full of excitement. I knew the petals we carefully dried yesterday were of excellent quality. After a night of settling, the fragrance is indeed purer and more delicate. When we finish our morning washing, it will be perfect to brew a pot of morning tea paired with the gentle morning light and the courtyard's flowers. While enjoying the view and sipping tea, it will surely be especially sweet and delicious. Yi Wanqing was the last to arrive, her expression gentle and relaxed, her demeanor serene, and composed, her steps elegant and steady, unhurried. She quietly watched the lively, relaxed, and harmonious scene of everyone in the courtyard, a gentle, serene smile always at the corners of her lips. She spoke softly and slowly. A cup of clear tea in the morning is best for moistening the throat, refreshing the spirit, and cleansing the mind, sweeping away the lingering morning drowsiness. Today the sky is clear and pure, the wind and dew are elegant and mild. Such a wonderful scene is perfect for sitting quietly, chatting leisurely, and slowly enjoying the morning light, not wasting the gentle springtime or the precious hours of the world. Everyone gathered in the courtyard, facing the gradually brightening, gentle morning light and the refreshing dawn breeze, speaking softly and relaxing, chatting back and forth in a harmonious atmosphere. There was no urging of worldly busyness, no entanglement of earthly troubles, only the unique joy of morning and the closest friends and companions. The whole atmosphere was serene, lively, relaxed, and healing, full of the warmth of everyday life and the peace of time. Yun Shuyue quietly gazed at the unchanging, gentle scene before her, at the calm, peaceful daily life, and felt infinite emotion. Her tone was clear and open. In the past, when I was young and restless, I always thought that life had to be passionate and magnificent to be worthwhile, always chasing after glamour and excitement. Now, after staying in the courtyard for a long time and calming my mind, I have gradually come to understand that the most precious thing in the world is not the fleeting grand encounters, but such ordinary days of daily peace, with light to enjoy in the morning and people to accompany you. Lu Qingyuan gently nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with the clarity and contentment that come after experiencing storms, her voice gentle and lingering. In the past, I drifted and wandered, tasted all the coldness and loneliness of the world. After experiencing countless storms, I understand that the rarest thing in the world is peace and stability, and the most luxurious thing is the ordinary and plain. Such calm, gentle, and enduring days year after year are already better than all the glitz and glamour in the world. Su Zichen quietly listened to the two of them, gently nodded in agreement, her voice clear and warm with profound meaning. The four seasons follow their order, withering and flourishing have their cycles. Morning and evening have light, every day is warm. When the heart is stable and clear, time has no disturbances. Savoring and spending such ordinary days slowly is the best cultivation in the mundane world. During the gentle conversation, the morning light in the sky became brighter and softer, exuding warmth, completely dispelling the lingering coolness and silence of the morning. The warm spring sun fell gently, covering the entire courtyard, gently illuminating the clear morning, dew condensed on the green tiles, the blooming flowers, and tender green leaves on the branches. Fine shadows of light interwove, dappled, and lively. The entire courtyard was full of vibrant, warm, and flourishing energy. Lin Shun quietly surveyed the beautiful morning scene in the courtyard. Seeing that the morning air was clear and fresh, the light gentle and perfect, and everyone was in a relaxed and comfortable state of mind, he spoke softly and made a gentle suggestion, his tone steady and thoughtful. The morning air is clear and fresh, the light is gentle and elegant, most suitable for nourishing the heart and calming the mind. Why don't we bring out a small table and low stools, sit quietly in the courtyard among the flowers and warm sunlight, sip tea, chat, and slowly enjoy the morning light, savoring the beauty of the spring morning, which would also do justice to this gentle morning scene. This leisurely and comfortable suggestion exactly matched everyone's thoughts. Everyone's eyes and brows were filled with smiles, and they readily agreed, their eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. When Ruashi immediately responded, full of energy and liveliness, Good, good. I'll move the small stools. I'm the quickest with my hands and feet. This small task is fine for me. Then she stepped forward, nimbly, light and quick, moving several soft, comfortable low stools, following the direction of the warm sunlight, and avoiding the breeze passing through the courtyard, neatly arranging them under the warm sun amidst the flowers and trees in the courtyard. This spot was sheltered from the wind and facing the light with a broad view. Lifting one's eyes, one could see the full splendor of the courtyard and the clear sky, the most comfortable and elegant corner of the entire courtyard. Yi Wanqing and Su Zichen stepped forward in tacit understanding, their division of labor orderly and their cooperation skilled. One carefully brought out a full set of tea utensils, arranged them neatly, and prepared the tea with care. The other got up to warm water and washed the tea, set their movements elegant and composed, flowing like water. The fresh morning tea slowly brewed, the clear tea soup gradually unfurled, and a faint, elegant tea fragrance slowly spread around, with the warm steam gently blending with the fresh scent of plants and the lingering, delicate floral fragrance in the courtyard. It wrapped around, gently healing and soothing, instantly relieving all emotions. Yun Shuyue sat down leisurely and lazily raised her eyes to gaze at the tender morning light and the vibrant scene before her, a serene and contented smile on her lips. She spoke softly with emotion, spending mornings like this sitting idle worry-free and living as one pleases year after year without getting tired, every day joyful. This is truly the greatest blessing in the world. Lu Qingyuan sat quietly under the gentle sunlight, her whole body softly wrapped in the tender light, her heart clear and stable, filled with warmth. She gently turned her head to look at Lin Chun, who was silently accompanying her with gentle tenderness, then turned to look at the others who were speaking softly and accompanying each other day and night. Her eyes were filled with delicate tenderness and firm contentment. Time was peaceful and hearts were complete. The wind and dew were clear and gentle, the morning light was bright and perfect, the flowers and trees were lush and flourishing, and the hearts of people were clear and serene. The morning and evening of the courtyard were gentle and undisturbed. Not far away on the stone steps the 6 seniors had long been sitting quietly, bathed in the gentle morning light of dawn, brushed by the clear, moist morning breeze, quietly overlooking the harmonious and peaceful scene in the courtyard. Their expressions were serene and composed, their hearts clear and open, their eyes full of gentle gratification, quietly witnessing the year-after-year peace and daily tenderness of this small courtyard. Lin Yuan looked at the scene of movement and stillness, relaxation and healing in the courtyard, and smiled lightly with the wind, his voice clear and leisurely, serene and free. The night has joyful conversation and gentle companionship. The morning has dawn breeze and warm sunlight and beautiful scenery. Morning and evening are both beautiful, day and night are both peaceful. Living like this, relaxed and following one's heart, spending days in peace, is the best way to nourish the mind and nature and to settle the heart. Baiheng nodded gently, his eyes filled with gentle smiles, and he spoke softly with gentle agreement. The young hearts are pure and kind, they treat each other with kindness and help each other, staying together year after year, without separation, every day peaceful and undisturbed. Ordinary days without strife, without disturbance, without wind or waves are the most simple and complete happiness in the world. Qingyuan's gaze was calm and gentle, slowly lifting his eyes to look at the courtyard full of bright morning light and flourishing scenes, his voice steady and lingering. Morning light opens a new chapter, time returns to peace. Every morning turn towards goodness and warmth, year after year settle into gentleness and peace. Accumulated day by day, nourishing quietly, the path ahead will naturally be smooth and prosperous every year. Gus smiled, gently, serene and elegant, and softly concluded, morning and evening have scenery to enjoy year after year, there are people to accompany. The warmth of daily life never dissipates, and the hearts of people remain warm as at the beginning. The ordinary days of the small courtyard are the supreme joy in the world. The morning breeze passed through the courtyard without dispersing, the morning light spread gently over the courtyard, the fragrance of tea curled around softly, and the flowers and trees thrived with vitality. The gentle time of a new day slowly began, time flowed slowly, and time was peaceful. The world was stable and smooth, morning and evening were clear and undisturbed. Spring morning light slowly ascended, crossing the blue-tiled eaves, gently spreading across the entire courtyard. The limpid and luminous sky light shed the faint morning mist, transforming into a warm glow that scattered densely, falling upon the blossoms on the branches, the bluestone ground, and the shoulders of all, gentle, without being scorching, perfectly mild. The flowers and trees in the courtyard, nourished by the morning breeze and clear dew, grew even more vibrant and lush. The layered branches and leaves were adorned with crystalline residual dewdrops, which under the warm sunlight refracted into tiny shimmering silver glints. When the wind blew, they pattered down, falling into the grass and crevices of stones, silently nourishing the spring scenery of the garden. The plain white porcelain jars storing flower tea stood quietly under the corridor as before. The faint, elegant floral fragrance escaped the jars, mingling with the rich aroma of freshly brewed tea, slowly blending and flowing in the moist air, creating a clear and moist scent unique to the spring morning of the courtyard, lingering around and never dissipating. Several people sat around in the warm sunlight, with low stools scattered and postures relaxed without the slightest trace of constraint or formality. Having shed the morning lethargy, everyone's eyes were clear and their minds relaxed, quietly enjoying this undisturbed, gentle, and peaceful morning leisure time. Su Zichen held a teacup, her fingertips lightly touching the warm wall of the cup, her movements elegant and unhurried. With gentle hands, she refilled the cups for everyone one by one. The clear and bright tea liquor entered the cups with a light tender green hue, and a delicate fragrance spread out. The morning light fell upon her eyes and brows, softening her usual cold aloofness, adding a touch of gentle warmth from the mundane world. The petals dried yesterday have completely settled the floating air, the tea fragrance and floral fragrance blend together, not loud nor restless, clear and moist, lingering long. She lowered her eyes to look at the gently swaying tea in the cup, her voice clear and gentle, serene and soothing. Spring is best for pure drinking, without adding honey or sugar. Just this sip of genuine clear sweetness can most purify the mind and soothe the body. When Ruwashi held the teacup and took a small sip, the sweet aftertaste slowly spread along her tongue, penetrating her limbs and bones, instantly dispelling the remaining faint chill of the morning. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, her smile sweet and clear, her tone full of genuine delight and lively vitality. It truly tastes even better than last night's serving. Morning light paired with fresh tea, soft breeze, and rich floral fragrance. With one sip, my whole body feels refreshed and clear, even my heart becomes bright and open. So the tenderness of spring can be tasted sip by sip. She had always been adept at capturing the subtle beauty of life. A hint of sweetness on the tongue, a wisp of floral fragrance in the breeze, a gentle ray of morning light. All could fill her heart with joy and radiance. Her lively demeanor added a vibrant vitality to the tranquil morning. Yun Shuyue leaned against a low stool, her posture relaxed and languid, one hand lightly resting on her knee, the other slowly holding a teacup. She lifted her gaze to the scene of wind stirring, the flowers and shadows dancing in the courtyard, her tone casual and serene with a sense of clarity. I used to think that good tea required exquisite delicacies, elegant scenery, and grand occasions. Now, after living long in this small courtyard, I have come to understand that true serene joy never needs deliberate ostentation. Waking up to warm sunlight, clear tea, and floral fragrance with dear friends by my side for idle talk, free from worldly affairs and mundane worries. This is the most supreme, elegant scene. Having witnessed the ups and downs of the world, she had shed the restlessness and ardor of youth, and increasingly cherished such plain and relaxed daily life, savoring the most enduring tenderness of time amidst the trivialities of everyday life. Yi Wanqing quietly savored the tea, her expression gentle and relaxed, her mind serene and clear. Her gaze slowly swept over the scattered flowers and trees in the courtyard, the tidy yard, and then fell back on the people sitting around chatting. A gentle smile curled at the corners of her lips as she spoke softly. The scenery of the four seasons each has its own charm, but spring excels in its gentle freshness and vitality. Unlike the hot and intense summer or the bleak and chilly autumn and winter, the wind, dew, flowers, and tea of spring all carry a gentle healing power, most capable of soothing the mind and nourishing the heart. We guard this small courtyard day after day, watching the flowers bloom and fall, welcoming the morning breeze and evening glow, brewing tea of the four seasons, enjoying the peace of dawn and dusk. Immersed in such gentle scenes year after year, our hearts become more peaceful and composed. Lu Qingyuan nodded gently, her fingertips lightly stroking the warm porcelain wall of the cup. Her eyes held the radiant sky light and a touch of tenderness, her voice soft and lingering, rich with meaning. I used to wander and drift, never settling down, toiling year after year, without even the luxury of sitting down peacefully for a cup of tea. Back then I always thought that the serene joy of life was a distant and unattainable luxury. Now, living in this small courtyard, I realized that the most precious beauty has always been hidden in the ordinary days and nights. Having weathered storms and seen the coldness of the world, she treasured all the more this moment of calm, peaceful daily life. The contentment and tenderness in her eyes were sincere and moving, penetrating the heart. Lin Shen, standing beside her, listened quietly to her soft words, his gaze always tender and affectionate, fixed on her brows and eyes, never shifting for a moment. The warm sunlight fell upon his broad shoulders, softening his usual calm and restrained aloofness, adding a touch of warm mortal world charm. He echoed softly, his tone firm and steady, every word sincere. From now on, year after year, morning and evening, this kind of peaceful and comfortable daily life will be ours every day, every year. I will always guard this small courtyard, guard all of you, so that this serene joy of life will last year after year, never fading. Without flowery embellishments or passionate vows, his plain words held the most steadfast and enduring protection, soothing the hearts of all, bringing peace and healing. Yun Shuyue could not help but let out a light laugh at his words, her tone relaxed and playful, with just the right touch of good-natured teasing. We all remember your words. Year after year you promised to be our foundation, guarding us day after day. You have truly carved the word peace into the mornings and evenings of our little courtyard. Lin Shen smiled faintly, lowering his eyes without argument or fanfare, and simply replied, that is only right. These three simple words were honest, sincere, and weighty, more powerful than 1,000 speeches. When Ruashi felt a warmth in her heart, and immediately nodded obediently, her little face earnest and soft. Exactly. With Brother Lin Shen, here we never need to worry about trivial matters. We can just enjoy the flowers, sip tea, and spend our days in leisure, everyday light, and peaceful, full of joy. They chatted back and forth, their words soft and relaxed, free from noise or vanity. In every exchange there was the tender warmth of companionship among loved ones. The gentle laughter mixed with the fragrance of tea and flowers, softly spreading across the entire courtyard, making the tender spring morning even more vibrant, healing, and warm. After a few moments of idle talk, the morning light grew even warmer and brighter, completely dispelling the last trace of coolness. Occasionally, a gentle breeze passed through the woods outside, bringing the fresh breath of the mountains, blending with the floral and tea scents inside the courtyard. The world was serene, and all things were gentle. Su Zichen set down her teacup, lifted her gaze to the neatly arranged jars of flower tea under the corridor, and spoke in a soft voice. Spring flowers have a short season. Now the courtyard is in full bloom, growing beautifully. Why not take advantage of this fine weather and gentle breeze to pick a few fresh petals and dry them for storage? Let us store more jars of spring fragrance, so that when the bleak autumn and winter come we will have more spring flavors to savor. This gentle and elegant proposal immediately won the approval of all. Yes, yes. When Ruashi was the first to respond, rising with boundless energy and eagerness. I will pick the flowers. I move gently so I won't damage the branches, and I can choose the freshest and fullest petals. Yun Shuyue stood up with a smile, stretching her body, her tone relaxed and casual. Since we have nothing to do, let's work together. Picking flowers and storing fragrance in spring is the gentlest pastime of our courtyard. Such small trivial things can best heal the heart and while away the gentle hours. Yi Wanqing nodded gently and rose calmly, working together unhurried and following our hearts. This is both an activity and a leisurely joy, perfectly matching the relaxed spirit of spring. They all rose, their postures leisurely, their steps light, and moved to the small flower bed in the courtyard. All kinds of spring flowers were in full bloom, a riot of colors. The petals were plump and moist, their colors bright, still adorned with fine, undried dewdrops, lively and endearing. When Ruashi crouched by the flower beds, her movements extremely gentle. She carefully selected fully opened, flawless petals, lightly pinching them off with her fingertips and placing them all into a clean bamboo basket. Beside her, her actions meticulous and her heart full of earnestness. Su Zichen stood nearby, giving soft, detailed instructions, her demeanor elegant and orderly. Only pick the fully bloomed, plump petals. Do not harm the new buds or break the tender branches. Protect the roots of the flowers and trees so that they may bloom year after year. She had always been meticulous and thoughtful, and even in such casual, leisurely tasks, she remained gentle and measured. Lu Qingyuan walked slowly and stood by the flower bed, gently brushing her hand over the delicate petals, her eyes filled with tender smiles. She was in no hurry to pick. She stood quietly for a moment, gazing at the splendid scene of blooming flowers, feeling the unique vitality of spring, her heart serene and clear, relaxed and at ease. Lin Shen stood silently behind them, not taking the light tasks himself, but quietly watching over the scene. When he saw a branch growing crookedly or leaves tangled, he would silently reach out to trim and arrange them. When he noticed low-hanging branches hiding weeds, he would bend down to gently remove them. He quietly took care of the surrounding chores, clearing away all distractions for the others so that they could simply enjoy the gentle pleasure of picking flowers and storing fragrance. The sunlight gently fell upon them, softening their brows and lending them an elegant grace. The flowers were scattered, the figures leisurely, soft laughter mingled with the light evening breeze. Every scene became a gentle painting, the courtyard filled with a relaxed, peaceful atmosphere of serene time. On the stone steps, the 6 elders sat in quiet leisure, bathed in the warm spring sunlight, brushing against the gentle evening breeze, peacefully overlooking the warm scene in the courtyard. Their eyes were full of contentment and peace, silently witnessing the tranquil, tender daily life of these young people year after year. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, his voice light as the wind, calm and carefree, sipping tea in the morning to calm the mind, picking flowers in the daytime to store fragrance. Activity and stillness and harmony, work and rest and balance. Not chasing after vanity, not pursuing noise, following one's heart, and living with gentle self-restraint. This state of mind is the rarest and most profound cultivation in the mortal world. Bai Heng nodded gently, his eyes filled with tender warmth, and echoed softly. The young ones have pure hearts and treat each other with kindness. They work without haste, and their idle talk is gentle and measured. The ordinary, everyday life is lived by them with elegance and gentle endurance, truly rare. Qing Yuan's gaze was calm and warm, fixed on the spring scene in the courtyard, and he spoke slowly. When the heart is gentle, time carries fragrance. Collecting beauty day by day, accumulating kindness, nourishing peace year after year. The path ahead will naturally be accompanied by flowers, and all things will go smoothly. Ji Yu smiled softly, finishing with a gentle, serene tone rich in meaning. Store a season's fragrance, treasure a season's tenderness, cherish each morning and evening, and settle into a lifetime of peace. This small courtyard, free from strife and disturbance, is spring in all seasons and peaceful in every year. A warm breeze drifted through the courtyard, the fragrance of flowers lingered, the sky light was gentle and perfect, and all hearts were serene and clear. A new spring morning, amidst the gentle, trivial pleasures of everyday life, moved forward slowly, stretching long into the years. For days the gentle and pleasant spring weather had persisted, and today's sky was particularly clear and pure, just right. The clear and transparent azure vault was as if washed clean, cloudless and immaculate, devoid of any dust or impurity, resembling a piece of warm jade repeatedly polished by a gentle breeze. The warm and soothing spring sunshine caressed tenderly, flowing slowly and spreading layer by layer, warmly covering the entire quaint and elegant bluestone courtyard, gently enveloping every corner. The gentle sunlight was neither harsh nor scorching, but warm and pleasant, softly falling upon the earth, tenderly soothing every new leaf and branch, every piece of ancient bluestone brick in the courtyard. The last faint trace of morning coolness lingering in the courtyard vanished completely under the melting light, replaced by the soft and warm embrace of spring. In the courtyard the wind was mild, the plants were relaxed, and the flower branches swayed gently. Everything was nourished by the tender spring light, bursting with vibrant vitality. As far as the eye could see, there were only the gentle scenes unique to spring, peaceful and healing with the tranquility of time. The flower bed in the center of the courtyard, nourished by the spring rain and sunlight, was already a blaze of blooming flowers, layer upon layer of branches crowded together, spreading in a staggered manner, a riot of purple and red, enchanting and moving. All kinds of spring flowers absorbed the gentle nourishment of the morning dew, then were gently warmed by the morning sun. Every petal became plump and moist, bright and fresh, with a translucent color, revealing a natural and lively spirit, endearing. The group leaned gracefully among the flowers, their minds relaxed and at ease. Their fingertips lightly picked the fine blossoms from the branches, their movements gentle and measured, always treating the plants with reverence and kindness. No one arbitrarily broke tender twigs or disturbed the vitality of the flowers. They only carefully picked the fully stretched, perfectly blooming and flawless mature petals, neither betraying this grand and enchanting spring nor the gentle intention of the plants that had grown and bloomed through the seasons. When Rawashi was still the most lively, enthusiastic and busy among them, she gently half squatted beside the lush flower bushes, her posture light and obedient. Her clear and bright eyes were focused, carefully scanning the layers of colorful petals before her, meticulous and serious. She meticulously selected the clean, plump and flawless blooming flowers. Her pale and slender fingertips gently pinched and picked, her strength so gentle as to be almost cautious, afraid that a little too much force would break the delicate beauty of the flowers and harm the precious vitality of spring. Her nature was pure and soft, and she treated everything in the world with gentle kindness. Even ordinary flowers and grass were always cared for tenderly, never disturbed. One by one, the clean and beautiful petals were gently gathered into the bamboo basket prepared by her side, her movements gentle and unhurried. Looking at the colorful petals and layers of fragrance gradually accumulating in the bamboo basket, her eyebrows instantly curved into sweet crescent moons, and her eyes rippled with fine and bright smiles. Her whole face was bright and lively, full of energy, and her tone was filled with uncontainable joy and anticipation. Today's petals are even plumper and more moist than yesterday's. Each one has absorbed the morning light and clear dew, full of vitality. When such petals are dried, the fragrance will surely be even more elegant, mellow, and pure. Let's pick and store more today. In the future, through cold and heat, as the seasons change, no matter how bleak autumn and winter are, when flowers wither year after year, we can open a jar of spring's tenderness unique to today and relive the garden's spring light and peaceful days. Yun Shuiwe strolled leisurely among the scattered and colorful flower clusters, her posture relaxed and free-spirited, without any trace of deliberate haste. Every movement was spontaneous and carefree, fully enjoying the relaxed charm of peaceful time. She raised her hand and gently brushed over the soft and delicate petals, letting the subtle and rich fragrance of the flowers wrap around her fingertips and drift into her breath. The warm and sweet scent cleansed her mind, making her even more relaxed and tranquil. A gentle and serene smile always lingered at the corners of her lips. Her gaze tenderly gazed at the courtyard full of flowers, and she murmured softly with emotion, "Spring is the most tender and affectionate, yet also the most fleeting. The garden's flowers bloom brilliantly, but only for a short 10 days. In the blink of an eye, they will wither and fall, leaving no time to savor them fully. Fortunately, we live in this courtyard with leisure in our hearts. We have enough time and mood to carefully pick the fragrance and preserve the spring light. We can stabilize this fleeting and enchanting spring, keep it year after year, and turn it into a gentle and lingering memory through the long years." Her nature was always clear-sighted and open-minded, the most understanding of cherishing time and scenes and treasuring the small beauties of life. Most people in the world only know how to covet the stunning sight of spring flowers and pursue the bustling superficiality. Only she understood the fleeting tenderness of the blooming season, capturing and preserving it with care, turning the brief and gorgeous scenery of the 4 seasons into a gentle and lasting memory that could be recalled year after year, a rare and gentle state of mind. Su Zichen stood quietly beside the flowers, her posture elegant and dignified, with a warm and cultured ancient charm. Her gaze was calm and meticulous, always paying attention to the rhythm of the group's petal picking. She gently reminded them, her movements proper and gentle. There's no need to be greedy for more or to rush when picking petals. Just carefully select the fully bloomed, intact, and clean petals. The half-open buds still have lingering charm to bloom, and the fallen or damaged petals have already lost their true essence. If we keep them all mixed together, they will disturb the purity of the jar's fragrance and lose the original elegant taste of spring. As she gently reminded, she raised her hand and gently smoothed a few branches that had been slightly skewed by the evening breeze, carefully returning the tangled leaves to their place and tidying the shape of the flower bushes. Such subtle actions were gentle and thoughtful, covering every detail. Take good care of the roots of the flowers. Do not damage the buds or harm the foundation. When spring comes year after year, this place will still be full of blooming flowers with fragrance to enjoy and preserve. That is the best way to treat the scenery of the 4 seasons. Her nature was always meticulous and thoughtful, her actions orderly and measured. Even in such a casual and leisurely spring pastime, she maintained proper decorum, elegant and composed. Lu Qingyuan stood quietly to one side of the flowers, her posture tall and serene, her mind calm and unhurried, peacefully immersed in the garden's spring scenery. She slowly raised her hand and gently picked up a flawless light petal that had drifted down with the wind, placing it in her pale palm to examine it carefully. Her warm and gentle gaze softly brushed over the delicate veins and translucent color of the petal, her eyes filled with the flowing spring light and a faint, tender emotion. Looking back on the past, she had experienced half a lifetime of storms and wandering, seen the rise and fall of worldly splendor and the warmth and coldness of human relationships. She had long shed the impatience of youth and seen through the mundane disputes. Only now did she cherish such plain, trivial, gentle, and healing moments of daily life, longing for the calm and smooth, ordinary days in the courtyard. In the past I wandered and drifted, always in a hurry. I always thought spring light would come every year, so there was no need to cherish or preserve it. She spoke softly, her voice gentle and melodious, carrying the insight and emotion of one who had experienced much. But after truly settling down in the courtyard and living a peaceful life, I slowly came to understand that although spring seems the same year after year, one's state of mind and circumstances have completely changed. The scenery of the four seasons turns and passes in an instant. Only by personally preserving it, remembering it with heart, and treating every moment of spring light and beauty with sincerity can the present gentle light and peaceful days truly belong to oneself, irreplaceable and perfect. Lin Chen always stood silently by the side of the group, his posture tall and steady, warm and reliable. He silently guarded and took care of everything, never seeking attention or credit. He did not compete with the others for the light and trivial work among the flowers. Instead, he quietly managed all the surrounding chores, gently trimming the overgrown branches, carefully removing the fine weeds hidden among the leaves, and cleaning up the fallen petals and debris scattered by the evening breeze. Throughout, his movements were gentle and steady, silent and unobtrusive, never disturbing the vitality of the flowers or disrupting the leisurely rhythm of the group. His calm and deep gaze slowly swept over the entire flower bed, carefully inspecting every corner to ensure that all branches were neatly arranged, clear and refreshing, free from clutter or weeds. He cleared a clean and elegant space for the group to pick flowers, allowing them to fully immerse themselves in the gentle and leisurely pastime of spring flower picking and fragrance preservation, undisturbed by trivial matters. After everything around was properly arranged and the flower bushes were refreshed, he slowly moved his steps and silently returned to Lu Qingyuan's side, standing quietly with her, silently and tenderly guarding, as stable as ever year after year. At this moment the spring light was just right, the wind soft and fragrant, the warm sunlight flooding the courtyard. A gentle breeze passed through, stirring the flower branches to sway, gently showering down fragrance. The entire courtyard's gentle scenery was like a slowly unfolding ink painting, full of profound meaning, elegant and moving, healing the heart. The group stood scattered among the enchanting flowers, their postures elegant and gentle, leisurely and carefree. Soft laughter flowed gently without a trace of noise or haste. There was only the relaxed peace of being with close friends and family, blending with the vibrant and gentle breath of spring. Movement and stillness complemented each other, and time was tender. After a short while of leisurely picking, the bamboo baskets by their sides were already full, filled with colorful, clean, plump, and perfect petals. The colors were scattered and layered, and the rich and elegant fragrance of the flowers lingered around the baskets, permeating the air, refreshing and long-lasting. Seeing that the petals were enough, they stopped picking and turned to leisurely walk back to the open and airy corridor in the courtyard, preparing to dry the petals and preserve the spring fragrance. The location under the corridor was perfect, well ventilated with soft light, gentle breeze, warm sunlight, dry and clean, neither exposed to the direct scorching of the midday sun nor contaminated by dust. It was an ideal place for drying flowers and preserving their natural fragrance. The tacit understanding of long-term companionship was deeply etched in their hearts. Without any need for extra words, they naturally divided the work, each taking their own role, working calmly and smoothly with skillful and orderly cooperation. Every movement revealed the warmth and tacit understanding accumulated over long companionship, gentle and healing. When Ruashi took the initiative to handle the delicate task of spreading the petals, she gently squatted down, her small face serious, and focused, her small hands carefully turning and gently arranging the petals that had piled up and stuck together in the basket, spreading them out flat and layer by layer. She was patient, meticulous, and thorough, determined not to let any petal overlap or clump together, ensuring that every petal could fully stretch, breathe freely, and evenly receive the gentle nourishment of the spring sunlight, steadily locking in the sweet fragrance and lively spirit unique to spring. They must be spread loosely and flatly. As she carefully arranged the petals before her, she murmured softly to herself, her soft tone especially pure and adorable. Only by drying them slowly like this will the dried flowers have a complete and smooth shape, clean and beautiful, without curling or deforming. The fragrance can also fully precipitate and become purer and richer without any off flavors from stuffy stacking, losing the original sweet taste of spring. Such a naive, enthusiastic, and delicate appearance caught the eyes of the others, making them all smile warmly, their hearts filled with warmth. Watching her lively and pure form, even the surrounding spring scenery seemed more tender and bright, healing the heart. Su Zichen stood quietly to one side, her posture elegant, and her gaze calm, carefully inspecting every spread petal, not missing any subtle flaw. Occasionally she would raise her hand and gently adjust, carefully straightening some slightly tangled or wrinkled petals, smoothing them softly. Her movements were elegant and gentle, with a perfect touch, not damaging the petals in the slightest. Today's sunlight is warm and gentle, and the ventilation is dry and clear. The weather is perfect with a suitable temperature. There's no need for scorching sun or rushing. Just let the petals slowly dry and air dry naturally under the warm sunlight, perfectly preserving the original vivid color and pure fragrance of the petals, maximizing the retention of spring's delicate charm. Yuanqing calmly brought several clean fine bamboo drying racks, gently arranging them neatly. Her gentle and warm voice slowly added, "Drying flowers to preserve fragrance requires patience and calmness. If the heat is too intense or the drying is excessive, the petals will easily turn yellow, dry up, lose color, and change flavor, completely ruining their unique, elegant floral charm. Only by following the natural rhythm of the seasons, gently drying and air drying slowly, allowing the fragrance to naturally settle and condense over time, can the preserved aroma be mellow and long-lasting, unchanging through the years, steadily retaining the purest sweet taste of spring." Yun Shuiwei lazily leaned against the warm pillar of the corridor, her posture relaxed and carefree, quietly watching the others work, gently and orderly. A serene and tender smile always lingered at the corners of her lips, her gaze soft and distant as she murmured with emotion, "The days and nights in our courtyard have probably always been this gentle. No rush, no hurry, no pursuit of vanity, no chasing after noise. We always follow the rhythm of the four seasons and treat the world's scenery with gentleness. In these small, warm, and trivial moments of daily life, we cultivate a gentle state of mind. In the ordinary days, we accumulate the pure joys of life. Such a relaxed, self-satisfied, and gently lasting life is the rarest blessing in the world." Lu Qingyuan gently nodded in agreement, her gaze tender and loving, softly resting on the full corridor of fragrant petals. Her voice was soft and warm, soothing to the heart. Only when the heart truly slows down and becomes calm, when restlessness fades and gentleness settles, will ordinary days gradually become filled with fragrance and tender years. In the past, I was always in a hurry, busy all day, carried away by the ups and downs of the world. I never had a moment of leisure to carefully watch the flowers, enjoy the scenery, slowly preserve the fragrance, and treat the four seasons with kindness. Now, living peacefully in this courtyard, I have truly come to understand the beauty of savoring time slowly and enjoying peaceful days." Lin Shen stood quietly, half a step by her side, his posture tall and gentle, guarding her. Hearing her words, he turned his head to look at her tenderly, his gaze warm and clear, sincere and earnest. His tone was firm and steady, every word true and heartwarming. "In the years to come, every day and night will be such a gentle, stable, and peaceful scene. You and the others need not rush about or drift. Just quietly enjoy the flowers, live peacefully, watch the blossoms, wait for the petals to fall. The four seasons will be gentle, and the years will bring pure joy. I will always be by your side, steadily guarding year after year, never leaving." These simple and plain words, without any ornate embellishment or exaggerated sentiment, were heavy and solid, each word warm and reassuring, carrying the most sincere, longest-lasting, and most nurturing protection in the world. The simple words and gentle guardianship made the surrounding healing spring scenery even more stable and warm, filled with comforting warmth. Under the corridor, the light slowly shifted and the shadows danced. The warm sunlight gently fell inch by inch, tenderly caressing every delicate and stretched petal, gently nourishing and slowly drying. Wisps of sweet and pure floral fragrance were gently lifted by the warm breeze, floating and spreading slowly, lingering around the eaves and the corridor, wrapping around the group, tender and long-lasting, refreshing the heart, never fading. The group, some standing, some squatting, some busy, some idle, were in harmony of movement and stillness, relaxed and measured. Every word and action revealed peaceful tranquility, every smile reflected the tenderness of time. The entire courtyard's atmosphere was gentle and serene, healing and long-lasting, full of the peaceful aura of calm days. Not far away on the bluestone steps, the 6 elders still sat quietly, unhurried and at ease. Basking in the warm and gentle spring sunshine, brushed by the soft breeze passing through the courtyard, they quietly looked down at the peaceful and leisurely scene of the group working gently under the corridor. Their eyes were filled with comfort and tenderness, calm and clear. They silently witnessed the stable and gentle daily life of these young people year after year. Ling Yuan smiled lightly, carefree and at ease, his voice clear and gentle, tender and enduring, cherishing flowers, preserving fragrance, living peacefully, treating all things with tenderness, and facing each day with calmness. These most ordinary little things in daily life can best cleanse restlessness and nourish the mind, cultivating a clear, pure, relaxed, and peaceful heart. Such a calm, unhurried, and spontaneous daily life is the highest form of cultivation in the mortal world. Bai Heng nodded gently, his eyes warm, filled with tender smiles and genuine comfort. He softly echoed, "The young people have pure and kind hearts, treating each other well and supporting one another. They are orderly when busy, relaxed when idle, not attached to worldly vanity and not chasing after worldly noise. They turn the ordinary spring days into something gentle and elegant, fragrant through the years. Their hearts are clear and time is tender, truly rare and precious. Qing Yuan's gaze was warm and peaceful, deep and distant. He raised his eyes to look at the garden full of spring light and the corridor full of elegant fragrance, speaking slowly with profound meaning. When the heart is gentle and kind, the four seasons will not fail you. When time is treasured with heart, ordinary days will carry their own fragrance. By accumulating kindness, collecting beauty, and preserving tenderness day by day, the accumulation will be subtle and nurturing. On the path ahead, every step will bring flowers, every year will be abundant, and everything will be peaceful. Ji Yu smiled softly, gentle and serene, her words tender and lingering. Treat the four seasons with a gentle heart, and spend the days and nights with sincerity. A basket of colorful fragrance, a corridor of warm sunlight. What we preserve is the delicate fragrance of spring, what we store is the peaceful years of life, and what we guard is the enduring, never-ending pure joy of human existence. The warm breeze gently passed through the courtyard, never ceasing. The sunlight spread over the yard, peaceful year after year. The petals quietly basked in the warm sunlight, slowly dehydrating and taking shape, steadily settling the sweet fragrance and gentle spirit unique to spring. The courtyard was peaceful and undisturbed, time gentle and long-lasting. The group treasured the fleeting spring light in their leisurely pastimes and guarded the tender human warmth in their peaceful daily lives. Year after year, the warmth of daily life remained constant. Human hearts warm, the pure joy of life, enduring and unchanging, the four seasons peaceful and days and nights safe. The gentle spring sunlight lingered upon the intricate patterns of the blue-tiled eaves, flowing unhurriedly over the wooden pillars and stone balustrades, casting a tender embrace over the entire corridor, where a myriad of colorful blossoms were spread out to dry. The sky at this moment was clear and translucent, like a delicate layer of gilded gauze, gently covering every corner of the courtyard, softly wrapping the lush greenery, the cool stone steps, and the myriad elegant scenes beneath the eaves. This spring light was perfectly balanced, free from the morning's chill, the summer's scorching heat, the autumn's gloom, or the winter's bleakness. Its temperature and brightness were gentle and suitable, comforting and pleasant. The warm sunlight slowly dried the morning dew deep within the petals, its gentle rhythm and temperature preserving the delicate texture and pure fragrance of the flowers, capturing the unique spiritual energy and vitality of spring, allowing each petal to quietly transform and settle in beauty. A gentle evening breeze flowed through the courtyard all day, brushing over the vibrant flower branches and the neatly arranged drying nets, carrying faint and pure floral scents that drifted into every corner of the yard, lingering among the greenery, stone steps, and ancient beams, immersing the entire courtyard in a serene and peaceful aura, completely isolated from the hustle and bustle of the world. The petals on the corridor were loosely and evenly spread, their colors interwoven and layered. Pink, white, crimson, light purple, tender yellow, all spread out in harmony. The vibrant hues contrasted with the simple bamboo drying nets, creating a graceful and fresh spring painting. After being carefully picked and selected in the morning, dried in the daytime breeze to remove dust, and nourished by the warm sunlight and gentle wind all day, the petals had shed their initial freshness and vividness. In the slow passage of time, they had developed a pure and lingering fragrance. The once plump and delicate petals were now slowly and gently dehydrating and shaping their soft texture, naturally contracting and relaxing. The once bright and worldly colors had softened into a warm and elegant purity, shedding the superficial and retaining the essence, leaving only the most enduring and refined charm of spring. No one deliberately disturbed the flowers or rushed the drying process. Everything followed the natural rhythm of the seasons, transforming slowly and peacefully. This mirrored the calm and unhurried hearts of the people in the courtyard, who quietly awaited the gentle gift of time, accepting every moment of tranquility and grace. The spring light was beautiful, the wind soft, and the fragrance light. The people did not remain idle under the corridor, wasting the gentle time, nor did they scatter and waste this wonderful spring day. They each found a peaceful and comfortable corner in the courtyard, sheltered from the wind and basking in the sunlight, sitting down to rest and relax, enjoying the undisturbed afternoon joy. Everyone had completely shed the busyness of morning flower picking and drying, letting go of all trivial worries and unnecessary concerns. Free from worldly affairs, time pressure and gains and losses, their bodies and minds were completely relaxed and clear. This leisurely time of waiting for the flowers to dry was spent in a gentle and healing manner, with everyone relaxed and at ease. They simply sat watching the flowing clouds in the sky, breathing in the garden's fragrance, and chatting about daily life, quietly enjoying the pure joy of a worry-free and peaceful life. When Ruashi had just finished working diligently, meticulously spreading and arranging the petals on the corridor. After completing all the fine tasks, she finally had a moment to rest and relax. Her nature was carefree and unrestrained, so she sat down on the cool stone steps by the corridor, her hands lightly supporting her behind on the rough stone surface, tilting her head up to look at the clear and boundless sky. The warm sunlight gently covered her brows, hair, and shoulders, tinting her soft strands with a light gold. Her brows were completely relaxed, her eyes languid, and her posture comfortable, exuding a sense of total relaxation. A few soft strands of hair were gently moved by the breeze, softly clinging to her fair and delicate cheeks, rising and falling with her gentle breath. Her appearance was lively and soft, pure, and moving, full of youthful grace and brightness. She quietly gazed at the clear sky and drifting clouds for a long, while watching the white clouds wander and the spring breeze pass through the courtyard. All the subtle restlessness in her heart dissipated, and her eyes filled with a languid and gentle smile. Then she softly spoke, her voice full of sincere contentment. So this time of waiting for the flowers to dry is also so comfortable and healing. No need to rush around or worry about trivial matters. Just sitting quietly, feeling the breeze and the sunlight, even the deep restlessness in the heart is dried away by the warm sun. My whole body feels soft and warm, especially at peace. Her nature was pure and clear, untouched by worldly dust. She was best at capturing the small beauties of the world and sensing the warmth of daily life, easily healed and comforted by ordinary scenes. Such a gentle moment of idleness, warmth, and fragrance might seem ordinary to others, but to her it was the most precious warmth of the human world. A simple breeze, a ray of warm sunlight, a garden of fragrance, a drifting cloud. These were enough to fill her heart with joy and clarity. Her mind was pure and free from all worldly thoughts, easily understanding the gentleness of time. Yun Shuiwei lazily leaned against the warm and smooth wooden railing of the corridor, her posture relaxed and free, her back naturally stretched, and her shoulders completely at ease, embodying the leisurely attitude of a peaceful life. One hand rested lightly on the railing, her fingers unconsciously tapping the simple wooden texture, while the other hand was slightly raised, catching a delicate petal that drifted down with the wind. Her fingers gently rubbed the soft and light petal, its texture delicate and warm like a cloud. The rich fragrance lingered around her fingertips for a long time. Her gaze was distant and gentle, clear and calm. She looked up at the layers of lush greenery and spring flowers in the courtyard, watching the branches sway in the wind, the light and shadow shifting, and the garden's fragrance quietly settling. Her tone was understanding and serene, carrying the insight gained from life's ups and downs. Most of the beautiful things in the world cannot be rushed. They require patience and the passage of time. Flowers bloom only when spring arrives, petals fall only when the wind returns. Tea fragrance requires the settling of time, and the human heart needs the tempering of worldly affairs to find peace. If everything is rushed and hurried, we will miss the countless scenery along the way and lose the true essence of things. Only by truly slowing down, calming the mind, letting go of impatience and utilitarianism, can we steadily receive all the gentleness and surprises that the seasons offer. Having experienced the world's ups and downs and seen the busy and restless lives of others, she had long grown tired of the frantic pursuit of fame and fortune. She preferred the unhurried, carefree rhythm of the courtyard. While others in the outside world cherished time and rushed about exhausted and restless, they were willing to sit quietly in the courtyard, leisurely enjoying the spring, patiently waiting for the fragrance of flowers to slowly form and settle. In the gentle passage of time, they carefully read and understood the most genuine and lasting gentleness of life, cultivating their hearts in the slow moments and finding peace in simple joys. Su Zichen held a cup of slightly cool tea, walking gracefully and lightly to stand by the drying nets. Her posture was elegant and dignified, her temperament warm and gentle, exuding a serene and refined aura. Her gaze was calm and gentle, meticulously scanning every petal laid out to dry. She paid close attention to the subtle changes in sunlight, wind direction, and temperature, her mind meticulous and comprehensive, leaving nothing overlooked. From time to time, she would gently adjust the angle and spacing of the drying nets, carefully arranging the overlapping or curled petals, brushing away fine dust, ensuring that every flower in the corridor received even sunlight and breeze, achieving balanced moisture, good ventilation, and uniform light. She was always meticulous and organized, treating everything with the utmost care and gentleness. Even in such trivial matters, she remained gentle and attentive, striving for perfection, living up to every moment of spring and every petal, not wasting the small beauties bestowed by time. The most important thing when drying petals is to avoid uneven moisture, poor ventilation, and irregular light. She said softly, her voice clear and warm, her tone gentle and soothing. If the sun is too strong, the petals will become scorched and lose their fragrance, lacking the sweet essence of spring. If the ventilation is insufficient, they will become damp and develop off flavors, ruining the pure aroma of the flowers. Only when the sunlight is gentle and the breeze is even can the fragrance gradually concentrate and settle, lasting long and becoming richer. What we wait for as we sit in the courtyard is not just the final result of the petals drying, but the pure and irreplaceable spring charm that time slowly precipitates. A gentle gift from the seasons to the world. Yi Wanqing sat on a nearby ancient stone stool, a leisurely book spread open beside her. The thin pages rustled softly as the breeze passed through the courtyard, creating a gentle and healing sound. She was not focused on reading, but instead looked up at the leisurely scene under the corridor, watching the relaxed and carefree expressions of the others. A warm and gentle smile spread across her eyes and lips, and she softly added, "When the heart is calm, time is calm." Our state of mind now is different from the restless days of the past. We used to rush about, always hoping for quick results and perfection, eager and anxious, never at peace. Now living peacefully in the courtyard and settling our hearts, we have slowly come to understand that waiting is also a form of cultivation, and calmness leads to lasting fulfillment. Her gaze was gentle and distant, slowly recounting the unchanging daily routines of the courtyard, planting flowers in spring, enjoying the cool in summer, collecting fallen leaves in autumn, boiling snow in winter, brewing tea and enjoying fragrance in the morning, chatting about daily life at dusk, drying flowers on sunny days to preserve their essence, sitting quietly to listen to the rain on rainy days. Every aspect of the seasons requires patience and slowness. It is precisely this unhurried natural calm that has shed the restlessness of the heart, allowing us to enjoy the simple joys of a peaceful life year after year. Lu Qingyuan sat quietly in the warm sunlight, her body wrapped in gentle light, dispelling all traces of chill. Her brows were serene and clear, her temperament warm and refined like still water flowing deep. She looked down at a half petal gently pinched between her fingers. After half a day of soft breeze and sunlight, the petal had lost its plumpness and become light and dry, yet it still retained a faint sweet fragrance that lingered around her fingertips. Looking back at the tumultuous years of the past, she had been busy and rushed, carried along by the currents of the world, never having a moment to stop and appreciate the scenery of the seasons, let alone the heart, to wait for flowers to bloom or fragrance to form. She had been in constant pursuit, restless and anxious. In the past, I always thought waiting was a waste of time, a pointless consumption. I wanted to be first in everything, to move quickly, afraid of falling behind or missing an opportunity. Now living peacefully in the courtyard, calming my heart, and observing the seasons slowly, I have come to understand that the most luxurious blessing in the world is the courage to wait and the willingness to be calm. There is no need to chase time or force things to happen. Just follow the seasons, follow the heart, let flowers be flowers, let wind be wind, let time be gentle. This relaxed, undisturbed daily life is the true peace and happiness. Lin Shun had always stood quietly, half a step away from her, his posture tall and steady, silently guarding her year after year, shielding her from all the trivial distractions of the world. He did not need to be busy or say much. He simply paid attention to the subtle movements around them, blocking the occasional cool draft, gently brushing away the small petals and dust that fell on her shoulders, keeping her warm and undisturbed. His gaze was gentle and sincere, fixed on her serene and calm features, his eyes filled with unfading tenderness and certainty, unwavering through the years. When her voice faded, he responded softly and steadily, his words simple and true: for the rest of our lives, all time can be spent in calmness. You can follow your heart and live gently, without hurry or worry, without enduring storms or cold. The scenery of the four seasons, the gentleness of the world, the peace of the years. I will hold them all steady for you year after year, without disturbance, with me by your side through every dawn and dusk. These few simple words, unadorned and without embellishment, carried the deepest and most profound protection, like rain nourishing things silently. Not loud or passionate, but steady and reliable, year after year, bringing warmth and peace to the heart, perfectly matching the gentle and quiet days of the courtyard. Yun Shuiwei listened with a smile in her eyes, turning to look at the two of them, her tone light and playful with the warmth of close friends. You two are always like this, talking about gentle times and spending peaceful years together. While others wait for the fragrance of flowers and the charm of spring, you wait for the rest of your lives together. This kind of deep and enduring affection is even more touching and precious than the garden full of spring blossoms and the corridor full of floral fragrance. Lu Qingyuan's ears warmed slightly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, making her features even more tender. She lowered her head and smiled softly, neither denying nor hiding it, her heart peaceful and content. Having experienced the storms and cold of life, such honest and gentle companionship, free from conflict and worry, was already the most perfect and precious light of her life, needing no words to describe, self-sufficient in the gentle and peaceful years. When Ruashi looked up at the sound, her eyes sparkling with pure agreement and joy, her soft voice gently echoing yes. Life in the courtyard is just like this, slow and warm. Flowers dry slowly, tea brews slowly, and days pass slowly. We all accompany each other year after year, spending every dawn and dusk together, slowly becoming gentle and at peace. Such times are truly wonderful. Their soft words and relaxed conversation flowed back and forth at a gentle pace, without loud laughter or deliberate liveliness, but filled with the warmth of close companions, healing and just right. The gentle laughter mixed with the evening breeze, the faint floral fragrance, and the warm sunlight flowing slowly in the gentle light wrapping around the courtyard and lingering around them, making the afternoon of the courtyard even more peaceful, healing and enduringly gentle. Time passed slowly, and the sunlight gradually slanted west, losing the warmth of noon and gaining a layer of clear, soft golden light. The sunset glow spread over the eaves and the corridor, bathing the entire courtyard in a warm light, with light and shadow swaying gently. The petals on the corridor, after a whole day of gentle breeze and sunlight, had lost all internal moisture, their forms dry and well-shaped, without any dampness. The colors of the petals were warm and elegant, pure and clean, completely shedding the initial flashy brilliance. The fragrance had also completed its final concentration, losing the light and floating scent of the beginning, gaining a more mellow and lasting cool charm. clear but not weak, fragrant but not greasy, with a lingering aftertaste, the pure essence of spring. Suzy-chan stood up and walked forward, her fingertips gently brushing over the dried petals. The texture was dry, soft, and light, the forms intact and elegant without any scorching or damage. A gentle smile appeared on her lips, and she said softly, "They are already properly dried. Moisture just right, fragrance pure, and forms intact. A little more time to settle the final traces of floating energy, and they can be stored in jars, preserving the gentle joy of this spring season, keeping today's warm sunlight and peaceful moments to be cherished and savored throughout the year." Upon hearing this, everyone stood up gracefully and moved slowly to the corridor, gazing at the fully formed and fragrant petals, their eyes filled with gentle smiles and heartfelt contentment. A whole day of gentle work, patient waiting, and calm perseverance had finally lived up to the spring, the time, and the passion. They had successfully transformed the fleeting beauty of spring into a lasting gentleness that could be stored and enjoyed daily, allowing the charm of spring to remain in every season and warm every year. On the stone steps, the 6 elders had been sitting quietly and leisurely, never leaving. They basked in the shifting sunlight and the gentle breeze of the seasons, watching the peaceful scene of the people in the courtyard, calmly waiting for the fragrance of flowers and chatting about daily life. Their eyes were filled with comfort and warmth, their hearts clear and calm. They quietly witnessed how these young people turned ordinary days into gentle and fulfilling moments, cultivating their hearts in the details of daily life and growing in the time of waiting. Ling Yuan's voice was light and calm, drifting with the wind as he spoke slowly and meaningfully, not impatient waiting for flowers to bloom, not hurried guarding the passing of time. To be able to calm the mind in the details of daily life, to live with ease, not driven by the flow of time or disturbed by worldly affairs, to guard the heart, preserve gentleness, and understand waiting. This transparent state of mind is the purest and highest form of cultivation in the mortal world. Bai Heng nodded gently, his eyes full of warmth and sincere relief, and softly echoed, "The young people have pure and kind hearts, treating each other with kindness and helping each other. They are orderly when busy and calm when at leisure, knowing how to cherish the scenery and time, treating the seasons and all things with respect. They do not seek quick results or cling to flashy things. They face daily life with patience and gentleness and treat time with a clear heart. Every year is peaceful, every day is warm. This is truly rare in the world." Qing Yuan's gaze was warm and distant, fixed on the slanting sunlight and the fragrant flowers in the corridor, speaking softly with profound meaning, "Everything has its own season, and time has its own laws. If the heart is calm, every season is a beautiful scene. If the heart is gentle, every moment carries fragrance. Accumulate patience, gather gentleness, and collect beauty day by day. Nourishing things silently and persistently, the path ahead will naturally be steady, the years abundant, and everything smooth." Gus smiled softly, her voice gentle and serene, concluding with a warm and lingering note, "Wait with stillness for fragrance, live with slowness, treat others with kindness, and spend the years with gentleness. The courtyard is free from conflict and disturbance, time is gentle and calm, the simple joys of life last year after year, and the beauty of the 4 seasons never fades." The evening breeze continued to flow gently through the courtyard, the sunlight lingered softly, and the fragrance of the flowers remained year after year of tenderness. A day of leisurely pleasure came to a peaceful end. Time was not hurried, and the years were gentle and undisturbed. The courtyard was quiet and serene, every moment of the seasons worth treasuring. The gentleness of the world remained as constant as every year after year of peace. As the sun descends in the western sky, and Wanqing gently sinks, a soft round sunset hanging over the distant mountains, and the horizon dyeing the drifting clouds into translucent honey pink and pale gold. The gentle evening glow spreads layer by layer, slowly cascading down the elegant eaves of the blue tiles, tenderly caressing the mottled and ancient tile patterns, carved pillars, and blue stone railings, enveloping the entire courtyard in a gentle hazy twilight. After a full day of soft spring breezes and the slow warmth of the spring sun, the colorful blossoms spread across the corridor have fully shed their surface moisture and light floral fragrance. Each petal has undergone a gentle precipitation of time, fully formed and serene in charm. The evening breeze at this moment is the most tender and perfect, having shed the dry and crisp air of the day, gaining a unique softness and warmth of dusk. It carries no autumnal chill or winter's cold, but gently drifts through the courtyard, brushing past the bare branches, lush greenery, and ancient quiet corridors, stirring up thick, pure, and restrained floral scents. The sweet fragrance of flowers mingled with the fresh scent of spring grass, and the cool, simple essence of the blue stone courtyard slowly swirls and flows in the deepening twilight, saturating every corner of the yard. It wraps the quiet, secluded courtyard in a rich, gentle, and healing twilight aura, where peace reigns undisturbed, leaving only the soft wind, the light fragrance, and the slow passage of time. The group steps lightly, leisurely, standing around the corridor, their postures varied and expressions serene. Their gentle eyes rest quietly on the blossoms across the corridor, filled with unadorned, tranquil joy and deep contentment. The vibrant, dazzling colors that bloomed freely during the day after a full day of sunlight, the evening breeze, and the tempering of time, have shed their initial ostentatious brilliance. They have washed away the superficial glamour, settling into a gentle, elegant, soft, and pleasing palette of pale pink, white, light purple, and tender yellow. Each petal is dry and thin, its texture completely stretched with smooth edges, without curling, and the body translucent, without any damage. There is no sign of scorching from the scorching sun, nor any dampness from the twilight's humidity. The fragrance, tempered by time, has completely shed the light, playful sweetness of the morning and the intense, bold aroma of the afternoon. It has transformed into a restrained, deep, clean, and elegant, lingering scent, pure, but not sparse, fragrant, but not cloying, gently lingering around the nose and filling the courtyard. It is the most enduring, most tasteful, and most touching, gentle scent of spring dusk, softening the twilight and calming the days. This brief rest is indeed perfect. Suzichin slightly bent over, her posture elegant and graceful, her gaze meticulous. Her fingertips gently brushed the layers of soft petals, feeling light and dry, warm and delicate, as if touching clouds or caressing jade. A gentle, serene smile spread across her lips. Her voice was clear, elegant, and unhurried, imbued with the insightful calm of one deeply versed in the rhythms of nature. The warm sun of the day slowly dries, removing all moisture from within the petals. The evening breeze gently infuses, calming the superficial lightness of the fragrance. Now it is neither dry nor greasy, neither bland nor thin. The fragrance has completely settled and is pure in essence, perfectly timed for preservation. If we had sealed the jars a moment earlier, the fragrance would still have a restless overtone, making it hard to preserve for long. If we delayed, the twilight would deepen, night dew would form, moisture would fill the courtyard, easily contaminating the pure essence of the spring fragrance with cold dampness. She had long lived quietly in the courtyard, observing the four seasons, deeply understanding the balance of nature. She was well versed in the rhythm of the light and the temperament of plants, always treating every inch of spring light, every wisp of fragrance, and every petal with gentle reverence. She never wasted the subtle gifts of nature. In such seemingly ordinary, leisurely pursuits, she hid an extremely delicate and gentle heart, guarding a thorough, warm, and pure true self in the simple daily life. When Ruwashi gently crouched beside the bamboo, drying rack, her movements light and lively, completely blending into the tender twilight and the floral fragrance filling the courtyard. She bent slightly, bringing her face close to the layers of petals, gently inhaling the full fragrance. The pure, lingering, sweet scent instantly filled her lungs, washing away all restlessness. Her brows instantly curved into two bright crescent moons, her clear eyes sparkling with pure joy. Her voice was soft, lively, and bright, full of youthful warmth and passion. It smells so wonderful. Even better and more healing than yesterday when it was first dried. This fragrance is soft, warm, not loud, not intense, like the gentle evening breeze brushing against your face in spring, like the warm sunlight softly falling in the twilight. It brings peace to the heart and tenderness to the whole body just by smelling it. Let's quickly collect and seal the jars to preserve this spring light well. In the future, on rainy, overcast days, or on snowy, windy autumn and winter nights, when we open the jar, we can instantly find today's full garden of spring light and tenderness. As she spoke, she carefully gathered a handful of loose petals, her fingertips gently and steadily holding them, her movements extremely soft and reverent, afraid that a little force would break the tender petals that had settled all day, disturbing the rare spring charm. Her pure, enthusiastic, and gentle attitude towards cherishing things fully displayed her intention to cherish flowers, cherish spring, cherish time, and cherish the small beauties of the world. It was lively, touching, and healing, adding a touch of vibrant warmth to the serene twilight courtyard. Yun Shuiyue stood leisurely by the corridor, her posture relaxed and carefree, without any worldly attachments or restlessness. Her gaze was gentle, distant, clear, and calm, quietly gazing at the serene blossoms and the tender twilight. The evening breeze gently stirred her sleeves and hair, her figure elegant and graceful. She softly sighed with a lingering, profound meaning. The world loves the brilliant flowers blooming on the branches in spring, craving that one moment of stunning beauty and temporary excitement, but few are willing to wait quietly, to slowly settle, to endure the tenderness of time. Blooming is a stunning spectacle of a spring moment. Falling and preserving the fragrance is the ordinary tenderness of the four seasons. Only by calmly drying flowers, patiently settling, collecting the fragrance, and preserving the charm, carefully sealing the fleeting spring light into the long years, can we truly keep spring and cherish beauty. Most of the touching beauties in the world are like this. She slowly raised her eyes to the setting sun, slowly sinking on the horizon. The soft twilight gently fell upon her brows and shoulders, making her temperament even more transparent, serene, and refined. Her voice continued slowly, full of insightful understanding of worldly experiences. The momentary brilliance and warmth are ultimately fleeting, soon scattered by the wind and returning to dust. Only the tenderness and mellow fragrance that have been tempered by time, nourished by wind and rain, and refined by the years, can be preserved for years, lasting long, steadily accompanying us through the years, the seasons, and the ups and downs of the world. Yi Wanqing walked slowly, her posture graceful, calmly stepping out of the house, holding several plain, white celadone flower jars in her hands. The jars were elegantly simple, warm, and moist with a clear glaze. The surface patterns were light, elegant, simple, and ethereal, without any intricate carving or flashy decoration. The clean, pure texture perfectly matched the simple, elegant, gentle, and pure charm of spring, blending seamlessly with the serene atmosphere of the courtyard. She gently bent down, placing the jars one by one neatly on the clean stone table under the corridor. Her movements were gentle, elegant, orderly, and unhurried. Her voice softly echoed the words of the others. Warm and soothing, preserving fragrance is also preserving the heart. Keeping spring is also keeping warmth. What we carefully seal today is never just the blossoms along the corridor or the spring scenery of the season, but also the peace and leisure of this day in the courtyard, the relaxed and calm state of mind, the quiet, undisturbed, gentle, and lasting, ordinary joys of the world. Collecting tender fragments daily, accumulating worldly beauty year after year, the heart will become clearer, softer, and calmer, undisturbed by the restlessness of the mundane world and not worn down by the frost of time. Her gaze was warm, like water, calmly sweeping over the people before her, who were chatting leisurely and accompanying each other gently. Her eyes were filled with tranquil warmth, and she continued slowly. The four seasons flow endlessly, time changes without ceasing. Everything in the world has its rise and fall. Only the tenderness rooted in the heart, and the pure joy shared year after year, remain unchanged, lasting day by day, stable and healing, peaceful year after year. Lu Qingyuan stood quietly in the center of the twilight, surrounded by layers of warm dusk, soft evening breeze, and rich floral fragrance, isolated from all trivial disturbances. Her expression was gentle, elegant, and serene, her temperament like still water running deep, warm, and refined, perfectly blending with the twilight of the courtyard. She raised her hand to gently pick up a few petals that were intact and soft in texture, placing them in her fair palm to examine carefully. Her tender gaze slowly passed over the simple, clean petals, and her heart was filled with solid contentment and tranquility. Thinking back to past years, she had wandered and drifted, busy and toiling year after year. When spring came and flowers bloomed, she had no time to enjoy them. When spring passed and flowers fell, she had no heart to care. Year after year she watched the spring light come and go, flowers bloom and fade, always in a hurry, passing by hastily, never having the chance to stop and savor the beauty of the four seasons, let alone the leisure and heart to collect fragrance and preserve spring or to cherish the delicate beauties of the world. In the past, drifting and rushing, I only felt that the coming and going of spring, the blooming and falling of flowers, were the ordinary fate of the world, nothing to cherish or remember. Her voice was soft and slow, gentle and soothing, carrying the insightful release and deep gratitude of a life through storms, now settled peacefully in this courtyard, spending quiet days far from the distractions of the world and the hustle of life. I truly understand the value of spring light, the tenderness of time, and the rarity of peace. Flowers can be admired when they bloom and preserved when they fall. The beauty of the four seasons can be carefully treasured, and every day can be treated with tenderness. This relaxed, calm, and peaceful life is the complete picture I never touched in my previous years of wandering, searching, and struggling. Lin Shen stood half a step beside her, his posture upright, gentle, steady, and reliable. He had always been silently accompanying her, tenderly guarding year after year, never absent. His gaze was tender, affectionate, sincere, and unwavering, firmly fixed on her serene, gentle features, his eyes filled with deep tenderness and reverence, silently protecting and firmly supporting her. When her voice quietly fell, he responded calmly and steadily, every word solid and thick, every sentence heartfelt and warm. In every spring to come there will be blossoms to admire, fragrances to preserve, and scenes to treasure. Year after year spring comes, and we will collect spring. Year after year flowers bloom, and we will preserve fragrance. The tenderness of the four seasons will never be absent, and the simple joys of the world will accompany us year after year. For the rest of our lives, everything will be calm and tender. These simple, plain words, without any ornate rhetoric or exaggerated false vows, contain the longest-lasting, most stable, and most silent protection in the world. Not loud, not burning, but constant as the first, steady and supportive, silently guarding all the gentle days and nights, the beauty of the four seasons in the courtyard, ensuring everyone's peace and joy day after day. The twilight grew softer, the evening breeze more tender, and the fragrance of flowers filled the courtyard, lingering endlessly. The group ceased their idle chatter and focused on their tasks. Without the need for extra words, they naturally divided the work and moved in harmony to collect the blossoms into jars. Every move was smooth and fluid, their cooperation seamless. This unspoken understanding was the tenderness accumulated over years of companionship, the bond nourished by daily presence, gentle and healing. When Ruashi, with full reverence and meticulous care, was responsible for gently gathering the petals. Her fingertips were soft and light, her strength extremely gentle, slowly collecting the dry, intact, and purely fragrant blossoms, while carefully removing any tiny, slightly damaged fragments, leaving only the perfect, elegant, and fragrant petals. She was meticulous and patient, treating every petal that had been tempered by time with the gentlest heart, reverently guarding this hard-won spring tenderness. Su Zichen and Yi Wanqing cooperated seamlessly, each with their own role. One held the plain white celadon jar, steadily adjusting the angle, while the other gently placed the fragrant petals, arranging them neatly. Their movements were elegant, slow, gentle, and well-paced. The sound of petals falling into the celadon jar was soft and light, rustling and settling, warm, healing, and pleasant. Layers of elegant fragrant petals fell into the jar in an orderly manner, not crowded, with just the right density, preserving the rich fragrance that had settled all day and the spring charm to the greatest extent, ensuring not a wisp of gentle essence was lost. Yun Shuyue stood idly by the stone table, her posture relaxed and leisurely, serene and carefree. Occasionally she would casually reach out to hold the jar opening or arrange the scattered petals, but most of the time she just stood quietly, watching, a gentle, serene smile always on her lips. She slowly watched the warm scene of the others working gently and accompanying each other with understanding, quietly immersing herself in the delicate beauty of the twilight and the fragrance-filled courtyard, peacefully enjoying the unique leisure, joy, and tranquility of the courtyard, her heart clear and at ease, utterly relaxed. Lin Shun, as always, silently took care of everything, handling all the trivial matters without a fuss. He carefully wiped clean the tiny dust and petal fragments that had accidentally stained the outer walls of the celadone jars, neatly arranged all the tea sets, drying racks, and other tools, and quietly swept away the scattered tiny fragments and dust from the corridor. Throughout he was silent and unobtrusive, quietly clearing away all the trivial distractions, ensuring that the others did not need to be distracted or exert themselves, allowing them to focus entirely on the gentle joy of collecting fragrance and preserving spring without any worries or worldly disturbances. The twilight slowly permeated the entire courtyard. The last rays of the setting sun gradually lost their brilliance, gently retreating as the sky slowly unfolded, a light indigo mist, hazy, distant, and serene. The clouds in the sky shed their golden hue, turning into light gray soft mist, gently covering the courtyard, making everything even more peaceful and quiet. The evening breeze grew softer and longer, carrying the increasingly pure and rich fragrance, quietly lingering around the corridor and filling the entire courtyard, thread by thread, refreshing the heart. The few plain white celadone jars on the stone table were gradually filled with warm, fragrant blossoms. Layers of soft petals lay quietly within the elegant jars, carefully sealing and preserving the bright spring light, the gentle evening breeze, the warm sun, and the peaceful days of this day. When the last soft petal settled into the jar, Su Zichen raised her hand to gently close the warm celadone lid. The sound of the lid meeting the jar opening was light, crisp, and neat, gently concluding this day's tender, healing spring leisure. Her fingertips gently traced the smooth, warm, simple, and clean jar body. Her gaze was gentle, serene, and profound. She said softly, "Spring light is fleeting, passing in an instant. The years are long, flowing endlessly. Today we collect the fragrance into jars and preserve spring in bottles, safely storing the clear breeze, the night, dew, the warm sun, the brilliant blossoms, and the calm state of mind of this season. In the future, when summer comes and winter goes, when the seasons change, and when autumn and winter are bleak and cold, we only need to open the lid for a moment to regain the tenderness of spring. The scent of spring will fill the air, and peace will fill the heart." Hearing this, when Ruashi's eyes instantly lit up with anticipation. She nodded happily, her soft, sweet voice full of longing. "When the cold wind blows and snow falls in winter, we can sit around a warm stove, brew a pot of warm tea, slowly open a jar of spring fragrance, and quietly savor the scent of flowers filling the room. Recalling today's spring garden through the snowstorm will surely be extraordinarily tender, healing, and soothing." Everyone's brows relaxed, and they smiled gently, their eyes filled with tender, long-lasting anticipation and contentment. The brief, bright spring tenderness was carefully preserved. The fleeting beauty of the years was slowly treasured. This ordinary, simple leisure of daily life was lived by the group day after day, year after year, with elegance, tenderness, and lasting grace, hiding the most touching completeness in the plain routine. Lu Qingyuan's gaze gently wandered, quietly looking at the neatly arranged, elegant, and warm flower jars on the stone table, then slowly raising her eyes to the people around her, whose brows were tender and who accompanied each other with understanding, and then to Lin Shun, who had always silently guarded and steadily supported her. Her heart was clear, peaceful, warm, and utterly content. After half a lifetime of storms and wandering, she had finally found a quiet courtyard to settle in, with beloved family and friends accompanying her day and night. In spring, she could pick flowers and preserve fragrance, carefully storing the spring light. In summer, she could enjoy the cool breeze and listen to the wind, quietly watching the stars and moon. In autumn, she could collect leaves and view the moon, leisurely savoring the pure joy. In winter, she could boil snow and chat, sitting around the stove for warmth. Every season had its beauty, every day had its peace. This simple, plain completeness was the ultimate gentle happiness in the world. Not far away on the blue stone steps, the 6 elders had been sitting quietly and leisurely, all along, their postures relaxed, their minds clear and transparent. They quietly bathed in the surrounding twilight and the soft evening breeze, gently inhaling the fragrance of flowers filling the courtyard, calmly watching the scene below of the young people, collecting fragrance, preserving spring, accompanying each other with understanding, and enjoying the peace and leisure. Their eyes were full of comfort, serenity, warmth, and gentleness, quietly witnessing how these young people collected beauty and precipitated tenderness in the ordinary details of daily life, how they cultivated their minds and grew peacefully through the flow of the 4 seasons, accumulating year by year, growing richer day by day. Lin Yuan's eyes held a gentle smile, his voice clear and leisurely, drifting with the soft evening breeze, carrying a profound meaning, gathering flowers, cherishing spring, drying the fragrance, settling, collecting the charm, preserving the year. Combining movement and stillness, the mind is at ease. Not chasing worldly glamour, not craving quick success, treating the beauty of the four seasons with gentleness, passing through daily life with calmness. This pure, transparent, relaxed, and peaceful nature is the rarest and most valuable in the mundane world. Bai Heng nodded gently, his eyes full of warmth and sincere relief, softly echoing, the young people have pure hearts, good intentions, and know how to cherish blessings and be grateful. In the ordinary, simple spring leisure, they realize the tenderness of the years and treasure the simple joys of the world. Day by day, they accumulate kindness. Year by year, they gather beauty. Their nature becomes increasingly clear, peaceful, gentle, and pure, and the years become more stable, long, and carefree. Qing Yuan's gaze was warm, distant, calm, and long, quietly watching the twilight, the fragrance-filled courtyard, the serene and peaceful scene of the small courtyard. He spoke slowly with deep meaning. What can retain the brilliant spring light is never the fleeting seasons, but the enduring tenderness of the human heart. What can prolong the long years is never the swiftly passing time, but the endless collection and kindness of the years. If the heart has spring, then every season is spring. If the heart has tenderness, then every year is peace. Ji Yu smiled softly, gently, and elegantly, her words tenderly, concluding with lingering charm and healing power. Collect a season of fragrance, preserve a courtyard of spring light, store a day of peace, and remember the tenderness of the years. The courtyard is free from strife and disturbance, pure and quiet. Every season is warm, every day is peaceful. The simple joys of the world last year after year, never ending. The twilight gradually closed in, gently covering the courtyard. The evening breeze blew, endlessly tender, year after year. The fragrance of flowers filled the courtyard, swirling and lingering, never dissipating through the years. A day of gentle, healing spring leisure came to a serene end. The bright spring light was safely sealed in the celadon jars. The tender fragments were quietly stored in the years. The courtyard was peaceful and calm, day and night, the tenderness of the four seasons never fading. The simple joys of the world were as usual, year after year, complete and endless. Dusk completely descended, and clear moonlight spilled gently over the world. The sky, which had been tinged with golden sunset hues, now shed all its bright warmth, slowly unfolding a layer of gentle light indigo. The distant mountains loomed in blurred, soft contours, blending subtly with the dark green eaves, making it impossible to tell where the mountains ended and the sky began. The evening breeze drifted slowly from the distant woods, shedding the warmth of the daytime sun and gaining a touch of the night's unique cool freshness, neither cold nor piercing, as gentle as water. It wandered leisurely through the courtyard and corridors, stirring the delicate wind chimes under the eaves, producing a series of clear, tinkling sounds. The ethereal, pure notes fell into the quiet night, making the small courtyard appear even more peaceful, undisturbed, and secluded from the mundane world. The vibrant spring colors and the profusion of blossoms that had filled the courtyard during the day all subsided into stillness. The plants and trees restrained their daytime vitality, their flowering branches drooping in gentle arcs, standing quietly in the night. They shed their exuberant liveliness, gaining a serene and tender grace. Only those strands of spring fragrance sealed in porcelain jars had not faded with the dusk. Instead, under the moistening touch of the night, they grew richer, longer lasting, more elegant and pure. A subtle fragrance wafted leisurely from the tiny crevices of the plain white porcelain jars, wisp by wisp, unhurried. It wound around the corridor pillars, drifted over the stone table, and lingered on the shoulders, gently enveloping the entire courtyard. It filled the deep night with a warm, gentle human touch, banishing all desolation and monotony. The group did not immediately retire to rest. They remained leisurely under the eaves, immersed in the unique relaxation and tranquility of the night. The subtle weariness from the day's busy gathering of flowers, drying them and collecting scents, had long been gently smoothed away by the evening breeze and floral fragrance. What remained was only a clear relaxation of the heart and a peaceful ease of the passing years. Their figures were scattered, standing leisurely, silently gazing at the deep night and the faint glimmers of light. Without the need for idle chatter, there was naturally a sense of tranquil joy where time stood still and the seasons were peaceful. On the stone table, several green-glazed flower jars were arranged neatly. Their plain white glaze emitted a warm, gentle sheen under the night's clear light, simple, clean, untouched by worldly dust. They quietly held the day's spring light and half a day's tenderness. The jars securely sealed all the fragrance that had been gathered, dried, and settled during the day. They locked in the warm sun, morning dew, evening breeze, and blossoms of spring, as well as the peaceful, carefree, and relaxed state of mind of that day in the small courtyard. These seemingly ordinary porcelain jars contained the fleeting beauty of the four seasons and held the simple joys of human life that could be anticipated year after year. When Ruashi leaned over slightly, bringing her nose close to the mouth of the jar, she did not dare to get too close lest she disturb the fragrance settling within. She only took a light, shallow sniff, and instantly a soft warmth rippled in her eyes. Her clear, bright eyes sparkled, brimming with pure, simple delight. Her voice was soft and gentle, afraid that a loud sound would disturb the night's stillness. A whisper tender and heartfelt, the fragrance of the night is completely different from that of the day. The daytime fragrance is lively and bright, like the warm spring sun in full bloom. The night fragrance is gentle and serene, soft and faint, entwining around, bringing a special peace to the heart. It feels as if the entire spring's tenderness has been gently kneaded into these small jars. Her nature was pure and perceptive, most adept at sensing the subtle changes of the seasons. The daytime's warmth and vitality, the night's tranquility and gentleness. She could savor them all deeply and treasure them. Such subtle differences in scenery might be insignificant to others, but to her they were the most precious and touching tenderness of the passing years. Yun Shuiwe leaned against the wooden pillar by the corridor, her long hair and sleeves gently stirred by the evening breeze. Her posture was relaxed, serene, and carefree. She raised her eyes to the gradually brightening scattered stars, then lowered her gaze to the green-glazed flower jars standing quietly on the table. Her gaze was tender, distant, and clear, calm, and composed. She spoke softly, her words profound. Everything in the world has its splendor in full bloom and its charm in stillness. Daytime blossoms are vibrant vitality. Nighttime lingering fragrance is quiet afterglow. We have order in our busy days and peace in our leisure. In spring we gather blossoms, in summer we catch the breeze, in autumn we collect fallen leaves, in winter we brew snow. The 4 seasons each have their own gifts, and every dawn and dusk holds treasures to keep. This is how we live up to time in our true hearts. The rarest thing in a person's life is never the yearly blossoms or the grand scenery, but the ability to keep a calm heart through ordinary days and to hold on to a few strands of tenderness. She smiled gently, her brows and eyes warm and peaceful. There is no need to chase the turning of the 4 seasons, no need to fret over the fleeting time. Just follow the seasons, live gently, admire the flowers when they bloom, and preserve their fragrance when they fade. Gain and loss follow naturally, advance and retreat with ease. That is the ultimate fulfillment in life. Su Zichen paced slowly to stand by the stone table, her fingertips brushing lightly over the cool, smooth surface of the jars. Her movements were elegant and gentle, measured and proper. Her gaze was meticulous and calm, examining each jar one by one, confirming that the lids were tightly sealed and the fragrance securely stored, without a single oversight or the slightest loss. Only then did a sense of peace settle in her heart. She was always precise and thorough in her work, and when it came to the gifts of the 4 seasons, she held them in reverence and cared for them meticulously, unwilling to waste even an inch of spring light, a wisp of fragrance, or a tender moment. The fragrance becomes more restrained and mellow after nightfall, best left to settle and mature. She spoke softly, her voice clear and gentle, flowing with insightful understanding of the natural world. Tonight the dew is pure, the evening breeze is gentle, and the night is quiet. No dryness, no dust, no clamor to disturb. Just let it rest quietly for one night, allowing the fragrance to fully settle, intermingle, and blend within the porcelain jars. Tomorrow morning the scent will be even purer, more enduring, and more refined. Even after long storage it will remain as fresh as the first day, unchanged in its spring charm. Yi Wanqing stood quietly to one side, her gaze as tender as water. She looked at the elegant porcelain jars and the lingering fragrance, and then at the companions who stood in silent harmony beside her. Her heart was filled with tranquility and contentment. The clear night light gently fell upon her brows and shoulders, highlighting her gentle, serene, and elegant temperament. She softly echoed, "The gifts of nature need to be nurtured in stillness, and the heart needs to be calm to find peace." The daytime bustle and vibrancy are the vitality of spring, while the quiet stillness of the night and the lingering fragrance are the foundation of our years. Every day we collect beauty and settle tenderness. It may seem like trivial pastimes of drying flowers and preserving scents, but in truth we are slowly refining our hearts and nurturing warmth. When the heart is steady and tender, the years will naturally be long and peaceful. Lu Qingyan raised her eyes to the boundless night, the evening breeze gently stirring her hair, softly blowing away all the day's trivial restlessness. She stood still for a long time, her eyes filled with a serene, tranquil light. She spoke softly, her words tender and heartfelt. "In the past I drifted without a home, my steps always hurried. Every night was restless and uneasy, my mind in turmoil. I never had such moments of peaceful contemplation, of quietly savoring the fragrance, of enjoying simple pleasures in the quiet night. Back then I always thought that peace was an unattainable luxury and tenderness was a fleeting illusion. Now that I live in this small courtyard, peaceful day and night, I finally understand that the most precious beauty in life is never the grand, magnificent scenes, but the ordinary, everyday warmth of quiet nights, tender days, and peaceful years. The storms and hardships of half a lifetime, the coldness of the world, were all gradually smoothed by the gentle days and nights in this small courtyard and by the companionship of loved ones. The former displacements and anxieties had transformed into the present calm clarity and peace. It made her cherish even more the present scenery and the gentle moments. Lin Shen still stood quietly by her side, his posture tall and steady, warm and reliable, silently shielding her from the slight chill of the night breeze and the occasional dust. His gaze was always tender and affectionate, firmly fixed on her gentle, serene brows and eyes. His eyes were filled with deep cherishment and certainty. He responded softly, his words steady and sincere. From now on, every night will be as peaceful and gentle as this, without a single worry. In spring there will be the fragrance of flowers drifting into the night. In summer the stars and moon will accompany the courtyard. In autumn the cool breeze will wrap around the garden. Oh, in winter the warm stove will brew tea. The 4 seasons will each have their clear scenes, and every night will bring peace. I will guard this small courtyard, guard everyone, and guard you through the years free from care. The night was gentle and long, the evening breeze soft and silent. These few simple, unadorned words held the most profound, enduring, and silent protection, firmly comforting the heart and securing the years. Yin Shua heard this and smiled gently. She turned her head to look at the two of them, her tone relaxed, lively, and warm with a hint of gentle teasing. The peace of this small courtyard year after year is half the gentle gift of the 4 seasons and half your daily quiet support. We simply enjoy the flowers, preserve the scents, and live our days in peace while you are always quietly taking care of everything, steadily guarding us. Such a solid foundation is the rarest and most moving. Lin Chen's brows softened, and he smiled lightly. He neither argued nor refuted, but accepted it frankly and gently, merely replying softly, "It is only right." These 3 simple words were honest, sincere, and powerfully substantial, surpassing all the grandiose vows in the world, unchanged year after year. When Ruashi hugged her arms and leaned lightly against the edge of the stone table, her small face faced the gentle evening breeze, her brows relaxed and languid. She added softly in a gentle voice, "With Brother Lin Chun here, with everyone together, with the scenery of the 4 seasons, and with the fragrance of the years, the nights in the small courtyard are never lonely. They are always warm, fragrant, peaceful, and healing." They spoke softly, relaxed, and carefree, their voices gentle and delicate, not disturbing the night. Accompanied by the wafting fragrance, the slow evening breeze, and the faint chimes, their words flowed slowly in the quiet courtyard. There was no noise, no bustle, no disturbance. Only the warmth of companions, the tenderness of the seasons, and the relaxation of the passing years. Simple yet complete, year after year. The night grew even more serene. One by one the stars in the sky lit up, their faint glimmers clear and soft, set against the light indigo vastness, gentle, delicate, quiet, and moving. Around the courtyard the plants were deep in shadows, the light and shadows soft. The bluestone ground was moistened by the night dew, cool and clean, untouched by the dust of the world. The fragrance of the flowers in the courtyard grew even warmer and more enduring, wisps lingering without dispersing. They gently placed the day's tenderness and the spring's light into the deep night, settling quietly, slowly maturing. Su Zichen raised her hand to gently arrange the jars on the table, placing them neatly and orderly. Then she softly reminded them, "The night dew is heavy and the wind is gentle. There is no need to cover them specially. Just let them rest quietly. Tomorrow, when the first light of day breaks, we will open the windows to let in the air and then store them properly. Then we can keep this spring fragrance safe and sound through the 4 seasons." Everyone nodded gently and agreed cheerfully, fully trusting her meticulous and comprehensive arrangements. Their understanding was tacit, their hearts connected. No words needed to express the subtle intent of treating the gifts of nature with care and treasuring tenderness. On the stone steps the 6 elders still sat leisurely, not yet retiring. They bathed in the deep night, the scattered stars, and the continuous evening breeze, quietly overlooking the peaceful scene in the courtyard. Their eyes were filled with warm contentment, serene resignation, and a clear, tranquil state of mind. They silently witnessed the younger ones in their ordinary days gradually settling, tenderness nurturing their hearts and perfecting their years. Lin Yuan's voice was as clear as the wind, leisurely and calm, drifting into the gentle night, profound and long-lasting. By day we cultivate the tasks, by night we cultivate the heart. In the daytime there is order and busyness, at night there is peace and stillness. From a single flower and a single fragrance we perceive the 4 seasons, from one dawn and one dusk we settle our true nature. Without chasing after vanity, without disturbing the heart, without wasting time. This state of mind is the quietest practice in the mortal world. Baiheng nodded gently, his eyes warm and soft. He echoed softly, "The young ones have pure hearts, gentle and self-possessed. They can find stillness in the midst of activity and cherish happiness in the ordinary. To preserve a single flower and think of the 4 seasons, to guard a single courtyard and find peace for the rest of one's life. Balancing movement and stillness, being gentle and virtuous, settling year after year, growing ever fuller day by day. This is truly rare." Qingyun gazed at the courtyard full of night and lingering fragrance, his eyes distant, calm, and tender. He spoke softly, "Only after stillness can objects reveal their true nature. Only after slow passage can time show its gentleness. When flowers are still, they retain their fragrance. When the heart is still, the body finds peace. When the body is at peace, the years are long. If we can guard stillness and gentleness day by day, then year after year the 4 seasons will be without trouble and the world will be at peace." Gus smiled, lightly gentle and serene. Her words, soft and conclusive, lingered with lingering charm. By day store the light of spring, by night nurture the peace of the heart. Guard time with stillness and cross the years with gentleness. The small courtyard is undisturbed, the four seasons are clear and peaceful, the human world is gentle, and the years last forever. The evening breeze continued, the fragrance never ceased, the stars scattered, and the night was gentle. The day's spring leisure had come to a peaceful end. The courtyard was filled with quiet serenity, and the years were without trouble. The spring fragrance quietly settled in the plain porcelain jars, and tender thoughts were gently placed in the passage of time. The small courtyard in its daily and nightly peace, preserving the four seasons' tenderness forever, would have simple joys that endure year after year, and a completeness that remains as fresh as the beginning.